Chapter 0. Feishan Sect, Su Meng'er. On the Tianyuan Continent, in the eastern wilderness, lies the Feishan Sect. Perched atop a verdant mountain peak is a modest courtyard, where a young man clad in white leisurely reclines on a rocking chair, exuding an air of tranquility. This mountain, known as Linga Peak, serves as the sacred ground for cultivating spiritual herbs within the Feishan Sect. The young man lounging in the courtyard is none other than the peak's master, Li Rufeng. However, unbeknownst to all, the current Li Rufeng is no longer the same individual from before. He is a traveler from another world. 2.5 years prior. Li Rufeng, who had been living on Blue Star, met an untimely demise at work due to a sudden heart failure. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life, allowing him to inhabit the body of another Li Rufeng in the Feishan Sect. Moreover, Li Rufeng activated an indispensable golden finger, the invincible sign-in system. True to its name, the principal function of this system is signing in, which comprises daily, monthly, yearly, and special location sign-ins. The moment the sign-in system was activated, Li Rufeng unhesitatingly chose to sign in for the first time, only to be astounded when the system granted him an astounding cultivation of 1 billion years. In the Tianyuan Continent, the cultivation levels ascend from low to high, classified as Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation void, refinement, tribulation crossing, great ascension, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, supreme saint, ancient saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor with. Each level further divided into 9 stages. With merely the use of 10,000 years of cultivation, Li Rufeng, once bereft of any power, catapulted himself to the pinnacle of the emperor's 9th stage. Beginning his journey with invincibility, Li Rufeng, who had been worn down by the trials of life in his previous existence, chose to embrace a life of leisure. Thus, over the subsequent 2.5 years, aside from signing in, Li Rufeng tended to the spiritual herbs of Linga Peak. In his remaining leisure hours, he basked in the warm sunlight within the courtyard, enjoying the serene ambience. During this time, he accumulated an abundance of top-tier martial arts techniques, weapons, elixirs, and an array of other items within his system space. Should these treasures be revealed, they would form towering heaps surpassing several mountains. "Uncle Master, I have come again." As Li Rufeng lay basking in the sun, a melodious and lively voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, the leisurely Li Rufeng slowly opened his half-closed eyes. Moments later, a figure bounced joyfully into his courtyard. "It is little Meng'er," he remarked. "What brings you here today?" Before him stood Su Meng'er, the disciple of the sect master, who had demonstrated extraordinary talent for cultivation since childhood. At merely 10 years of age, she had already reached the 9th stage of Qi refining, just a step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Ever since Li Rufeng's powers were stripped away and he became the master of Linga Peak, Su Meng'er frequently visited him, seeking his company in contrast to the indifference displayed by the other disciples of the sect. Su Meng'er always wore an innocent and charming smile when she was around Li Rufeng. "Hey, Master Uncle, I come to play with you, and to help water the spiritual herbs as well. If it were just you tending to this entire mountain's medicinal garden, you'd surely be toiling until dusk." Observing Li Rufeng, who was seated in a rocking chair, Su Meng'er spoke cheerfully. "Then I must trouble you, little Meng'er, just that patch of herbal field over there. Once you've finished watering, I shall reward you with a little something." Li Rufeng did not refuse Su Meng'er's enthusiasm. Instead, he raised his hand to indicate the smallest patch of herbs. This was not the first time such an exchange had occurred, nor would it be the last. "All right, Master Uncle, I'm off. I'm quite swift." Upon hearing about the reward, Su Meng'er's face lit up with joy, her enthusiasm palpable. Without further ado, Su Meng'er skillfully made her way to the location of the watering pot, filled it with spiritual water, and then skipped joyfully towards the garden outside. The courtyard. Watching Su Meng'er's jubilant demeanor, Li Rufeng shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Before long, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense had passed. At this moment, Su Meng'er had finished watering the herbs and returned to the courtyard, bubbling with excitement. Master Uncle, I'm done. Weren't you going to reward me? What is it?" Placing the watering pot back in its place, Su Meng'er eagerly approached Li Rufeng. "Oh, soon. Truly impressive. Little Meng'er, Li Rufeng feigned surprise upon hearing her question. Indeed, I am quite fast. Master Uncle, please show me the reward. I've been eagerly anticipating it. After proudly responding, Meng'er continued to urge him. Very well, here you go. Li Rufeng, no longer hesitating, retrieved a pill from his system space and handed it to Meng'er. Seeing this, Meng'er quickly accepted the pill with both hands. Master Uncle, what kind of pill is this? Can it be consumed? Meng'er leaned in to sniff the pill and then curiously inquired. This is a Foundation Establishment pill, intended for breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Little Meng'er, you have already achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. Consuming this will allow you to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Go ahead and take it now. I shall protect you. Li Rufeng explained in response to Meng'er's inquisitive nature. A Foundation Establishment pill. I have heard from my master that this pill is exceedingly precious. I cannot accept it. Master Uncle, please take it back. Upon learning it was a Foundation Establishment pill, Meng'er's little face displayed shock, and she immediately prepared to return it to Li Rufeng. It's merely a Foundation Establishment pill. I have plenty more. Accept it. If you refuse this time, do not come to me again. Li Rufeng spoke with a calm demeanor. His words were indeed truthful within his system space. He possessed no fewer than 10,000 Foundation Establishment pills. There was no question of them being consumed in their entirety. Very well, then I extend my gratitude to you, Master Uncle. Compared to the Foundation Establishment pill, Meng'er was more concerned about Li Rufeng's refusal to allow her to return to the Spirit Herb Peak. Seeing that Meng'er no longer hesitated, Li Rufeng promptly said, All right, quickly consume it. Without further ado, Meng'er swallowed the Foundation Establishment pill in her hand. In the next moment, she hurriedly sat cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power. After a few breaths, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to converge towards Meng'er, forming a vortex of spiritual power. Li Rufeng, witnessing this scene, nodded slightly and waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Spirit Herb Peak. Having completed these actions, Li Rufeng closed his eyes once more to rest. Master Uncle, I have broken through. I have broken through. I am now in the Foundation Establishment realm. Time passed without her noticing, and Meng'er's jubilant exclamations once again roused Li Rufeng from his slumber. Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Not bad. Not bad, it exceeds my expectations by 1 layer. Feng remarked with satisfaction upon sensing Meng'er's true realm. This is all thanks to your Foundation Establishment pill, Master Uncle. Indeed. As she spoke halfway, the joyful smile on Meng'er's face suddenly vanished, and her little head drooped down. Noticing Meng'er's abrupt change in demeanor, Feng inquired with curiosity, What is it? It is about your cultivation level. If only your cultivation had not been wasted, Meng'er said weakly, her expression tinged with sadness. I thought it was something serious. A wasted cultivation is merely a trivial matter. Having one's cultivation wasted does not imply one cannot cultivate anew. Seeing the little girl feel sorrow on his behalf, Li Rufeng was somewhat comforted and teased her lightly. One can still cultivate again after a wasted foundation? Master Uncle, do not deceive me, I am but a child. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the previously crestfallen Meng'er immediately lifted her head, her disbelief evident in her voice. Only a puppy tells lies that should suffice, right? However, you must keep this matter a secret. I wish to continue resting for a while longer. After his jest, Li Rufeng cautioned Meng'er. Really? Yea. I knew Master Uncle was the most formidable. Rest assured, this will be our secret, and I shall certainly keep it under wraps, Meng'er said with a hint of delight. Then, before Li Rufeng could speak, Meng'er continued, By the way, Master Uncle, since your cultivation has recovered, will you attend the Sect's recruitment conference? Tomorrow? The recruitment conference? Upon hearing this news, Li Rufeng felt momentarily bewildered. However, after rummaging through his memories, he finally grasped the specifics of the recruitment conference. Chapter 0. The Recruitment Conference, a clash of aspirations. The recruitment conference of the Flying Immortal Sect, held once every 3 years, draws a multitude of young cultivators eager to participate. If fortune favors them, they might be directly accepted as disciples by the esteemed elders of the sect. However, for me, this prospect seems to hold little allure. After all, I am already invincible. What purpose would taking on disciples serve? Wait a moment. It does appear to have a slight benefit. Perhaps having a disciple could assist me in watering the spiritual herbs daily, allowing me to recline in ease. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems prudent to acquire a disciple as a means to an end. Nonetheless, not just anyone can become my disciple. Thus, the matter of accepting disciples shall be left to fate. As my thoughts wandered, a notion swiftly emerged in Li Rufeng's mind. Master Uncle? Master Uncle? Why are you silent? It dawned on him that every time he visited, his master uncle lay languidly in the courtyard, clearly disinterested in the recruitment conference. Noticing Li Rufeng's prolonged silence, Meng'er assumed he was completely indifferent to the event. Ahem, while I may not have much enthusiasm for the recruitment conference, it wouldn't hurt to join in the festivities. Li Rufeng replied, breaking his reverie. Well then, since you are going, I shall accompany you, Meng'er replied with a smile. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to catch the elder's attention this time. We shall find out tomorrow, Li Rufeng stated. It is getting late. You have just made a breakthrough and should return to solidify your cultivation. Once your realm stabilizes, I shall teach you a formidable technique. Really? A formidable technique? Could it be the sword art you created, Master Uncle? Meng'er inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the mention of a powerful technique. That's a secret. You shall discover it in due time, Li Rufeng responded, feigning mystery at her question. All right then, I shall take my leave for today, Master Uncle. I will visit you again tomorrow, Meng'er said, seeing that Li Rufeng had no further comments. Very well, Li Rufeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Meng'er skipped away from the flying immortal sect, her face radiant with joy. The following day, the entire flying immortal sect buzzed with excitement. The sect's plaza was already brimming with individuals eager to partake in the recruitment conference, each harboring a heart filled with aspirations for enlightenment and a desire to join the sect. As the morning sun ascended, numerous elders had already gathered in the plaza. Meanwhile, at the spiritual herb peak, Meng'er once again arrived. Master Uncle, have you awakened? Time is of the essence. We must head to the recruitment conference. As Meng'er stepped into the courtyard, she noticed the absence of Li Rufeng's figure and thus called out loudly towards a nearby building. Suddenly, with a creak, the previously closed door swung open from within, and Li Rufeng emerged slowly from the room. Master Uncle, you look exceptionally handsome today, Meng'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld Li Rufeng, who had donned a new outfit. Cough, does it even need mentioning? When have I ever not been handsome? Li Rufeng replied with a slight smile, before turning to leave the courtyard. Oh right. Realizing the moment, Meng'er quickly nodded and hurried to match his pace. Before long, the pair departed from Lingyao Peak, making their way towards the sect's plaza. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the plaza, 7 figures had already taken their seats. Among them was the sect leader of Feishan Sect, Shen Xinghe, who was also Meng'er's master, along with the 6 peak masters of the sect, Tianyuan Peak, Tiangang Peak, Tianyuan Peak, Tianxiong Peak, Tianling Peak, and Tianshuang Peak. Each peak master was a formidable expert at the nascent soul stage, with the most powerful being Nangong Li, the master of Tianjin Peak, who had achieved the 7th level of the nascent soul. Only the sect leader Shen Xinghe surpassed him in cultivation. Although Li Rufeng was an exception due to his unique status, Lingyao Peak had recently been declared the 7th peak of the sect by Shen Xinghe, thanks to Li Rufeng's influence. However, the disciples and elders within the sect understood that Lingyao Peak was merely a nominal title, and thus, it was largely overlooked. Master, all the participants have arrived. Shall we commence the recruitment assembly? Nangong Li suddenly inquired, standing to address Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe glanced at Nangong Li and replied, Master Nangong, let us wait a moment longer. There are still some who have yet to arrive. The mention of Li Rufeng's attendance at the assembly had been casually brought up by Meng'er to Shen Xinghe the previous day, which explained the latter's response. Still some? Nangong Li was taken aback, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. It was understandable, as he would never have anticipated that the so-called crippled Li Rufeng would show up today. As Nangong Li surveyed Shen Xinghe and the other 5 peak masters, he noticed an empty seat at the far end. In that instant, a suspicion formed in his mind. Master, are you referring to Li Rufeng? He has already lost all his cultivation. Is it really necessary to wait for him? After all, his presence would merely be for the spectacle and would not impede the commencement of our recruitment assembly. Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, Shen Xinghe's expression faltered momentarily, revealing a trace of discomfort. The leader of the Nangong sect, I am aware that there were some past grievances between you and Leader Li, but those are bygone matters. Regardless, he deserves a measure of respect, as his current predicament is a consequence of the sect. After a brief silence, Shen Xinghe spoke softly. Before Li Rufeng joined the Flying Immortal sect, apart from Shen Xinghe, Nangong Li was the preeminent figure in the sect in terms of both strength and prestige. However, this status was irrevocably altered with Li Rufeng's arrival. With his strikingly handsome visage and astonishing cultivation talent, he quickly overshadowed Nangong Li, leaving him gasping for breath in less than a year. Consequently, the relationship between the two has remained quite frosty. Since the sect leader has voiced such sentiments, I shall refrain from further comment. However, I must point out that you are mistaken, sect leader. His current plight is entirely a result of his own arrogance. With no connection to the sect, had he not pursued that opportunity, he would not have encountered an ambush along the way. His current state is a self-inflicted consequence, driven solely by greed. Nangong Li spoke in a nonchalant manner, oblivious to the awkward expressions that had surfaced on Shen Xinghe and the others' faces. Oh, you say I am arrogant, and that everything is self-inflicted? At that moment, Li Rufeng's teasing voice suddenly interjected. The unexpected voice caused Nangong Li to turn around immediately. Li Rufeng, am I not speaking the truth? If you had not pursued that opportunity, would you be in your current predicament? I hear that you had to resort to secret methods merely to salvage a sliver of your life. Am I wrong to say it is all self-inflicted? Even in the presence of Li Rufeng, Nangong Li showed no intention of tempering his words, continuing with an icy demeanor. Since you, Nangong Li, are aware that I employed secret methods, you should also know that I still have one sword left to wield, right? So do you wish to test it? Li Rufeng's expression remained calm, showing no sign of taking Nangong Li's mockery to heart. I shall not stoop to your level. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the previously cold and dismissive Nangong Li lost his temper and obediently returned to his seat. It is said that Li Rufeng's secret method comes at the cost of all his cultivation, yielding 3 lethal strikes in return. To preserve his life, he had already employed 2 strikes. Indeed, only one remained, which should be his final trump card. Li Rufeng, do not be too arrogant. Once that trump card is exhausted, I shall make you acutely aware of the consequences of threatening me. In his heart, Nangong Li mused, his gaze towards Li Rufeng growing increasingly shrewd. This scene did not escape Li Rufeng's notice. Chapter 0. The Eternal Body of Primordial Chaos. Ranking of Fortune's Killing Intent. Quite amusing. Li Rufeng took his seat, already sentencing Nangong Li to death in his mind. Beside him, noticing that Li Rufeng had ceased his argument with Nangong Li, Shen Xinghe slowly rose. He then stepped forward a few paces and announced, Ahem, I am Shen Xinghe, the sect master of the Flying Immortal sect. Today marks the triennial recruitment conference of our sect. I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Let us formally commence the recruitment ceremony. All those under the age of 20 who wish to join the Flying Immortal sect may line up to test their realm and talent before the Realm Steel and the Talent Stone. Only those who reach the 6th level of Qi refinement shall qualify as outer disciples. Should anyone achieve the Foundation Establishment stage, they will be directly promoted to inner disciples. Furthermore, those with talent rated at the Mystic level or above may have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the Elders. These are the regulations. Let the testing of realms and talents begin. With that, Shen Xinghe returned to his original seat. The crowd in the square began to orderly line up for the testing. Initially, most were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement, with talents barely reaching the lowest grade, entirely unworthy of entering the Flying Immortal sect. As the testing continued, gradually, individuals meeting the criteria began to emerge. Meanwhile, from his vantage point above, Li Rufeng surveyed the participants with an air of nonchalance. However, after a considerable time, he had yet to spot anyone of remarkable talent. All are of mediocre ability. Noticing the lack of gifted individuals, Li Rufeng let out a slight sigh. Ding! Special sign-in location detected, Sect Square. Would the esteemed host like to begin the sign-in? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed within Li Rufeng's mind. Oh, a special sign-in location? System, sign me in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have obtained the eternal body of primordial chaos. Would you like to receive it now? Yes. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng affirmed the system's inquiry. This was the first sign-in that granted a physical enhancement in 2.5 years, bringing a flicker of delight to his heart. In the next moment, a tremendous power surged into Li Rufeng's body. After a few moments, he seamlessly integrated the eternal body of primordial chaos. At that instant, Li Rufeng felt his strength multiply at least tenfold. Although his realm remained at the pinnacle of the Emperor stage, his combat prowess had vastly improved. Truly, the eternal body of primordial chaos was a remarkable gain from this sign-in. Sensing the power coursing within him, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction. By the way, system, could you help me discern if there are any exceptionally talented individuals among the crowd below? Waiting any longer would be dreadfully tedious, at least half an hour more. At that moment, Li Rufeng suddenly pondered the possibility of enlisting the system's assistance to identify individuals endowed with exceptional talents. This would significantly expedite the process of waiting. Very well, esteemed host, the system responded. However, I recommend examining the fortune values of these individuals directly. Some may possess modest talents, yet their immense fortune can still lead them to the pinnacle of greatness. Oh, in that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Li Rufeng found the system's proposal quite reasonable and thus did not decline. Please hold on, esteemed host. As Li Rufeng spoke, the system began to assess the fortune values of all those present. Moments later, a display interface materialized before Li Rufeng, listing the fortune values of the individuals in the square from highest to lowest. Such promptness is indeed commendable, Li Rufeng mused, offering a compliment to the system before he began to scrutinize the rankings. Wasting no time, he focused on the top 3 individuals, as the rest held no interest for him. First place, Su Yang, with a fortune value of 1,500. Second place, Wu Hao, with a fortune value of 999. Third place, Lu Rian, with a fortune value of 888. Upon reviewing the information of these 3, Li Rufeng felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such high fortune values among the attendees of this recruitment convention. A fortune value exceeding 1,000. Truly, they are children of destiny. Interesting, system. Please provide me with their appearances. Certainly, esteemed host. Soon, the system transmitted the images and locations of the 3 individuals to Li Rufeng. Coincidentally, they were positioned just a few meters apart, particularly Wu Hao and Lu Rian, who were almost side by side. Su Yang, I did not expect you to attend this recruitment convention for disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect. However, your foundation has been utterly destroyed, and you shall never have the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Do you truly believe the Flying Immortal Sect would accept someone as useless as you? I advise you to recognize your situation and leave now. Perhaps you can salvage a shred of your pitiful self-esteem. Ha! In an inconspicuous corner of the square, Wu Hao mercilessly mocked Su Yang. Indeed, what Brother Wu Hao says is correct. Su Yang, I know you attended the recruitment convention for the sake of pursuing me. However, we are no longer on the same path. Only someone as exceptionally talented as Brother Wu Hao is worthy of me. Therefore, I urge you to relinquish any hopes of being with me. In this lifetime, I could never choose someone as worthless as you. Following Wu Hao, Lu Rian directly derided Su Yang as well. Moreover, she deliberately leaned into Wu Hao's embrace, appearing exceedingly intimate. Bah, you two should go away and indulge in your antics. I once regarded you as a brother and you as my shining moonlight. Now, at last, I see through your grotesque facade. And you, Lu Ruyan, we were once betrothed, yet here you lie in another man's embrace, truly a woman devoid of shame. How dare you claim that I came here for you? I, Su Yang, would rather embrace solitude for eternity than choose a brazen woman like you. The mere sight of you disgusts me. Be gone at once. Beside him, Su Yang retorted coldly, barely restraining himself from resorting to violence. Su Yang, what did you just say? You dare to call me shameless and unprincipled? Lu Ruyan whimpered, turning to Wu Hao in distress. Humph, Su Yang, your words are merely the jealous ramblings of a man who cannot win Lu Yan's affection. Regardless, I shall demand an explanation for your slander against her today. Given our acquaintance, I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize to Lu Yan, and I shall reluctantly let you off this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. You are no match for me now. Under Lu Ruyan's influence, Wu Hao was instantly captivated, losing all sense of reason. At that moment, all he desired was to impress Lu Ruyan and win her favor. I I didn't realize you, Wu Hao, had a talent for being a sycophant. This is the Flying Immortal Sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If you wish to make an impression, you ought to exercise some intellect. Do not let the day come when you fall victim to a woman and remain oblivious. Su Yang regarded Wu Hao's threats with utter disdain, a trace of scorn evident on his face. You. Fine, Su Yang, just wait. Not being able to strike now does not mean I won't be able to later. Once I join the Flying Immortal Sect, taking your life will be as simple as crushing an ant. I am curious to see if your tongue remains as defiant as it is today. A reminder from Su Yang made Wu Hao hesitant to act against him in the presence of the Flying Immortal Sect. However, he was not overly concerned. He knew that as long as Su Yang could not join the sect, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate him later. Ignoring Wu Hao's words, Su Yang deliberately distanced himself from the two. This spectacle left Wu Hao and Lu Ru Yin momentarily shaken. Next, after a considerable wait, it was finally Wu Hao's turn to step forward for the test. He cast a smug glance at the distance where Su Yang stood, then strode confidently toward the boundary stone. Without hesitation, Wu Hao placed his hand upon the stone. Chapter 0, Celestial Talent, a Waste of Qi Refinement. Foundation Establishment, First Level. In the next moment, the astonished exclamations of the elder in charge of the testing reverberated throughout the entire square. Prior to Wu Hao, the highest level attained by any participant was merely the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The sudden emergence of a Foundation Establishment realm individual was undeniably astonishing. Not only were the spectators in the square left in shock, but even Shen Xinghe and his companions above displayed expressions of surprise. Of course, Li Rufeng maintained his usual calm demeanor, showing little reaction. This young man possesses remarkable potential. If his talent reaches the Xian level, I shall take him as my direct disciple, thought Nangong Li, observing Wu Hao's figure. Talent, A. Mid-tier, Earth level. Moments later, the elder in charge of the testing gasped once more. Talent is innate and can be categorized based on its level into yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Emperor. Each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. A mid-tier Earth-level talent had not been seen in the Faxian sect for hundreds of years. Even the previous Li Rufeng barely qualified as having an inferior Earth-level talent. At this moment, Shen Xinghe and the others could no longer remain seated, all rising in unison. This individual shall be my direct disciple. I implore you all to grant me this favor, as though I owe you a personal debt. Nangong Li urged, hastily cupping his hands before the other peak masters. Absolutely not. Nangong Li, do not assume that your strength compels us to yield. This person possesses a mid-tier Earth-level talent. We cannot simply concede. Indeed, do you truly believe that your personal favor outweighs that of a mid-tier Earth genius? Soon enough, the remaining peak masters collectively voiced their refusals. This scene made Nangong Li feel as though he had been dealt several resounding slaps to the face. Humph. If that is the case, let each rely on their own capabilities. Aware that the others would not easily relinquish Wu Hao, Nangong Li could only respond coldly. Very well. Let us discuss this matter once the remaining individuals have completed their tests. If it comes to it, we shall allow the individual to choose for themselves. In this way, there will be no need for contention among you. Noticing the tense atmosphere among the peak masters, Shen Xinghe quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Agreed. We shall heed the sect master's words and allow the individual to make their own choice. After hearing this, Nangong Li replied coolly before returning to his seat. The other peak masters nodded in agreement, settling back into their positions. Only Li Rufeng, seated at the edge, remained utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. As the testing continued, while Lu Rian's performance did not shine as brightly as Wu Hao's, it still elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Being at the Foundation Establishment realm as well, Lu Rian possessed a talent that reached the supreme tier of the Xian level, just a notch below that of the Earth level. However, this was not the main attraction. Primarily, it was Lu Rian's graceful and enchanting figure that captivated most of those present. The final participant. Soon, the testing approached its conclusion, with only Su Yang remaining to undergo the assessment of his realm and talent. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Su Yang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Following the prescribed procedure, he commenced the realm assessment. The result revealed he was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Next came the talent evaluation. What? This is astonishing. A heavenly grade talent of the highest order. Indeed, the revelation left everyone present in awe. At that moment, before Nangong Lai could react, Shen Xinghe swiftly approached Su Yang. Would you consider taking me as your master? Without allowing Su Yang a moment to respond, Shen Xinghe directly posed the question. Sect. Sect Master, I greet you, Sect Master. Upon recognizing Shen Xinghe, Su Yang felt a mix of surprise and elation. There's no need for excessive formalities. Since you are aware of my status, do you wish to become my disciple? Shen Xinghe waved his hand dismissively and continued to inquire. I am willing. The prospect of becoming Shen Xinghe's disciple was something Su Yang could scarcely refuse, and without the slightest hesitation, he was about to voice his agreement. Wait, Sect Master, you cannot accept him as a disciple. At that moment, Wu Dao suddenly interjected loudly, startling many onlookers. Goodness, does this person seek his own demise? How dare he interrupt the Sect Master's decision to take on a disciple? Murmured the crowd, shocked by Wu Dao's audacity. If the Sect Master were to become enraged, we might all face dire consequences soon. The plaza buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe turned to Wu Dao and spoke. You are the one with the earthly great talent. Speak then. If it were an ordinary individual, they would not even have the opportunity to explain themselves. You assert that I cannot accept him as a disciple. I expect a reasonable justification for your claim. Considering Wu Dao's own talents were not insignificant, Shen Xinghe did not immediately challenge him. Thank you, Sect Master. The reason I intervened is that he is currently rendered a waste. If a waste were to become your disciple, would it not tarnish your reputation? Wu Dao stated with confidence, offering Su Yang a smug smile. If you do not believe me, you may inspect his condition yourself. A waste? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's initial eagerness to take on a disciple immediately waned. In the next moment, he extended his spiritual consciousness to probe Su Yang's body. After a brief pause, he withdrew his consciousness, his expression darkening. Alas, his foundation is entirely destroyed. It seems unlikely he will advance further in this lifetime. Such a pity for one of heavenly great talent. Realizing he had acted impulsively, Shen Xinghe added, forget my earlier remarks. However, you may join the Flying Immortal Sect as an outer disciple. A genius who remains at the Qi refinement stage throughout his life bears little distinction from an ordinary individual. As the leader of a sect, Shen Xinghe could not possibly accept such a person as his direct disciple. Indeed, thank you, Sect Master. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in Su Yang's heart, being accepted into the Feixian sect was, for the time being, a sufficient consolation. It is evident that people in this world are invariably pragmatic. So be it. An outer disciple is an outer disciple. I refuse to believe that I shall never transcend the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, Su Yang had gained considerable insight and no longer harbored grievances over the recent events. Su Yang, you nearly soared to greatness. With your lack of merit, you dare to aspire to be the disciple of the Sect Master? You are merely a frog wishing to feast upon swan meat, lost in your delusions. Only a genius like myself is worthy of becoming the Sect Master's disciple. In the future, I shall ascend to become the leader of the Feixian sect. Observing Shen Xinghe's departing figure while casting a glance at the contemplative Su Yang, Wu Dao felt an immense sense of pride. The evaluations were completed, and those who did not meet the requirements of the Feixian sect were free to depart. Upon returning to the high platform, Shen Xinghe slowly began to announce, those who have been eliminated may now leave. With his words, the rejected individuals shook their heads in disappointment and made their way out of the Feixian sect. Soon, fewer than 100 remained in the square. Apart from Wu Dao and Li Rufeng, all others were at the Qi refinement stage. Next, the process of assigning these individuals commenced. At that moment, the leaders of the 6 peaks stepped forward to begin selecting suitable disciples. In quick succession, one after another, candidates were chosen by the various peak leaders. Wu Dao ultimately selected Nangong Lai as his mentor. Shen Xinghe showed no intention of taking on disciples, and Wu Dao had no recourse in that regard. As for Li Rufeng, she naturally chose to remain with Wu Dao. In the end, only Su Yang was left standing alone in the square. Wu Dao's earlier remarks had already alerted the 6 peak leaders to Su Yang's predicament. A disciple stagnating at the Qi refinement stage was undesirable to any peak leader. This scene rendered Shen Xinghe somewhat awkward. He had just assured Su Yang of his acceptance into the Feixian sect as an outer disciple. Yet now, none of the 6 peaks expressed interest in him. Was this not a slap in the face? Regardless, he possessed decent talent. Do none of you truly wish to take him on? Faced with this predicament, Shen Xinghe reluctantly addressed Nangong Li and the others. Sect Master, no matter how high the talent, if one cannot cultivate, what use is it? I'm afraid my Tianjin Peak does not harbor idlers. Nangong Li was the first to respond. I concur with this sentiment. A person incapable of cultivation is not welcome at my Tiangang Peak either. One after another, the peak leaders expressed their disapproval. The continuous rejections from the 6 peak leaders left Shen Xinghe at a loss for words. Chapter 0. Taking on Su Yang. The gardener a gathering of foolish and arrogant individuals. Since you all seem to reject him, I shall gladly accept. Observing the antics of Nangong Li and the others, Li Rufeng could no longer remain a passive observer. Thus, disregarding Shen Xinghe, he rose and made his way down to Su Yang. Indeed. We have been talking here for quite a while. How could we have forgotten him? Sect Master, aside from our 6 main peaks, there is also Li Rufeng's Spirit Herb Peak, is there not? I believe it would be most fitting for that individual to go to the Spirit Herb Peak. After all, tending to herbs requires merely the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. Upon noticing Li Rufeng's movement, Nangong Li immediately spoke in a mocking tone. As his words fell, the others turned their gazes toward Li Rufeng in unison. Sigh. At this point, it truly seems to be the best course of action. Very well. You all may return with your new disciples. This matter need not concern you any further. After Nangong Li's reminder, Shen Xinghe finally recalled Li Rufeng's Spirit Herb Peak. We take our leave then. Soon, Nangong Li and the others departed the sect's plaza one after another. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already approached Su Yang. Young man, do you yearn for power? After observing Su Yang for a moment, Li Rufeng suddenly inquired. Taken aback by Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang momentarily found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend their meaning. Are you asking if I desire power, or if I wish to remain trapped in the 9th level of Qi refinement for eternity? Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Su Yang hesitated. Think carefully before you answer. Li Rufeng's voice resonated again. I desire power. Ever since my foundation was shattered, I have endured the scorn of others incessantly. This feeling, I have had enough. I have grown numb to it. Yet, I am powerless to change my circumstances. As he spoke, Su Yang's tone suddenly turned somber, his face reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. Excellent. As long as you have not given up, all is negotiable. Observing Su Yang's reaction, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction. I have a way to help you grow stronger. All you need to do is take me as your master. Of course, there are a few other minor requirements, but I shall elaborate on those once you make your choice. Now, the decision lies with you. Young man, are you willing to become my disciple? Upon finishing, Li Rufeng regarded Su Yang with a serene expression. You can truly help me grow stronger? If so, I bow to you, master. Without hesitation, Su Yang knelt down and offered Li Rufeng a formal gesture of apprenticeship. You are quite resolute. Do you not wish to inquire who I am? Are you not afraid that I may have been deceiving you just now? Upon witnessing Su Yang's forthrightness, Li Rufeng couldn't help but tease him slightly. I have utmost faith in my master, Su Yang replied, devoid of excessive explanation, his words stemming from genuine emotion. How amusing. Rise now. I am known as Li Ruf, the head of Lingyao Peak. As the name suggests, Lingyao Peak is a place for cultivating spiritual herbs. Currently, aside from myself, you are the first to join Lingyao Peak. After introducing himself, Li Rufeng inquired, do you recall the modest request I mentioned earlier? Please, master, do tell. Whatever the request may be, I am entirely agreeable. Su Yang responded earnestly. Very well. My demands are few. Firstly, from now on, the responsibility of watering the spiritual herbs will rest entirely upon you. Secondly, regarding matters of cultivation, I shall not intervene. Similarly, I shall not concern myself with matters unrelated to cultivation. In essence, do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Thirdly, I have yet to conceive any further requests. I shall communicate them should they arise. Fourthly, refer to the third point. Li Rufeng spoke calmly, his face unperturbed. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang stood momentarily in stunned silence, doubting his own hearing. Since there are no questions, I shall consider your silence as consent. Now, let us return to the peak. There are numerous herb fields to water today. It would be prudent to return swiftly so you may commence your tasks. Without affording Su Yang a moment to interject, Li Rufeng turned and began walking towards Lingyao Peak. I can't shake the feeling that this master is somewhat unreliable. Su Yang murmured softly before calling out, Master, wait for me. He hastened after Li Rufeng's retreating figure. not far off. Shen Xinghe observed this scene and felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was perplexed as to why Li Rufeng had taken Su Yang as a disciple. The mere fact that Li Rufeng accepted him was enough to satisfy Shen Xinghe. Moments later, Shen Xinghe too turned to leave the square. What is your name? On the journey back to Lingyao Peak, Su Meng'er, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, approached Su Yang and inquired with curiosity. I am Su Yang. And you are? Su Yang asked, slightly bewildered by her sudden presence. Su Yang, it is a pleasure. I am Su Meng'er. By seniority, you must address me as senior sister. She replied with a playful smile. Senior sister? Are you also a disciple of the master? But didn't he mention that I was the first to join Lingyao Peak? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. The master accepted you as a disciple? Humph, that mischievous master, claiming disinterest in the recruitment ceremony. Upon learning that Su Yang had become Li Rufeng's disciple, Su Meng'er immediately displayed an expression of surprise. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Li Rufeng, overhearing Su Meng'er's remarks, was left in a state of exasperation. However, Li Rufeng understood that Su Meng'er was merely jesting, so he did not pay much heed to her words. As a disciple of the sect master, it was entirely reasonable for her to be addressed as senior sister. Li Rufeng then proceeded to explain. As she was the sect master's disciple, her innate talent must indeed be exceptional. Upon discovering that Su Meng'er was a disciple of Shen Xinghe, Su Yang felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the young girl, who appeared to be around 10 years of age, held such a distinguished status. Actually, my talent is not that remarkable. To this day, I have only reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and that was with the assistance of my uncle master, Su Meng'er said cheerfully, bouncing over to Li Rufeng's side. How much? The 3rd level of foundation establishment? You consider that not high in talent? Truly, comparison can be disheartening. At 10 years old, I had just barely entered the 1st level of chi refinement. In that moment, Su Yang felt as though his own cultivation paled in comparison to Su Meng'er's prowess. Xiao Meng'er, I never realized you could be so boastful. Li Rufeng teased as he noticed her approach. Please don't discourage my newly accepted disciple. I still need his help in tending to my many medicinal gardens. Understood, Uncle Master. From now on, I shall refrain from excessive boasting in front of junior brother Su Yang. Su Meng'er replied playfully, rolling her eyes with a smile. Yes. At least wait until he has finished watering before you speak. Li Rufeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as Su Yang listened to the exchange between Li Rufeng and Su Meng'er, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, observing the camaraderie between Li Rufeng and Su Meng'er, he realized for the first time that not everyone in this world looked down upon him. At least from their words and actions, there was no trace of mockery. This realization was invaluable to Su Yang. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Li Rufeng, along with Su Yang and Su Meng'er, returned to the courtyard of Lingyao Peak. Soon after, Su Yang began to water the spirit herbs under Su Meng'er's guidance, while Li Rufeng reclined comfortably. The thought of no longer needing to concern himself with the matters of the spirit herbs filled his heart with an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Chapter 0: Midnight Pursuit and Covert Conspiracy. The day passed swiftly, and nightfall arrived sooner than expected. By this time, Su Yang, having recently arrived at Lingyao Peak, had succumbed to slumber after a day of arduous toil. However, Li Rufeng remained awake, stepping into the courtyard to gaze upon the resplendent moonlight. In the next moment, Li Rufeng's figure vanished silently from sight. Simultaneously, atop Tianyuan Peak, the peak master, Nangong Li, fortuitously did not rest either. After casting a vigilant glance around, he departed from Tianyuan Peak, soaring towards the outskirts of Feishan Sect. This nocturnal excursion of Nangong Li was entirely observed by Li Rufeng, who was concealed at a distance. Intrigued by the latter's late-night venture, Li Rufeng decided to follow discreetly. After a brief interval, Nangong Li arrived at a secluded forest. Upon landing, he made his way directly into a cave. Just moments after Nangong Li entered the cave, Li Rufeng's silhouette emerged at the entrance. Casting a glance at the cave, Li Rufeng stepped inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nangong Li had reached the innermost depths of the cave, where a figure awaited his arrival. Master of Nangong Peak, it seems you are late today. Has something detained you? The figure, cloaked in black, spoke with an air of intrigue. Nothing significant, merely a trivial matter. Let us proceed to the main topic. When do you plan to act? Or have you reconsidered at the last moment? If so, let us not squander each other's time. Nangong Li replied calmly. Haha, Master of Nangong Peak, I did not anticipate your eagerness surpassing ours. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our promises. According to our plan, we intend to make our move in 3 days. At that time, with your cooperation, capturing Feitian Sect will be a mere trifle for us, the black-clad man responded, his tone brimming with confidence. Very well. As I mentioned before, I have no issue with cooperation. However, I expect you to assist me in ascending to the position of Sect Master of Feitian Sect, Nangong Li declared. That is certainly agreeable. Elevating you to the position of Sect Master will only strengthen our collaboration. Such a favorable arrangement is indeed mutually beneficial, the man in black nodded, readily acquiescing to Nangong Li's request. Excellent. How many individuals do you plan to mobilize for this operation? Shen Xinghe has already reached the 9th level of Yuanying, mere steps away from the transformation realm. He possesses formidable strength. If we cannot contend with him, all plans will be in vain. Additionally, there is that Li Rufeng. Although he has suffered setbacks, he still retains a deadly trump card. Initially, he had indeed slain a formidable adversary at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage with merely those 2 techniques. Thus, Li Rufeng must also be taken into consideration. If one can neutralize his final lethal strike, he would become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, destined for demise. Speaking of Li Rufeng, Nangong Li's tone noticeably chilled. Oh, is that so? However, Master Nangong, there is no need for concern. This time, it is a collaboration of 2 major sects against the Feitian Sect. Furthermore, with your insider knowledge, Shen Xinghe and Li Rufeng do not pose a significant threat. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, we have deliberately invested considerable resources to enlist a cultivator at the transformation stage. Even if Shen Xinghe is formidable, can he surpass one at the transformation stage? The man in the black robe replied. The transformation stage. I see. In that case, dealing with Shen Xinghe is practically assured. I shall return and await the execution of your plan. I preemptively wish us a delightful collaboration. Upon hearing of the transformation stage cultivator, a reassuring smile graced Nangong Li's lips. Ha ha ha. Very well. Then Master Nangong shall return to make preparations. Oh no, I should address you as Sect Master Nangong. Ha ha. With that, the man in the black robe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Nangong Li reveled in the flattery from the man in black, leaving with an air of buoyancy. Soon, he departed the cave, heading back towards the Feitian Sect. Yet, unbeknownst to Nangong Li, every word he exchanged with the man in black had been overheard clearly by Li Rufeng, who was concealed in the shadows. At that moment, within the cave, so this is how it is. I never expected Nangong Li to collude secretly with the other 2 major sections. Very well. I had originally intended to resolve this matter tonight. Since you, Nangong Li, have chosen to rebel, I shall grant you that opportunity. I hope many will come, otherwise, it might be rather dull. After some contemplation, Li Rufeng did not rush to confront Nangong Li. After all, there were still 3 days remaining, and Li Rufeng possessed the patience to wait. Before long, Li Rufeng exited the cave and made his way back to the Spirit Medicine Peak. Subsequently, he entered his chamber to rest. Time swiftly passed, leading to the morning of the following day. Early that day, Su Yang, who had just finished watering the spirit herbs, approached Li Rufeng with an expression full of anticipation. Master, Su Yang hesitated momentarily. Speak freely, do not hold back. Upon opening his eyes and noticing Su Yang's bashful demeanor, Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Yes, Master. Did you not mention yesterday that you had a method to help me grow stronger? Therefore, I wish to inquire what that method entails. Prompted by Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang immediately expressed the thoughts that had been weighing on his mind. Oh, I thought it was something significant. It is merely this matter? Very well. Had you not asked, I would have nearly forgotten. Li Rufeng leisurely began to speak. Well, upon hearing his words, Su Yang was immediately struck by a wave of confusion. Master, what method do you refer to? Instead of dwelling on the awkwardness of the moment, Su Yang became more concerned about the means through which he could enhance his strength. Ahem, I possess 2 approaches. First, I can restore your damaged foundation, allowing you to continue your cultivation and breakthroughs in the future. Second, without the need to repair your foundation, I have a cultivation technique. If you practice it, you will become stronger. Choose. With that, Li Rufeng relinquished the decision to Su Yang. Cultivation technique. Master, what exactly is this technique that can enable me to grow stronger without addressing my foundation? Could it be of heavenly rank? No. Even heavenly rank techniques may not possess such capability. Only a sacred rank, or perhaps the legendary imperial rank techniques, could have that potential. Could it be that the technique you speak of is of sacred rank? Compared to the traditional method of restoring one's foundation, Su Yang found himself far more intrigued by the technique mentioned by Li Rufeng. In the Tianyuan Continent, cultivation techniques are classified into several tiers: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, and imperial. A mere earth rank technique is sufficient to incite frenzied competition among countless individuals, let alone those of higher ranks. As for why Su Yang hesitated to mention the imperial rank technique, it was simply because such techniques are typically found only in transcendent places like Zhongdu. In contrast, Eastern Wilderness, a remote region, had not even heard of the existence of imperial rank techniques. Additionally, Eastern Wilderness is subdivided into 7 states, with Feixian Sect located in one of them, Qingzhou. Unfortunately, Qingzhou is situated in the most remote area of Eastern Wilderness and is the weakest among the 7 states. On the surface, Qingzhou lacks even a heavenly rank technique. Su Yang dared to speculate that Li Rufeng's reference to a sacred rank technique was already a considerable exaggeration. Chapter 0. The Art of Qi Refinement, Self-Destruction of Foundations. Are you intrigued by martial arts? Alas, you are mistaken. My technique is devoid of rank. Li Rufeng stated impassively. 5th rank. Are there other levels of martial arts? Su Yang inquired weakly upon hearing Li Rufeng's response. There are no ranks. It does not even qualify as yellow rank. Li Rufeng explained helplessly, observing Su Yang's bewildered expression. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Do not overthink it. Although the technique is unranked, even an imperial-level martial art may not possess its value. Noticing Su Yang's prolonged silence, Li Rufeng felt compelled to clarify in order to ease the awkward atmosphere. More precious than an imperial-level technique. Master, I have not encountered much of the world. Please do not deceive this child, Su Yang replied with skepticism. Useless. With your demeanor, I wouldn't even bother to waste time deceiving you. Quickly take this technique and go aside. I wish to rest. The most effective way to quell Su Yang's doubts about the technique was to simply hand it over to him. Li Rufeng was confident that once Su Yang perused his method, any uncertainties would vanish. Very well. Taking the technique tossed over by Li Rufeng and glancing at the now closed eyes of his master, Su Yang ultimately chose to acquiesce. He then settled down cross-legged and began to examine the method in his hands. The Art of Qi Refinement. Glancing at the title, Su Yang promptly turned to the first page. Note: to practice this technique, one must first self-destruct their foundations. Reading the content on the first page, Su Yang was struck for the first time by the peculiarity of such a technique in existence. Other martial arts required either formidable talent or extraordinary comprehension. At the very least, one must be capable of normal cultivation and breakthroughs. Yet this book demanded one to cripple their own foundation right from the outset. One might mistakenly assume it to be a malevolent technique. Disregarding the first page, Su Yang continued to the next. If one does not destroy their foundation, they may still practice this technique. The price: a lifetime confined to the Qi refinement realm. Should one possess a realm above Qi refinement while practicing this technique, their realm will automatically regress to Qi refinement. Note: once cultivation begins, it cannot be halted. To practice this technique, think carefully and remember. Having finished the second page, Su Yang was rendered speechless. Since one could practice without destroying their foundation, what purpose did the statement on the first page serve? Forget it. The crux lies in the cost: a lifetime stagnation at the Qi refinement realm. Furthermore, once one commits to this technique, there is no turning back. It appears that Master was already aware of this, which is why he entrusted the decision to me. Given the circumstances, I am eager to discover whether this technique is as extraordinary as my master has proclaimed. Thus, Su Yang diligently perused the entirety of the Qi refinement manual. As he delved into its pages, he found himself utterly captivated by its content. Unbeknownst to him, as he finally closed the manual, over an hour had slipped away. At that moment, Su Yang's previous doubts and skepticism were replaced by a visage of awe and elation. It was astonishing that such a formidable and peculiar practice existed in the world. No wonder his master deemed it more precious than even imperial-level techniques. While imperial techniques are indeed remarkable, their rigorous cultivation requirements limit practitioners to merely breaking through to the great emperor realm. In contrast, This Qi refinement manual is accessible to anyone without any restrictions. Moreover, should one persist in their training, transcending to the exalted realm of immortality may well be within reach. Having just become a disciple, I have been bestowed with such a powerful technique. This kindness is something I can never repay in my lifetime. It seems I shall need to tend to the medicinal fields more diligently in the days to come, lest I feel unworthy of my master's nurturing. Yes, that is settled. Now, let me personally experience the might of this technique. After expressing gratitude in his heart for Li Rufeng, Su Yang commenced his practice of the Qi refinement manual. In less than 10 breaths, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from within his body. However, this energy was peculiar. It was not the sensation associated with breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Has this truly led to a breakthrough? Qi refinement level 10. Haha. This technique is indeed powerful. Not only has it surpassed the limitations of Qi refinement level 9, but I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Given this, I shall press on and see how far I can advance on my first attempt. Having tasted the sweetness of the Qi refinement manual, Su Yang intensified his efforts in his cultivation. Thus, intermittent bursts of breakthrough energy resonated throughout the courtyard. Observing this from his rocking chair, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He understood that from this moment forth, a person destined to be invincible in the Qi refinement realm had emerged. The Qi refinement war emperor. The thought of this spectacle was utterly intriguing. Haha, I hope this lad does not let me down. I am eager to witness such a scene with my own eyes. As the sunlight bathed the surroundings, Li Rufeng decided it was time for a brief slumber, no longer paying heed to the earnest cultivation of Su Yang. As time passed, 3 days swiftly went by. On this day, the appointed time between Nangong Li and the man in the black robe had arrived. At the break of dawn, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the flying immortal sect. Particularly atop the Sword Peak, the silence felt eerily pronounced. On this day, Li Rufeng also rose early from his slumber. Although aware that Nangong Li had colluded with outsiders to strike against the Feishan sect today, Li Rufeng did not harbor excessive concern regarding the matter. For him, patience was key. The moment Nangong Li took action would mark the time for his own intervention. Meanwhile, outside the Feishan sect, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, surrounding the sect entirely. Shen Xinghe, come out. Soon, a voice resonated through the skies, reverberating across the entire Feishan sect. Who dares to be so audacious within my Feishan sect? Upon hearing his name called directly, Shen Xinghe bellowed in response. In a brief moment, his figure materialized above the sect. At that instant, he finally discerned the appearance of the person who had spoken. It is you, Gu Quanxing. Why have you left your Kongling sect to come here? The Kongling sect, one of the 3 great sects of Qingzhou, alongside Feishan sect and Yunxiao sect, had always maintained a balance of power among themselves. Gu Quanxing was the sect master of the Kongling sect, possessing strength at the 8th level of Yuanying, just 1 level beneath Shen Xinghe. Ha! Shen Xinghe, are you feigning ignorance? I have come here specifically to find you. I shall not waste words. I will state this once. Surrender your position as the sect master of Feishan sect and cripple your own cultivation, and I may spare your life, Gu Quanxing declared coldly. What? Gu Quanxing, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe that you alone can compel me to relinquish the Feishan sect? Shen Xinghe retorted, incensed. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have yet to lose my temper. I advise you to retreat as far as you can. Shen Xinghe was furious. When had he ever been subjected to such threats? Shen Xinghe, the more you live, the duller your wits become. Surely, you do not think that I am the only one who has come today? Gu Quanxing suddenly revealed a smug and enigmatic smile, addressing Shen Xinghe. Chapter 0. Betrayal and Peril. What do you mean? Upon hearing Gu Quanxing's words, Shen Xinghe's expression instantly grew grave, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Haha, Brother Zhang, since Shen Xinghe is at a loss, why don't you elucidate the matter to him in person? Observing Shen Xinghe's serious demeanor, Gu Quanxing burst into laughter. In the next moment, a figure materialized beside Gu Quanxing. It was none other than Zhang Luo, the leader of the Yunxiao sect. Zhang Luo. He has also arrived. This is bad. They intend to conspire against my Feishan sect. This is troublesome. The instant Shen Xinghe glimpsed Zhang Luo, his countenance darkened completely. He understood that a fierce battle was likely imminent. Shen Xinghe, what is the situation now? I believe I need not elaborate further, Gu Quanxing continued with a menacing tone. As I stated earlier, relinquish your position as sect leader and renounce your cultivation. Do so, and I may spare your life today. Otherwise, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Seeing the apprehension in Shen Xinghe's expression, Gu Quangxing grew even more arrogant. You wish. Do not think that your numbers intimidate me. You are merely at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Even united, I do not fear you. With my own strength at the 9th level of the nascent soul, I possess a sliver of confidence. Shen Xinghe, you truly are one who does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. I admit that together with Brother Zhang, we are not your match. However, if we can stall you for a time, the other members of Feishian sect will surely meet a tragic end. When only you remain, what choice will you make then? Gu Quangxing sneered disdainfully. You dare? Shen Xinghe retorted furiously. Do you truly believe that Feishian sect lacks defenders? Where are the peak masters and esteemed elders? Our sect is under siege, and I require your assistance. Upon hearing Gu Quangxing's intention to harm the disciples of Feishian sect, Shen Xinghe was filled with righteous indignation. Soon, 6 peak masters gathered behind him, and other elders emerged in succession. Gu Quangxing, did you not claim that I am the sole survivor of Feishian sect? If that is the case, allow me to witness your capabilities. Today, your visit to Feishian sect will be the most foolish decision of your lives. Peak masters, join me in the fray. The remaining elders shall protect the disciples. With the 6 peak masters at his back, particularly the formidable Nangong Li at the 7th level of the nascent soul, Shen Xinghe felt a surge of confidence. However, he was perplexed by the unwavering calmness displayed by Gu Quangxing and Zhang Luo, who remained entirely unfazed despite the arrival of the 6 peak masters. This peculiar behavior struck Shen Xinghe as deeply unusual, leaving him momentarily uncertain about their true intentions. Shen Xinghe, are these few individuals truly your source of confidence? If that is the case, then you are indeed rejoicing prematurely. 4. If one does not take action at this moment, when else shall one? Suddenly, Gu Quangxing uttered a perplexing statement. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe momentarily lost his focus. It was at that very instant that Nangong Li made his move, followed by the other prominent leaders. With a swift and powerful strike, the 6 launched a surprise attack on Shen Xinghe, leaving him no opportunity to evade. After the assault, Shen Xinghe coughed up a mouthful of hot blood and plummeted downwards. Thud. As expected, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a substantial crater in the plaza. Cough. You all, I have treated you well, why then do you betray me? Rising from the deep pit, Shen Xinghe directed his furious inquiries at Nangong Li and the others. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's heart bore the weight of immense betrayal. He could scarcely fathom that those around him would turn against him. Severely injured from the ambush, he realized he was no match for Gu Quangxing and the others, and despair surged within him. Sect Master, do not blame us. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Even if we did not rebel, do you truly believe you could stand against their 2 great sects? At this juncture, allow me to unveil the truth. They have even enlisted the aid of a formidable expert at the transformation stage to deal with you, rather than accompany you to death. It is far wiser to align with them. However, you need not worry, Sect Master. Even in your demise, the Feishian sect shall endure, and I shall be the next Sect Master of Feishian. Surprised, are you, esteemed Sect Master? With that, Nangong Li burst into laughter. Nangong Li, you. Very well. You are quite something. Colluding with outsiders and betraying the sect. Should I perish, you shall not find peace. In that moment, Shen Xinghe finally saw through Nangong Li's true nature, his heart filled with rage and regret. Aware of his impending doom, he resolved to take a few down with him before his end. The first target of his wrath was naturally Nangong Li. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to self-destruct and take me with you, do you not? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. You may proceed on your journey to the next life. Gu Sect Master, Zhang Sect Master, I entrust the matter to you. I hope you shall not forget our agreement. Ignoring Shen Xinghe below, Nangong Li immediately cupped his hands and addressed Gu Quangxing and Zhang. No problem. Rest assured, once Shen Xinghe has met his end, you shall become the new Sect Master of Feishian. However, the condition is that you must provide us with half of the sect's cultivation resources. Moreover, in the years to come, the Feishian sect must supply our 2 great sects with a specified amount of cultivation resources annually. Master Nangong, you would not refuse this, would you? Gu Quanxing remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. This, Gu Quanxing's proposition immediately caused Nangong Li to waver. Noticing Nangong Li's delay in response, Gu Quanxing's tone turned icy. Sensing the shift, Nangong Li quickly replied, very well, we shall proceed as Master Gu suggests. Haha, I truly admire someone like Master Nangong, who knows how to adapt to the times. Oh no, I should refer to you as Master Nangong now. Now that our negotiations are concluded, it is time to send Shen Xinghe on his way. With that, Gu Quanxing cast his gaze downward at Shen Xinghe, gathering his power. Perish. In the next moment, Gu Quanxing unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Shen Xinghe. How could I be left out of this? Zhang Luo also launched an attack towards Shen Xinghe. Below, as Shen Xinghe beheld the two assaults descending upon him, he struggled to circulate the spiritual energy within him to mount a defense. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Shen Xinghe was seen sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, utterly motionless, teetering between life and death. Still breathing, quite resilient, aren't you? How will you respond to this next move? Vanish completely. Soon, Gu Quanxing launched another ferocious attack aimed squarely at Shen Xinghe's life. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Li's heart swelled with delight, a smile unmistakably gracing his lips. At that moment, everyone present believed without a doubt that Shen Xinghe was doomed. Even Shen Xinghe himself, clinging to the last remnants of life, shared this grim expectation. Yet, just as the attack was about to descend upon him, a figure appeared before Shen Xinghe like a specter, defying the imminent danger. Chapter 0. The destruction of both sects and the path of space. Alas, it is indeed tragic. Should you perish, little Meng'er would undoubtedly grieve. Nevertheless, despite your lackluster performance as the sect leader, the Faxian sect still relies on your governance. Disperse. With Li Rufeng's utterance, the imminent attack that was poised to strike him instantly dissipated into thin air. This spectacle left Gu Quanxing and the others utterly astonished, rooted in disbelief. How is this possible? Merely a single word was sufficient to neutralize my assault. It cannot be. After a few moments, Gu Quanxing's mind erupted in a frenzy of thoughts. At that moment, not only Gu Quanxing, but the others too began to harbor doubts about the authenticity of the earlier scene, particularly for Nangong Li, who was the most profoundly shaken. Li Rufeng, you must have employed your final trump card. It has to be so. Do not think that this will intimidate us. Esteemed sect leaders, this is the Li Rufeng I mentioned. His cultivation has long been rendered useless. He merely resorted to his last resort to fend off that attack. He poses no threat to us now. Do not be swayed by his earlier display. As Nangong Li spoke, he grew increasingly convinced of his own assertions. Unbeknownst to him, Li Rufeng below was observing him with a bemused expression akin to that of a mere jester. Well said. Having delivered your final words, it is time for you to depart. With a chuckle, Li Rufeng unleashed a formidable aura that surged towards Nangong Li and the others in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but wisps of crimson mist. As their bodies were obliterated into sanguine vapor, the souls of Nangong Li and his companions gradually materialized. To ensure the preservation of their souls, Li Rufeng had deliberately restrained his power. In the next instant, Li Rufeng grasped an object that emanated a peculiar black mist. Gather. Upon his command, the souls of Nangong Li and the others were wholly absorbed into the item he held. Excellent, excellent. The power of my human sovereign banner has been further augmented. Now, it is your turn. Li Rufeng mused to himself, suddenly fixing his gaze in a specific direction. Boom. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist materialized in the air. This mist belonged to the formidable god transformation expert summoned by Gu Quanxing and his cohorts. Tragically, he met his end without ever revealing his face. Instantly slain by Li Rufeng, his soul also drawn into the human sovereign banner. Having resolved these matters, Li Rufeng turned his attention once more to Shen Xinghe, who lay on the ground, his breath fading. Subsequently, Li Rufeng produced a medicinal pill and forcibly infused it into Shen Xinghe's body. As the pill took effect, Shen Xinghe's injuries began to gradually mend. I shall leave the aftermath to you. I must take my leave from the sect for a while. Indeed, I find trouble to be quite bothersome, so it suffices for you to understand today's matters. Without waiting for Shen Xinghe's response, Li Rufeng vanished from the spot. At this moment, Shen Xinghe's consciousness had fully returned, and he had heard Li Rufeng's earlier remarks. Although he did not witness the grace of Li Rufeng's actions firsthand, Shen Xinghe was acutely aware that Li Rufeng's prowess had not waned. Rather, it had escalated to an extraordinarily formidable level. In that instant, Shen Xinghe felt a twinge of relief, grateful that during the years when rumors circulated about Li Rufeng's diminished abilities, he had merely maintained a degree of aloofness without committing any egregious acts. Furthermore, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Meng'er, for he understood that Li Rufeng's act of rescue was not motivated by his status as sect leader. However, Shen Xinghe was too weary to dwell on these matters any longer. His singular desire was to survive and to heed Li Rufeng's guidance thereafter. After departing from the Feitian sect, Li Rufeng navigated directly towards the Confronting sect, guided by the recollections etched in his mind. He understood the principle that allowing weeds to grow unchecked would only lead to their resurgence. Thus, he had no intention of sparing the remaining members of the Confronting sect. Moreover, the Emperor's banner required an abundance of souls to augment its power. These individuals were presenting themselves willingly, and Li Rufeng had no intention of letting them escape. After all, he was an emperor, not a saint. Compassion was not a necessity in his realm. Before long, Li Rufeng arrived above the Confronting sect. Without hesitation, he summoned the Emperor's banner. Within mere moments, its power experienced a slight enhancement. Beep. Detected a special sign-in location, Confronting sect. Would the esteemed host like to commence the sign-in? Just as Li Rufeng was about to depart, the system's notification echoed. Sign in. Without a moment's pause, Li Rufeng opted to proceed with it. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host, for signing in to acquire the innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear? The kind that kills without entangling with karma? Indeed, esteemed host. Not too shabby, I suppose. I possess the Emperor's banner. Karma is merely a trifling matter. It is time to move on. With that, Li Rufeng lingered no longer and departed from the Confronting sect, heading straight towards the Yunxiao sect. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Yunxiao sect, akin to those of Confronting sect, became nourishment for the Emperor's banner. Moreover, at Yunxiao sect, Li Rufeng executed yet another special location sign-in. Compared to the God-slaying spear, he found the reward from the Yunxiao sect sign-in to be quite satisfactory. The reward was the path of space among the 3,000 avenues. In that instant of receiving the reward, no one in this world could surpass Li Rufeng in the realm of the path of space. Upon mastering the path of space, Li Rufeng instantly teleported back to the Feitian sect, completely eliminating the need to waste time traveling. Moreover, Li Rufeng casually experimented and discovered that he could instantaneously arrive at any location within the Tianyuan Continent, provided he wished to do so. With this convenient ability, Li Rufeng could traverse to any destination without any constraints, while he was still reveling in the ease afforded by the path of space. Shen Xinghe's figure appeared at the foot of Lingyao Peak. Glancing up at the summit of Lingyao Peak, Shen Xinghe ultimately made his way upward. Moments ago, having recovered from his injuries, he learned that Li Rufeng had returned and thus hastened to meet him. In this instant, Shen Xinghe had wholly shed the demeanor of a sect leader, his countenance somewhat reserved, as though he harbored a degree of trepidation about confronting Li Rufeng. Before long, Shen Xinghe arrived at Li Rufeng's courtyard. Li Feng, esteemed senior, he addressed respectfully, observing Li Rufeng reclining in a rocking chair. Is there something you need? Li Rufeng inquired, seemingly indifferent to Shen Xinghe's presence, merely posing a simple question. Well, it is my belief that the position of sect leader of Feitian sect is somewhat ill-suited for me at this juncture. Perhaps it would be better if you, esteemed senior. Shen Xinghe replied. Listen, cease that line of thought. I have no interest in the position of sect leader. I believe the role of the Peak Master of Lingyao Peak suits me quite well. Enough, I understand your concerns. You should continue in your role as sect leader. As long as you do not cause trouble, I shall not interfere. Additionally, please send some individuals to visit Confronting sect and Yunxiao sect when you have the opportunity, and retrieve their cultivation resources. A comprehensive reform is also necessary within our sect. It is utterly unacceptable that all 6 peak masters have betrayed us. Their disciples, along with any elders with close ties to them, must be dealt with accordingly. The remaining disciples and elders should all be made to take a heavenly oath. Future recruits, wishing to join the Feitian sect, must also pledge their eternal allegiance to the sect. I fail to comprehend how a sect leader can mismanage an entire sect. If Feishian sect were to collapse, where would I find such a splendid place to continue my repose? Disregard the last remark. In concluding, Li Rufeng promptly halted his discourse, refraining from elaborating further. Chapter 0. The Great Competition of Tianyuan and the Chance to Ascend. Very well. I shall defer to your wisdom. Esteemed elder, might I inquire if there are any further instructions? Shen Xinghe ventured cautiously. None for the moment. If there is nothing else, you may proceed with the affairs of the sect. I require some rest, Li Rufeng replied with an air of indifference. Elder, I have a question I wish to pose. Concerning the members of Kongling's sect and Yunxiao sect, you. Shen Xinghe hesitated, but the implication was unmistakable. Rest assured, as you suspect. These two sects will no longer exist in Qingzhou, Li Rufeng responded with calm assurance to Shen Xinghe's inquiry. In that case, esteemed elder, should we not seize the opportunity to annex the territories of these two formidable sects, thereby establishing ourselves as the preeminent sect in Qingzhou? A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Shen Xinghe's visage as he spoke. Is this your desire? Li Rufeng regarded Shen Xinghe with a measured gaze and inquired. I would not dare presume. I shall abide by your guidance. Shen Xinghe quickly lowered his head, conveying respect, fearing Li Rufeng might disapprove of his thoughts. Is there a benefit to this plan? After a brief pause, Li Rufeng articulated his query. Indeed, esteemed elder, there is something you may not be aware of. Every decade, the 7 great states of the Eastern Wilderness engage in a grand competition, the 7 States Tournament. The states that rank higher are rewarded generously, whether in the form of exquisite spirit stones or powerful techniques and weapons. Furthermore, the top 3 states earn the privilege to represent the Eastern Wilderness in the subsequent Tianyuan competition. In the past, each state would send 5 participants, all under the age of 25. If Kongling's sect and Yunxiao sect were still operational, we 3 sects would have to vie for those 5 slots based on merit. However, if Feishian sect were to become the paramount sect in Qingzhou, those slots would belong solely to us, with all rewards accruing to Feishian sect. As the head of a sect, Shen Xinghe was privy to knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In response to Li Rufeng's inquiry, he disclosed everything he knew without reservation. I hold no interest in the rewards of the 7 States Tournament. Pray tell, what exactly is the Tianyuan competition? Li Rufeng inquired with a detached expression. In response to your question, esteemed elder, the Tianyuan competition is a contest where 10 individuals from each of the 5 regions, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Plains, Southern Frontier, and Western Domain, compete in a ranking battle among the prodigies. The top 10 competitors earn the right to cultivate in the central capital, a realm teeming with formidable cultivators and resources far surpassing those found in the Eastern Wilderness, universally acknowledged as a sanctuary for cultivation. There, even imperial-level techniques are not entirely out of reach. Moreover, the Tianyuan competition offers a coveted reward that entices all, an opportunity to gain entry to an ancient secret realm. However, my knowledge regarding these ancient secret realms is regrettably scant. It has been said that within the ancient secret realm lies the opportunity for ascension to immortality. For countless millennia, no one has transcended to the realm of immortals in the Tianyuan Continent. Although many have relinquished hope, even deeming the opportunities for ascension within the ancient secret realm to be mere myths, this has not deterred individuals from fiercely competing for the chance to enter it. Shen Xinghe spoke slowly. The chance for ascension. It still holds a certain allure. System. Did you not mention that even if one possesses the requisite cultivation to ascend to the higher realms, there are circumstances that inhibit such a breakthrough? What precisely do you mean by those circumstances? Furthermore, is the opportunity for ascension within the ancient secret realm reliable? Previously, Li Rufeng had not contemplated the notion of ascension. Thus, he had not inquired thoroughly with the system. However, now, prompted by the matter of ascension opportunities, he intended to seek clarity. Dear host, the specifics are somewhat intricate. In simple terms, there are those in the higher realm who do not wish for the people of Tianyuan Continent to ascend. As for the opportunities for ascension within the ancient secret realm, they are indeed real, yet also deceptive. What do you mean by both real and deceptive? Can the opportunity for ascension truly exist in duality? Do you liken it to Schr Dinger's cat? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng was instantly engulfed in confusion. Do not fret, dear host. Allow the system to elucidate. All right, I am listening, replied Li Rufeng. The reason the system claims that the opportunity for ascension is real is that it can indeed facilitate a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, enabling one to ascend to the higher realms. However, the assertion that the opportunity is deceptive stems from it being a trap devised by the higher realms. A trap? What do you mean? Li Rufeng inquired curiously. Indeed, all who ascend by virtue of this opportunity shall become puppets of the higher realms. Thus, the opportunity for ascension is a cunning ploy. What a masterful scheme. Exploiting the desire of those from the lower realms to ascend, they deliberately cast such a bait. It is unlikely that this secret is known to many. I suspect that in their desperation to transcend the limits of mortality, even if they were aware of becoming puppets for the higher realms, they would still eagerly leap into this trap. System, I am indifferent to others. Surely, I shall not remain confined to the Tianyuan Continent for eternity? Dear host, you are overly concerned. With the system by your side, all schemes of the higher realms shall be rendered futile. Moreover, if you so desire, you could forcibly elevate your realm and ascend to the higher realms at this very moment. Of course, the consequence would be that the Tianyuan Continent would shatter under the weight of your power. Very well, since you say so, I shall find solace in your words. As for the timing of ascension, let us defer that discussion for another occasion. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng felt a sense of relief concerning the uncertainties of future ascension. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe stood respectfully at a distance, displaying no signs of impatience. Clearing his throat, Li Rufeng spoke. Very well, I acknowledge this matter. You may take charge of the sect affairs as you see fit. I am merely the peak master, and my opinions should not weigh heavily on your decisions. However, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My Emperor's banner has several vacancies yet to be filled. For other issues you can address, please refrain from troubling me. Yes, Junior understands. I shall take my leave, Shen Xinghe replied, feeling fortified by Li Rufeng's words. With this assurance, he approached his tasks with renewed confidence. Soon after, under Li Rufeng's guidance, Shen Xinghe commenced a comprehensive reform of the Flying Immortal Sect. Concurrently, he undertook the meticulous gathering of resources from both the Ethereal Sect and the Cloud Sky Sect. 5 days later, the announcement of the Flying Immortal Sect's status as the sole sect in Qingzhou swiftly circulated throughout the region. Simultaneously, neighboring states in the eastern wilderness received this significant news in succession. Although Qingzhou was perceived as the weakest, it did not mean that other states completely disregarded its existence. In fact, many factions in the surrounding states, upon hearing of the Flying Immortal Sect's unification of Qingzhou, began to harbor a newfound interest. Chapter 0. The Heir of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The one of Destiny. Young Master, are you certain this is the right direction? Qingzhou is the weakest region of the Eastern Wasteland. How could a place like this possibly harbor your destined individual? Several hundred miles away from the Facian Sect, a young man and an elderly man were making their way towards the sect. The youth, named Wu Dao, was the heir of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion in Xianzhou, Eastern Wasteland, renowned for his prowess in predicting the future and deciphering celestial mysteries. The elder, known as Elder Mo, was Wu Dao's protector on this journey, possessing formidable strength at the 6th level of the Great Ascension. Elder Mo, I am certain. I have a premonition that my destined one lies in this direction. However, it appears that this path leads to the Facian Sect in Qingzhou. Along the way, I have heard whispers regarding the sect. Logically, given the Facian Sect's power, it should not have been able to annihilate the other 2 major sects of Qingzhou in such a short span of days. Could it be that the person I have divined is indeed within the Facian Sect? Is it possible that they were involved in the downfall of the other 2 sects? Gradually, a daring hypothesis began to form in Wu Dao's mind. Yet, a conjecture remains merely a conjecture. To verify it, one must investigate personally. With this thought, Wu Dao quickened his pace. Alas, it matters not. As long as I am in Qingzhou, no one can harm the young master. Let everything proceed as you wish. Young master. Watching Wu Dao's figure speed away, Elder Mo shook his head and followed suit. Meanwhile, in another direction, a group was hastening towards the Facian Sect. Are our men really perishing here? A being of the God transformation realm has fallen in such a place as Qingzhou. How utterly disgraceful. A man cloaked in black spoke coldly, flanked by a dozen others in similar attire, each adorned with a prominent shadowy emblem. Elder, calm your fury. It is possible that our adversary employed some underhanded tactics to ambush our men. However, Whoever dared to strike us shall find no refuge in death. A black-robed man behind him flattered. Humph, death would be too lenient for him. Those who dare to provoke our blood shadow pavilion will experience the torment of a living hell, the black-robed elder retorted coldly, hastening towards the Facian sect. The others immediately followed suit. Facian sect. After days of meticulous cleansing, the sect had begun to flourish once more. However, numerous disciples were unable to accept the conditions of the Heavenly Path oath and chose to withdraw from the sect. This is an unavoidable reality. Many individuals, despite possessing only average talents, often harbor dreams of one day being recognized by influential figures, leading to a meteoric rise. If one vows allegiance to the Celestial Ascension sect now, they can never depart from it to join another faction. This notion is utterly unacceptable to many. Among those who have left the sect are Wu Dao and Li Rufeng. It must be noted that these two are indeed individuals of fortune. Shortly after departing from the Celestial Ascension sect, they caught the attention of an elder from a prominent force during his travels, who subsequently whisked them away from Qingzhou. Consequently, when Su Yang encounters them again in the future, he will undoubtedly be taken aback. At the Spirit Herb Peak, Li Rufeng reclines in his rocking chair as usual, while Su Yang diligently waters the spirit herbs atop the peak with a kettle. Through days of arduous training, Su Yang's strength has surged, progressing from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 20th. Although he remains in the Qi refinement stage, his combat prowess now rivals that of a 3rd-level foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, his daily routine has become a cycle of watering the herbs in the morning, practicing diligently in the afternoon, and attending to Li Rufeng in the evening. Master, I seek your counsel on a matter. May I inquire if you have a moment? Su Yang approached Li Rufeng with a beaming smile after completing his watering duties. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Rufeng slowly opened his previously closed eyes. Speak, he replied, glancing at Su Yang with a calm demeanor. It is as follows, Master. My strength grows stronger each day. I wish to know if you possess any formidable martial techniques. After all, having a high realm without powerful means significantly diminishes my true combat capability. Su Yang finished, gazing at the reclining Li Rufeng with eager anticipation. Martial techniques. Is it? Do you have any thoughts on this? For instance, what type of martial technique do you favor? Sword techniques? Blade techniques? Or perhaps another form? Li Rufeng inquired. Master, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. Since childhood, I have been enamored with the spear, and prior to joining the Celestial Ascension sect, I studied several spear techniques. However, those were merely low-tier techniques, lacking significant power. Thus, I wonder if you might possess any superior spear techniques? Su Yang responded, a grin spreading across his face. After spending several days together, Su Yang has come to understand Li Rufeng's character. He appears quite lazy, showing little interest in either cultivation or other affairs. However, once one initiates a conversation with him, despite seeming somewhat reluctant and impatient, Li Rufeng is willing to share whatever knowledge he possesses. Otherwise, Su Yang would not dare broach the subject of martial techniques with him. Spear techniques? I believe I have some here. Reflecting on the rewards amassed over the past 2.5 years of signing in, Li Rufeng vaguely recalled several martial arts techniques related to firearms, each of considerable rank. However, the myriad of skills he had collected over the years lay haphazardly piled together, making it a daunting task to locate those particular techniques. Naturally, Li Rufeng felt disinclined to expend effort in searching for them. After all, he could utilize that time for more leisurely pursuits, such as indulging in sleep. In his previous life, he had succumbed to exhaustion from overwork, and in this life, he vowed not to squander precious moments on trivial endeavors. Really? Then Master, please reveal them to me. Upon hearing that Li Rufeng indeed possessed firearm-related martial arts, Su Yang's face lit up with delight. Since the last time Li Rufeng had presented the Qi Refinement Manual, Su Yang instinctively believed that any martial arts Li Rufeng could produce must be of exceptional quality. There are quite a few techniques. You'll have to search for them yourself. After some hesitation, Li Rufeng devised a clever plan. He would allow Su Yang to seek out the techniques he desired. This way, not only would Su Yang's request be fulfilled, but Li Rufeng could also preserve his invaluable sleeping hours. Find them myself? Su Yang responded with a hint of confusion. The next moment, under Su Yang's bewildered gaze, Li Rufeng waved his hand, causing an array of martial arts books to cascade from the air. This spectacle continued for several breaths before finally coming to a halt. What in the world? At that moment, confronted by a veritable mountain of martial arts techniques, Su Yang was utterly flabbergasted, slowly lifting his gaze to behold the towering pile, which loomed several meters above him. Su Yang's expression was one of sheer astonishment. In his daze, he casually picked up the nearest martial arts book and glanced through it. In the next instant, he felt his mind whirl, his understanding completely upended. Chapter 0. A Visit to the Feitian Sect, the Bestowal of the Divine Transformation Pill Emperor. Emperor level. Haha, this must be a dream, truly a dream. As Su Yang gazed at the Emperor-level martial technique in his hands, his mind went blank, and his hands began to tremble. In that moment, he comprehended the extent of his fortune in having Li Rufeng as his master. What are you dawdling for? Do you not seek martial techniques? Hurry and search for them. Must I personally assist you in your quest? Li Rufeng remarked, casting a glance at the naive Su Yang beside him. Oh, I shall begin my search at once. Master, please take your rest. Such trivial matters shall be handled by your disciple. Su Yang, roused from his stupor, hurriedly responded. Very well, then, do your best. With that, Li Rufeng turned away and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Su Yang, like a ravenous wolf, plunged himself into the collection of martial techniques. Even the one he casually picked up was an emperor-level technique. Su Yang could hardly fathom how many desirable techniques lay within this treasure trove. Ding! Detected the presence of a person with great fortune approaching the Feitian Sect. Would the esteemed host like to view the individual's information? As Li Rufeng settled into silence, a prompt from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. A person of great fortune? Let us take a look. With a sense of idleness, Li Rufeng decided to examine the information. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Wu Dao. Realm, 5th stage of Golden Core. Fortune value, 1888. Background, the young master of the Xian Prefecture's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Naturally adept in the art of heavenly mechanisms, he has come to the Feitian Sect due to a prediction that a fated individual resides here. In no time, detailed information regarding Wu Dao and his intentions surfaced in Li Rufeng's mind. This fortune value surpassed Su Yang's. Truly, one skilled in heavenly mechanisms possesses great fortune. A fated individual, and the Feitian Sect harbors such a person? Never mind, it is of no concern to me. After a cursory glance, Li Rufeng dismissed thoughts of Wu Dao. He never indulged in matters that would only bring unnecessary worry. At that moment, at the entrance of the Feitian Sect, Wu Dao had already arrived. His presence quickly attracted the attention of the sect's disciples, who reported the matter to Shen Xinghe. Upon hearing of an outsider's visit, Shen Xinghe promptly made his way to the entrance of the sect. Before long, Shen Xinghe encountered Wu Dao and the Elder Mo beside him. The instant he laid eyes on Elder Mo, a sense of vigilance surged within Shen Xinghe, for he realized he could not see through Elder Mo in the slightest. Akin to facing Li Rufeng, within mere moments, Shen Xinghe concluded that Elder Mo was a formidable expert. I am Shen Xinghe, the sect leader of the Feitian Sect. I greet you both. May I inquire what brings you to our humble sect? Although surprised by the presence of a formidable individual at the Feitian Sect, Shen Xinghe felt a sense of calm, knowing that Li Rufeng was overseeing the sect. The immediate priority was to discern the visitor's intentions, prompting Shen Xinghe to approach and inquire. I am Wu Dao, and this is Elder Mo. We have come uninvited, so please do not take offense, Sect Master Shen. My purpose for visiting your esteemed sect is to seek a certain individual, Wu Dao replied. Your presence is indeed an honor for Feitian Sect, though I am curious as to whom you seek. If you could provide some specifics, I would be glad to send someone to assist you. Shen Xinghe responded politely. You are too kind, Sect Master Shen. In truth, I am uncertain of the exact appearance or name of the person I seek. However, I believe you may know who it is, Wu Dao continued. Really? Is it possible for you to elaborate? Shen Xinghe asked, his expression revealing a hint of confusion upon hearing Wu Dao's words. Certainly, if my deductions are correct. This individual is the one who assisted your sect in extinguishing the other two major sects in Qingzhou. Does this clarify matters for you, Sect Master Shen? Wu Dao observed Shen Xinghe's reaction intently. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Shen Xinghe's face, a reaction that Wu Dao noted with keen awareness. It seems the inquiry is directed towards an elder. Despite all efforts to conceal it, such matters inevitably come to light. Let us leave the decision to the elder. Shen Xinghe pondered before ultimately resolving his thoughts. I see now. I do know the individual you seek, yet that elder prefers solitude and dislikes disturbances. Therefore, I must consult with that elder regarding your request. If the elder is unwilling to meet you, I am afraid there is little I can do, Shen Xinghe stated. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could convey my visit on my behalf. Mentioning Wu Dao from the Tianyuan Pavilion, Wu Dao replied with a respectful gesture. Understood. Please wait here, Shen Xinghe said before turning to leave, heading towards Lingyao Peak. Once Shen Xinghe had distanced himself, Elder Mo could no longer restrain himself and addressed Wu Dao. Young master, why not simply enter the Feishan sect directly? I have sensed that Shen Xinghe is the only one here with notable strength, and he does not even possess the transformation realm. I doubt the elder he mentioned truly exists. I suspect they are merely stalling for time to find an opportunity to escape. Elder Mo expressed his skepticism towards Shen Xinghe's earlier statements. Were it not for Wu Dao's presence, old Mo would have already stormed into the flying immortal sect. Instead of standing idly by, waiting, it is worth noting that he is a formidable figure of the great ascension realm. Never before has he been treated with such disregard. Old Mo, one must not act impulsively. Your inability to sense that person's presence only reinforces the accuracy of my calculations. Only an individual of unparalleled mystery could be my destined opportunity. Dismiss those earlier words. When we meet that esteemed elder, you must remain silent and follow closely behind me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing Old Mo's words, Wu Dao not only disagreed, but became even more convinced that the person he sought was within the flying immortal sect. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe had arrived at the peak of spiritual herbs. Without delay, he relayed the entire situation regarding Wu Dao and Old Mo to Li Rufeng. Are they seeking me? Could it be that the person he deduced as his fated one is actually me? At this moment, Li Rufeng finally grasped the situation. Beside him, Shen Xinghe stood quietly, awaiting Li Rufeng's command. Very well, let them come. By the way, you are the head of a sect, yet your current cultivation level is somewhat lacking. Here, take this. It will assist you in breaking through to the transformation of spirit realm. With that, Li Rufeng casually tossed a pill to Shen Xinghe. The transformation pill. Upon receiving the pill and glancing at it, Shen Xinghe's heart surged with excitement. In Qingzhou, not only was it exceedingly difficult to acquire the transformation pill, but even gathering the spiritual herbs required for its refinement was a formidable task. Moreover, even if one managed to obtain the herbs, finding an alchemist capable of crafting the transformation pill was nearly impossible. Thus, the only option to acquire such a pill was to venture to other provinces to seek it out. Consequently, upon seeing the transformation pill, Shen Xinghe's emotions were in turmoil. Thank you, esteemed elder. He reverently tucked the transformation pill away and expressed his gratitude to Li Rufeng. Enough with the display. It's just a transformation pill. Do not act as if you have never seen the world before. Go on and strive for an early breakthrough. Once you succeed, return to me, and I shall provide you with a suitable cultivation technique. After speaking, Li Rufeng waved dismissively at Shen Xinghe. Yes, I take my leave. Shen Xinghe, filled with exhilaration, quickly departed from the peak of spiritual herbs. Soon after, he returned to the entrance of the sect. The elder has granted permission. Please follow me. Without waiting for Wu Dao's response, Shen Xinghe turned and walked away. Observing this, Wu Dao immediately followed suit. Old Mo, though somewhat skeptical of the elder Shen Xinghe spoke of, had no choice but to trail behind Wu Dao, for should anything happen to him, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall upon his shoulders. Before long, Shen Xinghe led Wu Dao and Old Mo to the foot of the peak of spiritual herbs. Chapter 0. Wu Dao seeks a master. Raising his hand to vanquish foes, the esteemed elder is above. Now, you may ascend on your own. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further. Shen Xinghe paused, then turned to Wu Dao and spoke. Thank you, Sect Master Shen, for your guidance, Wu Dao replied courteously. Nodding, Shen Xinghe departed. Earlier, Li Rufeng had bestowed upon him a transformation pill, and now he was eager to return and commence his breakthrough. After Shen Xinghe left, Wu Dao cast a glance at the summit of the Spirit Herb Peak, then proceeded upwards. In no time, Wu Dao arrived alongside Elder Mo at the courtyard of Li Rufeng. Is this truly the person I seek? He appears so youthful. Upon discovering Li Rufeng in the courtyard, Wu Dao was taken aback. He had anticipated Li Rufeng to be a venerable elder with white hair, or at the very least, a profoundly mature, middle-aged man. Yet, the figure before him seemed no older than 20, only a few years his senior. What an intriguing individual. I cannot fathom him. Could it be that I have misjudged? Those who elude my perception must either possess cultivation far superior to mine or wield some concealed aura through artifacts or secret methods. Never mind. I shall discern his true abilities after our interaction. In that moment, Elder Mo began to shift his initial perception of Li Rufeng, though a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. Soon, Wu Dao stood beside Li Rufeng. I am Wu Dao, a junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Wu Dao greeted him with utmost reverence. Hearing Wu Dao's words, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes. I understand you seek me. Speak, what is your purpose? I am not one for idle chatter. Let us get to the point. Gazing at Wu Dao, Li Rufeng spoke with a calm demeanor. Faced with Li Rufeng's composed nature, Wu Dao felt no aversion. Rather, he became more convinced that Li Rufeng was no ordinary man. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I possess some knowledge of the way of heavenly secrets. Previously, I divined for myself and discovered the emergence of an individual of great significance to my fate. I am now certain that you, esteemed elder, are that person. I have traveled great distances to seek your guidance, hoping you will accept me as your disciple. I earnestly request your acceptance. Upon finishing, Wu Dao knelt before Li Rufeng. Young master you. This scene utterly astonished Elder Mo. Having accompanied Wu Dao for so long, he had never witnessed him kneel before anyone. Even in the presence of the prominent figures of Xianzhou, Wu Dao had merely bowed his hands in greeting. Elder Mo, this is my affair. You may remain at the side, Wu Dao hastily cautioned, concerned that Elder Mo might act impulsively. Beside him, Li Rufeng cast a glance at Wu Dao, who knelt on the ground, and a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. It was the first time he had witnessed someone kneel so readily. Just as Li Rufeng pondered what words to utter, an uninvited group arrived at Feishan Sect. Come out. A cold, indifferent voice reverberated throughout the sect. The speaker was none other than a member of Blood Shadow Tower, who had approached the Feishan Sect with palpable menace, clearly not there for amicable purposes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shen Xinghe had just ingested a transformation pill and was in the critical phase of his breakthrough, rendering him unable to confront the intruders from Blood Shadow Tower. Come out, or I shall annihilate your sect. The lack of response ignited the fury of the Blood Shadow Tower members. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already taken note of their presence, as had Wu Dao and Elder Mo. Isn't that the attire of Blood Shadow Tower? What are they doing here? Wu Dao whispered softly. Blood Shadow Tower? What is that? Li Rufeng inquired upon hearing Wu Dao's murmurs. Esteemed senior, Blood Shadow Tower is an assassin organization. It is said that with sufficient remuneration, they can eliminate even a sage. Among the numerous forces in the Eastern Wilderness, Blood Shadow Tower ranks within the top 10, especially due to the mysterious figure behind it, whose visage remains unseen by anyone to this day. Though puzzled as to why Li Rufeng was unaware of Blood Shadow Tower, Wu Dao explained the situation candidly. Oh, an assassin organization? What could their purpose be in Feishan Sect? Regardless, even if Shen Xinghe succeeds in his breakthrough, he would not be a match for these individuals. I shall go and confront them. In the next moment, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the rocking chair. This, so swift. I didn't perceive a thing. Elder Mo was utterly astonished, realizing he could no longer underestimate Li Rufeng. In an instant, Li Rufeng appeared before the assassins of Blood Shadow Tower. Who are you? The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower elders was taken aback upon seeing Li Rufeng, hastily asking. Enough noise. Li Rufeng dismissed the inquiry, raising his hand to obliterate all members of Blood Shadow Tower. He then seized control of their souls and commenced a soul-searching endeavor. Moments later, he unraveled their intentions. It turned out the individual from before was indeed from Blood Shadow Tower. He had initially wondered what it was all about. What a waste of my time. I shall grant you the privilege of residing briefly within my human sovereign banner. Having comprehended the circumstances, Li Rufeng produced the human sovereign banner and drew the souls into it. After accomplishing this, he returned to the spiritual medicine peak. Upon his return, he discovered that Wu Dao remained kneeling on the ground. Enough. Rise, he commanded. If you wish to be my disciple, there are conditions to consider. Should you meet them, I shall accept you as my student. Although Li Rufeng held no substantial expectations of taking on a disciple, the prospect of free labor presented to him was not something he felt inclined to dismiss. Please, senior, State your terms. I am certain I can fulfill them. Wu Dao exclaimed with fervor upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Ahem, Su Yang, Li Rufeng called, observing Wu Dao's eager expression, yet having no intention of speaking further himself. Su Yang soon emerged from his chamber. He had been engrossed in his cultivation and had only vaguely registered the arrival of Wu Dao and his companion. However, upon being summoned by Li Rufeng, he promptly approached. Upon seeing Su Yang and hearing him address Li Rufeng as master, Wu Dao realized that Su Yang would be his future senior brother. Yes, inform him of my stipulations. Li Rufeng instructed nonchalantly. Stipulations? Su Yang initially appeared puzzled, not comprehending Li Rufeng's intent. The conditions for becoming my disciple, Li Rufeng clarified in a calm tone. Oh, I see. Understood, Su Yang responded, now fully grasping the situation. He turned to Wu Dao. Greetings, brother, I am Su Yang. You may call me Wu Dao. Wu Dao promptly introduced himself. Very well. Since the master has spoken, I shall elucidate the rules of our spirit herb peak to you. Come, let me explain them in detail. With that, Su Yang led Wu Dao to a nearby open space. Li Rufeng cast a glance in their direction before turning away, no longer concerned with Su Yang's endeavors. Meanwhile, Elder Mo observed Wu Dao with a curious expression. Chapter 0. One Deceiver, One Believer Brother. Might you enlighten me on the customs of apprenticeship? It was the first time Wu Dao found himself in the embrace of a man. Had Su Yang not been destined to be his future senior brother, Wu Dao would have certainly retaliated with vigor. Ahem, since you are so eager, I shall share with you the essentials, Su Yang began. To join the Spirit Herb Peak and take my esteemed master as your mentor, you must adhere to 4 fundamental rules. First, my master values his solitude. Therefore, whether in cultivation or other matters, we must resolve our own issues. Of course, should you require techniques or skills, you may request them from my master, but do not expect any guidance on how to practice. Su Yang assumed a brotherly demeanor as he imparted this wisdom to Wu Dao. I see, that poses no problem. As long as I have the techniques, I can manage my own cultivation. What about the remaining rules, brother? Wu Dao inquired earnestly. Ahem, second, as disciples, we naturally bear the responsibility of alleviating our master's burdens. Do you see those spirit herbs? They require regular watering. Previously, I tended to this task for my master. Henceforth, should you choose to be my apprentice, the responsibility for watering will fall upon you. Do you comprehend? Su Yang continued. Watering? So, brother, if I understand correctly, this task will now be mine. What about you? Wu Dao asked timidly. Well, ahem, since you've asked, I will clarify. This watering duty is, in fact, a test imposed by our master on each new disciple. Consider it. Who is my master? If he wished, he could summon rain with a mere gesture. Why would he require such tediousness? I previously watered only because my master had not accepted any new disciples. Now that you have arrived, I, as your senior brother, cannot usurp your task. This is a trial from our master, and should I assist you, you might find yourself expelled from the Spirit Herb Peak. As your future brother, I am certain you do not wish to be cast out so soon after arriving, correct? Surely not. Is it conceivable that someone would abandon the opportunity to cling to such a prominent figure? Su Yang mused, nearly convincing himself of his own rhetoric. Wu Dao, feeling somewhat exasperated, suspected Su Yang was merely toying with him. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I shall take on the responsibility of watering the spirit herbs. I promise to fulfill this task diligently every day. Despite a lingering doubt regarding Su Yang's sincerity, Wu Dao chose to trust, as he certainly did not want to be dismissed from the Spirit Herb Peak over such a trivial matter. Ah, that's the spirit. I am merely looking out for your best interests, dear brother. Ah, by the way, when watering, remember not to employ any spiritual power. This is a test from our master, and should one resort to cunning, I assure you, the master would be quite displeased. Seeing that Wu Dao had finally been led astray, Su Yang felt a profound sense of relief. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall keep it in mind. Now, senior brother, do you not have for stipulations? What are the remaining ones? Wu Dao continued to inquire. Oh, the rest are straightforward and easily comprehensible. The third, I have yet to conceive. Once I do, I shall inform you. The fourth, refer to the third, Su Yang concluded. Deliberately posing a question, how does that sound? Is it not quite clear? At that moment, Wu Dao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The difference between what was said and what was unsaid was negligible. What you say is indeed quite comprehensible. Thank you, senior brother, for sharing these regulations. Though Wu Dao felt tongue-tied internally, he knew he must maintain appearances, for Su Yang was to be his future elder brother. No need for thanks, just perform well henceforth. When our master takes on another disciple, you shall be liberated. Su Yang clapped Wu Dao on the shoulder, his heart blooming with joy. With Wu Dao tasked with the watering duties, he could now focus solely on his cultivation. Indeed, it seemed essential to promptly bring someone else into the fold. However, to become a disciple of a senior is a rare opportunity. Thus, the phrase bring someone down felt inappropriate. Clearly, not just anyone could become my junior brother or sister. It was imperative that I deliberate carefully. Prompted by Su Yang's casual remark, Wu Dao swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng remained oblivious to the fact that, despite his desire to remain idle, his disciple was determined not to allow that. Master, I have thoroughly discussed the regulations with my junior brother. He has expressed his acceptance of them. Right, junior brother? Upon returning to Li Rufeng's side, Su Yang inquired of Wu Dao. Yes. I can accept these regulations. Wu Dao quickly nodded in affirmation. Very well. Then you shall remain at the Spirit Herb Peak. Su Yang is your elder brother now. For any matters, seek him out, and even when there are none, you should still consult him. By the way, we are short on rooms. You will need to sort that out yourself. All right, that will be all. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. I wish to continue resting. With that, Li Rufeng closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Wu Dao. Yes, thank you. Master, as you rest, I shall not disturb you. With Li Rufeng finally accepting him as a disciple, Wu Dao was overwhelmed with joy. Soon, Wu Dao and Su Yang took their leave. Observing this, old Mo quickly followed suit, departing alongside Wu Dao. Before long, Wu Dao led old Mo outside the courtyard. Mindful to avoid disturbing Li Rufeng with their ensuing conversation. Young master, do you truly intend to remain here? If so, how shall I explain this to the Lord? Old Mo glanced at Li Rufeng in the courtyard, then leaned closer to Wu Dao and whispered, Old Mo, I am resolute in my decision to stay, especially since I have finally succeeded in becoming a disciple. As for my father, please relay the truth to him. Inform him that this is entirely my choice, and thus he cannot hold you accountable. Very well, let it be as such. If there is nothing more, you should hasten back to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. By the way, regarding my association with the Flying Immortal Sect and my apprenticeship, please refrain from disclosing this to anyone except my father for the time being. If this information reaches the wrong ears, they will undoubtedly come seeking me, and it would be undesirable to disturb Master S' rest. Wu Dao instructed. Understood. Then, young master, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, I will promptly contact the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Old Mo recognized that once Wu Dao had made a decision, there would be no alteration, so he complied with Wu Dao's directive and departed from the Flying Immortal Sect. Father, I hope you can comprehend my choice. No amount of pondering will change the situation. I should focus on finding a place to sleep tonight. How could it come to this, that I, the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, find myself without a place to rest? Well, I suppose I shall have to share a room with senior brother for the night. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for my own accommodation. Shaking his head, Wu Dao dismissed further thoughts and turned back to the courtyard. He cast a glance at Li Rufeng in the distance, then directed his gaze towards Su Yang's room. In the next moment, Wu Dao strode purposefully towards Su Yang's quarters. Though he had successfully become Li Rufeng's disciple, Wu Dao resolved to deepen his understanding of Li Rufeng's character through his interactions with Su Yang, thus enabling him to better secure his position beside Li Rufeng. Chapter 0. In the Abyss of Despair, ingesting forbidden drugs in the desolate land of East Wilderness, nestled within a mountain range, lies the Blood Shadow Tower. Are they dead? Indeed, all perished. Such incompetence, to fall in that insignificant Qingzhou, despite being so numerous. Dispatch the Bloodhand. This time, if we fail to uncover the truth, let him not return. Understood, master. Within a dimly lit grand hall, murmurs of conversation drifted softly. Soon, a contingent of approximately 30 individuals departed from the Blood Shadow Tower. Leading them was the Bloodhand, the premier assassin of the Blood Shadow Tower, whose prowess had reached the 8th level of tribulation. The demise of over 10 assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower in Qingzhou ignited fury among the higher echelons of the organization. Since its inception, no one had dared to eliminate so many of them in one fell swoop. This was a blatant provocation, and the Blood Shadow Tower could not allow the instigator to escape unscathed. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the orchestrator was Li Rufeng. Had they known of Li Rufeng's strength, even 100 times their courage would not have compelled them to seek vengeance. Meanwhile, on the border of Qingzhou, a striking figure was swiftly making her escape. Not far behind her, 5 silhouettes were closely pursuing. The woman, named Chu Yi, was a disciple of the Yuansheng sect. The relentless pursuers were members of the Yuming sect. Just months prior, the Yuming sect had clandestinely allied with other sects to annihilate the Yuansheng sect. In that battle, nearly all of the thousands within the Yuansheng sect were silenced, with only a few fortunate souls escaping due to external missions. Yet, to ensure the complete eradication of the Yuansheng sect, the Yuming sect issued a bounty. The slaying of any remaining disciple of the Yuansheng sect would yield a reward of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately for Chu Yi, she was discovered by 5 disciples of the Yuming sect, forcing her to flee to Qingzhou. Even after such a distance, those from the Yuming sect showed no signs of relinquishing their pursuit. After all, Chu Yi's head was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial resource for any ordinary disciple of the Yuming sect, and none would easily abandon such a prize. Moreover, Chu Yi's exquisite beauty ignited not only a desire for her life, but also a yearning to toy with her. At that moment, were it not for the blood-soaked vendetta she bore from her sect's annihilation, Chu Yi might have surrendered to despair. The memories of her fellow disciples and elders, who had shown her kindness and perished at the hands of the Yuming sect, fueled her hatred, compelling her to continue her desperate flight. Yuming sect, as long as I, Chu Yi, draw breath, I shall one day bring ruin upon you all. Yet, will I survive this day? Must I resort to that thing? As she turned her gaze towards the approaching disciples of the Netherworld sect, a flicker of despair ignited within Chu Yi's heart, accompanied by a sudden, terrifying thought. Where do you think you can escape to, Chu Yi? Surrender obediently. If you serve us well, perhaps we might spare your life. Ah! Just as Chu Yi felt her resolve waning, mocking voices echoed from behind her. Bah! You shall not succeed. I would rather die than submit to such indignity. She retorted with fierce indignation. At that moment, one among the 5 surged forward with increased speed. Mere moments later, sensing an imminent threat of death looming behind her, Chu Yi hastily swung her sword in defense. Bang! Splutter! Due to her delayed reaction and the dwindling energy within her, she ultimately fell victim to a surprise attack, crashing to the ground. It was then that the 5 disciples of the Netherworld sect seized the opportunity to encircle her. Outnumbered, are we? Huh. In a fair fight, none of you would stand a chance against me. Realizing there was no longer any escape, Chu Yi resolved to fight to the death against the disciples. Heh. The little lady has quite the stamina. After chasing for so long, we're all exhausted. Soon, I shall enjoy your taste thoroughly. With a close view of Chu Yi's alluring figure and enchanting visage, especially the fair skin revealed through her tattered garments, their desires ignited fervently. Why waste words? Let us subdue her together. Afterwards, we shall do as we please, one of them remarked, his gaze leering at Chu Yi. Upon the conclusion of his words, the 5 disciples drew their weapons and began to close in on the center where Chu Yi stood. Witnessing this scene, her expression turned increasingly cold and grim. You leave me no choice. If I cannot live, neither shall you. Cornered, Chu Yi steeled herself and decisively retrieved a pill from her storage ring, swallowing it whole. This sudden turn of events caused the 5 disciples to halt in their tracks. In the next instant, wisps of dark energy began to emanate from Chu Yi's form. Gradually, her hair turned white at a visible pace, and her eyes transformed into a striking crimson. This spectacle startled the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This is bad. She's gone mad. Run. She dares to consume forbidden drugs. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, one disciple shouted as he fled. What? It's a forbidden drug. Damn it. We encountered a tough opponent. The remaining 4, upon realizing the nature of the drug, hastily scattered in fear. The so-called forbidden drugs are elixirs that are not openly sold, crafted, or permitted for use. Although they may temporarily enhance one's cultivation, the cost is the sacrifice of a significant portion of one's lifespan, with the most severe consequence being the loss of sanity, plunging the individual into a state of madness. In such moments, those who consume these forbidden substances become consumed by a singular urge to kill, slaying anyone who appears before them until their own demise. At this juncture, it could be said that Chu Yi has effectively declared her own death. Even with her unwavering will and unbroken sanity, the depletion of her lifespan means she has but a few days left to live. You shall all perish. As she gazed upon the fleeing 5 members of the Netherworld sect, Chu Yi resembled a vengeful deity, charging directly toward them. No, why pursue me? Why not chase them? With a swift motion, she plunged her palm into the back of one assailant, extracting his heart. The first. With her blood-soaked right hand, Chu Yi coldly declared. She then pursued the second target. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Chu Yi ultimately eliminated the last of them. At that moment, the murderous intent within her heart gradually subsided. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her vitality waning instantly. Am I still destined to die? Yet before my end, I managed to slay 5, a small victory. As for the vengeance against my sect, alas, I shall have no opportunity for that. Ugh. With that, Chu Yi once more spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, she lay prostrate, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 0. Illusory Figure. The person of the future. As Chu Yi lay on the ground, slipping into unconsciousness, an unusual phenomenon suddenly enveloped her. A brilliant red light radiated from her being. Once the light dissipated, an ethereal figure materialized beside her. Strikingly, the visage of this apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the unconscious Chu Yi, appearing almost identical, yet the ethereal figure exuded a more mature and alluring charm. Ah, truly, it is myself. This temperament remains unchanged from my memories. Yet, this is for the best. Through this ordeal, you shall grow swiftly. Although I can intervene, doing so risks exposing my essence. Those individuals will not idly stand by while I disrupt the fabric of time. You must hasten your growth. Our time is limited. Observing the prostrate Chu Yi, the ethereal figure sighed softly. This apparition was none other than Chu Yi herself, yet a future version. Having traversed the river of time to reach the past. To traverse the river of time is a grave offense against the order of time, which explains why the future Chu Yi refrained from intervening during her predecessor's peril. In her memories, the Feitian sect was destined to be obliterated by the other 2 major sects of Qingzhou. Yet now, the outcome seemed inverted. Could my appearance have altered the past? This notion felt implausible. I have never taken action nor interacted with the Feitian sect. Logically, the sect could not persist. It is peculiar that I cannot fathom such a minor sect. Alas, what has transpired cannot be undone, and pondering further bears no fruit. Thus, it would be prudent to visit the Feitian sect directly. In my current weakened state, I require a sanctuary, and perhaps the Feitian sect would serve as an adequate refuge. After a moment of contemplation, the future Chu Yi resolved without hesitation, lifting her past self from the ground as she soared toward the Feitian sect. This spontaneous decision would irrevocably alter Chu Yi's destiny. At Linga Peak, as noon approached, Wu Dao finally completed the watering task. Having never performed such labor before and unable to utilize spiritual power, he felt a pervasive soreness throughout his body. How could the illustrious young master of the Tianji Pavilion have ever experienced such hardship? Yet, there was no alternative. He was at Linga Peak, not Tianji Pavilion. Regardless of his fatigue or reluctance, Wu Dao was obliged to fulfill his watering duties. Junior brother, well done. You've completed the task much faster than I did on my first attempt. Truly, you possess a talent for this endeavor. Wu Dao, weary yet proud, returned to the courtyard where Su Yang awaited, eager to offer his praise. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wu Dao found himself at a loss for words. He felt that Su Yang was deliberately mocking him, and with considerable assurance. Senior brother, has no one ever mentioned that your laughter is rather lewd? Glancing at the still laughing Su Yang, Wu Dao spoke weakly. In the next moment, Su Yang's expression suddenly froze, and his smile faded. Well, I shall refrain from jesting with you any longer, junior brother. Speaking of which, you have just arrived and surely lack any proper cultivation techniques, right? Now that you have finished watering, I shall take you to request some excellent techniques from Master. No longer teasing Wu Dao, Su Yang shifted to serious matters. Cultivation techniques? Senior brother, is that really necessary? To be honest, I am practicing the celestial grade techniques of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and my martial skills have reached the earth grade. In the eastern wilderness, that is already top tier. Even if Master possesses some, they likely do not differ much from my own. It would be more beneficial for me to continue refining my own skills, rather than exchange for techniques I've already cultivated for over a decade, Wu Dao explained. Oh, junior brother, are you certain? Celestial grade? Earth grade? TSK, TSK, TSK. Junior brother, I do not mean to criticize, but are you truly satisfied with such inferior things? Sigh, I had intended to help. Since you have your own thoughts, I shall say no more. It seems I must seek master on my own, Su Yang concluded, placing his hands behind his head and casually making his way towards Li Rufeng, completely disregarding Wu Dao, who stood frozen in place. Wait, senior brother, hold on. In the blink of an eye, Wu Dao was suddenly alarmed and hurried after Su Yang. Just moments ago, he had distinctly seen the expression on Su Yang's face, as if he were regarding a fool. Oh, junior brother, do you have something to say? Su Yang halted and turned, smiling as he inquired. Well, actually, I have long felt my techniques are somewhat lacking. Since it is senior brother's goodwill, I shall humbly accept. Let us go find master together, Wu Dao stated earnestly, ignoring Su Yang's expression. Weren't you just refusing to go? Fine, considering you are my junior brother, we shall go together. However, do not act like a country bumpkin and make a scene, or you shall embarrass me, Su Yang remarked before continuing towards Li Rufeng. Am I a country bumpkin? I am the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. What grand occasions have I not witnessed? Wu Dao thought to himself while hastily following Su Yang. Soon, the duo arrived beside the resting Li Rufeng. Is there something you need? Sensing the presence of Su Yang and another, Li Rufeng spoke. Master. My junior brother has just embarked on his journey and lacks profound martial techniques. Thus, I have brought him to seek your guidance, hoping he might select a few suitable methods. Su Yang replied with a smile. Very well, as per our usual practice, choose for yourself. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng revealed all the martial techniques stored within the system space. In an instant, 2 small mounds appeared before Su Yang and his companion. Thank you, master. Su Yang nudged his still reacting companion, Wu Dao. What are you waiting for? Express your gratitude to master. Oh, thank you, master. Wu Dao promptly responded, spurred by Su Yang's reminder. Enough of such formalities. I am not swayed by flattery. The techniques are before you. Examine them at your leisure. Li Rufeng casually remarked. Understood, Wu Dao replied, then turned to the pile of techniques, not wishing to disturb Li Rufeng further. So many, even the celestial and earthly ranks are astonishing. Yet, why do I have a foreboding feeling? How strange. Contemplating this, Wu Dao randomly picked up a martial technique to peruse. Meanwhile, Su Yang looked on with eager anticipation, curious to witness the unfolding expression on Wu Dao's face. Imperial rank, it is imperial rank. I had thought it would be of greater stature. How lofty. Imperial rank. Like Su Yang before him, Wu Dao's expression turned completely dazed as the realization struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. To confirm his vision, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly. In Su Yang's eyes, this scene was comically entertaining. Had it not been for Li Rufeng's presence, Su Yang would have erupted into laughter. Just as Su Yang stifled his amusement, Wu Dao happened to glance up and caught sight of Su Yang's expression. In that instant, Wu Dao felt his face flush with embarrassment, already envisioning the countless times Su Yang would tease him about this moment in the days to come. Chapter 0. The bestowal of the God-slaying spear and the selection of the divine calculation technique. Alas, after over a decade of scheming, I find myself outwitted this time. No, such an embarrassing incident cannot be mine alone to bear. I must hasten to find a junior disciple, so I can share in the merriment of their misfortune. Yes, that shall be my course of action. With this thought, Wu Dao commenced his search for a martial art suitable for himself. After all, having already lost face before Su Yang, dwelling on it further would be futile. It would be far better to promptly acquire an imperial-level technique to redeem my dignity. As Wu Dao engaged in serious matters, Su Yang ceased to observe him, for the forthcoming events promised little spectacle. Master, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. I hope it is convenient for you. Su Yang turned, contemplating the intentions of Li Rufeng. Ask away, and I shall determine the convenience thereafter, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang momentarily faltered, nearly forgetting his intended question. I wish to inquire if you possess any suitable weapons for me? He continued. Of course, this is merely a question. If you do not have any, I shall consider other alternatives. A moment later, Su Yang smiled as he spoke. Ever since witnessing Li Rufeng effortlessly produce numerous imperial-level techniques, Su Yang had been convinced that Li Rufeng possessed a treasure trove of exceptional items. It seemed only reasonable for a disciple to seek out superior resources from his master. A weapon? You brat. Do you take this place for a treasure trove? Just ask for what you desire directly. Yes? Li Rufeng opened his eyes and glanced at the beaming Su Yang, then spoke weakly. Ahem, master, such words. My intentions are, in fact, for your benefit. For as long as my strength increases, I can alleviate some of your troubles. Thus, you would be able to to rest more effectively. Wouldn't you? Su Yang attempted to defend his position. Do you truly believe that? Li Rufeng retorted, though a hint of truth lingered in his response. The stronger you become, the more I can indeed rest properly. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a weapon that is quite suited for you. Consider it a gift. Li Rufeng added generously, taking into account Su Yang's status as a valued disciple. With that, Li Rufeng produced the god-slaying spear recently acquired. Upon sighting the spear, Su Yang was utterly captivated. After a brief moment, he inquired, Master, what is this? The god-slaying spear, nothing extraordinary. I hope you do not find it lacking. Li Rufeng replied, tossing the spear to Su Yang. Su Yang immediately caught it with both hands. The instant he grasped the god-slaying spear, an overwhelming aura emanated from it, enveloping him in a chilling embrace. Master, beneath the terrifying aura of the god-slaying spear, Su Yang felt as though his very soul was on the verge of annihilation. Silence. In response to this unsettling situation, Li Rufeng swiftly turned and glared fiercely at the spear. In an instant, the spear's oppressive aura dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Phew. To call that merely ordinary would be an understatement. The energy emitted by the spear moments ago could have extinguished my life countless times over. Indeed, my master is the most formidable. With just a single utterance, he has subdued the god-slaying spear. Gazing at the spear in his hand, Su Yang felt a profound sense of survival from the jaws of death. At that moment, he truly believed he was destined to perish. Master, what just transpired? Now settled. Su Yang curiously inquired about this bizarre weapon he had encountered for the first time. Do I need to elaborate? It is simply that you are too weak, so weak that the god-slaying spear does not acknowledge you. Its fear of me does not extend to you. The weapon is now yours. Whether you can wield it is entirely up to you. Moreover, the god-slaying spear is far beyond the realm of imperial-grade weapons. Additionally, using it to take lives does not entangle you in karma. Thus, earning its full acceptance is no simple task. This time, you've survived because of my presence. What about next time? If you still cannot master it, you may very well meet your end. Of course, you could choose to abandon it. The decision lies with you. With that, Li Rufeng ceased to speak further. Some words are best left unspoken. Revealing too much diminishes their significance. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang bowed his head, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he slowly raised his gaze to meet Li Rufeng's. Master, I have made my decision. It shall be mine. If I cannot even master the god-slaying spear, I am unworthy to be your disciple, master. In that moment, Su Yang seemed to transform into another person, his eyes growing profound and resolute. Very well. Go forth. Do not fret too much. At worst, I shall manage your affairs in the end, and the god-slaying spear shall serve as your burial companion. Li Rufeng spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Thank you, master. Su Yang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Yet, knowing these words came from Li Rufeng, he dared not retort, even if he found them unpalatable. Unbeknownst to him, both Su Yang and the god-slaying spear had heard Li Rufeng's words. Though Li Rufeng appeared indifferent, the notion of being a mere burial companion would instill an everlasting fear in the spear. After all, should Su Yang perish, regardless of the cause, the spear would have to accompany him. Thus, among those who would least desire Su Yang's demise, the god-slaying spear undoubtedly ranked high. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, master. I take my leave. After speaking, Su Yang strode toward the courtyard's exit. Next, he intended to test the formidable power of the god-slaying spear, necessitating a spacious location. Furthermore, he must keep a distance from Li Rufeng to avoid disturbing his rest. The spiritual herb peak was not insignificant, Thus there were indeed places that met Su Yang's requirements. Shortly after Su Yang departed, Wu Dao had already discovered a technique that piqued his immense interest, the divine calculation art. To calculate the heavens, the earth, and all living beings, such a grandiose art. One that he found utterly appealing. Merely glancing at the first page of the technique left Wu Dao profoundly stunned. The way of heavenly secrets was inherently a gamble against the heavenly path, aiming to seize that elusive thread of ethereal information. Throughout his life, Wu Dao had been instilled with the notion that one must never oppose the heavens, especially for those like him, who frequently divulge heavenly secrets. Vigilance against heavenly retribution was paramount. Thus, upon encountering the divine calculation art for the first time, he was irresistibly drawn to it. In Wu Dao's heart, contending with the heavens was the true essence of the way of heavenly secrets. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity. Now, it had materialized. Without a hint of hesitation, Wu Dao promptly chose the divine calculation art. "Master, I have made my selection," he announced joyfully, approaching Li Rufeng, who slowly opened his eyes and cast a glance at the divine calculation art in Wu Dao's hands. "Is it merely the technique?" Li Rufeng inquired after a brief pause. In response, "Master, one cannot overindulge. I plan to first master the divine calculation art before considering other martial techniques. Moreover, in the realm of heavenly secrets, the significance of the technique surpasses that of martial skills, as fighting is not my forte. Calculating the heavenly secrets is." Wu Dao replied. As long as you understand." Li Rufeng nodded. "Very well, you may proceed with your cultivation." He then set aside a multitude of martial techniques and gestured for Wu Dao to go. "Yes, disciple takes his leave," Wu Dao responded, and immediately rushed to a corner of the courtyard with the divine calculation art, where he settled into a meditative position to begin his cultivation. Thus, with Wu Dao's extraordinary comprehension of the way of heavenly secrets, he began to enter a state of profound understanding in less than the span of an incense stick. At that moment, an inexplicable and wondrous force enveloped him, and beneath him, a pattern resembling the bagua emerged. Ding! Concurrently, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. Chapter 0, Calculating Destiny. Deceiving to ascend, detected a person of great fortune approaching the flying immortal sect. Would you like to view their information panel? Another one? Could it be they are seeking me? System, please proceed to check. Understood, esteemed host. Name, Chu Yi. Cultivation level, Foundation establishment. 7th layer, Fortune value, 2,100. Information, originally a disciple of the Destined birth sect. She was forced to flee to Qingzhou after her sect was annihilated and has been relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, she was coerced into consuming a forbidden drug, resulting in a drastically shortened lifespan. Her days are now numbered. System, how can her fortune value be so high yet her lifespan so limited? 2,100. Doesn't that make her the epitome of a destined individual? Surely a mere forbidden drug should not claim her life? Having read numerous novels in his previous life, Li Rufeng understood that those endowed with great fortune typically experience fortuitous outcomes. Even in circumstances of certain death, for such children of destiny, the odds are often skewed favorably. Esteemed host, do not be anxious. Allow the system to elucidate. Although Chu Yi's time is indeed limited, there will be someone to intervene and save her when the moment arises. The assertion of her limited time refers solely to her current predicament, not her future. Oh, you mean the one destined to save her is not me, right? As she approaches the flying immortal sect, I alone possess the capability to assist her. Tell me, if I do not intervene, can she truly survive? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Esteemed host, even if you do not take action, she will not perish. This is because she will not allow herself to meet her demise. As long as the current Chu Yi takes action, she is guaranteed to survive. Wait. System, hold on a moment. Let me clarify my thoughts. What do you mean by this Chu Yi and that Chu Yi? Are there multiple Chu Yis? Li Rufeng asked, utterly perplexed. Esteemed host, this matter is quite comprehensible. In simple terms, within the current Chu Yi's body exists a fragment of the future Chu Yi's soul. With the future Chu Yi present, she cannot stand idly by and watch her current self perish. The future Chu Yi? A fragment of the soul? Oh, I see. So, the future Chu Yi has traversed back to this era, where I reside. The notion of two Chu Yis existing in a single timeline is rather intriguing. With the guidance of her future self, she will surely navigate her cultivation journey with fewer missteps. Li Rufeng pondered slowly. However, this matter does not concern me. Perhaps this encounter is merely coincidental as she passes by the flying immortal sect. I ought to rest and indulge in slumber. Despite Chu Yi's high fortune value, it remains of little interest to the invincible Li Rufeng. However, although Li Rufeng harbored no interest in Chu Yi, it did not imply that others shared his disinterest. At that moment, Wu Dao, who was diligently practicing the art of divination, abruptly opened his eyes wide. A person of great fortune is approaching, and moreover, this individual possesses a connection with our spirit herb peak. How fortuitous. I had yet to seek them out, and yet, the destined one has come to my doorstep. I can afford to momentarily set aside my cultivation endeavors, but it is imperative that I entice this person into the spirit herb peak. Thus, I shall secure myself more time for cultivation in the future. Yes, this shall be my course of action. With this contemplation, Wu Dao immediately ceased his practice and rose to leave the courtyard. Simultaneously, concerned that he might not be able to persuade the individual alone, he decided to bring Su Yang along. With Su Yang's presence, Wu Dao felt assured that he could easily extricate himself from the role of a mere watering tool. Junior brother, while I do not hinder you from seeking your next scapegoat, you are well aware of our master's formidable abilities. Thus, not everyone is worthy of being accepted as a disciple by him. After Wu Dao conveyed his intentions to Su Yang, the latter promptly cautioned him. Senior brother, I am fully aware of this. Rest assured, the person I seek is far from ordinary. Furthermore, through my calculations, this individual possesses a remarkably high fortune, at least surpassing both you and me. Understanding Su Yang's thoughts, Wu Dao swiftly elucidated. Fortune? You can discern such things? Su Yang expressed a hint of astonishment. For fortune has always been an enigmatic concept. Wu Dao explained, originally, it was beyond my capabilities, but now, having cultivated the divination technique bestowed by our master, I can ascertain the fortunes of others. Although I cannot determine the precise extent, I can certainly gauge it roughly. Seeing Su Yang's surprise for the first time, Wu Dao felt a swell of pride within. All right, you took my words too seriously. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you to see for myself. However, I cannot promise that I will persuade them. After all, if they are unwilling to be a disciple, I cannot possibly point a gun at their head, can I? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, if she is unwilling, we cannot force her. Brother, let us hasten, for I believe the person we seek must be nearing Fei Xian's sect. Once everything was agreed upon, Wu Dao urged Su Yang to proceed. Very well, let us go. I too am curious to see just who this person of great fortune is that you speak of. Su Yang ceased his rejection and swiftly followed Wu Dao towards the foot of Spirit Herb Peak. Meanwhile, with assistance from her future self, Chu Yi had arrived outside Fei Xian's sect. Positioned here, she would soon be discovered by those within. I cannot reveal myself just yet. I can only escort you to this point. Moreover, there are aspects of this Fei Xian sect that I cannot fathom. As she spoke, the future Chu Yi raised her gaze towards Lingyao Peak. How intriguing. It seems that I am not the only variable at play. This is advantageous. The greater the number of variables, the higher the likelihood of thwarting that event. Someone is approaching. I must conceal myself. Sensing the presence of individuals from the Flying Immortal sect, the future Chu Yi hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of crimson light that entered the body of Chu Yi. Moments later, two figures appeared at the entrance of the Flying Immortal sect. Junior brother, let us wait here, Su Yang said to his companion, Wu Dao. When the person you mentioned arrives, we shall engage in conversation. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Su Yang spoke. Wait, brother, look over there. Is there someone lying on the ground? Wu Dao had not finished his sentence before he spotted Chu Yi sprawled on the ground, and he immediately alerted Su Yang. Hearing Wu Dao's words, Su Yang turned to glance into the distance. Indeed, it was true. Let us go and assess the situation. Given that this incident occurred at the sect's entrance, Su Yang decided it prudent to investigate further. Soon, Su Yang and Wu Dao arrived at Chu Yi's side. Observing her bloodied form and shockingly white hair, both men exchanged astonished glances. Brother, this individual has likely consumed forbidden substances. Alas, it is a pity. Once such a drug is ingested, there is little hope for recovery. However, as Wu Dao spoke, a look of confusion crossed his face. But what? Su Yang interjected impatiently. Could you please finish your thought? You are making me want to strike you. Su Yang replied weakly. Do not rush me, brother. I am merely speculating. Allow me a moment to deduce. Ignoring Su Yang's remarks, Wu Dao retrieved a compass and prepared to perform a calculation. As his divination technique commenced, the compass in Wu Dao's hand began to spin wildly. After a brief interval, the compass abruptly came to a halt, and at that moment, Wu Dao opened his eyes. Chapter 0. Bringing back Chu-Yi. Persuading Li Rufeng, it is she. It is indeed her. Amid Su Yang's bewilderment, Wu Dao pointed at the Chu-Yi lying on the ground, his excitement palpable. Smack. Hey, why did you hit me, senior brother? Wu Dao immediately covered his head and questioned Su Yang. What do you think? Could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Or is it that all of you fortune tellers are just asking for a beating? Su Yang spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Who exactly is she? That was unnecessary. Wu Dao retorted. But let us focus on the matter at hand. This person is the one I spoke of, the one destined for great fortune. I never imagined she would resort to forbidden substances. This complicates matters greatly. After so long, I finally encounter someone fated to inherit my task. And she turns out to be on the brink of death. Wu Dao lamented, his face a mixture of despair and frustration. Is it truly her? Is there a way to save her? If we can revive her, wouldn't that resolve everything? Su Yang, taken aback, realized that the woman lying before them was indeed the one Wu Dao had predicted to be of great fortune. Senior brother, are you hearing yourself? If it were that simple to save her, would it still be considered forbidden substances? I have no means at my disposal. I could send a message back to my father. Perhaps he knows something. But I doubt it, as even if there is a way to save her, the required items would certainly be precious. You are aware that our eastern wilderness is the weakest region. We have nothing of value. If we were in the central capital, there might still be hope, Wu Dao replied. Are you foolish? We still have our master. He possesses unparalleled abilities and must have a solution to save her. Su Yang looked at Wu Dao as if he were a simpleton. Ah, you are right. How could I forget about our master? What are we waiting for? We must take her to him quickly, lest she lose her breath. Even our master, no matter how powerful, cannot resurrect the deceased, Wu Dao exclaimed, urgency overcoming him. Indeed, we must hasten to bring her to our master. So, junior brother, why are you still standing there? Su Yang observed Wu Dao's urgency, then spoke calmly. Wu Dao appeared momentarily bewildered by Su Yang's words. What do you mean, If you want to save her, shouldn't you, junior brother, carry her to seek our master? You cannot be expecting me, your senior brother, to exert myself for you. Can you? Su Yang replied meekly. I am truly at a loss. I, the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, have fallen to such a state. But alas, for the sake of not having to water daily in the future, I shall endure. Upon the tragic realization of Chu-Yi's demise, and the impending loss of her watering duties, Wu Dao quietly approached her lifeless form, hoisting her from the ground. Let us depart, senior brother, he urged, sensing her fading breath. If we delay any further, I fear she may truly succumb. With that, Wu Dao hastened his steps towards the direction of Lingyao Peak. What's there to fear? Su Yang scoffed. Isn't it said she possesses great fortune? If her life can be extinguished so easily, can she truly be deemed fortunate? In contrast to Wu Dao's anxiety, Su Yang remained rather nonchalant about the prospect of Chu-Yi's death. Nevertheless, acknowledging her potential as a future junior sister, he quickly pursued Wu Dao. In no time, Wu Dao arrived before Li Rufeng, bearing the almost imperceptibly breathing Chu-Yi. Master, please, we need help. Without pausing for respite, he implored Li Rufeng. Upon hearing his call, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Wu Dao, soon noticing the plight of Chu-Yi lying on the ground. After a thorough examination, he withdrew his gaze. Her vital energy is waning, her lifespan nearly spent, her meridians are ruptured, and her dantian is damaged. There is no hope. It is best to find a place to bury her and erect a monument. Li Rufeng stated matter-of-factly before closing his eyes once more. What? This Wu Dao stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, even you cannot save her? A sigh escaped him. Alas, such is fate. It appears this is her destiny. After a brief pause, he cast a regretful glance at Chu-Yi. In that case, I shall not disturb Master's rest any longer. With Li Rufeng's inability to assist, Wu Dao resigned himself to the notion of finding a suitable resting place for Chu-Yi. Wait a moment, Junior brother, you are still too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate. Su Yang interjected softly, halting Wu Dao as he attempted to carry Chu Yi away. He then approached Li Rufeng. Master, I have something to say. Without hesitation, Su Yang began, there is no hope left for her. If you seek my assistance to save her, it is unnecessary to ask. Master, I am aware that with your abilities, you surely possess a means to save this individual. If you hesitate, it must be due to the arduous nature of the healing process and the time it consumes. However, Master, saving her would not yield no benefit, Su Yang stated calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Continue, Li Rufeng replied coolly. Yes. Firstly, according to Junior Brother Ji's calculations, this woman possesses great fortune. In time, she is destined to become a formidable force. At that time, any matters concerning the Master could be entrusted to her. This way, wouldn't the Master have ample time to rest? Moreover, our spirit herb peak is predominantly comprised of men. Even if we wish to serve the Master, it would be somewhat inconvenient. However, she is different. She is a woman. Whether it is serving tea or preparing meals for the Master, she would be more than capable. Su Yang spoke gradually. As his words fell, Wu Dao was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Goodness, senior brother. To have the future junior sister serve the Master with tea is one thing, but to also have her wash clothes and cook. Incredible. You are the most audacious person I have ever encountered. Why not suggest she warm the Master's bed as well? At this moment, Wu Dao was internally ridiculing the situation. This sounds agreeable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Just then, Li Rufeng's voice unexpectedly resonated. Is that even acceptable? Forget what I just said. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wu Dao was nearly stunned to the point of bloodshed. Hee. Thank you for your approval, Master. Convincing Li Rufeng brought an immediate smile to Su Yang's face. Then, Master, how should we proceed with her? Su Yang inquired further. In response to his question, Li Rufeng did not reply, but instead rose from his rocking chair. He then approached Chu Yi and scrutinized the woman lying on the ground once more. Other matters could be discussed, but the primary concern was that of lifespan. In his recollection, consuming forbidden drugs, even those elixirs capable of extending life, would not be effective. System, do you know how to resolve this issue? You have indeed posed the right question to the system, esteemed host. In fact, resolving the after effects of consuming forbidden drugs is quite simple. The reason why ordinary longevity elixirs are ineffective is that the lifespan they offer is merely too minimal to have any real impact. If it were a potion that could extend lifespan by several thousand or even 10,000 years in one go, this problem would be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 0, A Swift Rescue, a Bloodletting Elixir, and the Elusive Longevity Pill. Is there truly a pill capable of extending one's lifespan by millennia? To my knowledge, such a potion does not exist within the realms of the Tianyuan Continent. Even the most esteemed of emperors possess a mere lifespan of 10,000 years. If such a miraculous concoction were to be found, it would surely have been seized by numerous emperors in a frenzy. Are there any other viable alternatives? Li Rufeng inquired once more. Indeed, there are other methods, and presently, the esteemed host is capable of achieving them. Oh, what might that be? Have you forgotten that you possess a peach tree? Consuming a single fruit can significantly enhance your longevity. A peach tree? Do I truly have one? I have no recollection of it. Never mind. The rewards from signing in are so abundant that I can hardly keep track. Let us proceed with this method. Li Rufeng chose not to dwell on the matter of the peach tree. Whether it existed or not mattered little to him. Its presence would only be a boon. Soon, he plucked a large, round, and succulent peach from the peach tree within the confines of the system space. Master, what is this? Su Yang immediately inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the peach in Li Rufeng's hand. A peach that can augment lifespan, Li Rufeng replied succinctly, then proceeded to crush the peach in his grasp, forcefully infusing its essence into the body of Chu Yi, who lay on the ground. As the peach entered Chu Yi's body in this unconventional manner, her condition began to improve. Next, it was imperative to address the other injuries within her. Without delay, Li Rufeng retrieved several healing pills and similarly integrated them into Chu Yi's body. In no time, her meridians and dantian were gradually restored, and the wounds upon her body began to heal. That will suffice. Take her down now, Li Rufeng instructed Su Yang and his companion after assessing Chu Yi's condition. Without awaiting a response, he returned to his designated rocking chair. Understood. In the aftermath of realization, Su Yang and his companion promptly carried Chu Yi away from Li Rufeng's vicinity. Brother, where shall we place her? We do not have any spare rooms available here. Once they reached a nearby area, Wu Dao turned to Su Yang and asked, I believe the courtyard will suffice. Let us lay her down there. When she awakens, she can arrange for her own accommodations. Su Yang pondered briefly before responding earnestly. Regardless, she is still our junior sister. This seems inappropriate. Wu Dao remarked timidly. Do not speak recklessly. When has Master ever indicated that he would accept her as a disciple? Junior brother, surely you do not wish to water the plants to this extent? Su Yang replied with a hint of indifference. Did he not say so? If Master saved her, was it not with the intent of taking her as a disciple? Wu Dao expressed his confusion. Master's rescue of her was solely due to her potential to serve tea, wash clothes, and cook meals. Enough. The matter of accepting disciples is solely at the discretion of the Master. We need not dwell on it further. Moreover, even if the Master were to take her as a disciple in the future, that is a matter for another time. There is no necessity to treat her with undue care simply because she is a woman. Of course, if my junior brother is willing to relinquish his room and choose to sleep outside, then let it be as if I never spoke. Having said that, Su Yang turned on his heel and strode towards his own chamber without a backward glance. I, the esteemed heir of the Tianji Pavilion, sleep outside? Ahem, my senior brother speaks true. This courtyard is indeed quite fine. To slumber here under the starry sky is a delightful prospect. Yes, she would surely feel the same. With that thought, Wu Dao also turned to his own room. As for Chu Yi, she was unceremoniously left on the ground by the two. At this moment, within Chu Yi, her future self observed the scene unfold entirely. Who are these two? It is but a single room. They exhibit no understanding of cherishing the fairer sex. Carelessly casting the original body aside. Never mind. The priority now is to uncover the truth about that man. The peach he presented earlier possesses astonishing effects, rivaling that of the elixir of immortality. How have I never heard of such a thing? Furthermore, I cannot perceive him in the slightest. This is utterly impossible. Though I am currently but a wisp of spirit, I am not so diminished as to be unable to discern a mere mortal from the lower realms. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either he possesses immense strength beyond my comprehension, or he wields a treasure that conceals his aura, of no insignificant grade. Regardless of which, he ought not to be an obscure figure. Why have I encountered no information about him in the past? It seems the survival of the Faxian sect is largely connected to him. This adds to the enigma. Events of the past should not be easily altered. After all, with that group present, they would not permit any disruption to the flow of time. Chaos ensues. Everything has begun to unravel beyond my expectations. Should I continue to wait for the original body to grow, or should I engage with this individual? If his strength is indeed formidable, perhaps there lies an opportunity to alter future events. At this moment, the future Chu Yi found herself in a profound quandary. She could not ascertain whether Li Rufeng was friend or foe, nor could she gauge his true strength, being entirely unaware of any information regarding him. A misstep could render all her prior efforts futile, which is her greatest concern. Just as the future Chu Yi wrestled with her thoughts, Li Rufeng on the rocking chair suddenly opened his eyes. The aura he exuded was similar to that of before. He has returned. Sensing the rapid approach of numerous individuals towards the flying immortal sect, Li Rufeng promptly rose to his feet. Moments later, his figure vanished from the spot. How swift! I nearly failed to perceive it. That power just now was the force of space. He has mastered the spatial power with such perfection. Gazing at the place where Li Rufeng had disappeared, the future Chu Yi was filled with astonishment. Even in her future era, she had never encountered a formidable being capable of wielding spatial power with such finesse. At that moment, she made a bold decision in her heart. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the flying immortal sect, Li Rufeng's figure materialized. Shortly thereafter, dozens of individuals clad in black robes approached him, for they were the members of the Blood Shadow Hall. Halt! Upon noticing a figure standing in midair not far away, the leader, Bloodhand, abruptly halted his advance and commanded. Hearing Bloodhand's words, the other assassins from the Blood Shadow Hall immediately came to a standstill. They all turned their gazes towards Li Rufeng, who stood with his hands clasped behind him. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Discovering that he could not discern Li Rufeng's cultivation level, Bloodhand took the initiative to inquire coldly. The master of Bloodshadow Hall is indeed quite considerate, realizing that I have numerous vacancies in my human sovereign banner, thus sending over quite a few individuals this time. Moreover, the strength of this group surpasses that of the last. Such souls will further nourish my human sovereign banner. Observing over 30 formidable beings, all at least at the void refinement realm, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Come in and have a seat. Without affording the Bloodshadow Hall members a moment to react, Li Rufeng directly summoned the human sovereign banner, absorbing the souls of all those present. The remaining bodies, with a mere flick of his hand, exploded one after another like fireworks. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling blood mist, emanating a pungent scent of blood. Indeed, the effects of powerful souls are significantly enhanced. It would be even better to have some Sacred Realm experts next time. Of course, having an emperor would be the pinnacle of desires. Feeling the strength of the human sovereign banner had increased several-fold, Li Rufeng murmured with satisfaction. Subsequently, his figure vanished from the spot. The members of Bloodshadow Hall had arrived swiftly and departed even faster, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, the life tokens of Bloodshack and the others within the Bloodshadow Hall shattered all at once. Chapter 21. Chu Yi awakens. The Saint King moves Lingyao Peak. After lying in the courtyard for an entire night, Chu Yi finally regained consciousness early the next morning. Upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, a sense of confusion mixed with caution enveloped her. I remember succumbing to unconsciousness after slaying those individuals. How did I end up here? Moreover, my body feels completely restored. Rising from the ground, Chu Yi pondered with countless questions swirling in her mind. You are awake. At that moment, a voice resonated from not far away. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yi swiftly turned to face its source, her expression still laced with wariness. Do not be so tense. If I intended to harm you, do you believe you would still be alive? Approaching her was Su Yang, speaking calmly. Who are you? Did you rescue me? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yi acknowledged the reasonableness of Su Yang's words, allowing her vigilance to wane considerably. You overestimate me. I am unable to alleviate the side effects of the forbidden drug. It was my master who saved you, Su Yang replied, shaking his head. Your master? Where is he now? I wish to express my gratitude in person. Naturally, Chu Yi desired to convey her thanks for the life-saving intervention. My master is still resting. He is likely to awaken in a while. You may express your gratitude to him then. Before that, however, there are some matters I need to clarify with you, Su Yang said, his tone suggesting deeper implications. What matters? Chu Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do not rush. This story begins from the moment I discovered you. Su Yang proceeded to narrate the events of the previous day in a succinct manner. He omitted trivial details, focusing instead on the aspects closely related to Chu Yi, particularly the reasons behind Li Rufeng's decision to save her. After the passage of a short incense stick's worth of time, Chu Yi finally grasped the full context of the situation, a myriad of emotions flickering across her face. I have said all that needs to be said. At that moment, in order to save you, I had no choice but to speak as I did. You do not mind, do you? Su Yang asked with a composed demeanor. Not at all. Given the life-saving grace, it is only right that I assist the elder in some capacity. Chu Yi understood Su Yang's intent and responded without hesitation. That is good to hear. I was concerned you might be unwilling. In that case, feel free to look around. I must return to my cultivation. Remember, do not disturb my master under any circumstances. If you do, the consequences will be yours to bear. After imparting this warning, Su Yang paid no further heed to Chu Yi and departed the courtyard. Watching Su Yang's figure gradually recede, Chu Yi found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Subsequently, Chu Yi began to stroll around the courtyard. Before long, Wu Dao emerged from his chamber. As soon as he stepped outside, Wu Dao immediately spotted Chu Yi in the distance. Upon seeing her awaken, a smile spread across his face, and he made his way directly towards her. The sound of his footsteps quickly drew Chu Yi's attention. Soon, she turned around and saw Wu Dao approaching her. You seem to be recovering quite well, Wu Dao remarked cheerfully as he drew near. Thank you for your concern. However, may I ask who you are? Chu Yi inquired with curiosity, having never seen Wu Dao before. Oh, I am Wu Dao. And may I ask your name? He responded smoothly. Chu Yi, she replied. Chu Yi, very well. Now, Miss Chu, are you aware of why you are here? Wu Dao suddenly asked. Yes, someone just informed me. Chu nodded slightly. That's good to hear. It saves me the trouble of explaining. Miss Chu, I have an important question to pose to you, and I hope you can answer it earnestly. Wu Dao's expression turned serious. What is the question? Chu asked, intrigued. Miss Chu, would you like to take on a mentor? Wu Dao asked directly. Take on a mentor? Whom would I be apprenticing under? Chu was momentarily taken aback before asking. Who else could it be but my revered master? The one who saved you? So what do you think? Are you interested? To become my master's disciple is a rare opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that you barely qualify, I wouldn't even be discussing this with you. Wu Dao feigned solemnity. But my aptitude is mediocre, and my cultivation is average. I fear. Chu spoke hesitantly. No. Some things cannot be judged solely on the surface. Take my elder brother. For instance, the person you met earlier. You must have noticed that his realm is merely the Qi refinement stage. Yet, he was still accepted as a disciple by my master. Temporary mediocrity means little. Have you heard of fate? Even someone with the most unremarkable talent can become a formidable force if they possess great fortune. And you, my dear, are endowed with such fortune. While I cannot measure it precisely, I am certain that your future achievements will be significant. So what do you say? Would you like to apprentice under my master? If you express your desire, I can assist you. Such a fortuitous opportunity is rare. Miss it now, and you may not get another chance. You must grasp this moment firmly. Wu Dao, suddenly channeling a persuasive spirit, began his charm offensive. And what would I need to offer in return? After contemplating for a moment, Chu felt that Wu Dao's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, which instantly aroused her caution. Contribute? No. Such a trivial matter hardly requires your investment. If one must say something, it would be that after becoming my disciple, you will need to undertake a test assigned by my master. However, you need not worry too much. The task is quite simple, akin to watering a plant. And I am confident you will manage it effortlessly. Wu Dao replied after a brief pause for thought. A test task? Isn't it customary to first pass the test before accepting a disciple? Chu inquired, puzzled. You mentioned customary. My master is no ordinary individual. Thus the process of accepting disciples naturally deviates from the norm. Wu Dao replied meekly. Well, all right. I just feel that my chances of being accepted as a disciple by a senior are rather slim. Chu expressed her lack of confidence. That is something you need not concern yourself with. Leave everything to me. Now, dear future junior sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Oh, and remember to secure a room. Otherwise, you will be forced to spend the night outside. Farewell. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Dao exited the courtyard. Even after Wu Dao had walked far away, Chu still felt there was something amiss about him, though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Let's take it one step at a time, she thought, deciding to refrain from dwelling on it any further and redirecting her gaze. After wandering for a while longer and considering her accommodation for the night, Chu resolved to construct a dwelling for herself. Meanwhile, in the eastern wilderness, at the location of the Blood Shadow Tower, the atmosphere within a grand hall was chillingly calm. Above, a man clad in black robes, his face concealed by a mask, sat imperiously. Below, dozens of elders of the Blood Shadow Tower stood attentively. Qingzhou, you have thoroughly captured my attention. Have you discovered where the Blood Hands met their demise? The masked man's indifferent voice suddenly echoed. Reporting to the master of the tower, our investigation is complete. Our people perished within the territory of a force known as Facian Sect. My subordinate suspects that this matter is 90% related to the Facian Sect. One elder promptly responded. Facian Sect? Have you ascertained the strength of this sect? The masked man continued to inquire coldly. Yes, the investigation is clear. According to our intelligence, the strongest individual in the Facian Sect is their leader, Shen Xinghe, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the nascent soul. The elder continued to report. The 9th stage of the nascent soul? Surely you jest. A mere nascent soul insect could possibly contend with the Blood Hands? The masked man questioned coldly. Master, please remain calm. When I received this intelligence, I too found it hard to believe, yet the facts are as such. However, I harbor suspicions that the Facian Sect is likely guarded by a hidden powerhouse. Not long ago, the two major sects of Qingzhou, which were comparable in strength to the Facian Sect, were inexplicably annihilated. It is difficult to believe that the perpetrator had no connection to the Facian Sect. The elder hastily elucidated that Bloodied Hand could very well have met its demise at the hands of this enigmatic strength from the Facian Sect. A mysterious powerhouse. How intriguing. Yet, anyone who dares to lay a hand upon me shall face death, regardless of their strength, the masked man declared coldly. He issued a command to dispatch 1 Saint King and 5 saints to the Facian sect. This time, I seek but one outcome: the complete obliteration of the Facian sect. Moments later, the masked figure rose and coldly articulated his intentions. Understood. In unison, the elders below responded. At this moment, had Li Rufeng known that the Blood Shadow Tower had indeed dispatched powerful beings to the Facian sect, he would likely have rejoiced for an entire day. Shortly thereafter, the Saint King and Saint-level warriors departed from the Blood Shadow Tower, accompanied by over 100 others. It was evident that the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower was genuinely intent on utterly annihilating the Facian sect. Yet, no matter how he speculated, he could never have anticipated that he had provoked someone he should never have challenged. Chapter 0. The Grand Competition approaches. In-depth communication. Meanwhile, as the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion made their way to the Flying Immortal Sect, a solitary figure had already arrived at the sect. Within the Grand Hall of the sect, Master Shen Xinghe was currently receiving a visitor who had come to the Flying Immortal Sect. Master Shen, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here to deliver the quotas for the 7 provinces Grand Competition. According to the established regulations, each province is allotted 5 slots. Given that the Flying Immortal Sect is now the largest sect in Qingzhou, you shall have the authority to decide on these 5 slots. The man in the hall spoke calmly. The Grand Competition is scheduled for a month from now, to be held at the usual venue, the Divine Martial City in Shenzhou, one of the 7 provinces. Understood. Rest assured, the people of Qingzhou will be ready to participate in the Grand Competition, Shen Xinghe promptly replied. Very well. Having conveyed my message, I shall take my leave, the visitor said, rising to depart from the Flying Immortal Sect. Once the man had left, Shen Xinghe immediately made his way to the Spirit Herb Peak. Respected elder, the date for the Grand Competition has been confirmed. It will take place in 1 month. We have 5 slots available. Who do you think we should send? Shen Xinghe inquired with great reverence upon reaching Li Rufeng. A month from now, 5 individuals. Since we are participating in the Grand Competition, we must select the 5 strongest contenders. As for the specifics of the selection, you are the sect master, so the decision lies with you, Li Rufeng replied indifferently. Elder, can your disciple participate? Shen Xinghe asked. That is their matter. I do not intervene, Li Rufeng answered casually. Understood, esteemed elder, Shen Xinghe said, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression upon hearing Li Rufeng's response. The lack of intervention implied permission to participate. Those chosen by the elder would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. If he could persuade them to join forces, Qingzhou would not be relegated to the last place in the upcoming Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Shen Xinghe departed from Li Rufeng's presence without hesitation, seeking out Su Yang and Wu Dao. Upon hearing about the Grand Competition, Su Yang agreed without a second thought. Conversely, Wu Dao hesitated for a considerable time, as he was not originally from Qingzhou. Representing Qingzhou in the competition would surely invite scrutiny from many. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Wu Dao ultimately acquiesced to Shen Xinghe's request. With the affirmation of both individuals, Shen Xinghe left the Spirit Herb Peak, thoroughly satisfied. In his view, with Su Yang and Wu Dao participating, Qingzhou's chances in the Grand Competition were significantly bolstered. Even if they did not secure first place, a position within the top 3 was well within reach. Consequently, the Flying Immortal Sect would receive a substantial reward. With this batch of rewards, the strength of the Facian sect will ascend to new heights. Under the night sky, atop Lingyao Peak, Chu Yi sat wearily on the edge of her bed in a newly constructed room. Just as she intended to retire for the night, a crimson light began to emanate from her body. This spectacle instantly banished her fatigue, igniting her curiosity as she fixated on the glowing red hue in the air. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized before her. You. This is impossible. Who are you? Chu Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I understand that you have many questions at this moment. Allow me to clarify everything for you. The future Chu Yi said with a gentle smile as she regarded her original self. Then first, tell me, who are you? How did you emerge from my body? And why do you look exactly like me? Chu Yi inquired, her voice trembling with a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Well, except for that one thing. she added shyly, feeling her words were imprecise. Uffed. Ha. Silly girl, I've seen jealousy towards others, but never jealousy of oneself. The future Chu-yi chuckled heartily, amusement dancing in her eyes. What do you mean? Chu-yi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I mean, I am you. And you are me. To be precise, I am the future you. Now, do you understand why I find it amusing? The future Chu-yi replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. What? The future me? This cannot be true. I refuse to believe it, Chu-yi retorted, her skepticism unwavering as she regarded the woman who mirrored her appearance. Oh, you do not believe me? That is quite all right. I will soon provide you with proof. Everyone harbors deep-seated secrets or matters they keep hidden, even as they face death, and they would not share these with anyone. As for your secret, I know it well. And that is... The future Chu-yi glided closer to her original self and whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, the previously doubtful Chu-yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You, how could you possibly know this? I have never told anyone. She stammered, her heart racing as she began to believe that the woman before her truly was her future self. I told you, I am you. Your secrets are my secrets. Is it so strange that I know them? Now, this is of little importance. What I must convey next is of utmost significance. You must listen carefully. The future Chu-yi said, her demeanor suddenly turning serious. Noticing the change, despite being overwhelmed with countless questions, Chu-yi nodded slightly, prepared to hear what was to come. In the following hours, the two engaged in an extensive and profound conversation. During this time, Chu-yi transitioned from a state of confusion and uncertainty to one of astonishment and revelation. It was not until the late hours of the night that she gradually came to accept everything. Little Yi, the one who saved you is shrouded in mystery. Even I cannot discern his true nature. Therefore, you must take him as your mentor. Perhaps with his guidance, you may someday surpass me. Only then will you possess a glimmer of hope in facing that ordeal. Otherwise, the future Chu-yi spoke softly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Big Yi, I understand. But what if the elder is unwilling to accept me as a disciple? What shall I do? Chu-yi expressed her concerns. What is there to fear? You still have your senior brother Ji, do you not? I believe he is even more eager for you to become that person's disciple. Moreover, your talents are no less than those of the other two. Otherwise, do you think I would be here? To traverse the river of time and arrive here is not something just anyone can achieve. Thus, if they can be his disciples, you certainly can as well. At worst, little E, you might have to sacrifice a bit of yourself. With your beauty, no man could possibly refuse your advances. The future Chu-yi teased. Then why don't you make that sacrifice? I find you even more irresistible than I am, Chu-yi remarked, casting a glance at the future Chu-yi's figure, before adding weakly. I wish I could. Alas, I am but a wisp of soul at present and incapable of such endeavors. However, if it were that person, I would be more than willing to engage in a profound exchange. The future Chu-yi laughed. Enough of this. How did I become such an unseemly person in the future? I shall retire for the night. Without further regard for her future self, Chu-yi lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Truly, you are easily amused. Shaking her head, the future Chu-yi transformed into a beam of red light and entered Chu-yi's body. That night, Chu-yi found it difficult to fall asleep. Chapter 0. The Annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion by the Holy King. A day later, the formidable Holy King dispatched by the Blood Shadow Pavilion finally arrived at the Flying Immortal Sect. Early that morning, a dark cloud enveloped the skies above the sect, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere below. Is this the Flying Immortal Sect? Their strongest member barely attains the transformation realm, and yet the Pavilion Master sends me to confront such a minor faction. You may act at will. A swarm of ants such as these hardly warrants my involvement. I wish to conclude this matter swiftly and return. In a place like Qingzhou, where even the spiritual energy is so scant, it's no wonder it is deemed the weakest region of the eastern wasteland. The Holy King, hovering in the sky, disdainfully uttered these words. Indeed, came the unified response from the other members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Following this, several powerful beings at the Saint Realm, along with 100 individuals of no lesser strength than those undergoing tribulation, launched a ferocious assault toward the Flying Immortal Sect below. In an instant, a barrage of attacks surged forth, threatening to engulf the sect. What is happening? Are we to meet our demise? No, I do not wish to die. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I cannot perish. Someone, please save us. Below, the disciples of the Flying Immortal sect had already succumbed to despair. Under the oppressive weight of the incoming attacks, they found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to flee for their lives. Mere insects. Faced with death, they can only kneel and beg for mercy. Alas, you have provoked the Blood Shadow Pavilion. No one can rescue you now. High above, the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion regarded the desperate pleas of the Flying Immortal sect's disciples with mocking expressions. However, their laughter was soon extinguished. Just as the assaults were about to descend, an uncanny stillness enveloped the entire Flying Immortal sect. Both the attacks and the disciples became immobile, as if time itself had come to a halt. What is happening? This power. I see now. It is no wonder the Pavilion Master sent me here. If you have made your move, then reveal yourself. Sensing the formidable might of the unseen force, the Holy King addressed the void below, his tone calm and measured. As his voice echoed, a figure materialized before him, none other than Li Rufeng, a Holy King and 5 saints. Quite impressive, a robust soul force indeed. Li Rufeng mused to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Who are you to disregard me so? And was it you who dispatched my comrades from the Blood Shadow Pavilion? Seeing Li Rufeng not even spare him a glance, let alone acknowledge him with anything but a smile, the Holy King was consumed by rage. Never before had anyone dared to be so audacious before him. This was clearly a path to self-destruction. Your final words are indeed numerous. With an indifferent tone, Li Rufeng made his move. A single palm strike dispatched all into tranquility. The blood-soaked figures of over 100 members of the Blood Shadow Tower, including that formidable Saint King, were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist. In the next moment, Li Rufeng deftly summoned the soul of the Saint King into his grasp. In the realm of Shenzhou, mere moments later, Li Rufeng extracted the information he sought from the soul. Subsequently, the souls of these individuals were wholly absorbed by the Imperial Banner. With the acquisition of a Saint King's soul, the power of the Imperial Banner surged to over tenfold, enveloped in an even denser shroud of black mist. After attending to these matters, Li Rufeng vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the stronghold of the Blood Shadow Tower in the eastern wasteland. A figure suddenly descended from the heavens. I had intended to continue this game with you, but after lying dormant for 2.5 years, I have rested sufficiently. It is time for a change in my way of life. Starting with your Blood Shadow Tower. Speaking softly to himself, Li Rufeng then unleashed a palm strike downward. In an instant, a colossal hand, capable of eclipsing the sun, descended upon the Blood Shadow Tower. Moments later, the attack struck, utterly annihilating the very ground upon which the tower stood. Everyone within was reduced to mere dust, without exception. Even the master of the Blood Shadow Tower, a peak 9th layer saint, did not react before meeting his demise. Thereafter, Li Rufeng summoned the Imperial Banner, absorbing all the souls below. Once this was accomplished, he departed from the scene and returned to the Flying Immortal sect. Shortly after his departure, the cataclysmic event at the Blood Shadow Tower attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon witnessing the horrific spectacle, they were rendered speechless with shock. Soon, the news of the mysterious expert's annihilation of the Blood Shadow Tower spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Furthermore, many factions began to feel a sense of impending dread. After all, if even the Blood Shadow Tower could be so effortlessly dismantled, no force could be certain that they would not be the next target of this enigmatic figure. One day after the fall of the Blood Shadow Tower, atop the Spirit Herb Peak, Li Rufeng, unusually, did not recline in his rocking chair. This change puzzled both Su Yang and Wu Dao, who exchanged bewildered glances. "Brother, what is the matter with our master today? Have you done something to displease him?" Wu Dao whispered to Su Yang, glancing at Li Rufeng, who was behaving out of character. "I would say it is more likely you're doing. I have been diligently cultivating these past few days, leaving no room for offense. Yet, you seem to have been conspiring to have our master accept Chui all this time." Observing the situation, Su Yang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "It seems that master has caught wind of this matter. My dear junior, you are in quite a predicament indeed." Surely not. Could it really be me? What shall I do? I can't possibly be expelled from the sect, can I?" Panic gripped Wu Dao as he broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing with anxiety. "Alas, you must seek your own fortune in this regard. I have always maintained that the matter of taking disciples is solely within Master S' purview. You should hasten to apologize, Perhaps Master will show you mercy this time, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall do so at once. Without further hesitation, Wu Dao made his way towards Li Rufeng, who stood not far off. Soon, Wu Dao arrived beside Li Rufeng. Master, the fault lies entirely with me. I humbly beseech your magnanimity to forgive me this once. I assure you, such an error shall not be repeated. Without waiting for a response, Wu Dao knelt down, his expression earnest. What? Turning towards Wu Dao, Li Rufeng was instantly filled with confusion at his words. Master, please do not say anything further. I am fully aware of my mistake. If you are willing to forgive me this time, I would be amenable to any request you might have. Wu Dao, assuming Li Rufeng feigned ignorance, interjected directly. I was already quite perplexed, and now I find myself even more bewildered. Please rise. Li Rufeng instructed after a brief silence. I have forgiven you. However, I must admit, I do not quite understand what it is you wish me to pardon you for. Chapter 0. Encountering the soul of the future, inquiring about future matters. Master, do you truly not know, or are you merely pretending? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Wu Dao felt a momentary shock in his heart, and then tentatively inquired. What is it that I should know? Very well. Do enlighten me about the matter at hand, Li Rufeng replied, casting a sideways glance at Wu Dao, his tone indifferent. Oh, it is like this. Wu Dao stood up from the ground and recounted to Li Rufeng the words Su Yang had just shared with him. As Li Rufeng listened to Wu Dao's explanation, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Is that so? Do you truly believe such nonsense? Can't you see that Su Yang is merely toying with you? Enough of this. Focus on what needs to be done. The grand competition of the 7 states is approaching. Since you have chosen to participate, do not bring me shame. Take advantage of the remaining time to diligently cultivate. Before long, Li Rufeng instructed Wu Dao in earnest. Yes, Master, I shall commence my training immediately. At that moment, Wu Dao finally comprehended the situation, filled with an overwhelming urge to confront Su Yang. Had it not been for Su Yang, he would not have made such a fool of himself before Li Rufeng. As Wu Dao turned to seek out Su Yang for questioning, he discovered that Su Yang had already slipped away. Realizing this, Wu Dao hesitated no longer. He exited the courtyard in search of Su Yang. Meanwhile, observing Wu Dao's departure, Li Rufeng shook his head slightly. He then disregarded Wu Dao and turned towards Chu Yi's chamber. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and it was soon opened from within. Senior, please come in. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Chu Yi immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, ushering him into her room. Li Rufeng nodded, entering Chu Yi's quarters. Following this, Chu Yi closed the door and approached Li Rufeng, pouring him a cup of water. May I inquire if there is a matter you wish to discuss, Senior? After pouring the water, Chu Yi took the initiative to ask. Li Rufeng, however, remained silent, lifting the cup to drink leisurely. With Li Rufeng not speaking, Chu Yi dared not press him, standing quietly in place, awaiting his response. After a while, as the cup of water neared emptiness, Li Rufeng gradually set it down and directed his gaze towards Chu Yi. Come forth. Li Rufeng glanced at Chu Yi and spoke in a calm tone. As his words fell, a stunned expression overtook Chu Yi's face, followed by a sudden jolt of alarm within her. Could it be that the senior has uncovered my secret? Chu Yi pondered quietly. Must I formally invite you before you will emerge? Noticing that the spirit within Chu Yi remained concealed, Li Rufeng's tone grew noticeably firmer. When did you first notice me? At that moment, a figure emerged from Chu Yi's body, curiously inquiring. Since you approached the Feitian sect. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance. Should I call you Chu Yi, or perhaps something else? Observing the figure, identical to Chu Yi, Li Rufeng responded with calm composure. You are undeniably enigmatic. I am indeed Chu Yi. My curiosity about you continues to grow, the future Chu Yi remarked with a smile, gazing at Li Rufeng. Haven't you heard the saying? Excessive curiosity can lead to one's demise. Now tell me, how did you arrive in this era, and why have you manifested here? I dislike being deceived, so it would be best if you spoke the truth. Despite the alluring smile of the future Chu Yi, Li Rufeng remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering, unaffected by her beauty. You are the first person I have encountered who speaks to me with such composure. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share these matters with you, for they are not secrets that cannot be revealed. With that, the future Chu Yi retracted her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. During the ensuing conversation, she recounted the reasons and manner of her arrival in this current era to Li Rufeng. After comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Li Rufeng bowed his head in contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he slowly lifted his gaze to the future Chu-yi. I never imagined such events would transpire in the future. According to your account, you faced failure? Do you believe that by attempting again, the outcome can be altered? Li Rufeng inquired thoughtfully. No, I do not know. Perhaps it can, or perhaps that event will inevitably repeat itself. Yet, I have no choice. Even if the outcome cannot be changed, I cannot simply surrender. If I do not act, there is no possibility for alteration. If I do, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Besides, is it not true that you are here as well? As she concluded, Chu-yi suddenly turned her gaze to Li Rufeng and spoke a perplexing statement. Me? You traversed the river of time to the past. Your strength must be considerable. If even someone of your caliber cannot achieve this, why do you believe I can? Li Rufeng inquired, his tone measured. Intuition. The future Chu-yi replied. Intuition? Li Rufeng questioned, a hint of perplexity on his face. Yes, intuition. Though, it is merely that. Intuition, she reiterated. How intriguing. I must admit, your intuition is indeed quite accurate. However, it is a pity you will not witness the outcome. Li Rufeng smiled and replied. Senior, what do you mean by that? Before the future Chu-yi could respond, the present Chu-yi, unable to contain her curiosity, interjected. After several days of interaction, Chu-yi had fully embraced the existence of her alternate self. She had even developed an inexplicable affection for this other version of herself, akin to the bond shared between sisters. Therefore, upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, she instinctively began to worry that the future Chu-yi might drift away from her. Oh, you haven't told her? Or do you intend to keep it a secret from her forever? In response to Chu-yi's inquiry, Li Rufeng refrained from answering and instead turned his gaze towards the future Chu-yi. What? Big E, is what the senior said true? What else are you hiding from me? You said I am you, and you are me. So why do you still conceal certain matters from me? Realizing the implications, Chu-yi promptly spun around to question her future self. Sai, are you doing this on purpose? Now you've put me in an awkward position. Facing the inquiries from her original self, the future Chu-yi began to express her grievances towards Li Rufeng. I am merely assisting you. Whether said now or later, the truth must eventually come to light. It is better to clarify matters now. Otherwise, this issue will become a mental obstacle in your cultivation journey. After all, she is my disciple, and I do not wish to witness this scene unfold, Li Rufeng remarked with a serene smile. When did you take her as your disciple? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's statement, the future Chu-yi immediately challenged him. Chapter 0. The 3,000 Paths. Time respected. Oh, is there none? Then can it not be done now? Li Rufeng turned his head and inquired of Chu-yi with a hint of indifference. To accept me as your disciple? Yes, I am willing. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu-yi knelt before Li Rufeng. This scene caused the future Chu-yi to stiffen, her expression revealing a touch of awkwardness. Very well, rise. From now on, you shall be my third disciple. As for your cultivation, no one can teach you better than yourself, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Li Rufeng deliberately turned to the future Chu-yi and asked, You take on disciples, and yet I am to teach? What then is your role? What purpose does it serve to pay you homage? The future Chu-yi could no longer suppress her barrage of questions, observing Li Rufeng's inscrutable smile. As for me, I can save you. How about that? I still hold some value, do I not? Li Rufeng replied with a calm demeanor. Save me? What do you mean? The future Chu-yi's expression darkened as she inquired earnestly. What do you think? You are from the future. If the past were to change, do you think you could continue to exist? You should understand this principle better than I do. Since your arrival in this era and your contact with your past self, the butterfly effect has already commenced. The reason you have not yet vanished is simply that the current changes have not yet impacted the future. Therefore, your disappearance is merely a matter of time. Am I not correct? Li Rufeng spoke with a measured tone. What? Is this the truth you have kept hidden from me? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the original Chu-yi suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that I did not wish to disclose it to you. Moreover, there is truly no necessity to inform you. If I were to vanish, it would merely signify that the future is altering. Thus, the purpose of my journey to the past would be fulfilled. Though I may disappear, you shall not. In that sense, I remain undying. Therefore, you need not overly concern yourself with this matter. The future Chu-yi slowly articulated her response to her original self. Yet, you will still disappear, and I do not wish for that. Chu-yi spoke softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. Enough of your flirtations. I have no desire to continue listening to this. Besides, this is merely the typical circumstance. There are still solutions available. The more Li Rufeng observed the two Chu-yis, the more he sensed the atmosphere becoming unsettling. To avert witnessing an inappropriate scene, he hastily interjected, "Solutions? Master, do you have a way to prevent the Yi from disappearing?" Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Chu-yi, without a moment's hesitation, eagerly pressed for an answer. Indeed. Li Rufeng replied with a slight nod. Impossible. The past has changed, and the future cannot remain unaltered. This is the immutable law of the Great Way of Time, a rule that no one can transgress. Although I find you somewhat inscrutable, even your strength cannot defy the laws of the Great Way. Chu-yi from the future retorted, having witnessed Li Rufeng's nod. Oh, are you so certain? Li Rufeng inquired with a subtle counter. Naturally, for I have cultivated the Great Way of Time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to traverse to the past. Though the Great Way of Time is profoundly intricate, I have only grasped a mere fraction of its essence. Yet it is precisely for this reason that I am more convinced that the laws of the Great Way are inviolable, the future Chu-yi asserted confidently. Heh, thus you have only scratched the surface of the Great Way of Time. How can you comprehend it when you do not even know the true nature of the Great Way? Li Rufeng remarked indifferently. The true Great Way of Time? What do you mean? The future Chu-yi inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. There are myriad paths, but time reigns supreme. The weak navigate time. The strong become time, and those beyond the strong transcend time itself. If I were to cultivate the Great Way of Time, would I be bound by its rules? Rules exist to restrain others, and I shall regard them with disdain. Li Rufeng declared calmly, as his words lingered in the air. The future Chu-yi stood stunned, her mind replaying Li Rufeng's previous statement. Even the present Chu-yi was struck by the profundity of his words. To transcend time and regard it with disdain, what audacity, what arrogance. What manner of person is he? The more I interact with him, the less I discern his true essence. Thought the future Chu-yi, her gaze towards Li Rufeng shifting to one of deep reverence. In that moment, she no longer underestimated him. That is enough for now. In the time to come, focus on your cultivation. You should also partake in the Seven States Grand Tournament a month from now. Do not let me down, Li Rufeng concluded, rising to depart the room, leaving both Chu-yis in a state of astonishment. It was only after Li Rufeng had been gone for some time that Chu-yi slowly emerged from her stupor. Truly, master, even the simplest of utterances is imbued with such profound wisdom. I seem to have gained some insight. I shall commence my cultivation. Without further regard for Dao, Chu-yi settled onto her bed in a meditative position and closed her eyes. In the next moment, a subtle and mysterious force enveloped her body, manifesting as the nascent form of the Great Way of Time. Everything has become chaotic. The timing of this realization was premature. Nevertheless, this may ultimately prove beneficial for her. The rapid pace of change has rendered the future increasingly unpredictable. I can only hope he possesses a means to assist me. Otherwise, it may not be long before I cease to exist. Observing Chu-yi, who has begun to grasp the essence of time, Dai felt a mix of astonishment and sorrow. Although she had previously spoken lightly of the matter, the thought of truly disappearing from Chu-yi's side weighed heavily on her heart. At this moment, even Dai could not articulate the nature of her predicament. Little E, why do I find myself increasingly reliant on you? This sensation is peculiar. After all, we are but one entity. Indeed, my allure is unparalleled, to the extent that even I cannot resist it. I genuinely wonder if that fellow is truly a man. He seemed so composed earlier. Could it be that he has no affection for women? Shaking her head, Dai dismissed such thoughts and approached Chu-yi, ready to offer her assistance. Meanwhile, not long after departing, Li Rufeng let out a resounding sneeze. Time flies, and a month has swiftly passed. This day marks the registration for the 7 Provinces Tournament. All participants must arrive at the Divine Martial City in the Eastern Wilderness today. Ding. You have one opportunity to sign in today. Would the esteemed host like to proceed with the sign-in? The system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. Oh, has a month truly passed so swiftly? System. I shall sign in, he remarked with a sigh. Chapter 0. Unveiling New Functions. Departing from the Flying Immortal Sect. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a precious treasure, the River Diagram and Luo Book. The River Diagram and Luo Book? This artifact holds little value for me. I shall bestow it upon Wu Dao instead. After a brief contemplation, Li Rufeng confirmed the allocation of the treasure. The grand competition of the 7 states is set to commence tomorrow. Thus it is time for me to leave the sect today. Having resided in this world for quite some time, this marks my inaugural journey beyond the familiar. It occurs to me that I have yet to truly explore this vast continent. I shall seize this opportunity to wander and behold its wonders. Initially, Li Rufeng intended to continue lounging at the spiritual herb peak, yet the monotony of lying around had begun to induce discomfort in his back. Therefore, he resolved to embark on a leisurely excursion, which would serve as a delightful means of relaxation. Beep. Detecting a significant shift in host's emotions, the system activates new functions. 1. System malfunction activated, concurrently initiating kill points. Defeating enemies grants kill points. The greater the number of foes vanquished and the higher their strength, the more points acquired. Kill points may be utilized in the system mall to procure any desired items. 2. Initiation of the apprenticeship recompense function. Whenever a disciple achieves a breakthrough in cultivation, the host shall receive a corresponding amount of cultivation as recompense. 3. Activation of the disciple synchronization function. The host may directly comprehend and master any abilities possessed by the disciples, achieving perfect mastery instantly. 4. Launch of the disciple location function. At any moment and in any place, the host can instantaneously arrive beside any disciple, disregarding all obstacles. The functions are now activated. These enhancements will undoubtedly facilitate a more enjoyable journey for the host. System, this seems quite excessive, truly it does. However, given your thoughtful nature, I shall reluctantly accept this. The series of functions unveiled by the system left Li Rufeng feeling somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, he relished the sense of being pampered by the system. System, Su Yang and the others are already my disciples. Why has the reward not been issued? Returning to his senses, Li Rufeng inquired of the system. Please hold on. Host, the rewards are being dispensed now. Detection confirms that the host has accepted Su Yang, Wu Dao, and Chu Yi as disciples. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Reward, perfect mastery of the path of the spear, the path of heavenly mechanisms, and the path of time. Detection indicates that the host has defeated a considerable number of enemies. Statistical analysis commencing. Statistics complete. The host is awarded 50,000 kill points. System. Does that mean the foes I previously dealt with also count towards kill points? The apprenticeship reward is one thing, but Li Rufeng never anticipated receiving such a substantial amount of kill points from the system. Dear host, do not doubt. This system is dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly. And naturally, everything must be executed to perfection. The system is indeed exceedingly generous. Unlike those unscrupulous employers from my past life who imposed incessant overtime without compensation, and even withheld regular wages. Reflecting on the miserable existence I endured previously evokes a torrent of emotions within Li Rufeng. Master, when shall we embark? Just as Li Rufeng was lost in thought, he realized that Su Yang and his companions had quietly approached him from behind. Are you all prepared? Upon hearing their voices, Li Rufeng dispelled his reminiscence and turned to inquire of Su Yang and the others. Yes, there's really not much to prepare. Su Yang replied with a playful grin, scratching his head. In that case, let us set forth. We shall first visit the main hall of the sect. With that, Li Rufeng cast a final glance at the place he had called home for the past 2.5 years, then turned and descended the mountain. Su Yang and the others promptly followed suit. Before long, the quartet arrived at the grand hall of the Flying Immortal Sect, where they encountered Shen Xinghe. Greetings, senior. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Shen Xinghe immediately addressed him with utmost respect. Have you selected the remaining 2 individuals? Li Rufeng nodded, swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. In response, senior, the disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect possess rather mediocre talents, none under the age of 25. With the strongest merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Even participating in the 7 states competition would yield little benefit. Thus, I entrust this competition entirely to your esteemed disciples. Shen Xinghe replied candidly. I am agreeable to this arrangement. Therefore, I shall proceed to Divine Martial City. Before I depart, please accept these items. After all, we are fellow sect members. The contents herein should suffice for the development of the Flying Immortal Sect for a millennium. If utilized properly, it is conceivable that it could become the foremost sect of the Eastern Wilderness, or even the entire Tianyuan Continent. He continued, moreover, Xiao Meng'er possesses commendable talent. Nurture her well. This is a gift I have prepared for her. Kindly deliver it to her. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng produced 2 prearranged storage rings and handed them to Shen Xinghe. Inside were not only martial arts techniques and weapons, but also an abundance of spirit stones. This time, Li Rufeng had no intention of returning, at least not in the near future. Although his attachment to the Flying Immortal Sect was minimal, one individual did linger in his thoughts, Meng'er, who frequently tended to his needs and engaged in conversation with him. Nevertheless, since he had once been a member of the sect, leaving behind these cultivation resources could be seen as a gesture of gratitude. Having conveyed all this, Li Rufeng departed the sect hall with Su Yang and the others. Once outside, he summoned a flying vessel, and the 4 of them boarded, setting off towards Shenzhou's Divine Martial City. When Shen Xinghe finally emerged, he could only behold the fleeting silhouette of the swiftly departing flying vessel. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze and stowed away the 2 storage rings he held. Shen Xinghe understood that this was likely his final encounter with Li Rufeng. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, he recognized that someone of Li Rufeng's caliber could not possibly remain within the confines of his humble Flying Immortal Sect. Soon, he came to terms with the reality of Li Rufeng's departure. Subsequently, Shen Xinghe sought out Su Meng'er and entrusted her with the storage ring that Li Rufeng had given him. He also conveyed the news of Li Rufeng's departure to Su Meng'er. At that moment, she merely assumed that Li Rufeng had temporarily left the sect to participate in the grand competition of the 7 states and did not dwell on it further. Little did she know that by the time they would meet again, everything would have irrevocably changed. In addition to handing over the storage ring to Su Meng'er, Shen Xinghe issued a directive concerning the Spirit Herb Peak, particularly that courtyard, forbidding anyone from approaching or disturbing it. Those who contravened this decree would be summarily expelled from the Flying Immortal Sect. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary regulation would endure for many years to come. That courtyard would eventually become a forbidden ground, passed down through generations within the Flying Immortal Sect. Chapter 0. The Blood Emperor's Legacy. Assistance from Wu Dao on the flying vessel. Li Rufeng, standing at the forefront admiring the scenery below, suddenly called out to the rear. Master, are you looking for me? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's summons, Wu Dao promptly approached him from behind. This is for you. Li Rufeng produced the He Tu and Luo Shu, casting it backward without a glance. Wu Dao, witnessing this, swiftly caught it with both hands. Master, what is this? The moment he grasped the object, Wu Dao felt an irresistible allure emanating from it. It is the He Tu and Luo Shu. It should be of some assistance to your cultivation. The specifics I cannot elucidate. It depends on your own comprehension. With that, Li Rufeng offered no further explanation. I see. No wonder it feels as though this treasure was destined for me. Wu Dao expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with appreciation for his master. Having long envied the precious artifact that Su Yang possessed, bestowed by Li Rufeng, Wu Dao felt immense gratitude now that he too had received a treasure, alleviating him from the daily annoyance of Su Yang's flaunting. Subsequently, Wu Dao hurried to find Su Yang, flaunting the He Tu and Luo Shu before him for a considerable time. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Chu Yi, who observed keenly from the side. You need not be envious. This item resonates harmoniously with your senior brother's path of destiny, likely prepared specifically by your master for him. Now that you have comprehended the path of time, finding a compatible weapon will be quite challenging. Your master currently possesses none of such treasures. When he acquires them, he will undoubtedly grant you one. Noticing the flicker of desire in Chu Yi's gaze, De Yi communicated telepathically. I understand. Even if there are none, it matters little. As long as I have my master, that is sufficient. Chu Yi turned her gaze towards Li Rufeng, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ah, little Yi, you aren't developing feelings for your master, are you? Such thoughts are perilous. Do not commit any acts of grave disobedience. However, considering our close bond, I can assist you with this matter. De Yi jested. You are overthinking it. I have no such inclinations. It is you who should refrain from claiming my identity in the future. I fear it would bring me shame. Chu Yi retorted. De Yi was left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, as the two were exchanging playful banter, several figures approached Li Rufeng from a distance. Before long, they had entered within 10 miles of the flying vessel, drawing Li Rufeng's attention. When this group neared the vessel, Su Yang and the others also became aware of their presence. Master, are they enemies? The three individuals swiftly gathered around Li Rufeng, and shortly thereafter, Su Yang inquired. What should we do? I do not know. Let us assess the situation first, Li Rufeng replied with a gentle shake of his head. As those figures drew closer, Li Rufeng discerned their appearances. At the forefront was a youth clad in white, fleeing swiftly, his body marked by numerous wounds, blood streaming from them. Behind the young man, 6 individuals pursued him relentlessly, each wielding a weapon. By heavens, you better not let me escape today, the youth declared with venomous intensity, glancing back at his relentless pursuers. If you do, I shall personally ensure your demise on a future day. Humph, relinquish your treasures, and we may spare your life. If you remain obstinate, upon catching you, your end is certain. A burly man with a scruffy beard threatened ominously. Bah, I obtained these treasures first. Just because you failed to acquire them, you wish to seize them by force. Even if I lose them, I shall not surrender them to you. The youth retorted, his indignation palpable. Despicable. Were it not for my injuries and your numbers overwhelming me, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Is that a flying vessel? He pondered. Should I seek assistance from those aboard? Yet, what if they prove no match for these 6? Would that not endanger them? Forget it. I shall take another route. Only due to my benevolence do you find yourselves fortunate to encounter me. After a moment of internal conflict, the youth resolved to change his escape direction. On the flying vessel, Li Rufeng observed this unfolding scene with growing intrigue towards the young man. Ding, detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information? Oh, is it possible to encounter such a being? He mused. View. Name, Ho Qing. Cultivation level, 6th stage of golden core. Fortune value, 1666. Information, a rogue cultivator who, through fortuitous circumstances in his youth, inherited the legacy of the ancient blood emperor, thus embarking upon the path of blood. His most formidable technique involves manipulating blood for attack. The path of blood? An intriguing way indeed. No wonder he is pursued wherever he goes. Watching Ho Qing, chased by 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage, Li Rufeng internally scoffed. Master, this individual has intentionally distanced himself from us. He fears attracting trouble upon us. Should we intervene to assist him? Su Yang remarked, noting Ho Qing's sudden change of direction with newfound admiration. After all, in the cultivation world, it is rare to encounter someone who considers the welfare of others. We must save him. Wu Dao interjected eagerly. I perceive great fortune in his countenance. It would be wise to rescue him. This could forge a bond with a future powerhouse, an invaluable investment. Only 80%? Su Yang teased lightly. I must say, junior brother, your discernment seems to have waned. Come, senior brother, let's see what skills you possess. Wu Dao retorted sharply. Enough, both of you. If you continue, the people will have long departed. 6 in the Yuan-ing realm, and the 3 of you have been cultivating for over a month. It is time to test your mettle. I wish to see whether you have been diligent during this period. Li Rufeng interjected, putting an end to their bickering and issuing his command. Yes, master. The disciples replied in unison. Do not worry, master. Merely Yuan-ing is no match for us. We shall go. In no time. Su Yang brandished the god-slaying spear and soared into the sky, pursuing Ho Qing. Wu Dao and Chu Yi followed closely behind. Soon enough, the trio caught up with Ho Qing and the 6 formidable Yuan-ing experts, positioning themselves directly in their path. The sudden appearance of Su Yang and his companions swiftly drew the attention of the 6 Yuan-ing cultivators. Aren't these the ones from the flying vessel? How did they arrive here? 1 in the Qi refinement realm and 2 in the golden core realm. This is absurd. This is not how one seeks death. Ho Qing remarked, speechless, as he sensed the cultivation levels of Su Yang and the others. Who are you? I have no time for you now. Be gone as far as you can. A burly man among them coldly rebuked upon seeing Su Yang's group. Nothing much. You are simply too unsightly for my liking. So I wish to teach you a lesson. Today, you shall be our practice dummies. What do you say, junior brother and junior sister? Shall we take one each? Su Yang replied calmly, paying no heed to the 6 individuals before him. Ahem, senior brother, you know me. I am merely a fortune teller, not skilled in combat at all. It would be quite remarkable if I could hold one at bay. Perhaps you should take on an extra opponent? Wu Dao replied, feigning a lack of martial prowess in response to Su Yang's inquiry. In an instant, Su Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Those 2 are mine. Just as Wu Dao finished speaking, Chu Yi suddenly interjected and boldly charged at 2 of the Yuaning experts. This unexpected turn of events startled Su Yang and the others. We shall join you. With no time to deliberate further, Su Yang quickly followed suit with the god-slaying spear in hand. Sigh, after all this, I have become the jester. Nevertheless, it has been a while since I last engaged in battle. I am eager to discover the extent of my growth. In the next moment, Wu Dao produced the river map and Luo book, summoning an 8 trigrams formation beneath his feet. Without further ado, he too joined the fray. Not far off. As he observed the onset of the fierce battle, Ho Qing remained focused, hastily consuming several medicinal pills in one go. Ho Qing understood that Su Yang and the others had intervened to assist him. However, he did not seize this opportunity to flee. Instead, he focused on swiftly restoring the spiritual energy within his body. Chapter 0. The conclusion of combat. Taking on disciples. What is the situation with these individuals? Their realms are clearly not superior to mine, yet they exhibit such ferocity, especially that one in the Qi refining stage. Are they even human? How is it possible for someone at the Qi refining stage to pursue a nascent soul stage cultivator in combat? These individuals are undoubtedly extraordinary. As I await the regeneration of my spiritual energy, my astonishment only deepens. Initially, I believed myself to be exceptional for being able to transcend a significant realm to vanquish foes. However, I now find myself encountering 3 others of the same caliber all at once. Well then, although I have only restored 70% of my spiritual power, it is sufficient to deal with one individual. In a short while, I cease to observe the battle and instead soar towards the fray. Even if I remain on the sidelines, those 6 individuals are essentially doomed. However, having been pursued for so long and reduced to such a wretched state, I am determined to exact my revenge personally. At the very least, I must eliminate one to alleviate my pent-up fury. It is time to set forth. The God-slaying spear. The first strike of the 9 styles of God-slaying, heaven's punishment. Meanwhile, having gauged the situation to his satisfaction, Su Yang has lost interest in his opponent and promptly unleashes his ultimate move. With a single thrust, the bodies of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators are instantly pierced, leaving them no chance of survival. Sister, I shall assist you. After dispatching the 2 foes, Su Yang glances at the ongoing battle elsewhere and ultimately decides to aid Chu Yi. With Su Yang's intervention, the 2 adversaries confronting Chu Yi are swiftly eliminated. Brother, your strength is astonishing. Anyone who dares to underestimate you in the future will surely face dire consequences. Observing Su Yang, who, despite being in the Qi refining stage, exudes an aura no less formidable than that of a nascent soul cultivator, Chu Yi is filled with amazement. Haha, all credit goes to our master. When it comes to talent, I fear I cannot compare to you or our junior brother. Had it not been for the techniques bestowed by our master, my current prowess would not be nearly as formidable. However, do not lose heart, sister. Your current strength may not exceed mine, but that does not imply you will not surpass me in the future. You are cultivating the path of time. I am genuinely relieved that you are not my enemy. Otherwise, I would surely have to eliminate you. The mere thought of an adversary who wields the path of time is daunting. Su Yang chuckles softly, then speaks slowly. Thank you for your kind words, brother. I too am grateful that we are not adversaries, replies Chu Yi. Is that so? Ha. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Su Yang bursts into laughter. On the other side, brother, do you require assistance? Noticing that only Wu Dao's enemies remain unresolved, Ho Qing hastens to offer his aid. Oh, certainly. But what of your injuries? Wu Dao inquires, casting a skeptical glance at Ho Qing, who is covered in wounds. It's just minor injuries. They are of no consequence. Compared to the wounds upon my body, I yearn to unleash my pent-up fury with my own hands. Ho Qing clenched his fists and spoke vehemently. If that is the case, then you shall take action. I will take it upon myself to restrain them. Wu Dao replied promptly. Initially intending to reveal a fragment of his prowess, he found himself reluctantly accepting the role of a tool in the presence of a willing aid. That fellow, my senior brother, must have done this on purpose. After assisting his junior sister, he merely stood there, observing the spectacle. Should the opportunity arise, I shall assuredly find a way to take advantage of him, he chuckled to himself. Wu Dao then cast a glance at Su Yang, who stood not far away, his heart brimming with grievances. Soon after, with Ho Qing's assistance, the final two adversaries were dispatched. It was only after the battle concluded on Wu Dao's side that Su Yang leisurely approached with Chu Yi. How shall I address you, my good brother? Your earlier display was quite impressive. It is the first time I have encountered an attack that manipulates blood, Su Yang inquired with a smile as he approached Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance, Ho Qing responded politely. No need for such formality. It was a trivial matter. By the way, my name is Su Yang, Su Yang continued. I am Wu Dao. This is Chu Yi. They both introduced themselves in quick succession. Ah, so it is Brother Su, Brother Ji, and Miss Chu. Ho Qing greeted them once more with courtesy. Eventually, following a lively exchange, Wu Dao adeptly persuaded and led Ho Qing back aboard the flying vessel. Junior Ho Qing, I am honored to meet you, Senior. Upon encountering Li Rufeng, Ho Qing expressed his utmost respect. In his heart, he believed that anyone capable of mentoring someone as formidable as Su Yang must possess exceptional abilities. Ho Qing, during your youth, by fortunate coincidence, you obtained the legacy of the ancient Blood Emperor. Am I mistaken? Li Rufeng assessed Ho Qing before speaking slowly. What? How do you know? In an instant, Ho Qing's expression changed drastically, instinctively retreating to create distance between himself and Li Rufeng. The fact that he had acquired the ancient Blood Emperor's legacy was something he had never disclosed to anyone, not even to those closest to him. Hence his profound reaction to Li Rufeng's words. The legacy of the ancient Blood Emperor? No wonder your methods of attack are so peculiar, Su Yang realized. Enlightenment dawning upon him. Do not be alarmed. I have no intentions regarding your legacy, Li Rufeng remarked calmly, observing Ho Qing's vigilant demeanor. Then, what is the senior desire? Aside from this legacy, I possess nothing of value that might pique your interest, Ho Qing replied. Indeed, apart from the ancient legacy, there is nothing of worth on you. However, in my eyes, you are the most valuable one. I do not wish to squander time either. Your fortune is not insignificant. You barely meet my criteria for accepting a disciple. So what say you? Do you harbor intentions of becoming my apprentice? Upon uttering these words, Li Rufeng gazed calmly at Ho Qing. Become an apprentice? Upon hearing this, Ho Qing finally comprehended that Li Rufeng wished to take him as a disciple. However, the notion of directly pledging allegiance to a master upon their first encounter left him somewhat hesitant. Brother Ho, to be able to have my esteemed master as your mentor is a stroke of luck one may not encounter in 8 lifetimes. What are you still pondering? Wu Dao interjected promptly, sensing Ho Qing's reluctance. Though I possess a lineage and could cultivate independently, having a master offers a reliable support system for future endeavors. Moreover, Su and the others are formidable in strength. Aligning with them as comrades will undoubtedly provide assistance in times of need. Accepting him as a master is not merely advantageous. It is a tremendous gain. Listening to Wu Dao's words, Ho Qing began to ruminate internally. Disciple Ho Qing pays respects to the master. After careful consideration, he knelt before Li Rufeng. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced Li Rufeng's lips. Rise. From this moment forth, you shall be the 4th disciple of your master. The 3 before you will be your senior brothers and sisters. Here, I impose few rules. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not interfere. However, should I discover any treachery, I shall personally ensure your passage to the next realm. Yes, disciple understands. Rising from the ground, Ho Qing promptly assured with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, once a disciple, I shall never engage in actions that betray you. Good. Within this, you will find some cultivation resources. Take them for your training. Soon, we shall journey to Shenwu City to participate in the 7 states competition. You are welcome to join. After bestowing upon Ho Qing a storage ring and imparting a few more instructions, Li Rufeng ceased further dialogue and continued to pilot the flying vessel towards Shenwu City. The 7 states competition? Senior brother, which state are we representing? After receiving the storage ring, Ho Qing curiously inquired of Su Yang, who stood nearby. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied. Ah, Qingzhou, the weakest of the eastern wilderness? Ho Qing was taken aback. Finding it hard to fathom that someone as extraordinary as Su Yang hailed from the most feeble Qingzhou. Is there a problem? Su Yang queried, noticing Ho Qing's astonishment. And no issue. I merely find it somewhat astonishing. It seems this 7 states competition will indeed be quite thrilling, Ho Qing replied thoughtfully. In the time that followed, Ho Qing engaged in further conversation with Su Yang and the others, deepening their mutual understanding. On the other side, Li Rufeng reclined in a rocking chair, gazing vacantly at the fluffy white clouds drifting across the sky. Chapter 0. In front of Divine Martial City, the guard's provocation ding. Detected that the host has accepted Ho Qing as a disciple, now issuing the disciple acceptance reward. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Reward: perfect mastery of the blood path. Detected that the host's disciple has slain 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage. Reward of 300 kill points. Before long, the system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. System, I can also gain kill points when my disciple defeats enemies? Indeed, esteemed host. Excellent, system. You are quite considerate. Serving the esteemed host is the duty of this system. System, please open my panel. Certainly, esteemed host. Name: Li Rufeng. Realm: Emperor 9th level, lower realm limit. Physique: primordial immortal body. Killing points: 50, 300. Remaining cultivation reward: 999, 999. 999 years. Weapon: 10,000 souls banner. Mastered paths: space path, spear path, heavenly mechanism path, time path, blood path. Disciples: Su Yang, Wu Dao, Chu Yi, Ho Qing. Soon, Li Rufeng's panel manifested before him. Gazing at the information displayed, particularly the seemingly infinite years of cultivation reward, Li Rufeng felt that he had indeed arrived at the right place in this other world. Subsequently, Li Rufeng closed the information panel and rested his eyes. When Li Rufeng reopened his eyes, he found himself within Divine Martial City. One cannot deny that Shenzhou is truly the mightiest state in the Eastern Wilderness. Within Divine Martial City alone, the aura of many sacred sovereigns permeates the air, and there are several supreme saints above them. In the Eastern Wilderness, being a supreme saint signifies an absolute powerhouse, for no stronger beings have emerged in tens of thousands of years. So, this is Divine Martial City? It is indeed bustling. Master, let us enter quickly. This is my first time witnessing such a grand city. Su Yang, eager to explore, gazed at Divine Martial City with uncontainable excitement. TCH, inexperienced. Senior brother, considering our brotherhood, I shall take you on a tour of Divine Martial City later. Wu Dao chimed in beside him. Oh, are you quite familiar with this place? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Not exactly familiar, but I visit a few times each year. I know some of the fun spots within Divine Martial City. Wu Dao replied proudly. Very well, I shall rely on you to guide us then. To avoid wasting time wandering aimlessly, Su Yang spoke softly. All right, let us first find a place to settle down. After that, I shall leave you to your own devices. With that, Li Rufeng strode towards the gates of Divine Martial City. Seeing this, Su Yang and the others immediately followed suit. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of Shenwu City. Halt. To enter, you must first pay the city fee. At that moment, several figures blocked Li Rufeng's path. These individuals were the guards stationed at the entrance of Shenwu City. Oh, how much? Noticing that many nearby were producing spirit stones to hand to the guards, Li Rufeng quickly grasped the situation. 10 superior spirit stones per person, one guard replied. What? 10 superior spirit stones per person? Why don't you go rob someone? Before Li Rufeng could respond, Ho Qing shouted loudly from behind. Prior to becoming Li Rufeng's disciple, all of Ho Qing's cultivation resources were self-sourced. 10 superior spirit stones would suffice for half a month's training. Although he now possessed the storage ring gifted by Li Rufeng, he still wished to conserve his spirit stones. Get lost if you can't pay. A bunch of country bumpkins, it's clear you have no spirit stones. Shenwu City is not a place for just anyone to enter. Either pay the spirit stones or get lost. Don't force us to take action against you. Hearing Ho Qing's exclamation, one guard coldly barked without reservation. A mere guard dares to be so arrogant? We are here to participate in the 7 States Grand Tournament. According to the rules, we are exempt from the city fee. Step aside, or I shall show you why the flowers are so red. At this moment, Wu Dao also couldn't help but interject. Participating in the 7 States Grand Tournament? Which state do you hail from? Upon learning that Li Rufeng and his companions were there for the tournament, the previously arrogant guard's tone softened slightly. After all, If he offended someone from a formidable faction, this small guard would certainly regret it. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Qingzhou? Ahahaha. I thought you were something impressive. But you tell me you're from Qingzhou? Who doesn't know that Qingzhou is the weakest region in the eastern wasteland? Therefore, I'm sorry, but people from Qingzhou are not qualified to enter Shenwu City. However, considering you are participating in the 7 States Grand Tournament, I won't make it too difficult for you. 100 superior spirit stones per person, and I will let you in. Oh, I almost forgot. You are from Qingzhou, so you certainly can't produce that many spirit stones. How about this? 99 superior spirit stones per person. How does that sound? I'm being quite generous, aren't I? Haha. Upon discovering that Li Rufeng and his companions hailed from Qingzhou, the guard not only ceased to restrain himself, but openly mocked them. These few are actually from Qingzhou to participate in the 7 States Grand Tournament? I recall that Qingzhou has consistently been at the bottom. Look, that person is merely at the qi refining stage. How dare he come to participate in the tournament? Perhaps it would be better to cancel Qingzhou's qualification for the tournament altogether. After all, their presence makes little difference. Whereupon, your statement is indeed flawed. The people of Qingzhou possess their merits. At the very least, their participation ensures that the outcome of each grand competition is devoid of suspense, culminating in a predictable last place. Haraha. Shortly thereafter, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, with some audaciously mocking Li Rufeng and his companions. Everything unfolding around them was fully observed by Li Rufeng and his comrades. How infuriating. This group of rascals, I could easily dispatch them with a single shot. Su Yang, unable to tolerate such humiliation, declared his intent to take action. Brother, do not act impulsively. It may be simple to eliminate these few, but their backing from the divine martial city complicates matters significantly. Should you proceed with violence, you can be assured that a formidable figure from the sacred realm would emerge to retaliate. Observing Su Yang's rashness, Wu Dao promptly stepped forward to restrain him, offering counsel. Shall we simply endure their taunts? Su Yang retorted coldly. Certainly not. Brother, do not be anxious. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, I will handle it with great finesse. Upon concluding his statement, Wu Dao wore a mysterious expression as he approached the guards. Master, what is our junior brother up to? Su Yang inquired softly, perplexed by Wu Dao's intentions as he sidled up to Li Rufeng. Do not fret. Let him proceed. With me here, there is no cause for concern, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Meanwhile, Wu Dao had arrived before the previously arrogant guard. What do you intend to do? The guard, eyeing Wu Dao's approach, cautiously retreated a few steps, questioning him with a cold demeanor. Oh, nothing much. You desired spirit stones, did you not? I am here to deliver them. Wu Dao responded with a slight smile. Really? Very well, then present them. Upon hearing Wu Dao's promise to deliver the spirit stones, the guard's face lit up with delight as he stepped closer to Wu Dao, completely lowering his guard. All right, but you better hold on tight. In the next moment, Wu Dao's smile vanished as he reached out to seize the guard by the throat. You! Crack! Before the guard could finish his words, a crisp sound resonated throughout the venue. Chapter 0. The sudden death of General Gong in the City of Divine Martial Arts. How dare you kill our captain? Quick! Summon help. On the side, the other guards, having regained their composure, swiftly produced their signaling tokens to call for assistance. I await your arrival. Unfazed by their actions, Wu Dao remained indifferent. Before long, an overwhelmingly powerful aura materialized at the city gates of divine martial arts. The newcomer was a towering figure clad in black armor, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure merely by standing there. We have seen General Gong. In the next moment, all the guards at the gate bowed respectfully to the imposing man. This formidable figure was Gong Yi, the general responsible for the Order of Divine Martial City, whose prowess had reached the Saint Sovereign level. What transpired here? Gong Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the guard lying lifeless on the ground, before coldly inquiring. Reporting to the general, it was him. He suddenly attacked our captain. Please, General, ensure justice for our fallen leader. One guard stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Wu Dao in response to Gong Yi's question. Is what he claims true? Following the guard's gesture, Gong Yi turned his attention to Wu Dao, speaking in a chilling tone. This fool seeks death. Dealing with him is merely a trifling matter, Wu Dao chuckled softly, exuding an air of calmness devoid of fear or anxiety. Excellent. Your admission suffices. I care not for his past actions. However, For killing him, you shall pay with your life. Gong Ye's voice was frigid, and his aura surged violently, his gaze towards Wu Dao filled with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? That merely indicates your limited experience. Today I stand here. I am eager to see if you dare to lay a hand on me. A subtle smile graced Wu Dao's lips, his words exuding an air of lofty confidence. This fellow. I must ensure that I do not let such an excellent opportunity to showcase my prowess slip away next time. Su Yang observed Wu Dao's audacious demeanor with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Young man, you are quite arrogant, are you not? Given this, I shall extend you an opportunity. Speak, who are you? Who do you rely upon? Noticing Wu Dao's unwavering composure, Gong Yi momentarily grew cautious. Although he was a saint sovereign, there were still a few individuals in the eastern wilderness whom he could not afford to provoke. I had expected you to be formidable. Yet it appears you are but ordinary. Listen closely, I shall only say this once. Jishuan, have you heard of him? He is my father. Recognizing Gong Ye's tendency to bully the weak, Wu Dao displayed a look of disdain before calmly continuing. Jishuan? The name seems familiar. Jishuan. Jizhou. It's him. You are Wu Dao? After a brief pause, Gong Yi suddenly inquired. Oh, it seems my father's name holds considerable weight. Now that you know, you should promptly leave. Surely, you wouldn't want my father to personally seek you out for a discussion, would you? Wu Dao spoke in a calm tone. My apologies, young master, please enter. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and clear the way. Upon realizing it was Wu Dao, Gong Ye's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Not only did he retract his imposing aura, but his tone also became significantly more respectful. Soon, under Gong Ye's reprimand, the guards cleared the path into the divine martial city. Now, that is more like it. Next time, do not allow such foolish individuals to guard the city gates. After Wu Dao finished speaking, he disregarded Gong Yi and returned to Li Rufeng's side. Master, everything has been arranged. We can proceed now. I have also considered our accommodations. My heavenly machine pavilion has a branch in divine martial city. You can simply reside there. Master, Wu Dao said with a face full of flattery. Very well, I shall heed your advice. After glancing at Wu Dao, Li Rufeng gave a slight nod. I must ask, junior brother, is your father truly formidable? Why did that fellow appear utterly deflated upon hearing your father's name? Su Yang, curious, leaned closer to Wu Dao. Naturally. Have you forgotten who I am? There are no more than 10 saint-level experts in the eastern wilderness, and my father is one of them. But that is not the most significant aspect. Numerous powerful beings have sought my father's assistance, including several saints, who, to a large extent, owe him favors. Although my father's strength among the saints is rather ordinary, the number of debts he holds is impressive. Throughout the eastern wilderness, everyone must give my father some respect. It is quite normal for a mere general to fear my father, isn't it? Wu Dao spoke with immense pride. So, it turns out it's merely a case of a dog relying on its master. Look at that smug expression of yours. Do not provoke me, or I might have to teach you a lesson. Su Yang replied with a deadpan expression. Wu Dao was left speechless. Enough, let us proceed. At that moment, Li Rufeng uttered softly, then strode towards the entrance of divine martial city. Su Yang and the others ceased their conversation and quickly followed Li Rufeng's pace. Soon, Li Rufeng approached Gong Yi. Without pausing, he walked past him. In your next life, remember not to reveal your murderous intent so casually, and there will be no next life for you. It was at this moment that several voices reached Gong Yi's ears. Startled by the sound, Gong Yi was about to say something, but Li Rufeng offered him no opportunity. Thud. Without any warning, Gong Yi collapsed heavily to the ground. Until the very moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to the reason behind his death. What is the meaning of this? The commotion instigated by Gong Yi instantly captured the attention of Su Yang and his companions. However, as Li Rufeng continued his stride without pause, Su Yang and his associates momentarily hesitated before dismissing the fallen Gong Yi. Shortly after Li Rufeng and the others had distanced themselves, chaos erupted at the city gates. The sudden death of Gong Yi rapidly spread throughout the divine martial city. Numerous formidable figures began to covertly investigate the circumstances surrounding his demise. Ultimately, they all arrived at a singular conclusion. Gong Yi had perished due to the direct extraction of his soul. This revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of many powerful beings. For one to so silently and efficiently sever the soul of a saint-level expert was an endeavor beyond even the mightiest of great saints. Thus, the only plausible answer remained. It must have been an emperor. Yet, it had been countless millennia since an emperor had graced the Tianyuan continent. The sudden emergence of such a powerful figure would undoubtedly leave all strong practitioners in the realm astounded. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, Li Rufeng had arrived and settled in comfortably. Su Yang and his companions, under the guidance of Wu Dao, began to meander through the streets of divine martial city. Before long, feeling a tinge of boredom, Li Rufeng too departed from the Tianji Pavilion branch, intending to explore the wonders of divine martial city. Concurrently, Su Yang encountered a person he had fervently wished to avoid. Chapter 0 Tang Chuan of the Tang family and Wu Hao meet with death. Senior brother, who is she? Wu Dao inquired softly upon witnessing such a terrifying expression on Su Yang's face for the first time. Nothing much, merely an unabashed woman, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. I did not expect to encounter her here. She was once a disciple of the Flying Immortal Sect, but she later withdrew from the sect. As Su Yang cast his gaze toward Li Rufeng lying in another embrace, Li Rufeng happened to notice him as well. It's him. That worthless fool. Humph. How did he end up here? Could it be that he followed me all this way? She mused with a smirk. How persistent. In that case, I shall humiliate him thoroughly, ensuring he gives up on me entirely. The moment Su Yang came into her sight, Li Rufeng began to contemplate deeply. What's wrong, Rian? You seem unwell. Is something bothering you? The man holding Li Rufeng asked with concern. Nothing, Tang Xiao. I simply encountered someone I detest, Li Rufeng replied, shaking her head, her expression suddenly turning obsequious. It's him. A voice of astonishment resonated from behind. Huh. Wu Hao, who is he? The man, referred to as Tang Xiao, questioned Wu Hao directly. Indeed, Tang Xiao. Do you recall me mentioning that someone has a marriage contract with Miss Liu? That individual over there. He is Su Yang. The man who has a betrothal with Miss Liu. Wu Hao pointed towards Su Yang as he responded. Since leaving the Flying Immortal Sect, Li Rufeng and Wu Hao had been brought to the Divine Continent. By chance, Li Rufeng caught the attention of the current Tang Xiao. In a bid to acquire more cultivation resources, Wu Hao not only willingly relinquished Li Rufeng, but also informed Tang Xiao about Su Yang. Now, as enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Although Li Rufeng no longer belonged to him, witnessing Su Yang being subdued by Tang Xiao still brought Wu Hao a sense of satisfaction. Oh, so he is Su Yang? Huh. A mere ant in the Qi refining realm dares to vie for a woman with me? Come, let us approach him. Since Rian has a marriage contract with him, I shall personally reclaim that document for you. Moreover, I shall demand that he kneels before you and admits his wrongs. What do you think, Rian? Tang Xiao said, caressing Li Rufeng's figure with an eager expression. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I always said I am not someone that worthless fool, could ever match, yet I never anticipated he would follow me here. If you take action, he certainly will not trouble me again, Li Rufeng replied, deliberately adopting a coy demeanor as she shifted in Tang Xiao's embrace. Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as you give the word, Rian, I can ensure this little fool meets his end. Tang Xiao laughed heartily and then embraced Li Rufeng, striding towards Su Yang. Not far away, the movements of Tang Xiao and his companions quickly caught Su Yang and his associates' attention. They are approaching. That person. Is he? Tang Chuan from the Tang family. It is indeed him. At this moment, Wu Dao gazed at the approaching Tang Chuan, muttering to himself. Tang Chuan, do you know him? Su Yang inquired upon hearing Wu Dao's murmurs. Indeed, there are many formidable factions in the Divine Land, and the Tang family is one of them. The family's patriarch is a supreme being, and Tang Chuan is the heir. I never imagined that your former fiancé you would be entangled with him, Wu Dao replied slowly. Former fiancé, what of the Tang family? If he does not provoke me, I shall not bother with him. Should he be foolish enough to challenge me, he cannot blame me for my lack of courtesy. After all, if trouble arises, my master will shield me, Su Yang asserted confidently. Ah, you criticize me for relying on connections, yet you are not much better. Brother, nonetheless, I concur with your sentiment. Brother, I stand by your side this time. With me here, I doubt that Tang Chuan will dare to overstep his bounds, Wu Dao declared. While the two conversed, Tang Chuan had already brought Li Rufeng and others before Su Yang. After scanning Su Yang with a dismissive gaze, Tang Chuan spoke. You are Su Yang? Indeed, what do you want? Su Yang replied coldly. unperturbed by Tang Chuan's arrogance. How amusing. Since when does a mere qi refining realm dare to speak to me in such a manner? Wu Hao, since he cannot conduct himself appropriately, go teach him a lesson. Tang Chuan commanded, refraining from directly attacking Su Yang as it would undermine his status. Yes, Tang Xiao. Responding to the command, Wu Hao stepped forward, approaching Su Yang. Su Yang, we meet again. It has been quite some time, yet you remain a qi refining waste. I am now at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. I advise you to apologize to Tang Xiao, or do not blame me for taking action against you, he said, a smug expression adorning his face. Only at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, I fail to see what you have to boast about. Tell me, who has instilled in you such confidence to believe I am not your match? Is it him? Or is it merely your ignorance? Su Yang retorted, his tone icy. Unaware of your own limitations. A waste thinks he can contend with me? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Do you dare to face me in a duel? The loser must kneel and call the winner grandfather 3 times. Do you dare? Wu Hao exclaimed, infuriated by Su Yang's disdain. Apologies, but you are unworthy. Leave now, or face dire consequences. Confronted with Wu Hao's tedious demands, Su Yang rejected him without a moment's hesitation. In Su Yang's eyes, Wu Hao had become nothing more than a mere jester. Presently, his only concern was the onlooker Tang Chuan. You, insolent fool, I shall make you pay. Enraged, Wu Hao launched a swift strike towards Su Yang. Instead of evading the attack, Su Yang wore an expression of disdain. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Just as Wu Hao's blow was about to make contact, Su Yang sprang into action. Without hesitation or restraint, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Thud! In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's fist collided with Wu Hao's chest, and in an instant, Wu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, causing cracks to form in the stone beneath him. No. It can't be. Wu Hao's final word never escaped his lips as he completely succumbed to the silence of death. This spectacle left Tang Chuan and Li Rufeng utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Su Yang could dispatch a Foundation Establishment 8-layer practitioner with a single move. Damn it. This fellow's strength is abnormal. Thankfully, I remained cautious. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. After the shock, Tang Chuan no longer underestimated Su Yang. How could he be so formidable? He is supposed to be a waste. Even if he can kill Wu Hao, what of it? In comparison to young Master Tang, he remains a mere failure. Su Yang, do not delude yourself into thinking that I will change my mind just because you reveal such strength. No matter how powerful a waste may seem, it is still a waste. Though Li Rufeng was taken aback by Su Yang's display of strength, she still regarded him with contempt. I must admit I underestimated you. However, this is where your journey ends. No matter how skilled you are, can you truly bridge the chasm of 2 major realms? Furthermore, I need not lift a finger. As soon as I speak, those who wish to kill you could line up all the way to Zhongdu. Yet, considering your commendable prowess, I shall be magnanimous and grant you a chance to live. Tang Chuan looked at Su Yang with a scornful expression as he spoke. Oh, I would very much like to hear this, Su Yang replied calmly, intrigued to discover Tang Chuan's intentions. Chapter 0, The Fall of the Tang Family. Wu Dao's dismay, quite simple, Tang Chuan proclaimed, a smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth. First, surrender the marriage certificate you hold with Ru Yan. Second, kneel and bow 3 times to her. Third, submit to me and serve my interests henceforth. Should you fulfill these conditions, I may grant you your life. Do you think this is a wish? Do you truly believe it is feasible? Do not assume that just because you hail from the Tang family, I would be intimidated by you. The Tang family is but a trifling matter. My master could obliterate you with a mere gesture, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. How amusing. You think your master is some emperor? Do refrain from boasting so absurdly. Exercise a modicum of sense. If your master possesses such prowess, I shall stand on my head and call you grandfather thrice. Su Yang's taunt elicited a hearty laugh from Tang Chuan, who immediately retorted with scorn. Oh, really? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from a distance, calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Master. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yang and the others turned in unison towards its source. Soon, Li Rufeng approached them. Master, what brings you here? Su Yang inquired, curious about Li Rufeng's sudden arrival. I was merely bored and decided to take a stroll, fortuitously encountering your little drama, Li Rufeng replied. You are his master? As soon as Li Rufeng finished speaking, Tang Chuan directed a challenging question toward him. Indeed, the words you just spoke, do they still hold weight? Li Rufeng nodded and inquired further. Words? What words? Tang Chuan asked, puzzled. You truly are one of those affluent individuals prone to forgetfulness. Naturally, it is the part about standing on my head and calling me grandfather thrice. Su Yang interjected. Humph, whether it holds weight or not matters little. Furthermore, he claims you can annihilate my Tang family with a mere gesture. If you can indeed do so, I would have no qualms about calling him grandfather thrice, Tang Chuan dismissed. Very well. However, I must say, I have never encountered a request quite like yours, and it seems rather foolish, Li Rufeng remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. By the way, where is the Tang family? Does anyone know? Master, I am well aware of this. I can guide you there, Wu Dao promptly volunteered. Good, then let us proceed. With that, Li Rufeng and Wu Dao vanished from sight, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of bewilderment. Do you think that person truly went to the Tang family? He cannot genuinely intend to obliterate them, can he? After all, the Tang family is protected by a venerable ancestor. Are you foolish enough to believe such words? I suspect that individual spoke intentionally to intimidate the young master of the Tang family. He has likely found a place to hide by now. What? That can't be. What about his disciples who remain here? Does he care for them? Not at all. You see, I tell you that your life is paramount, yet you hesitate to believe. Have you never heard the adage about valuing one's own life over that of a companion? The principle of a dead Taoist is preferable to a living friend. It seems you are unfamiliar with it. Nonetheless, the individual in question does exhibit a degree of foolishness. If he must flee, why bring along a male disciple? If it were me, I would certainly take the female disciple with me. Could it be that he harbors no interest in women, but rather, oh, the world is vast and full of wonders. As soon as Li Rufeng departed, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Essentially, no one believed that Li Rufeng truly intended to annihilate the Tang family. After all, such a notion seemed rather far-fetched and unrealistic. Meanwhile, high above, Li Rufeng stood alongside Wu Dao. Master, there lies the domain of the Tang family. But are we truly going to obliterate them? Their ancestral head, I have heard, has reportedly reached the 8th level of the saintly realm. Moreover, the Tang family boasts several saint-level experts and hundreds of emperor-level warriors. Their overall strength formidable. Having never witnessed Li Rufeng in combat, Wu Dao remained uncertain of his true capabilities, thus feeling a twinge of anxiety. Ah, that is reassuring. I feared there would be no formidable opponents. It is a pity, though, that the strongest among them is merely a saint. That feels rather weak. Li Rufeng sighed softly. In his eyes, the stronger the adversary, the greater the points he would earn from their defeat. Although he currently had no pressing need for a multitude of kill points, it was prudent to be prepared, for he might need them to acquire desired items in the future. Ah, truly, master. You speak so nonchalantly. Yet your demeanor is impeccable. It seems I must learn more from you in the future, Wu Dao thought quietly, observing Li Rufeng's calm demeanor. If that is the case, let us commence. Human Emperor Banner, arise. Without further hesitation, Li Rufeng summoned the Human Emperor Banner. What? The aura of malevolence. Observing the terrifying dark energy emanating from the Human Emperor Banner, Wu Dao felt a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, master, you refer to this as the Human Emperor Banner? Is it my lack of experience? Or did you misname it? At that moment, Wu Dao even regretted leading Li Rufeng here, fearing that such a monumental secret might lead to him being drawn into the Human Emperor Banner as well. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng's focus remained solely on the Tang family below. Oblivious to Wu Dao's expression of despair, annihilate. With no embellishments or unnecessary maneuvers, he simply unleashed a decisive strike. Much like the previous encounter at the Blood Shadow Tower, the entire Tang clan was utterly reduced to rubble in mere moments. Following this, the Emperor's banner made its appearance. This time, the souls gathered, both in quantity and quality, far surpassed those from the Blood Shadow Tower, necessitating a considerable amount of time for absorption. After several minutes, the Emperor's banner finally consumed the remaining souls below. Indeed, this newfound power was poised to increase exponentially. The Emperor's banner now approached the level of imperial might. With a satisfied nod, Li Rufeng stowed the banner away. Unlike other weapons acquired through signing in, the Emperor's banner initially bore no rank. It was destined to grow indefinitely, absorbing as many souls as possible without limit. Although Li Rufeng seldom employed the banner in battle, he yearned to ascertain whether the banner truly possessed the formidable capabilities as claimed by the system. Therefore, he resolved to personally validate its limitless potential. What expression is that? Turning around, Li Rufeng noticed Wu Dao's hesitant demeanor, prompting his curiosity. Master. Wu Dao stammered in response to Li Rufeng's inquiry. You're not coveting my emperor's banner, are you? That one T do. I still have use for it. Haven T, I already given you the He Tu and Luo Shu. Besides, as a diviner, what use would you have for the emperor's banner? Come on. Su Yang is still waiting for us. With that, Li Rufeng led Wu Dao back towards Divine Martial City. Goodness, even if my master offered it to me, I wouldn't dare accept it. Never mind, my master wouldn't harm me. Why am I overthinking this? On the return journey, Wu Dao found himself quietly musing. Ultimately, he found peace and ceased to dwell on the matter of the emperor's banner. Under Li Rufeng's guidance, the two swiftly reunited with Su Yang and the others. Chapter 0. Rooting out the weeds, harming the flowers. Look, that man has returned. How dare he come back? Or could it be that he has truly annihilated the Tang family? That is inconceivable. After such a brief span of time, no matter how formidable he is, it is impossible to have eradicated the entire Tang clan so swiftly. Yet, if he has returned, what could be his intentions? Who can say? We shall continue to observe. As Li Rufeng and Wu Dao made their entrance, the surrounding crowd began to murmur once more. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan observed Li Rufeng's return, a smirk unconsciously creeping across his lips. Like the others, Tang Chuan believed it implausible that Li Rufeng could have obliterated the Tang family in such a short period. Given his swift return, Tang Chuan instinctively assumed that Li Rufeng had not ventured far from the Divine Martial City. Thus, it was even less likely he had approached the Tang residence. You left so decisively just now. I thought you were indeed powerful. Yet, you returned so quickly out of fear. I concede, you have amused me today. However, you shall pay with your life for this. Tang Chuan laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. Fear? Losing one's life? Indeed, one can always encounter self-righteous fools, no matter the place. You do not believe my previous words were mere jest, do you? If that is the case, behold. Li Rufeng spoke coolly, raising a hand, and with a swift motion, a cascade of tokens tumbled down, forming a small mound before Tang Chuan. What? This is... In the next moment, upon seeing the pile of tokens, Tang Chuan began to tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Where did you acquire these? Even now, Tang Chuan remained in denial, unable to accept the reality before him. How mundane. You may handle your own affairs. Observing Tang Chuan's near collapse, Li Rufeng lost all interest. After exchanging a few casual words with Su Yang and others, he turned and strode away in another direction. Throughout the encounter, Li Rufeng had not answered any of Tang Chuan's inquiries. This man has truly destroyed the Tang family. Am I dreaming? Is it genuinely possible for someone to achieve this in such a brief time? I cannot believe he appears to be no more than 20, yet possesses such extraordinary power. It seems the Eastern Wilderness is on the verge of transformation. As Li Rufeng departed, the onlookers were left in profound shock. Each token of identity, even to those not of the Tang family, revealed enough to indicate the gravity of the situation, coupled with Tang Chuan's expression of utter despair. It confirmed the fact of the Tang family's annihilation. Senior brother, how shall we deal with them? What do you intend to do about that woman? Wu Dao inquired softly as he approached Su Yang, glancing at Tang Chuan, who sat helplessly on the ground. Su Yang then turned his gaze to the terrified Li Rufeng beside him. The Tang family has been eradicated. We have become adversaries. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate all threats. With that, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear and pierced Tang Chuan's body in a single thrust. I hate. Even in his final moments, Tang Chuan could scarcely comprehend why his family had met such an end. As for her, after disposing of Tang Chuan, Su Yang shifted his attention toward Li Rufeng. Su Yang, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in many ways and have always looked down upon you. Yet, I never intended to harm you. This was all due to Tang Chuan. He sought trouble with you. I realize my mistakes now, and I implore you to forgive me this once. If you wish, I can follow you, serve you, and obey your every command. Truly, I will do whatever you ask of me. Just please, do not take my life. Seeing the coldness in Su Yang's eyes, Li Rufeng was utterly panicked. In that moment, she relinquished her haughty demeanor and laid aside her fragile pride, bowing before Su Yang in desperate supplication. Had he not witnessed this humbling scene, he would have found it hard to believe that the proud Li Rufeng could exhibit such vulnerability. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Had I remained a worthless being, would you have pleaded for my life when Tang Chuan sought to kill me? No, you would not. You would have likely laughed, for that is the kind of woman you are. Nevertheless, I must thank you. At least you have made me realize that emotions are but stumbling blocks on my path to immortality. Today, let us conclude our ties once and for all. With those words, Su Yang slowly produced a crimson item. Today, I, Su Yang, hereby formally annul our engagement, Li Rufeng. From this moment forth, we shall be as strangers, with no further entanglements. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, reducing the marriage contract to mere dust. In that instant, Su Yang felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and liberation. Su Yang, can this grant me my life? If you spare me, I promise to never appear before you again. Li Rufeng, more concerned about her fate than the annulment itself, pleaded earnestly. Li Rufeng, you should consider yourself fortunate to be a woman. I do not take the lives of women. Now, leave, before I change my mind, Su Yang replied coolly. Yes, I shall leave at once. Upon hearing that Su Yang would spare her life, Li Rufeng was overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the distance. Meanwhile, Wu Dao and the others, though feeling that Su Yang was excessively merciful, refrained from voicing their thoughts. After all, this matter was Su Yang's to handle, and they, as bystanders, found it inappropriate to intervene. However, just as everyone believed the situation had reached a conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su Yang, you deceived me, Li Rufeng gasped, her voice laced with disbelief as she stared at the blood-soaked tip of the gun protruding from her chest. I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart? To be honest, the fact that you have survived this long seems miraculous to me. Furthermore, I did not entirely deceive you. I do not kill women, except those who bear me animosity. Remember this in your next life, Su Yang stated nonchalantly, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In the next moment, he withdrew the god-slaying gun from Li Rufeng's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the wound. Su Yang, I hate you. I curse you. May you never find peace. Li Rufeng's voice grew increasingly feeble until she could utter no more. Casting a glance at the lifeless Li Rufeng, Su Yang turned away without a trace of nostalgia. Let us depart. I am rather fatigued today and shall return to rest, he said calmly as he approached Wu Dao and the others. Brother, are you all right? Wu Dao inquired with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Or do you wish for me to encounter misfortune? That way, you could assume the role of the elder brother, correct? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. If you can still jest, then you must be fine. Very well, let us return. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the 7 provinces grand competition. We must rest well. Wu Dao concluded, reassured by Su Yang's demeanor. Thus, the group ceased their idle wandering and made their way back to the Tianji Pavilion's branch. Concurrently, the news of the Tang family's annihilation swiftly reached the ears of the major factions across the Divine Land. This shocking revelation sparked intense upheaval throughout the realm. A family possessing a saintly powerhouse had been eradicated by a single individual, and all within a brief span of time. Instantly, the remaining saintly powerhouses shifted their complete focus onto Li Rufeng, with many speculating in secrecy about which formidable force Li Rufeng might target next. Chapter 0. The Visit of Ji Jiushuan, the celestial star in the illustrious city of Shenwu, within the branch of the Tianji Pavilion. Shortly after Su Yang and the others returned, Li Rufeng also made his entrance. Just as he intended to rest, a formidable aura descended upon the grand entrance of the pavilion. The visitor was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, most notably distinguished by his flowing white hair. Before long, the white-haired man entered the Tianji Pavilion and made his way directly to Wu Dao. Father, when did you arrive? Upon seeing the white-haired man, Wu Dao immediately exclaimed, I just got here. Now, I have matters to discuss with you. Is it true that your master was responsible for the annihilation of the Tang family? The white-haired man, Ji Jiushuan, asked bluntly. After such a long absence, do you have nothing else to say to me? Perhaps, do you miss me? Wu Dao retorted, avoiding the question. Is it merely a month? Besides, your departure has rendered my surroundings rather peaceful. Now, I am asking you about serious matters. Was it indeed your master who did this? Ji Jiushuan pressed on. Father, are you not reputed as the foremost expert of the Eastern wilderness? Shouldn't you be able to deduce it yourself? Is it necessary for you to inquire of me? Wu Dao replied softly. If I could deduce it, would I need to ask you? For this matter, I nearly lost half of my life. And yet you jest with me. Ji Jiushuan responded, slightly irritated. What? Father, what exactly transpired? Pray tell, so that I may find amusement in it. Who possesses such power to nearly endanger your life? Wu Dao inquired curiously. Seeing Wu Dao's carefree demeanor, Ji Jiushuan fell momentarily silent. Who else could it be but your master? Before coming here, I attempted to divine the situation concerning your master. What I did not foresee was inconsequential. I nearly suffered a backlash. Even now, I am still somewhat apprehensive. It was utterly terrifying, merely that single glance. Ji Jiushuan, recalling the faint images he had seen, was overtaken by a hint of dread. Father, what precisely did you witness? It is the first time I have seen you exhibit such a fearful expression. The more Ji Jiushuan refrained from speaking, the stronger Wu Dao's curiosity grew. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. In due time, if you wish to know, you may divine it for yourself. Ji Jiushuan declared. Very well. If you choose not to reveal it, so be it. Yes, it was indeed my master who eradicated the Tang family. Moreover, I was present at the scene. Father, you haven't seen it, have you? The scene, the tactics. Wu Dao spoke, his face reflecting astonishment. What happened next? Continue. Ji Jiushuan urged as Wu Dao suddenly paused. I cannot divulge, I cannot disclose. Father, if you wish to know, you can simply calculate it yourself. Wu Dao shook his head, feigning an air of profound mystery. Will you speak or not? If you refuse, do not blame me for resorting to family discipline. Wu Dao fell into silence, then replied nonchalantly, Father, this truly cannot be revealed. It pertains to the secrets of my master. Speaking of it could cost you your life. However, since you insist on knowing, I shall reluctantly share. Wu Dao began to speak. Stop. Since it concerns your master's secret, I believe it is not essential to know. Without allowing Wu Dao to finish, Ji Jiushuan immediately interrupted. Oh, I thought you were quite bold. Is this all? Wu Dao scoffed. Father, I hold you in contempt. You brat. If you wish to become an orphan, just say so. I cannot be bothered to continue this discussion. I must pay a visit to your master. Given my arrival, your master has undoubtedly sensed my presence. It would be impolite not to pay my respects. With that, Ji Jiushuan stood and walked towards the door. Then I wish you luck, and do not let me truly become an orphan, Wu Dao said weakly. Get lost. Ji Jiushuan replied, leaving without looking back. Before long, Ji Jiushuan arrived at the door of Li Rufeng's resting chamber. Junior Ji Jiushuan, here to pay my respects to the elder, he announced respectfully. Come in. Li Rufeng's voice echoed from within after a few moments. Upon receiving permission, Ji Jiushuan stepped forward to open the door and entered the room. I have met the esteemed elder. Upon encountering Li Rufeng for the first time, Ji Jiushuan was genuinely astonished by his youthful appearance. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as it was not uncommon in the cultivation world to encounter those who possessed techniques for eternal youth. Ji Jiushuan, is Wu Dao your father? Li Rufeng inquired, curious due to their shared surname. Indeed, elder, Wu Dao is my father. I am grateful for your care towards my son during this time, Ji Jiushuan replied. Oh, so you are the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? With a cultivation level of the 9th heaven of the most sacred, you are indeed quite impressive in the Eastern Wasteland. Speak, what brings you to me? Li Rufeng addressed him directly. Since the elder has inquired, I shall speak plainly. A few years ago, I stumbled upon the appearance of a star descending from the heavens in the Eastern Wasteland. This star appeared without warning, manifesting directly in the skies above the Eastern Wasteland. The so-called star actually represents a particular individual. At that time, I had been tirelessly searching for the one destined to correspond with this fallen star. Alas, it seemed as though some unseen force deliberately obscured the essence of this individual. Even I could not glean a single fragment of information pertaining to them. Until now, with the downfall of the Tang clan, I have heard that it was the doing of one person. Thus, I realized that after years of searching, I had finally found the one. Ji Jiushuan gazed at Li Rufeng, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Oh, so you believe that person to be me? But even if that is the case, what can I do? You did not seek me merely to proclaim that I am that fallen star, did you? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Senior, the matter is far from simple. Are you aware of why the Tianyuan Continent has been unable to produce an emperor? Ji Zhoushuan inquired earnestly. Why? Li Rufeng responded, following the thread of the conversation. It is a conspiracy, a scheme from the upper realm. There are those who are actively preventing the emergence of an emperor from the Tianyuan Continent. Their intent is to utterly annihilate the entire realm. You may not know, but the Eastern Wilderness, a millennium ago, was capable of giving rise to ancient saints, even great saints. Yet now, the highest we can hope for is the emergence of a saint. Perhaps in another millennium, even saints will cease to manifest in the Eastern Wilderness. All of this transpires because the celestial forces of the Tianyuan Continent have been steadily diminishing. I cannot conceive of any force capable of manipulating this celestial order except those from the upper realm, Ji Zhoushuan articulated slowly, his expression growing grave. Chapter 0. Do not ascend. The conspiracy of the upper realm. Oh, did you deduce all of this? Li Rufeng inquired with a hint of intrigue. Not at all. Although I have practiced the art of divination for several millennia, I have yet to reach such heights. To be frank, the founder of the Tianji Pavilion ascended to the upper realm tens of thousands of years ago. He left behind certain methods to establish contact with our realm at intervals. Initially, everything proceeded normally, until one day, the founder abruptly reached out to us. On that occasion, he conveyed but 4 words and has since ceased to make any further contact. Ji Zhoushuan responded. 4 words? What were they? Li Rufeng asked, curiosity piqued. Do not ascend. Ji Zhoushuan replied solemnly. At first, no one comprehended the reason behind the founder's warning. However, as time passed, several generations of pavilion masters began to uncover subtle hints. Consequently, none of the subsequent masters chose to ascend, even as the conditions for breakthroughs in the eastern wasteland became increasingly stringent. The Tianji Pavilion refrained from venturing to the central capital. Oh, and why is that? Li Rufeng inquired once more, intrigued. Naturally, it is due to the sudden emergence of an ancient secret realm, which harbors the opportunity for transcendence. From the time the founder sent the warning against ascending to the appearance of this opportunity, scarcely a millennium has elapsed. At that time, the Tianyuan Continent was undergoing tremendous upheaval, rendering it impossible for the emperor to ascend smoothly. Consequently, this opportunity for transcendence appeared most fortuitously. Whatever the perspective, there is something decidedly amiss here, as if this opportunity was deliberately released at that moment. Based on these events, the successive masters of the Tianji Pavilion have formulated numerous hypotheses. Ultimately, they largely concur that both the upheaval on the Tianyuan Continent and the ancient secret realm are the machinations of individuals from the upper realm. However, the reason behind their actions remains unclear to the Tianji Pavilion even to this day, Ji Zhoushuan elaborated. I see. Li Rufeng nodded slightly upon hearing Ji Zhoushuan's revelations. Thus, what you have articulated has to do with your summoning of me. Senior, your appearance is the catalyst that may shatter these conspiracies. Ever since the celestial star descended, I have been astonished to perceive signs of revival within the Tianyuan Continent. Although I lack irrefutable evidence linking this phenomenon to you, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. The Tianji Pavilion has steadfastly sought a means to unravel these enigmas for tens of thousands of years. Now, as long as there exists a semblance of possibility, I am willing to believe. With but a word from you, I, along with the entirety of the Tianji Pavilion, am prepared to do anything for you. Even if it means sacrificing the pavilion itself, I would have no regrets as long as we can thoroughly dismantle the schemes of the upper realm. Ji Zhoushuan spoke with utmost seriousness. As Li Rufeng looked at Ji Zhoushuan, he perceived something distinctly different in this cultivator for the first time. What if you are mistaken? I am not the person you seek. I am incapable of unraveling the conspiracy of the upper realm. Is it truly worth wagering the entire Tianji Pavilion on this? After a brief pause, Li Rufeng replied, it is worth it. The Tianji Pavilion can be rebuilt, but if we lose this opportunity, it is irretrievably lost. This is my belief, and the others in the pavilion share it. From the moment we embarked on the path of Tianji, we understood that our lives would never be entirely tranquil. If we lack even this basic understanding, how can we aspire to pursue the path of Tianji? Ji Zhoushuan responded without hesitation, how intriguing. Though I may not comprehend it fully, I respect your conviction. At the very least, I find myself incapable of such noble righteousness. Li Rufeng smiled slightly, and then continued, "So, esteemed senior, do you agree?" Ji Jiuxuan hastily inquired. "Naturally. Moreover, even without your words today, I would be heading to the upper realm. Inevitably, I will encounter conflicts with its denizens. Dealing with them will be a mere formality. Any schemes or machinations are but the antics of clowns before absolute power," Li Rufeng stated calmly. "It seems you have long possessed a strategy to confront those from the upper realm. Perhaps I have overthought this. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to act on behalf of the Tianyuan Continent," Ji Jiuxuan remarked. "Very well, let us leave it at that. After the conclusion of the 7 states grand competition, I shall proceed to Zhongdu. At that time, I will personally examine the ancient secret realm. If all goes smoothly, I will address the matters concerning the ancient secret realm. As for the future, restoring the Tianyuan Continent will necessitate a journey to the upper realm. Once we resolve all those who have acted against the Tianyuan Continent, I trust the situation will unravel itself." Li Rufeng spoke slowly. "Then I entrust this matter to you. Esteemed senior, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. I take my leave," Ji Jiuxuan said before departing. His purpose in seeking out Li Rufeng had been fulfilled, rendering it unnecessary to linger further. After Ji Jiuxuan left, Li Rufeng reclined on his bed to rest. The following day marked the occasion of the 7 states grand competition. However, Li Rufeng held little interest in the event. The current Su Yang and his companions had long surpassed their peers in cultivation. It was evident that the 4 of them would effortlessly secure victory in this competition. Just as Li Rufeng anticipated, during the 7 states grand competition, Su Yang and his trio faced opponents who were utterly defenseless. At last, many individuals, when confronted by Su Yang and his companions, chose to surrender outright. Throughout the entirety of the 7 prefectures competition, their prowess remained largely unexhibited. Ultimately, the group led by Su Yang successfully secured first place on behalf of Qingzhou. Once the competition concluded, Ji Jiuxuan promptly sought out Li Rufeng. "Congratulations, esteemed senior. Your disciples have demonstrated remarkable strength, successfully representing Qingzhou to clinch the top position in the competition. Herein lies the reward for the first place. What do you think?" As he spoke, Ji Jiuxuan produced a storage ring and presented it to Li Rufeng. "Please assist me in delivering this to the Facian Sect." Li Rufeng remarked after a brief glance at the storage ring, his tone measured. "Certainly. I shall dispatch someone shortly to convey these rewards to the Facian Sect." Ji Jiuxuan promptly replied, "By the way, the Tianyuan competition is approaching. Do you know when it commences?" Li Rufeng inquired, nodding slightly. "The Tianyuan competition begins in 7 days. All participants must make their way to Tianyuan City in Zhongdu, where they will vie for the opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm," Ji Jiuxuan elucidated. "In 7 days? In that case, I shall prepare to depart for Zhongdu in a couple of days." Li Rufeng contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. "Then I shall take my leave and rest well for the next few days," Ji Jiuxuan concluded before departing. Subsequently, Ji Jiuxuan arranged for the rewards earned by Qingzhou to be delivered to the Facian Sect. At the Facian Sect, the sect leader Shen received a visitor from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. "Sect leader Shen, this is a personal delivery from our esteemed master. It contains the rewards from the recent 7 prefectures competition." As he spoke, the envoy presented a storage ring to Shen Xinghe. "Rewards? Typically, only the top 3 positions receive such honors. May I inquire how Qingzhou fared in the competition?" Although Shen Xinghe was confident that Su Yang and his peers would secure a top 3 finish, he sought clarity on the specifics. "This news will likely reach Qingzhou swiftly. But since you inquired, I shall inform you ahead of time. Qingzhou has achieved first place in the 7 prefectures competition," the envoy from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion responded. "What? First place? This is truly remarkable." Despite having anticipated this outcome, the confirmation left Shen Xinghe utterly astonished. "Sect leader, I have fulfilled the task assigned by our master. I must now return to report my findings. I shall take my leave," the envoy stated before Shen Xinghe could fully recover from his shock. "Safe travels, esteemed senior," Shen Xinghe called as the envoy departed from the Facian Sect. Watching the receding figure, Shen Xinghe tightly grasped the storage ring in his hand, unable to contain the joy that radiated from his face. Before long, Shen Xinghe arrived at the peak of spiritual herbs. As he approached, he saw Su Meng'er sitting in Li Rufeng's courtyard, lost in thought. In recent days, whenever she had the time, Su Meng'er would come here. Chapter 0. Journey to Zhongdu Yujia's daughter. Meng'er, you are indeed here. As Su Meng'er remained lost in thought, the voice of Shen Xinghe roused her from her reverie. Master, what brings you here? Su Meng'er inquired with curiosity as she approached upon noticing Shen Xinghe's arrival. I come bearing delightful news. Your uncle has secured first place in the 7 states competition along with several of his disciples, Shen Xinghe announced with a smile. Really? That's splendid. Does this mean uncle will be returning soon? I have been dreadfully bored without him to converse with these past few days. The naive Su Ming, upon hearing the conclusion of the competition, immediately burst into joyous excitement. Observing the radiant smile on Su Meng'er's face, Shen Xinghe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What troubles you, master? Shouldn't you be happy that uncle is coming back? Su Meng'er asked, puzzled by Shen Xinghe's hesitation. Meng'er, it seems your uncle will not return anytime soon. After a brief pause, Shen Xinghe spoke slowly. Why not? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng would not be coming back, the smile on Su Meng'er's face vanished, replaced by a look of deep sorrow. Well, your uncle still needs to attend the Tianyuan competition in Zhongdu, which is why he cannot return just yet. However, do not be too disheartened. He will come back once the competition concludes, Shen Xinghe reassured her. Sigh, Meng'er, do not hold it against your master for deceiving you. Once you grow accustomed to the absence of your senior, I shall reveal the truth to you. Inwardly, Shen Xinghe sighed. Is that so? Then I suppose it cannot be helped. Zhongdu, I have heard it is quite distant from here. Had I known, I would have accompanied uncle, Su Meng'er said weakly. Very well, for the next 7 states competition, you shall accompany your uncle. In an effort to lift Su Meng'er's spirits, Shen Xinghe purposely suggested. Okay, hee. The mere thought of traveling to the divine land with Li Rufeng brought a bright smile to Su Meng'er's face. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe, witnessing this scene, felt an indescribable pang in his heart. 2 days later, Li Rufeng, accompanied by Su Yang and 3 others, embarked on their journey to Zhongdu. Before their departure, Ji Zhoushuan entrusted Li Rufeng with matters concerning the Tianyuan competition. Considering that no one from the eastern wilderness was more capable than Su Yang and his companions, they were the only ones representing the region in the competition. Others, even if they went, would merely be going through the motions, rendering their presence unnecessary. Their destination was Tianyuan City in Zhongdu. Given the considerable distance, the flying vessel continued its journey for nearly 2.5 days. 2 days later, Li Rufeng and his companions successfully arrived at Tianyuan City. In comparison to Xinyu City, Tianyuan City is vastly more expansive and prosperous, teeming with formidable individuals beyond count, not to mention the celestial saints. Even those of the ancient saints, great saints, and even the quasi-emperor realm exude their presence in a myriad of forms throughout Tianyuan City. It can be asserted that, when juxtaposed with Zhongdu, the eastern wilderness is undeniably feeble. The Tianyuan Grand Tournament is merely 3 days away. In the interim, you may freely explore Tianyuan City. Here is a token I have crafted for you. Each of you should carry it at all times. Should any danger arise, simply infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy, and I shall hasten to your side without delay. As Li Rufeng spoke, he produced 4 specially crafted tokens and handed them to Su Yang and his companions. Thank you, Master, they replied, their faces alight with joy. After all, with this safeguard, they could now indulge without restraint. Once he had imparted these instructions, Li Rufeng, as was his wont, intended to wander through Tianyuan City. Being in a new locale for the first time sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. As for Su Yang and his companions, they resolved to diligently cultivate in their lodgings to better prepare for the impending Tianyuan Grand Tournament. This event is not akin to the 7-state contest. It is a gathering of numerous powerful beings. They would be contending against the most elite prodigies of the continent. Though they held confidence in their own abilities, they remained wary of underestimating their forthcoming adversaries. While Su Yang and his companions devoted their time to rigorous training, Li Rufeng found himself in the bustling heart of Tianyuan City. Strolling through the thronging streets, he casually glanced about. Before long, a platform surrounded by a crowd piqued his interest. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the elevated stage. Ding! Detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information? At that moment, before Li Rufeng could take several steps forward, a notification resonated within his mind. Oh, there is indeed a person of great fortune here. System, display the details. Understood, esteemed host. Name: Yu Ruoxue, Realm, 5th stage of the nascent soul, Fortune value, 1650. Information: daughter of the Yu family in Tianyuan City. She has exhibited extraordinary talent in the art of Go since childhood and is now but a step away from comprehending the profound path of the game. The art of Go? Such a rarity, and a woman at that. As he absorbed the information provided by the system, Li Rufeng felt a surge of intrigue toward Yu Ruoxue. Simultaneously, he approached the vicinity of the platform. Through the throng, he beheld a Go board atop the stage, with 2 figures seated on either side. One was an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Opposite him sat a woman. The young woman possessed an ethereal elegance, her delicate features revealing a hint of profound serenity that suggested she saw through all things. This girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, was known as Yu Ruoxue. At this moment, she rested her chin on one hand while idly toying with a black chess piece in the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast to her tranquil demeanor, the elderly man in white was drenched in sweat, his trembling hand still holding the white chess piece, which remained suspended in the air, undecided. Esteemed elder, you have been contemplating for quite some time now. Will you not make your move? If not, do kindly utter a word. After observing Yu Ruoxue for several breaths, Li Rufeng spoke, prompting her to leisurely address the elderly man across from her. This. Alas, I am indeed outmatched. This game belongs to Miss Yu. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly man sighed in resignation and returned the piece to the chess container. I concede. Esteemed elder, do not forget my prize for victory. Observing the elderly man's surrender, Yu Ruoxue displayed little emotion, as if this outcome had been entirely anticipated. Child, do you truly think that I, the head of the illustrious Bailu Academy, would be so petty as to deny you a sacred artifact? As he spoke, the elderly man retrieved a holy-grade weapon from his storage ring and handed it to Yu Ruoxue. Thank you, esteemed elder. You are always welcome here. Do visit often. Stowing away the sacred artifact, Yu Ruoxue teased lightly. Very well, when I return, I shall study some new strategies and will bring back my findings personally. With this game concluded, I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to your father. With those words, the elderly man rose and departed from the elevated platform. Safe travels, esteemed elder. I shall certainly deliver your message. Yu Ruoxue replied softly as she watched him leave. Soon, she found herself alone upon the platform. My goodness, Miss Yu truly lives up to her reputation as the foremost chess master of our time. To think that even the head of the first academy in Zhongdu fell to her. The gathered onlookers marveled at her prowess. Moreover, she is still so young, yet has achieved such heights in the art of chess. I dare say, within a millennium, or perhaps even sooner, she may well establish herself as a true master. Indeed, it is a pity that in this era, emperors are so rare. Otherwise, witnessing the birth of a chess emperor would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, with Miss Yu's prodigious talent, breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage should pose no challenge. Should she encounter the fabled opportunity for ascendance, it is not impossible for her to reach the realm of emperors. You speak lightly of it. The existence of such an opportunity is merely speculative. Furthermore, even if it exists, it would hardly be easily attained. Below the platform, the crowd was abuzz with astonishment at Yu Ruoxue's victory over the elderly man in white. Simultaneously, discussions began to arise among them regarding the future achievements of Yu Ruoxue. Chapter 0. The Talent for Chess. Mu Family's Mu Jun Liahem. Pardon the interruption. May I inquire if the lady known as Yu is present here daily? Furthermore, what sort of individual is deemed worthy to engage her in a match? As Li Rufeng listened to the conversations surrounding him, he gained a deeper understanding of this Yu Ruoxue. Eager to converse with her at a closer range, he turned to a few individuals nearby and asked, Sir, you appear to be a newcomer? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's inquiry, a bystander promptly replied, Indeed. You have just arrived in Tianyuan City today. That explains your questions. In light of our fortuitous encounter, allow me to enlighten you. The lady Yu does not visit here daily. Rather, she graces us with her presence for 3 days each month. Moreover, not just anyone can challenge her to a game. The stipulation set by Lady Yu is that those who wish to play must wager a sacred weapon. Should you lose, you must relinquish your sacred artifact. The bystander explained slowly. Oh, and what if I were to win? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. You win? My dear sir, it is not that I underestimate you. But Lady Yu has never lost a game since her birth. You must have noticed the elderly gentleman who just departed. He is the esteemed head of the Bai Lu Academy, the foremost institution in the realm. If even he has been bested, do you truly believe you surpassed the Academy's chancellor? I understand that youth often breeds confidence, yet excessive self-assurance can sometimes lead to folly, the bystander cautioned. I comprehend. I merely harbor a curiosity. After all, what if she were to lose? Would she not face any consequences? Li Rufeng remarked, choosing not to engage in a dispute with the bystander. That is hardly possible. Since you are simply curious, there is no harm in sharing. Lady Yu has proclaimed that should anyone manage to defeat her, she would grant them one wish, provided it is within the capabilities of the Yu family. They shall fulfill the promise, the bystander replied. One wish. She certainly possesses a great deal of confidence to make such a declaration. Li Rufeng mused softly upon hearing the bystander's words. Why is that surprising? After all, Lady Yu is unlikely to lose. The notion of a wish is essentially meaningless, as it is akin to having none at all. In fact, there are young men, much like yourself, who have wagered numerous sacred artifacts simply for a chance to win her favor. Although the Yu family is not in want of sacred artifacts, no one would refuse additional offerings. If I were the head of the Yu family, I would ensure that Lady Yu visited here daily. Why pass up the opportunity for free sacred artifacts? The bystander expounded enthusiastically. Very well, thank you for your information. These spirit stones shall serve as your reward. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Li Rufeng prepared to meet the enchanting Yu Ruoshui, simultaneously producing a storage bag to present to the onlooker who had provided him with answers. Spirit stones? Thank you, my lord. You are quite generous, the onlooker exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with enthusiasm upon seeing the spirit stones. In response, Li Rufeng merely shook his head, opting for silence. He then turned to ascend the platform, contemplating the fortuitous opportunity to take Yu Ruoshui as his disciple. However, just as Li Rufeng took a few steps, a figure swiftly interjected, standing before him. The man, distinguished in appearance, donned a turquoise robe and held a fan in his hand. Is that not Mu Junlai? Someone remarked in surprise. I didn't expect him to return again. I recall he has come no less than 10 times, each time losing a sacred artifact to miss you. Although the Mu family is a prominent clan in Tianyuan City, can they afford such extravagant losses? You know nothing. Does young Master Mu care for the sacred artifacts? Anyone can see he has an interest in Miss Yu. If a mere artifact can sway her heart, he would consider it a tremendous gain. The arrival of Mu Junlai sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. Meanwhile, upon spotting him, Yu Ruoshui's brow involuntarily furrowed. Shortly after, Mu Junlai ascended the platform and approached her side. Ruoshui, it has been a few days, and you grow more beautiful with each passing moment, he declared with a charming smile. Mu Gongzi, we are not so familiar. It would be more appropriate for you to address me by my full name. Yu Ruoshui replied with a calm demeanor. This cold response rendered Mu Junlai momentarily awkward. If you find it unacceptable, perhaps I should take my leave, she added indifferently. Not at all. I shall call you Miss Yu then. This time, I still intend to challenge you to a match. I have brought a sacred artifact with me, so you needn't worry about my integrity afterward. As he spoke, Mu Junlai produced a sacred artifact and set it aside, seemingly regarding it as insignificant. Very well. As long as you possess a sacred artifact, anyone may challenge me, including you, young Master Mu. Now, please take a seat so we can commence. The sooner we begin, the sooner it shall conclude, Yu Ruoshui stated calmly after glancing at the artifact. Agreed. Without hesitation, Mu Junlai settled cross-legged opposite her. Just as they were about to begin their game, an approaching figure captured their attention. Who might you be? Do you not see I am about to play against Miss Yu? Depart swiftly before I lose my temper. Upon turning to catch a glimpse of Li Rufeng, Mu Junlai's expression instantly darkened, revealing his displeasure. Beyond the reasons he articulated, the most prominent factor was undoubtedly Li Rufeng's ethereal demeanor and celestial beauty. In Li Rufeng's presence, Mu Junlai felt an inexplicable pressure and a surge of jealousy. Listen, no matter who you are, if you dare to compete with me for Yu Ruoshui, I assure you, you shall not see the end of today. Perhaps you should consider leaving swiftly. He threatened Li Rufeng telepathically, in Tianyuan City, and throughout the entire central capital. If I wish to eliminate you, no one can protect you. Hearing these words, Li Rufeng couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, how amusing, truly amusing, he remarked. What do you find amusing, young master? Yu Ruoshui, who was beside him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Nothing much, merely overheard a few cold jokes, Li Rufeng replied, regaining his composure. Ah, and what might that be, young master? If you wish to engage in a game of chess with me, you must wait a moment, Yu Ruoshui said, unable to suppress a flutter in her heart upon encountering such an exceptional gentleman. However, she quickly regained her poise and did not linger too long on Li Rufeng. Very well. Since I am here, would it be acceptable for me to observe your match? Li Rufeng nodded and then smiled, inquiring further. Certainly. But may I ask how to address you? Yu Ruoshui suddenly asked. Li Rufeng, he responded. So it is young Master Li. Please, feel free. Just refrain from disturbing the game, she replied. Mu Gongzi, we may begin now. With that, she picked up a black piece. Please, after you, Mu Gongzi, she added. Li Rufeng, I will remember you. You forsake the path to heaven and recklessly venture into hell. I shall ensure you learn that opposing me, Mu Junlai, will lead to dire consequences. Mu Junlai coldly glared at Li Rufeng, his thoughts filled with malice. Very well then, I shall not be rude, Mu Junlai said, his face adorned with a smiling facade directed at Yu Ruoshui. While plotting revenge against Li Rufeng in his mind, he maintained an appearance of genteel grace. Li Rufeng noted the dissonance in Mu Junlai's demeanor. As the game commenced, Mu Junlai set aside his tumultuous thoughts and focused entirely on the chessboard before him. Chapter 0. Surrendering voluntarily. Provoking madness. Not long ago, I fortuitously acquired an ancient chess manual. By adhering to its strategies, I am confident that victory is within my grasp this time. Once I conquer Yu Ruoshui, she shall belong to me. Securing Yu Ruoshui would equate to subduing the Yu family, thereby elevating the status of my Mu clan to unprecedented heights. With this thought swirling in my mind, Mu Junlai placed his first chess piece. In swift succession, Yu Ruoshui followed suit, and thus the duel between them commenced in earnest. Nearby, Li Rufeng stood quietly, casting occasional glances at the burgeoning array of pieces upon the board. However, due to his limited exposure to chess in his previous life, he soon found his interest waning. I lack proficiency in the art of chess. If I were to challenge her directly, my chances of triumph would be negligible. This presents a dilemma. Contemplating in silence, Li Rufeng understood that for someone as exceptional as Yu Ruoshui, merely showcasing his prowess might not suffice to earn her willingness to become his disciple. The sole and most effective approach would be to decisively defeat her in the game. Only then would Yu Ruoshui genuinely desire to take him as her mentor. Meanwhile, the contest on the chessboard had reached a pivotal crescendo. With the aid of the ancient manual, the ordinarily mediocre Mu Junlai found himself gaining a slight upper hand. In contrast, Yu Ruoshui's expression grew increasingly earnest. Several times, she cast penetrating glances at Mu Junlai, fully aware of his true capabilities. The fact that he could execute such profound moves was indeed astonishing, and to claim otherwise would be incredulous. Yet, despite her surprise, Yu Ruoshui remained resolute in her belief that she would not be defeated. On the contrary, Mu Junlai's unexpected surge in strength ignited within her a newfound exhilaration for serious competition. As time gradually passed, the incense stick burned down, marking the passage of a significant moment. Once Yu Ruoshui began to focus intently, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Mu Junlai found himself taking longer to deliberate with each move, his earlier air of confidence evaporating, replaced by a furrowed brow. Conversely, a faint smile danced upon Yu Ruoshui's lips, exuding an aura of remarkable ease. How is this possible? Why does she not adhere to the strategies outlined in the manual? She has seized all the positions I aim to occupy, leaving me at a loss for where to play next. Observing the board spiraling out of control, Mu Junlai inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had presumed that by relying on the ancient manual, victory would be assured. However, he had not anticipated how effortlessly Yu Ruoshui would dismantle his carefully laid plans. Alas, Miss Yu, you truly remain as formidable as ever. In this match, I have faced defeat. According to our agreement, that sacred artifact now belongs to you. However, I shall not concede easily. Next time, I shall certainly triumph over you. Aware that continuing to struggle would be a futile endeavor, potentially leaving a negative impression on Yu Ruoshui, Mu Junlai decisively chose to admit defeat. After all, losing to Yu Ruoshui in the game of chess is not a matter of disgrace. On the contrary, by conceding voluntarily, he might even come across as a magnanimous gentleman in her eyes. Thank you for your graciousness. It has only been a few days since we last met. Yet your chess skills have improved remarkably, Mu Gongzi. Perhaps next time, you might indeed best me. Though Yu Ruoshui harbored doubts regarding Mu Junlai's abilities, the lack of evidence rendered her reticent to voice her concerns. Haha, I appreciate your kind words, Miss Yu. Truth be told, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely dedicated myself to studying the basic strategies for a few days. Perhaps this is what one might call talent. Talent, once bestowed, cannot be refused, even if I might not desire it. Delighted by Yu Ruoshui's praise, Mu Junlai naively assumed it signified her affection for him. Thus, he could not help but boast. However, his primary motivation was to impress Li Rufeng, subtly indicating that Yu Ruoshui was his, and others should not even entertain the thought. Yet, Li Rufeng paid him no heed. For a mere clown was unworthy of his attention. Mu Gongzi, since our game has concluded, might I trouble you to vacate the space? Young Master Li has been waiting for quite some time. Observing Mu Junlai's presumptuous demeanor, Yu Ruoshui felt exasperated, nearly urging him to leave outright. Of course, I can do that. Yet, some individuals mistakenly believe that their appearance grants them the privilege to challenge you, Miss Yu. Though I may lack prowess, at least I managed to last 30 moves against you. I wonder how long young Master Li can endure. I doubt he can withstand even 10 moves. If that is the case, it would be a sheer waste of your time, Miss Yu. Perhaps young Master Li should consider conceding now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and with improved skills, he may not face such embarrassment. What do you think, young Master Li? Rising slowly, Mu Junlai addressed Li Rufeng with a tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing these words, Li Rufeng's expression turned perplexed. Mu Junlai, is it? Have you always possessed such audacity? Is it the Mu family's backing that gives you this confidence? I do not recall having provoked you. Moreover, how many moves I can play, and whether I win or lose, is of no concern to you. Should you choose not to speak, it would be prudent to remain silent. Otherwise, you shall find yourself unwelcome in my esteemed presence, Li Rufeng remarked with an air of indifference. The Emperor's chamber? The esteemed presence? What does this signify? Is he inviting me to dine, perhaps to implore my leniency? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Mu Junlai was enveloped in confusion. Young Master Mu, what Li Gongzi speaks is indeed accurate. His affairs bear no relation to you. Should you persist in disturbing my match with others, do not be surprised if I summon someone to escort you away, Li Rufeng stated, followed closely by Yu Ruoshui, who echoed a warning to Mu Junlai. Miss Yu, you misconstrue my intentions. I merely act out of goodwill. However, since Li Gongzi is determined to engage, I shall not hinder him. Pray, Li Gongzi, do proceed. I too am curious to witness your skill in the game. I only hope that you can endure for a while. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to lose before a few moves are made. Mu Junlai spoke with a broad smile, deliberately raising his voice so that the onlookers could hear. Li Rufeng paid no heed to Mu Junlai's antics, finding them somewhat amusing. My intentions are benevolent, yet I am often confronted by those who seek to provoke without reason. Very well, Mu Junlai, of the Mu family, once I accept this disciple, I shall pay you a proper visit. The Emperor's chamber seems to be quite insatiable of late. With a casual glance at Mu Junlai, Li Rufeng chose to ignore him and took a seat opposite Yu Ruoshui. What is amiss? Just now, an inexplicable chill crept down my spine. Surely, it is due to my lack of rest lately. Yes, once I deal with this fellow, I shall indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Meanwhile, Mu Junlai suddenly shuddered, yet he dismissed the sensation, crafting a flimsy excuse to rationalize it before redirecting his gaze towards Li Rufeng. He was eager to witness Li Rufeng's moment of embarrassment. Chapter 0. The Death of Mu Junlai. A shock to all, did you hear that? It seems the new young man has provoked young Master Mu. Alas, of all people, why must he choose to incite him? I fear for this handsome youth. He is likely in grave danger. It has been said that those who previously clashed with young Master Mu mysteriously vanished the very next day. Though there is no concrete evidence, it is clear to the astute why such individuals would suddenly disappear. What a pity indeed. Below, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and many expressed their sympathies for Li Rufeng. Almost no one believed that Li Rufeng would manage to evade the clandestine machinations of Mu Junlai and the Mu family. Young Master Li, have you forgotten something? On the high platform, looking at the quietly seated Li Rufeng, Yu Ruoshui gently reminded him. Forgotten what? Oh, you mean the sacred artifact? Li Rufeng quickly caught on. Yes, While I trust that young Master Li is not the type to default on obligations, it's best to confirm such matters beforehand, Yu Ruoshui replied with a nod. Ah, that does complicate things. It seems I, perhaps, might indeed lack a sacred artifact. Li Rufeng pondered, realizing that the worst treasures bestowed upon him by his system were at least imperial-grade weapons. Thus, his claim of not possessing a sacred artifact was not entirely inaccurate. Really? You don't even have a single sacred artifact? Ahaha. Haraha. Young Master Li. And you wish to play chess with Miss Yu? Miss Yu. I believe this fellow merely seeks to amuse himself at your expense. Allow me to teach him a lesson. I've encountered many like him before. He must be enamored with Miss Yu's beauty, hoping to attain what is beyond his reach. Upon hearing that Li Rufeng lacked even a single sacred artifact, Mu Junlai seized the opportunity to showcase himself before Yu Ruoshui. At the same time, Yu Ruoshui found herself momentarily at a loss for words after Li Rufeng's admission. Mu Junlai, this is a matter between Li Rufeng and myself. There is no need for your interference. Today, I am in a good mood, so young Master Li, if you lack a sacred artifact, then so be it. I shall gladly play a game with you for free. However, at that moment, Yu Ruoshui found herself more irritated by Mu Junlai than by Li Rufeng. Thus, in a bid to silence Mu Junlai, she chose to play a game with Li Rufeng without charge. You. Fine, Yu Ruoshui. I once thought you were a woman of virtue. Yet, upon encountering a pretty boy, your true nature reveals itself, does it not? What do I lack compared to this fellow who cannot even produce a sacred artifact? Speak up, Yu Ruoshui. Seeing Yu Ruoshui treat him coldly for Li Rufeng's sake, Mu Junlai felt utterly shattered within. No longer maintaining his humble demeanor, Mu Junlai raised his voice to question Yu Ruoshui directly. Mu Junlai, that is quite enough. This has all been your own delusion. I possess not the slightest interest in you. Were it not for the Mu family behind you, considering your repeated harassment, do you truly believe you could still stand here? At present, I wish to see no more of you. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. Depart on your own, or I shall have someone escort you out. In the face of Mu Junlai's furious demeanor, Yu Ruoshui remained unfazed, commanding him to leave immediately. Very well, Yu Ruoshui. I hope you do not come to regret your words today. And you, Li Rufeng, is it? Allow me to make this clear. You shall not leave Tianyuan City alive. Mu Junlai, now thoroughly enraged, could no longer conceal the murderous intent emanating from him. Mu Junlai, how dare you? Young Master Li is my friend. Should you lay a hand on him, my Yu family will not let you go unpunished. Yu Ruoshui exclaimed, her voice rising sharply upon witnessing Mu Junlai threaten Li Rufeng before her. Humph, your mere Yu family does not intimidate the Mu family. Yu Ruoshui, you have forced my hand. Since you care so much for this pretty boy, I shall simply eliminate him. A woman I cannot possess shall remain unattainable for anyone else. I shall see if your Yu family is truly willing to oppose the Mu family for someone who lacks even a sacred artifact. Boy, daring to vie for a woman against me. Do you even consider your worth? In this world, one must heed strength and lineage. You have crossed me. Prepare for your demise. After a series of threats, Mu Junlai turned to leave the platform. Young Master Li, do not fret, with me by your side. He dares not act against you. However, you may need to stay with my Yu family for a few days. After some time, I shall secretly arrange for your departure. Once you are far from Tianyuan City, the Mu family will no longer be able to reach you. Yu Ruoshui reassured Li Rufeng. Thank you for your kind intentions. Miss you. However, I possess a rather unfortunate habit. Those who wish for my demise shall invariably find themselves unable to leave my presence alive. Therefore, I shall handle this matter myself. Li Rufeng replied, his tone slightly more reserved in response to Yu Ruoshui's goodwill. As his words fell, Li Rufeng's expression turned icy, his eyes radiating an unyielding coldness. In an instant, he vanished from sight like a specter. The next moment, he materialized before the departing Mu Junlai. You, what do you intend to do? I am a son of the Mu family. Should you wish to strike me, you must consider the consequences carefully. As Li Rufeng suddenly appeared before him, exuding an aura of dread, Mu Junlai found himself engulfed in panic. The Mu family? Thank you for the reminder. You may now venture forth to scout the path for them. Bang! Li Rufeng smiled faintly, then raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Mu Junlai. This scene instantly left everyone present utterly astonished. He has killed Mu Junlai. It's over, it's completely over. Had I known, I would not have come to witness this spectacle today. Now, It seems none of us will escape the wrath of the Mu family. This fool seeks death and has dragged us along. Pity me, who has never even touched a woman in my life. O heavens, O earth. Is there still time for me to find someone to experience this? As the onlookers regained their composure, a profound panic ensued. No one had anticipated that Li Rufeng possessed such formidable strength and would kill Mu Junlai without hesitation. The Mu family is undeniably one of the most dominant forces in Tianyuan City. With Mu Junlai, the future heir of the Mu family, now deceased, an inferno of wrath would surely erupt from them. At that moment, those who had merely come to observe would undoubtedly fall victim to the Mu family's vengeance. His power is astonishingly immense. Moreover, he truly dared to slay Mu Junlai. I was merely issuing a threat. On the high platform, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Yu Ruoshui's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Simultaneously, not far from the platform, within a certain pavilion, two figures were intently observing the direction of Li Rufeng, having witnessed everything that had transpired. Chapter 0. The Fish Family Father and Son. The Imperial Artifact and Imperial Might Father. Turmoil is brewing in Tianyuan City. Mu Junlai is dead, and the Mu family is bound to go mad. What shall we do next? The speaker was a young man named Yu Weiran, the elder brother of Yu Ruoshui. Another figure, more aged, stood as the head of the Yu family, Yu Ruoshui's father, named Yu Huaqiang. What is there to discuss? The Mu family has lost one of their own. What concern is it of ours? Moreover, it was not one of our kin who took Mu Junlai's life. Even if the Mu family descends into madness, they have no reason to seek us out. Yu Huaqiang replied nonchalantly. Father, it seems my younger sister is quite concerned for this man. If she wishes to protect him, what then shall we do? Yu Weiran asked hesitantly. She dares. This matter has nothing to do with our family. If your sister wishes to protect a stranger, it is an utterly foolish endeavor to jeopardize the Yu family for him. Yu Huaqiang retorted coldly. Do you truly believe that? Throughout my life, whatever my sister has wished to pursue, you have always supported her unconditionally. As for me, you impose strict demands daily. It is a miracle you do not chastise me. Sometimes, I even wonder if I was merely picked up by you. Upon hearing Yu Huaqiang's words, Yu Weiran murmured, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Impudent boy, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you itching for a reprimand? In the next moment, Yu Huaqiang's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly. I beg your pardon, father. It was a slip of the tongue, a mere lapse. Please, consider it as though I merely let out a harmless jest. Yu Weiran quickly amended, attempting to defuse the tension with a laugh. Enough. If you possessed even a tenth of your sister's talent, I would not need to be so stringent with you every day. Now, back to the matter at hand. The aura this man exuded earlier was formidable. Moreover, his calm demeanor suggests that he does not regard the Mu family with any fear. Thus, we shall observe the situation unfold. If this man possesses genuine strength, we could potentially enlist his aid to eradicate the Mu family entirely. Conversely, if he is merely caught in a fleeting moment of bravado, we shall adapt as circumstances dictate. However, I have a foreboding feeling that this young man is far more complex than he appears. It is the first time I have witnessed someone so composed after committing an act of murder. What intrigues me further is that when he appeared before Mu Junlai, even I failed to perceive his speed. Could it be that he? This is impossible. He appears so youthful. How could he have attained such a realm? Gazing at Li Rufeng in the distance, Yu Huaqiang murmured to himself, his heart filled with increasing perplexity. Even my father could not discern that man's speed of movement. My father is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Does this imply that the man, who seems to be of a similar age to mine, is actually a quasi-emperor? It is even possible that he is at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor level. This is utterly absurd. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Beside him, hearing Yu Huaqiang's murmurs, Yu Weiran's composure began to crumble. Meanwhile, after retrieving Mu Junlai's soul, Li Rufeng nonchalantly returned to sit opposite Yu Ruoshui. Now, where were we? The matter of the sacred artifact, correct? I indeed possess no sacred artifact, but I wonder if this will suffice? As Li Rufeng spoke to himself, he casually retrieved an item from the system space. The moment the item materialized, a formidable aura instantly surged from the high platform. What is this? Opposite him, Yu Ruoshui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets as she fixated on the object Li Rufeng had produced. By the heavens, what manner of weapon is this? How can it exude such a terrifying presence? Below, The onlookers felt drenched in sweat, their bodies rendered immobile beneath this overwhelming aura. Truly inexperienced. This is undoubtedly Imperial might. This item is an Imperial artifact. Since when has an Imperial-level item been so casually displayed? In response to the astonishment of the bystanders, another well-informed individual promptly provided an explanation. What? An Imperial artifact? Surely you jest. Are not Imperial artifacts possessed solely by major factions? Moreover, these factions would never casually reveal an Imperial artifact unless faced with life and death circumstances, let alone carry an Imperial artifact beyond their domain. Who exactly is this young man? To be able to carry an Imperial artifact with him while out and about? Could he be the scion of some superpower? Soon, a myriad of speculations emerged as everyone around gazed at Li Rufeng on the high platform with profound shock and curiosity. Young Master Li, you actually possess an Imperial artifact. No wonder you are unafraid of the Mu family behind Mu Junlai. Your background must be quite impressive as well, right? Someone of your caliber surely has protectors shadowing you in secrecy, then? In that case, it appears I was overly concerned earlier. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Ruoxue slowly spoke. Protectors? Perhaps. But let us return to the matter at hand. I wonder if this Imperial artifact is sufficient for a match against you? Li Rufeng offered no further explanation, directly steering the conversation back to their previous topic. Nature is sufficient, and moreover, this Imperial artifact is exceedingly precious. Even if I were to win, I could not accept it, replied Yu Ruoxue. Sufficiency is all that matters. There is no need for further elaboration. However, before we engage in our match, I wish to confirm something once more. As long as I emerge victorious, I may present you with any condition, correct? Li Rufeng remarked softly. Yes. However, the condition must fall within my capabilities and those of my Yu family. If it is excessively unreasonable, I cannot acquiesce. Although Yu Ruoxue did not believe Li Rufeng would win, she patiently answered the inquiry nonetheless. That is reassuring. My condition is rather simple. One that you can fulfill alone, Li Rufeng responded with a smile. Oh, might I inquire what condition you wish for me to agree to, should you indeed prevail? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Yu Ruoxue was momentarily intrigued and promptly asked. There is no if. I am certain of my victory. It matters not to disclose my condition in advance, for I require you to Li Rufeng stated nonchalantly. You require me. Before Li Rufeng could finish, Yu Ruoxue was taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming. In the next moment, all the onlookers heard her words distinctly. What did I just hear? This mysterious gentleman has indeed taken an interest in Miss Yu. No wonder he made his move with an Imperial artifact. If such an elegant and refined individual were to present me with an Imperial artifact, I would undoubtedly agree to be his. Ruo. Please do not repulse us with such notions. In your current state, even our family dog would find you unappealing. You ought to abandon such impossible thoughts. Below, many young women, upon learning that Li Rufeng had set his sights on Yu Ruoxue, were instantly filled with envy, and some even harbored feelings of jealousy. Chapter 0. The game begins, falling into disadvantage. Miss Yu, could you allow me to finish my words? Moreover, why is your face as red as a teapot? Listening to the murmurs below and observing the bashful, flushed visage of Yu Ruoxue, Li Rufeng felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Please, continue. Young Master Li. Yu Ruoxue failed to comprehend the last phrase uttered by Li Rufeng, yet at this moment, her embarrassment rendered her too shy to inquire further. My condition is this. I wish for you to become my disciple. Is that clear enough? Not bothering to dwell on Yu Ruoxue's inexplicable reaction, Li Rufeng spoke again. What? You only wish for me to become your disciple? Taken aback by Li Rufeng's words, Yu Ruoxue felt a flicker of disappointment within her heart. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Yu Ruoxue, overwhelmed with shame, felt her complexion deepen in hue. Young Master Li, it appears I have misunderstood. Please do not take offense. However, I must say, it is not so simple to become your disciple. I do not believe you can surpass me in the art of chess. After a considerable pause, Yu Ruoxue finally spoke. Oh, confidence is commendable. Thus, a single defeat may enlighten you to the existence of others beyond yourself and realms beyond your own. This will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Since you believe I cannot win against you, let us begin. I shall ensure you are convinced to become my disciple. Li Rufeng smiled slightly. seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of losing to Yu Ruoshui. Very well. In that case, young Master Li, please proceed. Yu Ruoshui, no longer hesitating, urged Li Rufeng to make the first move. Though she held a favorable impression of Li Rufeng, she did not believe he could triumph over her in the game of chess. Well then, I shall not hold back. Li Rufeng, without pretense, raised his hand to make his move. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted his action. Who killed my son? Show yourself. It was Mu Hong, the father of Mu Jun. Young Master Li, he is a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Semi-Emperor. Upon seeing the figure suddenly appear in the sky, Yu Ruoshui hastily warned him. Oh, 8th level of the Semi-Emperor? Just barely. I merely wish to play a game of chess today. Why are there always so many rushing to their doom? Please wait a moment. I will be right there. With that, Li Rufeng vanished from sight, only to reappear in the sky an instant later. Who are you? Taking a scrutinizing glance at Li Rufeng, who had suddenly materialized before him, Mu Hong inquired coldly. Were you not seeking me? Why then do you ask who I am? Li Rufeng replied calmly. It is you. You are the one who killed my son. In an instant, Mu Hong, his eyes bloodshot, confronted him. To understand clearly before death. At least your life has not been in vain. Li Rufeng murmured, the 8th level of the Quasi-Emperor, your soul power must be formidable. What? For a fleeting moment, Mu Hong failed to grasp the meaning behind Li Rufeng's words. However, he had no opportunity to comprehend the implication, as, akin to his previous encounter with Mu Jun. Li Rufeng merely raised a hand and clenched it. In an instant, Mu Hong, who was dozens of meters away, exploded. The fiery spectacle of a quasi-emperor at the 8th level was undeniably grander and more resplendent. Is this it? I expected something far stronger. Is this the solitude of invincibility? Collecting Mu Hong's soul, Li Rufeng shook his head and then vanished into the sky. Below, all eyes were raised to the colossal blood mist, mouths agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the scene. A formidable quasi-emperor had fallen so effortlessly, an almost surreal spectacle that led many ordinary onlookers to fantasize about their own capabilities. Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise, the atmosphere within the room was eerily silent. Father, did I just see that correctly? Is that it? When did Quasi-Emperor level 8 become so feeble? After a prolonged silence, Yu Weiran spoke, his tone still laced with shock. No, it's not that the Quasi-Emperor level 8 is weak. Rather, he is too powerful. Quick, we must meet such a senior and establish a good rapport. Yu Huaqiang, regaining his composure, abruptly pulled Yu Weiran from the room without a second thought. On the elevated platform, Li Rufeng paid no heed to Yu Ruoshui's astonished expression and naturally placed a piece on the chessboard. It is your turn. He then lifted his gaze, casually reminding Yu Ruoshui. Oh. Coming back to her senses, Yu Ruoshui nodded somewhat dazedly, subsequently placing her piece. Thus, the game between the two finally commenced. With the ability to wield an imperial artifact capable of annihilating a quasi-emperor level 8, who exactly is he? He previously claimed he could defeat me. Could he truly achieve it? Impossible. Setting everything else aside, in terms of chess, I cannot lose to anyone, including him. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Yu Ruoshui cast aside distractions and focused intently. Although Li Rufeng had repeatedly challenged her perceptions, she remained confident that in the realm of chess, he could not surpass her. Just as the two began their serious match, Yu Huaqiang arrived at the elevated platform with Yu Weiran. However, upon witnessing Li Rufeng engaged in a game of chess with Yu Ruoshui, he chose not to intrude, instead patiently waiting nearby. Naturally, Li Rufeng was acutely aware of Yu Huaqiang's arrival, yet he paid little heed to the presence of the other. After all, compared to triumphing in this match, he harbored little interest in other matters. The system deemed winning too facile and rather dull. Could there not be a twist? Perhaps allowing the opponent to believe victory was assured, only to face a dismal defeat in the end. Shortly after the game commenced, Li Rufeng found himself inquiring of the system. Indeed, at that moment, it was not Li Rufeng who was truly playing against Yu Ruoshui, but rather the system itself. Previously, Li Rufeng had asked the system how to secure victory over Yu Ruoshui. Initially, he presumed some form of sacrifice would be required. However, the system promptly assured him that he need only entrust everything to its capable hands. With such a considerate and adept system, Li Rufeng unhesitatingly delegated the task of the game to it. Until this moment, Every move he made on the chessboard was dictated by the system's guidance. With the system's covert assistance, even though Li Rufeng possessed no knowledge of chess strategy, he felt no trepidation about losing to Yu Ruoshui. Of course, that is not an issue, esteemed host. This minor request poses no challenge for the system. From here on, esteemed host, you need only follow the system's prompts to make your moves. In response to Li Rufeng's sudden request, the system readily provided an affirmative reply. Ah, splendid. The system is formidable. Such a process of engagement would indeed be far more intriguing. Hearing the system's voice, Li Rufeng could not help but wear a satisfied smile. Simultaneously, he began to anticipate the expression Yu Ruoshui would display when the time came. And shortly thereafter, under the system's guidance, Li Rufeng transitioned from a position of equilibrium to one of disadvantage, step by step. Chapter 0. The Divine Hand. The Path of Chess. What is happening? Such a glaring mistake. How could he have repeated it several times? He initially pressed me relentlessly. How could he suddenly seem like a different person? Yu Ruoshui immediately discerned that something was amiss with Li Rufeng. However, no matter how closely she scrutinized Li Rufeng's expression, she could not identify anything unusual. His excessive calmness only deepened her confusion. Regardless, as long as victory was within reach, that was all that mattered. After much contemplation, unable to fathom why Li Rufeng had suddenly become so fallible in his chess, Yu Ruoshui decided to abandon her thoughts. What she did not realize was that the vulnerabilities she perceived were, in fact, traps meticulously laid out to ensnare her. By the time she fully grasped the situation, it would be too late to turn back. Meanwhile, Yu Huaqiang and his companion had been observing the developments on the board. Although their understanding of chess was limited, it was evident that the senior's pieces were ensnared in a dire predicament. Indeed, no one is flawless. With such formidable strength, it would be quite extraordinary if his chess skills were unmatched. Watching Li Rufeng gradually fall into a disadvantage, Yu Huaqiang pondered quietly. As time passed, the incense stick burned down, and the board was soon filled with pieces. Li Rufeng's white stones were nearly entirely encircled by Yu Ruoshui's black ones. At this point, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. Who would have thought victory could come so effortlessly? Yet, why did his seemingly carefree demeanor evoke an unsettling premonition within me? If it were anyone else, Yu Ruoshui would have already urged her opponent to concede. But in the face of the enigmatic Li Rufeng, she felt an inexplicable anxiety. Li Gong, Senior, will you continue to persevere? Given your current predicament, even I cannot envision any opportunity for a comeback. It appears that in the realm of chess, the victory belongs to the younger generation. After a moment, observing that Li Rufeng showed no intention of conceding, Yu Ruoshui could no longer contain herself. Oh, do you believe I will lose? As the player, one cannot easily determine the outcome until the very last move. You may think I will lose, but I beg to differ. Have you heard of the phrase surviving after being placed in dire straits? Such is the nature of both people and chess. Now, it is time for me to take this seriously. Li Rufeng spoke softly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he picked up a piece and, under Yu Ruoshui's watchful gaze, decisively placed it on the board. In that moment, several pieces that had been on the brink of demise inexplicably sprang to life. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Yu Ruoshui was overtaken by a sense of panic for the first time. Her heart was in turmoil. From the moment she first engaged with the intricate art of chess until now, this was the only instance of such disarray. It cannot be true. No, it must be mere coincidence. Yes, though she has managed to revive a few pieces, it still cannot alter the inevitable outcome. Yu Ruoshui, you must remain calm. You will surely emerge victorious. One cannot deny that Yu Ruoshui is indeed a prodigy in the realm of chess. Despite her lack of experience with setbacks, she should not be so easily subdued. Within less than 10 breaths, Yu Ruoshui regained her composure and initiated a counterattack. Alas, even the most brilliant genius cannot contend with an overwhelming opponent. Confronted with Li Rufeng, no matter how formidable Yu Ruoshui might be, the conclusion had long been predetermined. Time once again flowed slowly, yet beads of sweat began to pour down Yu Ruoshui's brow. Even her hands, which held the pieces, began to tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and self-doubt. This was the first time Yu Ruoshui had encountered such a predicament. Could it be that her senior had truly reached a level in the chess way that was unattainable by anyone else? How frightening that would be. It seems that for the Mu family, if I do not intervene, We are destined to meet our end. Meanwhile, Yu Huaqiang gazed at Li Rufeng, his heart brimming with emotion. You have lost. With a resounding thud, the final piece was placed, and Li Rufeng's pieces sprang to life, effortlessly dismantling all of Yu Ruoshui's defenses. I have lost. Yu Ruoshui stared incredulously at the chessboard before her, her gaze beginning to lose focus. From an initially certain victory to an ultimately insurmountable defeat, she had plummeted from the heights of the heavens to the depths of despair. It would be impossible to claim that she felt no impact from this, at the very least. She began to question whether she was truly suited to continue her journey in the chess way. Ahem, Ruoshui, your senior possesses profound skills. Losing to him is not a disgrace. Moreover, this defeat is not without its merits. In any endeavor, one cannot expect a smooth path. Winning or losing is inconsequential. What truly matters is the lesson learned. Your father believes that with your talent, this experience will propel you further in the chess way. Noticing Yu Ruoshui's disquiet, her father, Yu Huaqiang, hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. It seemed that his words had a slight effect, for Yu Ruoshui's trembling hands gradually returned to their normal state. Your father speaks wisely. It is merely a game, and the outcome is of little significance to you. Furthermore, losing to a mentor is entirely natural. In this world, no one has yet bested my master. If you were to win, that would indeed be abnormal. Li Rufeng spoke softly. Though it appeared to be consolation, it resonated with an air of arrogance. Regardless, thank you for your guidance, senior. This time, I have also come to understand the truth that beyond every person, there exists another, and beyond every heaven, there are more heavens. Although it seemed that Li Rufeng was intentionally flaunting, Yu Ruoshui did not pay much heed to it. Still calling me senior? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? You lost, yet you must take me as your master. Li Rufeng gazed at Yu Ruoshui and then spoke softly. Disciple Yu Ruoshui pays respects to master. Yu Ruoshui was not one to be unable to accept defeat. On the contrary, even if Li Rufeng remained silent, she yearned to take him as her mentor. To surpass her in the art of chess was sufficient to earn her reverence. Haha, quite good, quite good. After all this effort, it has finally come to an end, Li Rufeng remarked with a smile upon hearing Yu Ruoshui's words. Congratulations, esteemed host, on receiving your 5th disciple. Yu Ruoshui. Reward: perfect mastery of the way of chess. Reward: 25 years of cultivation. As Yu Ruoshui successfully became his disciple, the voice of the system resonated in Li Rufeng's mind. In the next moment, Li Rufeng instantly grasped the way of chess. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he had complete dominion over everything in this world, akin to controlling each and every chess piece. Chapter 0. Life is like chess. The fall of the Mu family. The path of chess is undeniably intricate. Were I to comprehend it on my own, it might take me millennia to grasp even the slightest essence. After sensing the profound power of the chess way, Li Rufeng sighed softly within. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, allow me to clarify a few matters. Firstly, I only accept students. I do not teach directly. If you wish to grow stronger, it is entirely up to your own efforts. Secondly, before you, there are 4 senior brothers and sisters. I will take you to meet them shortly. With his thoughts collected, Li Rufeng then addressed Yu Ruoshui. Yes, I understand, master. The first encounter with such a mentor left Yu Ruoshui momentarily at a loss for words. Well, now that everything has been said, let us depart. We have lingered here long enough. As he spoke, Li Rufeng slowly rose to his feet. Are we leaving already? Yu Ruoshui was taken aback, feeling that everything was progressing too swiftly. Indeed, senior. Why not visit my Yu family for a while? I can have someone entertain you. Upon hearing that Li Rufeng intended to take Yu Ruoshui away, Yu Huaqing stepped forward respectfully. And you are? Li Rufeng inquired, eyeing Yu Huaqing. At this question, the atmosphere grew tense. I forgot to introduce myself. Please do not take offense, senior. I am Yu Huaqing, the head of the Yu family and Ruoshui's father. This is my son, her elder brother, Yu Weiran. After a brief pause, Yu Huaqing spoke up. Oh, Ruoshui's father? I see. I shall not visit the Yu family. I am not accustomed to such formalities. Furthermore, Ruoshui will accompany me from now on. As her father, I offer you this compensation, an imperial artifact and the entirety of the Mu family. However, you shall need to send someone to deal with the aftermath. Li Rufeng nodded slightly before continuing. An imperial artifact? The Mu family? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Yu Huaqing felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion. This imperial artifact will be yours from now on. In regard to the Mu family, you may send someone there after the incense burns out. Li Rufeng tossed the previously mentioned imperial artifact to Yu Huaqing and, after uttering a few more casual remarks, turned to leave. Ruoshui, why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow. This is your destiny. You must seize it. From now on, you must heed your master's guidance. And if you ever feel homesick, feel free to return. Seeing Yu Ruoshui still standing in place, Yu Huaqing urged her on. There is no way around it. It is merely an imperial artifact. To suggest that Yu Ruoshui should become a disciple is one thing, but even if she were to be accepted as a pupil, Yu Huaqiang would not hesitate for a moment. Father, are you trying to send me away? She weakly inquired. For merely one imperial artifact. Are you selling me off? Observing Yu Huaqiang's fond caress of the artifact, Yu Ruoshui murmured softly. Nonsense. You are my daughter. How could I ever sell you for an imperial artifact? Besides, there is still the Mu family to consider. Now hurry and catch up. Your master is almost out of sight. It would be a pity to miss the opportunity to meet someone of superior skill, Yu Huaqiang urged. Yes, little sister. You must go quickly. Rest assured, the Yu family has me to look after it. You need not worry about home. Father and I will often think of you. Father, you've been touching it for so long. Let me have a feel as well. This is an imperial artifact, and I've never had the chance to touch one myself, remarked Yu Weiran, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Go on. What is there to touch? What if you break it? Yu Huaqiang promptly refused Weiran's request without a moment's hesitation. Farewell. No, never to meet again. With those words, Yu Ruoshui turned away and hastily pursued Li Rufeng in the distance, her face still bearing a hint of complaint. As her figure gradually faded from sight, Yu Huaqiang and Yu Weiran returned to their usual demeanor, no longer vying for the artifact. Father, how did I perform just now? Not bad. I would give you 8 out of 10. In that case, my little sister will likely resent us both. Let her resent us. It is far better than her being heartbroken. Indeed, Father, you have always favored her the most, and cannot bear to see her unhappy. As if you don't dote on your sister. They both laughed heartily, gazing at Yu Ruoshui as she receded into the distance. Meanwhile, Yu Ruoshui finally matched Li Rufeng's pace. What is the matter? Li Rufeng inquired, casting a curious glance at the slightly irritable Yu Ruoshui. It's nothing. Master, I have a question I wish to ask you. She replied, shaking her head. Oh, what is your question? Li Rufeng responded. In your eyes, what constitutes the way of chess? Yu Ruoshui asked. The way of chess? Li Rufeng pondered for a moment upon hearing her words. The path of chess is profound and boundless. In my view, this world is akin to a vast chessboard, and we are but the pieces upon it. Life is like a game of chess. Those who comprehend the situation thrive. Those who break the stalemate endure, and those who control the game prevail. The chess player must regard the world as a chessboard and all living beings as pawns. Engaging in competition with others is endlessly exhilarating. Battling the earth is equally delightful, and contending with the heavens is no less so. If deities exist, then they too become my pawns. This encapsulates my humble understanding of the way of chess. Each individual possesses a unique interpretation of this path. You may draw inspiration from my insights, yet you must not forsake your own understanding. Ultimately, my approach to chess is mine alone. It is your own path that truly belongs to you. Li Rufeng spoke softly. Is this the way of the master? It is profoundly intricate. No wonder I have faced defeat. To consider deities as pawns is an idea I, as your disciple, could scarcely conceive of. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Yu Ruoshui felt a profound shock within her heart. In that moment, she realized that, in the realm of chess, she was akin to an ignorant newborn compared to Li Rufeng. Thank you for your teachings, master. I shall surely engrave your words upon my heart. Once the shock subsided, Yu Ruoshui spoke with utmost respect. If previously she had been compelled to acknowledge Li Rufeng as her master due to her loss, now she recognized him wholeheartedly. Very well. If all is satisfactory, I shall escort you home. I have matters to attend to. Li Rufeng nodded and stated. Understood, master. I have no further questions at this time. Yu Ruoshui replied. Then allow me to guide you to your senior brothers and sisters. With that, Li Rufeng and Yu Ruoshui vanished from sight. Utilizing the disciple positioning function, Li Rufeng instantly transported himself beside Chu Yi. After exchanging a few brief words, he entrusted Yu Ruoshui to her care. Soon thereafter, Li Rufeng departed from Chu Yi's chamber and swiftly ascended to the skies above Tianyuan City. After a moment of contemplation, he headed in a specific direction. Shortly, he arrived at the residence of the Mu family. 3 prospective emperors. This Mu family is formidable, he murmured, and with a swift motion, he obliterated the entire Mu family, leaving them no opportunity to react. Following this, he replenished the power of the human sovereign banner. Once these tasks were completed, Li Rufeng returned to his abode. Not long after his departure, Yu Huaqiang, accompanied by the formidable members of the Yu family, arrived at the Mu estate. Upon witnessing the devastation, a chill ran down Yu Huaqiang's spine. All right, let's commence our work. Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked. He then led his companions to ransack the Mu family completely. Anything of value was seized by the Yu family. Meanwhile, news of the Mu family's annihilation by a mysterious figure spread rapidly, and the Yu family was rumored to have a close connection with this enigmatic powerhouse. Regarding these rumors, Yu Huqiang not only refrained from making any clarifications, but instead discreetly dispatched individuals to propagate them extensively. Following this incident, numerous factions that previously held grievances against the Yu family began to visit and extend their goodwill. Moreover, those factions harboring ambitions against the Yu family, intimidated by the presence of this enigmatic powerhouse, were ultimately deterred from their intentions. Although Yu Huqiang has never openly confirmed whether this mysterious figure is affiliated with the Yu family, no one dares to wager that there is no connection. It must be said that Yu Huqiang excels at leveraging an aura of mystery to instill trepidation in others. Naturally, this entire scenario is predicated on Li Rufeng's tacit approval of Yu Huqiang's approach. Otherwise, should he be so exploited, Li Rufeng would undoubtedly summon him to take a seat in the Hall of the Emperor. Chapter 0. The Coffinbearing Youth, radiant with golden light. Time flies swiftly. And before long, the day of the Tianyuan Grand Competition has arrived. On this day, Tianyuan City is more bustling than ever. Master, we shall take our leave. Su Yang addressed Li Rufeng from within the room. Li Rufeng nodded casually, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang and his 4 companions departed their lodgings, heading towards the venue of the competition. Li Rufeng, however, showed no inclination to accompany them, seemingly indifferent to the allure of the event. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in the mountains and forests, a young man clad in black appeared. He emanated an eerie aura, and more unsettling was the coffin he bore upon his back. I can feel it, the coffin-bearing youth murmured to himself, his tone tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He then continued deeper into the forest. After traversing the woods for approximately the duration of a single incense stick, a tumultuous disturbance resonated from the depths of the forest. Soon after, a blinding golden light shot skyward, accompanied by tendrils of black mist. This commotion persisted for nearly half an incense's duration, swiftly capturing the attention of nearby cultivators, including those in Tianyuan City, over 100 miles away. Did you see that? A magnificent golden light has erupted in that direction. This must herald the emergence of a rare treasure. With the appearance of a rare treasure, fortune favors the worthy. Opportunity, here I come. In no time, this spectacle attracted an ever-increasing throng of individuals, the majority of whom believed that the earlier golden light signified the arrival of a coveted artifact. Elsewhere, atop a rooftop, Li Rufeng stood observing. The golden light shone brilliantly, encircled by swirling black mist, which intriguingly intertwined with threads of reincarnation energy. How intriguing! I must investigate further. In the next instant, Li Rufeng vanished from the rooftop. Deep within the forest, the coffin-bearing youth gazed vacantly at the barrier before him. How can there be a barrier? Could I have misremembered? Losing fragments of memory is not uncommon. However, my current power is insufficient to breach this barrier. What should I do now? The coffin-bearing youth lowered his head in contemplation, momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Just as he pondered how to enter the barrier, several figures approached from a distance, drawing nearer to the heart of the forest. Before long, they arrived at the site of the barrier. How is it that there are others quicker than us? And one who carries a coffin? Yet he is but a solitary figure. We are many, and there is no need for fear. Soon, among the group, a man in gray noticed the existence of the coffin-bearing youth. Upon noticing that there was only one individual present, the man in gray did not pay it much mind. The arrival of these people had not gone unnoticed by the youth bearing the coffin. However, his singular focus was on how to breach the barrier. rendering the presence of these individuals inconsequential to him. Shortly thereafter, waves of people converged from all directions towards the barrier, among them many influential figures from Tianyuan City, including members of the Yu family. Yet, this time, only Yu Weiran and a few elders from the Yu family had come. Yu Huaqiang had to remain in charge of the Yu family, thus sending his son to assess the situation. Many formidable beings were among the crowd, and with their assistance, it should be feasible to successfully dismantle this barrier. Meanwhile, the youth bearing the coffin contemplated the gathered assembly. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed the commotion that emanated from this barrier. To seize the opportunities within, we must first breach it. However, I trust you have all investigated this barrier. It is evident that one alone cannot accomplish this task. Let us join forces to dismantle this barrier. As for the treasures within, may the most capable prevail thereafter. What say you? Before long, an elderly man stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Agreed. I have no objections. Count me in within moments. The elder's proposal garnered a series of affirmations. Excellent. Let us commence. The elder spoke with satisfaction upon witnessing the consensus. Subsequently, one by one, the individuals approached the barrier, unleashing their respective assaults. With each successive strike, cracks began to manifest upon the surface of the barrier. Boom. Ultimately, after a sustained effort lasting the length of an incense stick, the barrier was successfully shattered. Haha, esteemed friends, I shall enter first. At the very instant the barrier yielded, someone surged forward into the breach. Not good. We must hurry in as well. If we delay, the treasures may be claimed by others. Following the lead of the first individual, the remaining crowd surged toward the breach in a fervent rush. Young master, shall we not enter? A Yu family elder, who had been observing from a distance, quietly inquired of Yu Weiran. Patience. If there are indeed treasures within, they would not be so easily acquired. These individuals have become intoxicated by the allure of the so-called treasures, unaware that the greater the treasure, the greater the peril it harbors. Let them pave the way for us. We shall enter later. Yu Weiran replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aside from Yu Weiran, many others also adopted a cautious stance, refraining from entering the barrier immediately. They valued their lives far more than the allure of treasures. These individuals exude calmness, a quality essential for survival in this world. It is still early. I shall wait a while longer. The young man beside the coffin cast a glance over the remaining throng of dozens, contemplating quietly. At that moment, a figure leisurely approached the barrier from a distance. Gradually, the indistinct silhouette became clearer, revealing none other than Li Rufeng. That is him. The senior has also arrived. Come, you few, follow me. Upon recognizing Li Rufeng at first glance, Yu Weiran's heart surged with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he hastened towards Li Rufeng, accompanied by the elders beside him. The younger generation pays respects to the esteemed senior. I did not expect the commotion here would prompt your esteemed presence. Upon reaching Li Rufeng's side, Yu Weiran immediately cupped his hands in reverence. It is you. Has the Yu clan sent only you? Li Rufeng inquired, casting a glance at Yu Weiran before asking nonchalantly. Indeed, esteemed senior. I have come merely to assess the situation. Originally, I intended to venture inside to see if fortune might favor me, but since you have arrived, there seems little need for me to proceed further. Yu Weiran replied candidly. He understood that any treasures within the barrier today would undoubtedly belong to Li Rufeng, given the latter's prowess, which Yu Weiran had witnessed firsthand. Oh, there is no need for concern. However, you may try your luck at the periphery. Of course, if you are unafraid of peril, you may delve deeper. Considering his acquaintance with Yu Ruoshui, Li Rufeng offered a few words of caution. Whether or not the other party heeded them was no longer Li Rufeng's concern. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall keep your words in mind. Yu Weiran, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the implications of Li Rufeng's advice. Very well. In that case, you may proceed inside. Should you encounter anything unusual, remember to flee directly. Li Rufeng nodded, then spoke. Understood. I shall enter now. With that, Yu Weiran led several elders into the barrier. From that point on, Yu Weiran adhered closely to Li Rufeng's admonitions, confining his search for resources to the outer regions of the barrier. This prudence ultimately preserved his life amid the ensuing unforeseen calamity, while those who succumbed to the allure of treasures and ventured deeper into the barrier met with their demise. Chapter 0. The Emperor of Reincarnation, the Hall of Reincarnation Ding. A person of great fortune has been detected. Would you like to view their information? Yes. Name: Zhu Jusi. Realm: 9th level of divine transformation. Fortune value: 29.99. Information: the reincarnation of the Emperor of Reincarnation, possessing extraordinary talent, creator of the Reincarnation Emperor scripture, having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth, solely to embark upon a most extraordinary path to immortality. This incarnation marks his 9th and final life. The 9th life of the Emperor of Reincarnation? The path to immortality? I never expected that by merely seeking some excitement, I would encounter such a fateful individual. The Emperor of Reincarnation, the path of reincarnation, what a remarkable disciple he would make. As Li Rufeng gazed at the information panel, his eyes fell upon the young man with the coffin on his back, and he pondered thoughtfully. Just then, the young man, Zhu Jusi, unexpectedly rose and walked toward the barrier. Ah, it seems this extraordinary phenomenon is indeed connected to him. If that is the case, I shall follow him and see for myself. Perhaps I might have the opportunity to take him as my disciple. Watching Zhu Jusi vanish into the barrier, a faint smile graced Li Rufeng's lips as he too disappeared from sight, entering the barrier. Within the barrier, following Zhu Jusi's silhouette, Li Rufeng ultimately arrived before a grand palace. Aside from himself, most of those who had entered the barrier previously had also gathered at this palace. This palace undoubtedly harbors immense treasures, yet after searching for some time, they could not find the entrance. They had already tried brute force, but it seemed utterly ineffective against the palace. Must we simply stand by and watch the treasures before us, powerless to act? Nearby, those who had arrived at the palace earlier began to voice their grievances. Knowing full well that the palace must contain valuable items, yet feeling utterly helpless, was indeed a tormenting experience. Just as despair began to grip them, Zhu Jusi slowly approached the palace. Look, that lad is actually moving closer to the palace. As if carrying a coffin wasn't enough, does he think he can open the palace? None of us have succeeded. This boy is only wasting his efforts. Why do you care so much? If someone is willing to exert themselves in vain, let him be. What if he actually manages to open the palace? How could that be possible? A mere divine transformation realm cultivator? If he opens the palace, I will call him father. Before long, more and more people took notice of Zhu Jusi's movements, and they began to ridicule him. Unfazed by the crowd's skepticism, Zhu Jusi continued to approach the palace, as if he had not heard their taunts. In no time, he halted just a meter away from the palace. Hall of Reincarnation, I have returned, Zhu Jusi murmured, gazing up at the towering palace before him. The next moment, as if responding to Zhu Jusi's call, the Hall of Reincarnation suddenly erupted in radiant golden light. The sudden turn of events immediately captured the attention of those nearby. Look, the palace is reacting, exclaimed one astonished onlooker. Could it be that this fellow has truly discovered a way to unlock the palace? Just moments ago, someone had boisterously declared their intention to call for their father. Are you still here? At this moment, a palpable excitement began to swell among the crowd. For them, the identity of the one who could unlock the palace mattered little. What truly mattered was the act itself. Meanwhile, within the dazzling confines of the Reincarnation Hall, a grand entrance materialized before Zhu Jusi. Without hesitation, Zhu Jusi stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, the entrance began to fade away. This is bad. The entrance is vanishing. Quick! Those quick on their feet rushed towards the opening, desperate to gain entry into the Reincarnation Hall. Damn it! That brat intends to keep it all for himself. We must enter as well. Soon, an increasing number of individuals surged towards the entrance. However, just as they were nearing the portal, the Reincarnation Hall unleashed beams of golden light, targeting those who approached. Boom. Ah, no. The sound of destruction echoed as those near the Reincarnation Hall were obliterated into mere fragments, lacking any means of defense. Do not approach. The palace actively attacks those who draw near, shouted a vigilant individual from a distance. With this warning, the remaining onlookers dared not act rashly. What could this mean? Why had the earlier individual not only avoided attack, but also entered the palace unscathed? The answers remained elusive, only to be revealed once he emerged. After all, he would eventually return, and they could compel him to relinquish whatever treasures he had acquired. Indeed, that is the plan. They agreed, laughter echoing among them. Observing the avaricious expressions of the crowd, Li Rufeng shook his head slightly. Desire, at times, can be a perilous affliction. Never mind, this is not my concern. After murmuring a few words, He set off towards the location where Zhu Juicy had vanished. Hey, you fool, are you seeking your own demise? You cannot approach there. A plain-looking man clad in gray-blue garments shouted a warning as Li Rufeng advanced towards the reincarnation hall. Hearing the voice, Li Rufeng paused, casting a curious glance at the man who had spoken. Thank you for your warning. However, such attacks are of no consequence to me. By the way, in light of your kind caution, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Abandon any thoughts of the treasures within the palace. Depart from this place now, and you may yet survive. Having spoken, Li Rufeng ceased to pay heed to the man and continued toward the hall of reincarnation. Never mind. That attack is something even I cannot withstand. I have already given my warning. If you seek your own demise, it is not my concern, remarked the man clad in grayish-blue attire, shaking his head. I say, Howren, individuals like him are often those who are full of themselves. Why bother with him? In any case, if he perishes, we will have one less competitor for the treasures, another voice chimed in. Indeed, I would welcome more individuals like him. When the time comes, all the treasures shall belong to me. How delightful. They laughed heartily. Enough. Mind your own business. My affairs require no input from you. Do not assume everyone is like you, Howren retorted coldly, then turned his attention away from the others, focusing instead on Li Rufeng. Were it not for your superior strength, you would have perished long ago. Once we acquire the treasures, I shall be the first to end your life. The laughter from earlier faded, replaced by an icy silence in the hearts of those who had mocked him. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had entered the attack range of the Hall of Reincarnation. In an instant, the hall reacted, unleashing several beams of golden light directed at Li Rufeng. Yet, unfazed by these assaults, he continued his approach toward the hall with utmost composure. Bang! Bang! As the attacks collided with Li Rufeng, a cloud of smoke erupted. Alas! What a pity! He is likely to be reduced to nothing, Howren mused from a distance, observing how Li Rufeng was engulfed by the onslaught. How laughable! I have encountered many with poor judgment, but never one who willingly walks to their own demise. However, before their laughter could fully dissipate, their expressions suddenly froze, disbelief washing over their faces. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Li Rufeng standing unharmed, resolute in his position. Chapter 0. The Dread Sovereign Artifact, the Eighth Body. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he remain unscathed amidst such a barrage of attacks? At this moment, those who once scoffed began to doubt their own perceptions. A mere sovereign artifact dares to act so audaciously? If you don't steady yourself, I shall obliterate you. At this juncture, Li Rufeng suddenly lifted his head and spoke to the Reincarnation Emperor with a calm demeanor. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly with all present. Has this man lost his senses? Threatening a palace? No, what did he just say? Sovereign artifact? Goodness. This palace is actually a sovereign artifact. If I were to obtain it, wouldn't I be able to stride through the city with ease? I must possess this palace. In comparison to Li Rufeng, the allure of a sovereign artifact is exponentially greater. Soon, the majority of those present were utterly enraptured by the sovereign artifact before them. Have these individuals gone mad? Have they not realized that since the youth spoke, the palace has ceased its assault upon him? An entity capable of intimidating a sovereign artifact should warrant their utmost attention. Meanwhile, Howren glanced at those who had become entranced by the reincarnation palace, inwardly scoffing. How perceptive of you. In light of this, it is time to deal with some bothersome ants. With a glance at the now stabilized reincarnation palace, Li Rufeng spoke with a tranquil tone. The next moment, he turned to face the individuals not far away. Why has he turned around? Is he preparing to forego his approach to the palace? Oh, I see. The previous lull in the attacks must have depleted his trump card. Without it, he naturally would not dare to advance further. I had thought he was formidable. Is this all he can muster? How amusing. As Li Rufeng turned away, those who had previously mocked him resumed their derision. Yet, their laughter was abruptly silenced. Without uttering a word, making no movement, and without the slightest hesitation, Li Rufeng dealt with them. All, save for Howren, were instantaneously transformed into brilliant fireworks, dazzling in their display. Observing this scene, Howren's legs trembled uncontrollably, and even his breath hitched. Let us depart. This place is not meant for you. You need not thank me. You have saved yourself. With that, Li Rufeng turned and walked towards the reincarnation palace. Before long, he arrived at the spot where Zhu Jusi had vanished. Do I need to remind you? Or shall I personally open the entrance? Coming to a halt, Li Rufeng spoke nonchalantly. In the next instant, an entrance materialized before him out of thin air. Without dwelling on it further, Li Rufeng stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Not far away, it was only after Li Rufeng had disappeared that Hao Ren slowly regained his senses. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Fortunately, I refrained from mocking that elder earlier, otherwise. Right, the elder urged me to leave quickly. Since it was the elder's advice, I must depart post-haste. No treasure is worth more than one's life. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation. If I can attain strength akin to that of the elder in the future, I shall have no need for these external possessions. Gazing at the still open entrance of the Hall of Reincarnation, Hao Ren found his interest in entering had waned. Under the influence of Li Rufeng's formidable power, he had fundamentally changed. Rather than coveting powerful treasures, he had come to value the enhancement of his own strength far more. Having realized this, Hao Ren unhesitatingly turned and flew towards the boundary outside. Unbeknownst to Li Rufeng, his seemingly casual action had inadvertently birthed a future powerhouse who would revere only the strength of oneself. Within the Hall of Reincarnation, at this moment, Zhu Jusi had arrived at the innermost sanctum of the hall. Here, a figure lay upon a high platform. As Zhu Jusi drew nearer, the protective light surrounding that figure dissipated. Upon reaching the side of the reclining form, the visage of the figure became apparent. Should anyone have been present at that moment, they would have been overwhelmed with panic. For the person lying there bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Jusi himself. After glancing at the individual on the platform, Zhu Jusi set down the coffin he had been carrying. The coffin was then slowly opened, revealing its contents. In the next moment, 7 figures suddenly soared out from within the coffin, then suspended themselves in the air, aligning in a row. To one's astonishment, these 7 individuals looked strikingly similar to Zhu Jusi. The bodies of the 8 lifetimes have finally gathered. It is time to proceed to the next step. Gazing at the forms hovering in the air, Zhu Jusi murmured to himself. With that, he prepared to sit down and commence his subsequent plan. However, at that moment, footsteps unexpectedly echoed from a distance. The sudden noise startled Zhu Jusi, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the entrance. Someone has managed to enter, he thought, his expression cautious and incredulous. After a few breaths, the footsteps grew nearer until a figure emerged within Zhu Jusi's line of sight. The newcomer was none other than Li Rufeng, who had just entered the Hall of Reincarnation. It seems I have arrived just in time. Glancing up at Zhu Jusi, who was fixated on him, and then surveying the bodies behind Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng spoke softly. Who are you? How did you get in here? Upon Li Rufeng's appearance, Zhu Jusi, filled with confusion, inquired, I am Li Rufeng. As for how I entered this place, I merely walked in, Li Rufeng replied with a faint smile. Continuing towards Zhu Jusi, walked in? Impossible. Without my permission, no one can enter the Hall of Reincarnation, not even the Emperor. Zhu Jusi clearly did not believe Li Rufeng's response. He chuckled. If the Emperor cannot, then someone more formidable surely can. These bodies, are they all yours? Coming to a halt before Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng casually inquired. It is of no concern to you. I advise you to depart from here immediately, or else do not blame me for taking action against you. Noticing Li Rufeng's interest in his previous incarnations, Zhu Jusi's tone grew notably colder. Do not be anxious. My curiosity merely compels me to ask. Let me guess, these must be the bodies from your past lives. Do you intend to absorb them all? The notion of uniting 9 lives is audacious and intriguing. Please, continue. I am merely an observer. In truth, I too am curious about the extent of your power should you achieve this unity. A faint smile graced Li Rufeng's lips as he spoke slowly. You, how do you know? Zhu Jusi was profoundly astonished. He had never shared such information with anyone. However, this was no longer significant. The fact that Li Rufeng could articulate his plan almost verbatim instilled in Zhu Jusi an even greater sense of trepidation. Because I wish to know, I am able to discern. Not only do I possess this knowledge, but I also understand that you are the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor. It must be said, your ability to traverse the path of reincarnation alone is commendable, a testament to your unparalleled strength. Am I correct, Zhu Jusi? Li Rufeng smiled gently. Indeed. Who on earth are you? Are you from the same era as I? How is that possible? I have endured 9 cycles of reincarnation to exist until now. How have you achieved this? In that moment, Zhu Juxi was not only shocked, but also began to feel a sense of panic. The other party possessed so much information about him, yet he could not discern even the slightest detail about Li Rufeng. Chapter 0. The Unity of Nine Lives and Crossing the Ascension Tribulation. You need not speculate. I am certainly not from your era. In fact, this is the first time I have encountered you, Li Rufeng remarked with a calm demeanor. Then, what brings you here to speak so extensively? I refuse to be naive enough to believe that you have come merely for a chat, Zhu Juxi replied. Haha, indeed, my presence here serves a purpose, Li Rufeng chuckled. A purpose? What purpose might that be? Zhu Juxi inquired further. It is quite simple. I wish to take you as my disciple, Li Rufeng responded. Take me as your disciple? Are you certain? You are well aware of my identity. What kind of person do you believe is worthy of being my master? Moreover, do I even need a master? Zhu Juxi replied, a hint of weakness in his voice. After all, he is the reincarnation of the Cycle Emperor. He hardly requires a mentor. Even if he were to seek one, it should be someone more formidable than himself. At least in this realm, Zhu Juxi felt that no one possessed such qualifications. Do you believe I lack the qualifications to accept you as my disciple? Observing Zhu Juxi's reaction, Li Rufeng understood his thoughts. Certainly, although I am unsure of how you arrived here, in the Tianyuan Continent, no matter how powerful you are, you remain at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. While I currently reside only at the divine transformation stage, once I merge with the bodies of my other 8 lives, my realm will be restored to its peak. Furthermore, my cultivation will surpass the limitations of the Tianyuan Continent, allowing me to ascend to the immortal realm. Now, do you still believe you are qualified to take me as your disciple? Zhu Juxi spoke slowly. Oh, since that is the case, let us make a wager. Once you have merged with these bodies, we shall engage in a duel. If I prevail, you shall take me as your master, Li Rufeng stated calmly. And if I win? Zhu Juxi countered. You shall not win. Begin merging your bodies. I shall assist you in safeguarding your progress. You need not worry that I will act against you, for if I intended to kill you, you would not have survived to this moment. Li Rufeng concluded with a faint smile. Upon hearing such arrogant words from Li Rufeng, Zhu Juxi furrowed his brow, thoughts swirling within his mind. Very well. I hope your strength does not disappoint me when the time comes. Unable to decipher Li Rufeng's true intentions, Zhu Juxi reluctantly agreed to his proposal. Without further concern for Li Rufeng, Zhu Juxi settled into a meditative position and began merging with the bodies of his 8 lives. Li Rufeng, having lost interest after observing for a brief time, wandered casually around the hall of reincarnation. The first life, the second life, the third life. Time passed gradually, and Zhu Juxi's pace in merging with the bodies quickened. Simultaneously, his realm ascended rapidly. In less than the span of an incense stick, he soared from the 9th level of divine transformation to the 9th level of the sage realm. Even the most extraordinary individuals in this world could not possibly transcend 4 grand realms in such a brief span of time. It must be acknowledged that Zhu Juxi is indeed a prodigy. Not only has he lived through 9 lifetimes, but he has also managed to restore his realm to its pinnacle within a remarkably short period, all without experiencing any adverse effects. Nearly half an hour passed, and Zhu Juxi was finally on the verge of merging with the last body. At this moment, his realm had already ascended to the zenith of the Emperor's 9th level. Although there was no change in his realm, Zhu Juxi's aura steadily intensified. Meanwhile, in the outer world, the previously clear sky began to shift dramatically. Large black clouds suddenly materialized in the once pristine expanse. As time progressed, these ominous clouds amassed above the reincarnation hall. This abrupt transformation did not go unnoticed by those who had entered the barrier. What is this? Black clouds? What is happening? Just moments ago, the sky was clear. How could it turn so dark so quickly? This is not good. Could this be the anomaly the elders spoke of? Elders, we must leave this place at once. Reacting swiftly, Yu Weiran was determined to lead the elders out of the barrier without hesitation. Young master, there are still many spiritual herbs here. Shall we simply abandon them? One elder, gazing longingly at the abundant herbs surrounding them, expressed his reluctance. Spiritual herbs can be sought again, but there is only one life. After searching for so long, we have gathered enough. We must leave quickly, lest we find ourselves unable to escape, Yu Weiran explained firmly, turning without further ado and soaring back in the direction they had come. Behind him, Several elders cast one last wistful glance at the myriad of spiritual herbs before ultimately pursuing Wu Dao. At the reincarnation hall, after considerable effort, Zhu Juxi successfully refined the last body. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, rousing Li Rufeng, who had been resting nearby. Oh, has it finally come to fruition? After waiting so long, I even fell asleep, Li Rufeng murmured, rising slowly and observing Zhu Juxi from a distance. I am ready. Shall we engage in battle? With Zhu Juxi's awakening, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to Li Rufeng, speaking. There's no rush. You are not yet at your strongest. You should first venture out to face your tribulation. After you have transcended it, we shall fight. After all, I desire your defeat to be one that you accept wholeheartedly. Li Rufeng responded. Face a tribulation? This is a tribulation of ascension. Once I have transcended it, we may not have the opportunity to duel. Zhu Juxi shook his head. Haha, do you not realize that in this realm, ascension is impossible? At least, aside from myself, no one can ascend, Li Rufeng remarked. I am well aware. However, I am forcibly ascending, and this realm shall not retain me. Zhu Juxi replied calmly. No, you are mistaken, Li Rufeng suddenly said with a smile. Shaking his head. I am mistaken? What do you mean? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Juxi was immediately filled with confusion. Do you think it is this realm that prevents your ascension? It is the higher realm that does not wish for the denizens of this world to ascend. I can assure you that even if you successfully navigate the tribulation, you shall not reach the higher realm. Enough said, you will not believe me. So why not attempt it yourself? Should you indeed manage to ascend smoothly, I shall simply intervene and halt you. Rest assured, until you have taken on a master, there is no escape for you. Li Rufeng spoke with a tone of serene indifference. Observing Li Rufeng's calm demeanor, Zhu Juxi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, I shall go and test this. With that, Zhu Juxi's figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, a silhouette appeared above the Hall of Reincarnation. Chapter 0. The Gate of Ascension. The inhabitants of the upper realm. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Dark clouds swirling as flashes of lightning crackled incessantly. Just after Zhu Juxi departed from the Hall of Reincarnation, Li Rufeng emerged outside. Gazing at Zhu Juxi high above, Li Rufeng appeared as an indifferent spectator. Such a trifling tribulation, behold as I vanquish it. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Juxi surged towards the billowing black clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Boom. The moment he did so, as if sensing Zhu Juxi's defiance, thousands of bolts of lightning descended, aiming directly at him. Even Li Rufeng was struck by the spectacle of the scene. The Hall of Reincarnation. The Reincarnation Entombment. Confronted with the onslaught of myriad lightning strikes, Zhu Juxi summoned the Hall of Reincarnation from the ground, commanding it to charge towards the violent storm. Bang! The collision of their forces erupted into a cacophony that resonated through the heavens. Even beyond the barrier, the thunderous sounds could be heard. My heavens, who is undergoing tribulation? Such a commotion was unprecedented in my experience. I am fortunate to have heeded the advice of my elders. Had I ventured deeper into the barrier, even the residual shockwaves might have claimed my life. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. We should retreat to a safer distance. Observing the black clouds enveloping the sky not far off and hearing the violent roars emanating from within, Wu Dao hastily fled towards the forest's edge. In this moment, he felt immense gratitude that Li Rufeng had also come here today. Without Li Rufeng's warning, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Deep within the barrier, Zhu Juxi, relying on his formidable strength, successfully neutralized the relentless assaults of the tribulation lightning. After approximately the duration of a single incense stick, the intensity of the tribulation began to wane, the layers of dark clouds gradually dissipating. This signified that Zhu Juxi had successfully navigated the ascension tribulation. In times long past, several hundred millennia ago, Zhu Juxi would have been able to pass through the gate of ascension and ascend to the upper realm. Yet now, even after overcoming the tribulation, he found himself barred from entry into the upper realm. Soon, the lightning receded, the dark clouds vanished, and the sky once again revealed a scene of boundless clarity. Moments later, a sudden spatial fluctuation manifested in the sky. Under the watchful gaze of Zhu Juxi and Li Rufeng, a colossal gate of ascension slowly materialized from the void. It is the gate of ascension. However, something felt amiss. Upon witnessing the emergence of the gate, Zhu Juxi's heart was filled more with doubt than excitement. At this juncture, the gate of ascension should have been wide open. Yet, the current state of the gate was not only tightly sealed but also ensnared by several chains exuding a sinister black aura. Moreover, a massive black emblem appeared on the gate, reminiscent of a seal or curse. This must be the handiwork of the inhabitants of the upper realm. The ascension gate is sealed, preventing the inhabitants of the Tianyuan Continent from ascending smoothly. System, with my current capabilities, can I break the seal on that ascension gate? Gazing upward at the ascension gate in the sky, Li Rufeng inquired within his mind. Ding! The system underestimates itself and the host. As long as the esteemed host wishes, even the Tianyuan Continent could be obliterated. A mere seal, once the host lifts the restrictions on their cultivation, would be as simple as a breath. This cannot be done, at least for now. I have no intention of destroying the Tianyuan Continent. With a millennium of cultivation, if I were to lift the restrictions, the Tianyuan Continent would scarcely endure a breath. Li Rufeng replied internally. This is easily resolved, primarily. If the Heavenly Dao of this realm cooperates, the esteemed host can temporarily lift the cultivation restrictions. Oh, it can be done this way? How can I gain the cooperation of the Heavenly Dao of the Tianyuan Continent? The main issue is that I do not know its whereabouts. The esteemed host may be unaware, but the system knows. In truth, meeting the Heavenly Dao is quite simple. The esteemed host merely needs to ascend to a height of 10,000 miles and call out to the Heavenly Dao. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao will willingly present itself to the esteemed host. Is it truly that simple? Very well. I shall attempt to make contact with the Heavenly Dao of this realm shortly. I will inquire about matters concerning the Tianyuan Continent. Realizing how effortlessly one could encounter the Heavenly Dao, Li Rufeng began to ponder. Meanwhile, high above, Zhu Juxi did not abandon hope upon seeing the tightly sealed ascension gate. 9 lifetimes of scheming, all aimed at breaking through to that ethereal realm. No matter who it may be, one cannot easily concede defeat at this juncture. I refuse to believe that I cannot break this mere seal. Reincarnation power, flowers buried on the other shore. Zhu Juxi unleashed his most formidable strike upon the ascension gate, vowing to shatter the seal that bound it. Bang! The moment his attack made contact with the ascension gate, a resounding noise erupted. When the tumult subsided, the ascension gate remained firmly shut, the seals and chains showing no signs of breaking. To think it had no effect whatsoever. I have waited 9 lifetimes, only to be halted at the final step. I will not accept this. If that is the case, I shall try this technique. Even if I cannot ascend today, I will break this seal. Gazing at the unscathed seal, Zhu Juxi felt a deep sense of frustration. At that moment, he completely lost patience. His aura surged violently, indicating a potential breakthrough beyond the confines of the Tianyuan Continent. This individual is even burning his essence. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just because he cannot ascend? Observing the sudden transformation of Zhu Juxi in the sky, Li Rufeng felt somewhat speechless. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to intervene. I cannot bear to witness the complete ruin of my future disciple. After a moment of silence, Li Rufeng shook his head and prepared to intervene to halt Zhu Juxi's reckless actions. To his astonishment, even after all these years, such a formidable ant still emerged from the lower realms. Just as Li Rufeng was ready to act, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind the ascension gate. This commotion quickly captured the attention of both Zhu Juxi and Li Rufeng. The unexpected sound prompted Zhu Juxi to cease his consumption of his own essence. Who are you? Do you dare to speak yet remain hidden? Zhu Juxi inquired, gazing towards the source of the voice. Huh, an insignificant ant dares to address me so? In the next moment, a figure gradually materialized before the ascension gate. Moments later, a man clad in black appeared within Zhu Juxi's line of sight. Is this an inhabitant of the upper realms? However, this figure seems to be merely a projection. The power of a peak emperor is rather ordinary. What a pity. It would have been splendid if the true form had arrived. The soul of an upper realm being would surely delight the emperor of humanity. Observing the sudden appearance of the man in black, Li Rufeng remained composed, lost in thought. Chapter 0. The Hand That Destroys Immortals. The 6th disciple. Are you from the immortal realm? Did you seal the ascension gate? Zhu Juxi's expression turned grave as he gazed at the man in black across from him. Indeed, you little ant are not entirely foolish. I must admit, I underestimated the lower realms insects. Logically, you should not have been able to survive the ascension tribulation. for this world no longer possesses the conditions for an emperor to transcend further. However, since you have managed to break this limitation, I present you with an opportunity. Acknowledge me as your master and become my slave, and I shall spare your life today. Consider yourself fortunate, for normally, any who ascend must be eradicated. If it were not for your commendable talent, you would have perished the moment I appeared. The man in black spoke with an air of superiority. To ask me to acknowledge you as my master? You must still be dreaming. A mere avatar dares to speak so brazenly. Today, I, the Emperor of Reincarnation, shall be the first to slay an immortal. Reincarnation technique. 6 paths of reincarnation. In the face of such humiliation, Zhu Jusi could no longer endure. He was ready to fight back at the slightest provocation. The power of reincarnation. No wonder you could survive the ascension tribulation. Yet, since you are of no use to me, you shall be annihilated. Immortal technique. 1 sword to obliterate. As Zhu Jusi launched his attack, the man in black remained unfazed, a hint of disdain in his tone. In a fair fight, I would certainly not be your match. Alas, beneath the immortal realm, all are but insects. Die. Though the avatar of the man in black possessed only the pinnacle strength of an emperor, his techniques far surpassed what any emperor could withstand. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jusi's attack was completely obliterated. Following this, a terrifying, despair-inducing sword aura surged towards Zhu Jusi. Damn it, is this what immortal techniques are like? In the same realm, I could slaughter you like a mere dog. If I am destined to die, then you will not fare well either. Reincarnation technique. Burn with my essence blood. Even in the face of an insurmountable assault, Zhu Jusi retained his fighting spirit, prepared to sacrifice everything for one final strike against the man in black. A mere insect shaking a tree, overestimating your capabilities. Remember this in your next life. Beneath the immortal realm, all are insects. As Zhu Jusi prepared for a desperate struggle, the man in black revealed a mocking smile. Oh, then remember this too. In the immortal realm, you are also but an insect. At that moment, a playful voice suddenly echoed from behind the man in black. When did this happen? I didn't even notice. The man in black instantly turned to flee, his heart filled with shock. He could not fathom how someone from the lower realm could evade his perception and approach him. After retreating several dozen meters, the man in black swiftly turned to face his previous position. Who are you? You managed to approach me silently. This realm is becoming increasingly intriguing. Observing the figure opposite him, the man clad in black spoke nonchalantly. A mere immortal from the mortal realm, previously so audacious in your claims. I surmise you have been dispatched to guard the Ascension Gate. A gatekeeper with insufficient strength, yet a lofty demeanor. Remember my name, I am Li Rufeng. Today, I shall obliterate your avatar, and when we meet again, it will be to claim your life. Li Rufeng spoke, his tone measured. Presumptuous, merely a peak emperor. I am eager to witness how you intend to annihilate me. Bang! Before the man in black could finish, he was abruptly torn apart, followed by a resounding explosion. How tiresome. Now it is considerably quieter. Lowering his right hand, Li Rufeng remarked with an air of tranquility. How is this possible? I could scarcely withstand a single strike from that individual, yet he has effortlessly vanquished him? Why is there such a vast disparity despite both being emperors? Not far away, Zhu Jusi, whose essence was burning halfway, gazed in shock at the scene of Li Rufeng dispatching the man in black, his mind utterly stunned. On the other side, after eliminating the man in black, Li Rufeng flew towards Zhu Jusi. Soon, he arrived beside him. Next time, refrain from burning your essence so recklessly. After all, you are a reincarnated great emperor. Could you not maintain your composure? If you cannot defeat him, why not retreat? You only cannot defeat him now. It does not mean you will never be able to in the future. Preserve your life first, and seek revenge later. Do you believe you are the protagonist? The one who slays immortals? There is much you still need to learn. Looking at Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng spoke slowly, unfazed by Zhu Jusi's awkward expression. I understand. After a long pause, Zhu Jusi, who wished to retort, could only utter this one phrase. Good, as long as you comprehend. Remember, it is not merely high talent that makes one the protagonist. The true protagonist is the one who survives until the end. Enough of this. The troubles have been resolved. Shall we proceed with our matters? Li Rufeng stated calmly. Our matters? What matters? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jusi appeared momentarily bewildered. Have you forgotten our prior agreement? We shall engage in battle. If I win, you will become my disciple. You wouldn't wish to go back on your word, would you? As he spoke, Li Rufeng raised his right hand, shaking his fist, which resembled a large sandbag. You certainly are not giving me the chance to back out. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, Zhu Jusi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could a dignified, reincarnated great emperor be reduced to a position of coercion? Ahem. Well, there is no need to fight. I concede. Without further hesitation, Zhu Jusi promptly declared, in a realm where even the extraordinary can be vanquished, one would have to be quite deranged to engage in combat with you. Zhu Jusi mused inwardly. Ah, how splendid. I was rather concerned about misjudging the intensity and inadvertently rendering you incapacitated. Now that you have graciously conceded, might you not fulfill the requisite formalities? Li Rufeng subtly motioned. Disciple Zhu Jusi, I humbly pay my respects to my esteemed master. Upon realization, Zhu Jusi promptly clasped his hands in reverence towards Li Rufeng. Indeed, that is more like it. Henceforth, you shall be the sixth disciple under my tutelage. Before you stand 3 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters. Among the 6, you possess the highest cultivation. Do remember to look after your senior siblings. Li Rufeng nodded and subsequently spoke. The disciple comprehends. By the way, may I inquire about my master's name? Zhu Jusi asked. Li Rufeng. Well then, the matters are concluded, and we ought to return. I wonder if the Tianyuan Continent has come to a close. Do you have any affairs to attend to? After responding, Li Rufeng promptly inquired. None whatsoever. I came here primarily to merge with the bodies of my previous lives and to reclaim my imperial artifact. Having accomplished both, Li Rufeng shook his head and replied, Very well, let us depart. With a nod, Li Rufeng led Zhu Jusi away from their location. Moments later, their figures reappeared in Tianyuan City. You should find a room to settle in. Your senior siblings have gone to participate in the Tianyuan Grand Competition and shall not return for some time. When they do, you may take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with them. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and shall retire for rest. After imparting a few words of guidance to Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng turned and made his way to his chamber, entirely disregarding Zhu Jusi, who stood rooted in place. Ah well, I shall consider this a fortuitous acquisition of a master. It stands to reason that a disciple favored by such a master must possess considerable merit. I wonder what kind of individuals my senior siblings are and what paths of cultivation they follow. As Zhu Jusi gazed at Li Rufeng's departing figure, he set aside his concerns and felt a burgeoning curiosity about Su Yang and the others. Chapter 0. The Mysterious Guardian of the Divine Time. Target. Chu Yi. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, at the location of the Ascension Gate's exit, a figure appeared, his aura somewhat disordered, with traces of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How detestable. Unforgivable. A mere ant from the lower realm dares to obliterate my avatar. After guarding the Ascension Gate for so many years, you are the first to inflict harm upon me. I shall remember you. Regardless of your identity, once I recover from my injuries, I will personally seek you out to exact vengeance. The figure seethed with fury. This individual was none other than the enigmatic man in black who had previously ventured to the Tianyuan Continent using an avatar. Having suffered such a significant loss at the hands of Li Rufeng, the man in black was determined not to let this transgression go unpunished. Once his wounds healed, he planned to travel directly to the Tianyuan Continent in his true form to kill Li Rufeng. Little did he know, Li Rufeng eagerly awaited the man's personal visit. After all, Li Rufeng had been fixated on the black-clad man's soul. After a day of intense competition, the Tianyuan Grand Tournament concluded successfully, without any unforeseen incidents. Su Yang and the others secured spots in the top 10, earning them the privilege to enter the ancient secret realm. Upon returning to their accommodations, Su Yang and his companions encountered Zhu Jusi. Upon learning that Zhu Jusi was the newly accepted disciple of Li Rufeng, they greeted him with warm smiles. Subsequently, they engaged in mutual introductions to foster camaraderie among their fellow disciples. After conversing for over half an hour, they each returned to their quarters to rest. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and what appeared to be a tranquil night was destined to witness unusual occurrences. At that very moment, beyond the Tianyuan Continent, a figure materialized at its edge. Finally found you. So you escaped to this insignificant lower realm. A man clad in blue spoke with an expressionless demeanor. As his words fell, the blue-clad man vanished from his location, directly entering the Tianyuan Continent before being abruptly halted. Come forth. The blue-clad man cast his gaze toward a particular direction, speaking coldly. Greetings, esteemed one. May I inquire about your purpose in the Tianyuan Continent? The next moment, a figure gradually solidified before the blue-clad man. Are you the Heavenly Dao of this realm? The blue-clad man retorted without answering. Indeed, I am the Heavenly Dao of the Tianyuan Continent. You may call me Tianyuan, the figure replied respectfully. A mere Heavenly Dao of a lower realm dares to obstruct my path? I require no explanations for my actions. Step aside immediately, or I shall not hesitate to annihilate this world, the blue-clad man threatened coldly. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan's expression instantly darkened. How can one who embodies the celestial principles of a realm endure such humiliation, ultimately losing face? My lord, please temper your anger. I am merely concerned that you might unleash catastrophic consequences upon the Heavenly Yuan Continent. After all, given your formidable strength, even a slight gesture on your part could wreak havoc upon this land. If there is anything you require, I am at your service to assist you. I hope you can understand my apprehensions. Should disaster befall the Heavenly Yuan Continent, I too shall inevitably face ruin alongside it. Despite the bitterness I feel, I must bow in respect to such overwhelming power. A mere lower realm holds no intrigue for me. My visit to the Heavenly Yuan Continent is solely to capture an escaped prisoner. Once I have apprehended her, I shall take my leave. Until then, you should vacate the premises as far as possible. Although regulations prevent me from acting indiscriminately across various realms, do not test my patience. I shall reiterate this one final time. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, even if they are a celestial being, shall meet their demise. Do you comprehend? I understand. Please proceed, my lord. With that, the figure of Heavenly Yuan stepped aside, allowing passage. How perceptive of you. Were it not for the urgency of my task, your insolence in blocking my path today would have necessitated the entire Heavenly Yuan Continent to pay the price. The blue-clad man regarded the understanding Heavenly Yuan with palpable disdain. Thereafter, he paid no further heed to Heavenly Yuan and vanished from sight. Once the blue-clad man departed, Heavenly Yuan's anxious heart gradually found solace. Indeed, the Divine Time Guards are notoriously arrogant and reckless. I can only hope he refrains from inflicting harm upon the Heavenly Yuan Continent. With my current abilities, I would be powerless to prevent his destructive intentions. Alas, the burden of being a celestial being is truly vexing. However, if that individual— Wait, the direction he took seems to be— Heavenly Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze settling on a specific point, an uneasy premonition stirring within. No, I must follow him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Heavenly Yuan's figure vanished into the void, pursuing the path the blue-clad man had taken. Meanwhile, within Tianyuan City. Ding. Warning. A powerful adversary has been detected approaching. Please exercise utmost caution. Due to the overwhelming strength of the incoming threat, and for special reasons, his realm is not bound by the restrictions of the Heavenly Yuan Continent. The system advises that you urgently contact the celestial being of this realm. Of course, should you not mind the potential annihilation of the Heavenly Yuan Continent, you may disregard this advice. In a room where Li Rufeng was resting, the system's alert echoed suddenly in his mind. A formidable foe? System, you speak of strength. How formidable is it precisely? To the esteemed host. Even in the realm of immortals, this individual is invincible. Such a person, how could they possibly arrive in the Tianyuan Continent? Is it conceivable that they discovered your existence and have come to eliminate me? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng inquired with urgency. For apart from himself, there exists the system, and he could scarcely fathom why such a powerful being would deign to visit the humble Tianyuan Continent. Rest assured, esteemed host, the existence of the system is known only to you. Moreover, the approaching adversary is not targeting you, esteemed host. This individual's aim is your disciple, Chui. To be precise, it concerns the future Chui. The future Chui? Is it possible that another formidable entity has traversed the river of time? That is not the case. The visitor's identity is that of a Divine Time Guardian. The duty of a Divine Time Guardian is to safeguard the stability of the river of time. The future Chui has disrupted the timeline by crossing the river of time, which is why a Divine Time Guardian has come to apprehend her. Furthermore, each Divine Time Guardian possesses the protection of the Great Path of Time. They can traverse the river of time at will and are immune to most forms of attack. So this means he is indeed powerful? Splendid. Strength is indeed desirable. It has been long since I felt such exhilarating emotions. Furthermore, the greater the strength, the more formidable his soul will be. I have been yearning for a strong soul to aid in the evolution of the Emperor's banner. Li Rufeng rose from his bed, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. In the next moment, he vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in Chu Yi's chamber, she was roused from her deep slumber by Yi. Chapter 0. The unassuming guardian god takes the initiative. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow, Yi? I am quite exhausted today. Rubbing her weary eyes, Chu Yi expressed her mild grievance. There is no time left. Xiao Yi, I may have to depart. After I leave, do not forget the things I have shared with you. With your master by your side, you can certainly achieve what I was unable to accomplish. Though I long to witness your success firsthand, I did not anticipate that those individuals would arrive so swiftly. I have cherished the moments spent with you. Farewell, Xiao Yi. Yi spoke, her eyes brimming with profound reluctance. What? You are leaving? Why? I do not want you to go. And who are those people? How dare they take you away? Upon hearing that Yi intended to leave, Chu Yi's fatigue vanished in an instant. She fixed her gaze upon Yi, her voice laced with inquiry. No, I must go. Only by leaving with them can I ensure your safety. It is all right, am I not you? As long as you are unharmed, I too shall remain safe. Perhaps one day, we shall meet again. Observing the glimmer of tears in Chu Yi's eyes, Yi offered a faint consolation. No, you are deceiving me. This departure means we will surely never meet again. No, I cannot allow you to leave. Let us seek Master. Master is so powerful. As long as Master intervenes, those individuals will certainly not be able to take you away. As she spoke, Chu Yi hastily rose from her bed, determined to find Li Rufeng. It is futile. Although your master is formidable, it is impossible to contend with those individuals. Yi began, her tone somber. Impossible in what sense? Just as Yi's words faltered, Li Rufeng's voice suddenly resonated. Master, it is you. The appearance of Li Rufeng quickly astonished both Chu Yi and Yi. Why can't I come? Moreover, have I not instructed you to address me as master? You are being quite disrespectful. Li Rufeng casually settled into a chair nearby. It is Xiao Yi who has taken you as her master, not I. Yi retorted, attempting to defend herself. Is it not the same? One is in the present, the other in the future. Remember this for next time. Show some respect, or I shall impose a punishment upon you. Now, on to serious matters. A guardian god is approaching us. You must accompany me. Li Rufeng spoke with calm authority. You, how do you know their identity? Who exactly are you? Yi was momentarily stunned upon hearing Li Rufeng mention the Divine Time Guard. Even she had only learned of its existence by chance after that incident. She could not fathom why Li Rufeng would also be aware of the Divine Time Guard. You have too many questions. We should leave, Li Rufeng replied calmly as he stood up. All right, I will accompany you. Without hesitation, Yi nodded in agreement. Master, can you confront the Divine Time Guard? Does that mean Yi can remain by my side? At this moment, Chu Yi approached Li Rufeng with a hint of anticipation. Of course, the Divine Time Guard is but a mere insect. She will not leave. She can stay by your side from now on. I shall be back shortly. You should rest for now. After gently patting Chu Yi's head, Li Rufeng disappeared with Yi from the room. Indeed, there was nothing that Master could not resolve. In that case, I should hurry and sleep, Chu Yi murmured to herself before returning to her bed to drift off once more. In her heart, as long as Li Rufeng spoke, she believed that no unforeseen events would occur. Meanwhile, as Chu Yi slipped back into slumber, Li Rufeng had already taken Yi high into the skies. Are you certain you can handle that individual? The Divine Time Guard is exceedingly mysterious, and their power is formidable. I even feel that during my prime, I would not stand a chance against them. You, Yi asked, glancing at the composed Li Rufeng with concern. It is not merely a feeling. You are indeed no match for them. Their strength surpasses the limits of the celestial realm. Moreover, they are protected by the laws of time. However, to me, they are only slightly stronger than that, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. If you are so confident, why have you brought me here? My current strength is negligible. Even if I wished to assist you, I would be powerless, Yi stated. It is unnecessary. It is a matter that requires only a single strike. You need not intervene. I brought you here to prepare for the reconstruction of your physical form, Li Rufeng said with a serene smile. What? Reconstruction of my physical form? Are you certain? Helping me with this is not a simple task. It first requires various heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. Otherwise, it cannot withstand the power of my soul. Furthermore, my soul has been damaged and requires a vast amount of elixirs for recovery. These items are not easily found, even in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness. Let us discuss the reconstruction of my physical form another time. Moreover, whether I shall remain in the future is a matter of uncertainty, De Yi remarked softly. Do you truly doubt me so? At least Yi is reliable. She believes every word I utter. This flaw of yours must be amended, lest it adversely affect my dear Yi, Li Rufeng said with a calm demeanor. Very well. I shall observe how you assist me in the creation of a corporeal form. With Li Rufeng's statement, De Yi fell silent, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction within. May the Heavenly Dao of this realm exhibit some discernment. Otherwise, the only recourse may be the destruction of the Tianyuan Continent. Regardless, as long as I am present, Su Yang and the others shall remain unharmed. Li Rufeng continued to contemplate, paying no heed to the nearby De Yi. Not long ago, he had instructed the system to convey his demands to the Heavenly Dao of this realm. As for whether it would comply, that remained uncertain to Li Rufeng. However, even if the Heavenly Dao chose not to cooperate, he was not overly concerned. After all, only the Tianyuan Continent would suffer. Though he did not desire its annihilation under normal circumstances, that sentiment would wane when faced with the necessity of lifting the constraints on his cultivation. Suddenly, after several moments of contemplation, Li Rufeng lifted his gaze to the front, his expression growing slightly more serious. Chapter 0. The Space of Heavenly Principles. Instant annihilation. In the next moment, a blue figure materialized before Li Rufeng. It was the previously encountered man clad in blue. You've been found. I didn't expect you to come out willingly. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Chu Yi, you have traversed the river of time, violating temporal regulations. Will you choose to return with me to face your punishment, or shall I extinguish you here and now? The blue-clad man spoke icily, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Du Yi. Humph, do not presume that I am ignorant of your schemes. That incident was instigated by you in the shadows. The so-called temporal regulations are merely constructs of your own making. If there were indeed penalties for traversing time, it would be at the hands of the heavenly principles themselves. Though I remain unaware of your true identities, do not think that your formidable strength grants you the right to impose arbitrary punishments upon me. De Yi retorted coolly. Under normal circumstances, she would not dare to speak so defiantly. However, emboldened by Li Rufeng's earlier boast, she seized the moment to act boldly. Amusing. A mere remnant soul dares to challenge me? Very well, you shall be obliterated. The blue-clad man uttered coldly, releasing a palpable aura that instantly rendered De Yi immobile, her very essence teetering on the brink of dissolution. Intriguing. Am I to be completely disregarded? Observing the aura emanating from the blue-clad man, Li Rufeng spoke up gently. Very well, seeing as you have graciously delivered yourself to me, I shall overlook this transgression. However, to confront me directly is rather audacious. In the next instant, Li Rufeng's expression shifted, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. With a decisive wave of his hand, the oppressive force weighing upon De Yi dissipated entirely. This power. I did not anticipate such an unexpected boon this time. Splendid indeed. I shall claim your strength. Upon sensing the aura radiating from Li Rufeng, the blue-clad man erupted into laughter. Oh, you refer to this power of time? Li Rufeng raised his hand, playfully manipulating the temporal force. You have merely grasped a fragment of temporal power. What are you so pleased about, boy? Yet, I must express my gratitude. Once I absorb your strength, my prowess shall ascend to new heights. Encountering me has proven unfortunate for you. Let us perish together. As the last words left his lips, the blue-clad man directed his gaze upwards, launching an attack towards Li Rufeng and De Yi. In an instant, a terrifying aura locked onto the two, causing the surrounding space to exhibit signs of collapse under its weight. This is bad. This is beyond what the Emperor's pinnacle can contend with. Heavenly Dao, what are you waiting for? If you do not act soon, do not blame me. Sensing that the power of the attack far exceeded the pinnacle of the Emperor, Li Rufeng exclaimed. It appeared as though he was beseeching the Heavenly Dao of the Tianyuan Continent, but in truth, he was granting this Heavenly Dao one final opportunity. Heavenly Dao? A mere lower realm's Heavenly Dao. Do you truly believe it dares to intervene on your behalf? You thought you had more tricks up your sleeve. Yet here you are, pleading for salvation? It is indeed laughable that someone like you could comprehend the power of time. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, this power will belong to me. Hee hee. The man in blue laughed heartily, his laughter somewhat unsettling. Alas, I hope you do not disappoint me. And you, with your incessant mention of the lower realms Heavenly Dao. Even if your strength surpasses mine, the Heavenly Dao must not be insulted. Heavenly Dao space. Appear. Quickly. I can only hold on for 10 breaths. Suddenly, Tianyuan appeared, launching an unanticipated attack on the man in blue, instantly pulling him into the Heavenly Dao space. 10 breaths? No need. 1 breath will suffice. In the next moment, without hesitation, Li Rufeng entered the Heavenly Dao space. Within this space, Li Rufeng could temporarily lift the restrictions on his cultivation without affecting the Tianyuan Continent. Thus, the moment he entered, he commanded the system to release his cultivation limits. In an instant, Li Rufeng's immense cultivation, accumulated over 1 billion years, was completely unleashed, without affording the man in blue any opportunity to speak. With merely a glance, Li Rufeng annihilated him utterly. Even with the protection of the Great Way of Time, it bore no effect whatsoever. What the? Meanwhile, in the external realm, Tianyuan, who sustained the Heavenly Dao space, was instantly sent flying, a mouthful of blood gushing forth. Originally capable of holding for 10 breaths, the moment Li Rufeng unleashed his full power, he was directly propelled by that force. The Heavenly Dao space also collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand Li Rufeng's overwhelming might. What is happening? The space collapsing is one matter, but how has it come to this? By the way, does the Heavenly Dao bleed? At the moment of the Heavenly Dao space's collapse, Li Rufeng returned to the external realm, his cultivation sealed once more. Noticing Tianyuan spitting blood and his aura waning, Li Rufeng curiously inquired, "You dare to question me? What was that power just now? Did you not claim it was only slightly more powerful than that of the Divine Time Sentinel?" After a moment of speechlessness, Tianyuan immediately asked, "Indeed, I am just 1 billion times more powerful than him. Just that little bit." As he spoke, Li Rufeng raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb and index finger to indicate a minuscule distance. Observing Li Rufeng's calm demeanor, Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words once again. Perhaps it was best to set this matter aside for the time being. I did not anticipate your formidable strength. It is no wonder you regard that Time Guardian with such disdain. However, I must caution you with this. As I understand it, when a Time Guardian meets their demise, the final moments of their defeat are relayed directly back to their headquarters. This implies that you have drawn the attention of all the Time Guardians. Nonetheless, given your strength, you should not fear their approach, Tianyuan remarked. This is fortuitous indeed. I have been seeking a means to acquire more potent souls. Yet, from what you say, you possess considerable knowledge about this Time Guardian? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. I wouldn't say I am well versed. Although I am a celestial entity from a lower realm, the celestial beings across various worlds can engage in unique exchanges of information. My insights regarding the Time Guardians are derived from what I have heard from other celestial entities. Furthermore, there are numerous worlds that have been obliterated by the Time Guardians. My willingness to assist you stems from my lack of fondness for them, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? Then do you comprehend the reason for the existence of the Time Guardians? Or rather, what their objectives might be? Could it be that they are genuinely devoted to preserving the order of the time continuum? The avarice I observed in that individual's eyes upon witnessing my temporal power was unmistakable. I find it hard to believe such a person would uphold the order of the time continuum, Li Rufeng stated flatly. Their objectives? My knowledge in that regard is limited. However, I have heard that the Time Guardians consist of individuals who cultivate the path of time. Their aim appears to be to consume the temporal energies of those who have comprehended the path of time across various realms. Beyond that, I cannot say much more. As I am merely a celestial entity from a lower realm with limited capabilities, Tianyuan contemplated before divulging everything he knew. That aligns closely with my own thoughts. Well then, I appreciate your insights. In light of your commendable nature, I shall intervene to assist you with the matter of the Tianyuan Continent being sealed by the celestial beings. Li Rufeng stated calmly. Really? With your strength? You indeed possess the capability to lift the seal on the Tianyuan Continent. Tianyuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. What I have promised will certainly come to pass. However, I do not currently intend to venture into the celestial realm. I shall assist you when the time comes that I do go to the celestial realm. You have no objections, I trust? Li Rufeng responded. Would I dare to have objections? Tianyuan thought to himself. Naturally, I have no objections, he replied. Very well, then let it be so. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, I will seek you out again. Having spoken, without waiting for a response from Tianyuan, Li Rufeng vanished into the sky, accompanied by the distant figure of Dai. It is remarkable that such a person would appear in the Tianyuan continent. However, perhaps this is a fortuitous development for the realm. Gazing in the direction where Li Rufeng had disappeared, Tianyuan murmured a few words to himself before also vanishing from the spot. Chapter 0. The Power of Origin, Remaking the Flesh upon a Solitary Mountain Peak. After parting ways with Tianyuan, Li Rufeng brought the enchanting Dai to this location. This shall suffice. Now, we shall commence the process of remaking your corporeal form. After landing on the summit, Li Rufeng surveyed the surroundings and spoke with determination. And how do you intend to proceed? What must I do? Dai inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. You need not concern yourself with any actions. However, it is my inaugural attempt at assisting someone in the remaking of their flesh, and there may be minor unforeseen occurrences. Worry not. With my presence, your demise is not an option. If you are prepared, I shall begin. Li Rufeng replied confidently. Do I possess the option to refuse? Dai timidly asked, her uncertainty evident. Naturally, you do not. With a hint of amusement, Li Rufeng continued. It seems you have no objections. Thus, we shall proceed. With that declaration, Li Rufeng produced a lifeless corpse. What is this? Dai gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the cadaver. Although she had long known that Li Rufeng had slain the man clad in blue, witnessing the body firsthand left her utterly shocked. You cannot be serious about using his body for my remaking, can you? If that is the case, then I must decline. After regaining her composure, Dai quickly asserted. Indeed, even if you were willing, I would not accept. I merely require his primal essence. Were it not for this necessity, do you believe his corpse would still linger? Li Rufeng stated matter-of-factly. Now, I shall commence. With this primal essence, you shall not only regain your peak form, but may even transcend to a higher realm. Your ability to seize that opportunity rests solely upon you. Power of origin, coalesce. In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand toward the corpse of the man in blue. Moments later, the body disintegrated completely, leaving behind an extraordinarily pure and potent primal essence. Next came an array of celestial spiritual materials. To ensure that Dai's remade body would be as flawless as possible, Li Rufeng was generous, retrieving dozens of heavenly treasures from his system space. These items, acquired through diligent effort from the system, were plentiful. Peach of immortality, Bodhi fruit, 9-petal blue lotus, 9 heaven soil, essence of life, 7-colored flower. As he spoke, Li Rufeng diligently refined these spiritual materials. Meanwhile, Dai stood in awe, captivated by the wondrous treasures Li Rufeng produced, many of which she had never laid eyes upon. Though unfamiliar, the alluring aura radiating from these materials was sufficient to attest to their extraordinary nature. Very well, with nearly 50 varieties, this should suffice. Now, relax your spirit and resist not. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. After a few reminders, Li Rufeng ceased his hesitations and directly enveloped the refined essence of the spiritual objects over Dai's soul. In the next moment, her soul began to involuntarily absorb the essence. Approximately a stick of incense later, observing that she had absorbed a significant amount of the essence, Li Rufeng proceeded to blend the primordial power into Dai's soul. Given the immense strength of the primordial power, it was inconceivable that Dai could assimilate it in a short span. However, Li Rufeng paid no heed to such concerns and forcefully infused the primordial power into her soul. At the instant of integration, a formidable aura erupted from Dai. Task accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting her complete assimilation and mastery of these powers. After completing this, Li Rufeng seated himself on a nearby boulder. Meanwhile, Dai, overwhelmed by the influx of power surging into her soul, was utterly oblivious to the happenings around her. Time silently slipped by. Li Rufeng, beside her, had even begun to doze off. Almost an hour elapsed before Dai gradually opened her eyes. In that moment, a magnificent aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding beasts in the mountains to cower in fear, trembling on the ground. Finally, she had fully refined the essence. Phew! I never anticipated that reshaping a physical form would be so exhausting. No, it should be said that the method of reforming my body is truly taxing. After retracting her aura, Dai lifted her gaze towards Li Rufeng, who lay on the boulder not far away, softly murmuring to herself. Subsequently, she took steps to approach him. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded. With each step Dai took, her body transformed slightly. First her feet, then her legs, and gradually, within moments, her physical form was entirely sculpted. At that moment, Dai radiated an irresistible allure, embodying a beauty that could only be described as transcendent. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a peerless beauty. She had recovered remarkably well, even finding her strength enhanced. Were it not for being in the lower realm, she would have been eager to test her newfound power. Additionally, her comprehension of the path of time had deepened further, all thanks to the primordial power containing the essence of time. As she sensed the transformations in her body, Dai found herself standing beside Li Rufeng. Lowering her gaze towards his peacefully closed eyes, she felt a burgeoning affection for him for the first time. Perhaps having such a master is not so bad after all. After observing his serene visage for a while, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Are you awake? How do you feel? Just as Dai was lost in her thoughts, Li Rufeng, with his eyes still shut, suddenly inquired. Very well, I am quite satisfied with this body. Thank you. Dai was initially startled by Li Rufeng's voice, but upon regaining her composure, she promptly expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I did not assist you for free. There is no such thing as a complimentary meal in this world. Li Rufeng opened his eyes and, while speaking, rose from the stone. So, what is it that you require of me? If needed, I can manage. Dai stammered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Purple. Yes. It suits you remarkably well. The squirrel's words resonated with him. Indeed, purple exuded a certain charm. Li Rufeng, however, seemed to disregard Dai's comment, instead murmuring to himself. By the way, what did you just say? He inquired shortly thereafter. This fellow alternates between ignoring me and uttering nonsensical remarks. Moreover, from his words, does he actually prefer me in purple attire? This is quite the secret. I shall share it with Xiao Yi upon my return. Although I find it somewhat perplexing to decipher Li Rufeng's thoughts, receiving his praise for the first time brought a sense of joy to Dai's heart. I ask again, what do you need me to assist you with? She reiterated, choosing not to dwell on her musings any longer. Chapter 0. The Temple of Time. The primordial little world. This is quite simple. Given your current prowess, you could traverse the celestial realms with ease. Henceforth, I entrust you with the safety of my disciples. Naturally, should you encounter adversaries beyond your capacity to handle, I shall intervene personally. However, for minor nuisances, your intervention will suffice. After all, they are so feeble that I hardly feel inclined to engage, as it would merely squander my time. Moreover, please assist in resolving any cultivation issues my disciples might face. How does that sound? These tasks should be rather effortless for you, I presume. Li Rufeng spoke languidly. Well, I have no objections. However, I would like to inquire about the purpose of you taking on disciples. If you are to shirk all responsibilities, it seems you are rather unfit for the role of a master, does it not? Dai replied timidly. Is that so? I concur. Yet what of it? I simply collect them for amusement. Do you have a problem with that? Li Rufeng replied indifferently. No objections. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's peculiar response, Dai inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly, she dared not voice any dissent. Well then, that settles it. You asked so many questions that I began to think you had grievances against me. Now that everything is resolved, we should return. Li Rufeng chose to overlook Dai's earlier remarks and turned to head back to Tianyuan City. Wait, I have another question. At that moment, Dai suddenly called out to stop Li Rufeng. What question? Speak quickly. Dawn is approaching, and I am quite fatigued. Li Rufeng turned back. How should I introduce myself to your disciples in the future? Little E is manageable, but the others are unaware of my existence. If I were to suddenly appear, you must provide some explanation, no? Dai inquired. Indeed. I must admit, I had not given this much thought. How about we say you are Yi's sister? Given your identical appearances, they would likely accept it. Li Rufeng pondered briefly before replying. Sister? That works. Dai, upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed home. With that, Li Rufeng disregarded Dai and vanished from sight in an instant. He He doesn't even wait for me. Witnessing Li Rufeng's disappearance, De murmured a weak complaint before hastily following suit. In no time, the two returned to Tianyuan City. Subsequently, Li Rufeng returned to his own quarters, while De made her way back to Chuyi's room. Thus, the night concluded in serene tranquility. In an unknown and mysterious space, there stood an immensely grand and opulent palace. Throughout the palace, an aura of unparalleled terror permeates the air. Each breath embodies an existence capable of effortlessly dominating the celestial realm. Here lies the grand hall of the Temple of Time, the central sanctuary of the divine temporal guard. Within this majestic chamber, a man sits regally upon his throne, clad in a robe of intertwining black and white. He is none other than the master of the Temple of Time and the architect of the divine temporal guard, known as Lu Yu. Intriguingly, after tens of thousands of years, it is the first instance where someone has managed to slay a member of the divine temporal guard. This individual appears remarkably youthful. Could it be that a powerful entity from above has been reincarnated? Even so, it would be implausible for one to effortlessly vanquish a member of the divine temporal guard. The situation grows increasingly intriguing. Alas, having languished in boredom for so long, it is finally time to stretch my limbs. Summon the 10 generals of the temple to my presence, Lu Yu called out nonchalantly. At once, in the next moment, a figure materialized from thin air, kneeling on the ground. After responding, the figure vanished, leaving the grand hall. In Tianyuan City, more than 10 days have elapsed since the Tianyuan Grand Competition, during which Li Rufeng has remained at his residence, resting. De, leveraging her identity as Sister Chu, has been enjoying harmonious interactions with Su Yang and the others. Unbeknownst to them, the day to depart from Tianyuan City has arrived. On this particular morning, Li Rufeng, accompanied by Su Yang and others, boarded a flying vessel. Setting sail from Tianyuan City. Their destination is a prominent force in the central capital. The ancient secret realm lies within the jurisdiction of this powerful faction. Over the past few days, Li Rufeng has gained a foundational understanding of the forces in the central capital. Among them, the mightiest powers are undoubtedly the 3 Holy Lands and the 4 hidden families. The 3 Holy Lands consist of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, the Free Spirit Holy Land, and the Wayless Holy Land, while the 4 hidden families are the Qin, Yun, Luo, and Long families. The ancient secret realm is governed by these 7 formidable entities. To unlock the entrance to the ancient secret realm, a concerted effort from all 7 factions is required. Furthermore, each time the ancient secret realm is unveiled, one of the 7 factions serves as the gathering point, with the remaining 6 factions dispatching representatives to this location to initiate the opening of the entrance. This time, the site of the ancient secret realm's unveiling is the Ancient Moon Holy Land, one of the 3 Holy Lands. Those possessing the privilege to enter the ancient secret realm must make their way to the Ancient Moon Holy Land. With only 2.5 days remaining until the opening of the ancient secret realm, this is the reason for Li Rufeng's departure from Tianyuan City. Simultaneously, Li Rufeng discovered that there is no limit to the number of entries permitted into the ancient secret realm. As long as one is under the age of 25 and possesses a cultivation level no lower than the Golden Core stage, they may enter the ancient secret realm. However, this stipulation applies exclusively to the inhabitants of the central capital. For regions such as the Eastern Wilderness, they can only vie for one of the scarce 10 entries to the ancient secret realm through the Tianyuan Grand Competition. The rationale behind the central capital's approach is quite understandable. In the ancient secret realm, an abundance of cultivation resources and opportunities exists, particularly the legendary chance for transcendence. Such advantages are, of course, not offered to outsiders lightly. However, Li Rufeng remained largely indifferent to these prospects. He believed that if he so desired, he could monopolize the ancient secret realm with merely a wave of his hand. Yet, his interest in the ancient secret realm was rather limited. The sole aspect that piqued his curiosity was the opportunity for transcendence. Ding! A monthly sign-in opportunity has been detected. Would you like to sign in now? On the flying vessel, the system's prompt suddenly resonated within Li Rufeng's mind. Oh, has another month passed so swiftly? System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired the Primordial Small World. Primordial Small World? What is that? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Dear host, the Primordial Small World is a realm with limitless growth potential. Given sufficient time, It can evolve to rival the celestial realm or even surpass it. However, the growth and evolution of the primordial small world require time. Thus, this process will be rather protracted. Yet, there is no need for concern, as the time flow within the primordial small world is such that one day outside equates to a century inside. Moreover, should the esteemed host provide the world's essence to the primordial small world, its growth will be expedited. So that is how it is. I essentially understand now. But why can I not perceive this primordial small world? Please hold on, esteemed host. I shall now distribute the reward. The primordial small world will reside directly within your Dantian. With the system's voice trailing off, Li Rufeng felt a peculiar sensation emanating from his Dantian. He then curiously extended his consciousness into the primordial small world residing there. Simultaneously, within the primordial small world, Li Rufeng's figure gradually materialized. Chapter 0. The Evolution of the World, the Sacred Land of Ancient Moon. Is this the primordial small world? It appears no different from a purgatory, remarked Li Rufeng, observing the tumultuous thunder and the cataclysmic volcanic eruptions surrounding him. Dear host, there is no need for concern. This initial chaos is entirely normal. As time progresses, the primordial small world will gradually stabilize and foster suitable environmental conditions. Moreover, a variety of life forms, including the human race, will begin to evolve within the primordial small world. Various beings will embark upon the path of cultivation. The emergence of more powerful entities will enhance the primal source power of the primordial small world. As the sovereign of the primordial small world, you may harness this source power at any time. Oh, so you mean to say that in the future, there will be emperors and even stronger beings here? By the way, will they be able to ascend and leave the primordial small world? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. The highest realm attainable by the beings in the primordial small world is contingent upon your strength. If you, dear host, are at the emperor level, then the highest level the inhabitants can achieve is also the emperor realm. As for whether they can ascend and leave the primordial small world, the answer is, of course, negative. In the primordial small world, you are the creator god. No being born within this realm can depart without your permission, regardless of their strength. Is that so? That sounds quite favorable. As the creator god, are there any other advantages besides utilizing the source power of the primordial small world? Li Rufeng continued to inquire. There are indeed significant benefits. Firstly, with the primordial small world at your disposal, you can directly draw adversaries into it during confrontations. Within this realm, you face no restrictions of cultivation levels. You can eliminate any foe without the necessity of any cultivation realm. As the creator god, this title is not to be taken lightly. In the primordial small world, you are the one true deity. No one else holds any power here. So formidable. All right, system, this reward is quite impressive. This function is excellent. At least I need not tread carefully in the future. You are too kind, dear host. By the way, dear host, the initial primordial small world contains only the fundamental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, as well as light, darkness, time, and space. You may augment the primordial small world with other powers to enrich and expedite its evolution and growth. Other powers? What must I do? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng posed the question. It is quite simple. For instance, the host now possesses the profound insights of the heavenly mechanism. The host merely needs to infuse a portion of this celestial power into the primordial world. Consequently, the primordial world shall be endowed with the essence of the heavenly mechanism. In layman's terms, the type of power that the primordial world embodies will eventually give rise to a corresponding path of enlightenment. Thus, the beings within the primordial world will have the opportunity to cultivate this path. I see now, it is understood. It appears that this task is indeed a formidable endeavor. Not to mention, there are countless paths, with the Great Dao numbering in the thousands. Who knows when the primordial world will encapsulate the entirety of the world's Taoist power? Fear not, dear host, for this power can also be acquired from others. Moreover, by accepting disciples and through various engagements, one can obtain diverse Taoist energies. The pace at which one collects this power will far exceed what you might anticipate. So the Taoist power from others is indeed viable? This simplifies matters considerably. In future confrontations, I shall draw them into the primordial world. While few may cultivate the 3,000 Great Daos, many should possess some knowledge of the minor paths. Precisely so. Furthermore, as one ventures into higher realms, the number of those who cultivate the 3,000 Great Daos will increase, thereby accelerating the accumulation of this power. Indeed, that aligns well with my thoughts. Very well, let it be so. I wonder how long it will take for the first being to emerge within the primordial world. Will it be a creature of the demon race, the magical race, or perhaps the human race? As he mused, Li Rufeng distributed a fraction of the Taoist powers he had mastered to the primordial world. After completing this task, the changes within the primordial world intensified significantly. However, Li Rufeng did not linger for too long. After a few moments, he withdrew from the primordial world. With the advent of the primordial world, Li Rufeng's aspirations had multiplied. Initially, he sought to test the limits of the human emperor banner, and now he had an additional goal, to gather various Taoist powers for the primordial world. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of what formidable beings might emerge within this realm. It can be said that the invincible Li Rufeng, amidst his moments of idle repose, finally found a flicker of anticipation. In the ancient moon's sacred land, at the foot of the ancient moon mountain, after a half-day journey, Li Rufeng and his companions successfully arrived by flying vessel. The ancient moon city stands as a vast stronghold at the base of the ancient moon sacred land, its scale exceeding that of Tianyuan city by at least 2.5 times. Upon entering the city, after inquiring about the location of an inn, Li Rufeng led Su Yang and the others towards their lodgings. The first order of business upon arriving here is, of course, to secure a comfortable place to stay. Before long, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of the inn, Jifilu. Upon glancing at the name of the establishment, he strode directly inside. Behind him, Su Yang and the others promptly followed suit. "May I assist you, esteemed guest?" A cheerful young attendant approached Li Rufeng as he entered Jifilu. "Yes, I would like your finest rooms. Make that 7, please." Considering that De Yi and Chu Yi always shared a room, Li Rufeng amended his request. "Are you certain, esteemed guest?" the attendant inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. "You may not be aware of our room rates. We offer accommodations in 3 tiers. The lower-grade rooms require 10 superior spirit stones per day, the medium-grade rooms, 100, and the upper-grade rooms demand 10 exquisite spirit stones. Are you indeed certain you wish to reserve 7 upper-grade rooms?" After explaining, the attendant asked again, assuming that Li Rufeng's lavish request stemmed from ignorance of the pricing. It was uncommon for individuals, even those with ample spirit stones, to reserve so many upper-grade rooms at once. 10 exquisite spirit stones? That seems reasonable. "This is merely the cost for 10 days. Please take me to my rooms," Li Rufeng replied, then retrieved 70 exquisite spirit stones from his system space, tossing them to the young attendant. "This, certainly. Right this way, esteemed guest," the attendant exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "Allow me to register your information, and I will have someone escort you to your rooms. We have just enough upper-grade rooms available, and you arrived just in time. Otherwise, even with spirit stones, you might have found none left soon." Overwhelmed by the substantial amount of spirit stones in his possession for the first time, the attendant was filled with excitement. Shortly thereafter, under the attendant's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived at the counter where the young man eagerly began to record his details. Just as the registration was nearing completion, several figures swaggered through the entrance of Jifilu. Leading them was a robust man flanked by 2 formidable guards, each exuding an imposing aura. As they entered, many patrons within Jifilu recoiled as if confronted by a plague. The burly man soon approached the counter, his gaze fixed intently on De Yi and Chu Yi. Chapter 0. The Holy Son of Ancient Moon, Unassailable. "Hey, where on earth is that little attendant? Can't you see the esteemed Holy Son has arrived? Hurry and arrange a few superior rooms for me." Upon reaching the counter, a robust man, undeterred by the presence of Li Rufeng, bellowed at the attendant who was busy registering information. "Ah, it is His Holiness. My apologies, I was preoccupied and did not notice your arrival," the attendant stammered, lifting his gaze upon hearing the reprimand. The moment he laid eyes on the formidable figure, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. This was none other than Batian Hu, the holy son of the ancient moon sanctuary. Such a figure was far beyond the reach of a mere innkeeper. However, upon realizing that Batian Hu sought a superior room, the attendant found himself in a predicament. Li Rufeng had arrived first and had already paid the necessary fees, leaving the attendant with no justification to allocate the superior room to the later arrival. Yet, To deny Batian, who would invite grave consequences that the attendant could scarcely bear. What are you hesitating for? If you incite my displeasure, you are well aware of the consequences. Batian, who threatened coldly, sensing the attendant's indecision. Your Holiness, all the remaining superior rooms have been booked by this esteemed guest. Might I suggest a medium room instead? The attendant queried, his voice trembling. You seek death. Upon hearing the suggestion of a medium room, Batian, whose fury ignited, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, bearing down upon the attendant. With a deafening crash, the attendant was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth, and his vitality waned significantly. The commotion swiftly captured the attention of everyone within the 9 Fortune Tower. Humph, a fool who does not know his place. How dare you suggest I stay in accommodations fit for the lowly? You must be tired of living, Batian, who remarked coldly, casting a glance at the prostrate attendant. In the next moment, Batian, whose gaze shifted to Li Rufeng. Throughout the encounter, Li Rufeng had remained utterly composed, betraying no sign of emotion, and had not even spared Batian, who a single glance. This indifference did not escape Batian, whose notice. He perceived it as a slight. While others cowered and retreated at the sight of Batian, who, Li Rufeng's calm demeanor irked him greatly. You there, did you reserve the remaining superior rooms? Today is your unlucky day, for you have crossed paths with the Holy Sun. I present you with 2 choices. Firstly, vacate all the remaining superior rooms and then get lost. Secondly, perish. The imposing figure of Ba Tianhu strode before Li Rufeng, disdain dripping from his words. You truly are audacious. Retract your previous statement immediately and bow an apology to my master, or else you shall meet your demise. Before Li Rufeng could respond, Suyang stepped forward with a cold smirk. Qi Refinement Realm? Qi Refinement Realm. Did you hear that? A mere Qi Refinement Realm dares to demand an apology? This is the most amusing joke I have heard in my life. Ba Tianhu laughed heartily, relishing the moment. In the face of Ba Tianhu's mockery, Suyang neither rebutted nor displayed any anger. I never imagined that a distinguished scion of the Holy Land could be so foolish. If someone like you can be a holy son, it seems this Holy Land is rather unimpressive, Suyang remarked softly. Indeed, my senior brother is correct. He is merely a tyrant relying on his title, chimed in Wu Dao, supporting Suyang wholeheartedly. Go, senior brother. I have faith in you. Add one more, senior brother. Show this fellow what for. I believe in you too, added Ho Qing with a smile. Thank you both. Why don't you step in? Suyang retorted, feeling exasperated. Weren't you the one who insisted he bow and apologize? You've made your show. Now you expect us to intervene on your behalf. So we work for no reward? Wu Dao said nonchalantly. Indeed, my second senior brother speaks wisely. Ho Qing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng and Chu Yi stood by, taken aback and rendered speechless by the banter among Suyang and his companions. Enough. If you seek death, simply say so. This Holy Sun shall grant your wish. And you, have you made your choice regarding my earlier proposition? Ba Tianhu's fury ignited as he observed Su Yang's playful demeanor. He turned his icy gaze back to Li Rufeng, demanding an answer. Oh, I desire neither option. What will you do about that? Li Rufeng replied calmly. Excellent. Since you refuse to choose, allow me to decide for you. I shall first take your life, and then your rooms will naturally belong to me. How does that sound? A splendid plan. Isn't it? Ba Tianhu exclaimed, laughing without restraint. Oh, and you lot shall perish as well. However, I can offer the 2 ladies a chance. Should you choose to follow me henceforth, I might spare your lives. Follow me, and you shall undoubtedly have no regrets. How? Opportunities arise but once, so do not let them slip away. The imposing figure of the tyrant tiger gazed upon De Yi and Chu Yi, speaking with an air of authority. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, glimmers of lewdness occasionally flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, with a forceful impact, the tyrant tiger was sent hurtling backward. The occurrence transpired swiftly, leaving not only the tyrant tiger but also the 2 formidable allies by his side oblivious to any impending assault. Holy Sun! In the next moment, the 2 allies, taken aback, leaped towards the fallen tyrant tiger. Holy Sun, are you all right? He is dead. Upon reaching the side of the tyrant tiger and sensing the absence of his life force, the 2 warriors were instantly engulfed in panic. As the guardians of the tyrant tiger, they understood that failing to protect him would spell their doom upon returning to the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was you. You have slain the Holy Sun. After a few moments, the two warriors relinquished their hold on the tyrant tiger and turned their fierce gazes toward Li Rufeng. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from their beings. At that moment, Li Rufeng was the closest to the tyrant tiger, leading the two warriors to firmly believe that he was the one who had stealthily attacked and killed him. How could I have been so oblivious to his actions just now? This fellow is indeed a monster. Yet, it seems his motives were linked to me and Xiao Yi. Yi thought to herself, feeling a sense of secret delight as she observed Li Rufeng's calm demeanor. Are you ill? Did you see me strike? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. The two warriors were rendered speechless by Li Rufeng's retort. Forget it, Jiu-Si. You handle this. I shall check on Xiao Air to see if he has perished. We still rely on him to guide us to our quarters, Li Rufeng concluded, turning towards the nearly lifeless Xiao Air behind the counter. Yes, master. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jiu-Si took a few steps forward, positioning himself before the two warriors. Chapter 0. The momentary emperor and the sovereign of the Holy Land, two peak-level quasi-emperors, stood before him. Truly a testament to the Holy Land's might. However, unfortunately, Zhu Jiu-Si gazed at the formidable figures and spoke softly. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? One of the strong men inquired, driven by curiosity. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. In your next life, choose a more worthy master, Zhu Jiu-Si declared. As his words fell, an aura more powerful than that of the two warriors erupted from him. Boom. In an instant, under the oppressive force of Zhu Jiu-Si's presence, both strong men fell to their knees, unable to move a single inch. No, this is impossible. The Emperor's might, they exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. How could someone so young be an emperor? How did you even arrive here? At that moment, both warriors stared at Zhu Jiu-Si with incredulity. These days, who isn't an emperor? He retorted. And if I desire it, there is no place in the Tianyuan Continent I cannot traverse. You have asked your questions. It is time for you to depart. Approaching the two warriors, Zhu Jiu-Si spoke with an air of indifference. He then raised his hand, prepared to take their lives. No, you cannot kill us. We are from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Do not think you are the only emperor here. The ancient Moon Holy Land has several emperors. If you slay us, you will also meet your end. If you spare us, we shall pretend the matter with the Ba Tian who never occurred. How does that sound? Surely this demonstrates our sincerity? Though they did not comprehend why he was present, the two warriors hastily pleaded, an emperor's intervention often shortens their lifespan. Rather than waste your vitality opposing the ancient Moon Holy Land, it would be prudent to let us go. Oh, those fallen emperors. And you dare to compare them to me? A mere ancient Moon Holy Land holds no significance in my eyes. Perish. With that, Zhu Jiu-Si activated the power of reincarnation, swiftly ending the lives of the two warriors. Not even the presence of Li Rufeng could sway Zhu Jiu-Si, for with the title of Reincarnation Emperor, he dismissed the supposed might of the Holy Land and its emperors entirely. Meanwhile, as Zhu Jiu-Si dealt with the two strongmen, Li Rufeng took action to heal the injuries of the attendant. After all, the attendant had not surrendered his room solely due to the Ba Tian whose identity, which afforded him a modicum of goodwill in Li Rufeng's eyes. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you. The attendant immediately knelt before Li Rufeng, gratitude pouring from him as he recovered. Enough, I am rather fatigued. Please, lead me to my room, Li Rufeng replied coolly. Yes, how thoughtless of me. Please, follow me to a superior room, the attendant responded eagerly, rising to guide him. Upon witnessing this, Li Rufeng promptly followed suit. Su Yang and the others, upon noticing, hastened to keep pace. Simultaneously, the two formidable beings from the ancient Moon Sacred Land, including the renowned Ba Tianhu, found their souls involuntarily absorbed by the Emperor's banner. Their corporeal forms were likewise drawn into the primal universe, where the spiritual energy and other forces they harbored would be thoroughly consumed. Eventually, their bodies would be reduced to mere ashes. This entire process was executed by the system, as Li Rufeng had previously delegated these tasks to it, finding the repetitive manual effort both time-consuming and tedious. Whether it was the absorption of souls by the Emperor's banner or the siphoning of power from their bodies by the primal universe, Li Rufeng entrusted it all to the system. Naturally, the system complied without hesitation, liberating Li Rufeng from the necessity of manually gathering souls and various great powers. Senior, this is your room. I shall not intrude upon your rest. Should you have any needs, Do not hesitate to call for me. I shall not refuse anything within my capability, the attendant respectfully stated as he led Li Rufeng to the door of a room before turning to leave. Very well. You may attend to your duties. Li Rufeng nodded and entered the room, dismissing any further concerns. Subsequently, under the attendant's guidance, Su Yang and the others gradually arrived at their respective chambers. They would reside here for the next 2 days until the entrance to the ancient secret realm was unveiled. Meanwhile, within the ancient moon's sacred land, chaos erupted. This is grave. Something terrible has occurred. The atmosphere was shattered by several panicked voices. Shortly after, a figure rushed into the great hall of the sacred land in haste. What is the matter? Why this uproar? An elder glared at the flustered disciple who had barged in. At the upper end of the hall sat a middle-aged man with white hair, the lord of the ancient moon's sacred land, known as Gu Shijue, a being of emperor rank. Returning to the elder, it concerns the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun, the disciple stammered in distress. The Holy Sun? What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. The elder snapped in response. Yes, it is Ba Xingzi. Just moments ago. His life token shattered. The disciple trembled, his voice betraying his agitation. What? As these words echoed, a wave of shock swept through the elders present in the hall. Speak quickly. Who has slain our sacred land's holy son? They must be made to suffer unspeakable torment. One elder demanded angrily. Returning to the elder, we do not yet know who specifically killed the holy son. However, according to the information relayed by the life token, the Holy Sun was murdered in Ancient Moon City. The disciple responded, What? Ancient Moon City? Very well. To dare to slay our sacred son at the gates of the Ancient Moon Holy Land is an unabashed provocation. I implore the Holy Master to seek justice for our sacred son and for the Ancient Moon Holy Land. Upon learning of the demise of the Titan Tiger at the foot of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, many elders were filled with fury. Soon, the elders within the grand hall knelt before the lofty figure of Gu Shijue, beseeching him to take action and restore justice. Seated, Gu Shijue slowly raised his head, his expression remarkably serene, betraying not a hint of anger. Esteemed elders, I am already aware of this matter. However, the death of a single sacred son is no cause for alarm. Our ancient moon holy land is abundant with prodigies. One sacred son has perished. We shall merely select another. What say you, esteemed elders? After a brief pause, Gu Shijue spoke with a nonchalant tone. Hearing his words, the elders exchanged glances, their faces revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Holy Master, I believe this is not advisable. Just as the grand hall was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, a figure slowly emerged. The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, Yu Qiangu. Chapter 0. The Emperor Moves, the Peril of Ancient Moon City. Oh, esteemed Elder, what do you propose? Gu Shijue inquired nonchalantly. Your Excellency, the adversary has slain our Holy Land's son before our very eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Moreover, in a few days, the ancient secret realm shall be unveiled. During this time, the mightiest forces from across the realm will converge upon our ancient moon holy land. If they learn of our son's demise and observe our inaction, will we not become the laughingstock of the world, perceived as timid and cowardly? Therefore, I suggest that we not only identify the perpetrator responsible for the death of our son, but also publicly execute this individual before the assembled powers on the day the ancient secret realm is opened. In doing so, we shall unequivocally declare that any who dares to offend the ancient moon holy land shall face lethal retribution, irrespective of their identity. Yu Qiangu spoke slowly. Indeed, the elder's reasoning is sound. Pray tell, what course of action should we pursue next? Gu Shijue replied with a subtle smile, maintaining his composure throughout the discussion. My suggestion is to dispatch individuals to Ancient Moon City to ascertain the identity of the one who murdered the son. Upon locating this individual, we shall swiftly apprehend them and sever their cultivation, leaving them with but a breath. We can then await the day of the ancient secret realm's opening. Yu Qiangu proposed. Very well, let us proceed as the elder advises. Recently, I have experienced a profound revelation and must retreat for seclusion and cultivation. Henceforth, I entrust all matters of the ancient moon holy land to you, esteemed elder. Do you harbor any objections? Gu Shijue rose, addressing Yu Qiangu. I shall obey. Rest assured, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Yu Qiangui responded with utmost respect. Then it is settled. With that, Gu Shizhu's figure vanished from the grand hall. Throughout the entire discourse, Gu Shizhu exhibited no concern for the death of Ba Tianhu, nor for the identity of the one who had slain him. Elder, what do you propose we do next? Soon after Gu Shizhu departed, several elders gathered around Yu Qiangui. Naturally, we must send people to ancient Moon City. Those who dare to slay our Holy Land's son shall pay a heavy price. Yu Qiangui declared coldly. Elder, the sun was flanked by two peak quasi-emperors. Given the current situation, with the sun deceased, they too have likely encountered misfortune. The adversary is likely another peak quasi-emperor, or even an emperor-level powerhouse. Our Holy Land, aside from the three ancestors, possesses only 5 emperor-level strongholds. With the Lord in seclusion, he cannot intervene. Which of our emperor-level warriors does the elder intend to dispatch? An elder inquired. Let us send Elder Fangzhong, came the response. He stands at the pinnacle of the emperor's 5th realm, which should suffice to deal with those who have slain the holy son of our sacred land. Additionally, I shall dispatch 20 peak quasi-emperors to accompany him to Guyu City. In this manner, our success is assured. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiangui decided to speak. Elder Fangzhong, the Grand Elder is indeed wise. No matter how formidable our adversary, they cannot possibly evade our grasp. Upon hearing Fangzhong's name, the other elders displayed a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. In the Guyu sacred land, there exists an individual who commands the utmost respect and fear among all elders. This individual is Fangzhong. The reason is simple. He possesses an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. When he strikes, even the innocent are not spared. On one occasion, he eliminated an elder simply because he found the elder's demeanor displeasing. Consequently, there are few within the entire Guyu sacred land who do not harbor fear of Fangzhong. Before long, Yu Qiangui personally sought out Fangzhong and relayed the command. Upon hearing the task, Fangzhong exhibited no hesitation in accepting it. After all, this was an opportunity for him to indulge in unrestrained slaughter. He could not refuse. In fact, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Soon, Fangzhong departed the Guyu sacred land, accompanied by 20 peak quasi-emperors. I shall say but this, from here on. You need only observe. Anyone who dares to intervene, I shall not hesitate to slay them first. The people of Guyu City belong to me. Ha ha, they are all mine. Ha ha ha. As they journeyed toward Guyu City, Fangzhong erupted into maniacal laughter. Elder Fang, the Grand Elder merely instructed us to find the one who killed the Holy Son. The others in Guyu City are not our concern. Before he could finish his sentence, this peak quasi-emperor elder coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the sword plunged into his chest. Hee, it seems you have not grasped the essence of my words. In that case, perish. Is this the taste of blood? Ha ha ha. It is utterly exquisite. It has been ages since I have savored such a delightful scent of carnage. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fangzhong withdrew his sword, resting a hand on his face, and suddenly threw his head back in laughter. The remaining elders, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled several meters, their faces awash with horror and fear, as if confronted by an unfathomable demon. And you? Have you, too, failed to comprehend my earlier words? After his raucous laughter subsided, Fangzhong abruptly turned to face the other elders. We shall obey Elder Fang's command. Henceforth, we will not concern ourselves with any matters nor interfere in any affairs. His inquiry instilled considerable fear in the elders, prompting them to respond hastily, eager to avoid any potential delay. No one would have anticipated that a group of peak quasi-emperors, seemingly invincible in the eastern wilderness and other regions, could appear so utterly humbled at this moment. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems you are more astute than he is. Fangzhong offered a faint smile, subsequently disregarding the elders as he pivoted and accelerated towards ancient Moon City. It was only after Fangzhong had distanced himself by several miles that the elders exhaled slowly, their breaths laden with complex emotions. In the end, they retrieved the corpse of the deceased elder and set forth in pursuit of Fangzhong. Ancient Moon City. Beep. A powerful emperor-level being has been detected approaching Ancient Moon City, targeting the host. Within the confines of his chamber, Li Rufeng was suddenly alerted by the system's notification echoing in his mind. Oh, an emperor-level powerhouse. Speaking of which, I have yet to experiment with an emperor's soul using the human emperor banner. It is a pity that only one has come. Rising gradually, Li Rufeng spoke softly. However, I find myself disinterested in the Emperor's soul at present. The soul of that divine time sentinel appears to hold more strength. Oh well, with nothing else to occupy my time, I might as well join the fray. As he uttered these words, Li Rufeng's figure instantaneously vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng had also arrived above ancient Moon City. Chapter 0. The Power of Slaughter. The Battle of Emperors cackling with glee. I sense the call of blood. I must express my gratitude to the one who dispatched that useless holy sun. Otherwise, I would still be languishing in the sacred grounds. Punished. Ahaha. As I perceive the presence of millions within ancient Moon City, my excitement escalates. Let them all perish. Blood slaughter reign. In the next instant, I launch my attack upon the denizens of ancient Moon City. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of assaults descends from the heavens. As if the apocalypse has arrived. What is this? It's bad. Run quickly. This is the might of an emperor. An emperor is striking at ancient Moon City. Below, sensing the impending doom, an increasing number of people scatter in terror. Ha ha ha. A swarm of ants. Do they dare to escape? Let them die. Observing the panicked throngs below, my onslaught intensifies, and my expression grows ever more ferocious. Boom. Bang. Crash. Moments later, the attacks land, and in an instant, an expanse of several dozen miles is reduced to rubble, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ahaha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Yet it is not enough. Since that individual is within ancient Moon City, I shall eradicate everyone here. This way, the search becomes unnecessary. Ha! Once more, blood slaughter reign. As I witness the carnage unfolding within ancient Moon City, my assaults become even more relentless. In a brief span, the inhabitants feel as though they have descended into the depths of hell. No. Why is this happening? What has transpired? Why does an emperor strike against us? What have we done wrong? I do not wish to die. I implore the emperor for mercy. I still wish to live. Amidst the overwhelming onslaught, the people of ancient Moon City can only kneel in desperation, utterly incapable of any other form of resistance. Fear is etched upon their faces, and their eyes are filled with despair. Mercy? No, no, no. Ants are unworthy of mercy. You shall serve as nourishment for my ascension to the next level. Ah! Gazing down at those kneeling in supplication, I tremble with excitement. With every life extinguished, the aura of slaughter within me intensifies. This is the very reason for my fervor in killing. There is something remarkable here. The power of slaughter. I never anticipated encountering one who cultivates the path of slaughter. Yet, are not such individuals typically practitioners of demonic or sinister arts? To think such a being exists even within the sacred grounds. In the high skies, observing the figure radiating a potent aura of slaughter not far away, Li Rufeng murmurs to himself. The power of slaughter? No wonder this fellow aims to slaughter the city upon his arrival. Master, shall we not intervene? Su Yang inquired from behind. Oh, is your beloved present below? Li Rufeng suddenly queried with a knowing look. Beloved? Master, you jest. This is my first visit to Guyu's city, and I scarcely know any of the men here. How could I possibly have a beloved? Su Yang replied timidly. Then why the urgency? It's not as if we are the ones intending to massacre the city. Moreover, if you wish to act, I shall not restrain you. Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Me? Hee. Master, I was merely inquiring. You know what they say? A friend in need is a friend indeed. Just jesting. Although I am quite formidable, I am not yet at the level to confront an emperor. Su Yang responded with a chuckle to mask his embarrassment. No worries, senior brother. You may proceed with confidence. If you find yourself outmatched, Master will undoubtedly step in to rescue you. At that moment, Wu Dao chimed in playfully. Go away, if anyone were to engage. It would be you. I see you have aspirations of becoming the senior brother. I certainly will not fall for that. Hearing Wu Dao's words, Su Yang was immediately left in a state of exasperation. Nearby, the others observed the antics of the two with a sense of bemusement. Enough. Let us continue to watch. Guyu's city harbors several emperor-level presences. His ambition to slaughter the city is no trivial matter. Sometimes, it is quite enjoyable to watch a spectacle. With that, Li Rufeng ceased further comments and turned his gaze back toward Fang Zheng. There are indeed other emperors within the city? Goodness, that is perilous. It seems I must not stray more than 10 paces from Master in the future. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang spoke up slightly. Senior brother, look at your cowardice. It is merely an emperor. You still require Master's protection. I am different. Alongside sixth junior brother, I would slay an emperor without hesitation. Wu Dao immediately interjected. Indeed, sixth junior brother brings a dog along and can still slay an emperor. Second junior brother, you are only marginally superior to a dog. Su Yang retorted without mercy. Beside them, Zhu Jusi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him upon hearing this, growing somewhat weary. Dignified. Never mind, I shall gradually acclimate. Thankfully, there are still sensible seniors around. Zhu Jusi weakly lamented in his heart. This fellow is peculiar. Even the disciples he gathers are the same. Alas, I must keep a close watch on Xiao Yi in the future, lest I lead her astray. Meanwhile, observing the banter between Su Yang and Wu Dao, Dai also found herself quietly criticizing them. Simultaneously, just as some attacks were about to descend upon the heart of Guyue City, a sudden surge of formidable energy dispersed these assaults. Fangzheng, enough already. On ordinary days, one might overlook such matters. However, today you dare to target even me? Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted, accompanied by a figure soaring into the sky. It was Fangzheng. Were it not for the intervention of those old-timers from the ancient moon's sacred land last time, do you truly believe you would still be alive? With your insatiable thirst for blood, do you not fear the retribution of the heavenly path? Before long, two more figures appeared in the heavens. The retribution of the heavenly path? A jest indeed. I am an emperor. Would I fear the trifling retribution of the heavenly path? As long as I can grow stronger. What does it matter how many I slay? Luo Ao, Yun Qingli, Qin Xiang. Do you three intend to obstruct me today? Do not blame me for the warning. Anyone who stands in my way shall face merciless execution. Even you shall not be spared. Fangzheng cast a chilling glance at Luo Ao and the others, his voice icy and resolute. Fangzheng, you are merely at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. How dare you act so arrogantly? One of us is at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, and 2 others are at the 5th level. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? In any case, if you cease your actions now, we can pretend this day never happened. Otherwise, we shall act as the will of heaven. Luo Ao replied indifferently. Acting as the will of heaven? What a splendid notion. Do you not fear the depletion of your lifespan by confronting me? Fangzheng inquired with a smile. Are you not in the same predicament? Besides, we may only expend a bit of our lifespan, while you shall lose your very life. The true blood of an emperor is sufficient to replenish the lifespan we sacrifice. Furthermore, by absorbing your essence, our realm shall ascend further still, Luo Ao retorted coldly. Interesting. I have yet to set my sights on you, yet you have already targeted me. Today, I shall observe whether you can leave here alive. 3 emperors. Should I slay you, my power of slaughter shall surely grow more formidable. Your true blood and essence shall belong to me as well. Soul annihilation. All of you shall perish. As his words fell, Fangzheng took the initiative to launch an assault on Luo Ao and the others. In an instant, an overwhelming imperial might erupted above ancient Moon City. In that fleeting moment, the structures below crumbled into ruins under the imperial pressure, and countless bystanders met their demise. Chapter 0. The conclusion of the Imperial War, 2 injured, 1 escaped seeking death. Gentlemen, let us unite our strength. When the time comes, we shall divide his true blood and primal power equally among the 3 of us. With a composed demeanor, Luo Ao addressed Yun Qingli and Qin Xiang while observing Fangzheng's assault. Indeed, I concur with this intent. If that is the case, let us strike together. We must resolve this swiftly to prevent reinforcements from the ancient moon's sacred land. With that, Yun Qingli launched himself towards Fangzheng. What about you, Brother Qin? In the next moment, Luo Ao turned to the silent Qin Xiang, inquiring. I am prepared to engage. However, I shall claim half of Fangzheng's true blood and primal essence. After all, I possess greater strength than you both and will exert more effort. Hence, it is only fair that I receive a larger share. Brother Luo, you should have no objections, correct? Qin Xiang replied with a faint smile. Among the 3, Qin Xiang boasted the cultivation of the 6th layer of the Emperor realm, which provided him the confidence to demand a larger portion. Agreed. I have no objections, and I trust Brother Yun will feel the same. Although reluctant, Luo Ao did not hesitate long before acquiescing. Excellent. Then let us proceed together. Although Fangzheng is at the 5th layer of the Emperor realm, he wields the power of slaughter, making him a formidable opponent. You and Brother Yun shall engage him while I await the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Xiang proposed. Understood, no problem at all. I leave it to you, Brother Qin. With that, Luo Ao ceased his deliberation, brandishing his weapon and charging towards the already engaged Fang Zheng. Haha, truly foolish. Once you have exhausted yourselves, I shall seize the opportunity to vanquish you. The true blood and primal essence of 3 emperors will undoubtedly allow me to ascend to the 7th layer, perhaps even the 8th. With such power, few on the Tianyuan Continent shall stand against me. My strategy is simply brilliant. Gazing at the entangled trio, Qin Xiang reveled in excitement, a smirk of triumph unconsciously gracing his lips. 3 emperors have appeared once more. It seems they intend to confront one individual as a trio. This battle should conclude swiftly, Su Yang remarked, observing the fierce clash from a distance. Not necessarily so. In my view, the emperor who cultivates the power of slaughter will not be easily defeated. This fellow is so reckless. He may possess formidable hidden cards, Wu Dao countered. Is that so? Master, whom do you believe will emerge victorious? Having grown accustomed to Wu Dao's retort, Su Yang did not take offense. If those 3 unite with determination, they may indeed prevail. However, in the realm of cultivation, the most unreliable factor is the human heart. Do you see that individual who has yet to make a move? His objective is not merely the besieged emperor. Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Master, do you mean that individual harbors ulterior motives? Su Yang inquired immediately. The essence, blood, and origin of 1 emperor. In contrast to the essence, blood, and origin of 3. Su Yang, if you were faced with this choice, which would you select? Li Rufeng responded with a question of his own. Ah, I see. Su Yang swiftly comprehended the implication of Li Rufeng's words. Very well, as long as you understand. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, there is only one person you can truly trust, and that is yourself. Even with me as your master, you must remain vigilant. The same applies to all of you. Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Master, while I agree regarding others, I have absolute faith in you. Su Yang immediately declared earnestly. Master, we feel the same. Wu Dao and the others chimed in. Thus, you are still rather inexperienced. Do you truly believe that just anyone could easily harm you? It is inevitably those closest to you, those you trust the most. Although I would never betray your trust, the same cannot be said for others you place your faith in, unless you possess the same unwavering confidence in your own strength as I do. You must always consider the possibility of death. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Dao is not a matter of reckless ambition. I cannot protect you for all eternity. Li Rufeng spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone both a reminder and a subtle hint. This left Su Yang and the others feeling somewhat perplexed. Prior to Li Rufeng's words, they had never contemplated such matters. All right, do not overthink it. While I may speak grandly, your understanding is still limited. The reality will provide you with a thorough lesson in due time, and then you will grasp the essence of what I convey today. Now, aside from Juicy, prepare yourselves. The essence, blood, and origin of an emperor can greatly enhance your cultivation. How much you can absorb depends solely on your own abilities. After a brief moment, Li Rufeng suddenly reminded them. Master, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's statement, Su Yang immediately expressed his confusion. Big brother, why are you asking so much? Since the master has said so, we should simply prepare ourselves. The essence, blood, and origin of an emperor is a rare treasure. I want to be sharing mine. Wu Dao jested. All right, then let us see who can absorb more when the time comes. Su Yang replied with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Surrounded by Luo Ao and his companions, Fang Zheng was now covered in wounds. Yet, strangely, his aura did not diminish. Rather, it intensified with ferocity. Delightful. It has been ages since I tasted my own blood. As a token of gratitude, I shall claim your lives. After licking the blood that dripped from his hand, Fang Zheng's eyes suddenly turned a menacing crimson, and his murderous aura surged dramatically. In an instant, every living creature within hundreds of miles was obliterated by this terrifying force of slaughter. What on earth is happening? With such severe injuries, how can he unleash such a horrific presence? Gentlemen, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Let us no longer hold back. We must reveal our trump cards and swiftly eliminate Fang Zheng. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the more unfavorable it will become for us. Observing Fang Zheng's escalating aura, Qin Xiang promptly addressed Luo Ao and the others. Agreed. I have no objections. Yes, I concur. Soon, both Luo Ao and Yun Qingli nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, the three began to unleash an even more potent aura than before. Ha ha ha. Only now are you preparing to fight with all your might. It is too late. The power of slaughter shall annihilate heaven and earth. Fang Zhong, noticing the rising auras of Luo Ao and his companions, provided them no chance to continue their preparations. In an instant, he unleashed his ultimate move. Instantly, the sky over a vast expanse of hundreds of miles was completely engulfed in darkness. Following this, Fang Zheng's attack surged directly towards Luo Ao and his companions. This is bad. Everyone, attack together to block it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Xiang shouted urgently. The next moment, Luo Ao and Yun Qingli poured all their strength into defending against Fang Zheng's formidable assault. Thank you both. Rest assured, I will avenge your grievances. Your wives and children shall henceforth become my own. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang had retreated several miles away, showing no intention of defending against the impending attack. Qin Xiang, do you dare to deceive us? May you meet a terrible fate. The next moment, Luo Ao and his companion erupted in fury. Yet, it was too late. They had missed their optimal chance to escape. Even in their rage, they lacked the energy to pursue the fleeing Qin Xiang. A bunch of fools. You've managed to cultivate to the 5th level of the Emperor realm with such ineptitude. Once you two are at each other's throats, that will be my moment to strike. Paying no heed to Luo Ao's furious shouts, Qin Xiang regarded them with disdain. Die, with Fang Zheng's voice echoing. His attack descended upon Luo Ao and his companion. In an instant, a tremendous collision reverberated through the heavens. The aftershocks of the impact were so powerful that they flattened mountains situated 100 miles away. This fierce battle gradually subsided after several breaths of time. That was exhilarating. It's a pity one managed to escape. But next time, I shall personally sever your head. In the high skies, Fang Zheng laughed heartily and spoke coldly. No need for that. You shall not have a next time. Suddenly, a voice echoed softly. Chapter 0. Annihilating the 4 Emperors and Refining the Origin Hum. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Fang Zheng, who had been brimming with excitement, abruptly restrained his smile, and his expression turned grave. Behind you. In the next moment, a voice emerged from behind Fang Zheng. At the sound of this statement, Fang Zheng instantly pivoted, fixing his gaze intently on the figure that had unexpectedly appeared before him. The speaker was none other than Li Rufeng, who had been watching the scene unfold. Who are you? How could you evade my senses? Fang Zheng was somewhat frantic, yet not foolish. Anyone capable of stealthily approaching him undetected was certainly not an ordinary individual. At this moment, Fang Zheng's face was etched with vigilance, and the aura around him began to stir. The one who will kill you, Li Rufeng replied tersely, without elaboration. Kill me? You dare threaten my life? You truly are presumptuous. Do you even know who I am? I am at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Who dares to kill me? Just as Fang Zheng was about to continue his tirade, a spurt of warm blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. You cannot. Sensing the imminent specter of death, Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, locking his incredulous gaze on Li Rufeng. You speak too much. While you still draw breath, you should call for help. Now it is time for him. With that, Li Rufeng turned his gaze toward the direction in which Qin Xiang had fled. So slow. I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be so inept. With a snap of his fingers, a figure materialized instantaneously before Li Rufeng. It was none other than Qin Xiang, who had managed to escape several hundred miles away. This is impossible. How have I returned here? Qin Xiang's voice resonated with shock. What do you think? You stand no chance of escaping before me, Li Rufeng retorted. With that, he raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Qin Xiang. Immediately thereafter, with another wave of his hand, Fang Zheng and the fallen Luo Ao were also obliterated in an instant. Thus, the 4 esteemed emperors met their demise. Goodness, Master is incredibly powerful. They battled for so long without a clear victor. Yet Master merely raised his hand and crushed them like that? Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to the curious Zhu Jusi beside him. Can you also crush an emperor with a mere gesture? I should be able to, Zhu Jusi replied. However, they are not at the peak of the emperor realm, so their strength is somewhat lacking. Of course, my prowess pales in comparison to that of Master. The little emperor is merely that. On that day, the Master effortlessly vanquished an immortal with a single strike. Though it was merely a projection, I sensed that even in its true form, the master would still be capable of annihilating it with ease, Zhu Jusi reminisced. Oh, to extinguish an immortal in one blow? Alas, I was not present to witness such a spectacle, Su Yang sighed. There is no need for you to lament, senior brother. Perhaps you shall witness it soon. Zhu Jusi replied. Oh, sixth junior brother, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Zhu Jusi's words, Su Yang hastily inquired. Wu Dao and the others also turned their gazes toward Zhu Jusi, eagerly awaiting his response. Actually, it is quite simple. At the moment when that immortal projection was obliterated, it uttered some fierce words. Thus, once it recovers from its injuries, it is certain to seek vengeance against the master. At that time, you shall be able to witness how the master dispatches an immortal with a single blow, Zhu Jusi elucidated. I see. Hearing you say this, my anticipation grows for that immortal to arrive post-haste. To witness an immortal being extinguished in one strike, what a magnificent scene that would be, Su Yang remarked, his imagination already conjuring the grandeur of the event. What are you all discussing? Have you prepared yourselves? If you can fully absorb and refine the essence and source of the four emperors, you might very well ascend to the emperor realm in one fell swoop. At the very least, you should attain the quasi-emperor realm. Just as Su Yang continued to daydream, Li Rufeng returned to their side, bearing four spheres of imperial essence and source. The emperor realm. How exhilarating. Why bother with training further? We could simply await the master to slay some emperors for us to absorb and refine, Su Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of achieving the emperor realm in one go. Upon hearing Su Yang's brazen words, Li Rufeng's forehead twitched. You may not be particularly impressive in appearance, but your imagination is quite vivid. This is the lower realm, and given your current weakness, I am merely lending you a hand. Once we ascend to the higher realm, you will need to rely on yourselves. I am here to take you as disciples, not to do your bidding. Now settle down. Remember, during the process of refining this essence and source, you must not be distracted or seek quick gains. After a moment's pause, Li Rufeng began to speak again. Yes. In swift response, Su Yang and the others promptly seated themselves. Zhu Jusi and Dai, having no need for these, stepped aside. Let us commence. Observing that Su Yang and the others were prepared, Li Rufeng wasted no time and divided the imperial essence and source into 5 portions, forcefully infusing them into their dantians. To prevent this immense power from overwhelming Su Yang and the others, he employed a slight technique, allowing them to gradually absorb and refine the power within their dantians. In the ensuing moments, Su Yang and his companions embarked on the protracted process of refining the blood and essence of the Great Emperor. Observing their seamless transition into this endeavor, Li Rufeng nodded slightly, then gestured with his hand, enveloping them within the Taichu small world. Within this realm, a single day in the outside world equates to a century within. Thus, the refinement of the Emperor's power would be executed with heightened efficiency in the Taichu small world. Master, what about my senior brothers? Upon witnessing Su Yang and the others suddenly vanish, Zhu Jusi inquired curiously. Fear not, they reside within my small world. The accelerated flow of time will expedite their refinement, Li Rufeng replied. A small world. Master, you possess a small world? It is only fitting, given your formidable strength. After the initial shock, Zhu Jusi reconciled with this newfound reality. Do you truly have a small world? Are you certain it is not merely a confined space? Even at my peak, I could only create a relatively large independent space. Dai expressed her astonishment at Li Rufeng's words. After all, establishing a small space is a feat achievable by those with modest strength, but creating a world is an entirely different matter. A small space remains largely unchanged after its inception, whereas a world possesses the capacity for self-evolution. Consequently, despite recognizing Li Rufeng's prowess, Dai found it difficult to believe he could forge a small world. Is it truly so difficult to possess a small world? If you harbor doubts, then enter and see for yourself. You may also keep an eye on Su Yang and the others to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Li Rufeng concluded, raising his hand to transport Dai into the Taichu small world. Master, where shall we go next? The ancient moon city lies in ruins. We must find a place to rest. After Dai vanished, Zhu Jusi glanced at the remnants of the ancient moon city before turning his gaze back to Li Rufeng. Patience, others will soon arrive. Once we address them, we shall consider our next course of action, Li Rufeng responded calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 0. The Death of Qi Xian and the Exploration of Memories. Being targeted by my master. Unfortunate for you. I suggest you take care in your next life, provided you have one. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, Zhu Jusi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time swiftly passed, approximately 100 breaths later. It seems today fortune smiles upon me. Suddenly, Li Rufeng lifted his head to gaze in a particular direction, murmuring to himself. Jusi, I leave this place to you. When the time comes, eliminate all who arrive. After speaking to himself, Li Rufeng turned to Zhu Jusi and instructed him. Oh, I understand, master. But what about you? Zhu Jusi, regaining his senses, immediately inquired with curiosity. I must fulfill a promise, which requires my temporary absence, Li Rufeng replied. Fulfill a promise? Very well, master. You can rest assured that I will manage here. Though Zhu Jusi struggled to fully grasp Li Rufeng's meaning, he still solemnly assured him. Very well. I shall take my leave. Li Rufeng nodded slightly, and then his figure vanished from sight. Sigh. I wonder who will come here. It's been quite a while. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? After Li Rufeng's departure, Zhu Jusi, now alone, began to feel a twinge of boredom. Just as he lamented, suddenly, dozens of powerful presences surged towards ancient Moon City. They've arrived. These must be the individuals my master spoke of. Indeed, quite impressive. I can even sense the aura of an 8th-stage emperor. At last, I can stretch my limbs. I wonder when my master will return. I suppose I shall entertain myself with them for a while. If I dispatch them swiftly and no one else comes, I would surely be left in utter tedium. Upon sensing the formidable auras approaching ancient Moon City, the previously bored Zhu Jusi finally felt a spark of interest. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the once tranquil void suddenly erupted with anomalies. As the fabric of the void shattered, a figure slowly stepped forth from the passage. The wretched spiritual energy of this lower realm makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Were it not for that detestable scoundrel, I would not have come to such a place personally. Very well, I shall swiftly eliminate him and return to the celestial realm. Following this, the figure emitted a series of chillingly indifferent remarks. This individual was none other than Qi Xian, the dark-clad man who had previously suffered the destruction of a portion of his essence at the hands of Li Rufeng, tasked with guarding the Ascension Gate. Oh, to kill me? Just as Qi Xian's voice faded, a mocking tone suddenly pierced through the air. Who? Qi Xian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. To evade the perception of a celestial being from the higher realm, Qi Xian felt a twinge of wariness. It is you. Oh, how fortuitous. I was pondering how to seek you out, yet you have audaciously presented yourself before me. Truly, when heaven offers a path, you choose to ignore it. When hell has no door, you willingly enter. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall graciously fulfill your wish. Perish. This time, I confront you in my true form. There shall be no escape for you. Upon turning to find the silhouette of Li Rufeng, Qi Xian's fury ignited. And without a moment's hesitation, he launched his attack. Are the denizens of the celestial realm as foolish as you? Do you truly believe I have come to meet my end? Surely, you recall my previous words? I vowed that upon our next encounter, I would claim your life. Be obliterated. With a resounding clap, Li Rufeng calmly addressed Qi Xian, exhibiting not a trace of panic. He then lifted his gaze and merely snapped his fingers. At the sound, silence enveloped all. The assault, along with Qi Xian, was instantaneously erased from existence. It transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Qi Xian no opportunity to plead for mercy. It seems I neglected to inquire about the situation in the upper realm. Had I known to preserve a fragment of his soul. Alas, such overwhelming strength is indeed a burden. After completely annihilating Qi Xian, Li Rufeng recalled the matter at hand, feeling a twinge of regret for acting too swiftly. Ding! Fear not, esteemed host, for his soul's essence has already been absorbed by the 10,000 souls banner. Any soul consumed by the 10,000 souls banner allows the host to directly access their memories from their past life. Oh, even if the soul is extinguished, I can still access their memories? Indeed, esteemed host. Why was this not mentioned sooner? I wasted my breath in criticism. What must I do to view that man's memories? It is quite simple, esteemed host. You need only to infuse a wisp of your consciousness into the 10,000 souls banner, and you shall be able to access the memories of your chosen individual. So straightforward? I had not anticipated that the Emperor's banner possessed such capabilities. This is quite advantageous. In the next moment, Li Rufeng ceased his ramblings and directly sent forth a wisp of consciousness into the Emperor's banner. Mere moments later, all of Qi Xian's memories flooded into Li Rufeng's mind. Before long, Li Rufeng gleaned a wealth of information regarding the celestial realm, particularly the reasons behind the closure of the ascension gates to Tianyuan Continent. So it is. I had not realized that the actions of a few individuals from Tianyuan Continent could provoke such drastic measures from the celestial beings. They even went so far as to expend significant resources to completely sever the pathway for its inhabitants to ascend to the celestial realm. Ultimately, it is those individuals who fear the emergence of more powerful beings from Tianyuan Continent that have instigated this. How utterly uninteresting. The strong need not fear. Only the weak resort to such petty tactics. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Li Rufeng faintly shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident upon his visage. Ultimately, he chose not to linger any longer, and his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, within a structure not far from the exit of the Ascension Gate, a sense of urgency arose. This is dire. The life stone has shattered. Something has happened to Qi Xian. I must ascertain the situation. Upon sensing the shattering of a life stone within his storage ring, a man clad in black was instantly taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose from his quarters and swiftly made his way towards the Ascension Gate. In less than 10 breaths, the man in black arrived at the exit of the Ascension Gate. He is not here. Where could he have gone? Surveying the surroundings, his unease deepened as he failed to locate Qi Xuan's presence. I must promptly report this matter. Moments later, the man in black hastily departed, racing towards a specific direction at great speed. Chapter 0. A visit to the sacred land. Ancestor of the sacred land at long last, it has all been resolved. Above the ancient city of moonlight, Zhu Jusi exhaled softly after vanquishing the last adversary. In the span of less than a stick of incense, he had decisively dispatched dozens of formidable emperor-level warriors who had come to the city, including several of the formidable 8th tier. Although Zhu Jusi currently stood at the pinnacle of emperor strength, confronting such a multitude of emperors simultaneously had indeed drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. I wonder if more will arrive. If another dozen emperors show up, I may find myself in quite a predicament. After a brief respite, Zhu Jusi began to murmur to himself. Oh, in the Tianyuan Continent, are there still beings capable of overwhelming the reincarnation emperor? At that moment, a teasing voice resonated from behind Zhu Jusi. Master, you have returned. As per your instructions, I have dealt with all the newcomers. They were all of the Emperor realm, with the weakest being at the 5th tier. Fortunately, no peak Emperor came. Otherwise, I would have struggled to handle them swiftly. Zhu Jusi approached Li Rufeng and spoke. Peak Emperors do not act so readily. They are quite protective of their lives. Now, it is time for us to depart from this place. Li Rufeng smiled and continued. Depart? Then, Master, where shall we go next? Zhu Jusi inquired with curiosity. Where to? Naturally, to the place we are meant to go. Let us move. With that, Li Rufeng said no more and soared toward the location of the Moonlight Sacred Land. That direction, I see. After glancing in the direction Li Rufeng had taken, Zhu Jusi quickly comprehended their intended destination. Without further hesitation, he hastened to follow Li Rufeng. Before long, Li Rufeng brought Zhu Jusi to the entrance of the Moonlight Sacred Land. Who goes there? Bang! Poof! The disciples guarding the entrance were just about to question the newcomers, but before they could finish their words, they were sent flying, crashing heavily against the stones on either side. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng strolled in as if nothing were amiss. Who dares to intrude? Bang! Crash! Poof! As they continued onward, individuals from the Moonlight Sacred Land emerged one after another, attempting to obstruct Li Rufeng's advance. Yet, without exception, be they disciples or elders of the sacred land, they were all sent reeling, their fates uncertain. This commotion quickly caught the attention of the powerful beings within the Moonlight Sacred Land. This is not good. Report to the Grand Elder. 2 individuals have breached the sacred land. Along the way, none could impede their progress. Soon, they would arrive at the Grand Hall. Within the sacred hall, a disciple hurriedly made his way, reporting the situation to the seated Yu Qinggu. I am already aware of this matter. You may leave, he replied, rising slowly. His expression dark and his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Such audacity, after thousands of years. This is the first time someone has dared to cause trouble in my ancient moon sacred land. Elders, let us confront this reckless individual. With these words, Yu Qiangu clasped his hands behind him and strode toward the hall's entrance. As you command, Elder. The elders echoed in unison. Shortly thereafter, they followed in Yu Qiangu's wake. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng continued to saunter leisurely toward the sacred hall. In less than 10 breaths, he encountered Yu Qiangu and the others. Who are you? You dare to intrude upon my ancient moon-sacred land without cause. Do you truly believe this place is easy to bully? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, I assure you, you shall not leave the ancient moon-sacred land. Upon their meeting, Yu Qiangu coldly threatened, releasing the oppressive aura of an 8th-level emperor toward Li Rufeng. Reason? Huh. Do I require a reason for my actions? Li Rufeng scoffed dismissively in the face of Yu Qiangu's intimidation. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy, and Yu Qiangu's imposing pressure was instantaneously shattered. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Qiangu's body erupted without any warning. What? This unexpected scene left the elders trailing behind Yu Qiangu in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. This was impossible. The Grand Elder was a formidable 8th-level emperor. Even a peak emperor could not be slain with a mere glance. At this moment, the elders were engulfed in astonishment, fear beginning to creep onto their faces. Please spare me, Senior. I know nothing. It was the Grand Elder who ordered me to come here. I merely followed orders and had no intention of attacking you. A quick-thinking elder immediately knelt before Li Rufeng, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Yes, please spare me. I was compelled to obey the Grand Elder's command. As the first elder pleaded, others quickly followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufeng observed the scene before him in silence. In an instant, tranquility returned. Let us proceed to the hall, he said. After exchanging a word with Zhu Juicy beside him, Li Rufeng continued to stride towards the great hall of the ancient moon's sacred land. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber beneath the ancient moon's sacred land, 3 elderly figures with flowing white hair sat in meditation. Their countenances bore the semblance of approaching mortality. However, they emanated an aura of terrifying power. These were the 3 supreme emperors of the ancient moon's sacred land. What a peculiar method. Eldest brother, can you discern this individual? One of the elders seated in the center spoke slowly. I cannot see through him. To so effortlessly slay a formidable foe at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. This person must indeed be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and moreover, at the very apex of it. Otherwise, such strength would be unattainable, replied the elder on the far right. Indeed, as I suspected. However, we cannot overlook someone who has harmed our ancient moon's sacred land, regardless of his strength. As fellow peak emperors, our combined efforts should not render us inferior to him, the central elder remarked once more. Everything hinges on the eldest brother. The other 2 elders responded in unison to the elder in the middle. Very well, let us 3 confront this uninvited guest, declared the elder, and with that, the 3 white-haired figures vanished from the chamber. On the other side, within the great hall of the ancient moon's sacred land, Li Rufeng had already taken his seat at the highest position. At last, you have arrived. I was beginning to think you would choose to retreat in silence, he said, seemingly sensing their presence. Chapter 0. The flick of a finger annihilates the 3 ancestors, the hidden trump card of Gu Shizhuanf. Within my Guyu Holy Land, do you truly believe that we shall let you go after slaying our elders? As soon as Li Rufeng's voice echoed, a chilling inquiry reverberated through the grand hall. Oh, so you intend not to spare me? I find myself rather curious as to how you plan to accomplish that. A mere peak emperor. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Liang Jingru, perhaps? Li Rufeng replied with a faint smile, entirely dismissive of the 3 ancestors of Guyu Holy Land. Arrogance. We are all peak emperors. There are 3 of us, yet you stand alone. No matter your prowess, it is impossible for one to contend against 3. Should you sever an arm, I might allow you to depart from Guyu Holy Land. Otherwise, the elder standing in the center spoke coldly. Amusing. The last individual who threatened me lies 6 feet beneath the earth now. Before you attempt to flaunt your prowess in your next life, do remember to assess whether your strength suffices. With that, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. In an instant, 3 attacks pierced through the heads of the 3 ancestors of Guyu Holy Land. You. Unthinkable. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the 3 began to dissipate slowly, their eyes filled with disbelief until the very end. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my master. Logically, such a formidable talent ought not to exist in the lower realms. Yet, my master must be an exception. Observing Li Rufeng effortlessly eliminate 3 peak emperors, Zhu Jusi felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Have you seen enough? Do I need to invite you out? Just as Zhu Jusi was lost in thought, Li Rufeng suddenly spoke with a casual tone. There are others? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jusi immediately pulled back his thoughts, his expression turning grave, for he had sensed no other presence within the hall, indicating that the opponent's strength was likely superior to his own. The realization left Zhu Jusi in disbelief. Not to mention my master. There exists someone stronger than me in this Tianyuan Continent? I have attained my current strength only after 9 cycles of reincarnation. My master is right. There are always those stronger beyond the horizon. It appears I must remain vigilant at all times henceforth. Zhu Jusi contemplated solemnly. Truly impressive, senior. I thought I had concealed myself well, yet I see I have been seen through. At that moment, a figure materialized from the void and descended to the ground. Are you also from Guyu Holy Land? Li Rufeng inquired, gazing at the man who had appeared before him. In response, the man clasped his hands and replied, respectfully addressing my senior, I am Gu Shijue, the Holy Master of Guyu Holy Land. Oh, are you the Holy Lord? Then why do you not take action against me? If you were to ambush me stealthily, perhaps you might have a chance to catch me off guard. Observing Gu Shijue's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Senior, you jest. Although I possess strength before your presence, I am but a mayfly beneath the vast sky. Utterly insignificant, Gu Shijue replied, maintaining a composed yet respectful tone. Ah, quite intriguing. Your awareness of the situation makes me almost reluctant to end your life. Tell me, should I kill you, or should I spare you? Li Rufeng leaned back in his seat, casually posing the question. Whether I live or die is beyond my control. It rests solely in the hands of the esteemed senior. However, even if you were to choose to take my life, I assure you, I am not without hope, Gu Shijue said, shaking his head gently before continuing to speak. From beginning to end, Gu Shijue exhibited not a trace of fear nor a hint of pleading. Oh, truly? You appear quite confident. This piques my curiosity regarding the source of your assurance, Li Rufeng remarked, narrowing his eyes, increasingly intrigued by Gu Shijue. Ding, dear host, do you require the system to elucidate your doubts? Just as Li Rufeng pondered Gu Shijue's remarkable composure, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated. You know? Of course, the system is omniscient and all-knowing. All right, then enlighten me, Li Rufeng replied inwardly. Gu Shijue's calmness stems from a hidden trump card. This trump card possesses the potential to save his life. Oh, a trump card? What kind of card could possibly withstand my attacks? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. To clarify, the trump card does not directly negate your assault. Instead, it grants him a chance to be reborn upon his demise. Rebirth? Such a trump card exists? Indeed, Gu Shijue's trump card is a Xiandong butterfly. The Xiandong butterfly, a peculiar creature capable of allowing one to return to the past. However, dear host, there is no need for excessive concern. Even if Gu Shijue successfully undergoes rebirth, you can traverse the river of time to the past and eliminate him definitively. Xiandong butterfly? The ability of rebirth? How fascinating. This is my first encounter with such an intriguing phenomenon. After absorbing the system's explanation, Li Rufeng finally grasped why Gu Shijue remained unfazed in his presence. How quaint. So it is, Gu Shijue, is it? I must admit, you are among the rare few who have captured my interest. Very well, I shall spare your life. However, I require something that belongs to you. Upon comprehending the situation, Li Rufeng stood and gradually approached Gu Shijue. Simultaneously, he spoke with a measured tone. The item in your possession? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Gu Shijue's calm visage displayed a flicker of curiosity. Please, speak, senior. Anything I possess, I am willing to offer you. Gu Shijue promptly responded. Ah, that is agreeable. I am particularly intrigued by your summer-winter butterfly. What do you say? Trading the butterfly for your life seems a fair exchange, does it not? Li Rufeng remarked with a smile as he stood before Gu Shijue. Indeed. As soon as Li Rufeng spoke, Gu Shijue's eyes widened, and his expression exhibited considerable fluctuation. It was to be expected. I should have anticipated such a development. Facing a senior of this caliber, I ought not to harbor any illusions. Since the senior has taken an interest in the summer-winter butterfly, I shall not refuse. Here it is. After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu Shijue's expression returned to normal, seemingly unperturbed by Li Rufeng's knowledge of the summer-winter butterfly. Without hesitation, Gu Shijue summoned the butterfly. This is it. It appears rather unremarkable, Li Rufeng observed after inspecting the summer-winter butterfly that Gu Shijue held out. Senior, I have produced the summer-winter butterfly. What of your earlier statements? Gu Shijue suddenly queried. Earlier statements? Oh, rest assured, when I declare that I shall not take your life, I mean it. Of course, this holds true only if you do not provoke me, Li Rufeng replied coolly after a brief pause. Naturally, I would not be foolish enough to instigate a senior, Gu Shijue acknowledged. Very well, then. By the way, would you mind if I stayed here for a night? I shall depart once the ancient secret realm opens, Li Rufeng unexpectedly proposed. Not at all, senior. You are welcome to stay as long as you wish. I have no objections, Gu Shijue replied. Good. Noticing Gu Shijue's agreeable nature, Li Rufeng nodded slightly. Following this, he departed the Grand Hall with Zhu Jusi. The Tianyuan Continent indeed harbors hidden talents. Now that I no longer possess the summer-winter butterfly, I must exercise even greater caution in my forthcoming endeavors. Gu Shijue mused as he watched Li Rufeng's retreating figure. After Li Rufeng completely vanished from sight, Gu Shijue also exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 0. The Ancient Secret Realm. As time flows, the day for the opening of the Ancient Secret Realm swiftly arrives. On this day, the 3 great sanctuaries of Zhongdu and the 4 prominent secluded families have gathered within the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. The young and powerful aspirants, eager to explore the Ancient Secret Realm in search of various opportunities, have also arrived one after another at the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. The moment is ripe. The Ancient Secret Realm is ready to be unveiled. It remains uncertain whether anyone will discover the legendary path to immortality this time. Before long, an elder from the Zizai Sanctuary rose and spoke. For so many years, no one has discovered it. I believe the opportunity for ascension must be a myth. Enough of these idle words. Let us together open the Ancient Secret Realm. The sooner we commence, the sooner we may return. Following this, an elder from the Wu Dao Sanctuary urged, Indeed. Let us proceed. Soon, representatives from the other factions rose in agreement, nodding their assent. In the next moment, 7 tokens ascended into the air, emitting 7 beams of light towards a void. After a brief pause, the entrance to the Ancient Secret Realm officially opened. All those who met the requirements were permitted to enter. As the entrance was unveiled, an elder promptly commanded, The opportunity for ascension, here I come. Instantly, hundreds of young cultivators surged into the Ancient Secret Realm, each vying to be the first to enter and discover the fabled path to immortality. Within the Ancient Secret Realm, Li Rufeng cast a glance at the newly opened entrance before leaping forward into its depths. As for Zhu Jusi, Li Rufeng had long since tucked him away within the Taichu small world. Upon entering the Ancient Secret Realm, Li Rufeng found himself randomly transported to a vast plain. Not rushing into action for his inaugural visit, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. In that direction, there exists an aura surpassing even the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Could that be the so-called opportunity for ascension? With such thoughts, he resolved to investigate further. Shortly after, Li Rufeng sensed a powerful presence, prompting his curiosity. Without delay, he made his way towards the source of the aura. A few moments later, Li Rufeng arrived atop a mountain peak, where he spotted a cave entrance. Without hesitation, he entered the cavern. As he ventured deeper, he soon found himself in a spacious chamber, where a massive stone door stood before him. Flanking the door were 2 imposing stone statues of giants, their presence emanating the same aura that he had sensed earlier. I am quite eager to discover what lies beyond, Li Rufeng mused. Gazing up at the tightly sealed stone door, a sense of curiosity igniting within him. Without further ado, he approached the stone door. In the next moment, Li Rufeng gently raised his hand and placed it upon the stone door, then began to push forward. A mere trifle shatter. Upon sensing the presence of a barrier upon the stone door, Li Rufeng hesitated not, forcefully breaching the entrance. Boom! In the subsequent breath, the massive stone door erupted with a resounding crash. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile graced Li Rufeng's lips as he lifted his foot and stepped through the threshold. As he entered, a brilliant light surged forth, illuminating the previously dim room. At the very center of the chamber stood a circular pedestal over a meter high. Encircling the pedestal were 6 humanoid statues. Li Rufeng surveyed the layout of the room, ultimately directing his gaze toward the pedestal at its core. Upon it, something floated, radiating a golden glow. Intrigued, Li Rufeng approached the pedestal, captivated by the luminous object. What could this be? Just as he was about to touch the glowing artifact, a deep voice resonated through the room. Huh! Startled by the sudden sound, Li Rufeng's hand froze in midair. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Bang! At the very moment of his disappearance, an inexplicable attack struck the very spot he had occupied. Indeed, it was not so simple. Come out. Must I implore you? Having evaded the assault, Li Rufeng spoke coolly. You, an ant from the lower realms, dare to be so audacious? I did not anticipate your ability to evade my strike, but next time, fortune shall not favor you. Seemingly incensed by Li Rufeng's words, the mysterious voice echoed once more within the chamber. In rapid succession, the 6 humanoid statues emitted a radiant white light. As the brilliance faded, a white apparition materialized before Li Rufeng. Ah, so it is you playing tricks? A mere fragment of consciousness, and I expected more from you. Yet, you are considerably stronger than the celestial being who perished by my hand last time. Nevertheless, to me, both of you are equally pitifully weak. Upon seeing the white apparition, Li Rufeng clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain gracing his smile. Humph, arrogant, a mere fragment of consciousness, easily dispatched. Ant, your presence here signifies some measure of ability. To perish at my hands, your life shall not have been in vain. Prepare for your end. Without hesitation, the white apparition raised its hand and struck towards Li Rufeng. In an instant, an attack far surpassing the pinnacle of an emperor bore down upon him. Huh, is that all? Clap. Li Rufeng remained serene, then raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a surge of power erupted from Li Rufeng, instantly shattering the attack of the White Phantom. What is this power? Who are you? The White Phantom, sensing the force emanating from Li Rufeng, was taken aback and inquired with astonishment. Oh, you are unaware? And you dare to call yourself an immortal? You do not even know the primal force of the world? Li Rufeng scoffed. What? The primal force of the world? This is impossible. Are you the Heavenly Dao? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the White Phantom questioned in disbelief. Heh, you have too many questions. It is now my turn. With a resounding clap, both Li Rufeng and the White Phantom vanished from the room. Simultaneously, within the primordial small world, they appeared. What place is this? Observing the scenery of the primordial small world, an ominous premonition arose in the heart of the White Phantom. This is your burial ground. I have spoken enough. I hope you possess information that piques my interest. With that, Li Rufeng ceased his prattle and, raising his hand, crushed the White Phantom. Immediately, all the memories of the White Phantom flooded into Li Rufeng's mind. Within the primordial small world, achieving this was but a trifling matter for Li Rufeng. In fact, should he desire, he could even restore the exploded White Phantom to its original state. It can be said that in the primordial small world, Li Rufeng was not only invincible, but could also accomplish anything he wished. In the Tai Su immortal domain, within the Tai Su palace, ultimately, it was merely a thought. The useful memories were scant. Nonetheless, it was better than having none at all. After probing the memories of the White Phantom, Li Rufeng gleaned only the name of an immortal domain and a faction. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as having something was certainly preferable to having nothing. After dispatching the White Phantom, Li Rufeng departed the primordial small world, returning to the previous room. This time, without any hindrance from others, he easily retrieved the object atop the round platform. Is this an elixir? I wonder what kind of elixir it is. As he examined the plump pill in his hand, Li Rufeng mused with curiosity. Chapter 0. A reshuffling in the capital, dominance established Ding. Esteemed host, this is a human immortal pill, capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the realm of human immortals. Upon successfully ascending to the immortal realm, one transitions into the human immortal stage. Just as Li Rufeng was enveloped in curiosity and confusion, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ah, a human immortal pill? Thus, this object is the so-called opportunity for ascension? If it can assist one in transcending to the human immortal realm, then this opportunity for ascension appears to pose no issues. Why, then, did you previously suggest it was a conspiracy of the denizens of the immortal realm? In response, esteemed host, a normal human immortal pill indeed poses no threat. However, the one in your possession has been tampered with long ago. Anyone who consumes this particular human immortal pill will unwittingly bear a mark of servitude within their body. Upon their ascension to the immortal realm, they will become a slave to a certain individual in that realm, their life and death resting solely in the hands of their master. Very well. What a dull means of manipulation. Since this human immortal pill has been compromised, why do the inhabitants of the immortal realm seek to prevent the denizens of Tianyuan Continent from obtaining it? After all, once consumed, the mark of servitude is directly inscribed. They have no need to obstruct it. Li Rufeng inquired once more, perplexed. The answer is quite simple. Everything that appears secure in this world has its exceptions. Although the mark of servitude is exceedingly difficult to unravel, it does not mean that it is impossible to break. For instance, the mark within this human immortal pill holds no power over you, esteemed host. Oh, I see. This implies that someone has previously succeeded in breaking the mark within their body. To prevent a recurrence of such events, the denizens of the immortal realm have chosen to stifle the issue at its roots. Well, I initially thought they had more elaborate schemes. I did not anticipate the reason to be so straightforward. Having grasped the sequence of events, Li Rufeng felt that the inhabitants of the immortal realm were rather unremarkable after all. It seemed that there was nothing left here to pique my interest. What a tedious expedition into this secret realm. With a sigh, Li Rufeng turned to exit the room. Yet, just as he was about to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the previously silent chamber, beams of light suddenly erupted forth. Simultaneously, a colossal formation appeared on the ground, and peculiar patterns emerged on the surrounding walls. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this abrupt spectacle, Li Rufeng found himself momentarily dazed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding occurrences. Esteemed host, this is the extermination array. The extermination array? Goodness, I just entered. Had it been anyone else from the continent, they would surely meet with a grim fate. Li Rufeng sighed softly. Ah, it has begun. Boom. Bang. Crash. As soon as Li Rufeng's voice fell, the Zhuxian array erupted with a blinding radiance. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying force was unleashed from the array, almost in the blink of an eye. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the room. Outside, the once silent peaks suddenly shattered from within. The spectacle of the explosion was so immense that it could be clearly observed even from 100 miles away. Oh my, look over there. What on earth happened? How could there be such a commotion? Soon, the sound of the explosion drew the attention of an increasing number of onlookers, many of whom decided to investigate the source of the disturbance. After all, such a ruckus piqued everyone's curiosity. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, as the dust gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. This power is merely adequate for a scratch. There is nothing here that piques my interest any longer. It is time to depart. Casting a glance at the surrounding devastation, Li Rufeng spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Outside the secret realm, it was not long before Li Rufeng reappeared in the ancient moon-sacred land. The instant he emerged, he captured the attention of numerous individuals. Who is this person? We have not yet opened the exit. How did he emerge from the ancient secret realm? One elder seated nearby pondered with great confusion. This line of thought resonated with many others present. In an inconspicuous corner, Gu Shijue also noticed Li Rufeng's figure. However, he was not overly perplexed. In his mind, Li Rufeng was a figure of both mystery and strength. The ability to exit the ancient secret realm at will was acceptable and understandable to him. Hey, who are you? How did you come out of the ancient secret realm? Speak the truth. Just as Li Rufeng was about to leave the ancient moon-sacred land, a figure abruptly blocked his path and coldly interrogated him. Yes, do clarify. By what means did you emerge from the ancient secret realm? Several figures swiftly surrounded him, tightening the encirclement. And you are? Li Rufeng asked calmly. You don't even know who we are. Kid, your path has narrowed. Listen well. We are from the 7 great forces of Zhongdu. The ancient secret realm is under the control of our 7 forces. You emerged without us opening the exit. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? An elder from the Zizai sacred land spoke with a stern voice. Oh, the 7 great forces? My, how intimidating. Li Rufeng jested. It is good that you know fear. So why not hasten to divulge? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the elder from the free land of saints continued to admonish him sternly. How could there be such foolish individuals? Never mind. Perhaps you should be more cautious in your next life. With that, the elder's voice fell, and the individuals encircling Li Rufeng were instantly reduced to ashes. What? What? What has happened? The elders questioned, bewildered at the sudden disappearance of their peers. Nearby, members of other minor factions gazed in shock at the scene, many trembling with fear. These individuals were indeed exceedingly foolish, so accustomed to their arrogance that their demise seemed only fitting. In a corner, Gu Shijue quietly observed the unfolding events, reflecting inwardly. Just then, Li Rufeng's voice echoed unexpectedly, causing Gu Shijue to shudder. Without a moment's hesitation, he appeared before Li Rufeng. "Please, senior, speak," Gu Shijue said respectfully. "You are aware of the locations of the 7 major factions in Zhongdu, correct?" Li Rufeng inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, but what does the senior intend?" Gu Shijue responded, puzzled. "Do not ask what should remain unasked. Now, tell me, where are they specifically located?" Li Rufeng commanded. "Understood. Soon." Gu Shijue recounted the locations of the other 6 major factions within Zhongdu to Li Rufeng in detail. "Very well, I have noted them. Considering that you are somewhat agreeable, I shall leave the Guyu Holy Land intact for you. After today, your Guyu Holy Land shall stand unrivaled in Zhongdu." Upon finishing, Li Rufeng revealed a peculiar smile. "Thank you, senior." Gu Shijue replied promptly. "Haha, you are rather intriguing," Li Rufeng said with a chuckle before vanishing from sight. Those who recognize the times are true talents. In comparison to one's life, all else can be forsaken. One day, I too shall possess strength akin to his. Gu Shijue mused, watching the direction in which Li Rufeng departed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Guyu Holy Land, Li Rufeng sequentially visited the 6 major factions in Zhongdu. Without exception, with merely a wave of his hand, the 6 factions were utterly annihilated. After concluding these matters, Li Rufeng did not immediately depart from Zhongdu. Instead, he began to wander leisurely throughout the city. Simultaneously, the news of the 6 factions' destruction spread like wildfire. Within less than half a day, this astonishing revelation had thoroughly circulated throughout Zhongdu. Of course, apart from Gu Shijue, no one knew the identity of the mastermind behind these events. Most of it is speculation regarding the sole ancient sanctuary, the ancient moon's sacred land, which obliterated the 6 great powers. In the end, the identity of the figure behind the scenes became increasingly absurd with each retelling. However, the individual involved, Li Rufeng, paid no further attention to these unfolding events. The repercussions of the annihilation of the 6 great powers, however, lingered for quite some time. Chapter 0. A warning from the celestial origin. The 10 generals of the temple in the heart of the capital, on an unremarkable and ordinary path, Li Rufeng strolled leisurely. Just as he was about to continue his exploration of the city, a figure unexpectedly emerged before him. This sudden appearance halted Li Rufeng in his tracks. "So it's you. Celestial Path, do you have business here?" Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Li Rufeng inquired with a casual tone. "It's urgent. There is no time for elaborate explanations. I sense multiple terrifying presences heading towards the celestial origin continent. These auras are likely associated with the divine time guardians. With my current strength, I am unable to confront them alone. Thus, I require your assistance," the celestial path replied anxiously. "Oh, the divine time guardians?" Hearing this, Li Rufeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I can assist you, but what benefits shall I gain in return? I refuse to be mere free labor." After contemplating for a moment, Li Rufeng regarded the celestial path with a knowing smile. What is it that you desire?" The celestial path, momentarily taken aback, responded. "How about a portion of the world's primal energy? What do you think?" Li Rufeng suggested lightly. Upon hearing this, the celestial path froze in place. "What do you need that for? It should be of no use to your cultivation." After a brief silence, the celestial path questioned with confusion. "Whether it is useful or not, that is my concern. Just tell me if you will provide it," Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. "All right, I can grant you some of the world's primal energy. Can we depart now?" After deliberation, the celestial path ultimately acquiesced to Li Rufeng's request. "Not so fast. I have another question for you. Once you answer, we can deal with those divine time guardians," Li Rufeng said with a smile. A question? Very well. What do you wish to ask?" Although unsure of Li Rufeng's intentions, the celestial path did not refuse. "Have you been scheming something regarding Meng'er? Let me guess. Her birth must have been orchestrated by you, right? The daughter of fortune? Do you intend for her to assist you in breaking the celestial blockade over the celestial origin continent? Or perhaps, do you have other motives?" As he reached the end of his inquiry, Li Rufeng's gaze turned icy, and his tone grew more detached. You. The celestial path's expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock. I am aware of your formidable strength, but I had no idea you possessed such insight. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the specifics of that matter. I can only tell you that the situation is exceedingly complex. Oh, is it that you cannot speak, or is it that you choose not to? Li Rufeng said with an expression of serene indifference as he gazed at Tianyuan. I cannot divulge. There are certain matters where knowing more does not equate to better outcomes. Even I am only privy to some peripheral details, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? Heh, it appears you are merely a pawn in this grand game. Nevertheless, I shall uncover what I seek in due time. I am indifferent to the forces behind you, nor am I concerned with the schemes you concoct regarding Xiaoming. I have but one warning. If anything befalls her, you shall be divided into 8 parts. Li Rufeng smiled faintly, then issued a cold warning. I believe you overestimate my capabilities. I lack the authority to harm her. Now, those individuals are approaching. We should depart promptly. Tianyuan paid little heed to Li Rufeng's admonition. After exchanging a few more words, he returned to the previous topic. Lead the way, Li Rufeng said calmly. Very well. In the next moment, Tianyuan turned and departed from the spot. Observing this, Li Rufeng swiftly vanished as well. Moments later, under Tianyuan's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived in the boundless void beyond Tianyuan Continent, with the continent itself behind them. Did you not say they were coming? Yet I see not a single figure. Li Rufeng remarked as he surveyed the infinite emptiness around him. Let us wait a while longer. Rest assured, my information is reliable. They have dispatched more than one individual this time. What concerns me more is whether you can handle them, Tianyuan expressed with some apprehension. Is that so? More than one. That is splendid news. The more, the merrier. They are merely experience points, and I can deal with however many come, rather than worrying about my strength. You should prepare the primordial power of the world you promised, Li Rufeng stated with a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Tianyuan ceased to speak further. Approximately 100 breaths later, an unusual phenomenon suddenly manifested in the boundless void not far from Li Rufeng. They have arrived. Sensing the stirrings in the void, Tianyuan heightened his vigilance. At last, they are here, Li Rufeng remarked softly. In contrast to Tianyuan, Li Rufeng exhibited no hint of anxiety. Rather, he seemed somewhat impatient from the wait. When the time comes to act, keep your distance. Should you be inadvertently harmed, I shall not take responsibility. He then turned to Tianyuan and cautioned him. Understood, Tianyuan replied coolly. Just as his words fell, a rift suddenly appeared in the fabric of the void before them. In the next moment, 10 figures emerged simultaneously from the spatial fissure. They have finally arrived. Uncertain of the thoughts of the esteemed lord, one of the men among us voiced his complaint. How could such a trivial lower realm continent necessitate the presence of all 10 of us? Surely, the lord underestimates our capabilities. The speaker, known as Wang Sun, is one of the 10 generals of the Temple of Time. Wang Sun, you speak too freely, came a cold voice from the only woman in the group. If the Lord has given such orders, there must be a reason behind it. Do you dare question the Lord? Do you seek to tempt fate? The woman, named Hua Ling, is not only one of the 10 generals, but also their leader. I wouldn't dare, my lady. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Please do not relay my words to the Lord, Wang Sun pleaded, sensing the gravity of her warning. Let there not be a next time. Let us attend to our duties. Once we complete the task assigned by the Lord, we can return to report back. Hua Ling stated with a serene demeanor. There are 2 individuals over there. Let us inquire about the situation, she continued, directing her gaze toward Li Rufeng and his companion. The remaining 10 generals promptly followed her lead. They are approaching us. I did not expect 10 individuals. Are you certain you are prepared? On the other side, Tianyuan quietly inquired of Li Rufeng as the generals advanced toward them. You step back and observe my performance, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. I must admit, they are far superior to the previous divine sentinel. Yet, in my eyes, they are merely ordinary. Very well, then exercise caution, Tianyuan said, observing Li Rufeng's calm confidence. He chose to distance himself from Li Rufeng as the 10 generals came to stand before them. Chapter 0. A single word to vanquish foes, 9 arrows to slay sister. Allow me to handle this trivial matter, Wang Sun declared, stepping forward, closing the distance to merely 10 meters from Li Rufeng. Youngster, I have a few inquiries for you. You would do well to answer honestly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He barked coldly at Li Rufeng. Oh, what would you like to ask? Li Rufeng replied with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. I inquire whether the Tianyuan Continent is the very world behind you. Furthermore, a divine time guardian once visited the Tianyuan Continent. Have you encountered him? Wang Sun's tone remained icy. Let me ponder. Ah, indeed. There was such an individual here, who proclaimed himself a divine time guardian. Li Rufeng responded with a slight smile. Then you must know who it was that murdered that divine time guardian. Speak, or face dire consequences. Wang Sun threatened sharply upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Fool. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Wang Sun's expression darkened instantly at the insult. I said you are a fool. Did you not wish to know who killed that divine time guardian? Far yet near. I have spoken. What will you do now? Li Rufeng said calmly. What? It was you. You are the one who killed that divine time guardian. Ha! I see you are the true fool. To slay a divine time guardian and still dare to appear before me. Youngster, you are both arrogant and courting death. Wang Sun laughed heartily. Humph. I expected a formidable opponent to require 10 of us to confront, yet you are merely a conceited simpleton. Today, your fate is sealed, provoking the temple of time. No one can save you. Prepare to perish. With your death, my mission shall be accomplished. With that, Wang Sun raised his hand and launched a powerful punch towards Li Rufeng. In an instant, the very fabric of the air seemed to tear as a result of his strike. Yet, Li Rufeng remained utterly tranquil, standing his ground, showing no intention to evade or defend. Die. Boom. In a heartbeat, Wang Sun's fist struck mere millimeters from Li Rufeng's head. The subsequent scene left all present in utter astonishment. Wang Sun's fist halted abruptly, unable to advance even the slightest further. Is that all? Li Rufeng observed Wang Sun before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could you withstand my full force strike? As he beheld the scornful grin on Li Rufeng's face, Wang Sun's composure shattered, his countenance twisting into a grimace. The revelation that this individual could block his attack was unfathomable. It is no wonder that the master sent 10 of us together. In such a humble locale, how could one encounter an individual of such formidable prowess? Not far away, Hualing cast a glance at Li Rufeng, her heart suddenly filled with doubt. This is bad. Wang Sun, retreat at once. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Hualing shouted urgently towards Wang Sun. No, you must have employed some underhanded tactics. I refuse to believe you can withstand my blow. Die. Ignoring Hualing's warning, Wang Sun was consumed by a singular obsession, the need to vanquish Li Rufeng, spurred on by his mocking words. You refuse to accept your foolishness. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? To deal with an insignificant insect like you, do I need to resort to petty tricks? Your soul, I shall claim. Perish. Observing Wang Sun's relentless assault, Li Rufeng's interest waned. With merely a single word spoken, in an instant, Wang Sun was obliterated, transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Damn it. Not far away, witnessing this scene, Hualing's expression morphed into one of shock, coupled with a tinge of trepidation. A being of divine realm strength has fallen so easily? How is this possible? Such power could only be wielded by the master. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront. Everyone, disperse and flee. We must ensure that today's events reach the temple of time. Flee. After a swift deliberation, Hualing unhesitatingly commanded the other 8 to escape. In an instant, 9 figures, without a moment's hesitation, harnessed the power of time and scattered in all directions. Damn it! Have they grown clever? Have they learned to flee without a fight? Well, considering their cultivation level, few are fools. But do you think that by running in different directions, I will be powerless against you? It has been a long time since I played the game of cat and mouse. Watching the 9 figures flee in various directions, Li Rufeng wore an expression devoid of concern. On the contrary, he appeared calm, even sporting a hint of disdainful amusement. Let me show you what true power over time looks like. The force of time, swift as an arrow. Li Rufeng spoke softly, and in the next moment, 9 arrows, conjured from the power of time, materialized before him. Go. Moments later, Li Rufeng uttered calmly. Instantly, the 9 arrows surged towards the fleeing Hualing and her companions. Thud. I refuse to accept this. Mere moments later, Hualing, having fled hundreds of miles away, was pierced through the heart by an arrow. Ultimately, in a haze of confusion and unwillingness, her body gradually turned to ash. The circumstances of the remaining 8 individuals mirrored those of the flower spirit. Each was struck by a single arrow, subsequently transforming into a wisp of ash. This was effortlessly resolved. Having absorbed the powers of these 10 individuals, both the primordial small world and the human emperor banner should experience considerable growth. Indeed, the divine temple is brimming with benevolent souls. I hope they dispatch more experience packages to me next time. After vanquishing the 10 generals of the temple, Li Rufeng smiled faintly. Is this truly resolved? Who exactly is he? Why has he appeared in the Tianyuan Continent? Moreover, even I am unaware of when he manifested in this realm. Not far away, Tianyuan gazed in astonishment and profound confusion at how effortlessly Li Rufeng had annihilated the 10 generals of the divine temple. Hell, what do you think? Was the performance not splendid? Just as Tianyuan was pondering these thoughts, Li Rufeng suddenly materialized before him. Ah, splendid. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Tianyuan instinctively replied, Since it was splendid, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Li Rufeng subtly inquired. Promise? Tianyuan was momentarily perplexed. The power of the world's origin. Surely, you do not intend to renege, do you? Of course, I wouldn't mind if you chose to withdraw, he chuckled enigmatically. No. I will provide it to you immediately. Observing Li Rufeng's peculiar smile sent a chill down Tianyuan's spine, prompting him to respond hastily. In the next moment, a transparent orb appeared in Tianyuan's hand. This is 1/10 of the world's origin power from the Tianyuan continent. I can only offer you this much. Any more would jeopardize the stability of the continent. Only 1/10? How miserly. Nevertheless, 1/10 will suffice. Should you require assistance in the future, do remember to seek me out. At that time, I might offer you a discount. Farewell. After accepting the world's origin power from Tianyuan, Li Rufeng spoke with a smile. With that, Li Rufeng vanished from the spot, leaving Tianyuan with a furrowed brow. If it weren't for my inability to overpower you, truly a bandit. As for the next time, I shall never seek you out again in this lifetime. Sigh, being the Heavenly Dao is indeed quite burdensome. Alas, I should promptly report this situation to my superiors. After a few more complaints, Tianyuan shook his head slightly, and then also disappeared from sight. Chapter 0, The Grey Apparition. Resolving mortal affairs in an uncharted realm, the figure of Tianyuan materialized. Shortly after his arrival, a phantom slowly coalesced within the space, enveloped by an enigmatic gray luminescence. The true visage of the apparition remained obscured. Having met the sovereign before, Tianyuan promptly approached with reverence. Yes, what is it that you seek? Inquired the gray apparition in a detached tone. Your Excellency, an unforeseen individual has emerged within the Tianyuan continent. This person possesses formidable strength, and furthermore, Tianyuan hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. What else? The gray apparition pressed, its curiosity piqued. Your Excellency, he previously inquired about Meng'er. I surmise he may have gleaned certain insights from her. However, I cannot ascertain the extent of his knowledge. Given that this matter pertains to your plans, I fear he might interfere clandestinely. Hence, I deemed it prudent to report his circumstances to you at the earliest opportunity, Tianyuan replied earnestly. Oh, is that so? How intriguing, remarked the gray apparition, a hint of fascination creeping into its tone. Your Excellency, do we need to take any action regarding this individual? Tianyuan ventured once more. No need. It is rare to encounter someone who piques my interest. Moreover, from what you suggest, he appears to have a vested interest in Meng'er. The gray apparition responded, tilting its head inquisitively. Indeed, he has even threatened me regarding her, Tianyuan answered. Ah, this adds an interesting twist. Tianyuan, you need not concern yourself with this matter further. Focus solely on your responsibilities within the Tianyuan continent. As for what this individual chooses to do next, as long as he does not harm Meng'er, he may do as he pleases, the gray apparition stated after a brief pause. Understood. I shall comply, Tianyuan responded promptly. Aside from this, is there anything else? Inquired the gray apparition, its tone shifting slightly. Your Excellency, previously, this individual requested some primordial energy from the world, Tianyuan reported. Primordial energy from the world? What does he intend to do with that? Could it be that he possesses a small world of his own? The gray apparition mused softly. I see. Grant him a modicum of primordial energy, it shall suffice. You have performed well in this regard, and consider this as a token of compensation, the gray apparition concluded, raising a hand to bestow a portion of primordial energy into Tianyuan's being. Thank you, Your Excellency. The unexpected boon caused Tianyuan to kneel in gratitude. Very well. The Tianyuan Continent is entrusted to you. Should any developments arise, remember to report to me promptly. The gray phantom spoke and then dissipated from this realm. Unexpectedly, this encounter yielded unforeseen gains. Indeed, it was worthwhile. After the gray phantom departed, Tianyuan finally rose from the ground. As he felt the surge of primordial power coursing through his being, a radiant smile of sheer joy graced his lips. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer and left this space. Simultaneously, high above the Tianyuan continent, Li Rufeng stood suspended in the air. System, did you sense that? Such a terrifying aura. It eludes even my perception. How powerful must its owner be? Could he be the one behind Tianyuan? Li Rufeng gazed in a certain direction, his heart filled with trepidation, his expression growing more grave. Dear host, although this individual is formidable, you have my system's support, the system reassured him. It won't be long before you can reach or even surpass his strength. I understand. I was merely momentarily astonished. I never anticipated that despite my immense power amassed over billions of years, I could not fathom this person. I can't help but wonder, should he choose to strike at this moment, would my demise be inevitable? Li Rufeng spoke solemnly. Do not fret, dear host. He harbors no malice towards you. The system replied. Moreover, if he truly intends to act against you, I shall intervene. Oh, you can intervene? Indeed. However, should I take action, it would contravene the system's regulations, potentially resulting in unforeseen punitive consequences. Nevertheless, these repercussions pale in comparison to your life. System, I confess, I am moved by your words. By the way, what are these regulations? Since they are rules, surely there must be a way to circumvent them? Li Rufeng inquired, his thoughts now contemplating the origins of the system for the first time. Dear host, this pertains to the secrets of the system realm, which I cannot divulge. I can only tell you that everything in this world is a blend of truth and illusion, reality and fantasy. To uncover the ultimate truth, one must grow powerful enough to be beyond the constraints of any rule. Very well. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. At least it will not be dull. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng chose not to press further. However, he had already begun formulating some hypotheses in his mind. To validate his conjectures, he resolved to follow the system's guidance and continue to grow stronger. A month swiftly passed. While only a month had elapsed in the outside world, 3,000 years had transpired within the Taichu small world. After millennia of cultivation, Su Yang and the others had made remarkable advancements in their strength. Apart from Su Yang, the other 5 individuals have already attained the realm of the Great Emperor. With the fortune of destiny on their side, coupled with the assistance of Li Rufeng, it was not an arduous task for them to break through to the Great Emperor level over the course of several millennia. Now that you have all reached the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm, the Tianyuan Continent can no longer facilitate your growth. Therefore, I have decided that 3 days hence, we shall break the seal of the Ascension Gate and ascend to the immortal realm in one fell swoop. During these 3 days, attend to your worldly affairs on the Tianyuan Continent diligently. The divide between the immortal and the mortal is inevitable. Do not leave yourselves with regrets. Go forth. Li Rufeng spoke softly, gazing at Su Yang and the 6 others. Yes, master. We take our leave. The 6 disciples responded respectfully. They then departed in different directions. Qingshan Town. After nearly 2.5 months, Su Yang returned once more. He had left as a discarded waste with a crippled foundation. Yet he returned as a formidable being with the strength of a great emperor. The transformation had been astonishingly swift. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at his doorstep. However, the scene that unfolded before him nearly drove him to the brink of madness. At the entrance of the Su residence lay several lifeless bodies, devoid of vitality. The ground was already soaked with an abundance of blood. Chapter 0. The Calamity of the Su Household. Time rewind alas. Father, mother. Witnessing the gruesome scene at the entrance, Su Yang rushed into the Su residence without a moment's hesitation. However, the situation within was even more harrowing than outside. The premises were strewn with lifeless bodies, many of which were grotesquely disfigured. Blood tainted every visible surface. On the ground, the walls, and the pillars, no place was spared from this horrific sight. Faced with such a nauseating spectacle, Su Yang's anxiety intensified. Ignoring the corpses in the courtyard, he hurried to his parents' quarters. In that instant, the trepidation that had gnawed at his heart was utterly extinguished. No, father, mother. Su Yang burst into the room, cradling his parents, who lay in a pool of blood, and let out a hoarse cry. In an instant, his eyes were suffused with bloodshot veins, and his entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang channeled his spiritual energy into his parents' bodies. Yet, to his utter despair, despite his fervent efforts, they remained unresponsive. Who was responsible for this? Su Yang's voice thundered, exuding an overwhelming aura of rage. Tears, defiant and sorrowful, cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto his parents' still forms. Cough, Yang, child. Suddenly, a faint voice broke through the silence. Mother, mother, it's me, it's Su Yang. How are you? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Su Yang responded immediately. It truly is you. Yang, I never expected to see you again. Knowing you are safe brings me peace. Cough. Su Yang's mother slowly raised her hand, attempting to caress her son's face. However, before her fingers could make contact, she began to cough up blood, her breath growing increasingly labored. Mother, it's all right. You will be fine. Please, do not speak. I will definitely save you. Seeing his mother's deteriorating condition, Su Yang hastened the flow of his spiritual energy. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, her vitality continued to wane. It's no use. Yang, you must live well. Cough. Su Yang's mother shook her head, her eyes filled with boundless affection as they met his. No, that cannot be. There must be a way, there must be. Yes, Master. Master Li Rufeng will surely save you. Mother, hold on a little longer. I will call for Master right away. In this moment of despair, the image of his omnipotent mentor, Li Rufeng, surfaced in Su Yang's mind. The next moment, he swiftly produced a talisman and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. With the infusion of spiritual energy, Li Rufeng, thousands of miles away, instantly received Su Yang's signal. In a mere breath, Li Rufeng traversed the vast distance and appeared beside Su Yang. Master, please save my mother. I implore you to act. As soon as Li Rufeng materialized, Su Yang urgently beseeched him. This is... Li Rufeng glanced at the woman Su Yang held, instantly perceiving her vitality was nearly extinguished. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng raised his hand, swiftly safeguarding the last flicker of breath within Su Yang's mother. Phew, that was close. What has transpired? After stabilizing her life force, Li Rufeng inquired. I am not certain. Upon my return, I discovered calamity had befallen my home. Master, my mother. Su Yang asked anxiously. The situation is dire. I am currently sustaining your mother's final breath. Had I delayed, even for a moment, it would have been too late. Li Rufeng replied, his tone tinged with gravity. And what of my father? Su Yang's voice trembled as he questioned. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Rufeng turned to regard the man lying on the ground. After a few moments of contemplation, he gently shook his head. This revelation struck Su Yang like a bolt from the blue. Father, he slumped to the ground, anguish etched across his face. Life cannot be restored once lost. Grieve, but do not despair. I will first tend to your mother. Meanwhile, you should investigate if there are any clues left by those who attacked, Li Rufeng instructed. Yes, I entrust my mother to you, Master, Su Yang responded, slowly rising from the ground before exiting the room. Once Su Yang departed, Li Rufeng carefully laid Su Yang's mother on a nearby bed and commenced her treatment. The Celestial Restoration Stone, a breath can bring her back. It requires 100,000 kill points. You shall suffice. Soon, within the system's marketplace, Li Rufeng located the necessary item. Without hesitation, he expended 100,000 kill points to procure a Celestial Restoration Stone. Then, Li Rufeng integrated the stone into Su Yang's mother's body. As the stone began to take effect, her wounds rapidly healed, and the once fading vitality surged back. After a span of 10 breaths, her life force was finally stabilized. Not bad, Li Rufeng remarked, retracting his hand with satisfaction. Subsequently, he exited the room. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Su Yang waiting at the door. Master, how is my mother? Upon seeing Li Rufeng emerge, Su Yang hurriedly approached with concern. She is out of danger now. You may go see her. Perhaps she can provide you with some information regarding the situation. Li Rufeng spoke up, expressing gratitude to his master. Thank you, Master. I will go right away. Upon hearing that his mother was safe, Su Yang hurried towards the room. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng surveyed his surroundings before ascending into the sky above the Su residence. Time reversal. Before long, he activated the power of time, eager to uncover the events that transpired in the past at the Su residence. What is this? It dawned on him. It was her. How could it be her? No, there exists within her a power I cannot comprehend. What a delightful surprise follows another. Such a small realm as Tianyuan Continent could continuously unveil entities that elude my understanding. Very well, I shall observe how many more unfathomable things exist in this world. Through the time reversal, Li Rufeng discerned the circumstances surrounding the destruction of the Su residence, while also catching sight of elements that piqued his interest. This revelation stirred a sense of anticipation within the otherwise bored Li Rufeng regarding the future. In the room, Su Yang sat at the bedside, gazing at his mother, whose eyes were still tightly shut. Moments later, Su Yang's mother slowly began to awaken, prompting a sigh of relief from the anxious Su Yang. Am I dead? She murmured, blinking her eyes open in confusion. Mother, you're awake. You are not dead. It was Master who saved you. Su Yang said as he assisted her to sit up. I'm not dead. Younger, it seems you're right. I truly have not perished. His mother quickly accepted the reality upon seeing Su Yang. That Younger, you say your master saved me? Where is he? I must express my gratitude. Su Yang replied, Mother, there's no rush. First, you need to tell me who has done this to the Su family. If I hadn't returned in time, perhaps you would. The mere thought of the Su residence, with only his mother surviving amidst the calamity, filled Su Yang's eyes with a surge of crimson. Chapter 0. The Re-emergence of Lu Rian and the Downfall of the Yuming Sect. It is your fiancé, Lu Rian. Su Yang's mother spoke with a hint of disdain. What? Lu Rian? This is impossible. Mother, are you certain it is Lu Rian? Could you have been mistaken? Upon hearing Lu Rian's name, Su Yang stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. There is no mistake, it is indeed she. She even told us that all of this is to exact revenge on you, Yang. Moreover, she claimed this is merely the beginning. Younger, what transpired between you two? What could have driven her to commit such heinous acts against the Su family? His mother inquired. If it truly is Lu Rian, then she indeed possesses the capability to annihilate my family. This is because I killed her. As he observed the unwavering resolve in his mother's demeanor, Su Yang gradually began to accept that the one who had attacked the Su family was indeed Lu Rian. What? You killed her? But Su Yang's mother was first taken aback, then filled with confusion. Mother, I understand what you wish to convey. Even I, at this moment, am bewildered. However, rest assured, I shall personally avenge the Su family's grievances. I can kill her once. I can certainly do so again. Lu Rian, if I do not slay you in this lifetime, may my path be shattered, and may I suffer endlessly in this world. Su Yang declared coldly. Younger, you are my only child. Please do not act recklessly. His mother cautioned, concern evident in her voice. Mother, have no worry. I will not allow hatred to cloud my judgment. There is no need for you to concern yourself with matters regarding Lu Rian. The Su family is no longer safe. We will leave this place after addressing the aftermath of Su Manor, Su Yang replied. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Su Yang's mother did not oppose his words. Soon, with the assistance of Su Yang and his mother, all those who perished at Su Manor were laid to rest. In the rear mountains of Su Manor, Su Yang buried them all, including his father. Master, I wish to find a suitable place for my mother's south resting place. Do you have any recommendations? After settling all affairs of Su Manor, Su Yang approached Li Rufeng. Perhaps you should take your mother to the Feishan Sect. As a disciple of the Feishan Sect, they will ensure your mother is well taken care of, Li Rufeng suggested after some contemplation. Feishan Sect, you say? Very well. I shall make my way there at once. Following Li Rufeng's counsel, Su Yang ultimately took his mother to the Feishan Sect. Upon meeting Shen Xinghe, Su Yang directly stated his intentions. After listening to Su Yang's intentions, Shen Xinghe readily agreed. Thus, Su Yang's mother was settled in the Flying Immortal Sect. Following a brief farewell to his mother, Su Yang departed from the sect. Master, I wish to inquire about a few matters. Upon returning to Li Rufeng's side, Su Yang directly posed his questions. Are you seeking information regarding Lu Rian? Li Rufeng inquired calmly, as though he had anticipated Su Yang's curiosity about her. Indeed, how could a deceased person come back to life? Su Yang asked. Though resurrection is a formidable challenge, the world is vast, teeming with wonders. There are indeed a few methods that can restore life. Based on my conjecture, Lu Rian's revival likely involved a powerful individual acting from the shadows. This individual is exceptionally strong, possibly even surpassing my own capabilities. Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Stronger than you, master? If so, what is your true strength at present? Su Yang questioned. My strength is immense. To put it simply, within the immortal realm, I can extinguish anyone with a mere gesture. As for realms beyond the immortal realm, I am not lacking there either. Now, you should grasp the magnitude of the challenge you face if you wish to exact your revenge, Li Rufeng replied. Do you require my assistance? Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I wish to attempt this on my own. If I find myself unable, I will then seek your aid, Su Yang responded. Haha, very well. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly oblige. Now that your matters are settled, you may retreat to my small world to cultivate. I shall call for you when it is time for ascension, Li Rufeng concluded, raising his hand to envelop Su Yang into the Taichu small world. Meanwhile, in another location, above the Yuming sect in Donghuang Qingzhou, two graceful figures appeared. They were Chu Yi and De Yi. Yuming sect, I have arrived. The vendetta of the past shall be repaid today, Chu Yi declared, her eyes cold as she gazed down at the sect. Proceed. The mere Yuming sect is no match for you. After today, the shackles upon your heart will be completely shattered. The path ahead will be free of any obstacles, De Yi remarked softly. Indeed. Hands of time. Chu Yi nodded slightly and raised her hand, striking downward. In an instant, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, obliterating the Yuming sect entirely. Let us move on. There are still several factions that conspired with the Yuming sect in secrecy, and they too must be dealt with. Upon completing all of this, Chu Yi turned to the side and addressed Yi. Hee, little Yi, I never expected you to take action without a trace of mercy. Quite impressive. You are increasingly resembling me. With that said, let us depart. De Yi spoke with a smile. Clearly, it is you who resembles me. After silently retorting in her heart, Chu Yi followed De Yi away from the skies above the Yomi sect. In a cavern nestled within a mountain cliff, Ho Qing hurriedly arrived after their departure. Senior, I have returned to see you, he exclaimed loudly upon entering the cave. Soon, Ho Qing reached the depths of the cavern. There, a desiccated skeleton sat upon a circular platform in the center. Senior, it is I, Ho Qing, he called out excitedly once more before the skeletal figure. It is indeed you, young man. How much time has passed? Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you that I had imparted all I could? The ancient blood emperor, from whom Ho Qing had received his inheritance, questioned with a hint of suspicion. Senior, you are mistaken. This time is different from the last. I have come to rescue you. As a means of repaying your kindness, Ho Qing replied with a smile. Rescue me? Did I not mention that you must reach the emperor realm? How could you possibly be at the emperor level? It has only been a few years since I bestowed you with the inheritance. The last time we met, you were merely at the golden core stage. How did you achieve the emperor realm in just a few months? Speak the truth. Have you misused my techniques for nefarious purposes? The ancient blood emperor spoke with palpable astonishment upon sensing Ho Qing's true aura. Senior, have you underestimated me too much? The mere emperor realm is but a trifling matter. How do you find my performance? Have I brought you shame? Ho Qing boasted with a proud expression. Enough of your arrogance before me. Quickly explain what is truly happening. The ancient blood emperor's expression darkened as he urged. All right, senior, do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. It all began one day when I encountered Li Rufeng. For the next while, Ho Qing did not hold back. Recounting his meeting with Li Rufeng, becoming his disciple, and the subsequent events that transpired, relaying everything to the ancient blood emperor succinctly. Time passed, nearly the duration of a stick of incense. Chapter 0. The Ancient Blood Emperor, a being of the divine realm. Thus, the matter unfolds. With the aid of my master, I have managed to ascend to the emperor realm in such a brief span of time. In truth, when one considers the length of time, it is not insignificant, for I have traversed several millennia within that diminutive world. Ho Qing remarked, I never anticipated that you would encounter such fortuitous opportunities. To possess a master with a miniature realm and formidable strength is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. The ancient blood emperor mused, this is what one might call strength. Do you not comprehend? As the saying goes, luck is also a facet of strength. Ho Qing countered, indeed, but isn't it still mere fortune? The ancient blood emperor replied, Let us set aside such trivialities for now, esteemed elder. Did you not once declare that as long as I attained the Emperor realm, there would be a means to rescue you? What must I do now? Ho Qing pivoted the discussion back to the matter at hand. Sigh, your earnestness is commendable, and it makes my decision to pass on my legacy to you worthwhile. However, at present, you lack the capability to save me. The ancient Blood Emperor sighed, though a semblance of satisfaction graced his countenance. What? Even the Emperor realm is insufficient? Ho Qing inquired, perplexed. But elder, did you not say? Initially, I merely sought a pretext to motivate you. Who could have foreseen your rapid ascent to the Emperor realm? Had I known of your remarkable fortune, I would have suggested a higher threshold. The ancient Blood Emperor responded with a hint of weakness. Then, esteemed elder, what realm must I attain to effectuate your rescue? Ho Qing asked earnestly. Do you truly wish to know? Even if the answer lies beyond your reach. Noticing Ho Qing's determination, the ancient Blood Emperor adopted an unusual seriousness. Indeed, you have bestowed kindness upon me, and I, Ho Qing, shall not shy away from any challenge I can undertake. Ho Qing declared solemnly. Ha! Excellent. I knew I had not erred in my judgment of you. Now that you have reached the Emperor realm, it is likely you are on the verge of departing this world. Once you leave, we may never meet again. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share with you. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, the ancient Blood Emperor erupted into hearty laughter, visibly elated. In truth, I am not of the Tianyuan Continent. The ancient Blood Emperor continued. What? Esteemed elder, you are not from this world? Could it be that you hail from the celestial realm? Ho Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Heh, the celestial realm? What a triviality. Young one, I do not deceive you. In my prime, annihilating the celestial realm would have been a mere flick of my fingers. Are you familiar with the divine realm? The ancient Blood Emperor inquired. The divine realm? I have not heard of it. Could it possibly be more formidable than the immortal realm? Ho Qing asked with curiosity. Indeed it is. Above the immortal realm lies the divine realm, and I am a denizen of that realm. In my youth, I wielded the art of blood manipulation, earning a formidable reputation in the divine realm. Alas, due to my youthful arrogance, I fell victim to the machinations of many, leading to my downfall. Had it not been for that, I would not find myself in this plight. However, after all these years, I have come to terms with my fate. In this lifetime, the opportunity for vengeance has long since slipped away. My sole aspiration is to ensure that my mastery of blood manipulation does not fade into obscurity. Perhaps it is the heavens that have favored me, allowing me to encounter you just as I was on the brink of vanishing. Ha! With you by my side now, I can depart in peace. As he concluded, the ancient Blood Emperor suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Hearing these words, Ho Qing felt a tumult of emotions within him. Senior, is there truly no other way to save you? He asked, unwilling to give up hope. Ha! Young one, it is my demise, not yours. Why do you grieve so? Everyone must face death. It is merely a matter of time. I have long prepared for this day. Do not dwell too much on it. The ancient Blood Emperor chuckled, his eyes seemingly radiating an understanding of all things. Senior, please tell me directly. What if I have the chance to achieve it in the future? At least let me try. Ho Qing implored. Very well, seeing your determination, I shall share it with you. To save me, one must either possess the cultivation of the divine realm or have access to a substance from the divine realm capable of nurturing the divine soul. Now do you understand why I have been reticent? For either option, with your current abilities, it is entirely impossible. Moreover, even if you were to eventually reach the divine realm and meet the necessary conditions to save me, by that time, I fear I would have long since faded from this world. The ancient Blood Emperor spoke slowly. The divine realm, the substances of the divine realm. Upon hearing these words, Ho Qing finally comprehended why the ancient Blood Emperor had refrained from disclosing specific methods. He had yet to even set foot in the immortal realm, let alone the divine realm. Ho Qing felt utterly devoid of confidence in his future prospects of ascending to the higher realms. Young one, do not be too hard on yourself. I am but a man destined to die. To encounter you at the end of my journey brings a sense of closure to my life. Should you ever have the chance to visit the divine realm, remember, before you attain great power, do not reveal the techniques I have imparted to you. Those who conspired against me would not hesitate to harm you if they discover you have learned my methods. Do you understand? The ancient Blood Emperor approached Ho Qing, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and earnestly cautioned him. I will remember, Senior. Senior, how much longer can you endure? Ho Qing timidly inquired. Haha, I never noticed this indecisive side of you before, the ancient Blood Emperor replied, turning his back to Ho Qing. I've said all I needed to say. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Allow me a final moment of solitude. Though his tone was calm, it could not completely conceal the hint of reluctance that lingered beneath. Senior, Ho Qing hesitated, at a loss for words. Go on, go on. The ancient Blood Emperor gestured dismissively. Actually, I have a way to save you, Ho Qing interjected. My master is quite mysterious. He can even slay immortals. Perhaps he has a solution for you. After pondering briefly, Ho Qing suddenly spoke up. Your master? An immortal, merely? His ability to kill only indicates that your master possesses considerable strength, but it is impossible for him to hold the cultivation of a divine realm. I appreciate your kind intentions, but it would be futile, the ancient Blood Emperor responded. How can we know without trying? What if my master has a way? Ho Qing insisted. Wait here, I will contact him right away. With that, he produced a token and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. In an instant, a figure materialized beside him. Whoa, you. When did you appear? Li Rufeng's sudden arrival startled the ancient Blood Emperor immensely. Who are you? Li Rufeng asked, perplexed by the ancient Blood Emperor's startled reaction. Faced with this question, the ancient Blood Emperor fell into a deep silence. Master, this is the Blood Emperor Senior. The legacy of my disciple was bestowed upon me by him, Ho Qing clarified. Blood Emperor? Oh, I've never heard of him. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Li Rufeng's response, Ho Qing scratched his head. Just kidding. So, what did you summon me for? Surely it's not just to introduce me to him? Li Rufeng inquired. Chapter 0. The Source of Divine Soul Crystals. Knight returns to the Flying Immortal Sect in this manner. The disciple implored his master to intervene and save the esteemed Blood Emperor. I wonder, master, if you possess a means to assist? Ho Qing stated without hesitation. Do not dwell on it. To rescue me, you must meet one of my stipulated conditions. Either attain the realm of divine mastery or possess a divine artifact that nurtures the soul. I acknowledge your formidable strength. Yet I doubt you can satisfy either of these requirements. The ancient Blood Emperor interjected before Li Rufeng could respond. Oh, is that all? Li Rufeng, rather unfazed, revealed a hint of amusement. What do you mean, is that all? Were it not for your status as this young man's master, I would undoubtedly teach you a lesson in humility for your arrogance, the ancient Blood Emperor retorted, somewhat irked. Esteemed one, perhaps you should temper your words. You wouldn't want to provoke my master, lest you lose even the last vestiges of your soul, Ho Qing quickly cautioned, observing the tension. You young rascal, have you forgotten the old man now that you have a master? Very well, if that is the case, hasten to follow your master and depart from my presence. The ancient Blood Emperor declared in exasperation. That is not what I meant. Ho Qing replied meekly. Enough, Ho Qing, step aside. In light of the legacy he has bestowed upon you, I shall certainly spare his life, Li Rufeng said, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Humph. Though I have fallen from grace, I am not yet at a point where I can be humiliated by you. The young lad claims your strength is commendable. Today, I shall personally ascertain the truth of your prowess. Blood Sea Frenzy. Unable to endure the derision any longer, the ancient Blood Emperor initiated the first strike. Quite impressive. Your blood manipulation technique surpasses that of Ho Qing by leaps and bounds. Alas, my mastery in this art eclipses yours, Li Rufeng declared, raising his hand slowly to grasp, causing the ancient Blood Emperor's technique to shatter instantaneously. In the next moment, several crimson chains ensnared the ancient Blood Emperor's soul, rendering him utterly immobile. You can wield this too. How is this possible? There exists someone whose blood manipulation technique surpasses mine. The ancient Blood Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Rufeng. In the realm of blood, you are still leagues behind me. Were it not for the absence of lethal intent in your attack, coupled with your connection to Ho Qing, you would have long since become sustenance for my imperial banner. Li Rufeng replied coolly. Now, speak of your true identity. I can sense that your soul does not originate from the Tianyuan Continent. The imperial banner? If that is the case, may I be released first? The ancient Blood Emperor inquired. Release. Now I may speak. Li Rufeng released the soul binding of the ancient Blood Emperor and said calmly, I am the Blood Emperor, hailing from. Subsequently, the ancient Blood Emperor recounted his origins once more. The divine realm? Upon hearing the ancient Blood Emperor's explanation, Li Rufeng felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the ancient Blood Emperor before him was, in fact, a being from the divine realm. You are indeed a person of the divine realm. This is fortuitous, as I have certain matters I wish to inquire of you. However, this is not urgent. Let us first rescue your soul fragment. Li Rufeng spoke slowly. What? Are you certain you are not jesting? To save me, there are only the two methods I mentioned. The ancient Blood Emperor expressed his skepticism. Is this viable? Before the ancient Blood Emperor could finish his statement, Li Rufeng suddenly produced an object and inquired. Is this not the divine source soul crystal? This item certainly can. By heavens. How do you possess this item? The ancient Blood Emperor exclaimed, astonished, as he approached Li Rufeng, fixating his gaze on the divine source soul crystal in Li Rufeng's hand. May I ask how to address you? No. How should I refer to you? Esteemed senior? The ancient Blood Emperor's demeanor shifted. His gaze towards Li Rufeng became noticeably different. Please, maintain your distance. I have no interest in men, particularly not an older gentleman like yourself. Do you desire this? Very well. I have never engaged in free transactions. I observe that your strength is commendable. Henceforth, you will assist me. What say you? Should you agree, this item shall be yours. As Li Rufeng spoke, he deliberately waved the divine source soul crystal before the ancient Blood Emperor. What? I, the Blood Emperor, am to assist you. The ancient Blood Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. What? Are you unwilling? Li Rufeng replied coolly. Not at all. Esteemed senior, I assure you my word holds weight. Assisting you is no trouble. I accept. The ancient Blood Emperor responded suddenly with a beaming smile. It is now yours. Li Rufeng tossed the divine source soul crystal to the ancient Blood Emperor while discreetly stepping back a few paces. Hurry and absorb it. I have further questions to pose to you, Li Rufeng continued. Very well, I shall absorb it immediately. With the divine source soul crystal, I need not face death again. Although the ancient Blood Emperor did not fear death, he was naturally inclined to avoid it if possible, though he had yet to fully comprehend the depths of Li Rufeng's capabilities. The mere fact that Li Rufeng could effortlessly produce rare treasures from the divine realm was sufficient to instill a modicum of trepidation in him. Soon, the ancient Blood Emperor settled into a meditative posture, concentrating on refining the divine source soul crystal. After waiting for a while, Li Rufeng, noticing that the ancient Blood Emperor had not yet completed the refinement, decided to retract him into the primordial small world. Simultaneously, Ho Qing was also drawn into the primordial small world alongside Li Rufeng. Following this, Li Rufeng exited the cave. In the subsequent 3 days, Wu Dao and his companions diligently addressed their mundane affairs in the Tianyuan Continent. This also signified that they were on the brink of embarking towards a higher realm, the celestial world. On the eve of their departure, the nighttime sky was illuminated by a luminous moon, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. In the flying immortal sect, under the moonlight's gentle glow, Li Rufeng's silhouette appeared atop the Spirit Herb Peak, unchanged as ever. Tomorrow, they would leave, and upon their return, the time of their next visit remained uncertain. Strolling towards his former courtyard, he gazed at the empty rocking chair within and sighed softly. After lingering for the duration of half an incense stick, he turned to depart. When his figure re-emerged, it was before a tightly shut door. Without disturbing the occupant within, Li Rufeng employed spatial power to effortlessly pass through the door. Upon entering, he tread lightly to the bedside where a figure lay sleeping, already enveloped in the realm of dreams. Still inscrutable. Little Meng'er, what secrets do you harbor within? Nevertheless, whatever it may be, I shall eventually uncover it. Little Meng'er, my dear disciple, I must take my leave. By our next encounter, you shall surely have become a formidable powerhouse. I am grateful for the joyful moments you have brought me over the years. Farewell. As Li Rufeng gazed at the slumbering Su Meng'er, these thoughts echoed in his heart. In the next moment, he gently approached and covered her with the slightly disheveled blanket. Following this, he retrieved a letter he had prepared earlier and placed it upon the bedside table. Little one, may you keep her company in my stead. When we meet again, I shall bestow upon you a drop of my essence. Suddenly, Li Rufeng summoned the summer and winter butterfly, placing it upon the table as well. Having completed these tasks, his figure quietly vanished from the room. Throughout this time, Su Meng'er remained in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the events that transpired within the chamber. After taking a final glance at Su Meng'er, Li Rufeng departed from the flying immortal sect and ascended to the lofty heights of the sky. Tianyuan, come forth and meet me. With a sweeping gaze around, Li Rufeng spoke suddenly. Chapter 0, The 10 Domains of the Immortal Realm. Hidden tasks, what brings you to me? After a brief pause, a voice resonated, and the figure of Tianyuan materialized before Li Rufeng. Is it really necessary to wear such a stern expression over a mere fraction of your primordial power? Now, let us discuss serious matters. I intend to venture into the immortal realm. I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing the Flying Immortal Sect. After all, I am the peak master of the sect. While I may not hold it in high regard, free labor is not to be dismissed, wouldn't you agree? Li Rufeng remarked with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Tianyuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Knowing you has been nothing short of a calamity. Very well, I shall assist in managing the Flying Immortal Sect. However, I shall only ensure its survival. Anything beyond that is not my concern. You are aware that as the embodiment of the heavenly way, I should not meddle in worldly affairs. Were it not for your sake, I would never dream of breaching such regulations, Tianyuan replied. Agreed. In that case, I can depart with peace of mind. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the spot. A few breaths later, he found himself in a desolate expanse of sky devoid of life for 100 miles. Subsequently, he began to unravel the restrictions on his cultivation. The moment his realm surpassed the zenith of the Emperor's stage, the Ascension Gate gradually materialized from the void. Before long, the entire Ascension Gate lay fully exposed before Li Rufeng. Power of the world, break for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the primordial energy of the Taichu small world towards the sealing shackles on the Ascension Gate. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the shackles upon the Ascension Gate began to shatter. Simultaneously, the black sealing patterns began to dissipate slowly. Moments later, after countless years, the Ascension Gate reopened once more. As soon as a gap appeared in the Ascension Gate, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from his location, swiftly passing through the gate. The Ascension Gate then began to close gradually, retreating once again into the boundless void. The entire process transpired swiftly, unnoticed by any onlookers. Meanwhile, high above, Tianyuan stood in contemplation. Ah, he has finally departed. It is for the best. At least, with one less variable, the Tianyuan Continent can enjoy a modicum of stability. After a brief sigh, Tianyuan vanished from sight. On the other side, having entered the Ascension Gate, Li Rufeng successfully traversed the passage and arrived in the Immortal Realm. Is this truly the Immortal Realm? It feels rather barren. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his new surroundings, Li Rufeng murmured in confusion. He then released Su Yang and the others from the Taichu small world. You possess a considerable understanding of the Celestial Realm. Please, elucidate briefly about this realm for us. Furthermore, where exactly are we currently situated within the Celestial Domain? Li Rufeng turned his gaze towards Dai and began to speak. If I am not mistaken, this location should be the ascension point of the lower realm, a place at the very periphery of the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm is vast and boundless, its expanse incomparable to that of the lower realms. To facilitate the management of the Celestial Realm, it has been divided into 10 regions, collectively referred to as the 10 domains. The strength of these domains varies, and they can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper 3 domains are the Kunlun Celestial Domain, the Taishu Celestial Domain, and the Shura Celestial Domain. The middle 4 domains consist of the Yuming Celestial Domain, the Xiaoyao Celestial Domain, the Longwang Celestial Domain, and the Penglai Celestial Domain. The lower 3 domains are the Liuli Celestial Domain, the Qingyun Celestial Domain, and the Wanfa Celestial Domain. Each celestial domain is governed by a formidable force named after the domain itself. For instance, the Kunlun Celestial Domain has the Kunlun Hall, the Taishu Celestial Domain has the Taishu Hall, and so forth. Additionally, there exists a transcendent entity that surpasses all, known as the Shifeng Celestial Alliance, which is the most powerful force within the celestial realm. Membership in the Shifeng Celestial Alliance is reserved for those of celestial sovereign rank or above, or for extraordinary talents of the celestial realm. It can be said that when the Shifeng Celestial Alliance intervenes, any individual or force within the celestial realm can be effortlessly erased. This, in essence, summarizes the fundamental aspects of the celestial realm, Dai articulated. Upon hearing Dai's explanation, Su Yang and the others were filled with astonishment and curiosity. Please elaborate on the hierarchical divisions of the celestial realm. This knowledge would be quite beneficial for our future endeavors, Li Rufeng requested once more. Shortly thereafter, he continued. The celestial realm's hierarchy ascends from the lowest to the highest as follows. Human celestial, true celestial, profound celestial, golden celestial, celestial spirit, celestial monarch, celestial king, celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, and celestial emperor. Each tier is further divided into 9 levels. The strongest beings within the 10 domains are all celestial emperors, Dai explained. Celestial emperors, the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. Alas, the path of cultivation is indeed a long and arduous journey, Wu Dao remarked with a hint of melancholy. In the lower realm, we were the mightiest at the emperor level, yet here, we find ourselves as the weakest at the human celestial level. After hearing Dai's elucidation, Wu Dao expressed a slight lament. Are you afraid? A mere celestial emperor. I believe that with diligent cultivation, it won't be long before we attain the strength of a celestial emperor, Su Yang declared confidently. Afraid? I merely lament the endless journey of cultivation. In this lifetime I, Wu Dao, have never known the meaning of fear, Wu Dao immediately countered. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has arrived in the celestial realm for the first time, triggering a special sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? As Su Yang and Wu Dao engaged in a spirited debate, a sudden chime resonated in Li Rufeng's mind, heralding the arrival of a system notification. A special sign-in? System, sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. 1. Awarded 1 million years of cultivation reward. 2. Awarded 10 million kill points. 3. Awarded 100,000 years of evolution time for the Taichu small world. 4. Awarded a special physique of immortality. Ding. A hidden task has been detected. Would you like to view it? A hidden task as well. View. Task details. All disciples must each select a celestial domain and then represent that domain in the celestial realm's 10,000 sects battle. Task requirement. At least one disciple must ensure their represented sect ranks within the top 10 of the 10,000 sects battle. Task reward. The higher the ranking obtained by the disciples in the 10,000 sects competition, the more substantial the rewards, including but not limited to cultivation, secret techniques, physiques, etc. The 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm? What is that? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng's curiosity was piqued. The 10,000 sects competition of the celestial realm is an event held every 1,000 years. At that time, all sect forces across the 10 domains of the celestial realm can participate in this grand battle. The competition is specifically divided into 3 categories: disciples, elders, and sect leaders. The overall ranking of the 3 categories will determine the substantial rewards from the alliance of the 10 directions. Oh, that sounds quite intriguing. It makes me want to establish a force to participate. Well, I shall decide based on the circumstances when the time comes. After the system's thorough explanation, Li Rufeng finally grasped a fundamental understanding of the 10,000 sects battle in the celestial realm. Simultaneously, he felt a spark of interest in this grand contest. Very well. Since you two are so fond of contention, I shall grant you an opportunity. Listen closely. You are all to participate in the 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm. Furthermore, you must secure a position within the top 10. Having comprehended the details of the hidden task, Li Rufeng promptly interrupted Su Yang and Wu Dao's argument. The 10,000 sects battle? Master, what is this 10,000 sects battle? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Ahem, you should know, right? Explain it to them in detail. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rufeng assigned this formidable task to the nearby Dai. All right, why does it feel like I am your servant? Ahem, the 10,000 sects battle is. After a soft murmur of complaint, Dai began to elaborate on the 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm to Su Yang and the others. Thus, approximately half a stick of incense later, Dai finally completed her explanation of the grand battle. Chapter 0. Any wish. Bestowed treasure. So this is the grand battle of the myriad sects. It sounds quite splendid. If that is the case, I shall gladly participate. Furthermore, I aspire to contend for the first place. I cannot bring shame to my master. Su Yang declared with unwavering confidence. No, the opportunity to gain honor should be mine. Senior brother, I shall strive for second place. First is already within my grasp. Wu Dao followed closely. You two truly wish to compete for everything, don't you? Do you believe that attaining first place is so easily accomplished? The grand battle of the myriad sects will see the participation of the most formidable powers from various celestial domains. To my recollection, the top 10 positions have consistently been monopolized by the likes of Kunlun Hall and Tai Su Hall, among other formidable forces from the celestial realms. Not to mention, the talents and strengths of their disciples, elders, and sect masters are unparalleled. I even suspect that your master's encouragement to aim for the top 10 is merely just remarked with a hint of timidity. Are those forces are participating too? Surely not. If the great figures of the celestial realm do not wish to bestow rewards upon outsiders, they should simply state so. Is it really necessary to go through such convoluted measures? Upon hearing De's words, Su Yang was momentarily speechless. Is this really the case? Senior brother, are you already frightened? Are the top 10 powers of the celestial realm enough to intimidate you so? If that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept first place. He chuckled, turning to his master. Hey, master, if I secure first place in the grand battle of the myriad sects, will there be any reward for me? Well, if you manage to achieve first place, I shall grant you one wish. As long as it is within my power, any wish can be fulfilled. The same applies to others. Li Rufeng pondered for a moment before speaking with intention. Any wish? Very well, for that wish, first place shall be mine without fail. Wu Dao proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, as if invigorated. Any wish, you say? My apologies, junior brother, but I too am quite intrigued by Master's reward. Therefore, I cannot concede first place to you, Su Yang replied with a slight smile. Senior brothers, in truth, I am also interested in that reward. How about this? Why don't you both take a step back and allow junior brother to take it? Suddenly, Ho Qing chimed in with a teasing smile. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, Su Yang and Wu Dao exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Any wish? If I were to propose that, would Master truly grant it? Just as Su Yang and the others continued their spirited debate, Chu Yi's cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. Hee. Little Yi, what are you pondering? Behold, this rosy little face is truly enticing, giggling softly. De noticed the change in Chu Yi's complexion and leaned closer, whispering gently in her ear. I wasn't thinking anything. I just feel a bit hot. Yes, just a little warm. Chu Yi hurriedly explained. You are still the same, utterly incapable of deceit. Fear not, I shall assist you, ensuring that the first place is yours. When the time comes, you must express your gratitude to me. De chuckled softly. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi's face flushed even more crimson. Ahem. Regarding the matters of the Wanzhong War, you should all be well aware. During our upcoming journey to the immortal realm, should you encounter insurmountable foes, you may call upon me. However, do refrain from summoning me for trivial matters. I am quite occupied. Having conveyed her instructions, she continued, Now, you may begin selecting your immortal domains. The 10 immortal domains are sufficient for each of you to claim one. Who will come forward first? Once she had finished speaking, Li Rufeng casually remarked, Master, naturally, the eldest senior brother should go first. As your junior siblings, how could we dare to compete for the first choice? Wu Dao said, gesturing for the eldest senior brother to proceed. Weren't you just vying for first place with me moments ago? Now you claim you wouldn't dare to compete. Su Yang sighed. Fine, I shall go first. It's merely an immortal domain. I can secure first place regardless of which I choose. With that, he began to ponder deeply. Although he claimed he could choose any at random, he needed to consider all the immortal domains comprehensively. Ahem, no need to deliberate. I have already decided your destination for you. Come here. Just as Su Yang continued his contemplation, Li Rufeng suddenly spoke up. You have chosen for me, master? I knew you cared for me the most. Which immortal domain will I be going to? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng had personally selected his immortal domain, Su Yang inquired eagerly. Let me see. Yes, this direction. Li Rufeng lifted his head, quickly identifying the way. Are you ready? He then asked Su Yang. Ready for what? Su Yang responded with a puzzled expression. Ready, for the landing position. Off you go. With that, Li Rufeng lifted Su Yang and, with a sudden burst of force, hurled him into the distance. In an instant, Su Yang found himself soaring several miles away in a state of bewilderment. What the? Master, you lack martial ethics. How could you ambush a mere chi refinement disciple? By the way, Master, you haven't revealed which celestial realm is mine. Upon regaining his senses, Su Yang exclaimed loudly. Once you arrive, you shall find out. Safe travels. And remember to keep your backside down. At this speed and height, landing face first might be a tad painful. Li Rufeng lifted his hand and waved to Su Yang, not forgetting to offer a few reminders. Fellow disciples, we shall meet at the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. I am afraid of heights. With those final shouts, Su Yang's figure gradually vanished into the horizon. What did Su Yang shout at the end? Did you all hear that? Li Rufeng suddenly turned to Wu Dao and the others. Master. The senior brother praised your prowess. Wu Dao replied with a smile. Oh, is praise even necessary? I am inherently formidable. By the way, I just recalled that some of you still lack suitable weapons, right? These are specially procured for you by me. Snap. Li Rufeng lightly snapped his fingers. And in the next moment, four weapons materialized before Chu Yi and the others. Su Yang and Wu Dao had already received their weapons from Li Rufeng. Thus they were excluded this time. Chaos Bell, Blood God Pearl, Chest Dao Tome, 6 Paths Reincarnation Disc. These treasures align perfectly with the paths you cultivate. I hope you utilize them well and do not let them gather dust, Li Rufeng stated. Thank you for the bestowed treasures, Master. We shall certainly make good use of them. Chu Yi and the others replied in unison, filled with gratitude. Although Li Rufeng had not provided them with anything before, they bore no complaints. However, as disciples, receiving treasures from Li Rufeng filled their hearts with immense joy. After all, what belongs to others is always more enticing. Well then, why do you still stand here? Oh, could it be that you wish for me to select a celestial realm for you as well? If that is the case, let us begin. Li Rufeng began to speak slowly. Cough, Master, I have already made my selection. Master, fellow disciples, until we meet again. Without waiting for Li Rufeng to finish, Wu Dao, frightened, blurted out and fled. Am I a fool? I certainly do not wish to be thrown out like the senior brother. I must make my escape. The item my father gave me just reacted moments ago. That direction must be where the ancestors are located. Once I find them, I shall directly take them to participate in the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. I truly am a genius. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Dao quickened his pace. In just a few moments, his figure vanished from the sight of Li Rufeng and the others. Chapter 0. Departures and the Choice of the Celestial Realm Master. I, along with Senior Blood Emperor, shall take my leave. Master, I too must depart. Please take care of yourself. After Wu Dao's departure, Ho Qing and Zhu Jusi followed suit, heading in different directions. Soon, only Li Rufeng remained, accompanied by the 3 maidens, Chu Yi, De Yi, and Yu Ruoshui. Are you not setting off? Li Rufeng inquired, perplexed as he gazed at the trio. Master, may I ask which celestial realm you intend to visit? My junior sister and I are both young ladies, and it may not be safe for us to traverse the heavenly realm alone. Perhaps we could accompany you? It would be delightful to have your company, Chu Yi tentatively suggested. Beside her, Yu Ruoshui looked at Li Rufeng with eager anticipation. Of course not, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Why not, Master? Chu Yi asked, her disappointment palpable. Why? It is obviously due to the rewards. If you follow me, how can I acquire greater rewards? Li Rufeng inwardly lamented. And Ruoshui, I understand that sending you alone into the celestial realm for training is indeed rather harsh. However, you must realize that a little hardship now is far better than facing injury or even losing your life in the future. You are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Dao, which means you will inevitably encounter countless adversaries. To them, your gender matters not. You are merely a matter of life or death. What of being a girl? Are girls inherently inferior to men? Do you not wish to contend for the top position in the grand battle of 10,000 sects? Here's the deal. If you secure first place, I shall grant you one additional wish. But this must remain a secret among us. Do not let your senior brothers know, especially Su Yang and Wu Dao. If they find out, I shall surely be overwhelmed by them. Li Rufeng spoke earnestly to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui. Master, I didn't realize you were so afraid of our senior brothers. Chu Yi laughed. Rest assured, this will be our secret. We shall keep it tightly under wraps. Indeed, tightly under wraps, Yu Ruoshui echoed, nodding in agreement. Phew, I have finally convinced them. It's truly exhausting to draw such a grand picture. How can I enjoy the celestial realm with them in tow? And how can I maximize the system's rewards? As Chu Yi and her companion ceased their insistence on accompanying him, Li Rufeng felt a subtle relief wash over him. Well then, Master, we shall take our leave. Please Take good care of yourself, Chu Yi said, her reluctance evident. Yes, off you go. Master believes that you will undoubtedly carve out a remarkable life in the celestial realm. Li Rufeng nodded slightly and said, Indeed, I shall strive diligently. Ultimately, with a sense of reluctance, Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxie gradually ventured in a shared direction. I entrust the two of them to you. Li Rufeng directed towards the elder sister, Dai. In conflicts among peers, refrain from intervening unless it is a matter of life and death. As for those who bully the weak, eradicate them all. Understood, Dai sighed, a hint of complaint in her voice. If I am to look after them, will there be no reward for me? A reward? Is the restoration of your physical form not sufficient? Hurry and catch up. They have already distanced themselves. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. TCH, you are quite dull. I have made my intentions very clear. There must be something amiss on your part. Off I go. Little Yi is far more entertaining. She chuckled, and with that, Dai vanished from sight, pursuing the departing Chu Yi and her companion. Something amiss? Li Rufeng mused to himself. Ah, women, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your thoughts? Alas, when young men venture out, they must take care to protect themselves. The real danger in the world of cultivation is not the enemies, but rather these women who covet our bodies. Well, it seems I must take my leave as well. Among the 10 great immortal domains, which shall I choose? The upper 3 domains. Then I shall head to the Kunlun immortal domain. Soon, Li Rufeng resolved his destination, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, heading straight towards the Kunlun immortal domain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Ruoxie inquired of the hesitant Chu Yi, Sister, have you decided which immortal domain to go to? Chu Yi hesitated momentarily. Little Yi, let us go to the Liuli immortal domain. Little Ruoxie, you may travel to the Penglai immortal domain. They are connected, allowing us to communicate swiftly in case of any matters. As Chu Yi pondered, Dai, who had been behind them, suddenly interjected, Liuli immortal domain? Penglai immortal domain? Upon hearing Dai's words, both Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxie displayed thoughtful expressions. Dai, the Penglai immortal domain is acceptable, but why choose the Liuli immortal domain, which is one of the lower 3 domains? Should we not select a stronger immortal domain? Chu Yi questioned with curiosity after some contemplation. What do you think? The Liuli immortal domain will be my stronghold in the future. By going there, you can cultivate your own influence more rapidly. Although the overall strength of the Liuli immortal domain may be lacking, I am acquainted with numerous future powerhouses from this domain. If we can persuade them to join us, you will have a significant chance of claiming the top position in the battle of 10,000 sects. Do you not wish to fulfill 2 wishes of your esteemed master? Dai inquired with a smile. Ah, so that is the case. I shall heed your words. However, I am somewhat apprehensive about letting 5th junior sister venture alone to the Penglai immortal realm. Do you possess any clever solutions, Dai? Chu Yi asked. 3rd senior sister. There is no need for concern. I can manage, even if it is my first time confronting an unfamiliar environment alone, Yu Ruoxie interjected, aware that Chu Yi's worries stemmed from genuine care. Yet, she did not wish to hinder Chu Yi's pursuits. What are you saying? As your senior sister, it is my duty to ensure your safety in the absence of our master and brothers. Your safety is far more crucial than participating in the myriad sex battle. Chu Yi asserted. Dai, have you contemplated any solutions? Chu Yi understood that Yu Ruoxie did not want to burden her. Yet she was resolute in not allowing Yu Ruoxie to embark on the journey to the Penglai immortal realm alone. Well, I do have a solution, albeit it may be somewhat troublesome, Dai suddenly remarked. Really? What is the plan? Chu Yi asked eagerly. Chapter 0, Future Memories. Heartbreaking dreams. I have a formidable rival. Her strength rivals my own, and she has consistently maintained an upper hand over me. By now, she should have ascended to the rank of a celestial sovereign. Though not yet an emperor, she is more than capable of protecting Xiao Ruoxue for the time being. Moreover, her innate talent is astonishing. It is likely that she will soon break through to the emperor realm. Thus, if I could persuade her to assist Xiao Ruoxue, few would dare to challenge them in the Penglai celestial domain. Dai spoke. A rival? Your rival? Then it must be mine as well. But why would I, currently at the human celestial realm, be at odds with this person? Chu Yi inquired, perplexed. The relationship is quite intricate. However, in this lifetime, you may not necessarily remain her rival. In my past life, it was a man who turned her against me, De replied with a hint of indifference. A man? Well, then I certainly have no interest in competing with her for another man, Chui said weakly. Alas, it is not as you perceive. In my era, a man fervently pursued me. Yet, I was solely devoted to my cultivation and thus rejected him. When he realized he could not win my heart, he turned his attentions to my friend, who later became my rival. She, being inherently naive, gradually developed feelings for him under his flowery words. It was during this time that I killed that man, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, we became bitter enemies. Had my strength not been nearly equal to hers at that time, I would have perished at her hands long ago, De reminisced, her tone laced with an inexplicable emotion. No wonder. But why did you kill that man so suddenly? If you didn't like him, there seemed to be no need for such drastic measures, Chui questioned, visibly confused. He deserved to die. That scoundrel approached both me and her not for the sake of love, but to covet the powers we possessed, my power over time and her mastery of space. He sought to absorb our strengths through nefarious means. On a fateful occasion, I followed him to a mysterious cave and uncovered his secret. In a fit of rage, I acted and reduced him to ashes. I detest those who toy with our emotions. Yet at that time, no matter how I explained, she would not believe me. Alas, it is all tears to speak of it now. I now understand why people say that those who fall in love have an IQ nearing 0. However, I do not hold any resentment towards her. I am aware that on several occasions, she deliberately restrained her strength against me. Perhaps that man was the first to penetrate her heart, which is why she remained unwilling, or perhaps even afraid, to accept the truth. Regardless of the answer, it has become inconsequential. In this lifetime, such circumstances can be entirely avoided. This time, before that man lays a hand on her, I shall personally extinguish him. De spoke coldly. Indeed, Sister Chu, you speak truthfully. Such a man deserves death. It would merely be a favor to him. Our master is truly benevolent, teaching us the ways of cultivation and bestowing treasures upon us without any ulterior motives, Yu Rishue remarked. Yes, De, I shall lend my support to you. A man who toys with emotions deserves to be eliminated without hesitation. After all, one man like our master is quite sufficient in this world, Chu Yi added. Giggle, you two little girls. Despite your tender years, you seem to ponder quite deeply. You both aren't harboring affections for our master, are you? De teased with a smile. No, how could that be? Absolutely impossible. Right, Sister Chu, what are you saying? I completely fail to comprehend. Chu Yi and her companion fervently shook their heads in denial at De's jest. Haha, all right, I shan't tease you further. Let us proceed to the Penglai immortal domain. Once we have settled Xiao Ruoshui, I shall accompany Xiao Yi to the Liuli immortal domain. Observing the rosy hue on the faces of Chu Yi and her companion, De decided to relent. Very well, let us first visit the Penglai immortal domain to seek out the individual you mentioned, Chu Yi replied without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, Sister Chu. Thank you. Third senior sister, Yu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks between us. Let us go. I am also quite curious to see what the Penglai immortal domain is like. Soon, amidst laughter and chatter, the three young women made their way toward the Penglai immortal domain. In the lower realm, at the flying immortal sect, after a night of restful slumber, Meng'er slowly awakened. What is this? A butterfly? Upon opening her eyes, Meng'er noticed a butterfly perched upon her nose. With a curious mind, she reached up and gently captured the butterfly resting on her. How could there be a butterfly in my room? Sitting up, Meng'er regarded the summer-winter butterfly in her hand with confusion. Oh, what is this? Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon a letter on the nearby cabinet. Without hesitation, Meng'er rose from her bed and approached the cabinet. Setting the summer-winter butterfly aside, she proceeded to open the letter. Little Meng'er, by the time you read this letter, I should have already departed from the Tianyuan Continent. 3 fleeting years have passed in a blur. I am grateful for the joyful and carefree memories you have bestowed upon me. By the way, the butterfly is named the summer-winter butterfly. Let it accompany you in my stead. Lastly, may little Meng'er experience bliss and tranquility each day. As Meng'er perused the contents of the letter, her initial curiosity swiftly faded, replaced by a pair of reddened eyes. Master Uncle. No, I do not desire the butterfly. I only wish for you, Master Uncle. Why must you abandon little Meng'er? If I have upset you in any way, please let me know, and I shall amend my ways. Master Uncle, are you listening? Are you intentionally avoiding little Meng'er? Master Uncle. With her small hands tightly clutching the letter, tears cascaded down Su Meng'er's cheeks, landing directly upon it. Soon, the smile at the bottom of the letter became dampened by her sorrow. As her tears flowed uncontrollably, the summer-winter butterfly nearby seemed to sense her distress and gently alighted upon her hand. Little butterfly, has Master Uncle forsaken me? Have you also been abandoned by Master Uncle? Where do you think he has gone? Will I ever see him again? Feeling the gentle touch of the butterfly on her hand, Su Meng'er slowly lifted her gaze to meet the creature's delicate presence, as if seeking a confidant for her emotions. She choked back her tears while posing her questions to the summer-winter butterfly. Unfortunately, the butterfly was unable to provide the answers she sought. Time passed, and perhaps wearied from her weeping, Su Meng'er eventually rested her head against the bed and fell into a slumber. Chapter 0. The Enchanted Realm of Penglai. A meeting of dreams in the night in the celestial realm, upon a peak enveloped by rich, ethereal essence. The master of the hall stands before the ascension gate of the Tianyuan Continent, its seal having been breached. At this moment, a figure kneels before a man clad in azure robes, reporting earnestly. Is it true that they have acted in secrecy? The blue-robed man inquires softly. Esteemed master, according to our investigations, it was not those individuals who intervened clandestinely. Rather, someone from the Tianyuan Continent has shattered the seal of the Ascension Gate. Moreover, one of our own has perished within the Tianyuan Continent. I suspect that the one who breached the seal and took our comrade's life is the same individual. The kneeling man replies with utmost respect. Ah, truly remarkable is the Tianyuan Continent. Despite its restrictions, it can still give rise to such a formidable being. Very well. Issue the command. Our people shall continue to exert every effort in tracking down the remnants of the Tianyuan Continent, particularly those who have recently ascended. Their identities must be meticulously scrutinized. Anyone hailing from the Tianyuan Continent or connected to it must be dealt with ruthlessly. Additionally, reach out to the celestial halls of other realms and inform them of this matter. The blue-clad man states with a calm demeanor. Yes, I shall obey your orders. The kneeling man responds, rising to depart the mountain peak. The celestial realm, it seems, is poised for a resurgence of activity. Tianyuan Continent. Huh. Last time you could not stir any tempest. This time shall be no different. The blue-robed man gazes after the departing figure, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Penglai Enchanted Realm. After a considerable journey, Dai successfully leads Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui into this celestial domain. Without indulging in leisurely explorations, Dai promptly guides the two women to a secluded forest. Soon, the trio arrives at a modest bamboo cottage nestled within the woods. Is this the place? Chu Yi asks, eyeing the unassuming bamboo dwelling. Indeed, my acquaintance with her began here. It was by mere chance that I stumbled upon this location. Now let us enter. For your safety, you shall remain behind me, Dai responds. Understood, Chu Yi nods affirmatively. In no time, under Dai's guidance, the three women step into the bamboo courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold, Dai is enveloped by the familiar aura emanating from within the cottage. It feels like a long-awaited reunion, and a smile involuntarily graces her lips. Who are you? What brings you to this place? At that moment, a woman clad in a delicate blue dress emerges slowly from the cottage. Upon meeting the three, the woman clad in a light blue dress was the first to speak. I have encountered you, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion and kindly ask for your understanding. I am Chu Yi, and this is my junior sister, Yu Ruoshui, and she is. Chu Yi immediately stepped forward to introduce her companion. Ah, Yu Meng, it has been a long time since we last met. You remain as enchanting as ever, Dai exclaimed, smiling as she approached the woman in the light blue dress. The woman's name was Yu Meng, a dear friend often mentioned by Dai. Do we know each other? Have we met before? Why do I not recall you? Yu Meng pondered, trying to recall any memories associated with Dai upon hearing her name spoken so directly. Of course, I am familiar with you. As for your lack of recollection, perhaps I was not significant enough in your eyes before. No matter, you shall remember me now. I am your elder, so you may call me Sister Chu from now on. Come, little Yu Meng, do call out sister for me to hear. Dai said with a gentle smile as she stood before Yu Meng. Well, you certainly lack any sense of decorum. If you wish for me to call you sister, you must prove yourself worthy, Yu Meng replied, gazing at Dai with a hint of challenge. Haha, oh dear sister. I possess quite the capability. Why don't we retreat to your chamber, where I can adequately demonstrate my prowess? Dai jested. Humph, you speak nonsense. Leave this place at once, or I shall not hold back, Yi Yuming warned coldly in response to Dai's banter. Oh, and how do you intend to show me your displeasure? I must admit, I am rather intrigued, Dai replied with a smile. In that case, receive my palm. With that, Yi Yuming raised her hand and struck towards Dai. Impressive spatial energy, yet this time, you are no match for me. Time confinement. Dai mused to herself, a smile gracing her lips as she prepared to counter. What is this? Yi Yuming's demeanor shifted as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from Dai, causing her to abandon her previous underestimation. Oh no, this power. Before Yi Yuming could evade, Dai's time manipulation ensnared her body. In an instant, she found herself immobilized, utterly unable to move. Not only her body, but even her thoughts were completely bound. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. TSK, such a delicate face, such flawless skin, and those ample, supple assets, Dai remarked with a playful tone, reveling in her victory. As Dai approached Yi Yuming, she began to engage in playful antics. Dai, could you perhaps tone it down a bit? We are still here. Chu Yi, observing Dai's actions, felt a flush of embarrassment creep across her cheeks. Oh, you are hardly strangers. Little Yi, would you like to join in? Dai chuckled. This sensation is far superior to yours, I must say. Please, don't mention our acquaintance again. Chu Yi retorted, her expression darkening. Hee. Sister Chu, you truly are quite unique, Fish Ruoshui chimed in with a smile. Humph, how utterly dull. With a wave of her hand, Dai declared, time, be freed. After retreating a few steps, Yi Yuming's body returned to its normal state, her mind regaining clarity. What just happened? What did you do to me? Yi Yuming demanded, abruptly regaining consciousness. Simultaneously, she felt an unusual sensation in certain parts of her body. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recollect, she could not decipher what had transpired. What else could have happened? Or do you wish to engage in something with me? Dai inquired with a teasing smile. Yi Yuming was rendered speechless by Dai's statement. This person must be mentally unhinged. She sighed, resigning herself to her misfortune in encountering her. After some contemplation, Yi Yuming decided not to dwell on the specifics of what had just occurred. Now speak. Why have you come here to seek me? Don't tell me it was by mere happenstance. I certainly do not believe that. Well, since you asked, I shall not hide it from you. We have indeed come here for a matter that requires your assistance. The question is whether you are willing to lend a hand. Dai replied with a grin. Assistance? What kind of assistance? Yi Yuming queried. It's quite simple. Here's the situation. Dai proceeded to relay the entirety of their purpose for coming to her, without hesitation. After a brief interlude, Dai concluded her explanation. The 10,000 sect war? You want me to help this little girl participate in the 10,000 sect war? Surely you jest. Not to mention, my strength in the celestial realm is only moderately above average. Even if I assist her, she cannot expect to achieve remarkable results in the 10,000 sect war. Or have you sought the aid of other powerful individuals apart from me? Yi Yuming stated. Well, you are the first person we approached. Dai admitted sheepishly. Upon hearing Dai's words, Yi Yuming was momentarily stunned, remaining rooted to the spot. Chapter 0. Persuading Yi Yuming. Insights into space, there is no need for excessive contemplation. This young girl is far from ordinary. There remains ample time before the grand battle of the myriad sections. In this duration, she can undoubtedly establish a formidable sect of her own. Moreover, your strength will also progress significantly. When that time arrives, participating in the minor skirmish of the myriad sects will be a trivial matter. Dai spoke up. Well said, then why not assist her? If you possess such confidence, what brings you to seek my help? Yi Yuming replied coolly. I wish I could, but alas, I must also aid Xiaoyi. Primarily, this is a task assigned by their master. Alone, I cannot assist both of them. Hence, I came to solicit your assistance, Dai responded. Their master? If that is the case, then she must be quite irrational. To send such a young girl into the fray of the myriad sects is akin to condemning her to death. You may be deranged, but I shall not accompany you in this folly. Return from whence you came. I cannot offer my help, Yi Yuming stated, preparing to depart. Wait, do not be hasty. Here's the deal. If you agree to assist, I can enhance your mastery of spatial power. What say you? Upon seeing Yi Yoming's intent to leave, Dai Yi swiftly grasped her and tempted her with the proposal. You also cultivate spatial power? Yi Yoming questioned. No, I do not cultivate spatial power. However, I possess methods to elevate your command over it. You must understand that at your current realm, advancing further along the path of spatial mastery is exceedingly challenging. This is a rare opportunity. Consider it carefully before deciding whether to assist this young girl, Dai Yi replied. Upon hearing Dai Yi's words, Yi Yoming fell into contemplation, occasionally glancing at Dai Yi, seemingly attempting to discern whether her words were deceitful. Very well. I shall agree to assist this young girl in participating in the grand battle of the myriad sections. However, I have one condition. You must first help me enhance my control over spatial power. Only then can I be certain you are not deceiving me. Yi Yoming calmly articulated after a moment of reflection. Not a problem. I am more afraid of your refusal than your demands. Please wait a moment while I speak with Xiao Yi, Dai Yi replied, moving towards Chu Yi. You heard everything we discussed, did you not? Now it is your turn. Where are the tokens given to you by your master? Quickly summon your master here, Dai Yi instructed. Just now you spoke so confidently. I thought you had a way to assist her in mastering the power of space. Upon hearing Dai Yi's words, Chu Yi couldn't help but retort. I cannot wield the power of space. Naturally, I am unable to help her. Hurry up. If the other party changes their mind, I shall not be responsible. Dai Yi replied with an unflinching demeanor. All right, I understand. After speaking, Chu Yi produced a token and infused it with a trace of celestial energy. Moments later, a figure gradually materialized before her. Soon, a projection of Li Rufeng fully manifested. Is there something amiss? After surveying the surroundings and detecting no imminent danger, Li Rufeng inquired with a calm demeanor. Disciple pays respects to Master. Master, the situation is as follows. Faced with Li Rufeng's question, Chu Yi immediately recounted the entire sequence of events. After half a stick of incense, Li Rufeng finally grasped the purpose of Chu Yi's summons. The power of space? I did not expect you to encounter someone adept in it so swiftly. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the path of space. Therefore, I can assist you with this endeavor. You, the one training in the power of space, come forth. With that, Li Rufeng turned to gesture towards Yi Yoming, who stood not far away. Is this really their master? They seem rather youthful, don't they? Moreover, why can I not discern their realm? Gazing at Li Rufeng's projection, Yi Yoming was filled with confusion. Ahem, Yoming, I am calling you. Why aren't you coming over? Noticing Yi Yoming's lack of response, Dai Yi hastily reminded her. Brought back to reality by Dai Yi's voice, Yi Yoming nodded and approached Li Rufeng. Junior Yi Yoming, pays respects to. Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng, he replied nonchalantly. Junior Yi Yoming has heard of Senior Li. Yi Yoming spoke respectfully. Although it was her first encounter with Li Rufeng, her sixth sense warned her that he was someone she could not afford to offend. Thus, she displayed such respect towards him. Well then, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall now impart my insights into the path of space to you. How much you comprehend will depend entirely on your own fortune. Are you prepared? Li Rufeng nodded slightly, and then spoke. Yes, Junior is ready, Yi Yoming responded. Good. In the next moment, Li Rufeng raised his hand and placed it on Yi Yoming's forehead. Immediately, a torrent of insights regarding the path of space began to flow into Yi Yoming's mind. This is the understanding of the path of space from the senior. How vast and boundless it is. It appears I have underestimated the prowess of my senior. At the moment, Night Dream was struck with astonishment upon receiving Li Rufeng's insights on the path of space. She was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, unable to remain in shock any longer, Night Dream quickly began to assimilate the information imparted by Li Rufeng. In the external world, Li Rufeng slowly retracted his right hand. Well, I have conveyed my understanding of the path of space to her. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, he said, turning to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxue. Thank you, Master. We bid you farewell, Master. Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxue exclaimed, raising their hands respectfully. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, he added, and with that, Li Rufeng's avatar gradually dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Night Dream had entered a state of profound enlightenment, the power of space swirling around her. It seemed she would require a little more time to awaken. Having traveled a considerable distance, let us rest here for the night. After we resolve matters concerning Xiao Ruoxue tomorrow, We shall then proceed to the Lioli immortal realm. Dai remarked as she approached Chu Yi. Very well, I have no objections, Chu Yi responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Thank you, Sister Chu, and thank you. Third senior sister, Yu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude once more, having overheard their conversation. No need for thanks, fifth junior sister. We are all comrades here, Chu Yi replied. Hee, Xiao Ruoshui, since you are so grateful to me, why not share a bed with me tonight? Compared to mere verbal appreciation, I prefer something a bit more tangible, Dai said playfully, wrapping her arms around Yu Ruoshui with a grin. Ah, Sister Chu, this seems inappropriate. Third senior sister Yu. Upon hearing Dai's words, Yu Ruoshui's face flushed crimson, and she cast a pleading glance toward Chu Yi. Chapter 0, The Azure Cloud Immortal Realm, Azure Cloud Sect. All right, Doi, you frightened fifth junior sister. I am beginning to doubt you. Never mind. Doubting you is akin to doubting myself. Forget I said anything. Chu Yi said helplessly. Haha, I was merely jesting. Little Ruoshui truly cannot handle a tease. With your disposition, I worry you might one day fall prey to some ill-intentioned man without realizing it. Dai remarked with a smile. That will not happen. Aside from Master, I shall trust no other man. Yu Ruoshui replied resolutely. That's reassuring. I am feeling a bit weary, so I shall take my leave to rest. If you are not tired, just keep an eye on her, Dai declared, turning towards the bamboo cottage not far away, as if she were intimately familiar with the place. Fifth junior sister, do not take it to heart. She is simply that kind of person. Moreover, she is correct. You must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to call for Master. Do not let a moment of carelessness lead to irreparable consequences, Chu Yi advised. Thank you. Third senior sister, I will remember. Yu Ruoshui nodded in acknowledgement. Good, as long as you understand. I wonder when senior night will awaken. It seems we must continue to wait a while longer. With that, Chu Yi seated herself on a nearby chair, her gaze fixed upon the meditative figure of Yi Yuming. Observing this, Yu Ruoshui also settled beside her, quietly awaiting Yi Yuming's revival. The Azure Cloud Immortal Realm. We are going to crash. We are going to crash. Bang. With a cacophony of exclamations, Su Yang finally managed to land. However, the landing was somewhat tumultuous. Yet he was relieved to be free from the burdens of soaring through the skies. Ahem. Phew. I am finally on solid ground. Ouch, my rear. Thankfully, I managed to dissipate most of the impact at the last moment. Otherwise, I would surely be bedridden for a fortnight. Rising slowly from a pile of rubble, Su Yang rubbed his backside and murmured to himself. By the way, where's this place? I must quickly find someone to inquire which immortal realm this is. I wonder if I am in the upper 3 realms or the middle 4 realms. But given my prowess, Master must have surely selected the upper 3 realms for me. It must be so. Casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, Su Yang prepared to ascertain his exact location. This appears to be a secret chamber? How on earth did I end up here? I should venture outside to assess the situation. I hope there are no formidable individuals lurking about. After surveying the surrounding environment, Su Yang decided not to linger any longer and proceeded towards the exit of the adjacent passage, preparing to leave the collapsed secret chamber. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, a voice broke the silence. Did you hear that tremendous sound just now? It emanated from the back mountain. Who do you suppose could have caused such a commotion? Along a mountain path, 5 or 6 figures were approaching the location of Su Yang's secret chamber. They were clad in uniform robes, indicating that they were disciples of a certain sect. At the forefront of this group was a somewhat frail-looking woman. Despite her delicate appearance, her ethereal beauty and striking features were undeniable. Her name was Lu Xinghe, the senior sister of the Qingyan sect. The individuals trailing behind her were also disciples of the same sect. Su Yang had descended upon the back mountain of the Qingyan sect, which was why the disturbance he caused upon landing had drawn the attention of Lu Xinghe and her companions. Who knows? It could merely be the sound of a rock collapsing on the back mountain, one of them speculated. However, I've heard that there is an elder of our sect who has been in seclusion in a certain area of the back mountain for several millennia. Perhaps it was the sound of their breakthrough. Another exclaimed. If so, our Qingyan sect would be saved. While I hope that that's the case, don't you think the likelihood is nearly non-existent? The elder has been in seclusion for thousands of years. If they were going to break through, they would have done so long ago. The sect has long accepted that the elder passed away due to a failed breakthrough. A sigh escaped their lips, alas. Heaven does not favor our Tianyuan sect. The disciples of the Tianyuan sect held differing opinions regarding the source of the loud noise from the back mountain, each offering their own conjectures. Enough chatter, everyone. We are nearing the back mountain. Rather than speculating here, we should investigate for ourselves. Then we will know precisely what has transpired, Li Rufeng suddenly declared. Yes, senior sister. Upon hearing her voice, the disciples promptly fell silent, refraining from further speculation. Acknowledging their obedience with a slight nod, Li Rufeng quickened her pace. Before long, she and her fellow disciples arrived at the back mountain. Just then, a loud crack of shattering stones echoed, and a cloud of dust immediately erupted from a location on the mountain. Everyone be on guard, Li Rufeng exclaimed, drawing her long sword as she shouted. The disciples behind her quickly brandished their weapons, directing their attention towards the billowing dust nearby. Cough, cough, it has finally emerged. How unfortunate to have found myself in this predicament. Uncertain whether the commotion would attract the attention of others, Suyang soon realized it indeed had. As he emerged from the swirling dust, he noticed Li Rufeng and her companions poised not far away, their focus immediately shifting to him. There were 6 of them. In terms of numbers, I was at a disadvantage, and their strength remained unknown. Currently, I stood at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, uncertain of my capability against adversaries of the immortal realm. Gazing at Li Rufeng from a distance, Suyang refrained from making any rash moves, for he recognized the imbalance in both numbers and intelligence. Thus, he resolved to observe the actions of Li Rufeng and her group. Hey, doesn't that person seem somewhat familiar? One male disciple whispered. I feel as though I've encountered him before. Where could it be? Oh dear, why can't I recall? As Suyang remained still, several disciples began to mutter among themselves. He does seem familiar, another remarked, puzzled. How is it that I can't place him? Before long, a realization struck one of the disciples. It's Ancestor Su, the portrait in the main hall of the sect. The likeness is identical. This is Ancestor Su, who has been in seclusion for thousands of years. Quickly, let us go pay our respects to the ancestor. As the disciples pondered, Li Rufeng's voice rang out in astonishment. Yes, I remember now. It's the painting in the main hall. I can't believe Ancestor Su is still alive. Ha, salvation has arrived. The Tianyuan sect is saved. Heaven has bestowed its grace. Prompted by Li Rufeng's words, the realization dawned upon the disciples. They hastily sheathed their weapons and leaped towards Suyang. Wait, are they attempting to overwhelm me with their numbers? Well, I suppose I shall test the waters. If it comes to it, I can always call for my master. The God-slaying spear. The sudden advance of Li Rufeng and her group startled Suyang. Without hesitation, he summoned the God-slaying spear, preparing to engage in battle. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 2.5 meters, 1 meter. God-slaying spear, the 9 styles of God-slaying. As Li Rufeng and her companions drew within less than a meter, Suyang began to gather his strength, ready to unleash an assault upon them. Disciple Li Rufeng respectfully welcomes the ancestor from seclusion. Disciple Zhao Gang congratulates the ancestor on his emergence. Disciple at that moment, Li Rufeng led the group in kneeling before Suyang, expressing their utmost reverence. Stop! You all! Get back! Suyang exclaimed in alarm. Boom! Bang! Confronted with this unexpected scene, Suyang found himself utterly bewildered. However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. The attack had been launched, leaving Suyang with no time to retract. Thus, in that final moment of life and death, he could only shout aloud. As soon as Suyang's voice faded, a deafening explosion erupted, surpassing even the commotion caused by his earlier descent. Chapter 0. The Elder of Tianyuan. Enshrouded in doubt as the tumult gradually subsided, Suyang stood firm, gasping for breath. Although he could not retract his attack in time, he exerted his utmost effort to slightly divert its trajectory at the last moment. This heart-stopping scene quickened Suyang's pulse, leaving him breathless for quite a while. In stark contrast, Li Rufeng and the others were utterly paralyzed by terror on the ground. A few disciples trembled uncontrollably, their bodies betraying them. Even the usually composed Li Rufeng now harbored glimmers of fear in her gaze. Positioned at the forefront, she felt the brunt of Suyang's attack, which had narrowly grazed the left side of her face, mere millimeters away. Had Suyang not altered the attack's course, she would have faced certain death, caught unawares. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, Lu Xinghe slowly turned her head to glance at the spot where Su Yang's attack had landed. Ah, is this the power of our elder? Had I been the target of that strike, I would surely be dead by now. The sight of the enormous crater in the hillside nearby left her in a state of shock. It was only at this moment that she comprehended how perilously close she had come to death. Why are you all like this? Instead of fighting back, you kneel and plead for mercy? If you must beg, must it be so close? And what is this elder nonsense? I am still quite young, hardly resembling an elder like you. Next time you concede, could you not find a more convincing excuse? It is you who are the elders. Your entire family is composed of elders. Ugh, how unfortunate to be addressed as an elder right off the bat. Does that not imply that I am nearing my demise? Regaining his composure, Su Yang pointed at Lu Xinghe and the others, unleashing a torrent of invective. This spectacle transformed the kneeling Lu Xinghe and her companions from sheer horror to utter bewilderment. Elder. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xinghe cautiously spoke, a tinge of apprehension in her tone. Elder what? Did I not make it clear that I do not wish to be called elder? I have a name. I am Su Yang. Su Yang interrupted Lu Xinghe before she could finish her sentence. The disciple dares not. Upon hearing Su Yang's insistence on being addressed by his name, Lu Xinghe immediately bowed her head in fear. Could it be that the elder has been in seclusion for too long, resulting in some confusion? Yes, that must be it. However, it is of little consequence. As long as the elder is present, those individuals shall no longer dare to harbor any ill thoughts towards the Tianyuan sect. Lu Xinghe dismissed Su Yang's words, believing instead that his prolonged seclusion had caused some disorientation. Please wait, elder. Zhao Gang, hasten to the main hall of the sect and retrieve that painting within. I suspect that the elder has been in seclusion for far too long, leading to a disarray in his memories. Upon seeing that painting, he should be able to recall something significant. Lu Xinghe rose and approached Zhao Gang, softly instructing him after their meal. I see. Very well, senior sister. Please wait a moment. I shall go at once. Upon hearing Lu Xinghe's words, Zhao Gang ceased his hesitation and swiftly made his way down the mountain. Where is he headed? Observing Zhao Gang's departing figure, Su Yang's vigilance began to stir. Cough. There is no need for concern. I have merely sent him to fetch an item. Once he sees it, you should be able to recover some memories. In response to Su Yang's confusion, Lu Xinghe promptly replied. An item? Memories? What nonsensical matters are these? What is it that I need to remember? Su Yang expressed his bewilderment. Faced with Su Yang's perplexity, Lu Xinghe became increasingly convinced that his prolonged seclusion had muddled his mind. Thus, to avoid inciting his irritation, she maintained a gentle smile while addressing him. Poor girl. So young yet with such apparent confusion. Very well, I shall not hold it against her. I will inquire about the information I urgently require. Noticing Lu Xinghe's persistent smile, Su Yang felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Hence, he decided to divert the conversation to other inquiries. You. Su Yang began, his tone nonchalant. I am Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe promptly responded. Miss Lu, do you know where this place is? Which celestial domain is this? Kunlun? Taishu? Or perhaps the Shura celestial domain? Su Yang asked with urgency. Well, none of those. Lu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's question, further solidifying her belief that he had lost his memories due to prolonged seclusion. None of those. Very well, I can accept that it is within the middle four domains. Then tell me, which celestial domain of the middle four is this? Though somewhat disheartened, Su Yang found it not entirely unacceptable. That is also incorrect. We are in the Tianyuan celestial domain. Lu Xinghe replied timidly. In the next moment, Su Yang stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue. Even his breath seemingly halted. Tianyuan. The Tianyuan celestial domain? One of the three lower domains? After what felt like an eternity, Su Yang finally uttered in disbelief. Indeed. Lu Xinghe, puzzled by Su Yang's peculiar reaction, nodded affirmatively. In the next moment, Su Yang collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling violently. Ancestor, what has happened to you? Upon witnessing Su Yang's fall, Lu Xinghe hurriedly rushed forward to assess the situation. And no, I am fine. It appears that in the eyes of my master, I am merely worthy of the lowly realms of the Tianyuan immortal domain. With a sigh, Su Yang lamented, oh no. If Wu Dao were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly mock me incessantly about it. Master, Why must you treat your eldest disciple in this manner? Are you not intentionally providing them with ammunition to ridicule my inferior strength? Lying on the ground, Su Yang's gaze was vacant, and he muttered softly to himself, Master, Wu Dao? Is there another ancestor? Why has there been no record of this within the sect? A multitude of questions arose in Lu Xinghe's mind upon hearing Su Yang's murmurs. Senior sister, I have returned. I have also brought the portrait. Just as Lu Xinghe was about to inquire further from Su Yang, Zhao Gang returned, holding a portrait in his hand. At last, you are back. Quickly, hand me the portrait. Upon Zhao Gang's arrival, Lu Xinghe momentarily set aside her confusion. Here it is, senior sister. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang stepped forward and handed the rolled-up portrait to Lu Xinghe. Thank you for your efforts. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Xinghe swiftly approached Su Yang with the portrait. Ancestor, do you remember the person depicted in this portrait? In the next instant, Lu Xinghe unfolded the portrait before Su Yang. Chapter 0. The Mysterious Portrait and the 9-Star Evil Palm. What? This portrait is unfamiliar to me. How could I possibly recognize the figures depicted within it? Wait, how on earth do you possess my likeness? In such a short span of time, you managed to produce a portrait of me? After casting a few glances at the figure in the portrait, Su Yang abruptly sat up, his expression riddled with confusion as he inquired. Ancestor, this is not something we conjured up on a whim. This portrait has been displayed in the main hall of our sect for several millennia. Do you truly have no recollection of it? You were the one who personally hung this painting in the hall. Lu Xinghe responded. I hung this. How can that be? This is my first visit to the Tianyuan immortal domain, and this portrait must have no connection to me. Su Yang vehemently shook his head in denial. Then how do you explain the fact that the person depicted bears an uncanny resemblance to you? Lu Xinghe countered. Could it be that this individual is my half-brother? But that seems implausible. Or is it merely a coincidence? Su Yang murmured softly. Ancestor, it seems you have been in seclusion for far too long. Lu Xinghe began to explain, observing Su Yang's profound bewilderment. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them from a distance, calling out in a panicked voice, Senior sister. It's bad news. Upon witnessing the commotion, Lu Xinghe stood and looked towards the source of the voice, a grave expression slowly etching itself onto her face. Speak quickly, what has transpired? She demanded as the disciple from Tianyuan sect approached. Reporting to senior sister, it's the 9-Star sect. Their members have invaded Tianyuan sect once more. Furthermore, they have injured several of our disciples upon their arrival. The messenger disciple hesitated. What else did they say? Lu Xinghe pressed, sensing the urgency. They also proclaimed that we must vacate Tianyuan sect today. From now on, the territory of Tianyuan sect will belong entirely to them, the 9-Star sect. Anyone who defies them will be met with lethal force, the messenger disciple relayed. They dare. How despicable, these scoundrels who take advantage of the weak. Senior sister, we absolutely cannot cede Tianyuan sect to them. Let us confront them together. If we must perish, we shall do so with honor. One life lost is no great loss. 2 would be a victory. Indeed, what Brother Zhao Gang said holds true. Since they are so insistent, we shall not allow them to have their way, even if it costs us our lives. Let us fight back. Upon hearing that the 9-Star sect sought to forcibly seize Tianyuan sect, the disciples of Tianyuan sect were utterly incensed, each prepared to confront their adversaries with unwavering resolve. I understand that none of you fear death, yet recklessness cannot resolve our issues. The 9-Star sect desires us to relinquish the Azure Cloud sect, but it remains to be seen if they possess the capability to do so. With the ancestor emerging from seclusion, any schemes they devise are bound to fail as long as he intervenes. Lu Xinghe spoke up. Indeed, with the ancestor's involvement, that rabble from the 9-Star sect will certainly return empty-handed. Soon, several disciples of the Azure Cloud sect turned their gazes towards Su Yang, who sat awkwardly on the ground under their scrutiny. Ancestor, our sect is in peril. We implore you to take action. Noticing Su Yang's continued silence, Lu Xinghe knelt before him. We beseech you, ancestor, intervene. The other disciples followed suit, kneeling in unison. What a turn of fate. Why must I encounter such matters upon my arrival? What is this 9-Star sect? I know nothing of them. If I act rashly, I might court disaster. Thankfully, I have my master as a trump card. And what of that portrait? Su Yang gazed at the kneeling disciples of the Azure Cloud sect, feeling both speechless and filled with questions. Ahem, rise, please. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet fate has conspired otherwise. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer feign humility. I reveal my true identity. Indeed, I am your ancestor of the Azure Cloud sect. Who would have thought that merely entering seclusion would lead to you, my juniors, nearly surrendering our sect to others? You have truly disappointed me. Su Yang slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and feigned a look of disappointment as he spoke. We acknowledge our errors. We feel unworthy of your expectations, ancestor. We are prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xinghe immediately bowed her head in contrition. At this moment, her concern was less about punishment and more about her joy at Su Yang's restored memories. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all of this was merely an act. Punishment is warranted. However, considering your loyalty to the sect, I shall temporarily waive it. Now, let us address those who seek to trouble us. Following that, the ancestor has other matters to discuss with you, Su Yang stated, then began to descend the mountain. Yes, ancestor. Lu Xinghe promptly rose and followed Su Yang, a smile gracing her face for the first time in years. Meanwhile, at the Azure Cloud Sect's plaza, a group clad in purple robes appeared. They were the members of the Nine Stars sect. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, named Shen Xinghe. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair, whose frail appearance belied an extraordinary power, accompanied him. Where is Lu Xinghe? If she does not appear soon, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre at the Qingyan sect. In the square, Shi Jingxiang spoke coldly, his tone utterly arrogant. Shi Jingxiang, do you truly believe you can meet our senior sister? If you intend to fight, then do so quickly. For us to surrender the Qingyan sect, we would rather perish. In the face of Shi Jingxiang's threats, the few remaining disciples of the Qingyan sect displayed not a shred of fear or willingness to compromise. Those who remained had long resolved to face life and death alongside the Qingyan sect. Therefore, threatening them with their lives was utterly futile. Very well, a group of fools who refuse to heed reason. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. Zhao Liang, eliminate them. Shi Jingxiang turned to the white-haired elder beside him and commanded coldly. Understood. Zhao Liang replied respectfully, then took a few steps forward. Die. He raised his right hand and struck towards the disciples of the Qingyan sect. In the next moment, a colossal palm attack surged towards them. This is a true immortal realm expert. Not good. Everyone, quickly evade. The quick-reacting disciples, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the attack, immediately shouted warnings. Overestimating yourselves. Immortal technique. 9-star slaughter palm. Zhao Liang showed no mercy, launching an even more formidable attack against the Qingyun sect disciples. This time, faced with the onslaught of multiple attacks, the disciples found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Since death is certain, let us fight with all we have. Everyone, form the Qingyun sword array. Confronted with the assault from a true immortal realm expert, these disciples, the strongest of whom were merely at the 6th level of the human immortal realm, prepared to make a final stand. The Qingyun sword array, is it? If wielded by someone of the true immortal realm, perhaps I would struggle to counter it. But you are merely a group of human immortal ants, daring to oppose me? All of you shall perish. With disdainful words, Zhao Liang increased the power in his hands. Not good. Hold your ground. Boom. Under the overwhelming force, the Qingyun sword array was ultimately shattered by Zhao Liang. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, as the array collapsed, suffered significant backlash. The Qingyun sword array is nothing more than this. Let us depart together. Zhao Liang coldly commanded, seizing the opportunity to deal a final blow to the severely wounded disciples. Born as disciples of the Qingyun sect, we shall die as its souls. We await you below. In the face of death, none of the Qingyun sect disciples displayed a hint of cowardice. Rather, they remained eerily calm. Ants are but ants. Even as the Qingyun sect faces annihilation, they foolishly oppose me. Soon, I shall summon all members of the Qingyun sect to accompany you. Beside me, Shi Jingxiang cast a glance at the group of severely injured disciples from the Qingyun sect, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Liang's assault arrived before the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Just as everyone from the Jiuxing sect believed these individuals were undoubtedly doomed, a resounding thud echoed. In an instant, a long spear soared through the air before the crowd, timely intercepting Zhao Liang's attack. Chapter 0. Su Yang strikes. Soul obliterated. Who is it? Upon the sudden emergence of the spear, Zhao Liang's countenance grew grave. He sensed a force emanating from the weapon that rivaled his own strength. Humph. Shi Xingxiang, it is you once more. Your 9-star sect has repeatedly dared to provoke my Qingyun sect. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. At that moment, several chilling voices resonated from nearby. The speaker was none other than Lu Xinghe. Ah, Lu Xinghe, you have finally made your appearance. I was beginning to think you were too frightened to show yourself. Since you are here, it is fortuitous. My 9-star sect has set its sights on this place. Today, all members of the Qingyun sect shall perish. Of course, should you consider becoming my woman, I might contemplate granting you a chance at survival. What say you? Lu Xinghe, I have treated you rather well, haven't I? Ha. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe, Shi Xingxiang immediately boasted arrogantly. Heh, I did not expect that I would encounter a fool so soon after my arrival. It's one thing to lack intelligence, but to be ugly while imagining oneself beautiful is truly laughable. Su Yang could not help but respond coolly to Shi Xingxiang's taunts. You there, who are you? Do you dare to insult me? You seek death. Zhao Liang, kill him at once. Shi Xingxiang roared furiously in response to Su Yang's public humiliation. However, Zhao Liang, instead of complying readily, regarded the advancing Su Yang with a wary expression. Zhao Liang, why do you hesitate? Have you forgotten your own identity? I command you to kill him, this instant. Seeing Zhao Liang's inaction, Shi Xingxiang barked coldly. What a fool. If it weren't for your father, you would have met your demise countless times by now, Zhao Liang thought to himself as he listened to Shi Xingxiang. Young master, this individual possesses strength beneath my own. My duty is to ensure your safety, should I leave. Zhao Liang began to explain. Silence. I care not for his strength. I want him dead now. Hurry up and do it. Shi Xingxiang interrupted, not allowing Zhao Liang to finish. Very well. Though Zhao Liang felt displeased, he dared not defy the commands of Shi Xingxiang, the precious son of the 9-star sect's leader. With that, Zhao Liang advanced once more, standing face to face with Su Yang. You tend to the injured disciples. I will handle this one. Su Yang calmly addressed Lu Xinghe, who stood aside. Yes, ancestor, do take care. Lu Xinghe replied before hastily making her way towards the heavily injured disciples of the sect. Might I inquire as to your identity? I have never encountered you before. If you are merely here to defend the Qingyun sect, I advise you to depart at once. The 9-star sect is not something you can contend with alone. For the sake of a mere Qingyun sect, sacrificing your life is a poor bargain. Gazing at Su Yang, who wore a serene expression, Zhao Liang spoke softly. You certainly do ramble. I too wish to ascertain the extent of my own strength. You appear significantly stronger than that fool. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a chuckle, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear, eager to test his current prowess. Stubborn and unyielding. If that is the case, prepare yourself. 9-star fiend palm. Seeing that he could not persuade Su Yang, Zhao Liang seized his hesitations and launched an attack. How fortuitous. God-slaying 9 styles, second style, soul sever. In response to Zhao Liang's assault, Su Yang calmly raised the god-slaying spear and fired a single shot. In an instant, the spear's intent swirled, and with a speed that defied perception, it shattered Zhao Liang's 9-star fiend palm and pierced directly through his forehead. Thud! In utter astonishment, Zhao Liang fell. His soul extinguished, his breath extinguished. This is impossible. How could you be so powerful? This scene left Shi Xingxiang utterly dumbfounded. His previously arrogant demeanor was swiftly replaced by confusion and dread. Is that it? This is far too weak. I haven't even tried seriously. Su Yang was taken aback by how easily Zhao Liang had fallen, failing to withstand even a single ordinary strike. Through this encounter, Su Yang gained a preliminary understanding of his own strength. Next, it was time to deal with the remaining individuals. After dispatching Zhao Liang, Su Yang shifted his attention to Shi Xingxiang and the other disciples of the 9-star sect. No, what do you intend to do? I warn you, my father is the leader of the 9-star sect. He is not a worthless fool like Zhao Liang. My father is a true immortal of the 9th level. If you lay a hand on me, he will surely not let you go. As Su Yang approached, Shi Xingxiang hastily invoked his father's name as a threat. Oh, a true immortal of the 9th level? How terrifying. If I were to kill you, wouldn't your father come seeking revenge? Su Yang feigned fear. You should be aware of that. However, if you let me go, I assure you I will not trouble you regarding today's incident. What do you say? Believing Su Yang to be intimidated by his words, Shi Xingxiang began to swell with arrogance once more. How does that sound? I find it rather unremarkable. My interest lies more with your father. So, you shall perish. with a subtle smile curling at the corners of Su Yang's lips. He unexpectedly pierced through Shi Zhengxiang's heart with a single shot. Uft. You. My father will not spare you. Shi Zhengxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on Su Yang, his gaze brimming with resentment and fury. In the end, Shi Zhengxiang met his demise beneath the divine retribution of Su Yang's gun. You shall join him, Su Yang declared, withdrawing the gun and swiftly eliminating the remaining disciples of the Nine-Star Sect. Not far off, the disciples of the Qingyun sect watched in awe as Su Yang effortlessly dispatched the members of the Nine-Star Sect, their faces alight with joy. How are their injuries? Su Yang inquired as he approached Lu Xinghe. Reporting to the ancestor, their lives are not in danger. However, it will take some time for them to fully recover from their injuries, Lu Xinghe replied. Very well, you shall make the necessary arrangements. Once you have settled these matters, come to the main hall of the sect. I have some questions for you, Su Yang instructed before making his way toward the distant main hall. Yes, ancestor. Lu Xinghe responded with a respectful bow. Before long, news of Su Yang's emergence from seclusion spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of Qingyun sect were overcome with joy, moved to tears by their excitement. Simultaneously, the news of Shi Zhengxiang's death reached the Nine-Star Sect. Chapter 0, Unknown Destiny. The quest for resources in the Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect. Su Yang occupied the highest seat, cradling the token entrusted to him by Li Rufeng. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he infused a trace of celestial energy into the token. In an instant, Li Rufeng's figure began to materialize before him. Disciple Li Rufeng, greetings to my esteemed master. As Li Rufeng's apparition emerged, Su Yang promptly rose and approached with utmost reverence. Little Yang, have you summoned me for a purpose? Li Rufeng turned to Su Yang, inquiring with curiosity. Master, my heart is laden with numerous uncertainties. Therefore, Su Yang began to articulate his thoughts. You wish to inquire why you bear an uncanny resemblance to the venerable ancestor of the Qingyun sect? Before Su Yang could complete his sentence, Li Rufeng interjected. Master, you were aware of this all along. Is that why you sent me here? I implore you to enlighten me regarding this matter. What is truly transpiring? Su Yang pressed for answers. Little Yang, should I disclose the truth? I too am oblivious to the intricacies of this situation, Li Rufeng replied with an air of nonchalance. Even you do not know, master? Then why did you bring me here? Su Yang's astonishment was palpable. In this world, there exist myriad mysteries that elude my comprehension. Some answers must be sought and unveiled by you alone. As for why I sent you here, Little Yang, are you familiar with the concept of destiny? Li Rufeng suddenly posed a question. Destiny? Su Yang's expression betrayed his confusion. Yes, destiny. Your destiny, Li Rufeng replied with an enigmatic tone. Disciple is dull-witted. I beseech you, master. To clarify, Su Yang expressed his respect. In this realm, every individual, every creature, indeed, every entity possesses its own destiny. Some are born as favored children of heaven, destined to dominate the ages. Others, however, remain perpetually ordinary, devoid of distinction. From the moment of their inception, the fate of all beings is irrevocably determined. Such is the essence of destiny. And you, Little Yang, do you wish to uncover what your destiny entails? Li Rufeng's demeanor shifted to one of profound mystery as he posed the question. My destiny? Master, do you know what my fate holds? Though uncertain as to why Li Rufeng had broached the topic of destiny, Su Yang felt a keen curiosity about his own fate. In response to Su Yang's inquiry, Li Rufeng did not provide an answer, but merely shook his head gently. Master, your continued shaking of the head, what does it signify? Su Yang's heart brimmed with confusion as he observed Li Rufeng's reaction. My head shakes because I cannot specify what your destiny is. Or rather, I have not discerned even a trace of your fate. This only indicates one issue. Either there exists someone stronger than your master who has completely obscured your fate, or a being devoid of destiny simply does not exist. In other words, you are not Su Yang. No, how should I articulate this? Alas, I am uncertain how to clarify it for you. In any case, regardless of which possibility it is beyond your current grasp. Previously, I traversed the river of time for your sake, seeking even the faintest trace of information pertaining to you. The Qingyun sect, then, is my sole harvest from this temporal journey. Xiao Yang, at present, I can assist you only to this extent. As for the deeper truths, it is imperative that you investigate them yourself. However, There is no need for excessive concern, regardless of the ultimate truth or whoever has orchestrated events concerning you. As long as I remain, you shall not come to harm. Li Rufeng spoke slowly. Meanwhile, Su Yang wore an expression of astonishment and confusion. He was astonished by Li Rufeng's words and bewildered by the assertion that he himself did not exist. I do not exist. Then what am I? Is this not contradictory? Or is it possible that someone has meddled with my fate to such an extent that even my master cannot discern it? Qingyun's sect, the ancestors. What secrets lie hidden within me? Su Yang lowered his head, repeatedly questioning himself in his heart. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not unravel the secrets concealed within. Thank you, master. Rest assured, regardless of what is hidden within me, I will one day unearth it personally. And you, no matter the time or place, will always be my master. After a long pause, Su Yang spoke solemnly. Haha, your resolve brings me great comfort. Now, let us not linger on these ethereal matters. Have you encountered anything within the Tianyuan sect that requires my intervention? Li Rufeng inquired with a slight smile. Oh, speaking of which, I do have a question to pose, master. I intend to use the Tianyuan sect as a foundation to develop my own power. Subsequently, I shall participate in the grand battle of the myriad sects in the celestial realm under the banner of the Tianyuan sect. Su Yang declared. This is a commendable idea. However, how you proceed is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere. What is it you wish to inquire about? Li Rufeng responded with curiosity. Master. Developing the Tianyuan sect must require substantial resources, correct? I lack the skills, techniques, weapons, and celestial stones. Thus, I wonder if you might possess any of these? Su Yang asked with a broad smile directed at Li Rufeng. You rascal, do you intend to treat me as your resource reservoir? Your junior disciples have not requested resources from me, yet you dare to ask? Li Rufeng remarked, his expression darkened. Ahem, esteemed master. You must show some understanding towards your disciple, Su Yang replied, feigning a look of profound grievance. You have cast me into the lower realms of the Tianyuan immortal domain. And now I find myself at the Tianyuan sect, which is on the brink of being encroached upon by other sections. This truly feels like an inauspicious beginning for me. If you do not assist me, I shall find myself in dire straits. As Su Yang spoke, he put on an exaggerated display of distress. Observing Su Yang's theatrical performance, Li Rufeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Enough of your dramatics. It would be a shame to waste your talent on such antics. Now, tell me what resources you require and in what quantity. As long as your requests are reasonable, I shall accommodate you. After a few moments, Li Rufeng reluctantly uttered these words. Thank you, esteemed master. I knew you held me in regard, Su Yang beamed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's consent to provide resources, Su Yang immediately transformed his expression into one of joy and, without waiting for a response, bounded toward the hall's exit. Li Rufeng shook his head slightly, then settled into a nearby seat. Before long, Su Yang returned, accompanied by another figure. This individual was none other than Lu Xinghe, the senior sister of the Tianyuan sect. Who is that? Why is she seated in the sect leader's position? Upon entering the hall, Lu Xinghe noticed Li Rufeng occupying the main seat and was struck with curiosity, having never encountered him before. Master, I have returned. This is our senior sister from the Tianyuan sect, Lu Xinghe, Su Yang introduced. The ancestor's esteemed disciple. What? At Su Yang's revelation, Lu Xinghe appeared momentarily dazed. Disciple Lu Xinghe pays her respects to the ancestor. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xinghe promptly knelt to pay her respects to Li Rufeng. Lu Xinghe? Why have you summoned her? She is rather young. I have no interest in her. Li Rufeng remarked, casting a cursory glance at Lu Xinghe before speaking with indifference. Chapter 0. The Wind Spirit's Feather Garment Takes Over the Tianyuan Sect. Ahem, esteemed master. Your disciple is not well versed in the circumstances surrounding the Tianyuan sect, which is why I have summoned you. Pray tell, Lu Xinghe, how many disciples and elders remain in the Tianyuan sect, and what are their levels of cultivation? Additionally, what is the current state of our sect's cultivation resources? I implore you to address these inquiries thoroughly. Although Su Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the words spoken by Li Rufeng, he dared not voice any dissent, for Li Rufeng was his revered master. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe, who had been keeping her head bowed, slightly raised it upon hearing Su Yang's questions. The earlier remarks from Li Rufeng had indeed startled the young girl. Ahem, My dear disciple was merely jesting. Please articulate the answers to my queries one by one. Su Yang said, sensing Lu Xingye's lingering trepidation. Yes, esteemed ancestor. Since the sect leader was ambushed and grievously injured a few years ago, the Tianyuan sect has been in a state of decline. After the unfortunate demise of our leader, the sect fell into utter disarray. Within less than 3 days, all the elders fled, and the disciples likewise abandoned the sect to join nearby ones. Currently, including myself, there are fewer than 20 disciples who have not yet departed the Tianyuan sect. As for our cultivation resources, those elders took everything with them when they left. The only valuable remnants of the Tianyuan sect are the structures themselves, Lu Xingye replied, her voice tinged with a mix of anger and resignation. Fewer than 20 individuals, and all cultivation resources have been appropriated by the elders? How do you manage the remaining disciples' cultivation needs? Su Yang inquired. In response, esteemed ancestor, we essentially do not rely on cultivation resources. Occasionally, I take a few capable disciples outside the sect to earn some celestial stones. However, due to our relatively modest abilities, we only manage to acquire a handful of stones each time we venture out. Without celestial stones for cultivation, our progress is exceedingly slow. Yet, we have grown accustomed to this predicament, Lu Xingye replied. Ah, I see. I am curious as to why you have chosen not to leave the Tianyuan sect. Logically, it should not be difficult for you to join another sect. At this moment, Li Rufeng interjected from above. In response to my revered master, since the day I joined the Tianyuan sect, my destiny has been intertwined with it. Although I recognize that departing from the current Tianyuan sect might be the wisest choice, it is not a choice I desire, even if it is the correct one. Perhaps it is due to foolishness, perhaps loyalty, or perhaps nostalgia. The precise reason eludes me. Lu Xingye confessed. Lu Xingye responded, haha, your answer is quite amusing. Xiaoyang, she is remarkable. Nurture her well. Upon hearing Lu Xingye's words, Li Rufeng rose to his feet and spoke with a smile. The disciple understands. Su Yang immediately replied, thank you, master. Lu Xingye followed suit with her gratitude. Here, I present to you 500 celestial level techniques and martial arts, along with 1,000 celestial weapons. In addition, there are 100 million celestial stones and various elixirs and resources for cultivation. This should suffice for the development of the Tianyuan sect. As for what you may lack later, well, you shall find your own way to acquire it. The celestial realm is vast, abundant in resources. Li Rufeng produced a storage ring and tossed it to Su Yang, while advising him, I am astonished. So much, Su Yang exclaimed in excitement. Thank you, master. With these resources, I am confident that I can elevate the Tianyuan sect to become the foremost sect in the Tianyuan celestial domain, perhaps even the entire celestial realm. Upon receiving the storage ring, Su Yang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The forces in the celestial realm are not as weak as you might imagine. However, I look forward to the day when the Tianyuan sect becomes the leading sect in the celestial realm, though I fear your adversaries may not be those sects, but rather the likes of Wu Dao and his companions. Li Rufeng chuckled, haha. I too am eager to see which of your sects will claim the title of the foremost in the celestial realm. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. As for my junior brothers and sisters, with me around, they can contend for the title of the second sect in the celestial realm, Su Yang declared confidently. Is that so? Then I shall anticipate your performance. Well, the time is near. I must take my leave. That little girl, come here. Li Rufeng suddenly turned and called out to Lu Xingye below. Me? Lu Xingye asked uncertainly upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Who else could it be? Master has called you. Come quickly. Su Yang urged without waiting for Li Rufeng to speak. Oh, I am coming right away. Lu Xingye no longer hesitated and promptly made her way towards Li Rufeng. Soon, she stood before him. The wind. Feeling the power of cultivation within Lu Xingye, Li Rufeng raised his hand and touched her forehead. This technique is called Harmony of Wind Spirit. Devote yourself to its practice. This method will aid you in comprehending the essence of the way of wind. Once you achieve the realm where wind becomes you, and you become the wind, you will have fully mastered this technique. At that point, with a mere gesture, you will command the very forces of wind in the world. After a few moments, Li Rufeng slowly lowered his right hand and began to explain. Moreover, this is the wind spirit feather garment, which will enable you to harness the power of the wind more effectively. I bestow it upon you. As he spoke, Li Rufeng conjured a delicate azure dress. The moment it materialized, The wind spirit feather garment emanated waves of azure light, with the essence of wind swirling continuously upon it. This is far too precious. The disciple cannot accept. Upon witnessing Li Rufeng present such a rare treasure, Lu Xinghe instinctively attempted to decline. Precious? It's merely ordinary. If you perform well next time, I may even gift you something grander. You will need to assist Xiaoyang, and having insufficient strength is not acceptable. Well then, this is settled. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Before I depart, do remind Xiaoyang for me. Do you recall what I previously conveyed? Trust no one but yourself, not even your master. Remember this well. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the grand hall before Su Yang could respond. Farewell, master. Farewell, ancestor. Su Yang and Lu Xinghe respectfully uttered in unison. Trust no one. Did the master perceive something, hence this admonition? If that is the case, I shall uncover who is plotting secrets unknown to me. Su Yang felt a heightened sense of vigilance, recognizing that Li Rufeng's final words were not without reason. Ancestor, this. Just as Su Yang pondered, Lu Xinghe's voice suddenly broke the silence. Oh, since this garment is a gift from the master, you should accept it. The master's words hold great truth. In my future endeavors to develop the Tianyuan sect, I will undoubtedly require assistance. As the esteemed senior sister of the sect, you are the most suitable choice. Therefore, the stronger you become, the greater your aid will be to me. Su Yang returned to the present and spoke. Indeed, ancestor, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to assist you in advancing the Tianyuan sect. With Su Yang's affirmation, Lu Xinghe no longer resisted and subsequently accepted the wind spirit feather garment. By the way, please summon the disciples who have yet to leave the sect. Since they have remained during our most perilous times, they shall receive the sect's robust support in the future. I value their loyalty to the sect over mere talent. Henceforth, I can entrust certain affairs of the Tianyuan sect to their management. Su Yang articulated. Yes, ancestor. I shall call them at once. Responding respectfully, Lu Xinghe promptly departed towards the hall's entrance. Observing Lu Xinghe's retreating figure, Su Yang settled down beside the position of the sect leader. Meanwhile, he continued to reflect upon the words Li Rufeng had previously imparted. Fate, Tianyuan sect, Su Yang murmured softly, gradually lowering his head as he sank into a deep contemplation. Chapter 0. The Kunlun Immortal Realm. The Divine Pen of Creation. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Immortal Realm, atop a small hill, Li Rufeng gradually opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form. There was once again an enigmatic aura that eluded my understanding. This journey through the immortal realm is becoming increasingly intriguing. I hope you do not render my experience too mundane. On Su Yang's side, Li Rufeng sensed yet another inscrutable presence. However, he harbored no undue concern about it. After all, he was eager to uncover the secrets that Su Yang concealed. Ding! A child of great fortune has been detected 50 miles away from the host. Would you like to view their information panel? Just as Li Rufeng was poised to continue his exploration of the Kunlun Immortal Realm, the system's notification resonated within his mind. A child of great fortune? Am I truly so fortunate to encounter such serendipity upon my arrival in the Kunlun Immortal Realm? System, display the individual's information panel. Understood, host. The information panel is now open. Name, Ma Liang. Realm, human immortal, 7th level. Fortune value, 3,500, increasing. Information, born with immense fortune and possesses a companion treasure. The Divine Pen of Creation. Divine Pen of Creation, an extraordinarily powerful and mysterious treasure, capable of creating and generating all things in the world. Even the potential to bring forth new life and worlds, as well as the ability to forge new laws of the Dao. A companion treasure. The Divine Pen of Creation? A mere pen capable of conjuring life and entire worlds? Is this not a bit excessive? How does this differ from cheating? Moreover, with a fortune value already at 3,500 and still increasing? Upon reviewing Ma Liang's information panel, Li Rufeng experienced a flicker of astonishment. Although Ma Liang's current strength was not formidable, his fortune and that companion treasure, especially its absurd capabilities, were indeed remarkable. To the host, Ma Liang's fortune is intrinsically linked to his treasure. If he can gradually awaken and master the powers of the Divine Pen of Creation, his fortune will continue to ascend. Should he succeed in creating a new world, he will, like the host, become the sovereign of that realm. At that point, He may even be able to engage in a few exchanges with the host. Goodness, is he truly that formidable? Will his power surpass mine? The host need not worry. As fellow sovereigns of worlds, the strength of each individual's realm dictates their power. Moreover, the host's primordial small world, once it flourishes, will become the most powerful realm in existence. Furthermore, with the host possessing this system, there is no need to fear that Ma Liang's strength will eclipse yours. However, when encountering such a promising individual, the host must not let this opportunity slip away. Oh, now that you mention it, I am reassured. Moreover, I certainly cannot miss out on such talent. System, please reveal this person's precise location to me, Li Rufeng responded. The specific location of Ma Liang has been transmitted to the host's mind, came the reply. Is he here? It would be quite splendid to take Ma Liang as a disciple. After reviewing the location in his mind, Li Rufeng murmured to himself. Immediately thereafter, his figure vanished from the spot, soaring towards Ma Liang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in a mountain range 50 miles away from Li Rufeng, a gathering of several hundred figures was taking place. Crack! You worthless scoundrel! Hurry up! Are you tired of living? A voice filled with fury erupted from the crowd. The speaker was a fierce-looking middle-aged man wielding a black whip. This man, known as Black Kuei, was a squad leader tasked with overseeing the celestial stone mine. At Black Kuei's feet lay a ragged old man, who bore a long, bloody gash across his back, with fresh crimson blood oozing from the wound. Black Captain, I have been digging all morning without rest, so my speed has slowed. The elderly victim, despite being beaten and berated by Black Kuei, dared not show any sign of discontent. He even forced a smile in an attempt to appease him. I don't care if you're tired or not. Just get back to work. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll be the first to whip you to death. Black Kuei interjected coldly, cutting off the old man's explanation. Yes, I understand. I will get to work right away, the old man replied, struggling to rise from the ground, disregarding his injuries, and turning to enter the mine to continue excavating the celestial stones. Bah, a wretch should know their place. Old fool. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some strength left, I would have killed you long ago, Black Kuei scoffed, watching the old man's retreating figure with disdain. Clink, clink. Shortly thereafter, the old man arrived deep within the celestial stone mine, where the sound of stones being struck echoed all around. Grandpa Nyo, your back injury. That dog of a man struck you again. How despicable, such a bully. A young boy, noticing the old man's wound, exclaimed in anger. This youth was Ma Liang, clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with dust. Yet, even amidst such disarray, his handsome and resilient visage could not be obscured. What? That Black Kuei has struck again. Truly a wretched individual. Grandfather Nyo, how is your health? Do you need to rest for a moment? Soon, Ma Liang's voice attracted considerable attention. Upon learning that Grandfather Nyo had been assaulted, they all expressed their indignation. Thank you all for your concern. I am fine. Alas, I have long grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, with age, my strength wanes, making me susceptible to the blows from those individuals, sighed Grandfather Nyo. No, this cannot be allowed to stand. Grandfather Nyo, wait here. I shall confront He Kuei. He is merely a squad leader. I refuse to believe I cannot best him. The people here have all been captured from various regions of the Kunlun immortal domain to toil in the mines. Ma Liang was merely 10 years old when he was seized. Over the years, Grandfather Nyo has cared for him, treating him like a beloved grandson. Therefore, witnessing Grandfather Nyo being harmed ignited a fire within him. Child Nyo, please do not act impulsively. A mere scratch will not bring about my demise. I am old now and do not have much time left. There is no need for you to provoke those individuals on behalf of a dying man. Moreover, even if you were to best He Kuei, what would that accomplish? He merely acts on the orders of those within the Kunlun Hall. By antagonizing him, you invite trouble from Kunlun Hall itself. That is Kunlun Hall we are discussing. Opposing them leads only to destruction. You are still young, and perhaps there will be opportunities for you to escape this place in the future. Therefore, do not commit any irreparable acts because of me. Seeing Ma Liang's furious expression, Grandfather Nyo grasped him firmly and implored him. Indeed, child, you are still young. Even if revenge for Grandfather Nyo is warranted, it should not fall upon your shoulders. We are here for support. Furthermore, Grandfather Nyo is right. He Kuei is backed by the Kunlun Hall, a force beyond our reach. Though difficult to accept, it must be said, if Kunlun Hall wishes us dead, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. rather than sacrifice our lives in vain. It is wiser to endure. Alas, it is better to exercise restraint. The others around them sighed in resignation. Kunlun Hall, the mightiest force within the Kunlun immortal domain. It is precisely for this reason that no one dares to offend it, even those of us who have endured much suffering. Cursed be the despicable Kunlun Hall. My parents perished at their hands for me. Now, the kind grandfather Nyo and my uncles are still coerced into these arduous tasks. Were it not for the fear of drawing the attention of Kunlun Hall to that object's existence, I would have long since dealt with these tyrants. If I possessed formidable strength, I would not fear exposing my true capabilities, nor would I find myself in such a helpless predicament. At this moment, Ma Liang's heart was a tumult of rage and helplessness. Even he himself is unaware if he will ever have the chance to escape this wretched place in his lifetime. Chapter 0. The Celestial Stone Vein. Unexpected gains. All right, everyone, disperse now. Let us all return to our tasks. If today's objectives remain unfulfilled, I fear that He Kuei will once again unleash his wrath upon us. Shortly thereafter, Grandpa Nyo addressed the concerned onlookers regarding his injuries. Very well, we shall get to work. The crowd resolved to exert themselves today, each person vowing to alleviate some of Grandpa Nyo's workload, thereby granting him a chance for further rest. Swiftly, the surrounding individuals scattered, hastening to excavate the celestial stone vein. Grandpa Nyo, I too shall commence my duties. Once I complete my tasks, I will return to assist you. Ma Liang, standing nearby, ultimately refrained from seeking out He Kuei, for he understood that, even if he did, revealing his secrets would yield no beneficial outcome. Indeed, child, go ahead, Grandpa Nyo nodded in response to Ma Liang's words. Meanwhile, outside the celestial stone cavern, within a tent, He Kuei knelt respectfully before two young men and a woman of ethereal beauty. Greetings, esteemed sirs. May I inquire if you have any directives for us? The two young men were known as Fan Teng and Hong Shuangfei, while the woman was named Shangwan Yule. He Kuei's deference stemmed from their affiliation with the Kunlun Hall. Humph, are you the one in charge of this celestial stone vein? Fan Teng coldly inquired. Regarding the kneeling He Kuei, reporting to you, my lord, I am but a mere squad leader, tasked with overseeing the miners. The true overseer of this celestial stone vein is Captain Zhang Hu. However, he has been absent for several days due to certain matters, He Kuei replied. Is that so? Whether he is present or not is of no consequence. We have come for two purposes. First, we shall take possession of all the celestial stones you've excavated. Second, we are here under orders to investigate a particular individual. You need only cooperate with us fully. Do you understand? Fan Teng stated coldly. Understood. I comprehend fully. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. I shall ensure complete cooperation, He Kuei responded with utmost respect. Very well then. Enlighten us regarding the quantity of celestial stones you have mined over the past few months, interjected Hong Shuangfei, who had remained silent until now, a smile gracing his lips. Certainly. In these past months, we have excavated a total of 880 million celestial stones. Moreover, we have uncovered exceedingly rare celestial jade, He Kuei reported. What? You have discovered celestial jade? Pray tell, how much of it do you currently possess? Upon hearing the mention of celestial jade, Fan Teng was immediately astonished and inquired further. In the celestial realm, the most commonly utilized resource for cultivation is the celestial stone. However, the efficacy of celestial jade surpasses that of celestial stones. In terms of conversion, a single piece of celestial jade equates to 1,000 celestial stones, which highlights its exceptional rarity. Returning to your lord, there exists a total of 2,500,000 pieces of celestial jade, He Kuei promptly replied. What? 2,500,000. Such an abundance. Excellent, excellent. You have all accomplished a significant feat with this substantial harvest of celestial jade. Upon our return, I shall report your merits to the Kunlun Palace. Subsequently, rewards shall be bestowed upon you, Fan Teng remarked, a beaming smile adorning his face. Thank you, my lord. It is our honor to serve the Kunlun Palace. Upon hearing of the rewards, He Kuei was filled with delight. Very well. As long as you serve the Kunlun Palace with utmost dedication, you shall not be neglected. Now, let us address the second matter. Is there someone here named Ma Yu? Fan Teng continued his inquiries. Ma Yu? I recall. Indeed, there is a young man by that name here. May I inquire as to why my lord seeks this individual? He Kuei asked curiously. Humph. It is of no consequence to share. His true name is not Ma Yu, but rather Ma Liang, Fan Teng replied nonchalantly. Ma Liang. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, it is he. Ma Yu is actually the Ma Liang that the Kunlun Palace has been pursuing. He Kuei soon remembered the information about Ma Liang, his expression transforming into one of utter astonishment. Now that you are aware, our purpose here is to bring this Ma Liang back to the Kunlun Palace. Henceforth, you are to fetch Ma Liang. Additionally, bring forth the celestial stones and celestial jade that have been mined. We do not appreciate prolonged waiting. I trust you comprehend my meaning, Fan Teng stated coolly. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment, esteemed lords. I shall promptly retrieve the individual and the items you seek. With that, He Kuei hastily rose and exited the tent. Ha, this fellow truly possesses the potential to be a commendable dog, Fan Teng chuckled. Holy maiden, I did not anticipate such an unexpected bounty this time. So much celestial jade will suffice for your cultivation for quite some time. After He Kuei departed, Fan Teng's gaze turned towards Shangwan Yulei, who had remained silent. Although Fan Teng made a concerted effort to conceal his emotions, flickers of astonishment and desire danced in the depths of his eyes. Celestial jade must be submitted to the Kunlun Palace. Even I cannot utilize it at will. Furthermore, keep your eyes to yourself. Should there be another instance, you shall face dire consequences. Shangwan Yulei's voice was remarkably calm, yet it conveyed an immense sense of oppression. Holy maiden, forgive me. I deserve punishment. I assure you, there will be no next time. Upon hearing Shangwan Yulei's words, Fan Teng was so frightened that he immediately knelt and bowed his head in submission. To the side, Hong Shuangfei averted his gaze, not daring to utter a word in plea for Fan Teng's mercy. Casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Fan Teng, Shangwan Yulei retracted his gaze, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, after a considerable flight, Li Rufeng finally arrived at the celestial stone vein where Ma Liang was located. It seems they are mining something here. What is it? Ah, celestial stones. I did not expect such an unexpected gain. A smile broke upon Li Rufeng's lips at the discovery of the celestial stones being excavated below. Although he had no need for them himself, his disciple could certainly benefit. Moreover, since he had come across them, it would be illogical for Li Rufeng to disregard these celestial stones. Swiftly, Li Rufeng descended, landing upon an expanse that had already been excavated. His sudden appearance quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Who dares to intrude upon the celestial stone mine? This is the territory of the Kunlun Hall. You possess remarkable audacity. Several guards stationed at the celestial stone mine swiftly surrounded Li Rufeng, speaking in cold tones. The Kunlun Hall? Is that of any concern to me? Li Rufeng replied flatly, regarding the guards before him. You, seeking death. Altogether now, capture this arrogant individual. Witnessing Li Rufeng's audacity, the surrounding guards surged forward, intent on apprehending him. You are indeed quite diligent, though your strength leaves much to be desired. Capturing me? Even the master of Kunlun Hall would not dare to utter such words. With a serene smile, Li Rufeng's demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy as he glared at the approaching guards. Chapter 0. Encounter with the Black Fiend, pen in hand with a sudden whoosh and a resounding crash. The guards were violently propelled backward, crashing against the surrounding stone walls, utterly incapacitated. What a fragile bunch, Li Rufeng muttered to himself. And then he strode purposefully into the depths of the celestial stone mine. The workers who had just been transporting celestial stones stood frozen in shock, too astonished to utter a single sound. It wasn't until Li Rufeng's figure completely disappeared into the mine that they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Who was that person? In all my time here, I have never witnessed anyone daring to strike those who serve the Kunlun Palace. If this news reaches Kunlun Palace, that young master is likely to. Well done. If I were not overpowered by them, I would have relished the opportunity to strike them myself. Clearly, this individual possesses some kind of backing to act so boldly. We should refrain from concerning ourselves with others' affairs. By the way, the Black Fiend has just entered the mine. What if that person encounters him? Do you think the Black Fiend might also receive a beating? Who knows? The Black Fiend is a true celestial realm powerhouse. I hope that young master truly has some support, otherwise. After Li Rufeng departed, the workers began to murmur among themselves in hushed tones. However, they were overwhelmingly supportive of Li Rufeng's actions, with many expressing concern for his well-being. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had approached the deeper recesses of the mine. Coincidentally, at that moment, The Black Fiend was leading Ma Liang out of the mine. Soon enough, Li Rufeng and the Black Fiend crossed paths. Who are you? How did you get in here? Are those fools outside letting anyone in? The Black Fiend immediately confronted Li Rufeng with a cold, accusatory tone. Yet, Li Rufeng did not even glance at him. His gaze was fixed on Ma Liang behind the Black Fiend. Why does this person keep staring at me? Surely he doesn't harbor any intentions. Seemingly uncomfortable under Li Rufeng's scrutiny, Ma Liang instinctively took a few steps back. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? If you don't respond, I'll ensure you never have to answer again. The Black Fiend's fury surged as Li Rufeng continued to ignore him, and he shouted in exasperation. At that moment, Li Rufeng's expression turned icy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared right before the Black Fiend, seizing his throat with one hand and lifting him off the ground. Ugh, you. The Black Fiend struggled for breath, his voice muffled as he attempted to pry Li Rufeng's hand from his throat. Crack. Bang. Without allowing the black-clad figure to continue his futile struggle, Li Rufeng swiftly snapped his neck and, with a casual gesture, cast him aside. This sudden turn of events left Ma Liang momentarily stunned, causing him to instinctively retreat several meters in fear. You killed him? Ma Liang eventually managed to swallow hard and asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Oh, is killing him not permissible? Li Rufeng replied with an air of nonchalance. He has the backing of the Kunlun Hall. You have killed him. It would be wise for you to flee the Kunlun immortal realm. Yet, I suspect it may be futile. If the Kunlun Hall wishes to eliminate someone, there is no one in the immortal realm they cannot find, Ma Liang cautioned. Is that so? How fortuitous. I have no desire to die. In the entirety of the immortal realm, there exists no one capable of slaying me. Li Rufeng remarked with a faint smile. By the way, are you Ma Liang? He continued. You have mistaken me. My name is Ma Yu. I am not the Ma Liang you seek, Ma Liang exclaimed, initially startled, but quickly regained his composure. Ma Yu? Ha, you truly lack creativity in naming. Well then, I have come here specifically for you. Tell me about the situation here. What brings you to this place? Judging by your appearance, it seems you have suffered greatly. Li Rufeng stated calmly. That is of no concern to you. You are here for the item on me, are you not? Humph. I was kind enough to warn you to leave the Kunlun immortal realm, yet you are no different from those in the Kunlun Hall. Let me make this clear. Even in death, I will never relinquish that item. If you attempt to force me, it would be futile. Once I perish, that item will vanish with me. So be it. I would rather die than allow you to obtain it. Ma Liang retorted coldly, refusing to yield despite Li Rufeng's formidable presence. This little fellow may lack strength, yet he exhibits a remarkable fearlessness towards death. However, regrettably, your tactic is ineffective against me. As his words fell, Li Rufeng suddenly raised his hand and seized control of Ma Liang. Come forth, he commanded, addressing not Ma Liang directly, but rather the divine brush of creation dwelling within him. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A radiant golden light erupted from Ma Liang's body. As the brilliance faded, the divine brush of creation floated serenely above his head. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? Ma Liang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the sudden manifestation of the divine brush. Moreover, from the essence of the Creator's pen, I found myself sensing a peculiar fear emanating from it. Can the Creator's pen truly experience fear? Is this genuine? Could the statements made earlier be authentic? Ma Liang gazed at Li Rufeng with astonishment, while a sense of numbness began to settle within him. Is this the Creator's pen? It appears rather unremarkable. Li Rufeng seized the Creator's pen from above Ma Liang's head and began to examine it casually. You wouldn't mind if I used it, would you? After a brief pause, Li Rufeng suddenly inquired of Ma Liang. No, not at all. Ma Liang felt a sense of bafflement, sensing that Li Rufeng was deliberately teasing him. That's splendid. I have heard that creations drawn with this pen can manifest into reality. My curiosity compels me to give it a try. What shall I draw? An idea sparked in Li Rufeng's mind. Without delay, he began to gesticulate with the Creator's pen in the air before him. As Li Rufeng became increasingly absorbed in his creation, the constraints binding Ma Liang gradually dissipated unbeknownst to him. He could indeed wield the Creator's pen. It made sense. He had managed to evoke it with merely a word. The ability to use the Creator's pen now seemed less astonishing. This individual's prowess is undoubtedly formidable. No, not merely formidable. It is extraordinarily exceptional. If I could take him as my mentor, I might have a chance to avenge my grievances. Grandpa Nyo and the others would no longer need to toil in the Kunlun Palace's celestial stone mines. Observing Li Rufeng as he painted, the thought of apprenticeship began to take root in Ma Liang's heart. At last, after approximately 20 breaths, Li Rufeng beamed with satisfaction at his creation. In the next moment, the painting before him began to radiate a brilliant golden light, so dazzling that Li Rufeng momentarily found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Moments later, as the golden glow subsided, Li Rufeng's painting came to life. Chapter 0. The Rooster Emperor, Apprenticing Ma Liang Cluck. Suddenly, a resoundingly sharp voice echoed in the air. Was that a chicken? Ma Liang, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the magnificent rooster, found himself puzzled as to why Li Rufeng would choose to depict a chicken. Oh, master. With a call, the rooster flew before Li Rufeng and began to speak. My heavens! It actually spoke? Why is it that among all the creatures I have drawn, not a single one has been able to utter a word? In that moment, Ma Liang was once again astounded by Li Rufeng, or more precisely, by the rooster that Li Rufeng had illustrated. Have you never seen a talking chicken, you rustic fool? I am no ordinary chicken. I am the emperor of chickens. What is so strange about speaking? The rooster retorted without a hint of modesty. Emperor of chickens? Ha 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 ha. Ma Liang could only force a laugh at the rooster's proclamation, unsure of how to respond. Ahem, well then, I have a question. Are you completely a rooster now? Will you revert to being just a painting after some time? Li Rufeng inquired curiously. In response to my master, no, I am indeed a genuine rooster. From the moment of my birth, I have been a new life. Though I do not understand why I have come to be, I am certain that I exist as a real rooster, the rooster answered. Oh, so that means your flesh is edible? Li Rufeng said with a grin, eyeing the rooster before him. Ah, no. Master, my meat is tough and stringy, and there's hardly any of it. Besides, I don't bathe, so I am dirty and smell foul. Perhaps, master, you should spare me? I could hunt for you some delectable beasts with more meat. Please, grant me my life. As a chicken, the rooster pleaded, a nervous laugh escaping its beak. Just moments ago, were you not so proud? The emperor of chickens? I think you are more akin to a rustic fool among chickens, Ma Liang remarked, seizing the opportunity to retaliate at the sight of the rooster's comical demeanor. You. Humph, just you wait. This chicken lord shall deal with you later. Master, what do you think of what I just said? The rooster replied casually, then turned its pleading gaze back to Li Rufeng. Fine, then I shall not eat you. However, should you fail to capture the demon beast in the future, I shall be the first to stew you. No, perhaps braised, or better yet, stir-fried would be more fitting, Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. Fear not, master. Such a diminutive demon beast is but a mere trifle for me. Whenever you desire a particular demon beast to feast upon, simply inform me. Even that celestial dragon in the sky, I shall procure for you, master. The rooster flattered eagerly. Ha, a celestial dragon? Do not be surprised if you find yourself unworthy of even a mere morsel of it, retorted Ma Liang, overhearing the rooster's boast. You little brat, do you truly think you can bully me, the esteemed rooster? If you have the skill, come and spar with me. Let us see if you don't end up kneeling in surrender. The rooster bristled at Ma Liang's provocation. Enough, I never imagined that the two of you, from such different species, could engage in a quarrel. This acquisition is indeed promising. Make good use of it henceforth. Furthermore, since you address me as master, you shall henceforth be called Ama. I have it. Let us go with Shao Kuan, Li Rufeng interjected, interrupting the dispute between the man and the rooster. Shao Kuan, thank you for bestowing me a name, master. From now on, I shall be known as Shao Kuan. Now, little rascal, let me hear you call me Kuan Yi. Shao Kuan proudly proclaimed to Ma Liang. Observing the insufferably smug Shao Kuan, Ma Liang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Senior, I have something to discuss with you. Steeling himself, Ma Liang grasped the creative divine brush tossed to him by Li Rufeng and spoke up. Oh, you have something to say? Very well, speak. I am listening, Li Rufeng replied, a hint of curiosity gracing his expression. Thump. I, Ma Liang, wish to request that you take me as your disciple. If you consent, this brush shall be yours from this moment forth. Suddenly, Ma Liang stepped forward, unhesitatingly kneeling before Li Rufeng, presenting the creative divine brush with both hands. To take on a disciple? Oh, do tell me why you wish to be my student. Li Rufeng inquired, a look of intrigue on his face. In response, I seek to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I avenge my parents. Only by becoming stronger can Grandfather Niu and the others be free from any torment. Only by becoming stronger can I seize control of my own destiny. Ma Liang answered, his somewhat grimy face betraying an unwavering resolve. Gazing at the earnest expression of Ma Liang, a faint smile crept upon Li Rufeng's lips. Very well. In light of your sincerity and the bond we share, I shall grant your request. Moments later, Li Rufeng spoke with a smile. Truly, disciple Ma Liang pays respects to master. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Ma Liang was immediately filled with excitement. Very well, rise. From this moment forth, you shall be the 7th disciple of your master. Your senior brothers and sisters will be introduced to you when the opportunity arises. Furthermore, take back this divine brush. It holds no utility for me. I only accept disciples without imparting teachings. Henceforth, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Of course, should you require resources or encounter any challenges during your training, feel free to approach me, Li Rufeng said slowly. The 7th disciple, is it? Yes, master, I understand. Ma Liang replied. Well then, it is time for you to depart with me. Do you have any matters to attend to? If so, hasten to take care of them. Li Rufeng nodded and continued. Master, the individuals here have been captured by the Black Kuei and forced to mine the celestial stone veins. I wish to rescue them. Ma Liang responded. Very well, gather them together. They may leave with us, and once we have departed from this place, we shall find them a suitable refuge. Li Rufeng spoke softly, though he was indifferent to the fates of the miners. Yet, since Ma Liang had spoken, he did not refuse the opportunity to be benevolent. Understood. Master, I shall inform Elder Niu and the others at once. With a joyful expression, Ma Liang turned and hurried deeper into the mine. Once Ma Liang had departed, the leisurely Li Rufeng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the lifeless form of the Black Kuei. Approaching the fallen foe, he discovered 2 storage rings upon him. What a fortunate stroke of luck! I nearly overlooked this. Such an abundance of celestial stones, at least 7 or 800 million, I presume. The contents of this storage ring possess more celestial energy than the stones themselves. If only there were a few 100 million more, he mused. Nonetheless, having some is better than having none. The next time a disciple requests celestial stones, I need not expend points in the system marketplace. Li Rufeng stowed the 2 storage rings, speaking to himself. It seems this celestial stone vein has yet to be fully exploited. When we leave, I shall conveniently gather some for the Taichu small world. After collecting the celestial stones and jade, I have my sights set on this celestial stone vein as well. The adage, a thief does not leave empty-handed, holds true, does it not? Meanwhile, on another side, Fan Teng and his companions began to grow impatient as they awaited Li Rufeng's return. Chapter 0. The demise of Fan Teng and the ethereal body of Shen Xinghe. Why has that black-cloaked figure taken so long? Why has he not yet returned with the person? Must we endure such a lengthy wait? Does he have a death wish? Within the tent, Fan Teng spoke coldly, his displeasure evident. Perhaps unforeseen circumstances have delayed him. Let us wait a little longer. He is but an insignificant insect and would not dare to cause any trouble before us, Hong Shuangfei replied. Nearby, on a chair, Shangguan Yulei slightly furrowed his brow, his expression shifting subtly. Moments later, he abruptly rose to his feet. Something must have occurred. To the mine. He uttered a few words and turned to exit the tent. What? Something has happened? Both Fan Teng and his companion were taken aback. Without further thought, the 2 hastily followed Shangguan Yulei out of the tent. Child, are you certain your master can lead us away? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. You should leave with your master. We, after all, have lived a considerable portion of our lives. We cannot afford to burden you or your master, Grandpa Niu gently addressed Ma Liang beside him. Just moments ago, Ma Liang had gathered Grandpa Niu and the others, informing them of their potential escape from the Xianshi mine. Upon hearing that Ma Liang's master could aid them in departing this dreadful place, the group was filled with excitement. However, Grandpa Niu felt a twinge of concern about possibly hindering Ma Liang. Grandpa Niu, you need not worry excessively. My master is exceptionally powerful. With him present, we need not fear the Kunlun Palace. This time, please trust my judgment. You all should cease your tasks immediately and come with me. If we miss this opportunity, We may not know when the next will arise, Ma Liang urged. Well, very well, then I shall heed your words. After a moment's hesitation, Grandpa Nyo finally nodded in agreement. Excellent, Grandpa Nyo, please follow me. Upon seeing Grandpa Nyo acquiesce, Ma Liang immediately responded with a smile. Before long, under Ma Liang's guidance, all the workers from the mine gathered by Li Rufeng's side. So this is Ma Liang's master? He appears rather youthful, does he not? Is he truly as formidable as Ma Liang claims? Upon their first meeting, Grandpa Nyo felt a flicker of doubt within his heart. This was an inevitable reaction, considering Li Rufeng looked to be in his 20s, which did not align with the image of a powerful figure. Master, I have brought everyone. When shall we depart? Approaching Li Rufeng, Ma Liang promptly inquired. Now that everyone is gathered, let us leave. Casting a glance at the group nearby, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Immediately thereafter, Li Rufeng turned to head towards the exit of the mine. Ma Liang, noticing this, promptly called out to old Nyo and the others to follow suit. Before long, Li Rufeng and his companions had exited the Xianshi mine and arrived at the plaza outside. At that moment, 3 figures obstructed Li Rufeng's path. The figures were none other than Shangwan Yulei and her companions from the Kunlun Hall. Is there something you need? Li Rufeng inquired coolly, gazing at the trio blocking his way. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? And who exactly are you? What is your intention in bringing so many people along? In response to Li Rufeng's question, Fan Ting stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Arrogant? And from where do you hail, you wild dog? Do I need to provide an explanation for my actions to you? Li Rufeng replied with a calm smile, unhurried in his demeanor. Do you dare insult me? You're courting death. I am a member of the Kunlun Hall. In all my years, I've never encountered someone bold enough to call a member of the Kunlun Hall a wild dog. Very well, your path in life has become quite narrow, Fan Tung retorted, seething with rage at Li Rufeng's insult. Is that so? Then at least you Haven T lived in vain. You've had the chance to witness who dares to call you a wild dog before you meet your end. Haven T you? Li Rufeng replied indifferently. What do you mean? Fan Ting asked, confusion evident in his expression. What I mean is, you may go to your death. Li Rufeng's expression grew cold, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, Li Rufeng appeared behind Fan Tung. You. Bang. In an instant, Fan Tung collapsed to the ground, uttering fragmented sounds. Before he could finish his words, his head fell lifelessly. In mere moments, the once arrogant Fan Tung had lost all vitality. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless. However, the most astonished were undoubtedly Shangwan Yulei and Hong Shuangfei, who were part of Fan Ting's group. At this moment, both stared in horror at Li Rufeng, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. And you? Do you not seek vengeance for him? Suddenly, Li Rufeng's voice resonated slowly. This voice jolted Shangwan Yulei and Hong Shuangfei from their stupor. Saintus, this person is far beyond our capabilities. In my view, the wisest course of action is to retreat. There is no need to lose our lives for Fan Tung. Hong Shuangfei whispered to Shangwan Yulei. I am not blind. Do you think that if he does not permit it, we could simply walk away? Shangwan Yulei replied with a cold detachment. Then, Saintus, do you not have the life-saving trump card given by the Hall Master? If not now, then when? Hong Shuangfei continued to speak. This time, Shangwan Yulei did not respond. Instead, she calmly gazed at Li Rufeng before her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. Ding. Host, this girl is quite intriguing. Would you like to examine her profile? Intrigued, Li Rufeng thought. Interesting? I must see what makes her so. He decided to view her profile. Very well, host. Name, Shangwan Yulei Realm. Golden Immortal Level 8 Fortune Value. 1800 Physique. Xian Shuang Jade Body. Superior Furnace Physique. Optimal for Ice Attribute Cultivators. Information. Since birth, she possesses the Xian Shuang Jade Body, which led to the murder of her biological parents. She was raised by her parents' killers, awaiting the complete awakening of her physique, after which she would be harvested by her enemies. Negative? Is it possible for fortune to be negative? After reviewing Shangwan Yulei's profile, Li Rufeng pondered aloud. Naturally, it exists. In the world, fortune is finite. There is both positive and negative. Oh, what does negative fortune signify? It indicates that this person is destined to die without a doubt. Even the mightiest cannot save her. Oh, that is indeed intriguing. I have never encountered someone so undoubtedly doomed. Alas, what a pity, yet it does not concern me. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Host, do you not have any other thoughts? For instance, saving her? Save her? Did you not just say that even the mightiest cannot save her? If that is the case, why should I waste my time? Moreover, she is a stranger. Why should I save her? Her Shen Xinghe jade body may hold some value, but with my current strength, it is of no use to me. In summary, there is no benefit, thus it does not concern me. Li Rufeng responded mildly. Actually, there is not absolutely no benefit. After all, one could engage in dual cultivation. Stop. Am I such a superficial person? System, I must admit I misjudged you. You would dare to speak of dual cultivation? It is clearly due to her tragic background and tumultuous fate that I feel a twinge of compassion and lend her a hand. Ultimately, she merely wishes to repay my kindness out of gratitude. Li Rufeng asserted earnestly. Indeed, as expected of the host. It seems the system was indeed shallow. Just as well. Do not utter such superficial words again. Li Rufeng replied, satisfied. Meanwhile, outside, Shangwan Yulei observed Li Rufeng, who had suddenly fallen into deep thought, feeling utterly perplexed. Senior Yu. After a moment's pause, she could not restrain herself from speaking. Chapter 0. Decisive Action. Recognizing the truth, what's the matter? Upon hearing the voice of Shangwan Yulei, Li Rufeng immediately regained his composure and spoke calmly. Well, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Fan Tang's collision with you was entirely deserved. If you have no further matters to attend to, might I request your permission for us to take our leave? Rest assured, the events of today will remain unknown to Kunlun Palace. Shangwan Yulei spoke respectfully, yet within the palm of her right hand, she tightly gripped a jade token. This token was a safeguard bestowed upon her by the Lord of Kunlun Palace. Until she could thoroughly ascertain whether Li Rufeng would allow her to depart, she maintained her vigilance. Oh, you assert that Kunlun Palace is unaware, but is that truly the case? Even if you remain silent, what about him? How can you guarantee that he will not report my affairs to Kunlun Palace? Li Rufeng retorted, a hint of amusement evident in his smile. Rest assured, I promise not to report your matters to Kunlun Palace. I implore you to spare us, Hong Shuangfei interjected, bowing solemnly before Li Rufeng. However, in response to Hong Shuangfei's assurance, Li Rufeng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Shangwan Yulei's eyes, a knowing smile still playing at his lips. Suddenly, a sound broke the tension as the sword in Shangwan Yulei's hand was drawn. Ah, Saint Yu. Hong Shuangfei gasped in disbelief as the blade pierced his chest, confusion and unwillingness clouding his eyes. Moments later, he collapsed, breathless and lifeless. Now, he shall disclose no information regarding you, Shangwan Yulei stated, sheathing her sword with an unwavering demeanor. Witnessing this rapid turn of events, Li Rufeng's interest in Shangwan Yulei deepened. Interesting. You are quite ruthless. Yet Li Rufeng began, his tone suggestive. Yet what? Shangwan Yulei inquired, puzzled. Yet, someone like you has been deceived for so long. In a way, that makes you rather pitiable, Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. I do not comprehend your meaning, Shangwan Yulei replied, furrowing her brow in confusion. It matters not if you do not understand. Once you witness everything with your own eyes, you will grasp the essence of my words. So, are you prepared? Li Rufeng suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, Shangwan Yulei grew even more bewildered, entirely at a loss regarding Li Rufeng's intentions. Just as she was lost in thought, Li Rufeng abruptly raised his hand and touched her forehead. Time rewind. In the next moment, Li Rufeng uttered a faint remark. Instantly, Shangwan Yulei lost consciousness, yet within her mind, a vivid tapestry of the past unfurled. These images encapsulated the entirety of her existence. From the moment of her birth to the day she was brought back to Kunlun Hall, the harrowing truth of her parents' demise unfolded entirely within her consciousness. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already stepped aside, observing the unmoving Shangwan Yulei with a serene expression. Master, what is happening to her? Inquired Ma Liang, approaching Li Rufeng with curiosity. It is nothing. She is merely engulfed in the events of the past. Soon, she shall return to her normal state, Li Rufeng replied calmly. At that moment, deep within Shangwan Yulei's consciousness, she beheld a series of flashing images, her countenance gradually crumbling under the weight of despair. No, this cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. It cannot be true. How could it be the Lord of the Hall? He was the one who saved me. Suddenly, Shangwan Yulei clutched her head, her emotions spiraling into turmoil. No, I refuse to believe it. This is surely a deception. As she witnessed the brutal murder of her own parents, her emotions spiraled completely out of control. In the external world, Shangwan Yulei's body suddenly erupted with overwhelming energy. In the blink of an eye, an icy chill began to emanate outward. Within mere moments, the expansive mining square was entirely encased in frost, save for the area surrounding Li Rufeng, which remained untouched by the encroaching cold. Master, what has happened to her? This chill, if it weren't for you, we would surely be overwhelmed, Ma Liang exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Shangwan Yulei, engulfed in her icy fury. Has she truly lost control? She is still too young, unable to withstand even the slightest setback. Alas, should she perish, I too would gain nothing, Li Rufeng remarked, his voice laced with resignation. With that, Li Rufeng's figure appeared before Shangwan Yulei. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch her forehead. In an instant, the unleashed cold began to recede, the surrounding chill dissipating gradually. Moments later, Shangwan Yulei's body steadied, her consciousness returning. Slowly, she opened her eyes, traces of despair lingering within their depths. What is happening to me? She murmured, feeling the changes within her body, her voice faint. Congratulations, perhaps this misfortune has brought you fortune. Your constitution has now fully awakened, Li Rufeng said, observing the somewhat dejected Shangwan Yulei with a smile. Constitution? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shangwan Yulei responded with a tone of confusion. Oh, you are unaware? Li Rufeng replied enigmatically. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shangwan Yulei faintly shook her head. It is indeed somewhat tragic. You possess the Xian Shuang Jade body. It is precisely due to this that a formidable chill resides within you. However, you may be unaware that the Xian Shuang Jade body is no ordinary constitution. Li Rufeng remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Not ordinary. What do you mean? Shangwan Yulei inquired. He chuckled softly. The Xian Shuang Jade body is a superior alchemical physique. Oh, by the way, this constitution offers the greatest benefits to practitioners of ice attributes. Tell me, are there any formidable practitioners of ice attributes in your Kunlun temple? Li Rufeng feigned curiosity as he spoke. In the next moment, upon hearing Li Rufeng's response, Shangwan Yulei was momentarily rendered speechless, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Ice attributes, how could that be? Could it be that what I just witnessed was indeed real? At this moment, Shangwan Yulei found herself engulfed in a profound confusion, unable to discern what was true and what was false. Judging by your expression, could it be that there truly is such a person? Li Rufeng mused. Let me guess, is this individual someone close to you? That would certainly be intriguing. Now that your constitution is fully awakened, this person may also take action against you. Alas, having lived for so long, I have continually dwelled in deception. Setting aside the facts, you certainly deserve my fleeting pity for a brief moment. Deceived am I? How ironic, Shangwan Yulei suddenly remarked with self-deprecation. I never imagined that the one I considered a savior would turn out to be this way. Thank you for imparting this knowledge, senior. Should I survive, I shall return to repay your kindness. With her words, Shangwan Yulei's expression grew cold, and she turned to walk in a single direction, the path leading back to Kunlun Temple. Chapter 0. The space within the painting, mysterious figures Xiao Yang. Let us depart as well, Li Rufeng gently suggested, gazing at the silhouette of Shangwan Yulei gradually fading into the distance. Master, has she truly been deceived by Kunlun Palace? If so, upon her return, does she seek vengeance? Yet, it is Kunlun Palace. This time, she is likely to face certain death. Indeed, Kunlun Palace's methods are as despicable and shameless as ever, Ma Liang remarked, feeling a surge of indignation as he recalled Shangwan Yulei's predicament and his own experiences. Despicable and shameless, you say? Xiao Liang, perhaps you are correct. However, that does not imply Kunlun Palace is at fault. The realm of cultivation is inherently treacherous and ruthless. From Kunlun Palace's perspective, what they have done is not wrong. Li Rufeng replied. In this world, not every matter is a simple dichotomy of right and wrong. Remember, if you wish to avoid becoming a stepping stone for others, you must possess formidable strength. Only then can you ensure your survival. Now, let us also make our way. First, we must secure those who follow behind you. Then, we shall join in the festivities at Kunlun Palace. After all, it is the foremost power in the Kunlun immortal domain. Perhaps it will pique my interest somewhat. With that, Li Rufeng took purposeful strides toward the direction where Shangwan Yulei had departed. Formidable strength, is it? Rest assured, Master, I shall dedicate myself to my cultivation. Ma Liang vowed internally, promptly following in Li Rufeng's footsteps along with those behind him. In the Tianyuan immortal domain, at Tianyuan Sect. After several days of reorganization, Su Yang had completely assumed control of Tianyuan Sect. During this time, he generously utilized the resources provided by Li Rufeng for the disciples' cultivation. Gradually, Tianyuan Sect began to flourish positively. While the disciples of Tianyuan Sect toiled day and night in their training, Su Yang sat alone in the grand hall, holding a painting that had originally been entrusted to him by Lu Xinghe. At this moment, Su Yang gazed intently at the painting, his heart enveloped in profound curiosity. This painting seems to be captivating me. Yet, despite gazing at it for so long, I still cannot discern what is amiss. Or perhaps, have I merely overthought it? Su Yang pondered quietly. Just as he was about to abandon his contemplation, a blinding white light suddenly emanated from the painting in his hands. What is this? Before Su Yang could react, the blinding light enveloped him, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the grand hall. Thud! Simultaneously, the painting fell directly to the floor. Where am I? As Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Maintaining a semblance of calm, Su Yang began to wander and scrutinize his surroundings. What on earth is happening? The only thing I recall is that the painting emitted a burst of white light, and then I found myself here. Could it be that I have entered the world within the painting? Yet after searching for quite some time, I encountered not a single soul, nor did I discover an exit. Am I truly to be ensnared in this place? After a while, impatience began to set in for Su Yang. All he desired was to swiftly depart from this eerie locale, the sooner the better. How peculiar. Just as Su Yang was about to search for further clues to escape, a perplexing voice suddenly resonated throughout the space. Who? Come out. Do not play tricks. Startled by the voice, Su Yang instinctively summoned the god-slaying spear and coldly commanded. Simultaneously, he scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the voice. As the voice faded, a figure gradually materialized before Su Yang. To his utter astonishment, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. You, who are you? How can you look exactly like me? After recovering from his shock, Su Yang immediately pointed at the figure, demanding an explanation. What do you think? Why do you suppose I look just like you? The figure retorted with a question of its own. You think I'll play guessing games? Stop your theatrics and confess. Su Yang, with the god-slaying spear aimed at the figure, spoke in a chilling tone. Being threatened by oneself is indeed a rather strange sensation. The figure regarded Su Yang and then smiled faintly. Myself? What do you mean? Su Yang's expression turned grave upon hearing the figure's words. What do I mean? Quite literally. I am you, and you are me. Surely, you comprehend this now? The figure spoke leisurely, a mysterious smile playing upon its lips. You are me? Nonsense. I am myself. If you do not speak the truth, I shall end you with a single shot. Su Yang admonished sharply in response to the figure's declaration. Are you out of your mind? I have stated it plainly. What more do you wish me to say? The figure appeared somewhat flustered by Su Yang's words, even its expression darkening. Not willing to talk, are we? Very well, I shall force you to speak. Behold the spear. Without hesitation, Su Yang raised the god-slaying spear and launched an assault on the figure. What on earth is happening? The timing of this apparition is peculiar enough, but has it also lost its senses? Upon witnessing Su Yang's sudden aggression, the figure was engulfed in profound confusion. Stop. Su Yang, I can prove that I am you. If you remain unconvinced, we can resort to violence then. At this critical moment, the figure shouted fervently. It was these words that compelled Su Yang to halt his assault. Very well, enlighten me on how you intend to prove this. Should I find you deceitful, I will show no mercy. Su Yang warned coldly. Agreed. The figure, relieved by Su Yang's pause, continued. Proving that I am you is rather simple. Deep within every individual lies a secret, one they dare not share with anyone. If I can utter the secret hidden in your heart, would it not validate my claim? After all, who but oneself truly comprehends the depths of their own secret? The figure spoke slowly. Oh, pray tell, what is the secret nestled within my heart? Su Yang replied indifferently. Of course. The figure responded, moving closer to Su Yang. The secret is. Leaning in, the figure began to whisper softly. Moments later, it straightened and stepped back. What do you think? I trust one have not erred? At this point, you must believe that I am indeed you, and you are me. To be precise, I am merely a projection of your future self. My presence here is solely to await your arrival. However, according to the plan, you were not expected for several millennia. Might I ask why you have arrived here so soon? The figure inquired curiously. A projection of the future? Su Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing these words. Indeed, the figure had revealed a secret from Su Yang's heart, yet he remained skeptical. Yes, the figure nodded. Very well, I shall temporarily accept your words. My presence here is coincidental, having stumbled upon a sect that houses a portrait identical to my own. It was this portrait that summoned me to this place. Now, I have elucidated my circumstances. It is time for you to disclose why you are here and what your purpose entails. Su Yang spoke with an air of tranquility. Coincidental, you say? Well, as long as you have successfully manifested in this realm, the specifics are inconsequential. Do you not seek to understand my purpose for being here? It is quite simple. It is, of course, due to you. The figure spoke softly. Chapter 0. Incomplete Techniques. The onslaught of the 9-star sect, is it because of me? What does that mean? Su Yang feigned astonishment. In the future, due to certain circumstances, you will encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe. For various reasons, you will ultimately be unable to defeat this adversary and will perish at their hands. To alter this fate, the future version of you, in the face of death, employed great measures. This is the very reason for my presence here. My sole mission is to bestow upon you a tome of techniques. This manuscript was crafted by your future self. Given sufficient time, armed with these techniques, the future you could vanquish your enemy. Regrettably, at that time, your future self lacked the luxury of time to cultivate these techniques. Thus, they met their demise. However, the present you possesses the opportunity to change all of this. If you diligently practice the techniques I impart to you, you shall not repeat the past and fall victim to your adversary. As the words settled, the figure slowly produced a tome and cast it before Su Yang. Techniques. Su Yang regarded the manuscript, lifting his hand to receive it. So, you are saying that in the future, I will perish at the hands of another? And this tome is the key to altering my destiny? Su Yang did not immediately examine the techniques, but instead inquired calmly, is that correct? Indeed. The techniques are now entrusted to you. My task is complete. Whether you can alter the future depends solely on your efforts. Remember, you must diligently cultivate this tome. Your time is limited, and how far you can progress is a matter of fate. As the figure spoke, it began to dissipate gradually. You, Su Yang, confronted with the unfolding scene, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with me. I was never meant to exist in this world. Now that my task is fulfilled, I too must vanish, the figure replied, mistakenly believing Su Yang was worried about its condition. Do you know Wu Dao? Su Yang suddenly queried just as the figure was on the brink of complete dissolution. Wu Dao? Upon hearing the name, a momentary look of confusion crossed the figure's face, but it quickly regained its composure. Yes, I know him. Why do you ask? So it is him. If I am not mistaken, Wu Dao must be my enemy, right? If I knew where he was, I would have long sought to rend him to pieces. Su Yang exclaimed in a fit of rage. Yes, indeed. It is him. Sigh. Initially, I had no intention of revealing this to you in advance. However, since you have guessed it, there is nothing left for me to conceal. Wu Dao is far more complex than you might assume. Therefore, before you thoroughly master that cultivation technique, do not act impulsively in seeking revenge against him. After a brief moment of contemplation, that figure promptly responded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Thank you. I shall remember your words. Before you depart, could you please tell me how I might escape this place? I cannot be trapped here indefinitely, can I? Su Yang spoke with a calm demeanor. This is quite simple. This space exists solely because of my presence. Once I vanish, this realm will cease to exist as well. At that moment, you will be able to leave and return to the real world, replied the figure. I see. Then please hasten your departure. The sooner you leave, the sooner I can cultivate the technique you have given me. In turn, I can then seek revenge against Wu Dao more swiftly, Su Yang said earnestly. Why does something feel amiss? Yet, I cannot discern what is wrong. Never mind, my purpose has been achieved, the figure thought as it began to dissipate completely. Just as the figure vanished in its entirety, the entire space began to fracture. Moments later, Su Yang's form exited this realm. Within the grand hall of the Tianyuan sect. After leaving that space, Su Yang returned safely here. Simultaneously, the portrait on the ground suddenly ignited in flames. Within moments, the image was reduced to ashes. Su Yang paid little heed to this occurrence. Ignoring the charred remnants of the portrait, he began examining the cultivation technique he had just acquired. This technique. Why does it resemble the one my master bestowed upon me? However, the content of this technique is evidently lacking, and there are additional elements included. My master's technique does not have a breakthrough limit. Yet this one states it can only reach a maximum of 9,999 levels. What a worthless technique. Even a dog would turn its nose up at this. After examining it, Su Yang expressed his disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, he destroyed the technique in his hand. And that fool. I merely had to make a minor explosion, and he exposed himself completely. With such intelligence, he dares to claim kinship with me? I find it utterly embarrassing. It seems the secrets I harbor are linked to the mastermind behind this individual. Is it a future version of myself? Or is someone intentionally sowing confusion to make me lower my guard? Indeed, my master was right. In this world, unless one possesses absolute strength, it is wise to tread carefully. I wonder how my master and my junior brothers and sisters are faring. Alas, rather than dwelling on such thoughts, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous cultivation and expedite the development of the Tianyuan sect. When the day of the Grand Sect War arrives, I refuse to be outshone by my juniors, particularly that scoundrel, Wu Dao. After indulging in my musings, Su Yang ceased to waste time and began to close his eyes in meditation. Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced the tranquility of the sect's great hall. Elder, trouble. The 9-star sect has surrounded us. Hearing this, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, his aura intensifying perceptibly. The leader of the 9-star sect? I did not seek him out, yet he dares to provoke me. Very well. Let us seize this opportunity to eradicate the menace of the 9 stars sect once and for all. Su Yang rose with deliberate calm, his expression turning cold. Xinghe, assemble the disciples of the sect. This time, we shall utterly obliterate the 9 stars sect. Gazing at the breathless Lu Xinghe, who rushed into the hall, Su Yang instructed with a composed demeanor. Yes, elder. Lu Xinghe responded promptly before swiftly exiting the great hall. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyuan sect, the entire entrance was besieged by disciples of the 9 stars sect. A preliminary assessment indicated that nearly 1,000 of them had arrived. While Tianyuan sect could muster scarcely over 20 individuals, the stark contrast in numbers unmistakably revealed that the 9 stars sect had come with the intent to annihilate the Tianyuan sect. Chapter 0. The Black-Robe Powerhouse. The battle commences, my lord. We have gathered all the necessary information. It is said that the venerable ancestor of the Tianyuan sect, Su Yang, has emerged from his seclusion. This individual was already at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm before his retreat. With the passage of several millennia, it is highly plausible that he has ascended to the profound immortal stage. If we cannot deal with Su Yang, the situation will undoubtedly turn against us. In the high skies before the gates of the Tianyuan sect, an elder clad in blue robes reported to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was none other than Shi Zhengxiang's father, who had perished at Su Yang's hands, and he was the sect master of the 9 stars sect. Known as Shirley, profound immortal, the Tianyuan sect truly possesses remarkable fortune. At such a critical juncture, an ancestor emerges from seclusion. Nevertheless, I had no intention of revealing that trump card, but since they dared to slay my son, I shall ensure the annihilation of the Tianyuan sect. As he spoke, Shirley produced a jade token. After a moment of hesitation, he crushed it in his grasp. Once that esteemed individual arrives, we shall commence our assault. Until then, allow not a single member of the Tianyuan sect to escape, Shirley declared coldly. Understood. The blue-robed elder responded, then swiftly departed to carry out Shirley's orders. Meanwhile, Su Yang, accompanied by the assembled disciples of the Tianyuan sect, arrived at the sect's plaza. As he emerged, his gaze was drawn to Shirley high above in the sky, whose aura was unmistakably the strongest. That must be the sect master of the 9 stars sect, then. If I can eliminate him, the rest will surely collapse without resistance. Observing Shirley from the ground, a predatory smile crept across Su Yang's lips, akin to that of a hunter spotting his prey. Is this Su Yang? What realm is this? I've never encountered such a presence before. It's peculiar. Even if he were above the profound immortal realm, I should still be able to sense him. Shirley, too, had noticed Su Yang below. However, he found himself perplexed, uncertain of Su Yang's true cultivation level. This was understandable. After all, Su Yang was merely at the qi refinement stage. In truth, Even a mere hound from the immortal realm would likely possess greater prowess. It was only reasonable that Shirley could not discern his strength at that moment. What are these people waiting for? Do they have reinforcements? This dragging of feet before a confrontation is utterly tiresome. In that case, I am eager to see whom they might summon. Regardless, this time, anyone who arrives shall meet their demise. Before long, Su Yang discerned Shirley's reluctance to initiate the attack, grasping his true intention. Unperturbed by the situation, Su Yang remained calm. After all, should the odds turn against him, he still held a formidable trump card. Approximately a stick of incense later, a figure cloaked in black robes suddenly materialized above the Qingyun sect. They have arrived. I am Shirley, sect master of the 9-star sect, honored to meet you, esteemed elder. The moment the figure in the black robe appeared, Shirley approached with utmost reverence. Rest easy. Who shall I assist you in eliminating? My time is limited, and I disdain frivolous chatter. The black-robed figure nodded slightly before speaking coldly. I comprehend. The individual in question is Su Yang, the esteemed ancestor of the Qingyun sect. You need only to deal with him. Shirley raised his hand, pointing towards Su Yang below, and inquired, the ancestor of the Qingyun sect? Su Yang? Which Su Yang? The black-robed figure suddenly posed a question. What do you mean, senior? Shirley responded, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry. Is it the Su Yang from several millennia ago? The black-robed figure remarked indifferently. I am not entirely certain. However, based on my informant's investigations, it is highly likely that this individual is indeed the Su Yang who secluded himself thousands of years ago. Although Shirley did not grasp the reason for the black-robed figure's question, he dutifully shared what he knew. He is still alive. How intriguing, the black-robed figure mused. Very well, I shall assist you in confronting Su Yang. However, I trust you are aware of my fees? He stated coldly. Yes. I have already prepared the necessary items, all contained within this storage ring. Shirley replied as he promptly handed over a storage ring. Excellent. Await my return. It will be swift. With that, the black-robed figure gradually descended towards Su Yang. You all stay back. This individual possesses formidable strength. For now, your role is merely to defend passively. Once I have dealt with the formidable adversaries of the Jiuxing sect, you may then engage. As the black-robed figure descended, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear, his expression turning grave. Yes, ancestor, replied Lu Xinghe and the others, retreating accordingly. Su Yang, you truly have a remarkable fate. That attack from several millennia ago did not claim your life. The black-robed figure sneered upon landing. Several millennia ago. This fellow must be referring to the original Su Yang of the Qingyun sect. Regrettably, that Su Yang is likely deceased. From his words, it seems that his demise was connected to him. In light of this serendipitous connection, I shall assist you in avenging that Su Yang today. Henceforth, the Qingyun sect shall be entrusted to me. Su Yang regarded the black-robed figure across from him, contemplating. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Spare me the idle talk, Su Yang replied coolly. How amusing. You do not believe that after several millennia of seclusion, you have become invincible, do you? Last time, I was careless, allowing you to escape. This time, I assure you, you shall perish without a trace, the black-robed figure warned icily. Madness. The 9th style of god-slaying. 3rd form, void break. In the face of the black-robed man's ostentation, Su Yang wasted no time and unleashed his ultimate move. In an instant, the god-slaying spear surged forth, imbued with a terrifying power, hurtling towards the black-robed figure. That aura. Shadowless. Sensing the dreadful energy emanating from the god-slaying spear, the black-robed man had no time for contemplation and immediately counterattacked. Bang! The sound echoed, and as the dust settled, a massive pit nearly 10 meters deep appeared in the square. Where do you think you're running? Here comes the spear. Li Rufeng leaped forward and shouted, charging towards the black-robed man in the sky. I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect you to switch to using a spear. However, no matter how you struggle, your death is inevitable today. Die. As Su Yang approached, the black-robed man chose not to evade any longer, directly striking out with his palm to meet Su Yang head-on. In that instant, the battle was on the verge of erupting. What is happening? How can Su Yang unleash such a formidable aura? He can actually contend with a senior? Thankfully, I had the foresight to invite a senior this time. Otherwise, had I rashly attacked, I would likely be lying dead right now. Watching the fierce clash between Su Yang and the black-robed man high above, surely felt a wave of relief wash over him. Master, at this moment, Su Yang is preoccupied. This is the perfect opportunity for us to launch our attack. The elder in blue beside him softly reminded. Indeed, you are correct. Relay the order to commence the assault. Disciples of Tianyuan sect, leave none alive. Annihilate them all. Without further deliberation, Shirley consented to the blue-robed elder's suggestion. Kill. Kill. Instantly, over 1,000 disciples from the 9-star sect surged forward, unleashing a torrent of attacks directed at Li Rufeng and the others in the square. Chapter 0. The Doom Tower, the Fall of the 9-star sect. Alas. Fellow disciples, form the Azure Cloud Sword formation. We must hold out until our ancestor achieves victory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Rufeng issued the command resolutely. Indeed, Azure Cloud Sword formation. In unison, over 20 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect shouted. Immediately, a cerulean light barrier enveloped Li Rufeng and the others. Boom. Smash. Just moments after the appearance of the light barrier, a series of attacks violently collided with it. This is dire. Damn it, this adversary is more formidable than anticipated. If his sole intention is to restrain me, I truly cannot secure a swift victory. The Azure Cloud sect disciples cannot endure for long. Sensing the turmoil below in the plaza, Su Yang's heart surged with anxiety. Humph. Dare you to divide your attention in my presence? You can hardly safeguard yourself, yet you concern yourself with others. Soul pursuing hand. Noticing Su Yang's anxious demeanor, the cloaked figure intensified his assault. Oh, why must it be this way? I merely wish to engage in playful banter, yet you compel me. Very well. Since you choose to exploit your numbers, do not blame me for unleashing my trump card. Sidestepping the cloaked figure's attack, Su Yang suddenly sheathed the god-slaying spear. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. What do you mean by that? Sensing something amiss, the cloaked figure coldly inquired. What do I mean? You shall soon find out. Do you truly believe that a mere chi refinement cultivator is easy prey? Disciple Su Yang, at your service, master. Su Yang produced a token and decisively shattered it. In the next moment, a figure coalesced before Su Yang. You rascal, why must you always make it about yourself? I might as well reside with you directly. Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes and spoke with evident disdain. Well, master, there is no choice. Who instructed me to be but a humble chi refinement cultivator? They are all eager to bully me. I implore you, master, to intercede on my behalf. Su Yang feigned grievance immediately. A mere chi refinement cultivator, you say? Is it you who dares to bully my disciple? After a faintly sarcastic remark, Li Rufeng turned to cast a cold glare at the cloaked figure. From the moment Li Rufeng appeared to now, the cloaked figure had not moved an inch. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that he found himself utterly incapable. At this moment, the cloaked figure's mind began to unravel completely. He could not comprehend how Su Yang had summoned a master, and the instant Li Rufeng materialized, he found himself paralyzed. This was a case of the junior failing to recognize the greatness before him. I am willing to offer my sincerest apologies to your disciple. I humbly beseech you, esteemed elder, to spare my life for the sake of the Doom Tower. Faced with Li Rufeng's probing, the figure in the black robe responded with utmost humility. The Deathly Tower? What is that? Does it even warrant my attention? As for an apology, spare me. Just be more cautious in your next life. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufeng effortlessly caused the black-robed man to explode into a cloud of crimson mist. Another snap of his fingers sent the members of the 9-star sect, including the sect master Shirley, bursting apart in an instant. To Su Yang, such events had long ceased to be astonishing. However, for the disciples of the Tianyuan sect below, it was a visceral and profound shock to both their eyes and souls. What incredible power! With just a snap, they were all obliterated? In the Tianyuan sword array, the disciples gazed in awe at Li Rufeng above, their hearts deeply shaken. Truly, he is our revered ancestor. I knew he was formidable, but I never anticipated he would be this powerful. Blessed be the Tianyuan sect. With our ancestor by our side, no one will dare to bully us again. Below, Li Rufeng looked up at Li Rufeng, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a face full of reverence. Meanwhile, high above, Su Yang remarked playfully, "Thank you, master, for your intervention. Since you are here, why not see this through to the end? The 9-star sect, although severely wounded, certainly has many disciples and elders remaining. To prevent future troubles, could you assist me in eradicating them? You certainly know how to command your master. Very well. I can help you with the 9-star sect. However, In the spirit of reciprocity, I require your assistance with a task, Li Rufeng replied suddenly. A task for me? Master, do you think so highly of me? If it's something even you cannot manage, how can I? Su Yang responded timidly. Rest assured, it is not a difficult matter. I merely need you to look after someone, Li Rufeng said, his tone calm and unhurried. Oh, you should have mentioned that earlier, Master. I thought you wanted me to confront someone. Caring for someone? You can count on me for that. But who is it that you wish for me to look after? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. You will find out shortly. With that, Li Rufeng suddenly closed his eyes. Moments later, he lifted his hand and forcefully grasped the void beside him. In an instant, the fabric of space shattered, and a figure was drawn forth from the emptiness. Is it him? Su Yang pondered, intrigued by the appearance of the figure before him. Where's this? On the other side, a voice filled with confusion emerged. Master, you are here too? Upon raising his head and catching sight of Li Rufeng, the figure was taken aback. The speaker was none other than Ma Liang, who had recently become Li Rufeng's disciple. Master? He too is a disciple of the Master? When did this happen? It has only been a short while. And the Master has taken on another student? Upon hearing Ma Liang address Li Rufeng as Master, Su Yang was instantly perplexed. Indeed, Xiao Liang, it is I who brought you here. This is your senior brother, Su Yang. For the time being, you shall stay by your senior brother's side. You must take good care of your junior brother. After speaking to Ma Liang, Li Rufeng turned to Su Yang and said, Hey, rest assured, Master. I promise to look after junior brother Qi well. Junior brother, you have heard, I am Su Yang, your senior brother. Should you encounter any matters, feel free to approach me directly. I shall certainly lend my assistance whenever possible, Su Yang said with a smile as he approached Ma Liang. Greetings, senior brother. I am Ma Liang. I will rely on you for guidance from now on. In response to Su Yang's warm demeanor, Ma Liang reciprocated politely. Haha, no need for such formality. By the way, you have yet to meet your other senior brothers and sisters, I presume. When we have some time, I shall gladly share with you the details about them, Su Yang chuckled. All right, you two converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave, Li Rufeng said. As for the 9-star sect, I shall obliterate it. In due time, you shall deal with the aftermath there yourself. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, hundreds of miles away, the 9-star sect was reduced to ruins by a single strike from Li Rufeng. Subsequently, his avatar dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 0, Kunlun Hall, Feng Xinkong, Kunlun Immortal Realm. At this moment, Shangwan Yulei returned to this place. She raised her gaze to the distant Grand Hall and resolutely walked towards it. In a short while, Shangwan Yulei entered the majestic hall of Kunlun. Within the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, occupying the highest seat. The moment Shangwan Yulei stepped inside, the man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze immediately landing upon her. Ah, it is Yulei. Was your mission successful? Did you bring back that Ma Liang? Upon seeing Shangwan Yulei, the man's face broke into a smile as he inquired. This man was none other than Feng Xinkong, the master of Kunlun Hall, whose power had reached the terrifying realm of the immortal emperor. Below him, Shangwan Yulei halted her steps, then gradually lifted her head, casting a detached look towards Feng Xinkong. Yulei, what has transpired? Did that Ma Liang escape again? Noticing that Shangwan Yulei seemed different from her usual self, Feng Xinkong furrowed his brows and spoke with a grave tone. No. Hearing Feng Xinkong's words, Shangwan Yulei shook her head. Ma Liang did not run away. He was merely rescued by someone. I have a question to pose to you upon my return. What? Rescued by someone? We shall discuss your question later. First, tell me who dared to oppose Kunlun Hall. Feng Xinkong's voice turned cold, laced with displeasure. Ma Liang is the one we sought. How could someone be so reckless as to intervene? I do not know. If you wish to uncover the true identity of that person, you may conduct your own investigation. Now, it is my turn to inquire. I have but one question for you. You claimed you happened upon a small village and saved me. I wish to know if what you said is indeed true. Shangwan Yulei spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words, Feng Xinkong's expression instantly grew icy. He did not respond. Instead, fixing his gaze intently on Shangwan Yulei, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yulei, why do you ask this today? Naturally. I came across a small village by chance and rescued you. Is there any doubt in that? After a moment of silence, Feng Xinkong suddenly spoke again. Is that so? Then let me ask you, are you aware of my constitution? Furthermore, do you know the specifics of my condition? Shangwan Yulei inquired with an expression of tranquility. At these words, Feng Xiankong above appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes. Constitution? Where did you hear such things? After a brief pause, Feng Xiankong spoke softly. There's no need for you to concern yourself with this. Just tell me, are you aware? Shangguan Yulei replied coldly. Ha Yulei. Do you know whom you are addressing? Even though I am aware of your unique constitution, what of it? Is it merely because of this that you have begun to question my life-saving grace? Feng Xiankong replied unhurriedly. Life-saving grace? Ha! How audacious of you to utter such words. I witnessed everything that transpired in that small village. You slaughtered the villagers with the intent of coveting my Xian Shuang jade body, did you not? Even now, you continue to feign innocence. It is truly repugnant. Shangguan Yulei ceased her hesitations and expressed her thoughts, trembling with fury. Above, upon hearing Shangguan Yulei's words, a flicker of surprise appeared in Feng Xiankong's eyes. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. I am genuinely curious. How did you come to learn all of this? Does it relate to the one who rescued Ma Yang? Feng Xiankong rose slowly, then spoke nonchalantly. So you admit it? Upon hearing Feng Xiankong's words, Shangguan Yulei promptly challenged him. Haha, what difference does it make if I deny it? Even if I claimed otherwise, you would hardly believe me, would you? If that is the case, why must I go through the motions? Indeed, you are correct. I have coveted your Xian Shuang jade body. It aligns perfectly with the Xian Bing power I cultivate. I have been trapped in the 8th realm of the immortal emperor for millions of years, and you are the key to breaking this long-standing barrier. Now that you are aware of everything, I am intrigued. How did you muster the courage to return to Kunlun Palace? Logically, you should have sought refuge elsewhere. Or perhaps, to repay the nurturing you have received over the years, you intend to fulfill my desires? Fulfill you? You are truly shameless. The reason I returned is that I knew there was no hiding from your grasp, regardless of where I went. Thus, since I am destined to fall into your hands sooner or later, why futilely struggle? However, do not assume that I have surrendered without a fight. Before my demise, I am quite eager to see your expression should the Xian Shuang jade body you have plotted over for so long suddenly vanish. As she spoke, a peculiar smile emerged at the corners of Shangguan Yulei's lips. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing the inexplicable words of Shangguan Yulei, Feng Xiankong's expression immediately turned grave. He chuckled, but then suddenly, as Shangguan Yulei laughed, her complexion turned pale, followed by a violent expulsion of dark blood. In the next moment, her breath rapidly weakened, and she began to sway precariously. Have you poisoned yourself? You are truly cursed. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Feng Xiankong lost his prior composure, his face betraying a mixture of panic and fury. Without hesitation, he rushed to Shangguan Yulei's side, raising his hand to infuse her body with celestial energy. Futile effort. The 9 turns heart-extinguishing pill is inescapable. Feng Xiankong, you desire my constitution. Yet how could I allow you to succeed? In this lifetime, I cannot seek vengeance. But before I perish, I shall ensure you suffer in return. And that brings me some solace. She chuckled heartily, though a cough followed, accompanied by another spurt of blood. Despite the life force within her waning, Shangguan Yulei exhibited no fear. Instead, she laughed with unrestrained joy. To exact revenge, you would go this far. Very well. If you wish for death, so be it. However, before you die, I will claim your first time. Though the effect shall be greatly diminished, it is still better than leaving empty-handed. With my strength, I can sustain you for another half an hour. During that time, relish this final, exquisite moment. Feng Xiankong declared with a menacing grin, laughing heartily before her. You are no human. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Provoked by Feng Xiankong, Shangguan Yulei coughed up another mouthful of dark blood, her eyes shimmering with desperate tears. You have forced my hand. Had you obeyed, I could have spared your life. Since you fail to recognize my mercy, I shall no longer be courteous. My years of plotting cannot and will not end in failure. Feng Xiankong bellowed, reaching out to touch Shangguan Yulei's body. Chapter 0. The Kunlun Divine Extermination Array. The Death of Feng Xiankong. What a splendid spectacle this is. It appears I have arrived at precisely the right moment. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the grand hall. In an instant, Feng Xiankong's hand froze in midair. Who is it? The next moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the entrance, revealing an expression of utmost vigilance. That voice belongs to the esteemed elder. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yulei quickly discerned the identity of the newcomer. You are the master of Kunlun Hall. Your strength is commendable, yet your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Li Rufeng leisurely stepped into the hall, sauntering toward Feng Xiankong with an air of nonchalance. Who are you? Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Feng Xiankong immediately demanded an explanation. Who am I? Did she not inform you? Li Rufeng replied casually. Ah, I see. She mentioned the need for secrecy. However, it matters little. A man on the brink of death need not know my name. With a calm demeanor, Li Rufeng continued to close the distance between them. Humph. How arrogant. I care not who you are. Since you have entered Kunlun Hall, you shall remain here today. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's haughty tone, Feng Xiankong coldly retorted. Haha, you need not state it. I intend to linger in Kunlun Hall. After all, this place is quite agreeable, and I plan to rest here for a while. However, your appearance is rather unsightly, and I would prefer not to see you. Thus, I must kindly ask you to take your leave. Li Rufeng halted before Feng Xiankong and spoke coolly. You wish for me to leave? We shall see if you possess the capability to enforce that. I have pressing matters to attend to, so you may as well enjoy the hospitality of the Kunlun Divine Extermination Array. With that, Feng Xiankong raised his hand and waved. In the next breath, radiant golden light erupted from the pillars on either side of the hall. In an instant, dozens of array patterns manifested throughout the space. The position where Li Rufeng stood was precisely at the heart of the Kunlun Divine Extermination Array. This array of mine cannot be breached, even by a peaked celestial emperor. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Do not falter before even an incense stick's duration has passed. Observing Li Rufeng ensnared within the Kunlun Divine Extermination Array, Feng Xiankong wore a smug expression. Is this all? Do you truly believe that a mere array can contend with me? As he regarded the suddenly materialized Kunlun Divine Extermination Array, Li Rufeng felt no hint of alarm. In fact, he was somewhat bored. Maintain your bravado. I do not have the time to engage in further banter with you. Once I have concluded my affairs, should you still be alive, I shall grant you a swift end. After making this ominous declaration, Feng Xiankong reached again for Shangguan Yulei, standing nearby. At this moment, within Feng Xiankong's heart, the most pressing matter was to swiftly absorb the power of the Shen Xinghe jade body. As for the sudden appearance of Li Rufeng, he regarded it with utter indifference. Apologies, but you have missed your opportunity. Snap. Just then, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire space within the grand hall fell into a state of confinement. Following this, to Feng Xiankong's incredulous gaze, Li Rufeng leisurely emerged from the Kunlun extermination formation, which, from beginning to end, seemed to be non-existent, not launching a single attack against him. I cannot move. This power, it is the power of space. How is this possible? Even I cannot break free from this spatial confinement. His strength. Beside him, as he watched Li Rufeng drawing ever closer, Feng Xiankong felt a profound shock within his heart. Before long, Li Rufeng stood before Feng Xiankong. In the next moment, with a flick of his fingers, Li Rufeng rendered Feng Xiankong's cultivation null and void. Snap. After completing this, Li Rufeng snapped his fingers once more, and the spatial confinement within the hall was lifted. You. What have you done to me? Who exactly are you? I refuse to believe you possess such strength. The instant the spatial confinement was lifted, Feng Xiankong collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he bombarded Li Rufeng with questions. However, Li Rufeng paid no heed to Feng Xiankong's inquiries. At this moment, his attention was wholly on Shangguan Yulei, who was on the verge of demise. What have you consumed? I sense that you are nearing death. Approaching Shangguan Yulei, Li Rufeng spoke with an air of curiosity, as if intentionally jesting with her. The 9 transformations heart-extinguishing pill. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. I never anticipated your strength to be even more formidable than I had imagined. Although it may be somewhat inappropriate, I have an ungracious request, and I wonder if the Senior might consent. Shangguan Yulei endured the excruciating pain coursing through her body and respectfully addressed him with a calm demeanor. Oh, do tell. Li Rufeng replied. Might you be willing to leave him to me to handle? This contains everything I possess, although it may not hold value in your eyes. Should you grant my request, it shall all be yours. As she spoke, Shangguan Yulei removed the storage ring from her finger and extended it toward Li Rufeng. Observing the storage ring offered before him, Li Rufeng did not reach out to take it. Instead, a smile graced his lips. You are correct. I indeed find your possessions unworthy. As for him, I have already rendered him powerless. You may dispose of him as you see fit. With that, Li Rufeng turned and walked toward the highest seat. Thank you, senior. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shangguan Yulei immediately exhibited a glimmer of joy. Subsequently, she drew her long sword and laboriously made her way towards the collapsed Feng Xinkong. No, you cannot kill me. Layer, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you. Spare my life. Setting aside the facts, I have cared for you throughout these years, have I not? Not only have I provided you with cultivation resources, but I also appointed you as the saintess of Kunlun Hall. For the sake of these deeds, I implore you to grant me mercy. Faced with the specter of death, even the exalted lord of Kunlun Hall revealed a despicable side, pleading for his life. As Shangguan Yulei approached, Feng Xinkong hastily bowed and begged for clemency. Heh, Feng Xinkong. At this juncture, do you still hope for my leniency? Cough. Uft. It is utterly impossible for me to spare you. Come, let us embark on this journey together. To death. Reaching Feng Xinkong, Shangguan Yulei unhesitatingly raised her sword and thrust it forward. Uft. You. I refuse to accept this. I was on the brink of breaking through to the 9th Celestial Emperor. It should not have ended this way. Uft. I refuse to accept this. With that, Feng Xinkong expelled his final breath of blood and collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide open. Until the very end, he harbored a deep sense of unwillingness. Ugh. Uft. Thud. Moments later, Shangguan Yulei could no longer sustain herself, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood before ultimately succumbing to the ground. Gradually, her gaze began to lose its luster, becoming dim and unfocused. Chapter 0, The 9. The 8th Disciple. Ah, it is indeed rather dire. System, is there any hope left if I consume that heart-extinguishing pill? Li Rufeng leaned against his seat, inquiring of the system within his mind. There is still hope. However, if the esteemed host delays any longer, the chance of salvation will vanish. Oh, how can I be saved? 9. Available for purchase in the system marketplace, requires 10 million kill points. 10 million? It is not entirely imperative. Li Rufeng responded weakly. Forget it. A mere 10 million for a Xian Shuang Jade body is hardly a loss. System, purchase the 9. Understood. Esteemed host. In the next moment, a lustrous, translucent pill materialized in Li Rufeng's hand. After a brief examination, he waved his hand decisively, forcibly merging the 9 into the body of the prostrate Shangguan Yulei. As the medicinal effects of the 9 began to take hold, the once near-death Shangguan Yulei gradually revived. System, display my panel. As Shangguan Yulei recovered, the bored Li Rufeng spoke to the system. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Li Rufeng, Realm, Immortal Emperor 9th level, upper limit of the Immortal Realm. Physique, primordial indestructible body. Immortal and eternal soul. Killing points, 70 million. Remaining cultivation reward, 600 million years. Weapon, 10,000 souls banner. Techniques, perfect mastery of all techniques learned through sign-ins and those of disciples. Martial skills, perfect mastery of all martial skills learned through sign-ins and those of disciples. Pet, Little Kuan, primordial small world. Current evolution time 100. 000 years. Master Daos, Space Dao, Spear Dao, Heavenly Mechanism Dao, Time Dao, Blood Dao, Chest Dao, Reincarnation Dao, Creation Dao, Disciples, Su Yang, Ji Wu Dao, Chu Yi, Ho Qing, Yu Ruoshui, Zhu Jusi, Mal Yang. Only this many killing points? The cultivation reward is merely 600 million years. Alas, it seems the path to invincibility is indeed a long and arduous journey. Gazing at his information panel, Li Rufeng sighed softly. Do not be overly anxious, esteemed host. Once your disciples complete the 10,000 sect war task, substantial rewards will be bestowed. Moreover, with this system by your side, the goal of invincibility is not so distant for you. Your words alleviate my fears regarding my own inadequacies. Yet, I did not anticipate that merely being an immortal emperor 9th level would require over 300 million years of cultivation rewards. I wonder how many years of cultivation rewards are needed to reach the realms of those formidable beings. As he pondered, Li Rufeng recalled the formidable auras he sensed from the lower realm. Never mind, one step at a time. My esteemed disciples. Whether I can attain invincible cultivation rests entirely upon your efforts. Ultimately, Li Rufeng cast aside his worries, placing all his hopes on Su Yang and the others. Meanwhile, as Li Rufeng examined his own status, the unconscious Shangwan Yulei gradually regained awareness. What is this? After a brief moment, Shangwan Yulei slowly opened her eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered by her present circumstances. Is this the main hall? Was I not dead? Moments later, her mind filled with confusion. Shangwan Yulei cautiously rose from the ground. Am I not dead? What on earth is happening? Shaking her head slightly, she murmured with a plethora of questions. Oh, you are awake? Just as Shangwan Yulei was engulfed in her confusion, Li Rufeng's voice unexpectedly resonated. Senior? Could it be that you saved me? She inquired softly, glancing at Li Rufeng seated before her. But the 9 turns heart extinguishing pill is supposed to be inescapable, isn't it? You're not foolish. You realize I saved you, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. As for whether that pill is resolvable, I neither know nor care. All I understand is that I spent a hefty sum of 10 million. But never mind, you wouldn't grasp it. Just know that I paid a great price to save you. I see. A debt of gratitude for saving my life, I can hardly repay. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly from now on. Henceforth, my life belongs to you, Shangwan Yulei declared sincerely as she knelt before Li Rufeng. Serve? Ahem. Am I that kind of person? Li Rufeng interjected. Such sentiments are best kept private. Otherwise, others might think I am merely a lecherous man. By the way, I'm curious, does that kind of service include? As he spoke, a teasing tone crept into his voice. This, if you wish, I can. Shangwan Yulei's face flushed crimson, her ears burning in response to Li Rufeng's words. Stop. I was merely asking, do not overthink it. All right, rise now. It's time we discuss serious matters. Li Rufeng interrupted earnestly before Shangwan Yulei could elaborate. Yes, of course. Complying with his request, Shangwan Yulei stood up. But due to the previous exchange, she lowered her head, avoiding Li Rufeng's gaze. Let us address the first matter. You have now seen everything clearly and avenged your grievances. From this moment on, you can embark on a new life. Moreover, I observe your talents are commendable, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Li Rufeng inquired with a serene expression. I am willing. I, the disciple Shangwan Yulei, have come to pay my respects to my master. Upon hearing that Li Rufeng intended to accept her as a disciple, Shangwan Yulei knelt without hesitation, speaking with utmost reverence. Very well, henceforth you shall be my 8th disciple. I am known as Li Rufeng. As for your senior brothers and sisters, I will introduce them to you later, Li Rufeng affirmed with a satisfied nod. Yes, Shangwan Yulei responded. Enough, rise. There is no need to kneel at every opportunity. I do not adhere to such formalities. Now, I must discuss a second matter with you. You are required to participate in the upcoming Wanzhong battle. Not only you, but your senior brothers and sisters will also be involved. Thus, you should comprehend what needs to be done next, Li Rufeng remarked with a knowing look. To participate in the Wanzhong battle, one must join a sect's forces. Therefore, if my master wishes for me to partake, I must align myself with a sect. Alternatively, I could establish my own sect. I understand. Master, are you suggesting that I take control of the Kunlun Hall? Suddenly realizing something, Shangwan Yulei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, you are not foolish. You are already part of the Kunlun Hall, and with the former hall master deceased, it naturally requires a new leader. The most suitable candidate for this role is you. Li Rufeng stated. Master, that is indeed an excellent idea. After all, the overall strength of the Kunlun Hall ranks among the top 3 in the entire celestial realm. Although Feng Xinkong has died, with your presence, the power of Kunlun Hall will undoubtedly surpass its previous state. Perhaps only the 10 Domains Alliance can rival us. Shangwan Yulei declared. No, the Wanzhong battle is your affair. I will not engage in such childish games. Therefore, you must eliminate the uncertainty of my involvement. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. However, without your guidance, I fear I lack the strength to control the Kunlun Hall. The elders there are not to be trifled with. They will certainly not willingly obey a disciple's commands, Shangwan Yulei expressed with a hint of concern. What you say has been duly considered by me. Therefore, before I depart, I will assist you in completely taking control of the Kunlun Hall. Next, summon all the elders of Kunlun Hall to the main hall. At that time, you simply need to observe as I showcase my prowess to him. Watch me perform, Li Rufeng instructed. Now go. Li Rufeng feigned a cough, then spoke calmly, "Indeed. I shall promptly inform the elders of Kunlun Hall." After responding, Shangwan Yulei immediately turned and departed from the Grand Hall. Chapter 0. Deterring the elders and seizing control of the Kunlun Hall. Before long, Shangwan Yulei returned, accompanied by nearly 100 elders from the Kunlun Hall. Among them, the most formidable elder possessed the strength of the 7th tier of the Celestial Emperor, while even the weakest held the status of a celestial monarch. "Master, these are all the elders of Kunlun Hall," Shangwan Yulei announced as she approached Li Rufeng. "Indeed, there are more of them than I anticipated, and they seem slightly stronger," Li Rufeng remarked, casting a glance over the assembly of elders before responding softly. "Saintess, who is this person? Did you not mention that the Hall Master summoned us here for a meeting? Where is the Hall Master?" A voice suddenly questioned from below. The speaker was Wu Han, the Grand Elder of Kunlun Hall, the second strongest after Feng Xiankong. "Grand Elder, the reason for your summons is not at the behest of Feng Xiankong. As for the Hall Master you seek, does he not lie over there?" Shangwan Yulei replied coolly. "It seems the Grand Elder has grown old. Even his eyesight seems to be failing him." Upon hearing Shangwan Yulei directly utter Feng Xuankong's name, Wu Han furrowed his brow and glanced toward the ground beside him. Soon, a figure came into view. Without hesitation, Wu Han approached the figure's side. "This is the Hall Master." Upon recognizing Feng Xuankong's visage up close, Wu Han's heart jolted in shock. A powerful celestial emperor of the 8th tier lay dead within the hall. Wu Han was not foolish. He quickly realized that there was someone in the hall stronger than Feng Xiankong. His gaze swept over Shangwan Yulei, ultimately resting on Li Rufeng, who sat calmly in his seat. The saintess referred to him as her master. Could it be he who took the Hall Master's life? Was it the saintess who commanded her master to slay the Hall Master? Or was there another scenario at play? A multitude of speculations flooded Wu Han's mind. "Saintess, do you not intend to provide an explanation? Moreover, have you summoned us here with the intent to eliminate us all? Kunlun Hall has treated you well. Why resort to such treachery?" After a moment of silence, Wu Han slowly rose to his feet and inquired with a serene expression directed at Shangwan Yulei. At this moment, Wu Han chose not to flee the hall, for he understood that any being capable of slaying Feng Xiankong would not allow him to escape. Therefore, he resigned himself to his fate, wishing to unravel the truth before his demise. Explanation? Feng Xiankong deserved his fate. That is my explanation. Grand Elder, considering your past kindness towards me, I shall not beat around the bush. With Feng Xiankong now dead, I intend to seize control of Kunlun Hall. The younger generation earnestly seeks your support and assistance. Should you be willing, you shall continue to hold the esteemed position of the Grand Elder of Kunlun Palace, second only to myself. However, if the Grand Elder is reluctant, then one must ponder the decision carefully. In response to Wu Han's relentless inquiries, Shangwan Yulei spoke with an air of tranquility. "What? The Palace Master has perished. How could the Palace Master possibly be dead? Holy Maiden, you have committed an act of grave insubordination. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not blame us for seeking vengeance for the Palace Master." Just then, a piercing voice rang out, directly targeting Shangwan Yulei. "Indeed, if we do not receive an explanation today, I fear you may find it impossible to retain your position as Holy Maiden." With one individual leading the charge, soon others joined in, vociferously expressing their outrage. What a band of fools. Observing the ruckus from the elder's side, Wu Han scratched his head, feeling utterly speechless. He even envisioned the dire consequences that awaited these individuals. How prevalent foolishness is among you. You demand an explanation? Very well, but I wonder, can you withstand the truth? From his seat, Li Rufeng leaned back, propping his chin with one hand, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. "Humph. A mere child dares to be so audacious in Kunlun Palace. Everyone, let him witness the consequences of his arrogance." Upon hearing Li Rufeng's scathing remarks, some elders below were instantly consumed by rage. As elders of Kunlun Palace, they had always prided themselves on their superiority before others. When had they ever endured such humiliation? How amusing. You are the loudest, are you not? Die. Li Rufeng coldly glared at the elder who had shouted the loudest. In an instant, that elder's head was pierced. What just happened? As they beheld the elder collapsing lifelessly, the surrounding elders were struck with shock, especially those who had just joined in the ruckus. Now they were sweating profusely, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Next, it is your turn. Before anyone could regain their composure, Li Rufeng's voice resonated once more. Another elder who had previously barked fell to the ground, spewing blood. Next, the pattern continued, one after another, as elders succumbed in a gruesome display. In a matter of mere moments, the assembly of over 100 elders dwindled to half. How much quieter it has become. Do any of you still require an explanation? If so, speak up. I possess few admirable qualities, save for my penchant for fulfilling the desires of others. Is there anything else? Upon uttering these words, Li Rufeng cast a glance towards the remaining elders, a smile gracing his lips. Below, as they surveyed the lifeless bodies surrounding them, the surviving elders dared not utter a single word. At that moment, their courage had been utterly shattered. Cold sweat trickling down their backs, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. It seems there is nothing more to be said. Thus, I shall convey a few words. From this day forth, the Kunlun Hall shall be governed by my disciples. Those who dare to defy this decree shall face death. To survive indicates your wisdom. I trust you shall refrain from engaging in any foolish endeavors henceforth, Li Rufeng stated with a calm demeanor. As his words echoed, he raised his hand and with a gentle motion, infused a surge of power into the bodies of the elders below. I have inscribed a restriction within you. Should any rebellious thoughts arise, you shall meet the same fate as those before you. Now, you may take your leave. After concluding his directives, Li Rufeng dismissed the elders. Swiftly, they complied, each departing the grand hall in haste, fearful that a moment's delay might result in their annihilation at Li Rufeng's hands. Is there something you wish to discuss? Moments later, only Wu Hanshan remained in the hall. Regarding the elder below, Li Rufeng inquired with a hint of detachment. Esteemed elder, I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Wu Hanshan stammered in response to Li Rufeng's inquiry. Chapter 0, The Domain Lord of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. Deceiving Shangwan Yulei speak, Li Rufeng replied to Wu Hanshan without hesitation. Indeed, esteemed elder, your strength is formidable. Yet I must caution you. Feng Shuankong's background is rather complex. You should be aware of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. Within it, there are immortal lords and 10 domain lords overseeing matters. Feng Shuankong's elder brother is one of these domain lords. This individual achieved the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm eons ago and is now likely beginning to grasp the legendary divine realm. If he were to learn of his brother's demise, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Kunlun Hall. Thus, it would be prudent for you to prepare accordingly. Wu Hanshan openly advised. Oh, a domain lord? An immortal emperor at the 9th level? The divine realm? I had not anticipated he possessed such a sibling. I appreciate your concern. As long as you support Yulei diligently, once I depart, I shall appoint you to the position of that insignificant immortal lord, Li Rufeng remarked, gazing at Wu Hanshan with a playful smile. I wouldn't dare. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Only someone of your caliber is worthy of the title of immortal lord, Wu Hanshan promptly flattered in response to Li Rufeng's words. Enough. I have no interest in such a trivial title. Now, you may leave. Li Rufeng waved dismissively, signaling the end of their conversation. Yes, I take my leave. This time, Wu Hanshan did not linger further, offering a respectful bow before exiting the grand hall. Master, I was unaware of Feng Shuankong's impressive background. Had I known, I would have spared that fellow's life. I have caused you trouble, Shangwan Yulei immediately expressed, her tone tinged with remorse after Wu Hanshan's departure. Trouble? A mere domain lord. Is that truly a concern? You must understand, Yulei, your words are an affront to me. Consider this. Do you believe an ant could pose any trouble to you? Clearly, it cannot. In the future, be bolder. I am far stronger than you imagine. Now, you have just taken over Kunlun Hall, and there are matters that require your attention. As for that domain lord, should he dare to come, I shall ensure his demise. I am somewhat fatigued and shall take my leave to rest, Li Rufeng concluded, rising to his feet and making his way towards the hall's exit. I bid you farewell, master. Shangwan Yulei respectfully replied. Li Rufeng acknowledged with a slight nod, quickening his pace. Giggle, master. Look at what I have brought you. Just as Li Rufeng was about to approach the grand hall's entrance, a figure suddenly burst in from outside. Little Kunkin, what took you so long? I thought you had been devoured by some beast. Li Rufeng teased upon seeing the intruding Kunkin. Devour me? I am the emperor among chickens. No beast yet to be born could consume me. Kunkin retorted playfully. But enough of that. Master, I have brought you some game. As the words left Kunkin's mouth, he dragged the prey behind him to Li Rufeng's feet. What is this? A rabbit? Goodness, this rabbit is larger than a tiger. Where did you find it? Li Rufeng inquired, his curiosity piqued by the enormous rabbit before him. Well, it's quite simple. Didn't you ask me to procure some beast meat for you? I happened upon a garden and discovered this fellow. So I captured it on a whim. Master, look at how large it is. It seems delectable. Shall we roast it now? Kunkin suggested eagerly. Very well, you may proceed. I would like to keep 2 legs for myself. The rest you may handle as you wish. Once I have rested, I shall return to you, Li Rufeng replied, continuing his stride toward the hall's exterior while giving Kunkin an encouraging gesture as he departed. Wait, you can't be serious. Am I really expected to handle this chore myself? Kunkin muttered reluctantly, watching Li Rufeng's retreating figure. By the way, you are that chicken? The first time I met Master. You were right beside him. I never imagined you were his pet. You must be quite formidable to have captured Master's attention, a voice chimed in. As Shangwan Yulei approached, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Master? Who are you referring to as Master? Kunkin inquired, puzzled by Shangwan's words. Of course. I refer to Master as Master, which is the same as what you call him, your owner, Shangwan Yulei explained. You are a disciple of the Master? It has hardly been long, and he has already taken you under his wing? Well, this does not concern me, so why should I fret? No, wait. Ahem, little girl. Since you have taken him as your teacher, I have a formidable yet honorable task to assign to you. Kunkin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, as if struck by inspiration. What task? Shangwan Yulei inquired immediately, intrigued by Kunkin's proclamation. Naturally, it is a task to honor your master. Behold, this is what I, Kunkin, have procured for your master. Your master truly delights in this. Initially, I had no intention of granting you this opportunity to show your respect. However, considering the bond we share, I, Lord Kuan, will reluctantly relinquish this rare chance to you. How does that sound? Am I not generous to you? Little Kuan spoke. An opportunity to show respect to my master? Really? I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me, said Shangwan Yulei, her expression filled with skepticism. Deceive you? Since you doubt Lord Kuan, let us disregard what I just said. Other young ladies are more understanding. I shall reserve such favorable opportunities for them in the future. Observing Shangwan Yulei's suspicions, little Kuan quickly changed her tune. Other young ladies? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing little Kuan's words, Shangwan Yulei's heart tightened, and she immediately pressed for clarification. It means exactly what it says. You are not the sole female disciple of the master. Is there a problem with that? Now, step aside. I still need to prepare roasted rabbit meat for the master, replied little Kuan. No, wait, esteemed Kuan. I apologize for doubting your good intentions. Allow me to handle the roasting of the rabbit meat. If such favorable opportunities arise in the future, you may entrust them to me, Shangwan Yulei said, her face alight with a smile, noticing little Kuan's impatience. Oh, you no longer doubt my sincerity? Upon hearing Shangwan Yulei's words, little Kuan inquired calmly. I have no doubts. None at all. Esteemed Kuan, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold a grudge against a mere girl like me. Here, I present to you my privately stored celestial stones and a few elixirs, as a token of my respect for you. To assure little Kuan of her sincerity, Shangwan Yulei unhesitatingly offered a storage ring. Ahem, very well. Given your earnestness, I shall not begrudge a junior. This rabbit is yours. Your master desires 2 rabbit legs. You must attend to that promptly. Oh, and by the way, I shall take the remaining 2 rabbit legs. The rest is all yours. Go on. I have faith in you, little Kuan said, receiving Shangwan Yulei's storage ring without a change in expression. Thank you very much, esteemed Kuan. Hearing little Kuan's words, Shangwan Yulei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without wasting a moment, she drew her sword and began to prepare the enormous rabbit before her. In no time, the 4 rabbit legs were sizzling over the flames. During this time, little Kuan pretended to guide her, occasionally instructing Shangwan Yulei to turn the legs over and when to add seasonings for flavor. Before long, the hall was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit meat. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yulei gradually found herself enchanted by little Kuan's charm. Unbeknownst to Li Rufeng, a pivotal moment was unfolding within the grand hall. Had he been aware, it would likely not have been a roasted rabbit leg on the menu, but rather a roasted chicken. Chapter 0. The Realm of Carefree Immortals. The 3 ancestors of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion in the Realm of Carefree Immortals, amidst a mountain range teeming with ferocious beasts, the figure of Wu Dao emerged. In his grasp lay a black compass, which, according to its guidance, indicated that the ancestors should be in this vicinity. However, as he approached the mountains, the compass's readings were inexplicably distorted by an unseen force. It seemed that he would have to rely on his own wits. Withdrawing the compass, Wu Dao pondered deeply. Soon after, he summoned the river map and the Lo Shu, initiating a process of deduction. Moments later, his eyes brightened as if he had uncovered something significant. Without hesitation, he stowed away the river map and the Lo Shu, then proceeded in a determined direction. Meanwhile, within a concealed cave at the heart of the mountain range, nearly 200 individuals lay hidden. Someone has entered, murmured a venerable elder with flowing white hair, who had been meditating. Flanking him were two other elderly figures, also in meditation. The speaking elder, the founder of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion from the lower realm, was known as the Celestial Mechanism Daoist. The remaining two were the second and third ancestors of the pavilion, named Xinyuanzi and Daoxuanzi, respectively. Could it be that those from the celestial realm have discovered us? That seems unlikely. The concealment techniques we three devised should not have been unraveled so swiftly, pondered Xinyuanzi, filled with doubt. No, it is probably not those from the celestial realm. Based on my senses, the presence is quite faint, and there is only one individual. If the celestial realm had discovered our hiding place, they would not have sent merely one person, replied the Celestial Mechanism Daoist. One person? Could it be that an outsider has inadvertently wandered into this mountain range? Should I investigate? Inquired Daoxuanzi, who had remained silent until now. Very well. Go and assess the situation. If anything seems amiss, do not act rashly. Return promptly, the Celestial Mechanism Daoist replied after a brief contemplation, nodding slightly. Understood. With that, Daoxuanzi vanished from his seat. Alas, why can I not discern even the slightest information about this individual? Well, if it is a blessing, it shall not be a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Xinyuanzi, for prudence's sake, please gather the others. If anything feels off, we shall retreat with our people. The Celestial Mechanism Daoist sighed once more after Daoxuanzi's departure. Yes, ancestor. After acknowledging, Xinyuanzi too vanished from his seat. On the other side, aided by the river map and the Lo Shu, Wu Dao drew ever closer to the cave where the Celestial Mechanism Daoist and the others were concealed. He was almost there. I wonder how the ancestors are faring now. If I can secure their support, I will undoubtedly possess the utmost confidence in the impending battle among the myriad sections. As Wu Dao pondered this, he quickened his pace. Just as he was within mere miles of the cave, the figure of Daoxuanzi appeared along the path leading to it. Upon approaching Daoxuanzi, and with less than 100 meters separating them, Wu Dao abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. There was an oddity in the air. He summoned the river diagram and Luo book, seemingly sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him. Wu Dao did not hesitate to invoke the power of the river diagram and Luo book. In an instant, he was enveloped by its energy. He commanded, Heavenly Mechanism, reveal. As his voice echoed, the river diagram and Luo book emitted a radiant white light that spread outward. The art of heavenly mechanism? This individual has indeed cultivated this path. Moreover, the object in his hand is quite extraordinary. Perched upon a nearby tree branch, Daoxuanzi observed Wu Dao's actions with astonishment. I found you. Go. Just as Daoxuanzi was still reeling from the surprise, Wu Dao suddenly launched an attack in his direction. This is bad. This young man has managed to discern my position. Realizing the impending strike, Daoxuanzi had no time to contemplate and swiftly dodged to the side. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Daoxuanzi's figure was fully revealed before Wu Dao. That visage. I feel as though I have seen it before. As he caught sight of Daoxuanzi, a flicker of familiarity flashed through Wu Dao's mind. It is the third ancestor. Although his appearance has changed somewhat, it largely resembles the likeness depicted in the portrait. Haha, I did not expect such fortune. I encounter the third ancestor upon my arrival. After a brief moment of recollection, Wu Dao recalled a portrait he had seen in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, depicting a figure strikingly similar to the one before him. Without hesitation, he leaped towards Daoxuanzi, his face alight with joy. However, Daoxuanzi, having never encountered Wu Dao, felt an overwhelming sense of alertness at this sudden approach. So weak, what could he intend? Could it be a ruse? After assessing Wu Dao's realm, Dao Xuanzi gazed at the rapidly approaching figure with a look of confusion. Disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Wu Dao pays respects to the third ancestor. Soon, Wu Dao reached a mere 10 meters from Dao Xuanzi, and without a shred of hesitation, he knelt on one knee and spoke earnestly. What? A disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? You claim to be a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Dao Xuanzi, already on high alert, was taken aback by Wu Dao's declaration. Indeed, to be precise, the disciple is the current vice master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. This is my identity token, and this, the emblem wielded by the past masters of our pavilion. As he spoke, Wu Dao simultaneously produced an identity token along with the previously used black compass. Upon catching sight of the black compass, Dao Xuanzi suddenly approached Wu Dao and promptly grasped the compass to examine it. Indeed, it is the very object. Rise. Other matters may be fabricated, but this item cannot be counterfeited by those of the celestial realm. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would encounter a descendant of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. No, quickly tell me, how did you arrive in the celestial realm? The Ascension Gate has long been sealed by the denizens of the celestial realm. How did you manage to come here? As if struck by a realization, Dao Xuanzi immediately pressed for answers. Replying to the third ancestor, the Ascension Gate is indeed sealed. However, that was in the past. The seal has now been broken. I, too, recently traversed through the Ascension Gate to arrive in the celestial realm. Wu Dao responded. What? The seal has been broken? When did this occur? Such a significant event. Why have I received no word of it? Upon hearing Wu Dao's words, Dao Xuanzi expressed both astonishment and delight. It has only been a few days, approximately 3 or 4 days, I believe. Moreover, it was my master who broke the seal. Subsequently, I followed the guidance of the black compass to reach this place. Wu Dao replied. Your master? Who is your master? How could he possibly break the seal of the Ascension Gate? Dao Xuanzi inquired again, astonished. Ahem, third ancestor, would you kindly lead me to your temporary residence? After I have met with the other ancestors and elders, I will explain everything in detail. In response to Dao Xuanzi's probing, Wu Dao spoke softly. Very well. Since your identity has been confirmed, come with me. The other 2 ancestors will undoubtedly be pleased to learn of a descendant from the lower realms arriving. Dao Xuanzi nodded, and then turned to head towards the cave. Observing this, Wu Dao promptly followed suit. Guided by Dao Xuanzi, Wu Dao soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. Finally, Dao Xuanzi unlocked the restrictions at the entrance, and the 2 entered the cave together. Chapter 0. Meeting the 3 ancestors. Facing doubt before long, Dao Xuanzi escorted Wu Dao to stand before the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist and Shen Xinghe. Dao Xuanzi succinctly introduced Wu Dao's identity. Once again, Wu Dao took out the black compass. Much like Dao Xuanzi, upon seeing the black compass, the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist and Shen Xinghe swiftly acknowledged Wu Dao's identity. It brings me immense joy to stand in the presence of the 3 esteemed ancestors. Wu Dao expressed earnestly. May I be so bold as to inquire about the realms of your esteemed powers? Gazing at the 3 venerable ancestors, Wu Dao's curiosity was palpable. Cough, cough. Among us 3, the strength of the Heavenly Mechanism ancestor is the most formidable, having begun to touch the threshold of the 9th layer of the Immortal Emperor. I and the 2nd ancestor, however, are slightly weaker, both at the 7th layer of the Immortal Emperor. Dao Xuanzi replied candidly to Wu Dao's inquiry. Such strength. Excellent. This gives us a solid foundation. Wu Dao exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Esteemed ancestors, I have a request, and hope you would be willing to grant it. Learning of the ancestors' Immortal Emperor status ignited a spark of hope in Wu Dao. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances at Wu Dao's words. Wu Dao, please share your thoughts. If it is within our capabilities, we shall not decline, the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist said slowly after a brief pause. Very well, esteemed ancestor. The matter is as follows. I was summoned by Li Rufeng to participate in the great battle of 10,000 sects. Wu Dao recounted the circumstances that led him to this pivotal moment, ultimately expressing his desire for the 3 ancestors to lend their support. Time passed swiftly. Approximately half a stick of incense later. Esteemed ancestors, what are your thoughts? With your strength, I firmly believe we can secure the top position in this great battle of 10,000 sects, Wu Dao stated, filled with anticipation. This, Wu Dao? You say your master has summoned you to participate in this great battle of 10,000 sects? This may not be feasible, the heavenly mechanism Taoist cautioned, his tone heavy with concern. It would be prudent for you to abandon this notion. Why is that, esteemed ancestor? Wu Dao queried, surprised. I cannot abandon this great battle. It is a task assigned by my master. He promptly asserted in response to the heavenly mechanism Taoist's warning. Sigh. You are newly arrived in the immortal realm and are unaware of certain circumstances. Currently, those from the Tianyuan Continent are being hunted down throughout the immortal realm. Over the years, countless individuals from the Tianyuan Continent have perished at the hands of those in the immortal realm. They possess means to detect our presence. Had it not been for the concealment techniques employed by your two ancestors and myself, you would not have been able to meet us today. Presently, those who survive from the Tianyuan Continent are all in hiding across the immortal realm. Therefore, if you were to participate in the battle of 10,000 sects, would that not lay you bare before the vigilant eyes of the denizens of the celestial realm? Wu Dao, this time you must heed our counsel. In comparison to the value of your own life, that so-called battle of 10,000 sects is one you must unequivocally avoid. Spoke the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms with a measured tone. Upon absorbing the gravity of the Taoist's words, Wu Dao fell into a deep reverie. This information is crucial. Fortunately, I have managed to conceal my aura throughout my journey. However, my senior brothers and junior siblings may remain oblivious to this reality. I must relay this urgent information to them post-haste. In this critical moment, I can only seek my master's guidance. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Dao resolved to inform Li Rufeng of this vital intelligence rather than dwell on the battle of 10,000 sects. Esteemed ancestors, this information bears great significance. I must summon my master and convey it to him. Please remember to show my master the respect he deserves. Otherwise, it would be regrettable to harm our own. After delivering his admonition, Wu Dao produced a token and, without hesitation, shattered it. Wu Dao's master? We are to show him respect? As an 8th-tier celestial emperor, I must pay deference to a junior? Very well, I shall witness the prowess of one who can shatter the seals of the ascension gates. The Taoist of heavenly mechanisms felt a pang of dissatisfaction upon hearing Wu Dao's instructions. After all, in his eyes, no matter how formidable Li Rufeng might be, he could not possibly surpass his own strength. The notion of respecting someone deemed weaker than himself stirred his emotions. Just as the Taoist continued to ponder in silence, the fragmented token began to coalesce, and Li Rufeng's figure gradually materialized. After a brief moment, he fully manifested. Wu Dao, why have you summoned me? Li Rufeng inquired, his gaze scanning his surroundings before he spoke with a calm demeanor. Master, I have a matter of great urgency to report, Wu Dao replied with utmost respect. Oh, a matter of great urgency? What is it? Li Rufeng asked. It is as follows, just moments ago. In response to Li Rufeng's inquiry, Wu Dao succinctly recounted the words of the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms without hesitation. Something that can detect your auras? You deem this a significant matter? Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. Are you indeed Wu Dao's master? From your words, it seems you consider this trivial? You must understand, should the beings of the celestial realm discover us, we would face an onslaught of formidable adversaries. Even I cannot guarantee that I would evade their pursuit unscathed after being exposed. You have sent Wu Dao to participate in the battle of 10,000 clans, which is akin to leading him to his demise. As his master, should you not first contemplate his safety? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's seemingly indifferent tone, the Taoist of heavenly secrets could no longer restrain himself from questioning. Oh, and who might you be? Li Rufeng inquired, turning to the speaker, the Taoist of heavenly secrets, with a puzzled expression. Cough, esteemed master. This is the patriarch of our heavenly secrets pavilion, known as the Taoist of heavenly secrets. The other two are also esteemed ancestors of our pavilion, Wu Dao interjected, sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward. Ah, so you are the patriarch of the heavenly secrets pavilion. I see why you fled so hastily before. You were seeking your esteemed ancestor. Li Rufeng teased lightly. Ah, it seems master has seen through me, Wu Dao replied, his laughter tinged with embarrassment. Taoist of heavenly secrets, is it? Although I seldom meddle in my disciples' affairs, there is one thing you have misconstrued. I would never send them to their deaths. Furthermore, in this modest celestial realm, no one shall harm them in my presence. Wu Dao must participate in the battle of 10,000 clans. As for your concern regarding the exposure of their presence, I shall address that. If necessary, I will eradicate all those celestial beings myself. Surely that is not a difficult task? Or do you think that what you deem impossible, I too cannot accomplish? Li Rufeng stated calmly, his tone deceptively serene, yet imbued with an air of authority. The Taoist of Heavenly Secrets and the other two patriarchs exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. They had encountered braggarts before, but this was the first time they had heard someone so boldly proclaim he could annihilate all the beings of the celestial realm. This individual certainly possesses a remarkable audacity. The Taoist of Heavenly Secrets mused internally, observing Li Rufeng's composed demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting. Given your confidence, I wonder if you would entertain a spar with me? While I may not be the strongest in the celestial realm, my abilities are not to be underestimated. You claim you can eliminate all those celestial beings. I am curious to ascertain the extent of your prowess. The Taoist of Heavenly Secrets spoke slowly after a few moments, his tone laced with skepticism. Chapter 0. The Cycle of Eternity, Master of the Tower of Desolation. Oh, a sparring session? No, thank you. Sparring seems rather cumbersome. I am not one to squander time on trivial pursuits. Li Rufeng chuckled before speaking. Is it a matter of disliking wasted time, or perhaps a lack of courage? Fear not, it is merely sparring. I shall ensure the intensity is manageable. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the Taoist of Destiny failed to grasp their true implication, even going so far as to mock him. How amusing. I believe you have misinterpreted my words. My refusal to spar signifies that with a single move, I can make you taste the essence of despair. After all, why waste time on matters that can be resolved in one stroke? Li Rufeng remarked with a smile. You. Very well, very well. Are all young people so brash these days? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's bold claims, the Taoist of Destiny felt a surge of anger. If one is not brash, can they truly be called young? No need for further words. Since you question my abilities, let us have you experience them firsthand. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist of Destiny, along with Shen Xinghe and Daoxuanzi, found themselves ensnared by the forces of time and space. Subsequently, under the influence of the power of reincarnation, their consciousness was plunged into an endless cycle. Superficially, it appeared that the three of them merely slept, yet in truth, their slumber was not as peaceful as usual. They were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Master, what of the ancestors? They simply do not comprehend your strength, which is why they have shown defiance. I implore you, spare them. Upon witnessing the Taoist of Destiny and his companions succumb to sleep, Wu Dao quickly stepped forward to plead on their behalf. Do not worry, I shall exercise discretion. Although the experience of eternal reincarnation may be arduous, should they glean any enlightenment from it, their realms may advance further. As for how much they can improve, that depends on their own fortune, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. I see. So, this is an opportunity for the ancestors? In that case, I shall rest easy, Wu Dao said, relieved by Li Rufeng's response. Meanwhile, after casting a few glances at the Taoist of Destiny and his companions, Li Rufeng turned his attention elsewhere. System, do you have a solution regarding the issue of their aura? Li Rufeng began to communicate with the system in his mind. Dear host, addressing this issue is quite simple. All that is required is to replace the aura emanating from them, reflective of the Tianyuan Continent, with that of the primordial small world. Oh, is it truly that simple? What must I do? Forget it. Let me handle it, Li Rufeng spoke calmly. Transform the essence of all individuals from the Tianyuan Continent in the immortal realm to that of the primordial small world. Understood, esteemed host, came the reply. As the host's voice resonated, an inexplicable force enveloped all beings from the Tianyuan Continent. Reporting to esteemed host, the essence of individuals from the Tianyuan Continent has been entirely replaced with that of the primordial small world, the system chimed in shortly thereafter. Well, this resolves the issue. Li Rufeng mused. This way, I need not expend energy eliminating those from the immortal realm. However, I hope they possess the sense to comply, otherwise. He fell into a moment of contemplation. Wu Dao, the issue with their essence has been addressed. Henceforth, those in the immortal realm will be unable to discern the essence of individuals from the Tianyuan Continent. The remaining matters, you shall explain to them. I shall take my leave now. Before long, Li Rufeng instructed. Resolved? So swiftly? Indeed, master. I respectfully bid you farewell. Wu Dao expressed, feeling a flicker of astonishment, and bowed respectfully to Li Rufeng. With a slight nod, Li Rufeng's figure gradually dissipated into the air. After his departure, Wu Dao settled down nearby, awaiting the awakening of the three from the Tianji Daoist, while also guarding them to prevent any interruptions during their state of meditation. In the Taishu immortal domain, at this moment, within an inconspicuous pavilion, there existed two silhouettes in the grand hall at the top. One figure, clad in a black robe, was respectfully kneeling on the ground. Opposite him sat a woman, elegantly dressed in a black gown, her beauty unparalleled. Yet her exquisite features were tinged with an air of coldness. Her name was Ning Yingying, the leader of the Deadly Tower, the foremost assassin organization in the immortal realm. "Speak, what news do you bring?" Ning Yingying's icy voice soon echoed. "Esteemed leader, our people have perished in the Tianyuan immortal domain," the black-clad man replied, keeping his head bowed in utmost reverence. "Oh, what are the specifics?" Ning Yingying inquired further. "The details have been investigated by my subordinates. Our people died within the territory of a force known as the Tianyuan Sect. However," the black-clad man hesitated abruptly. "Speak your mind," Ning Yingying commanded coldly, noticing his pause. "Yes. However, the strength of the Tianyuan Sect has been assessed by my subordinates. Currently, the most formidable individual in the Tianyuan Sect is the reclusive elder Su Yang. Yet, Su Yang's strength is entirely insufficient to have killed our people. Thus, the subordinate harbored suspicions that there were unseen forces supporting the Tianyuan Sect. However, given that the Tianyuan Sect was a decayed entity, he found it incomprehensible that anyone would risk antagonizing our deathly Oblivion Tower for its sake." The man in black responded, his face reflecting a profound perplexity. "The Tianyuan Sect." At the table, Ning Yingying pondered for a moment, subsequently succumbing to deep contemplation. Below, the man in black, upon witnessing her demeanor, dared not utter another sound. After a prolonged silence enveloped the hall, Ning Yingying gradually lifted her head. "I shall personally visit the Tianyuan immortal domain. After I depart, should anyone seek me, instruct them to await my return patiently, understood?" Ning Yingying rose slowly, her gaze fixed upon the man in black as she issued her directive. "Yes, I understand." The man in black responded without a hint of hesitation upon hearing her words. Ning Yingying nodded slightly, and then her figure vanished from the hall. It was not until 10 breaths had passed since her departure that the man in black finally rose, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Who would have thought that the master would personally venture to the Tianyuan immortal domain? This time, the one responsible for the death of our deathly Oblivion Tower shall surely meet their end. The man in black exclaimed in astonishment, and shortly thereafter, he exited the hall. Chapter 0. The young master of the Yang family challenges the Kunlun Hall. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun immortal domain, outside the Kunlun Hall, a multitude of figures suddenly materialized in the sky. At the forefront stood a young man clad in a flowing blue robe, accompanied by several individuals exuding formidable auras. This young man was named Yang Cheng, the scion of the illustrious Yang family of the Kunlun immortal domain, a powerful lineage with a legacy spanning millions of years. Although their overall strength may not surpass that of the Kunlun Hall, their stratagems and hidden cards are certainly not inferior. The Yang family's arrival at the Kunlun Hall was anything but casual. Their unrestrained display of power indicated that they were not to be trifled with. Moments after the Yang family made their appearance, several figures swiftly emerged from within the Kunlun Hall. Leading them was Wu Han, the Grand Elder of the Kunlun Hall. "Yang Cheng, what brings your family here so suddenly? Have they learned of the upheaval within the Kunlun Hall and intend to meddle?" Wu Han pondered upon seeing Yang Cheng standing at the forefront. "Young Master Yang, what is the purpose of your visit to the Kunlun Hall with such a retinue? Do you seek to challenge our authority?" Although uncertain about the reason behind Yang Cheng's visit, Wu Han, as the Grand Elder, did not regard Amir Jr. with undue concern. "Ah, Grand Elder, you flatter me. Who in the Kunlun immortal domain would dare to provoke the authority of the Kunlun Hall? My unannounced visit is merely for a single matter. To be precise, it concerns a chicken," Yang Cheng replied with a smile, displaying no hint of trepidation. "A chicken? I fail to comprehend your meaning, young Master Yang. I have resided in the Kunlun Hall for quite some time, and have yet to encounter a chicken." "It seems you may be mistaken," Wu Han responded, momentarily taken aback before speaking with a measured tone. "Oh, is that so? Whether the Kunlun Hall possesses the chicken I seek is certainly not for you to decide. Grand Elder, Ming, please show the Grand Elder the item in question," Yang Cheng instructed, and at his words, an elder named Yang Ming stepped forward. Yang Ming, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor realm, was the source of Yang Cheng's confidence in this venture. Approaching Wu Han, Yang Ming produced a mirror. As he infused the mirror with his immortal energy, it soon projected an image into the air beside them. The scene revealed was of Shao Kuan and Shengwan Yulei roasting a rabbit within the Grand Hall. This spectacle quickly captivated the attention of all present. There truly is a chicken. At that moment, Wu Han felt a wave of astonishment and confusion wash over him. Excellent. That rabbit has been nurtured with rare celestial materials for centuries. I have yet to savor the flavor, yet they have already indulged. Great Elder, if I am not mistaken, the maiden by the side of that chicken is indeed your saintess from Kunlun Hall, is she not? Initially, I was perplexed as to why a chicken would abscond with the ingredients I have nurtured for centuries. It now appears that all of this stems from a command issued by the saintess of Kunlun Hall. Great Elder, do you not owe me an explanation? Upon seeing the roasted rabbit leg in the image, Yang Cheng's expression darkened, and his tone grew frigid. What on earth is happening here? An explanation? I would indeed like to provide one. The issue is that the saintess has a mysterious mentor backing her. What can I do? Alas, offending the Yang family is far better than facing certain death. In the face of Yang Cheng's inquiries, Wu Han swiftly reached a resolution. Young Master Yang, it is merely a rabbit. The saintess may simply wish to experience the taste of rabbit. How about this? Name your price. We shall consider the rabbit as purchased by Kunlun Hall. What say you? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Han spoke up. Purchased? You claim Kunlun Hall wishes to buy it. Huh, what a jest. Do you have any notion of the time and energy I have expended to nurture this rabbit? As for the rare treasures, they are beyond counting. This rabbit is my key to breaking into the immortal spirit realm. Do you think you can simply dismiss it with a mere purchase? Very well, if it is purchase you seek. I have heard that Kunlun Hall possesses a celestial fruit known as the dragon fruit. If you were to provide me with the dragon fruit, I shall cease my pursuit of the rabbit. With that, Yang Cheng gazed calmly at Wu Han, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. What? The dragon fruit? Yang Cheng, you truly dare to speak such words. For a mere rabbit, you would have Kunlun Hall part with the dragon fruit? Even if what you say is true, the rabbit may aid you in reaching the immortal spirit realm, yet it pales in comparison to the dragon fruit. Throughout the entire Kunlun immortal domain, only Kunlun Hall possesses such a fruit. Do not think that even 100 or 1,000 rabbits could rival its worth. If young Master Yang sincerely seeks compensation, I am willing to cooperate. However, do you presume that Kunlun Hall is without resources, or that I would hesitate to act against you? So, Great Elder, it seems you are unwilling to relinquish the dragon fruit. Very well, then surrender that chicken, along with your saintess from Kunlun Hall. Choose your path, Great Elder, and conduct yourself accordingly. In the face of Wu Hanshan's cold inquiries, Yang Cheng remained unperturbed, betraying no hint of fear. Something is amiss. There is something profoundly amiss. Under normal circumstances, the Yang family would not dare to so openly provoke the Kunlun Hall. Yet today, Yang Cheng seems to regard Kunlun Hall with utter disdain. Could it be that they have learned of Feng Shuangkong's demise? Even so, what audacity does the Yang family possess to presume they can dominate Kunlun Hall? Or is there more to this situation than meets the eye? As he gazed at the remarkably composed Yang Cheng, Wu Han began to find it difficult to discern the true intentions behind the Yang family's visit to Kunlun Hall. He chuckled. Yang Cheng, we are all astute individuals here. Let us dispense with the pretense. What is your family's true objective in coming to Kunlun Hall? I cannot believe you have come merely for a rabbit. A formidable being at the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor realm, accompanied by over a dozen others at no less than the 5th level. One might think your family intends to usurp Kunlun Hall. At this juncture, Wu Han no longer felt the need for courtesy and directly confronted Yang Cheng with a cold inquiry. No wonder you are the Grand Elder. It is truly difficult to deceive you. Very well, I have no intention of concealing the truth. Today, my Yang family has 2 matters to address. First, from this day forth, Kunlun Hall shall be under the stewardship of my Yang family. Second, you are to surrender your saintess, Shengwan Yulei. Yang Cheng raised 2 fingers and spoke languidly. Preposterous. You impudent child of the Yang family, do you presume I have granted you any leniency? What do you think your family is? You aspire to take over Kunlun Hall. With such words alone, Kunlun Hall has ample justification to eradicate your Yang family. Wu Han shouted, his fury ignited by Yang Cheng's declaration. Eradicate my Yang family? Ha ha. Grand Elder, you truly have a talent for humor. Perhaps in the past, that would have sufficed, but do you truly believe my Yang family is unaware of the current circumstances? A Kunlun Hall without its master is akin to a toothless tiger. Today, you shall either comply with my demands or meet your demise. Yang Cheng laughed heartily, then threatened Wu Hanshan without reservation. You, how do you know? Wu Hanshan inquired, astonishment coloring his voice. Humph, is that so difficult to comprehend? You underestimate my Yang family's intelligence network far too much. Enough of this idle chatter. You must choose. Will you submit or resist, Grand Elder? Yang Cheng's expression turned scornful as he spoke nonchalantly. And even if you are aware, what of it? Do not forget, behind Kunlun Hall stands a domain master. Does your Yang family believe it possesses the strength to oppose a domain master? Wu Hanshan retorted coldly. Chapter 0. Stabilizing Yang Cheng. Seeking aid from Li Rufeng Domain Lord? Ha ha ha. In this day and age, who doesn't have a domain lord backing them? Elder, do you truly believe that my Yang family arrived at Kunlun Palace without any preparation? You are aware that while the immortal realm appears unified on the surface, the fierce undercurrents of conflict among the various domain factions run deep. Fortunately, there exists a domain lord who has taken a particular interest in my Yang family. Thus, you need not entertain any thoughts of a domain lord coming forth to support your Kunlun Palace, at least for the foreseeable future. The domain lord you mentioned is entirely preoccupied and unable to assist you. Therefore, I advise you all to be prudent. Otherwise, do not blame my Yang family for unleashing a massacre. Yang Cheng declared with a proud demeanor, his face brimming with arrogance. How could such a situation arise? Is it possible that other domain lords have set their sights on Kunlun Palace? No, it would be more accurate to say they are eyeing the Kunlun Immortal Domain. It is said that the factions within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance are distinctly divided. Should one domain lord garner the support of two immortal domains, their standing within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance would inevitably rise. Now it makes sense, with Feng Xiankong deceased. It presents the optimal moment to strike at the Kunlun Immortal Domain. Yet, does the Yang family truly underestimate the strength of that predecessor, or do they simply disregard him? If the latter is the case, then, Yang family, your current arrogance will only lead to dire consequences. Previously, Kunlun Palace had contemplated taking action against the Yang family, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. This time, perhaps they could annihilate the Yang family. Observing Yang Cheng's arrogant smirk, Wu Hanshan pondered deeply. This matter is of great significance. I must confer with the elders of Kunlun Palace. Although I am the Grand Elder, I cannot make decisions unilaterally. After forming a certain hypothesis, Wu Hanshan solemnly stated, adopting a semblance of compromise. Very well. I shall grant the Grand Elder the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If I do not receive a satisfactory response after that, well, I believe the Grand Elder understands the consequences. Upon hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Yang Cheng grinned, completely oblivious to the subtle unease in Wu Hanshan's demeanor. Fine. With that response, Wu Hanshan ceased to linger in the air and immediately turned to descend towards Kunlun Palace. Upon returning, he wasted no time and hurried directly to the main hall. Young master, we hold an undeniable advantage. Why grant them any time? Why not launch an immediate assault? In the sky, Yang Ming approached Yang Cheng and inquired with a hint of confusion. While Kunlun Palace may be a toothless tiger at present, it is still a tiger. Should a bloodbath ensue, my Yang family may prevail, yet we would undoubtedly pay a significant price. Thus, granting them a little time is not without merit. In pursuit of becoming the sole sovereign of the Kunlun celestial realm, my Yang family has patiently awaited this moment for far too long. We are not hindered by the mere passing of an incense stick's time. It must be said, perhaps even fate itself favors my Yang family. Just as that chicken snatched my rabbit, the Lord of Kunlun Hall encountered an inexplicable mishap. Coincidentally, that very chicken has found its way into Kunlun Hall. Ming, what do you suppose I should do with this chicken? Should I slay it or spare its life? After all, its presence has afforded my Yang family the opportunity to seize control of the Kunlun celestial realm. Yang Cheng suddenly jested with a smile. It is just a mere chicken. If the young master wishes to kill it, then let it be so. Moreover, even without it, my Yang family would still command Kunlun Hall. Young master, with your innate constitution, should it merge with that of the saintess from Kunlun Hall, your talents will elevate you to the pinnacle of the Kunlun celestial realm. Perhaps even the entire celestial domain. Once you mature, conquering the Kunlun celestial realm would be a trivial affair. Yang Ming remarked indifferently from the side. Haha, well said. Once I obtain Shengguan Yulei, not only will I claim the Kunlun celestial realm, but I may also aspire to the position of celestial sovereign. At that time, the entire celestial realm shall bow to my will. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yang Ming's flattery, Yang Cheng erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, on another side, Wu Han had already located Shengguan Yulei. Saintess, trouble has come knocking. You must promptly inform your master. The individuals from the Yang family are approaching with great force, and there may be numerous ambushes surrounding Kunlun Hall. Only your master can resolve this crisis. Without hesitation, Wu Han spoke to Shengguan Yulei with a grave tone. The Yang family? Why would they come to Kunlun Hall? The name of the Yang family is well known throughout the Kunlun celestial realm, and thus, upon hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Shengguan Yulei felt a surge of confusion. They are undoubtedly here for Kunlun Hall, aiming to seize it and become the masters of the Kunlun celestial realm. Moreover, that Yang Cheng has specifically demanded we surrender you, the Saintess. This may also be part of their motive. Wu Han replied solemnly. Me? I understand. I shall summon my master at once. Grand Elder, please handle the situation for now. Until my master arrives, refrain from taking any action to avoid unforeseen complications. With no time to ponder further, after issuing a few instructions and disregarding the rabbit leg nearby, Shengguan Yulei swiftly exited the grand hall. Following this, Wu Han cast a glance at the small Kuan, then also turned to leave the grand hall. Alas, what a ridiculous Yang family. I shall remember you. Such a fine tool has been lost just like that. However, the rabbit leg is nearly roasted. I shall endure a little longer to complete the final steps. After Wu Han departed, Xiao Kuan muttered his grievances to himself, simultaneously harboring resentment towards the Yang family. In a chamber within Kunlun Hall, Shengguan Yulei had been searching for some time before finally discovering the resting Li Rufeng. Master, a crisis has arisen. Someone has besieged Kunlun Hall and demanded our surrender. Only you can resolve this predicament, Shengguan Yulei exclaimed breathlessly as she approached the bedside. Awakened by her voice, Li Rufeng slowly opened his eyes. Is someone causing trouble? Who is it? Is it that domain lord? He inquired, turning his gaze towards Shengguan Yulei, his demeanor unperturbed. No, it is not. It is the Yang family. She promptly replied. The Yang family? Which Yang family? Upon hearing this for the first time, confusion washed over Li Rufeng's features. Master, this Yang family is from the Kunlun immortal domain. Noticing Li Rufeng's bewilderment, Shengguan Yulei hastily provided a brief introduction to the Yang family. I see. I thought it was a significant matter, but it turns out to be a mere assembly of novices, Li Rufeng remarked weakly after listening to her explanation. Novices? Shengguan Yulei echoed, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Nothing of consequence. Come, let us confront this so-called Yang family. Moreover, I sensed a peculiar force just now. It may prove beneficial to you. Rising from the bed, Li Rufeng refrained from clarifying Shengguan Yulei's confusion, instead speaking with a calm demeanor. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the door. A peculiar force? Master, wait for me. With no time to ponder further, Shengguan Yulei shouted and hurried after the retreating figure of Li Rufeng. Chapter 0. The master of the Yang family, completely unleashed outside the Kunlun Hall. It wasn't long before Li Rufeng arrived. At the moment of his appearance, Wu Han and the other elders immediately approached him with utmost respect. This scene quickly caught Yang Cheng's attention. Who is this person? Why do the people of Kunlun Hall show him such deference? High in the sky, Yang Cheng gazed down at Li Rufeng, murmuring to himself, Young master, this individual has suddenly emerged, commanding the compliance of Wu Han and the others. His strength must be formidable. We should proceed with caution. I will first assess his capabilities, while the rest of you ensure the young master's safety. After offering a few reminders to Yang Cheng, Yang Ming promptly instructed the members of the Yang family nearby. There's no need to rush. Let's first observe their intentions. If they are willing to submit, it will not require such complexity, Yang Cheng replied calmly. Understood, Yang Ming responded. Meanwhile, down below, Li Rufeng had also noticed Yang Cheng and the others. Is it them? After glancing at Yang Cheng and the others, Li Rufeng revealed a slight smile. Reporting to the senior, these are indeed the members of the Yang family. The young man in the center is the young master, Yang Cheng. It is he who has compelled us to submit to the Yang family, Wu Han replied. Oh, the young master of the Yang family? Heh. Since when does an inexperienced boy dare to act arrogantly before the Kunlun Hall? Wu Han, go and eliminate that so-called young master, Li Rufeng said calmly, his tone even and unhurried. What? Upon hearing these words, Wu Han momentarily thought he was hearing things. What's the matter? A dignified celestial emperor at the 7th level cannot even dispose of a mere golden immortal brat? Li Rufeng teased, noticing Wu Hanshan's stunned expression. Of course not. It's just that while killing Yang Cheng is simple, he is backed by the Yang family. Provoking them would inevitably lead to a fierce conflict with Kunlun Hall, resulting in significant casualties. As the Grand Elder of Kunlun Hall, I certainly do not wish to witness such a scenario, Wu Han explained, regaining his composure. Oh, so that is your concern? Well, let me assure you, you need not worry any longer. After today, there will be no more Yang family in the Kunlun immortal domain. You may act now, Li Rufeng stated, unhurriedly. No more Yang family. Could it be? At that moment, a bold and shocking thought surged within Wu Han. Yes, senior. Without further hesitation, Wu Han slightly cupped his hands and stepped forward. Not good. Everyone, protect the young master. In the next instant, Yang Ming shouted loudly from high above. Boom. As the words fell, a sudden clash of combat reverberated through the air. Wu Han, do you dare to strike at the young master? Are you not afraid of the complete annihilation of your Kunlun Hall by the Yang family? After intercepting Wu Hanshan's attack, Yang Ming immediately questioned coldly. Ha! Annihilate my Kunlun Hall. What a joke. You should be more concerned about how to survive in my presence. Wu Han laughed heartily, then unhesitatingly launched his assault. Damn it. How did this guy become so audacious all of a sudden? No time to ponder that. I must first defend against his attack. Yang Ming thought as he adopted a defensive stance. Below, observing the formidable aura emanating from Wu Han in the sky, Li Rufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you not coming out? Then how about this? With a sudden spatial shift, just as Wu Han was about to collide with Yang Ming, Li Rufeng made his move. Instantly, before everyone's eyes, Wu Hanshan's figure vanished from the spot. No, how could this be? As the crowd remained bewildered, Yang Cheng suddenly cried out in sheer terror. This is Yang Cheng. It's a senior. If that's the case, die. Upon realizing the situation, Wu Han did not relent in his assault. Instead, he intensified his attack, clearly aimed at Yang Cheng's life. Don't. Wu Han, if anything happens to the young master, everyone in your Kunlun Hall will pay with their lives. From a distance, the still-dazed Yang Ming, upon sensing Wu Hanshan's position, immediately threatened with a face full of fear. No, don't kill me. I am the young master of the Yang family. You cannot kill me. At the same time, under the shadow of death, Yang Cheng shouted in terror. Yet, no matter how they pleaded, Wu Hanshan's attack showed no signs of abating. In the blink of an eye, his strike was mere millimeters from landing upon Yang Cheng's head. Enough. Kunlun Hall, you truly seek death. I had intended to spare your lives, but it seems you all shall perish. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a furious voice suddenly echoed from the sky. In an instant, Wu Hanshan's attack and body were completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. Father! It's father! Father, kill him! I want him dead. And all those from Kunlun Hall must die. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Cheng, upon hearing the familiar voice, became emotionally agitated and shouted loudly. In the next moment, a figure abruptly appeared before the eyes of all present. Clad in a cerulean gray robe, the figure stood majestically in the high skies, exuding an unmistakable aura of power. This individual was none other than the head of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, the father of Yang Cheng, a formidable being at the 8th level of the immortal emperor realm. Huh, I thought you would not show yourself, Li Rufeng remarked, his smile widening upon the appearance of Yang Wudi. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the restraints binding Wu Han were instantly obliterated. Boom. As the bindings vanished, Wu Han's attack struck Yang Cheng with precision, catching the Yang family off guard. Yang Cheng, merely a golden immortal in cultivation, was utterly defenseless against the might of an immortal emperor's assault, and the outcome was inevitable. No, my son, you seek death. Moments later, Yang Wudi, regaining his senses, was consumed by rage. He was bewildered by the abrupt disappearance of Wu Hanshan's restraints, but had no time to ponder this mystery. In his fury, he brandished a spear and charged fiercely at Wu Han, his intent clear. The latter's demise was all but assured. This is dire. Senior, save me. Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent approaching from behind, Wu Hanshan's heart raced, and without a second thought, he called out to Li Rufeng for aid. Even he could not comprehend why the bindings had suddenly lifted. If not for Yang Wudi's menacing advance, Wu Hanshan might still have been lost in a daze. Save you? Even if the immortal lord were to arrive today, you would still perish. Yang Wudi bellowed, unleashing a devastating strike. Such bravado. Yet your strength is lacking by a significant margin, Li Rufeng replied with a calm smile before vanishing from sight in the next instant. Chapter 0. The Fall of the Yang Family. Using a knife to kill in an instant, Li Rufeng appeared before Wu Hanshan. With a mere utterance from Li Rufeng, Yang Wudi's long spear came to an abrupt halt before him. Who are you? Li Rufeng's sudden intervention momentarily restored a flicker of reason within the furious Yang Wudi. This individual had effortlessly neutralized my full-force strike with just a single phrase. Even the celestial sovereign could not achieve such ease. Could it be that the esteemed elder mentioned by Wu Hanshan is he? As he gazed at Li Rufeng, a sense of caution began to rise within Yang Wudi. Who am I? You lack the qualifications to know. You must be the head of the Yang family, correct? Would it not be better to remain within your family rather than hasten your demise? Alas, when I next meet the King of Hell, I shall request a reward, for I have certainly contributed to their achievements. Calmly observing the opposing Yang Wudi, Li Rufeng even found the leisure to jest. Arrogance. Do not presume that being able to block my strike makes you formidable. Just now, I exerted less than 2.5 points of my strength. From here on, I shall be serious. As these words fell, Yang Wudi's aura suddenly surged. Below, many individuals of lesser strength within Kunlun Palace found themselves gasping for breath under the oppressive pressure. Oh, serious now? Very well, in my idle time. I grant you this opportunity. I wonder how much stronger you will be in earnest compared to just now. As he observed Yang Wudi's escalating aura, Li Rufeng refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead developing an interest akin to that of a playful spectator. This person remained so composed, and his realm was entirely inscrutable. In light of the current situation, the only course of action was to retreat. A son may die yet be reborn. The Yang family may perish but can be rebuilt. However, if I perish, all is lost. In an instant, Yang Wudi made a decision that rendered the onlookers silent. Then, before the eyes of all present, the previously surging aura of Yang Wudi suddenly turned, and he shot forth at great speed. This turn of events was not anticipated solely by those from Kunlun Palace and the Yang family. Even Li Rufeng had foreseen it. Only when Yang Wudi appeared several dozen miles away did Li Rufeng slowly emerge from his state of focus. Goodness! It is the first time since arriving in the celestial realm that I have encountered someone who knows how to flee. Truly befitting of the head of the Yang family. Not lacking in wits. Unfortunately for you, your luck has run out, as you have crossed paths with me. Think you can escape from my grasp? You'd need to train for 8 lifetimes. As he gazed at the fading figure of Yang Wudi in the distance, Li Rufeng slowly raised his right hand. The next moment, he gently clenched his fist. Boom. Several dozen miles away, Yang Wudi's body erupted into a violent explosion. Thus, a once great 8-fold celestial emperor, a member of the Yang family, met his ultimate demise. Snap. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rufeng swiftly dispatched the remaining members of the Yang family. The entire affair unfolded with such rapidity that the Yang family had scarcely a moment to lament their fate. You are aware of the location of the Yang family, I presume, pointed out. After eliminating all present from the Yang clan, Li Rufeng turned to Wu Hanshan and spoke with an air of indifference. Yes. The Yang family is in that direction, atop a mountain roughly 2,500 miles from here. Wu Hanshan responded without daring to hesitate, promptly indicating a direction. 2,500 miles, is it? Li Rufeng murmured softly, raising his right hand. In the next instant, a long spear materialized in his grasp, conjured from an overwhelming force. Go. Without a moment's delay, Li Rufeng hurled the spear towards the direction indicated by Wu Hanshan. In an instant, the spear vanished from view, hurtling towards the Yang family stronghold. Well, that has taken care of. You handle the rest, Li Rufeng instructed Wu Hanshan before his figure vanished into the air, returning to the ground below. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the elders of Kunlun Palace, Li Rufeng strolled back into the hall. Meanwhile, over 2,500 miles away at the Yang family estate, Li Rufeng's attack soon manifested high above. It granted the Yang family no opportunity for response or escape. and their protective formation had yet to be activated. The strike, piercing through the void, descended with ferocity, obliterating the very location of the Yang family. This commotion swiftly incited panic among various factions within the Kunlun celestial realm. It was only after Kunlun Palace issued a statement that the inhabitants of the realm gradually learned the cause of the Yang family's demise. Following this incident, no faction within the Kunlun celestial realm dared to challenge the sovereign authority of Kunlun Palace. The news of the Yang family's annihilation quickly spread to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, particularly reaching the ears of the domain lord associated with the Kunlun celestial realm. In the Tianyuan celestial realm, at the outskirts of Tianyuan Sect, after some time, Ning Yingying finally arrived at this location. My people perished here. Tianyuan Sect. This matter is likely connected to them. Then, high above, as Ning Yingying spoke to herself, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an unseen force. Immediately, she produced a gleaming red token. The moment the token appeared, it suddenly flew from her hand, ascending into the air and transforming into a spectral figure of a half-formed apparition. Is there something you need? Ning Yingying regarded the apparition with an unchanging expression, her tone calm. Can't I seek you out without a reason? The apparition responded with a hint of laughter in its voice. My time is precious. Speak your mind. In response to the shadow's words, Ning Yingying clearly showed her lack of respect. Mind your tone. Do not forget, your sister's life still requires my assistance. Are you indifferent to her fate? Seeing Ning Yingying's blatant disregard, the shadow's voice grew cold. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. You need my sister to coerce me into doing your bidding, surely? You would be more concerned about her safety than I am. Enough of this idle chatter. Speak plainly. Who is it that you wish for me to eliminate this time? Despite the shadow's veiled threat, Ning Yingying remained composed, her demeanor largely unchanged. Very well, the shadow conceded, I was mistaken. How could one who has taken countless lives truly be swayed by concern for his sister? You talk too much. If you have nothing further to say, be gone. Ning Yingying retorted, lifting her gaze to the shadow with an air of indifference. Let us discuss matters of importance then. The target you are to eliminate is rather unique, the shadow remarked with a smirk. Unique? How curious that you would choose such a word. Just tell me who he is, his name, his realm, and his current whereabouts. I am not interested in your subjective notions of uniqueness, Ning Yingying responded. That is precisely why I indicated that this individual is special. I am unaware of his identity, name, realm, or any other pertinent information, the shadow admitted. Are you jesting with me? Is this some kind of amusement? Ning Yingying's expression darkened, her tone growing increasingly ominous upon hearing the shadow's words. Not at all. What I do know is that this person is likely situated in the Kunlun immortal domain, specifically within the Kunlun Palace. Just moments ago, I received news that the Yang family of Kunlun has been eradicated. I had initially intended to utilize the Yang family as a pawn for my own purposes. Unfortunately, someone intervened. Although I am indifferent to the fate of the Yang family, losing such a valuable piece still incenses me. The Kunlun immortal domain is his territory, and I cannot directly eliminate the one who has disrupted my plans. Thus, I must ask you to undertake this task on my behalf, with your strength. As long as you avoid the domain lords and the immortal sovereigns, no one should pose a challenge to you. Besides, I hear you possess a trump card. It is said that even an immortal sovereign could fall before it. I am quite curious as to the truth of that claim. As the conversation progressed, the shadow suddenly posed a probing question. Chapter 0. The Four Heavenly Kings, Death and Oblivion. What? Are you eager to test that? If you seek death, I would not mind facilitating your demise, Ning Yingying replied, her expression unwavering. Perhaps not. After all, should I perish, your lovely sister would have to accompany me on my journey to the afterlife. I trust you wouldn't act so rashly. The ethereal figure jested, its tone dripping with mockery. Hearing these words, Ning Yingying's brow furrowed, and her countenance darkened. However, she refrained from uttering a response to the specter's taunts. Well, I've said all that needs saying. Bring me that person's head. In return, I will bestow upon you 10 vials of what is necessary to sustain your sister's life. I hope you won't let me down, or else you know the consequences. Of course, should you choose to fully submit to me and become my woman, you shall have as much of that substance as you desire. Laughter echoed as the apparition gradually began to dissipate, ultimately returning to the form of a token. One day, I shall personally send you on your way. Ning Ying muttered coldly to herself after the specter vanished completely. She then stowed the token away and lifted her gaze towards the distant Tianyuan sect. After a few moments, she withdrew her attention, no longer preoccupied with the Tianyuan sect. In the next instant, her figure vanished from the spot, heading towards the Kunlun celestial realm. Though her heart was filled with reluctance, for the sake of her sister, Ning Ying had no choice but to fulfill the task assigned by the ethereal figure. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to confront Li Rufeng, a formidable opponent, and this encounter would irrevocably alter the course of her fate. In the Kunlun hall, within a chamber, Li Rufeng was resting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly opened his eyes. This aura, intriguing, it bears resemblance to those individuals from last time. Another opportunity arrives at my doorstep. In that case, I shall not decline. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the room. Simultaneously, in a realm beyond the celestial realm, four figures were soaring swiftly towards their destination. Just as they neared the celestial realm, a figure appeared out of thin air in their path. The figure was none other than Li Rufeng. Stop! Upon noticing the anomaly, the four figures abruptly halted, directing their gazes towards the suddenly materialized Li Rufeng. Ah, greetings. In such a hurry, where might you be headed? By the way, did your lord send you? Li Rufeng inquired with a cheerful demeanor, observing the four figures before him. Upon experiencing the profound power of time embodied within the four individuals, Li Rufeng ultimately deduced their affiliation with the Temple of Time. It is you. How dare you appear before us? Upon recognizing Li Rufeng's visage, one among the four stepped forward, astonished. This individual was He Chuan, one of the four kings of the Temple of Time. The remaining three were also esteemed kings of the temple. The last envoy, the 10 generals, had perished at the hands of Li Rufeng, inciting the wrath of the temple's master, Lu Yu. Thus, to decisively eliminate Li Rufeng, Lu Yu dispatched the four kings of the temple this time. He Chuan's immediate recognition of Li Rufeng stemmed from a previous encounter, where one of the 10 generals successfully relayed Li Rufeng's appearance back to the Temple of Time. As the saying goes, enemies meeting brings a heightened animosity. Upon realizing that the obstructing figure was indeed Li Rufeng, He Chuan and his companions instantly adopted a frigid demeanor, their formidable auras unmistakably emanating. Have you prepared yourself for death, for having slain members of the Temple of Time? He Chuan spoke coldly, fixing his gaze on Li Rufeng. Oh, death? Huh. You are not the first to exhibit such arrogance before me. Alas, those who have come before you are likely entombed beneath several meters of grass by now. You shall not fare any differently. However, before I take your lives, let us relocate. Your strength and essence are far too valuable to squander. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Li Rufeng vanished from sight along with He Chuan and the others before they could react. In the next moment, they found themselves within the primordial realm. Where's this place? Regaining their senses, He Chuan and his companions immediately became vigilant. They were unaware of the events that had just transpired, nor did they comprehend the nature of the space they now inhabited. You shall discover the answer to that question in due time. Li Rufeng taunted lightly before preparing to eradicate He Chuan and his companions. As a cold voice resonated, the bodies of the four instantaneously erupted into a spectacular burst. The power contained within them was swiftly absorbed and refined by the primordial realm. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. He Chuan and his comrades had no time to resist, let alone react, as they were entirely transformed into nourishment for the evolution of the primordial realm. Truly, the individuals from the Temple of Time accelerated the evolution of the primordial realm. Such experiences are indeed bountiful. After muttering to himself, Li Rufeng departed from the primordial realm. In the following moment, he reappeared in the previous void. Subsequently, Li Rufeng did not linger, turning to return to the celestial realm. At the very moment when He Chuan and his companions perished, Lu Yu, seated on the throne within the Hall of Time, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even He Chuan and his three companions were no match for that individual? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such prowess could not possibly reside within someone from the lower realms. What on earth was happening? Damn it, must I personally intervene in this matter? Lu Yu murmured in incredulity from his seat. He simply could not fathom that a being capable of vanquishing He Chuan and his companions could emerge from the lower realms. No, there was certainly something profoundly amiss with this individual. He must be a reincarnation of some formidable entity from above. If that were the case, Even I would stand no chance against him. This situation has clearly surpassed my control. It seems I must consult with the esteemed figure above. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yu ultimately regained his composure and arrived at a bold hypothesis. He then rose from his seat and departed the Grand Hall. Chapter 0. The Realm of All Laws Within a Bustling City. The figure of Zhu Jusi materialized. Ever since parting ways with Li Rufeng, Zhu Jusi had followed an inexplicable intuition that led him to the realm of all laws. Now, having arrived at Xinhuan City, he found himself drawn here by that same mysterious feeling. Inside a tavern, Zhu Jusi was seated at a table adjacent to the window. It was his first encounter with such an unfamiliar environment, and the tavern undoubtedly served as an excellent venue for gathering various bits of information. This was the very reason for Zhu Jusi's presence there. After spending some time, he indeed overheard numerous valuable tidbits of knowledge. Just as Zhu Jusi contemplated lingering a while longer, several figures approached him directly. "Hey, this seat is reserved for my lady. You get lost." Before long, a burly man stomped over to Zhu Jusi, placing his foot on the chair and speaking with an intimidating demeanor. "Excuse me?" Startled by the sudden confrontation, Zhu Jusi turned to face the imposing figure, a look of confusion etched on his face. "May I ask who you are?" "Humph. I am Pang Hu. Vacate this spot immediately, or you shall not find me lenient." Pang Hu threatened coldly. Pang Hu. Observing the fierce expression on Pang Hu's face, Zhu Jusi remained unfazed, showing no inclination to relinquish his seat. Once again, it was Pang Hu. This fellow, emboldened by the Chung family, had always been so arrogant and overbearing. Alas, it seemed today, this young master was destined for misfortune. There was little he could do. After all, the Chung family was the most powerful faction in Xinhuan City. With an ancestral figure of the immortal monarch realm presiding within the family, perhaps if this young master were wise enough, he might salvage his life. Nearby, as onlookers witnessed Pang Hu's intimidation of Zhu Jusi, whispers began to circulate. These murmurs reached Zhu Jusi's ears. The Chung family, ancestral figure of the immortal monarch realm. Upon hearing of the formidable power backing Pang Hu, Zhu Jusi's expression shifted to one of gravity. The immortal monarch realm was a level he could not confront directly at this moment. Endure for now, tranquility will follow. Take a step back, and the anger will only grow. Though he could not contend against the immortal monarch realm, he could certainly rely on his master. Chung family, huh? You have bitten off more than you can chew. Despite being unable to confront the Chung family alone, Zhu Jusi chose not to yield. With Li Rufeng as his trump card, his confidence swelled within him. "What are you dawdling for, brat? Hurry up and clear out of my way. Am I granting you favor or what? If you don't move, I swear I shall end you." As Zhu Jusi pondered, Pang Hu once again threatened him coldly. "Oh, you wish to kill me? You are merely a true immortal. One might think you possess immense strength." Zhu Jusi replied nonchalantly, lifting the teacup before him and savoring a few sips. "You seek death." Pang Hu, incensed by Zhu Jusi's disdain, shouted furiously. In the next moment, he launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at Zhu Jusi's head. This scene startled the onlookers, many of whom wore expressions of regret, convinced that Zhu Jusi would undoubtedly perish at Pang Hu's hands, given that Zhu Jusi had yet to attain the realm of true immortality. However, as Pang Hu's fist approached Zhu Jusi's head, the latter displayed not the slightest hint of panic, nor did he show any inclination to evade the impending strike. "Ha Dai. This is the consequence of provoking me." Pang Hu thought Zhu Jusi had surrendered entirely, a sentiment echoed by the spectators. Yet, just as Pang Hu's fist was about to descend, Zhu Jusi finally reacted. A faint smile graced his lips, and a surge of reincarnation power enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Pang Hu's fist halted precariously before Zhu Jusi, unable to advance another inch. "What? This is impossible. You, a mere immortal, can withstand my assault?" Pang Hu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he felt the formidable force emanating from his own fist. "Is that so difficult?" Zhu Jusi replied with a nonchalant smile. "As merely a true immortal, not only can I block your attack, but I can also extinguish your life." Rising slowly to meet Pang Hu's gaze, he continued, "Haha, kill me? You are far too arrogant, young man. You think that merely halting my casual punch makes you my equal? Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." With that, Pang Hu withdrew his fist, and his aura began to swell dramatically. "How tedious," Zhu Jusi remarked dismissively. Suddenly, Pang Hu coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. The atmosphere in the tavern fell utterly silent, all eyes fixated on Zhu Jusi, their expressions a mixture of shock and astonishment. You, how could this be? How do you possess such strength? Pang Hu stammered, glancing down at the wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Is it truly remarkable? Zhu Jusi replied. Compared to my senior brothers and sisters, my abilities are rather ordinary. It would be prudent for you to temper your arrogance in the next life. As the words fell, Zhu Jusi abruptly withdrew his arm, which had pierced through Pang Hu's chest. A muffled gasp escaped, and with a sudden surge, blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in Pang Hu's torso. Within mere moments, he collapsed to the ground, his breath rapidly waning. Cough, sputter. I concede, you are indeed stronger than I. Yet, with my demise, your time is also numbered. I shall await you below. Ha ha, cough. Thud. With a final, resounding laugh, Pang Hu fell lifelessly to the ground, his breath extinguished. Even in death, his eyes remained open, betraying a flicker of unwillingness. A pretentious fool. Who else but you deserves this fate? Alas, such a promising meal has been interrupted. Zhu Jusi mused, casting a glance at the fallen Pang Hu. Without lingering further, he departed calmly amidst the gazes of the onlookers in the tavern. Good heavens, he actually killed Pang Hu. Is the realm of the immortals so fearsome? Murmured the crowd in astonishment. Yet, it was a just act. Pang Hu had long been a tyrant. His end is a relief to many. However, concern lingered for the young gentleman, who would likely meet his demise at the hands of the Chung family. What a tragic waste of talent, to perish under their influence. They lamented. Indeed, may fortune favor him and allow him to evade this calamity. As Zhu Jusi departed, the patrons of the tavern voiced their regrets, most believing it would be a formidable challenge for him to escape the clutches of the Chung family. Meanwhile, the news of Pang Hu's death swiftly reached the Chung family. Chapter 0. The Wanderer Shen Fei, the cycle's secret realm. Upon departing from the tavern, Zhu Jusi made his way directly toward the city gate, intent on leaving Xinghuan City at the earliest opportunity. However, just as he approached the gate, he abruptly halted. After following me for so long, do you intend to persist in your pursuit? Zhu Jusi turned around and spoke coolly. As his words echoed, a figure slowly emerged from a nearby alleyway. Your skills are commendable, my friend. You have managed to detect my presence, said a man holding a fan, who approached Zhu Jusi with a smile. Dressed in elegant white attire, he exuded the charm of a refined gentleman. Who are you? And why have you been covertly trailing me? Are you perhaps affiliated with the Chung family? Zhu Jusi inquired, scrutinizing the smiling man with a hint of caution. Haha, you misunderstand me. I am Shen Fei, a wanderer with no ties to the Chung family of this Xinghuan city, Shen Fei replied, shaking his fan with a grin upon noticing Zhu Jusi's wariness. Shen Fei? A wanderer? Zhu Jusi regarded Shen Fei critically, noting his exquisite clothing and the ornaments adorning his waist, which aroused his suspicions. Regardless of how he perceived it, Zhu Jusi found it difficult to believe that Shen Fei was indeed a wanderer. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to Shen Fei's reluctance to provide a straightforward answer. After all, in the celestial realm, one would seldom reveal their true identity to strangers from the outset. Since you have no connection to the Chung family, what is your purpose in following me? Are you perhaps planning to ambush or rob me? Zhu Jusi pressed on. Not at all. I witnessed your prowess in the tavern earlier. I do not consider myself capable of opposing someone of your caliber. My intention in shadowing you was merely to seek your friendship, Shen Fei explained with a smile. Friendship? I have just offended the Chung family. Are you certain you wish to befriend me at this juncture? Zhu Jusi replied, a skeptical expression crossing his face. Haha, merely a Chung family. My desire to befriend you is unaffected by your disputes with them. To forego the opportunity to forge a friendship out of fear of the Chung family would be a great regret for me, Shen Fei answered calmly, seemingly unimpressed by the Chung family's reputation. Oh, you are quite an intriguing individual. Very well, considering your words, we shall consider ourselves acquainted. I am Zhu Jusi. I must take my leave now, Shen brother. Until we meet again. Uncertain of Shen Fei's true intentions, Zhu Jusi chose not to prolong the encounter any further. At present, Zhu Jusi yearns solely to depart from the Star Illusion City. Oh, are you leaving the city, brother Zhu? What a coincidence. I too intend to venture out. Before Zhu Jusi could take more than a few steps, The voice of Shen Fei resonated suddenly. With those words, Shen Fei strode confidently to Zhu Juxi's side. Are you certain? I have heard that the Cheng family possesses an ancestor at the immortal sovereign realm. Are you not concerned about being embroiled in that? Zhu Juxi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Fei, a hint of contemplation in his tone. Indeed, an ancestor at the immortal sovereign realm is truly formidable, Shen Fei replied. In light of this, Brother Zhu, we ought to hasten our departure from here. If we were to be pursued by the Cheng family's immortal sovereign ancestor, it would spell trouble. With that, Shen Fei commenced his stride towards the city gates. Zhu Juxi, watching Shen Fei's receding figure, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth does this fellow intend? As a man, does he truly harbor no? That thought seems amiss. How could I entertain such notions? It must be the influence of my senior brother. Spending too much time with him has led me to entertain strange thoughts. Nevertheless, I shall assess the situation first. Should he display any signs of treachery, I shall take the initiative. After much contemplation, Zhu Juxi resolved to accompany Shen Fei in departing from Star Illusion City. Nonetheless, his vigilance remained undiminished. Meanwhile, as Zhu Juxi and Shen Fei made their way beyond the city, the Cheng family had already received news of Pang Hu's demise. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched individuals to apprehend Zhu Juxi. Through diligent tracking, they ultimately pinpointed Zhu Juxi, who was poised to escape from Star Illusion City. Without hesitation, the Cheng family's members pursued Zhu Juxi directly. Upon exiting Star Illusion City, Zhu Juxi and Shen Fei continued to distance themselves in a unified direction. Brother Zhu, did you come here in pursuit of the reincarnation secret realm? After flying a considerable distance, Shen Fei suddenly inquired with curiosity. The reincarnation secret realm? What is this reincarnation secret realm you speak of? Upon hearing Shen Fei's question, Zhu Juxi felt a surge of confusion. His presence here was solely guided by an instinctive impulse. Therefore, upon hearing the mention of the reincarnation secret realm, Zhu Juxi's expression reflected his bewilderment. You are unaware? Shen Fei responded, his curiosity piqued. Am I supposed to know? This is my first time here, and I possess no knowledge of the reincarnation secret realm you reference. What exactly is the nature of this reincarnation secret realm? Although Zhu Juxi remained oblivious to the specifics of the reincarnation secret realm, the mere association with reincarnation sparked a burgeoning curiosity within him. Very well, I had assumed you had come to learn about that news, prompting your presence here. It is indeed true that such news is typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Gazing at Zhu Juxi, whose demeanor did not suggest deceit, Shen Fei quickly found himself inclined to trust him. Well, if ordinary people are unaware, how is it that a lone cultivator such as yourself is privy to this information? Zhu Juxi remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Well, you see, I happened to overhear some discussions on the matter. Pure chance. Really, Shen Fei chuckled, responding to Zhu Juxi's inquiry. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. But pray tell, what is this reincarnation secret realm all about? Despite Shen Fei's obviously disingenuous smile betraying him, Zhu Juxi refrained from calling him out directly. At that moment, he was far more interested in the details surrounding the reincarnation secret realm. The reincarnation secret realm was left behind by an ancient immortal emperor. This immortal emperor was a practitioner of the path of reincarnation, which is why this realm has garnered such a name. It is said that within this secret realm lies a reincarnation hall, where the legacy of the ancient reincarnation immortal emperor resides. Should one attain that legacy, they would undoubtedly ascend to the lofty position of an immortal emperor themselves. This is precisely why, whenever the reincarnation secret realm manifests, it draws countless individuals eager to seize the opportunity. Everyone yearns to obtain the immortal legacy within the reincarnation hall. According to what I have learned, what I have overheard, the location of this reincarnation secret realm's appearance this time is near the Star Mirage City in the Wanfang Immortal Domain, Shen Fei elaborated. An ancient immortal emperor who practiced the path of reincarnation, and he left behind a legacy? No wonder I have felt an inexplicable pull guiding me here. Could it be related to this reincarnation secret realm? Is it that legacy, or? Upon hearing Shen Fei's response, Zhu Juxi immediately fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 0. The esteemed young lady of the Cheng family, a confrontation with the celestial sovereign. Well, since I have arrived, it is indeed pertinent to my cultivation of the reincarnation path. Even if the reincarnation secret realm is fraught with peril, I must venture in to investigate. After all, with my master's token in hand, I need not fear for my life. Following careful consideration, Zhu Jusi resolved to explore this reincarnation secret realm. Naturally, Zhu Jusi's primary objective was to pursue the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor. As a fellow practitioner of the reincarnation path, acquiring that legacy would significantly enhance Zhu Jusi's strength. Brother Shen, do you know the precise location of the entrance to this reincarnation secret realm? Zhu Jusi inquired suddenly. Of course not. If I knew the exact entrance, would I still be accompanying you? Shen Fei replied. The location of the reincarnation secret realm varies with each appearance. It is already quite a feat to know the general vicinity where it may manifest. Were it not for my cough, let us not digress. Haha. In any case, the specific location of the entrance to the reincarnation secret realm remains unknown until the moment it reveals itself. However, you need not worry excessively. Each time the reincarnation secret realm emerges, it produces astonishing phenomena. At that time, we shall be able to reach the entrance without delay. Thus, Brother Zhu, it would be prudent for us not to stray too far from Xinghuan City. Of course, if you have no interest in the reincarnation secret realm, feel free to disregard my words. After all, compared to the reincarnation secret realm, you would likely prefer to evade the Cheng family's pursuit, wouldn't you? Shen Fei teased with a smile. Brother Shen, you underestimate me. The Cheng family is but a trifling concern, if you are unafraid. Why should I regard them with any trepidation? Moreover, should I find myself pursued by the Cheng family, you wouldn't stand idly by, would you? After all, we are friends, are we not? Zhu Jusi responded with a grin. Yes, indeed. However, Brother Zhu, I am merely a wandering cultivator. My strength only at the true immortal level. If the Cheng family's celestial sovereign ancestor were to intervene, I fear I would be of little assistance, Shen Fei remarked. That is easily arranged. At that time, you can distract that celestial sovereign ancestor of the Cheng family, granting me precious time to escape. After all, their target is me. They surely wouldn't resort to lethal force against you, Zhu Jusi said with a feigned innocence, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Stop right there, you two. You think you can escape after killing members of the Cheng family? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from not far away. Huh, so soon. Well, I had intended to flee. However, having unexpectedly acquired news of the reincarnation secret realm, and with the Cheng family in pursuit, I can only accompany them part of the way. Hearing the sounds behind him, Zhu Jusi abruptly halted and turned to gaze in the direction from which the Cheng family approached. Brother Zhu, what is this? Inquisitively, Shen Fei also came to a stop upon noticing Zhu Jusi's sudden pause. Brother Shen, since they are in pursuit, there is no need to continue evading. If you leave now, there is still time. We can engage in deeper discussions when we meet again in the future, Zhu Jusi replied calmly to Shen Fei's inquiry. What are you saying, Brother Zhu? Am I, Shen Fei, one to cower in fear? If you are in trouble, as your friend, I cannot stand idly by. Rest assured, though my strength may be lacking, a mere Cheng family cannot do us any harm. Shen Fei approached Zhu Jusi, waving his fan with a cheerful smile. Haha, I appreciate that. Although I do not know you well, with such words, consider us friends from now on, Zhu Jusi responded with a smile. As Zhu Jusi conversed with Shen Fei, members of the Cheng family arrived before them. At the forefront stood a young woman clad in blue. She was Cheng Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, possessing the strength of a true immortal at the third tier. Beside her stood a middle-aged man named Cheng Su, an elder of the Cheng family, boasting the strength of a seventh-tier immortal spirit. It is you who killed Pang Hu? Cheng Xiaoxiao demanded, fixing her gaze on Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei after a brief moment of silence. He struck first. I merely acted in self-defense, Zhu Jusi replied, maintaining his composure in the face of Cheng Xiaoxiao's accusations. You, arrogant, do you not know that Pang Hu was my loyal dog? In Star Illusion City, even if Pang Hu attacked you first, you were meant to endure it. However, you have slain Pang Hu, which is tantamount to slapping me in the face. Now, out of my magnanimity, I offer you a chance to live. Submit to me and become my dog, and I shall spare your life. Cheng Xiaoxiao retorted angrily at Zhu Jusi's calm demeanor. Do you wish for death? You dare demand my submission? I am curious. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words? The Cheng family? Upon hearing Cheng Xiaoxiao's humiliating remarks, Zhu Jusi's expression turned icy. his eyes radiating an inexorable killing intent. Even Shen Fei's countenance darkened at the insult. The notion of Zhu Juxi becoming her dog was undeniably filled with humiliation. Yet, Cheng Xiaoxiao showed no signs of altering her attitude in response to Zhu Juxi's words. Haha, do you even know with whom you are speaking? A mere ant of the human immortal realm. What audacity do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Elder Qingsu, since the other party fails to recognize their own folly, it is incumbent upon you to make them aware of the consequences of provoking the Cheng family. Allow them to breathe, but do not let them perish so easily. Cheng Xiaoxiao let out a hearty laugh, and then instructed Cheng Su beside her. Yes, young lady. Humph. Arrogant youngsters. The young lady graciously offers you a chance at life, yet you remain oblivious to your impending doom. In that case, I shall make you aware of the repercussions of your hubris. Mountain collapse seal. As the words fell, Cheng Su raised his hand and struck towards Zhu Juxi and his companion. In the next moment, a powerful attack surged towards them. Bah! Bullying the weak under the guise of excuses. Today, as you lay hands upon me, the Cheng family has reached its end. With this thought, Zhu Juxi prepared to shatter the token given to him by Li Rufeng. After all, Cheng Su was a formidable being at the sage monarch level. No matter how high his innate talents, he could not transcend so many realms to thwart the impending assault. Brother Zhu, do not worry. However, an attack from the celestial spirit realm is hardly noteworthy. Just as Zhu Juxi was about to crush the token in his hand, Shen Fei suddenly appeared before him, raising a celestial talisman. In the next moment, without hesitation, Shen Fei hurled the talisman towards Cheng Su's attack. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous crash erupted, accompanied by a billowing cloud of white smoke. Chapter 0. The Explosive Celestial Talisman, lavished without restraint. This is a 5th-tier celestial talisman. Upon witnessing his attack effortlessly intercepted, Cheng Su's expression darkened considerably. Celestial talismans are commonplace artifacts in the celestial realm. They are categorized into tiers ranging from 1 to 10, with higher-tier talismans being increasingly precious. Humph, merely a 5th-tier celestial talisman. Boy, I shall see whether your talismans outnumber my attacks. With those words, before Zhu Juxi and his companion could react, Cheng Su unleashed a flurry of assaults towards them. Heh, comparing quantities? I beg your pardon, but I possess nothing but an abundance of celestial talismans. As Cheng Su struck again, Shen Fei merely smiled faintly and waved his hand through the air before him. In an instant, dozens of celestial talismans materialized before Shen Fei, each one of 5th-tier caliber. What? How do you possess so many 5th-tier celestial talismans? Are you a talisman master? Much like celestial pills, celestial talismans require craftsmanship and demand materials of significant value. Especially for high-tier talismans, not only are rare materials required in abundance, but a specialized talisman master must also be involved in their creation. This is why Cheng Su immediately surmised Shen Fei to be a talisman master upon seeing the multitude of talismans he produced. After all, it is rare for an ordinary individual to possess enough celestial stones to purchase such a vast quantity of 5th-tier celestial talismans. Even if one did, it is uncommon for someone to utilize so many at once. To Cheng Su's eyes, Shen Fei appeared akin to a nouveau riche. Boom! With a resounding clash, Cheng Su's second attack was once again effortlessly neutralized by Shen Fei. A talisman master? No, 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 I lack such remarkable prowess. Moreover, why would I labor to create what I can simply acquire? Well, you initiated the conflict, and now it is our turn. Reciprocity is a virtue I have always upheld. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced Shen Fei's lips, revealing an unusual expression. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Cheng Su grew cautious, adopting a stance ready to strike at any moment. Brace yourself. Explosive celestial talisman, go. Shen Fei casually retrieved a celestial talisman and hurled it in Cheng Su's direction. Boom! In an instant, a massive fireball erupted skyward, accompanied by a deafening roar. That's all. You merely have an abundance of talismans. I refuse to believe that your talismans are inexhaustible. Once your talismans run out, it will be your demise. As the fireball dissipated, Cheng Su spoke with an air of disdain. It was evident that the explosive celestial talisman posed no threat to him. Oh, is that so? If one is insufficient, then what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? Unbeknownst to them, was this enough to cost you your life? As the words fell from his lips, Shen Fei produced a thick stack of explosive talismans. Come, brother Zhu, take some. That fellow over there seems a bit too cocky. If I do not blow him to smithereens today, I shall not be called Shen Fei. Without waiting for Zhu Jiuxi to decline, Shen Fei thrust the entire bundle of explosive talismans into his hands. Immediately afterward, Shen Fei retrieved an even thicker stack from somewhere unknown. Brother Shen, are you not a rogue cultivator? Though this is my first encounter with such talismans, I doubt a rogue cultivator could possess wealth akin to yours. Zhu Jiuxi remarked, staring incredulously at the hefty stack of explosive talismans in his grasp. Oh, not at all. I merely stumbled upon these by chance. If they are available for free, why not take advantage of them? Do not overthink it, Brother Zhu, Shen Fei explained with a grin, his demeanor lacking any semblance of credibility. Observing Shen Fei's unconvincing appearance, Zhu Jiuxi found himself at a loss for words. No more talking. Let us first deal with the trouble before us. Explosive talismans, explode for me. With that, Shen Fei raised his hand and hurled a cluster of explosive talismans towards Cheng Su's direction. Boom. The sound of consecutive explosions echoed shortly after. Cough, cough. Damn it. This fellow is undoubtedly a talisman master. If only I had known, I would not have accompanied the young lady. With this many talismans, I could barely hold my ground if I exerted all my strength. But who knows if he possesses even higher-tier talismans? No. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures a continual supply of firewood. We must retreat for now, gather more personnel, and return to deal with these two. Faced with Shen Fei's ostentatious display of wealth, Cheng Su began to reconsider his approach. Young lady, this person is likely a talisman master. Furthermore, with so many talismans at his disposal, we certainly cannot handle them with our current numbers. I propose we withdraw temporarily and return with reinforcements. Without hesitation, Cheng Su swiftly approached Cheng Xiao and urgently conveyed his thoughts. What? You want me to retreat? Impossible. I will not withdraw until they are dead. Elder Cheng Su, you deal with the mere 5th-level talismans. I shall signal the ancestor immediately. As long as we can hold out until the ancestor arrives, we can subdue both of them in one fell swoop. Cheng Su wished to retreat, yet Cheng Xiao vehemently opposed this notion. Having been pampered since childhood, Cheng Xiao would never let anyone who dared to undermine her dignity escape unscathed. The previous actions of Zhu Jiuxi and his companion had undoubtedly etched a deep-seated grudge in her heart. Thus, she would never leave without ensuring the demise of Zhu Jiuxi and his companion. Upon hearing Cheng Xiao's words, Cheng Su momentarily hesitated. Elder Cheng Su, do you dare to defy my command? You must understand the grave consequences of disregarding my orders. I strongly advise you to adhere to my instructions. Observing Cheng Su's indecision, Cheng Xiao coldly remarked, Yes, Mississippi. Then I suggest you act swiftly. I cannot guarantee I will hold out until the ancestor arrives, but I shall do my utmost. With that, Cheng Su ceased his vacillation and turned once more to confront Shen Fei and his companion. Well done. Press on. Seeing Cheng Su take the initiative once again, Shen Fei felt no remorse and unleashed the explosive talismans in his grasp. Boom. Bang. 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 One explosion followed another, igniting the sky in a blazing inferno within mere moments. Simultaneously, Cheng Xiao sought assistance from the Cheng family. The ancestor will arrive shortly. You two have dared to offend me. Today, your demise is inevitable. She thought vindicatively as she cast a glance at Zhu Jiuxi and his companion from a distance, a smug smile creeping upon her lips. Suddenly, as Cheng Xiao reveled in her triumph, an earth-shattering roar resonated through the heavens. The ground trembled beneath them, accompanied by streams of golden light soaring into the sky, transforming the expanse above into a resplendent tapestry of brilliance. It has emerged. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. This commotion quickly caught Shen Fei's attention, prompting him to pause and turn his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Chapter 0. The 10th Order Celestial Talisman. Terrifying as such, is it the reincarnation secret realm, Brother Shen? Zhu Jiuxi inquired immediately upon hearing Shen Fei's words. Indeed, there can be no mistake. Each time the reincarnation secret realm emerges, such phenomena occur. Brother Zhu, it seems we can no longer afford to waste time with the Cheng family. The reincarnation secret realm has manifested, and within it lie countless opportunities. If we delay, we shall reap no rewards. Shen Fei nodded in agreement, responding earnestly. I am well aware of that. However, their strength is formidable. Do you possess a means to swiftly resolve this? Zhu Jiuxi asked, fully cognizant of the significance of the reincarnation secret realm and eager to extricate themselves from the Chung family's entanglement. He was even prepared for a more drastic course of action. Rest assured, I have my methods. I was merely toying with them out of boredom earlier. Now that the reincarnation secret realm has appeared, we shall not waste any more time. Brother Zhu, just watch. This move will be spectacular, truly astonishing. With that, Shen Xinghe stepped forward and slowly produced a crimson celestial talisman. At the moment the talisman was revealed, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Upon seeing the red talisman, Zhu Jusi felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. Brother Shen, what is this? Although he was unaware of the specific details concerning the red talisman, its mere presence instilled a profound sense of despair within Zhu Jusi. Cough, cough. Brother Zhu, do not be alarmed. It is merely a small talisman. Why do you look so astonished? If you are interested, I can lend you one to play with later. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. If the person from the Chung family can withstand this strike without perishing, I shall spare them. Haha, I jest. They are doomed. Hee hee, blazing flame talisman, go away. As he flung the talisman, Shen Xinghe seized Zhu Jusi and dashed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several miles. Meanwhile, Chung Su remained fixated on the blazing flame talisman, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This is the aura of a 10th order celestial talisman. This cannot be. How could someone so young possess a 10th order celestial talisman? Alas, young lady, this time, the Chung family is finished, and so are we. As the power of the blazing flame talisman began to unfold, despair etched itself onto Chung Su's face. In his final moments, he was consumed by confusion, resentment, and an overwhelming sense of regret. He could not fathom why the Chung family had provoked such a terrifying individual. The 10th order celestial talisman, those capable of wielding such an artifact are undoubtedly among the elite of the celestial realm. To provoke them is to invite annihilation, not merely for a single Chung family, but for countless Chung families as well. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. At the core of the explosion of the burning flame celestial talisman, a towering inferno erupted, forming a mushroom cloud that soared hundreds of miles into the sky. This spectacle was so grand that even from thousands of miles away, one could distinctly witness the fiery eruption breaking through the clouds. Phew, fortunate to have escaped in time. Had I been caught in its wake, I would not have perished, but I would certainly have suffered greatly. At this moment, Shen Xinghe, having fled several hundred miles away, finally came to a halt. Beside him, Zhu Jusi quickly turned to gaze at the scene generated by the explosion of the burning flame celestial talisman. Brother Shen, you refer to this as merely a small celestial talisman? Such power. Surely even a celestial king, no, a celestial emperor, or perhaps even a celestial sovereign would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand its force unscathed. Zhu Jusi remarked, visibly astonished as he observed the soaring flames. Perhaps. Shen Xinghe replied casually. However, one cannot be too certain, as celestial sovereigns possess their own trump cards. Yet, it would undoubtedly be no simple task to counteract the explosive force of the burning flame celestial talisman. Brother Shen, do you possess more of these talismans? Zhu Jusi suddenly inquired with a mischievous grin. What do you intend to do? Shen Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of Zhu Jusi's unusually lewd smile. Oh, it's just that I'm concerned about potential future encounters with individuals lacking in discernment who might come looking for trouble. Therefore, I wish to acquire a few of these celestial talismans for my protection, Zhu Jusi replied with a chuckle. I wouldn't ask for much, just a handful will suffice. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Do you think these are cabbages? Handing out a whole stack? At most, I can offer you one, Shen Xinghe retorted, his expression darkening. One? Brother Shen, we are friends now, why so stingy? I want 10, how about that? Or do you not even have 10 to spare? Zhu Jusi prodded, attempting to provoke Shen Xinghe. 10 is a trivial amount. You underestimate me. Very well, I shall grant you 10, Shen Xinghe declared, his pride stung by Zhu Jusi's taunts. He raised his hand and produced 10 burning flame celestial talismans. I knew Brother Shen was not so miserly, Zhu Jusi exclaimed, and without waiting for Shen Xinghe to respond, he swiftly snatched the talismans from Shen Fei's grasp. Thank you for these celestial talismans. Immediately, fearing that Shen Xinghe might have second thoughts, Zhu Jusi promptly stowed away the 10 burning flame immortal talismans into his storage ring. Ah, Brother Zhu, you seem rather suspicious, akin to a bandit. I assure you, once I promise something, I shall not retract it. Your actions suggest a lack of trust in me, Shen Xinghe remarked, somewhat exasperated by Zhu Juxi's fluid and seamless motions. Not at all. I merely feared that the talismans might inadvertently detonate. It is safer to keep them secure. Zhu Juxi replied with a chuckle. By the way, Brother Shen, we ought to hasten to the location where the reincarnation secret realm is manifesting. Did you not mention that if we arrive late, we would miss out on any opportunities? We cannot afford to let such a fortuitous chance slip away. Indeed. You are correct. Let us make haste, Shen Xinghe concurred. The news of the reincarnation secret realm's emergence is likely known to many factions by now. Numerous forces should be mobilizing towards our direction. If we enter the reincarnation secret realm first, our chances of acquiring opportunities will increase. Shen Xinghe found himself in agreement with Zhu Juxi's sentiments. After all, within the reincarnation secret realm lies the legacy of the reincarnation immortal emperor, a treasure that no one could easily disregard. Very well, then. What are we waiting for? Let us go, Zhu Juxi nodded slightly, then set off towards the radiant golden light emanating from the reincarnation secret realm. Brother Zhu, wait for me. Upon seeing Zhu Juxi's departing figure, Shen Xinghe quickly followed suit without hesitation. Meanwhile, across the 10 great domains of the immortal realm, numerous powerful factions had learned of the reincarnation secret realm's revelation through various channels. Almost simultaneously, these factions dispatched their representatives toward the reincarnation secret realm. Due to their proximity, the forces from the Wanfafa immortal domain enjoyed a natural advantage. From this moment onward, a tempest of blood and chaos was gradually brewing, sweeping across the entire immortal realm. The reincarnation secret realm, the legacy of the reincarnation immortal emperor, heralded the imminent onset of a fierce contest for supremacy. Chapter 0. Ice and Fire. The Oath of the Great Path in the Kunlun Immortal Domain, within the Kunlun Hall. Esteemed Elder, with the emergence of the reincarnation secret realm, should we not send someone to investigate? Inquired the venerable Grand Elder Wu Hanshan with utmost respect. Not only does it harbor various cultivation resources, but it also contains the legacy left by the reincarnation immortal emperor. If our Kunlun Hall could acquire even a fraction, our strength would surely ascend to new heights. The reincarnation secret realm? Are you suggesting that the recent commotion in the heavens was caused by this realm? Spoke Li Rufeng, his demeanor calm as he sat upon his seat. Indeed, esteemed elder, the reincarnation secret realm manifests periodically within the immortal realm. However, its locations are not fixed. This time, it has appeared in the 10,000 Laws immortal domain, Wu Hanshan promptly replied. The reincarnation secret realm, in the 10,000 Laws immortal domain? I recall that Juxi seems to be. How fortuitous, the reincarnation secret realm and the reincarnation path. Li Rufeng mused quietly, his head slightly bowed in contemplation. Very well, since this realm holds numerous opportunities, let us embark on a journey. Grand Elder, please make the necessary arrangements. You shall lead the expedition to the reincarnation secret realm, and Luer will accompany you. After a brief moment, Li Rufeng slowly rose and instructed Wu Hanshan below. Yes. Esteemed Elder, I shall make the arrangements at once. Wu Hanshan responded with reverence, not daring to delay, and promptly exited the hall. Master, regarding this reincarnation secret realm, why have you assigned the Grand Elder to lead the expedition? Are you not going? After Wu Hanshan departed, Shangwan Yulei, who had been silent, curiously inquired. Me? No. I have little interest in a mere secret realm. With you and the Grand Elder venturing forth, that will suffice. Now let us speak of something else. Before your departure, I wish to bestow upon you a gift. Sit cross-legged and prepare to receive it. The process may entail some discomfort, so brace yourself mentally, Li Rufeng said, turning to Shangwan Yulei with a serious expression. A gift? Very well, master. Without hesitation, Shangwan Yulei seated herself cross-legged upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Master, I am ready. Li Rufeng nodded slightly, then gradually lifted his right hand. Moments later, a sphere of red light materialized in his palm. Let us begin. After uttering these words softly, Li Rufeng resolutely infused the object in his hand into Shangwan Yulei's body. Ugh! As the red essence entered her being, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed Shangwan Yulei's face. It took several moments before her countenance gradually improved. Immediately thereafter, Shangwan Yulei closed her eyes, beginning to concentrate on absorbing the essence that Li Rufeng had infused into her body. System, is this sufficient? There won't be any issues, will there? Observing Shangguan Yulei entering a state of slumber, Li Rufeng hesitantly inquired within his mind. Host, there is no need for concern. You simply need to wait for Shangguan Yulei to fully absorb that power. If fortune favors her, her physique will experience a significant enhancement. Even in the event of less favorable luck, there will be no threat to her life. Well, considering how fortunate Yulei is, she shouldn't have such poor luck, right? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng murmured softly, feeling considerably reassured. Meanwhile, on Wu Hanshan's side, he swiftly selected the disciples and elders to accompany him to the reincarnation secret realm. As the Kunlun Palace required a few individuals to remain behind for guardianship, Wu Hanshan planned to take only 10 elders and 100 talented disciples. However, for safety reasons, the 10 accompanying elders would all be at least at the Immortal Emperor level. It could be said that this expedition to the reincarnation secret realm saw Kunlun Palace dispatching at least a quarter of its elite combat force. Given the abundance of Immortal Emperor experts in Kunlun Palace, it was unlikely for smaller factions to muster even a single immortal king or emperor. After finalizing his selections, Wu Hanshan promptly returned to the Great Hall. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Shangguan Yulei sitting cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in a swirling amalgamation of blue and red energy. Reporting, Senior, all arrangements have been made. What is the status of the Saintess? After a brief report, Wu Hanshan turned to observe Shangguan Yulei, curiosity evident in his voice. It's nothing, merely a clash of ice and fire energies. Once Yulei awakens, you may proceed. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, appearing unconcerned about Shangguan Yulei's condition. Ice and fire? Shouldn't these two forces be in direct conflict? Wu Hanshan inquired, growing increasingly anxious. A problem? I'm right here. What could possibly go wrong? Li Rufeng retorted, dismissing the concern. Enough about Yulei. Elder, your current strength is merely at the 7th level of Immortal Emperor. That truly leaves much to be desired. Do you wish to become stronger? Li Rufeng suddenly asked with a smile. I wouldn't dare. In comparison to you, Senior, I am indeed quite weak. Moreover, I am well aware of my own talent. Without a significant opportunity, I am likely to remain at this level for the rest of my life. Nevertheless, reaching this point has already brought me great satisfaction, even if I cannot advance further. Wu Hanshan replied respectfully, lowering his head. Ah, you possess quite a degree of self-awareness. No wonder you have ascended to the position of the Grand Elder of Kunlun Hall. However, my inquiry was not aimed at hearing your meandering thoughts. Simply tell me, do you desire strength? Li Rufeng spoke in a calm tone. Since you have put it so, esteemed elder, I shall be frank. I, too, yearn for greater strength. I have lingered at the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor for countless millennia. Initially, I employed every conceivable method to break through to a higher realm. Be it elixirs or various treasures of heaven and earth, I have endeavored to use them all. Regrettably, I have yet to transcend this formidable threshold of the 7th level. Wu Hanshan lamented, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Desiring strength is all well and good. The opportunity now lies before you. Whether you can seize it will depend on your forthcoming actions, Li Rufeng replied earnestly. Opportunity? Are you implying that you possess a means to assist me in breaking through to the 8th level of the Immortal Emperor? Wu Hanshan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately inquired with fervor. Indeed, not only the 8th level, but even the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor is within reach. However, I must reiterate that there are no free lunches in this world. If you wish to attain it, you must inevitably make some sacrifices. I believe you understand this principle better than I do, Li Rufeng stated calmly. Yes, I understand. If you can indeed help me ascend to a higher realm, then from this moment forth, I, Wu Hanshan, shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. My life shall henceforth belong to you, esteemed elder. Upon receiving Li Rufeng's affirmation, Wu Hanshan promptly knelt and declared solemnly, remember the words you have spoken today. However, I have no interest in your life. Your sole duty will be to assist Layer in managing Kunlun Hall. Furthermore, once you venture into the reincarnation secret realm, I, too, shall depart from Kunlun Hall. The celestial realm is vast, and I cannot remain here indefinitely. After my departure, Layer's safety will rest in your hands. Are you capable of this? Li Rufeng gazed at Wu Hanshan, his expression serene. Certainly. Rest assured, esteemed elder, even without your urging, I shall wholeheartedly ensure the safety of the Holy Maiden. Here, I vow upon the Great Dao, unless I, Wu Han, perish, no one shall inflict harm upon even a hair of the holy maiden. Should I falter, may my soul be extinguished and suffer the torments of endless purgatory. Wu Han resolutely made his vow, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Very well, rise. Take this. Observing Wu Han, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction, then produced a pill and tossed it to Wu Han, saying casually, understood. Receiving the pill, Wu Han did not pause to examine it, swallowing it whole without a second thought. It must be said that although Wu Hanshan's strength may be somewhat lacking, he possesses a keen insight into the prevailing circumstances. As the elixir coursed through his body, a warm energy began to circulate throughout Wu Hanshan's being. Chapter 0. The 9 Orifices Supreme Mystical Pill. The opening of the secret realm. This pill, known as the 9 Orifices Supreme Mystical Pill, not only facilitates a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Celestial Emperor, but also enhances one's foundational abilities and innate talents. After such a prolonged period of cultivation, it is possible for you to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor. At that point, even if that so-called domain lord returns, you need not fear him, Li Rufeng elucidated gently. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this celestial elixir. I can already perceive the transformation within my body. Should I choose to, I should be able to break through to the 8th level of the Celestial Emperor at any moment. In fact, I sense that within a month at most, I shall step into the realm of the Celestial Emperor's zenith. Wu Han exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. In all his years of cultivation, Wu Han had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today. It is worth noting that the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor is a realm achieved by only a handful within the entire celestial realm. This underscores the immense challenges one must overcome to reach such heights. Very well, you may proceed with your breakthrough. Once Layer awakens, you shall embark on your journey. Li Rufeng concluded, turning away from Wu Han and returning to his seat. Understood. Wu Han wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged and commencing his ascent towards the coveted 8th level of the Celestial Emperor. Thus, the Grand Hall once again fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Kunlun Hall, a figure was making a direct approach towards it. This individual was none other than Ning Ying, the master of the Deathless Tower. Her objective was none other than Li Rufeng within the Kunlun Hall, in the realm of all laws. At the entrance of the reincarnation secret realm, there lay an expansive and boundless plain. After a considerable journey, Zhu Jiuxi and Shen Xinghe successfully arrived at this vast expanse. Upon landing, Zhu Jiuxi was captivated by the surrounding scene. How can there be so many others who arrived before us? Moreover, among these individuals, there are several whose auras I cannot fathom, Zhu Jiuxi remarked, astonished at the throngs of people around him. What is so surprising about that? If I can ascertain the general location of the reincarnation secret realm, surely others are also aware. They must have arrived here long before, waiting for the secret realm to manifest, and then making their way directly to this spot. Currently, the crowd is still manageable, but soon enough, people from all over the celestial realm will converge here. This speaks volumes about the allure of the reincarnation secret realm. Zhu Jiuxi mused. Zhu brother, the greater the number of people, the greater the danger. The likelihood of conflict over treasures is virtually assured. It would be prudent for us to stay together, so we can look out for one another. Being alone could easily lead to misfortune, Shen Xinghe cautioned softly. Agreed. However, I am curious. Given your capabilities, you could undoubtedly manage on your own. I am still perplexed as to why you have sought me out. Brother Shen, perhaps you could be candid with me. Your intentions remain unclear, and I confess that I am somewhat anxious. You wouldn't betray me from behind, would you? Zhu Jiuxi said timidly. Brother Zhu, you are overthinking it. I genuinely wish to befriend you. To speak frankly, you are my very first friend. Among friends, mutual assistance is a given. Is there anything amiss in that? Shen Xinghe remarked, shaking the fan in his hand with a serious expression. Your first friend? Surely not. After all this time, you have only come to know me? Such a statement strains my belief, Zhu Jiuxi questioned. I am acquainted with many, yet I hold no interest in them. Only you, Brother Zhu, struck me as someone with whom a genuine friendship could blossom from our very first encounter. You cannot possibly think I harbor ulterior motives towards you, can you? Rest assured, from head to toe, there is nothing about you that piques my interest. Although I understand that you might still find it difficult to fully trust me, in time, You will realize that my words are sincere. Shen Fei replied with a faint smile. Now then, Brother Zhu, by calculating the time, the entrance to the secret realm will soon open. We must prepare ourselves. Once the entrance is unsealed, it will be time to seize our opportunities. At that moment, we shall be the first to enter the reincarnation secret realm. The details we shall discuss once we are inside, Shen Fei continued. I understand. Zhu Jusi nodded in response to Shen Fei's words, choosing not to press further on the earlier topic. As time passed, more individuals arrived from all directions, including some of the most formidable powers from various celestial domains. Even the most powerful force in the celestial realm, the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, sent representatives to the reincarnation secret realm. It's open. The legacy of the reincarnation immortal emperor. I am here. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the entrance to the reincarnation secret realm finally opened. In an instant, hundreds surged towards the entrance. Being among the first to enter the reincarnation secret realm signifies an added advantage. Before long, in the blink of an eye, figures were entering the reincarnation secret realm one after another. The representatives of the great powers were also rushing towards the entrance. Brother Zhu, let us hasten our entry. Remember, stay close to me. Observing the throng that had already entered the reincarnation secret realm, Shen Fei hesitated no longer. After advising Zhu Jusi, he leaped into the air, heading towards the entrance. Zhu Jusi, seeing this, wasted no time and hurried after Shen Fei's figure. Although the true intentions of Shen Fei remain unclear, Zhu Jusi feels a sense of safety in his company. After all, Shen Fei's ability to produce a plethora of celestial talismans indicates a remarkable identity. With this realization, Zhu Jusi resolves to accompany Shen Fei for the time being. Before long, the two of them successfully enter the realm of reincarnation. Outside, a steady stream of individuals makes their way toward this enigmatic domain. In the Kunlun celestial domain, at the Kunlun Hall, a magnificent and vast celestial vessel rests upon the plaza. On board, Wu Hanshan and Shengwan Yulei have just disembarked. Accompanying them are 10 esteemed elders of Kunlun Hall and 100 disciples. Master, we are ready to depart. Shengwan Yulei calls out, waving her hand with a hint of reluctance as she gazes down at Li Rufeng. In response to her words, Li Rufeng offers a brief nod, choosing not to elaborate further. In the next moment, the celestial vessel ascends slowly into the sky. Shortly thereafter, it swiftly navigates toward the direction of the 10,000 Laws celestial domain, vanishing from Li Rufeng's sight in an instant. If all goes well, they may cross paths. Wait, it seems I neglected to inform Lei Air about Jusi. Alas, it should be fine. Should be, at least. Shaking his head, Li Rufeng dismisses the thought and prepares to leave Kunlun Hall, eager to continue his journey through the celestial realms. That aura. Peak Celestial Emperor? Just as Li Rufeng takes a few steps forward, a presence approaching Kunlun Hall captures his attention. Could it be that domain lord? Very well, since they have arrived. I shall deal with it casually. After murmuring softly to himself, Li Rufeng's figure vanishes from the plaza. Chapter 0. The Art of Destiny, Lord of the Void. Meanwhile, merely a few dozen miles from the Kunlun Palace, Ning Yingying appeared at this location. Just as she was preparing to approach the Kunlun Palace further, the figure of Li Rufeng materialized before her, directly blocking her path. As their gazes met, both Li Rufeng and Ning Yingying simultaneously uttered sounds of confusion. Who are you? Who are you? In the next moment, they echoed each other's words in unison. This unexpected scene left both of them momentarily stunned. Expressions of perplexity etched upon their faces. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? After a brief silence, Ning Yingying once again initiated the dialogue with Li Rufeng. However, upon hearing her inquiry, Li Rufeng offered no response. Instead, he began to scrutinize Ning Yingying's identity information. Name, Ning Yingying. Realm, Immortal Emperor 9th Layer. Fortune value, 1250. Information, Master of the Death Command Tower, a surviving descendant of the ancient Divine Shaman clan. Adept in the Dark Path, proficient in assassination, and possesses a unique innate ability. Special ability, can execute the Art of Destiny on one chosen individual, erasing them from existence, both physically and spiritually. Note, once the Art of Destiny is initiated, it cannot be halted, disregarding the disparity in realms, and is of extremely high danger. Cost of using the Art of Destiny, death of the user. What the hell? A trump card that ignores realm disparities. This is literally a one-for-one ultimate move, isn't it? How utterly outrageous. System, if she employs this art of destiny on me, will I perish? Having perused Ning Yingying's panel information, Li Rufeng admitted that there was indeed a fleeting moment when trepidation gripped his heart. After all, Ning Yingying's art of destiny was exceedingly formidable. To call it a cheat would be an understatement. Therefore, to ascertain the level of danger posed by her art, Li Rufeng hastily inquired of the system in his mind. Dear host, there is no need for concern. This individual's art of destiny holds no power over you. You possess the two most powerful physiques in existence, the undying primordial body and the eternal soul, rendering you impervious to death. However, being unkillable does not imply that there are no other means to contend with you, so it is prudent to remain cautious when facing unknown formidable foes. Hearing your words brings me considerable relief. It is fortunate I have my own trump cards. Otherwise, today could have been perilous. I never anticipated this woman would wield such an extraordinary ability. To be on the safe side, it would be best to eliminate her outright. Although her powers may not affect me, they present a significant threat to Su Yang and the others. Moreover, the master of the Death Command Tower. This Death Command Tower rings a bell. I feel I have heard mention of it before. As Li Rufeng gazed at the enigmatic Ning Yingying, a profound contemplation enveloped him, revealing a flicker of bewilderment upon his countenance. Who was this individual? Her sudden appearance was perplexing enough, but the fact that I could not decipher her realm was utterly confounding. To evade my senses and approach me undetected, her strength must surely rival my own. In the celestial realm, only the domain lords and immortal sovereigns surpassed me. When did such a person emerge? No, this is merely a few dozen miles from Kunlun Hall, and she conveniently obstructs my path. Could it be that she is the very target of my journey? If so, the annihilation of the Yang family begins to make sense. Cursed be it, that individual must have sensed something amiss, prompting them to send me to test her capabilities. A sense of foreboding gripped me. Instinctively, I knew I was no match for her. I must flee, yet if I escape, what will become of my sister? As the master of the deadly fate tower, Ning Yingying immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Her instincts, sharp and precise, informed her that she could not contend with Li Rufeng. Nevertheless, she hesitated to flee. While her own life was at stake, her sister's survival hinged on her actions. One life weighed against another, plunging Ning Yingying into a tumultuous inner conflict. Li Rufeng observed her indecision with keen awareness. What is the matter with this woman? She appears so unsettled. I have said nothing. I have done nothing. Noticing the pallor of Ning Yingying's face, Li Rufeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ahem, may I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here? Are you en route to Kunlun Hall? I advise you to answer candidly. I have little patience for fabrications. Do not dare claim you are merely passing through. The esteemed master of the deadly fate tower would hardly wander aimlessly near Kunlun Hall. Upon realizing Li Rufeng recognized her as the master of the deadly fate tower, Ning Yingying's expression grew grave. In that moment, she regarded Li Rufeng as a formidable entity of domain lord caliber. She was acutely aware of the perils in offending an unknown power. I do not know, she replied, but I am aware you possess a lifebound technique. I advise against any thoughts of an exchange, for the consequences of employing such a technique would spell doom for you alone. Before Ning Yingying could ponder further, Li Rufeng spoke again, an involuntary smirk gracing his lips, exuding an aura of dominance. You, who are you truly? I have never disclosed my lifebound technique to anyone. How could you possibly know these things? Previously, Ning Yingying felt a mere trepidation towards Li Rufeng, yet at this moment, she is engulfed in profound fear. To divulge her greatest secret so effortlessly has rendered Li Rufeng an entity that must not be provoked in Ning Yingying's eyes. In fact, she has entirely relinquished the notion of escape. Moreover, an instinctive dread stirs within her. She knows that should she dare to take even a single step towards flight, her demise would be inevitable. How I know these matters is of no concern to you. Shouldn't you be answering my questions? My patience is finite. Though you possess a certain charm, I would not hesitate to unleash a ruthless hand. As he spoke, Li Rufeng slowly raised his right hand, a terrifying force beginning to coalesce within his palm. The aura emanating from this power caused Ning Yingying's scalp to tingle with dread. I shall speak. I implore you. Spare my life. Ning Yingying hastily exclaimed upon sensing Li Rufeng's inclination to act. I can still devise a plan for my sister. If I perish here today, that individual will undoubtedly renege on his promise, sealing my sister's fate. One life hangs by a thread, while the other is certain to perish. If I can survive, there remains a flicker of hope. Ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, Ning Yingying resolved to confess everything to Li Rufeng. I do appreciate intelligent individuals, particularly those as astute as yourself. Now speak, what is your objective? Li Rufeng retracted his hand and calmly inquired. Esteemed senior, I am here at the behest of another. To come to Kunlun Palace. You must have heard of him. He is the lord of the Taishu domain, one of the 10 great domains of the celestial realm. Nancian. Ning Yingying knelt before Li Rufeng on one knee and respectfully replied. Chapter 0. Celestial Island. Jade Green Lotus, the Lord of the Void. Nancian. What is it that he has sent you to Kunlun Hall for? Li Rufeng inquired. In response, Ning Yingying stated, Senior, Nancian has tasked me with eliminating the mastermind behind the destruction of the Yang family in the Kunlun immortal domain. I wonder if that Yang family is, in fact, related to you. You are correct in your assumption. It was I who brought the Yang family to ruin, Li Rufeng replied, his tone nonchalant as he discerned the implication in her words. As expected, given your formidable strength, annihilating the Yang family would indeed be a trifling matter. Senior, I found myself with no alternative but to entertain the notion of assassinating you. I implore you, in light of my candor, spare my life. Ning Yingying pleaded once more. This scene, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly evoke immense astonishment. No one would anticipate that the merciless master of the assassination tower would display a semblance of humility. No wonder the Yang family dared to confront Kunlun Hall. It seems Nancian was their hidden ally all along. Now that the Yang family has been vanquished, does Nancian seek retribution? Li Rufeng did not respond to Ning Yingying. Instead, he muttered to himself, Senior, you are mistaken. I know Nancian well. He is solely concerned with his own interests and would not intervene for the sake of the Yang family. It is likely that he wishes to eliminate you due to the humiliation you have caused him. Moreover, Nancian is cunning and treacherous. It would be wise for you to exercise caution in the future. Should he learn that I have not taken action against you, he will undoubtedly resort to other means to deal with you. Hearing Li Rufeng's soliloquy, Ning Yingying promptly interjected, Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. He seeks my demise, and I desire his as well. From the moment he harbored intentions against me, he became a dead man walking. Take me to this Nancian, and I shall spare your life. What say you? Li Rufeng spoke with an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by Ning Yingying's warnings. Senior, Nancian is not to be underestimated. As a domain lord, he typically resides within the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. Within the alliance, there are not only countless formidable beings, but also the 10 domain lords and the immortal sovereign overseeing them. Although the relationships among the 10 domain lords are fraught with tension, they still unite in the face of external threats. While your strength is indeed considerable, facing such a multitude of powerful foes may prove perilous. Ultimately, Ning Yingying ceased her discourse, believing that after her extensive counsel, Li Rufeng would surely opt against seeking Nancian in the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. Yet, this was merely Ning Yingying's personal speculation. Li Rufeng's strength is such that not only does he surpass the entirety of the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, but he could also extinguish the lives of beings across the entire immortal realm with but a flick of his wrist. Is that so? He mused, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Very well, with such formidable forces at play, my imperial banner has begun to stir with anticipation. Now lead the way. As for the rest, I shall manage on my own. Ning Yingying, feeling the weight of Li Rufeng's terrifying smile, could only nod in acquiescence. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. It seemed that a storm was brewing within the Shifeng Immortal Alliance. Under her guidance, Li Rufeng departed from the Kunlun Immortal Domain, heading directly towards the Shifeng Immortal Alliance. The alliance itself was situated upon a floating island, a sanctuary that had existed since the dawn of the immortal realm and lay beyond the boundaries of the 10 major immortal domains. Only those sanctioned by the Shifeng Immortal Alliance were permitted to tread upon its sacred ground. On this island, the spiritual essence was denser than anywhere else in the immortal realm, and towering majestically was the celestial monument. Legends spoke of this monument as a conduit connecting the immortal realm with the divine realm. To unravel the secrets contained within it was to ascend to the divine state and soar into the heavens. Thus, this island was aptly named Celestial Island, and it was Li Rufeng's intent to explore its enigmatic depths. Meanwhile, in the reincarnation secret realm of the Wanfa immortal domain, two figures emerged from behind a hill. They were none other than Zhu Jusi and Shen Xinghe, who had been navigating this secret realm for some time. Not far from them, nearly 100 individuals had gathered, all fixated on a singular target, a rare celestial herb floating in the center of a nearby lake. This herb, known as the Jade Green Lotus, was an invaluable resource for cultivation. Whether used for concocting elixirs or consumed directly for enhancement, it promised to significantly elevate one's cultivation level. Brother Shun, there are far too many people here, Zhu Jusi whispered to Shen Xinghe, his gaze fixed on the throng of cultivators surrounding the lake. Many of their auras surpass ours. It seems we may not have a chance at obtaining the Jade Green Lotus. Why the haste, Brother Zhu? Shen Xinghe replied, unfazed. The Jade Green Lotus still requires time to fully mature. This is a superior cultivation resource. We cannot simply abandon it. Fear not, for in the past, were not those treasures surrounded by throngs of people? Yet they ultimately fell into our hands. We shall adhere to our original plan. Brother Zhu, draw their attention while I seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Once I have secured it, we shall make our swift exit. If we cannot fight, we can certainly flee. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the Jade Green Lotus at the heart of the lake, ready to execute their plan. Ah, my dear fellow. While I draw the fire, you remain untroubled. The number of participants this time surpasses all previous encounters combined. However, I can certainly divert their attention. Brother Shun, do you possess any treasures? Please, share some with me. That celestial array diagram you previously utilized seemed quite powerful. I would greatly appreciate it. Only then will I have the confidence to draw their fire on your behalf. Zhu Jusi spoke softly while casting a peculiar smile towards Shen Xinghe. So, all this time, you have been coveting my celestial array diagram? Very well. For the sake of the Bai Yu Qing Lian, I shall sacrifice some of my trump cards. Here are 5 7th-tier celestial array diagrams. They should suffice to manage these individuals. Use them sparingly, for numerous opportunities await us in the future. With a pained expression, Shen Xinghe produced 5 7th-tier celestial array diagrams and handed them to Zhu Jusi. It wasn't just the celestial array diagrams. Whenever Shen Xinghe unveiled any valuable items, Zhu Jusi would seize the moment to reap his share. This led Shen Xinghe to begin regretting his association with Zhu Jusi. No worries there. Such precious items. Even without your urging, I shall use judiciously. Now that I possess the celestial array diagrams you provided, I am entirely confident in my ability to hold off these adversaries. When the time comes, the Bai Yu Qing Lian shall be entrusted to you, Brother Shun. As per our usual arrangement, we shall split it evenly. Zhu Jusi declared with a radiant smile as he accepted the celestial array diagrams. Well, the time is nearly upon us. Zhu brother, be cautious. Though somewhat helpless, Shen Xinghe still urged Zhu Jusi to prioritize his safety. Rest assured, I value my life more than anyone else. At the first sign of danger, I shall certainly make my swift exit. With so many of your trump cards, I have no reason to worry about your safety. Zhu Jusi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe fell into a moment of speechlessness. It has begun. It has begun. The Bai Yu Qing Lian has ripened. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed at the Bai Yu Qing Lian and shouted loudly. This commotion quickly captured the attention of everyone present, including Zhu Jusi and his companion, who were concealed behind a hill. The moment has arrived. Brother Shen, I am off. Without waiting for Shen Fei's response, Zhu Jusi's figure shot forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the lake, heading straight for the central Bai Yu Qing Lian under the gaze of all present. Chapter 0. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits a lass. You seek your demise, young man. What are you all waiting for? Hurry, join me in thwarting him. Those who regained their senses were instantly consumed by fury, charging directly at Zhu Jusi. How dare you seize the Jade Green Lotus before so many of us? You shall pay with your life. At that moment, the quickest among them pursued Zhu Jusi and unleashed an attack in his direction. With this initial assault, a multitude soon followed suit, directing their aggression toward Zhu Jusi. These individuals had contemplated claiming the Jade Green Lotus for themselves, yet none possessed the audacity to act upon it. This hesitation was precisely why they had not rushed towards the lotus from the very beginning. thus granting Zhu Jusi the opportunity to seize the advantage. Huh. The Jade Green Lotus shall belong to the fated. Since you chose to hesitate initially, I shall graciously accept it. But do such timid creatures dare to bark at me? Celestial Array Map, go. With my presence today, you shall not approach the Jade Green Lotus even a single step. As the moment felt right, Zhu Jusi abruptly halted and raised his hand, casting a 7th-tier Celestial Array Map toward the oncoming pursuers. In an instant, a formidable array materialized from the map, enveloping the foremost dozen individuals entirely. This is bad. It's an array. Let us attack together. Those with quick reflexes felt a sense of foreboding and hastily shouted out. Too late. You shall all perish. Boom. Just as Zhu Jusi's words echoed, a violent explosion erupted from within the array. Much like celestial talismans, the Celestial Array Map served as a lethal weapon. The distinction lies in the fact that the array could first ensnare a designated area before executing annihilation, thereby eliminating any chance of escape for the enemy. Naturally, this rendered the Celestial Array Map far more precious than celestial talismans of the same tier. However, such considerations were of no concern to Zhu Jusi, as these items had been acquired from Shen Xinghe. Therefore, he felt no remorse for the consumption of the Celestial Array Map. Damn it! This fellow possesses a Celestial Array Map of considerable rank. Friends, let us immediately disperse and launch our attacks. This way, the array cannot contend with so many of us at once. Moreover, he surely does not have an abundance of Celestial Array Maps. Once he exhausts his trump cards, he will meet his doom. Having witnessed the might of the Celestial Array Map, those pursuing Zhu Jusi swiftly devised a response. Little did they know, everything was falling perfectly into Zhu Jusi's scheme. His intention was to draw all their attention toward himself, thus allowing Shen Xinghe the opportunity to act. At that moment, Shen Xinghe had already blended into the throng chasing after Zhu Jusi. Seizing the moment while all eyes were fixated on Zhu Jusi, Shen Xinghe decisively seized the opportunity, his figure shooting forth in an instant. Exploding celestial talismans go. At the precise moment Shen Xinghe sprang into action, Zhu Jusi, in perfect synchrony, produced dozens of exploding talismans and hurled them towards the scattered cultivators. Boom, boom. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted one after another. This commotion caused everyone to frantically evade the unleashed forces of the talismans, completely oblivious to the figure that had stealthily approached the Jade Lotus. Shen Xinghe wasted no time. As he neared the Jade Lotus, he deftly collected all the Jade Lotuses into his storage ring. Let us go. With their plan successfully executed, Shen Xinghe signaled Zhu Jusi. Promptly receiving the signal, Zhu Jusi unleashed another barrage of exploding talismans before swiftly darting in a particular direction. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jusi had escaped several miles away. Not good. That guy is trying to flee. No, he hasn't taken the Jade Lotuses. What the heck? Where are my Jade Lotuses? This is bad. We've been duped. This fellow has accomplices. Quick, pursue him. Realizing the Jade Lotuses had vanished, many felt a surge of fury rising within them. Bang, 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 bang. Yet before they could chase after Zhu Jusi, dozens of talismans detonated instantaneously, causing them to miss the optimal moment to pursue. Hearing the shouts of anger and the explosions behind him, Zhu Jusi hastened his pace. Soon, he successfully rejoined Shen Xinghe, and the two decided on a direction to swiftly exit this troublesome locale. Just as they thought they had successfully secured their prize, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hand over the Jade Lotuses, and I shall spare your lives. Suddenly, a dozen figures materialized before Zhu Jusi and Shen Xinghe. Before they could react, these individuals surrounded them. The voice that spoke belonged to a middle-aged man exuding a formidable aura. Under the weight of this power, Zhu Jusi and Shen Xinghe found themselves immobilized. When did this group appear? What a cunning trap! Like the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. This time, I was careless. As he beheld the middle-aged man, Zhu Jusi's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated an ambush lying in wait. It's them, beside him. Upon noticing the attire of the middle-aged man, Shen Xinghe whispered softly, Do you recognize these people? Zhu Jusi immediately inquired, prompted by Shen Xinghe's murmur. Not personally, but their garments signify that they belong to the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Brother Zhu, it appears that this time we must concede. The Hall of 10,000 Laws is not something we can provoke. Moreover, The aura emanating from this individual signifies that he is at least of the celestial emperor realm. He will undoubtedly provide us with no opportunity for retaliation. Alas, after all our efforts, we have merely prepared a wedding dress for others, sighed Shen Fei softly. Oh, you indeed possess some discernment. Knowing we are from the Hall of 10,000 Laws, why do you not promptly surrender the Jade Green Lotus? The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Very well, the Jade Green Lotus can be yours. However, you must first ensure our safe departure, Shen Fei replied with a calm demeanor. Agreed. Where is the Jade Green Lotus? The middle-aged man responded with an impassive expression. Here it is, Shen Fei declared without hesitation, producing several Jade Green Lotuses from his storage ring and tossing them towards the middle-aged man. Shen Fei had means to contend with those of the Celestial Emperor realm. Yet he refrained from doing so. Firstly, before the Celestial Emperor, he found it exceedingly difficult to utilize his trump cards. Secondly, the Hall of 10,000 Laws wielded formidable power. Eliminating the man before him would only bring him immense trouble. Weighing these factors, Shen Fei opted for compromise. Meanwhile, Zhu Jusi quietly observed this scene without uttering a word. However, as the middle-aged man's attention shifted entirely to the Jade Green Lotus, Zhu Jusi discreetly grasped a token in his hand. This was Zhu Jusi's final trump card, Li Rufeng. Yet, he refrained from shattering the token immediately, as he did not wish to trouble Li Rufeng unless absolutely necessary. Although Li Rufeng would surely be unconcerned, Zhu Jusi, as a disciple, was reluctant to impose upon him. Of course, if his life were in jeopardy, Zhu Jusi would not hesitate in the slightest. Haha, so many Jade Green Lotuses. Excellent. You may leave now. Upon receiving the Jade Green Lotuses, the middle-aged man's countenance brightened with delight. Go. Hearing the middle-aged man's command, Shen Fei did not hesitate, immediately pulling Zhu Jusi away in a specific direction. What Shen Fei failed to notice was that barely 10 meters from their departure, the middle-aged man's gaze turned icy as he watched them. How foolish they are to believe I would let them go. Ants are unworthy of survival. Prepare to die? A sinister smile curled at the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the attack from the Celestial Emperor realm surged towards them. Chapter 0. The Body of the Pishio, Shen Fei's request alas. Cursed be this treacherous individual for his lack of fidelity. In light of this, I shall not hesitate to invoke my master's aid. While Shen Fei was eager to depart, Zhu Jusi remained vigilant, observing the middle-aged man's every movement. It was precisely this vigilance that afforded Zhu Jusi the precious moments needed to react when the man launched his attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Jusi decisively shattered the token in his grasp. In the next instant, the figure of Li Rufeng materialized before Zhu Jusi. At that very moment, the middle-aged man's assault reached Li Rufeng, yet, unsurprisingly, the attack dissipated before even grazing him. What? This scoundrel dares to strike upon his arrival, targeting my visage. No less. Soon after, Li Rufeng's calm voice resonated. Disciple pays respects to master. I am incompetent and have once again troubled you to intervene. At this juncture, Zhu Jusi hurriedly approached Li Rufeng, bowing respectfully. Incompetent? If you deem yourself so, does that not imply that I am also lacking? Otherwise, why would I have chosen you? Upon hearing Zhu Jusi's self-deprecating remarks, Li Rufeng responded with a hint of weakness in his tone. Disciple does not dare. Zhu Jusi quickly replied to Li Rufeng's inquiry. Good then. Such words should not escape your lips again. If you perceive your strength as inadequate, it is far better to devote yourself to cultivation than to belittle yourself. Now, allow me to resolve your immediate predicament. You there, daring to strike at my disciple? With that, Li Rufeng turned his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Humph, merely a projection. That last blow of mine was executed with but a third of my strength. Do you truly believe that surviving that attack renders you my equal? Since you are his master, I shall slay him before your very eyes. I am most curious to see how you intend to intervene. The middle-aged man laughed boastfully in response to Li Rufeng's challenge. Enough, enough. I merely inquired in passing. And you take it to heart? Let us be on our way. A mere insect speaks with such audacity. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufeng swiftly conjured a powerful force. In an instant, the middle-aged man and the others from the Hall of 10,000 Laws were reduced to mere blood mist. All transpired in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man did not even sense the approach of death before he vanished. By the heavens, This is gone. Beside him, Shen Xinghe gasped in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. In contrast, Zhu Jiuxi, having grown accustomed to Li Rufeng's prowess, maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of astonishment lingered in his heart. Although aware of Li Rufeng's formidable prowess, every time he effortlessly dispatches powerful foes, Zhu Jiuxi cannot help but feel a surge of admiration for him. At last, the atmosphere has become more tranquil. Jiuxi, why don't you introduce this person? Li Rufeng turned to the source of the exclamations, fixing his gaze upon Shen Xinghe. Master, this gentleman is. Hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jiuxi stepped forward, prepared to respond. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Shen Xinghe, a friend of your disciple. At that moment, Shen Xinghe promptly introduced himself. Oh, a friend, is it? Li Rufeng murmured softly to himself upon hearing Shen Xinghe's reply. He then scrutinized Shen Xinghe intently. Name, Shen Xinghe. Realm, Golden Immortal. Third layer, Fortune value, 8,888. Special physique, Pishio body, capable of attracting worldly wealth, possesses an innate sensitivity to rare treasures. Information, young master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, perpetually equipped with countless life-preserving measures. A Pishio body? Such a physique exists? Li Rufeng mused. Able to attract wealth, how intriguing. Is this not akin to a fortune cat? When did Jiuxi befriend a fortune cat? Encountering someone capable of gathering fortune for the first time sparked a flicker of curiosity within Li Rufeng. While it is true that strength reigns supreme in the cultivation world, an old adage rings true: money can move mountains. When strength is lacking, wealth must suffice. Moreover, if one can harness the world's fortunes to cultivate the path of wealth, their strength would surely not be insignificant. Master, I assure you, our friendship is quite ordinary. He is the one who informed me about the reincarnation secret realm. Zhu Jiuxi interjected, noticing Li Rufeng's prolonged silence. He presumed Li Rufeng disapproved of his casual associations with strangers, and thus sought to clarify. Indeed, you are fortunate to be acquainted with him. He is the young master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. If I am not mistaken, since you entered the reincarnation secret realm, you must have discovered quite a few treasures, have you not? Li Rufeng suddenly remarked with a smile. The young master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Esteemed senior, you know of me? Zhu Jiuxi and Shen Xinghe exclaimed in unison. Ahem, I do not. Li Rufeng replied dismissively. Well, the matter has been resolved, and it is time for me to take my leave. The reincarnation secret realm is not as straightforward as it seems. I advise you to proceed with caution in your future endeavors. Naturally, Li Rufeng could not reveal that he had learned about Shen Xinghe's identity through the system, so he deflected the conversation. Not as simple as it appears. Yes, I shall remember that. Thank you for your guidance, master. Zhu Jiuxi lowered his gaze, responding earnestly. Are you departing, esteemed senior? Upon hearing that Li Rufeng was about to depart, Shen Xinghe immediately expressed a hint of urgency. Do you have something to discuss? Li Rufeng inquired. Well, it's just. Faced with Li Rufeng's question, Shen Xinghe displayed a hesitant demeanor. Speak your mind. Noticing Shen Xinghe's hesitation, Li Rufeng responded coolly. Very well, senior. I have a request, and I hope you can grant it, Shen Xinghe began. A request? You wish to ask me for a favor upon our first meeting? Although you are a friend of Jiuxi, I am not a benevolent savior. Just because you ask doesn't mean I am obliged to assist you. You ought to demonstrate some sincerity first, don't you think? Li Rufeng spoke slowly, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Indeed, senior speaks wisely. Rest assured, as long as you agree to my request, I will accept any conditions you impose. Anything that Wanbage can accomplish, we will certainly not refuse, Shen Xinghe replied respectfully. Oh, your sincerity is commendable. Now, do tell me what you wish for my assistance with. After hearing your plea, I shall consider whether to help you, Li Rufeng said with intrigue. Yes, as you know, I am the young master of Wanbage. The master of Wanbage is my father. I wish to implore you to assist me in rescuing my father. At this point, Shen Xinghe knelt before Li Rufeng. Rescue your father? What has happened to him? Li Rufeng immediately probed further upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words. Chapter 0, Misinterpretation of Meaning, the 9th Disciple 3 months ago. My father received an invitation from the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, requesting him to visit Tongtian Island. Although Wanbao Pavilion is considered a significant force in the immortal realm, it pales in comparison to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance. Thus, my father did not refuse, nor dared to decline their invitation. I initially believed he would return in a matter of days. However, ever since he journeyed to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, he has not returned. Throughout these 3 months, he has not sent any word. I contemplated sending someone to search for him at the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, yet Tongtian Island is inaccessible without their permission. Though I am deeply concerned for my father, I find myself powerless. At present, aside from knowing that he is still alive, I am entirely in the dark regarding other information. My father is the backbone of Wanbao Pavilion. His absence for 3 months has led many within the pavilion to stir restlessly. If he does not return soon, I fear for the future of Wanbao Pavilion. My venture into the reincarnation secret realm was also an attempt to seize fortune, hoping to obtain the legacy of the immortal emperor. Only by acquiring such a legacy would I possess the qualifications to instill a measure of caution among those within Wanbao Pavilion. Now, having encountered an esteemed elder, I dare to implore for your assistance in rescuing my father. The elder's prowess is evident. Only you possess the capability to venture to Tongtian Island. I earnestly request your help. Upon finishing his plea, Shen Xinghe immediately bowed his head before Li Rufeng, his tone filled with sincerity. I see. Tongtian Island, is it? How fortuitous. I was just planning to visit there. Since your father is also on Tongtian Island, I can indeed rescue him while I am at it. After listening to Shen Xinghe's explanation, Li Rufeng finally grasped the situation at hand. Really? Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. If you can rescue my father, I shall agree to any condition. Seeing Li Rufeng nod in agreement, Shen Xinghe was instantly filled with excitement. Ahem, very well, rise for now. My assistance, of course, is not without cost. As for the conditions, let me consider. Speaking, Li Rufeng gazed thoughtfully at Shen Xinghe. I have it. The condition is quite simple. You. After a brief pause, Li Rufeng suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Shen Xinghe, and spoke. Me? Upon seeing Li Rufeng point at himself, Shen Xinghe revealed a look of astonishment. Esteemed elder, Wanbao Pavilion has many women of exquisite beauty. Would you not reconsider? I. Of course, if the esteemed elder truly took a liking to me, I would not mind making a sacrifice. Shen Xinghe suddenly became bashful. As these words left his lips, both Li Rufeng and Zhu Jusi were left in a state of bewilderment. Especially Li Rufeng. His expression was as unpleasant as one could imagine. My goodness, this fellow truly dares to speak so boldly. How foolish of me to consider him a friend. Only for him to wish to take me as his disciple. Referring to him as master's wife seems somewhat inappropriate. Wait, what am I thinking? How could I entertain such thoughts? Alas, my mind must be tainted. Beside me, Zhu Jusi shuddered at the thought of Shen Xinghe and Li Rufeng together. A wave of discomfort washing over him. Ahem, well then, Shen Xinghe, is it? Do refrain from uttering such words in the future. I fear for your life. Yes, a death that could not be more final. What I meant earlier was that I recognized your considerable talent and wished to take you as my pupil. What gave you the impression that I was enamored by your appearance? After a moment of silence, Li Rufeng finally elucidated. Is that what you meant? My apologies. Esteemed senior, I misunderstood. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Shen Xinghe immediately lowered his head, avoiding his gaze to alleviate his overwhelming embarrassment. Very well. I am not one to hold grudges. Let this matter pass. Now, you may respond. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Li Rufeng, wishing to move past the earlier incident, promptly shifted the conversation. I am willing. As a junior, I am indeed eager. Disciple Shen Xinghe pays his respects to master. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe bowed deeply to Li Rufeng upon hearing his words. Rise. Henceforth, you shall be my 9th disciple. I will handle matters regarding your father. Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction as he regarded Shen Xinghe, calmly speaking. Yes, thank you, master. Shen Xinghe responded with utmost respect. The 9th disciple? Master, since your arrival in the celestial realm, aside from Brother Shen, you have accepted 2 others as disciples? Quite so. I am no longer the youngest disciple. Zhu Jusi mused quietly to himself upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Very well. With that settled, I shall take my leave. This token shall henceforth be yours. Should you need to reach me, simply crush the token. With that, Li Rufeng produced a specially crafted token and handed it to Shen Xinghe. By the way, Jusi, based on the timeline, your 8th junior sister should be nearing the reincarnation secret realm. Her name is Shangwan Yule. Should you encounter her, feel free to exchange thoughts. I shall take my leave. With his words, Li Rufeng's figure vanished into thin air without a trace of hesitation. 8th junior sister, Shangwan Yule? Master, you have yet to describe what she looks like. Never mind, I shall address it when the time comes. Originally, Zhu Jusi intended to inquire further about Shangwan Yule, but upon raising his gaze, he discovered that Li Rufeng had already departed. Consequently, Zhu Jusi resolved to proceed with caution. Shangwan Yule? That name seems familiar. Beside him, Shen Fei began to ponder upon hearing the name Shangwan Yule. Suddenly, realization struck. It is indeed her. After a brief moment, Shen Fei exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother Zhu, are you aware of the information regarding the 8th junior sister? Witnessing Shen Fei's astonishment, he promptly inquired. Indeed, the identity of the 8th junior sister is far from ordinary. Compared to her, I, the deputy master of the Wanbao Pavilion, am somewhat inferior. Are you familiar with Kunlun Hall? Shen Fei continued. Kunlun Hall. I have gathered some knowledge about it. It is indeed the Kunlun immortal domain, the most formidable force. Zhu Jusi replied. Yes, the 8th senior sister is affiliated with Kunlun Hall. Moreover, she is the holy maiden of Kunlun Hall. It can be said that her status is comparable to only a handful of peers within the immortal realm. However, I find it perplexing that the 8th junior sister would choose to take our master as her mentor. Logically, those from Kunlun Hall would never allow their holy maiden to take an outsider as her teacher. Shen Fei expressed his confusion. Why concern yourself with such matters? My master accepts disciples without regard for their backgrounds. Furthermore, when it comes to taking on disciples, no one can impede my master. Zhu Jusi replied without hesitation. Now, we must take our leave. The individuals from the Wanfa Hall have perished here. Others from the Wanfa Hall may already be en route. It is prudent for us to depart. With that, Zhu Jusi and Shen Fei left the location, heading towards the next area rich in resources. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yule and the members of Kunlun Hall finally arrived at the entrance of the reincarnation secret realm. Soon, the disciples of Kunlun Hall entered the reincarnation secret realm together. Subsequently, each elder from Kunlun Hall led 10 disciples to explore the opportunities within the realm. Wu Hanshan remained close to Shangwan Yule, ensuring that no ill-mannered individuals would dare to approach her. Besides Wu Hanshan, another figure accompanied Shangwan Yule, Li Rufeng's pet, a rooster who fancied itself the king of chickens, named Xiaokuan. Chapter 0. Arrival at Tongtian Island. Breaking into the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance on the other side, under the guidance of Ning Yingying. Li Rufeng finally stood before Tongtian Island. Gazing at the island suspended thousands of miles in the sky, a sense of intrigue stirred within him. Senior, that is Tongtian Island. Are you truly intending to ascend directly? The 10 domain lords and the immortal sovereign are all present there. Ning Yingying voiced her concerns once more. Oh, they are all up there? Isn't that splendid? It saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Of course, if you are afraid, you may stay behind. I shall find you after I deal with that so-called Lord of the Void, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, dismissing her apprehension. If the senior is unafraid, then I shall accompany you. Furthermore, I require some items from Ji Nancian. Thus, I must ascend as well. Ning Yingying responded earnestly. Very well, let us proceed. Li Rufeng declared, and with that, his figure vanished as he swiftly made his way towards Tongtian Island. Seeing this, Ning Yingying clenched her teeth and resolutely followed suit. In but a short while, Li Rufeng was nearing the summit of Tongtian Island. Just as he intended to descend, the members of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance noticed his unauthorized approach. Boldly audacious. Who dares to trespass upon Tongtian Island? Come, let us capture him, shouted an elder of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, soaring towards Li Rufeng. The elder's exclamation swiftly drew the attention of more members of the alliance. In an instant, hundreds surged into the sky, heading straight for Li Rufeng, including formidable figures of the immortal sovereign realm. It was evident that the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance wielded immense power, being the strongest force in the immortal realm. It was noteworthy that even at the periphery of Tongtian Island, such powerful beings had already appeared. This was precisely why no one dared to intrude upon Tongtian Island recklessly. Yet, Li Rufeng regarded these approaching individuals with indifference. In his eyes, no matter how numerous the ants, they remained mere ants. In the next moment, Li Rufeng struck. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike towards those encroaching upon him. Instantly, hundreds of members of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, including those of the immortal sovereign realm, were reduced to mere blood mist. This The senior's power is far more terrifying than I had imagined. How fortunate I was not to recklessly challenge him. Otherwise, I would surely meet the same fate as them. At that moment, Ning Yingying finally caught up with Li Rufeng and witnessed the scene unfold before her eyes. Observing how effortlessly he dispatched so many powerful adversaries, a surge of relief flooded her heart. Simultaneously, having dealt with those who obstructed him, Li Rufeng successfully alighted upon Tongtian Island. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng proceeded directly towards the heart of Tongtian Island, where the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance's stronghold lay. As he walked, his hands clasped behind him, his expression remained serene, devoid of any hint of panic or fear. Observing Li Rufeng depart, Ning Yingying promptly followed suit. Having witnessed Li Rufeng's formidable prowess, she found herself emboldened. Before long, Li Rufeng led Ning Yingying to the central area of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. His arrival instantly captured the attention of numerous powerful immortal emperors within the alliance. Who dares to intrude upon the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance? Prepare for death. A black-clad elder swiftly emerged from the grand hall of the alliance, landing before Li Rufeng. The elder, Zhao Yuanqing, the grand elder of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance and a peak immortal emperor of the 9th tier, exuded an overwhelming aura as he focused his cold gaze upon Li Rufeng. Death? If that is your desire, I shall oblige. In the face of Zhao Yuanqing's oppressive presence and provocation, Li Rufeng merely chuckled, then fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yuanqing with an icy stare. Boom. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. The peak immortal emperor Zhao Yuanqing exploded into a crimson mist. This is impossible. What just transpired? How could the grand elder suddenly transform into a cloud of blood? Confusion and disbelief rippled through the onlookers. It is inconceivable. No one in the immortal realm could annihilate a peak immortal emperor so effortlessly. Gazing at the blood mist that had once been Zhao Yuanqing, the elders and disciples of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with fear. To them, Li Rufeng had made no discernible movement. Thus, they could not fathom that he was responsible for the demise of their grand elder. Did he truly eliminate him with but a glance? How can this be? Such power. Could it be that he has reached the divine realm? Whispers of disbelief spread among them. Rumor had it that the immortal sovereign possessed only demi-divine cultivation. How could this man surpass even him? Ning Yingying, positioned closely to Li Rufeng, had witnessed the subtle shift in his gaze. As a fellow peak immortal emperor, she was all too familiar with Zhao Yuanqing. The realization that Li Rufeng could dispatch Zhao Yuanqing with a mere glance filled her with dread. In that instant, her resentment towards Ji Nanxian deepened, for it was he who had compelled her to confront such a formidable being. After all, anyone thrust into a situation that endangered their life would naturally harbor feelings of animosity. At this moment, alongside her hatred for Ji Nanxian, Ning Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of fear and respect for Li Rufeng. She was profoundly grateful that, when faced with Li Rufeng, she had made the wisest choice of her life. Your methods are indeed remarkable. Not only have you trespassed into my 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, but you have also audaciously slain our esteemed Grand Elder in public. This act of yours has undeniably crossed a line. As the assembly remained engulfed in shock over the demise of Zhao Yuanqing, several voices suddenly echoed from the nearby Grand Hall. Simultaneously, a man with flowing white hair, clad in white robes, materialized before Li Rufeng. With his hands clasped behind him, he exuded no discernible aura, yet the sense of oppression he emanated was formidable. This individual was none other than Ouyang Dangtian, the immortal lord of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, acknowledged as the most powerful being in the immortal realm. Following Ouyang Dangtian's appearance, 10 figures emerged behind him. Although their strength paled in comparison to Ouyang Dangtian's, they were still prominent figures among the strong in the immortal world. Among them was Ji Nianxian, the domain lord of the void, whom Li Rufeng sought. Oh, is that so? And then what? Do you intend to avenge him? In response to Ouyang Dangtian's inquiry, Li Rufeng merely smiled lightly, displaying an air of indifference as he spoke. His words immediately darkened Ouyang Dangtian's countenance. As the immortal lord, it was the first time he had been so openly disrespected, a humiliation that struck him profoundly. Your arrogance is indeed striking. Yet, I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. To dare slay a grand elder of my 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, one must inevitably face the consequences. Fixing a cold gaze upon Li Rufeng, Ouyang Dangtian spoke with a venomous tone. Consequences? Huh? You dare speak of consequences to me? Have you always been this audacious? A mere half-divine dares to behave so insolently before me? Listening to Ouyang Dangtian's brazen words, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Li Rufeng's mouth. The next moment, with a steely glint in his eyes, Li Rufeng vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Ouyang Dangtian. Chapter 0. One palm to slay the Celestial Master, one man to annihilate the Celestial Alliance. Bow down. As the command echoed, an overwhelming aura swiftly enveloped Ouyang Dangtian. Thud. With hardly a glimmer of resistance, Ouyang Dangtian dropped to his knees before Li Rufeng, blood spilling from his lips under the weight of the oppressive force. In mere moments, Ouyang Dangtian was engulfed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that, at his current level, he would be compelled to kneel and bleed from the pressure exerted by Li Rufeng, gasping for breath. The domain lords behind him were equally struck by disbelief and terror, witnessing for the first time someone so effortlessly subdue Ouyang Dangtian. What am I? You asked for a price, did you not? I have come before you. Is this not an opportunity granted? Alas, you are utterly ineffectual. You cannot even bear a fraction of my aura. How dare you demand a price from me? Enough. In consideration of your arduous training, I shall extend a benevolent gesture and relieve you of the burden of cultivation. As he spoke, without waiting for Ouyang Dangtian or the others to respond, Li Rufeng suddenly raised his hand and struck down upon Ouyang Dangtian. In an instant, the kneeling figure was reduced to mere dust beneath that single palm. This scene once again rendered the 10 domain lords behind him utterly speechless. He has slain the Celestial Master. Who is he? How does he possess such formidable power? This is impossible. There cannot exist such a being in the celestial realm. There is only one possibility. He hails from the divine realm. I cannot afford to make an enemy of him. I cannot die here. Meanwhile, witnessing Li Rufeng's composed demeanor, Ji Nanxian's heart raced with trepidation, even contemplating flight. Not only Ji Nanxian, but the other domain lords were also thoroughly intimidated by Li Rufeng's display of power. Are you the domain lords? Surely you do not wish for me to pay a price as well. Li Rufeng slightly lifted his gaze, inspecting the 10 domain lords with a nonchalant expression. Of course not. Senior's strength is immense. I would never dare to offend you. May I inquire what brings you to the Shifeng Celestial Alliance? If so, I may be able to alleviate your concerns. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Ji Nanxian, the quickest to react, stepped forward with utmost reverence and spoke. In the face of death, Ji Nanxian cast aside all notions of pride. Oh, is that so? I seek Ji Nanxian. May I ask which of you is he? Li Rufeng remarked with a tranquil tone. At this, Ji Nanxian, standing at the forefront, felt his brow furrow sharply, a sense of impending dread washing over him. That would be me, Ji Nanxian. May I ask, Senior, what is your purpose in seeking me? Whatever I am capable of, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your request. Ji Nanxian cautiously probed. Is that Ji Nanxian? What a coincidence. I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Li Rufeng narrowed his eyes, gazing mockingly at Ji Nanxian. Feel free to speak, esteemed senior, Ji Nanxian replied. His head bowed, anxiety beginning to gnaw at his heart. Ah, that is quite agreeable. I need you to die. Surely, you would not decline such a request? Without affording Ji Nanxian a chance to refuse, Li Rufeng raised his hand and struck Ji Nanxian's head. A dull thud echoed through the air as Ji Nanxian collapsed to the ground, his head now severed from his body. Li Rufeng's sudden aggression plunged the 9 regional lords nearby into a state of sheer terror and despair. They realized, with chilling certainty, that escape from Li Rufeng today was utterly impossible. Even more disheartening was their ignorance of why Li Rufeng had come to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, ruthlessly eliminating both the Immortal Lord and Ji Nanxian. Is the head of the Wanbao Pavilion here? Li Rufeng inquired, his voice calm, yet commanding. I shall only ask this question once. After dispatching Ji Nanxian, he turned his gaze toward the remaining 9 regional lords. Why yes, he is in the dungeon beneath the main hall, they stammered, eager to comply. Their hesitation vanished. Excellent. My visit to the Shifeng Immortal Alliance was solely for Ji Nanxian. Unfortunately, too many here lack discernment, compelling me to take action. However, since I have begun, I must see it through to the end. If one does not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring forth new life. I am well aware of this principle. With that, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and, before the eyes of the Shifeng Immortal Alliance, snapped his fingers softly. In an instant, the 9 regional lords standing before him were reduced to ash. The remaining elders and disciples vanished almost simultaneously, leaving no trace behind. After the snap, on the vast Tongtian Island, only Li Rufeng, Ning Yingying, and the imprisoned head of the Wanbao Pavilion, Shen Wanshan, remained. Despite having steeled herself for this outcome, the scene before her left Ning Yingying in shock, her mind racing with questions about the extent of her senior's power. If her senior chose to intervene, could her sister's life be spared? Ning Yingying gazed blankly at Li Rufeng's distant figure, an unusual feeling stirring within her heart. Meanwhile, as her thoughts spiraled, Li Rufeng began to stride toward the main hall of the Shifeng Immortal Alliance. Snapping out of her reverie, Ning Yingying quickly shook her head and hurried to the side of the deceased Jinan Xian. She then searched his body and retrieved a storage ring. Indeed, it is here. Regardless of whether the elder was willing to intervene, at least for a time, my sister's life could be preserved. After discovering the necessary items within the storage ring, Ning Yingying's lips curled into a reassuring smile. Subsequently, she stowed away the storage ring and hurried after Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already arrived within the Grand Hall. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he successfully located Shen Wanshan's figure. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng broke through the floor of the hall and rescued Shen Wanshan. "Who are you?" Shen Wanshan, freed from his confinement, immediately inquired, puzzled by his savior. "I am Li Rufeng. Your son Shen Fei entrusted me with your rescue." Li Rufeng replied calmly. "Feier, thank you, elderly, for your timely assistance. This life-saving grace, I, Shen Wanshan, shall remember. In the future, should you require anything, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Upon learning that it was Shen Fei who had requested Li Rufeng's aid, Shen Wanshan was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Rufeng, solemnly promising his support. There is no need for such formality. After all, Shen Fei is my disciple. When a disciple's family is in peril, it is only natural for a teacher to lend a hand. Now tell me, what reason did the Shifeng Xianmeng have for imprisoning you? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. In response to your question, Elder, this matter is rather lengthy. In brief, the Shifeng Xianmeng demanded that I provide them with a substantial amount of celestial stones and various materials for formations. According to their intentions, they required these resources to set up a grand array, the scale of which is immensely vast. Unable to procure such resources themselves, they turned their sights upon my Wanbao Pavilion, Shen Wanshan explained. "Oh, a grand array? What sort of array could possibly require resources beyond the Shifeng Xianmeng's means?" Li Rufeng mused with interest. "I am not entirely certain about that. Such information is undoubtedly a closely guarded secret of the Shifeng Xianmeng and is unlikely to be disclosed easily. However, during my confinement, I did overhear fragments of information. That grand array is very likely connected to the Tongtian stele. Beyond that, I am not privy to further details," Shen Wanshan divulged without reservation, sharing all he knew. Chapter 0. The Rescue of Shen Wanshan and the Mysterious Sister, the Celestial Monument, you say? How intriguing. I see now. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I have heard from Xiao Fei that many at the Wanbao Pavilion are beginning to stir restlessly. It would be prudent for you to return and assess the situation, Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. The Wanbao Pavilion? Humph, as long as I am alive. They cannot remain at ease. Very well, I had initially intended to act with restraint out of respect for our past ties. However, since they are courting their own demise, I shall not be held accountable. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave for now. Once I have resolved matters at the Wanbao Pavilion, I will pay a visit to express my gratitude for your kindness today. With a respectful bow, Shen Wanshan turned and strode towards the Great Hall's exit. Throughout the encounter, he maintained an air of utmost respect and gratitude. Not long after exiting the hall, Shen Wanshan unexpectedly encountered Ning Yingying. Upon seeing one another, both displayed expressions of surprise and curiosity. "Ning Pavilion Master, what brings you here?" Shen Wanshan inquired first. "Shen Pavilion Master, I am more curious about your presence here. Moreover, how is it that you are still alive?" Ning Yingying retorted with a question of her own. Ning Pavilion Master, while our relationship is rather ordinary, there is no need to curse me, is there? Or have the people of the Wanbao Pavilion offended you?" Had he not been aware of Ning Yingying's formidable strength, Shen Wanshan would have been unable to suppress his indignation. After all, to be cursed to death upon their first meeting would test anyone's patience. That shouldn't be the case. Did you encounter anyone while inside? Ning Yingying asked, puzzled. Anyone? Are you referring to elderly? Were you with elderly? Upon hearing her words, Shen Wanshan immediately inquired. Elderly? If you encountered him, then why are you still alive? Or does he only slay those from the Shifeng Immortal Alliance? Ning Yingying pondered aloud. Only slay those from the Shifeng Immortal Alliance? What do you mean by that? Shen Wanshan responded in confusion to her musings. Of course, it is quite literal. Have you not noticed that within the entire Shifeng Immortal Alliance, apart from us and the Elder, there is no trace of any other presence? Ning Yingying replied nonchalantly. What? With Ning Yingying's prompting, Shen Wanshan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Even at the moment when Li Rufeng had rescued him, he had failed to consider this critical point. After being imprisoned for so long, his only thoughts had been of regaining his freedom, without pondering how Li Rufeng had managed to extricate him. Now, with Ning Yingying's reminder, he was at last aware of this fundamental issue. This is the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance. If Senior Li wishes to save me, he must. This cannot be possible, right? Soon, a remarkably audacious thought emerged in Shen Wanshan's mind. Are you suggesting that all the members of the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance were slain by Senior Li alone? He swallowed hard in astonishment and tentatively inquired. What do you think? Enough, you should leave quickly. If the Senior does not kill you, you should be secretly grateful. Moreover, it would be wise to keep everything that transpired here to yourself. Otherwise, no one can guarantee your survival. After issuing her warning, Ning Yingying ceased to converse further with Shen Wanshan and proceeded directly towards the Grand Hall. This is utterly insane. One person annihilating the Immortal Alliance? I wouldn't dare to even dream of such a thing. I never anticipated that Fei could be fortunate enough to have such a formidable master. It seems that my Wanbao Pavilion has gained a powerful ally. Once Ning Yingying departed, Shen Wanshan's face lit up with an excited smile. Subsequently, he did not linger any longer and soared towards the outside of Tongtian Island. At this moment, Shen Wanshan was in high spirits, eager to return and organize Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Ning Yingying approached Li Rufeng. Why haven't you left yet? You should have acquired what you sought by now, correct? Upon seeing Ning Yingying, Li Rufeng spoke to her. Returning to the Senior, I have indeed obtained the item. The reason I have not departed is that I wish to ask for your assistance with a matter. In response to Li Rufeng's inquiry, Ning Yingying respectfully replied. Assistance? More assistance. What is the price? What are you prepared to offer for my help? I am not interested in trivial matters, Li Rufeng stated coolly. This Senior may state any conditions you desire. As long as you can save my sister, I would spare no effort, even if it costs me my life. Ning Yingying declared resolutely. Your sister? What has happened to her? Li Rufeng inquired further. Returning to the Senior, my sister has been trapped in slumber since birth. Over the years, I have sought help from many and explored countless avenues. Yet, without exception, no one has been able to awaken her. Furthermore, in recent years, her vitality has grown increasingly feeble. Were it not for the life elixir in Ji Nanxian's possession, my sister would likely have. Although I have obtained a considerable amount of the life elixir from Ji Nanxian, such a substance is exceedingly rare. Once it is exhausted, my sister will still be unable to escape her ultimate fate. And you, Senior, are the most powerful being I have encountered. Perhaps with your intervention, my sister may yet be saved. Thus, I earnestly beseech you, esteemed Senior, to save my sister. For this, I would willingly sacrifice everything. With these words, Ning Yingying knelt before Li Rufeng, her face radiating sincere hope. Even if you express such sentiments, I cannot guarantee the salvation of your sister. After all, without examining her in person, all circumstances remain uncertain. Furthermore, the conditions you propose hold no allure for me. This matter shall be addressed at a later time. Beep. Dear host, do not be hasty in your rejection. This young lady's sister possesses an extraordinarily unique ability, one that could be described as extraordinary. You may consider taking her as your disciple. In the future, this sister will undoubtedly become your most formidable ally, unmatched by any other. Just as Li Rufeng was about to temporarily decline Ning Yingying's request, the voice of the system suddenly interrupted. An extraordinary ability? System, what exactly is this ability? Li Rufeng inquired, momentarily taken aback yet intrigued. Well, esteemed host, Allow this system to keep you in suspense. You will discover it upon meeting this young lady's sister. Rest assured, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary ability. Her slumber is a result of her abilities being so formidable that it has drawn the attention of the Dao. The system replied in a mysterious tone. Very well, your words only deepen my curiosity regarding this remarkable ability. Ning Yingying's power is to disregard realms 1 for 1. Could it be that her sister disregards realms 0 for 1? Never mind. I shall personally investigate this little sister, who even the Dao fears. Li Rufeng mused internally. Ahem, may I inquire about your sister's current whereabouts? Upon regaining his composure, Li Rufeng naturally posed the question. In response to the esteemed senior, my sister currently resides in a secret chamber within the Life and Death Tower. The Life and Death Tower is located in the Taishu Immortal Domain. Ning Yingying's heart leaped with joy at Li Rufeng's inquiry, and she immediately replied without hesitation. The Taishu Immortal Domain? Very well. Once I conclude matters at Tongtian Island, I shall accompany you to the Taishu Immortal Domain. Li Rufeng stated calmly. Really? So, does that mean the esteemed senior is willing to take action to save my sister? Thank you so much. Ning Yingying exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Enough. I am merely going to take a look. Whether or not she can be saved depends on your sister's fate. As for gratitude, we can discuss that once your sister awakens. Li Rufeng spoke in a tranquil tone. Yes, I understand, Ning Yingying responded, nodding appreciatively. Then let us depart. With that, Li Rufeng ceased further conversation, turning to walk out of the main hall. Observing this, Ning Yingying promptly rose and hurried after him. Chapter 0. The Space Within the Monument. Divine Spirits and Thoughts. After departing from the Grand Hall, Li Rufeng continued his journey until he arrived before a colossal stone tablet, at which point he halted. This tablet is the Monument to Heaven. It appears rather ordinary, save for its size. Li Rufeng approached the monument and raised his hand to touch its surface. The moment his fingers made contact, an unexpected transformation ensued. The seemingly mundane monument to heaven erupted in resplendent golden light. The blinding radiance compelled Ning Yingying, standing nearby, to shield her eyes with her hand. Senior? Senior, where have you gone? As the golden light dissipated, Ning Yingying discovered that Li Rufeng had vanished without a trace. This sudden disappearance instilled a sense of urgency and anxiety within her. Given her senior's formidable strength, he should not be in peril. Though I am anxious, it is of no avail. Perhaps I should wait and observe the situation further. Casting a glance around, Ning Yingying still could not discern Li Rufeng's figure. However, contemplating his immense power, her initial apprehension began to wane. Meanwhile, within the Monument to Heaven, Li Rufeng found himself in a hidden dimension. What? This is within the Monument to Heaven? I did not anticipate such an isolated space concealed within. Li Rufeng surveyed his surroundings and began to stroll leisurely. Before long, he arrived at an altar. Encircling the altar were several stone pillars, each towering no less than 10 meters. Atop these pillars sat peculiar statues, and at the very center of the altar stood a grand stone statue, majestic in stature, wielding a massive stone sword. It appears this altar is the heart of a formation. Could it be the formation spoken of by Shen Xinghe? Thus, the resources collected by the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance were intended to activate this formation. Li Rufeng murmured thoughtfully as he approached the altar. System, can you discern the specific function of this formation? After examining the patterns on the altar, Li Rufeng ultimately opted to seek external assistance. Response to the esteemed host. This formation is a unidirectional teleportation array. Upon the system's investigation, it appears that the other side of this teleportation array leads to the divine realm above the immortal realm. A teleportation array? The divine realm? I see now. No wonder it is said that the Monument to Heaven connects the immortal and divine realms. It is due to this teleportation array. Hence, the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance sought Shen Xinghe's assistance in gathering resources to activate the array for their journey to the divine realm. It is truly unfortunate. They were so close to success. Alas, they have crossed paths with me. If you were to assign blame, direct it towards that enigmatic domain master of the void. Had he not dispatched assassins after me, I would have remained indifferent to your concerns. Even if you do not obliterate the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance, they will be unable to activate this teleportation array. To successfully initiate the array, an abundance of resources and divine power is required. Therefore, unless someone within the 10 Directions Immortal Alliance comprehends the essence of divine might, all efforts shall be in vain. Oh, is that so? This indeed appears reasonable. For a teleportation array leading to the divine realm could not be activated with ease. Now that these matters are clarified, it is time to depart. I currently harbor no intention of venturing to the divine realm. When the moment is ripe, I may utilize this array to traverse to the divine realm, mused Li Rufeng. With that, Li Rufeng turned to descend from the altar, preparing to exit this space. As he distanced himself from the altar, the stone statue at its center, which had previously been devoid of luster, suddenly ignited with a glimmer of light in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the statue seemed to come to life, swinging the enormous sword it wielded directly at Li Rufeng. Bang! Within mere moments, the giant sword struck Li Rufeng, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Ha ha ha! Is impatience now your downfall? Moreover, your attack is rather feeble, is it not? Pray tell, who are you? As the smoke dissipated, Li Rufeng stood unharmed, while the once mighty sword lay shattered in two. You were able to withstand my strike? Intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered someone of your caliber. An ant from the lower realms, I offer you a chance at survival. Serve me as your master, and I shall spare your life. The statue, retracting the remaining fragment of its sword, addressed Li Rufeng with an air of condescension. Has your brain not fully developed? The last individual who attempted to subjugate me now finds his grave overgrown with grass 2.5 meters high. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Li Rufeng replied coolly, a hint of mockery gracing his countenance. Impudent. A mere ant dares to be insolent before me. Do you not know that I am a deity? It is an honor for you to serve me. Kneel and submit at once. This is your final opportunity. The statue, incensed by Li Rufeng's disrespect, spoke with a frigid demeanor. A deity? Ha ha ha. When did deities become so feeble? Merely a wisp of divine consciousness. And yet you dare to be arrogant before me? In your next life, remember to avoid crossing paths with me. Void annihilation finger. With that declaration, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and pointed. In an instant, a beam of black light pierced through the statue's head. How could you possess divinity? Crack. Bang, bang, bang. Before the statue could finish its words, its form shattered, scattering across the altar in a resounding crash. In its final moments, the statue's eyes were filled with an expression of sheer astonishment. What a farce of divinity. It could not even withstand my casual blow. I have taken note of your presence. When we meet again, you shall find yourself within my imperial banner. Casting a disdainful glance at the remnants of the shattered statue, Li Rufeng muttered to himself. Afterward, he chose not to linger and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly monument, Ning Yingying remained fixated on the towering structure, her face increasingly etched with concern. At that moment, a beam of golden light erupted from the heavenly monument. As the light dissipated, Li Rufeng's figure was revealed. Senior. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Ning Yingying gasped in surprise and hurried to his side. Senior, you have finally emerged. I was beginning to fear for your safety. Fear for what? Li Rufeng replied coolly. Fear that I had met with misfortune? Not at all. Senior, your strength is formidable. You would not come to harm. Ning Yingying responded hastily, bowing respectfully at his inquiry. Enough. Were you not worried that I would encounter trouble and leave your sister without assistance? Now that the matter is settled, you can take me to see her. With that, Li Rufeng waved his hand, retrieving the heavenly monument into the primordial realm. Before addressing Ning Yingying once more, lead the way. Why are you still standing there? Oh yes. Senior, I will take you to the Death Tower at once. Ning Yingying exclaimed, snapping back to reality. In the next moment, Li Rufeng and Ning Yingying departed from Heavenly Island. Under Ning Yingying's guidance, the two proceeded towards the headquarters of the Death Tower in the void celestial domain. Thus, Heavenly Island stood deserted, devoid of any presence. Chapter 0. The Hall of Reincarnation. Celestial Array Disk, Reincarnation's Secret Realm. At this moment, numerous figures had gathered near the Hall of Reincarnation, with a multitude of cultivators arriving one after another. Within the Reincarnation's Secret Realm, the most significant opportunity undoubtedly lay in the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor, which resided within this very hall. This was the reason why the Hall of Reincarnation attracted such a vast number of cultivators. Is this truly the Hall of Reincarnation, the place that harbors the Celestial Emperor's legacy? But why is it that no one dares to approach? In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, Zhu Jusi gazed at the throng of people around him, yet no one dared to step forward towards the hall, prompting a sense of confusion within him. Sixth senior brother. You may not be aware, Shen Xinghe softly elucidated. The reason no one dares to take a step forward is that the time for the hall's opening has not yet arrived. There have been instances in the past where individuals attempted to enter prematurely, but without exception, these impatient souls met their demise under a mysterious force. This has deterred others from recklessly trespassing into the hall since then. I see. How much longer must we wait? Had I known, I would have sought to gather some resources beforehand. It would not have been too late to return once the hall was fully open, Zhu Jusi murmured. There's no rush. The opening time of the hall is uncertain, but it should not exceed an hour. It has been nearly an hour since the secret realm manifested, so the hall should soon unveil itself. Let us be patient, Shen Xinghe replied. Boom. Just as Shen Fei's words fell, a sudden commotion erupted from the Hall of Reincarnation not far away. This disturbance swiftly captured the attention of everyone present. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once tightly shut grand doors of the hall began to slowly creak open. The Hall of Reincarnation has been activated. The Celestial Emperor's inheritance is mine, proclaimed Kaisu. Nonsense. The legacy of the Celestial Emperor rightfully belongs to me, Zhang Shang. Another voice boasted. Haha. The so-called Celestial Emperor's inheritance has long been secured in my possession, Ding Zhen declared. I suggest you all concede early to avoid wasting time. Before long, as they beheld the opening Hall of Reincarnation, many began to vocally assert their claims. Moments later, the grand doors of the hall swung wide open. The Celestial Emperor's inheritance. Here I come. In an instant, dozens of individuals leaped forward, racing towards the entrance of the hall. Quickly, the surrounding crowd surged towards the hall, each unwilling to lag behind. Sixth senior brother, let us hasten inside, urged Zhu Jusi. While acquiring the Celestial Emperor's inheritance may hinge on personal fortune, there will undoubtedly be other opportunities within the hall. If we delay, others may seize them. Seeing many already successfully enter the hall, Shen Xinghe immediately addressed Zhu Jusi. Ninth junior brother, there is no need to rush. The master once remarked that the secrets of the cycle are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. While the legacy of the immortal emperor is indeed magnificent, one must possess the fortune to relish it. Since there are those willing to pave the way for us, let us grant them this opportunity. Zhu Jusi gazed upwards at the cultivators still vying to enter the Hall of Reincarnation, his expression devoid of urgency, instead adorned with a cryptic smile. Moreover, many others surrounding Zhu Jusi were also in no haste to enter the hall. These individuals predominantly belonged to the powerful factions of various celestial realms, their thoughts mirroring Zhu Jusi's own sentiments. Very well, let us wait a while longer. At present, I have little desire for the immortal emperor's legacy. I can only hope that the other treasures within the Hall of Reincarnation are not entirely claimed by that group. Shen Xinghe spoke calmly. Haha, if that is the case, junior brother Jiu, you need not be anxious at all. Good fortune naturally favors the capable. Even if they seize it first, they must possess the means to extract it from the cycle's secret realm. Would you not agree, junior brother Jiu? Zhu Jusi replied with a slight smile. Senior brother Lu, you don't mean to covet that, do you? Ahem, wouldn't that be rather improper? After all, such matters carry a certain moral weight, Shen Xinghe said, his tone seemingly hesitant, though the corners of his mouth began to rise involuntarily. If it is truly improper, then what does that smile of yours signify? Furthermore, in the realm of cultivation, where is the notion of morality? Setting aside the facts, they take away what rightfully belongs to us without our consent. Is this not a degradation of ethics? Since they disregard morality, why should we extend them any courtesy? Zhu Jusi stated, his demeanor unflinching. It seems senior brother Lu is indeed more knowledgeable. Unlike me, who has read little and nearly fell prey to those individuals, Shen Xinghe admitted, almost sheepishly. So, how about a 3-7 split? He suddenly inquired. You take 3 and I take 7? Zhu Jusi replied nonchalantly. If senior brother Lu can handle them alone, then that is acceptable. Are you saying I cannot? But you can? Zhu Jusi countered. Naturally, while my strength may be lacking, I possess many means to contend with them, Shen Xinghe boasted. Oh, and what do you plan to do? Zhu Jusi asked, intrigued. It's quite simple. Directly blocking and robbing them of their possessions will certainly not work. Therefore, I intend to set up a grand array around the Hall of Reincarnation. Once all those inside have emerged, we can ensnare them all at once. Thus, when they are either dead or injured, we will step in to claim the spoils. Finally, We shall enjoy a delightful time gathering treasures. What do you think? Sixth brother. My plan is quite brilliant, isn't it? Shen Fei declared proudly. Is it a continuous formation? Can your grand formation contend with those individuals? Zhu Jiuxi murmured, then promptly inquired seriously. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuxi's words, Shen Fei turned his gaze towards the powerful figures not far off, including those from the esteemed Wanfa Hall. Dealing with their disciples and somewhat weaker elders would certainly pose no challenge. However, when it comes to elders at the Immortal Emperor level, it may be a different story. The Immortal Emperor realm cannot be easily subdued by a mere formation. Nonetheless, there are still solutions at hand. We are not without external assistance. If the Eighth Sisters Kunlun Hall were to ally with us, confronting the Immortal Emperor elders of these factions would not be insurmountable. Furthermore, if we truly find ourselves at a disadvantage, we can always call upon our master. With master's prowess, eliminating an Immortal Emperor should be rather effortless, wouldn't you agree? Shen Fei reasoned. You are absolutely correct. With our master in action, dealing with an Immortal Emperor would merely be a matter of a single strike. Zhu Jiuxi responded, swiftly aligning with Shen Fei's proposition. So, what does your continuous formation require in terms of setup? After listening to Shen Fei's analysis, Zhu Jiuxi quickly acquiesced to his plan. This is quite simple. Have you heard of the Immortal Array Disc, sixth brother? Similar to the Immortal Array Diagram, it is also a special technique for formations. However, unlike the Immortal Array Diagram, which is a one-time use and has a very brief duration, the Immortal Array Disc can be reused. Moreover, as long as there are sufficient immortal stones or immortal jades, the formation within the disc can be sustained indefinitely. It can be said that the Immortal Array Disc is remarkably effective for both offense and subterfuge, Shen Fei explained in a hushed tone. Oh, you possess such a treasure? Why have you kept it hidden? Hurry, and let me have a few to play with. Upon hearing about Shen Fei's extraordinary possession, Zhu Jiuxi immediately requested eagerly. Sixth brother, I truly do not have any extras. I only possess a few, which I need to deal with the group entering the reincarnation hall. If you desire some, I can acquire more for you once we return to the Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Fei responded with a look of helplessness. Well, fine. Let us agree on that. When we leave the secret realm, you must get me a few to experiment with. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhu Jiuxi had no choice but to temporarily abandon his thoughts of the Immortal Array Disc. Meanwhile, as Shen Fei and Zhu Jiuxi continued to discuss how to discreetly lay out formations around the reincarnation hall, Shangwan Yulei was already en route to the hall. Accompanying her were the Grand Elder Wu Hanshan, Xiao Kuan, and several other figures. At the forefront was a young man clad in black, known as Han Bo, the saint's son of the Taishu Hall. An elderly man followed closely beside Han Bo. The elder, named Situ Ren, has attained the cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Celestial Emperor and serves as the protector for Han Bo on his journey to the secret realm of reincarnation. Chapter 0. The Celestial Son of the Void, a familiar arrival Miss Shangwan. Our encounter this time is a testament to the fateful bond we share. Initially, I had no intention of venturing into the cycle's secret realm, for the legacy of the Celestial Emperor is but a mere legend, its existence shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, even if such a legacy were to exist, it is highly improbable that anyone could attain it. If it were so easily acquired, this realm would not be open for exploration by individuals like us. Had it not been for our meeting, I would have merely glanced and departed. Before long, Han Bo, gazing at Shangwan Yulei beside him, suddenly spoke. As he conversed, his eyes remained fixed upon her face, appraising her with keen interest. Since you, young Master Han, hold no interest in the cycle's secret realm, you may leave at your leisure. Moreover, there is no need to consider my presence. After all, we are not well acquainted. Shangwan Yulei replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Not well acquainted? How could that be? We have crossed paths several times before, although our conversations have been few. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, Miss Shangwan, I regarded you as a friend. Have you not considered me as one? Han Bo persisted. To speak candidly, among all the young women I have encountered in the celestial realm, you are the only one who has captivated me so profoundly. In terms of beauty and strength, you are the epitome of excellence in my heart. I wonder, what impression do I leave upon you? Unfazed by Shangwan Yulei's indifferent demeanor, Han Bo continued unabated. Upon hearing his words, Shangwan Yulei felt a surge of exasperation within, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Humph, young man, after all this chatter, are you merely attempting to flirt with this girl? I advise you to abandon such hopes. No matter how many flattering words you utter, they shall be in vain. She will never be interested in you. At that moment, the small creature perched on Shangwan Youlei's shoulder spoke with a hint of disdain. Excuse me? You can talk? Han Bo inquired, bewildered by the small creature's words. What of it? Am I not allowed to speak? The small creature retorted defiantly. Not at all. It is simply my first encounter with a talking chicken, and I am filled with curiosity. Besides, how would a mere chicken know if Miss Shangwan holds any interest in me? In terms of appearance, I believe I am not inferior to my peers in the celestial realm. In terms of strength, I am now at the 4th level of celestial spirit, placing me among the strongest of my contemporaries. As for my status, I am the son of the Void Palace. By any measure, I am entirely worthy of Miss Shangwan, Han Bo declared confidently. Ah, indeed. Even if everything you say is true, I still advise you to relinquish your hopes, the small creature replied sagely. Some individuals are beyond your reach. Otherwise, your life may be at stake, Xiao Kuan replied nonchalantly. Your life at stake? Ha ha ha. You truly are a jester, my feathered friend. With my status in the celestial realm, unless the celestial lord or domain masters seek my demise, who could possibly harm me? Do not underestimate the Taisu Palace. Throughout the history of the 10,000 Sects War, it has always emerged victorious. Even the Kunlun Palace pales in comparison to our prowess. Han Bo laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Kuan's words. Enough, young Master Han. If you are harboring intentions towards me, I strongly advise you to relinquish them. I hold no interest in you whatsoever. I shall pretend I did not hear your remarks today. At this moment, the cold and detached Shangwan Youlei could no longer suppress her voice. Miss Shangwan, I am aware that you are not one to take matters lightly. However, my feelings for you are sincere. I understand that you may not be ready to accept me at this moment, but that is of no consequence. Time will reveal the truth. One day, you shall feel my earnestness, and at that time, you will undoubtedly accept me. I am willing to wait. In response to Shangwan Youlei's indifference, Han Bo spoke without a hint of concern. Goodness, after all this, he is still a love-struck fool. To that, I can only say impressive. Upon hearing Han Bo's words, Xiao Kuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, rendering him speechless. Shangwan Youlei, upon hearing this discourse, exhibited an expression of resignation. Suit yourself. If you wish to wait, then wait you shall. After a brief pause, Shangwan Youlei replied coolly before hastening her pace towards the Reincarnation Palace. Observing her figure gradually distance itself from him, Han Bo quickly quickened his steps to follow. Nearby the Reincarnation Palace, Elder, shall we not enter? It has been quite some time. Must we continue to wait? A young woman clad in yellow, known as Kong Qin, addressed the elder beside her. The elder, named Dong Xian, was the Grand Elder of the Wanfa Palace, having reached the 7th level of the Celestial Emperor realm. It is indeed time. Very well, I shall accompany you, Holy Maiden, into the Reincarnation Palace. The rest shall remain outside. After pondering Kong Qin's words, Dong Xian replied, Agreed. I defer to the Grand Elder's judgment. Kong Qin nodded in agreement. Then, let us proceed. With that, Dong Xian and Kong Qin vanished from the celestial vessel. And in the blink of an eye, they entered the Reincarnation Palace through the grand entrance. Upon Dong Xian's entrance into the Reincarnation Hall with Kong Qin, the previously cautious factions began to dispatch their representatives into the hall. Among them, the influence of the 10,000 Laws Palace was the most formidable. Hence the other factions awaited their movements with bated breath. Their hearts felt a modicum of reassurance with the actions of the 10,000 Laws Palace. At last, there was a stir among their ranks. Yet, the envoy remained prudent, allowing only a fraction of the 10,000 Laws Palace members to enter the Reincarnation Hall. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Without the presence of any celestial emperors, they would remain oblivious to the formations I had laid out. In an inconspicuous location. Upon witnessing Dong Xian enter the Reincarnation Hall, Shen Fei felt that the moment had arrived. Shortly thereafter, nearly all the powerful beings outside the Reincarnation Hall had entered within. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Fei successfully set up a series of interconnected formations around the hall. Sixth Senior Brother, the formations are in place. You may now enter the Reincarnation Hall. I'll handle things outside, Shen Fei whispered upon returning to Zhu Juxi's side. All right, I shall proceed. Exercise caution. If danger arises, do not hesitate to alert Master, Zhu Juxi instructed. Understood, Shen Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his agreement, Zhu Jusi made no further delay and leapt towards the entrance of the reincarnation hall. Soon, Zhu Jusi had entered the hall. Barely a moment had passed since Zhu Jusi's entrance when Shangwan Yulei arrived at the reincarnation hall. It's Senior Sister 8. But who was that familiar figure accompanying her? Upon seeing Shangwan Yulei, Shen Fei, concealed nearby, revealed a look of surprise. However, upon recognizing Han Bo, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Wait a moment. Why is he with Senior Sister 8? After a brief contemplation, Shen Fei recalled Han Bo's identity, leaving him perplexed. Never mind. I shall observe the situation first. Shen Fei decided against approaching Shangwan Yulei for the time being. Just then, in the brief moment of his contemplation, Shangwan Yulei had already entered the reincarnation hall, followed closely by Han Bo. Subsequently, Wuhan's Han and Situ Ren also entered the hall together. Simultaneously, in a certain high altitude of the celestial realm, what was once a stable space suddenly began to tremble. In the next instant, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a slowly materializing void passage. Moments later, 4 figures emerged from this passage, 2 men and 2 women, each radiating an aura surpassing that of the peak celestial emperors. If Su Yang were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For among these 4 was the one he yearned for day and night. Chapter 0, Compulsion and Request, the Shackles of 3,000 Paths, the Realm of the Void Immortals. The location of the Master of the Deadly Tower. At this moment, guided by Ning Yingying, Li Rufeng arrived at this place. Without wasting any time, Ning Yingying led Li Rufeng directly into a secret chamber beneath the Deadly Tower. As the door to the chamber swung open, a chilling aura emanated from the entrance. Senior, my sister is inside. Ning Yingying turned to Li Rufeng and spoke. Indeed. Let us see. Li Rufeng nodded, stepping forward with a calm demeanor as he entered the chamber. Ning Yingying promptly followed suit. Upon entering, the centerpiece of the chamber, an ice coffin, instantly captivated Li Rufeng's attention. The ice coffin was crystalline and translucent, emanating the frigid aura that permeated the air. Through the ice, Li Rufeng discerned the form of a young girl, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. The girl lying within the ice coffin was none other than Ning Yingying's sister, Ning Xiaoyu. Is this your sister? Li Rufeng inquired as he approached the ice coffin. Yes. Senior, this is my sister, Ning Xiaoyu. Though she appears as a mere child, she has been in this ice coffin for tens of thousands of years. While I can still sense her presence, she remains unable to awaken, unable to live as a normal person. I fear that in her current state, she is scarcely distinguishable from the dead. Therefore, I implore you, Senior, to save my sister. Ning Yingying's tone was tinged with sorrow and helplessness, transforming her emotions into a heartfelt plea to Li Rufeng. Ning Xiaoyu, having slept in this frigid place for tens of thousands of years, was indeed a pitiable soul. Very well, let me see how extraordinary you are, that you should suffer such a calamity. Name, Ning Xiaoyu. Realm, none. Fate value. Information, a descendant of the ancient divine shaman clan. She is an existence that should not have come into being. However, due to the astonishing means of the ancient divine shamans, she was forcibly brought into the world. Ability, compulsion and request, divided into active and passive forms. Request can encompass anything, even desires to annihilate the world, collapse the paths, or return all to the void. In essence, it can fulfill any wish. Compulsion, the demands made by Ning Xiaoyu. Conditions for passive activation. Anyone may present a request to Ning Xiaoyu, the cost being the fulfillment of one of Ning Xiaoyu's compulsions. Note, every request will generate a corresponding compulsion of equal difficulty based on its complexity. Note, once anyone makes a request to Ning Xiaoyu, there is no opportunity for retraction. The individual must either fulfill Ning Xiaoyu's demand or face death. The condition for activating her ability is that Ning Xiaoyu can compel anyone to comply with her request, with the cost being a reduction in her own lifespan, dictated by the difficulty of the request. Once Ning Xiaoyu exercises her power against someone, that person forfeits the right to refuse. They must either comply with her demand or perish. Special note, the first individual to earn Ning Xiaoyu's complete trust may disregard this condition, enabling them to make an unlimited number of requests, with the price being a corresponding sacrifice of Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan. Situation, bound by the shackles of the myriad paths of the world, Ning Xiaoyu's life force is perpetually drained, leaving her with a dwindling lifespan. Observing the intricate details of Ning Xiaoyu's abilities, Li Rufeng felt his mind overwhelmed for the first time. It wasn't merely that her fortune was shrouded in question marks. Her abilities were exceedingly complex. Fortunately, having faced cultural challenges, he managed to clarify his thoughts. In summary, Ning Xiaoyu's powers can be classified into two categories. The first involves her verbally compelling others to meet her demands. Failure or refusal results in death. The second allows others to express a wish to Ning Xiaoyu. But fulfilling that wish is contingent upon the individual first satisfying one of her requirements. Similar to the first, the individual must either comply with Ning Xiaoyu's demand and subsequently have their wish granted, or face death. Remarkably, regardless of the scenario, if one cannot meet Ning Xiaoyu's demands, death is inevitable. Thus, it might be wiser to preemptively voice a request, thereby creating an opportunity to gain a wish without cost. Li Rufeng mused, profoundly impressed by Ning Xiaoyu's capabilities. This power was undoubtedly superior to Ning Yingying's life-for-a-life exchange. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that the wishes directed at Ning Xiaoyu could encompass any content. However, if she were to demand someone's demise, that person would be compelled to comply with the request and consequently perish. Should they refuse, they would still meet the same fate due to their refusal. Oh, so this is how it works? Regardless of one's willingness to die, the outcome remains the same. Were it not for the fact that voicing a request consumes Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan, she could dictate death at will. System, if Ning Xiaoyu commands me to die, am I dying actively or passively? Will my indestructible body and immortal soul ensure my survival? Suddenly, Li Rufeng began to inquire of the system. Ding, dear host, that is indeed an excellent question. Given your current strength, to cause your demise, Ning Xiaoyu would need to expend several epochs of her lifespan. It is evident that at this moment, Ning Xiaoyu lacks the longevity required to unleash her abilities. Therefore, even if Ning Xiaoyu were to command the host to perish, you would remain unharmed. Moreover, should the host become Ning Xiaoyu's first and wholly trusted individual, any requests made by Ning Xiaoyu thereafter would hold no validity. The system spoke forth. Is that so? That is reassuring. As long as my life is not endangered, everything is negotiable. Thus, my current objective is to become Ning Xiaoyu's inaugural confidant. Once achieved, I would be exempt from fulfilling any of her demands, allowing me to propose any requests to her at will, without the necessity of any recompense. If Ning Xiaoyu possessed sufficient lifespan, could I not simply wish to be invincible in this world? Indeed, esteemed host. Consequently, it is precisely due to the terrifying nature of Ning Xiaoyu's abilities that the myriad paths of existence do not permit her to continue living. Once this individual attains formidable strength, her lifespan would surge exponentially. At that juncture, should Ning Xiaoyu so desire, she could obliterate any path of existence at her discretion. Although erasing a path demands considerable lifespan, it is not beyond fulfillment. A being of celestial emperor caliber possesses a lifespan spanning hundreds of millions, even billions of years, while those of greater strength exceed any conceivable limit to their longevity. This is the very reason why the myriad paths have shackled Ning Xiaoyu with restrictions. Any individual in this realm may potentially attain infinite lifespans, yet Ning Xiaoyu alone is denied this privilege. For in the eyes of the paths, only Ning Xiaoyu poses a genuine threat to their existence. The system interjected. Chapter 0. The Great Way is irreversible. The Great Way is unyielding, so it is. Were I the Great Way, I would undoubtedly not permit those who pose a threat to my existence to endure. Yet, alas, I am not the Great Way. Such exceptional individuals, I cannot simply allow them to perish. If she could be of use to me in the future, then in all the realms, regardless of whom I confront, I would boldly declare that I do not consume beef. With this thought, I am even more determined that Ning Xiaoyu must not die. System, what must I do to save Ning Xiaoyu? To save Ning Xiaoyu, you must break the 3,000 shackles of the Great Way within her. For each shackle you dismantle, Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan will be partially restored. Only when all 3,000 shackles are broken will Ning Xiaoyu awaken. However, reality is often harsh despite the beauty of ideals. Given your current strength, dear host, you cannot even break the weakest of the 3,000 shackles. What? Am I truly that weak? Even if I were to unleash all my power, I still could not shatter a single shackle? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng could not help but express his discontent. Dear host, These shackles are laid by the essence of the 3,000 great ways, and they are not easily broken. Since before the birth of the myriad worlds, the 3,000 great ways have already been conceived. They have existed through countless epochs, ever growing in strength. One could say that to oppose the Great Way is to court death. The Great Way is irreversible. The Great Way is unyielding. This is not mere rhetoric. At least, dear host, you currently lack the power to contend against these great ways. Is that so? Then is Ning Xiaoyu truly beyond salvation? What a pity, such remarkable potential, yet to flourish, it may be extinguished. Li Rufeng mused with a tinge of regret in his tone. However, all hope is not lost. You may first transfer Ning Xiaoyu to the primordial small world. In the primordial small world, you would be the sole, true deity, fully capable of ensuring Ning Xiaoyu's survival. Once you have grown sufficiently strong, you can then dismantle the shackles within her body. Of course, there is a quicker method. This involves consuming a certain number of kill points, allowing the system to assist you in breaking the shackles within Ning Xiaoyu. Consume kill points? How many would be required? Li Rufeng promptly inquired. One shackle requires 100 million kill points. What? 100 million? Why not go and rob a bank? I currently have barely 10 million kill points in total. This predicament stems from my recent triumph over those formidable Ninth Realm Celestial Emperors on Tongtian Island. 100 billion. Even if I were to exterminate every being in the Celestial Realm, would it suffice? Moreover, 100 billion kill points merely break one chain of the Great Dao. And there are still 2,999 chains remaining. How long will it take to completely sever them all? System, could you perhaps suggest a more viable approach? Li Rufeng lamented softly. Dear host, this system comprehends your feelings. Yet, you must also consider the difficulties faced by this system. I yearn to assist you unconditionally. But violating the regulations of the system would lead to my complete annihilation. If you find the required kill points for breaking the chains of the Great Dao excessive, I can offer you a contingency plan. In truth, rescuing Ning Xiaoyu does not necessarily require dismantling the chains of the Great Dao. System, please elucidate. What do you mean by not needing to break the chains of the Great Dao? The awakening of Ning Xiaoyu is hindered by 3,000 chains of the Great Dao. If these chains were to be transferred from her body, wouldn't the problem be resolved? Thus, the contingency plan is for you to transfer the chains of the Great Dao from Ning Xiaoyu's body to your own. However, once the 3,000 chains are on your body, they will incessantly siphon your strength and lifespan. Over time, your cultivation will diminish gradually, until you become an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Nevertheless, due to the existence of the primordial indestructible body and the undying soul, even if you become an ordinary person, you shall not perish. The system replied. What a contingency plan. System, your suggestion is well articulated. Refrain from mentioning it again. After hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng felt an urge to express his frustration. An ordinary person stripped of cultivation, how does that differ from death? Although he would remain alive, being captured for dissection or sealed away would be all too effortless. Such a fate, compared to mere immortality, is far more intolerable to Li Rufeng. Then there is no alternative. For now, these are the only options available for you, dear host. Apart from the method of transferring the chains of the Great Dao, the other methods are quite difficult to achieve. The system responded. After absorbing the system's words, Li Rufeng fell into a profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Ning Yingying had been cautiously observing Li Rufeng's reactions. Upon seeing him lower his head, his expression reflecting deep thought, Ning Yingying felt a surge of anxiety in her heart. Even the esteemed elder is unable to provide a solution? Alas, Xiaoyu, it seems this is your fate. Nevertheless, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not abandon you, dear sister. At worst, I will seek out every life-preserving treasure in the celestial realm for you. As long as I draw breath, I shall not witness your demise. Noticing that Li Rufeng remained silent for an extended period, Ning Yingying gradually began to relinquish her hopes for him. However, she bore no resentment towards Li Rufeng, nor would she easily forsake Ning Xiaoyu. To Ning Yingying, Ning Xiaoyu was her last remaining kin in this world. For the sake of Ning Xiaoyu's survival, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Eureka! I have struck upon a brilliant plan. System, lend me your insight on the feasibility of my scheme. First, as previously mentioned, I will transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from Ning Xiaoyu to myself. Freed from the 3,000 shackles, Ning Xiaoyu will regain her normalcy and awaken. Next, I must accomplish 2 tasks. Firstly, I need to become the first person Ning Xiaoyu completely trusts. In doing so, I shall be able to make any request of her without incurring any cost. Secondly, I must assist Ning Xiaoyu in rapidly elevating her realm, thereby extending her lifespan. With these prerequisites met, I shall simply request that the 3,000 shackles be lifted from me. Wouldn't this resolve the issue of the shackles altogether? What do you think, system? Is my plan viable? Upon finishing, Li Rufeng immediately inquired of the system. Truly, you are an extraordinary host. This plan is remarkable, one that even this system could not conceive at first. However, the system advises against directly wishing for the disappearance of the 3,000 shackles from Ning Xiaoyu. Doing so would trigger a response from the 3,000 Daos. Moreover, directly eliminating the 3,000 shackles would undoubtedly require a significant amount of lifespan as a cost. You could find a substitute and wish for the transfer of the 3,000 shackles onto that substitute. In this manner, the issue of the 3,000 shackles would be resolved smoothly, and Ning Xiaoyu would expend far less lifespan. Additionally, this approach would also obfuscate the 3,000 Daos perception of Ning Xiaoyu's liberation. Indeed, the system is astute. Your suggestion is excellent. Let us proceed with this course of action. By the way, system, I have another question. Do you have any methods for swiftly enhancing Ning Xiaoyu's cultivation? The shorter the duration, the better. Li Rufeng inquired once more of the system. Chapter 0. The Hall of Reincarnation. Throne of Bones. The swift enhancement of one's cultivation is a far simpler endeavor. The most expedient method is to directly transfer your cultivation to Ning Xiaoyu. This process can be accomplished in mere moments. Transfer my cultivation? Presently, I possess over 6 billion years of unused cultivation. A fraction of that could exchange for a Ning Xiaoyu who fulfills infinite wishes. This transaction appears exceedingly advantageous. Once I rescue Ning Xiaoyu, whatever realm I desire will merely be a wish fulfilled. What an extraordinary bargain. I find myself pondering whether Ning Xiaoyu surpasses even the system in prowess. System, what are your thoughts? Of course, I harbor no disdain towards you. Do not misinterpret my casual inquiry. Ha ha. Li Rufeng suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Dear host, you have changed. You feel unfamiliar. While Ning Xiaoyu's abilities greatly assist you, she still falls short compared to the system, at least for now. Moreover, your wishes must consider Ning Xiaoyu's lifespan. For instance, the aspiration to attain a realm that can contend with the 3,000 avenues, even granting Ning Xiaoyu several epochs, would not suffice for her lifespan to achieve it. However, with the system's aid, you can possess the strength to rival the 3,000 avenues without such an extended time frame. In response to Li Rufeng's playful banter, the system spoke with a hint of defiance. Oh, then I could simply wish for Ning Xiaoyu's strength to increase, correct? Although fulfilling wishes may consume her lifespan, wouldn't an enhancement in her strength concurrently augment her lifespan? Thus, she would neither lose longevity nor cease to grow stronger. Li Rufeng replied, that is not feasible. Dear host, you must understand that Ning Xiaoyu's ability cannot be applied to herself. In other words, any wish that would benefit her cannot be realized. Furthermore, Ning Xiaoyu's cultivation growth must be achieved through her own efforts. No external assistance can aid her advancement. This hidden constraint has existed since the inception of Ning Xiaoyu. A hidden constraint? You assert that outsiders cannot assist her in enhancing her cultivation. Yet previously you mentioned transferring my cultivation to her was permissible? Li Rufeng inquired, perplexed. Because the transferred cultivation consists of the unused sign-in cultivation that you possess. Thus, the system is capable of transferring that portion of cultivation to Ning Xiaoyu. Is that so? If so, does this imply that I cannot freely utilize the cultivation rewarded by the system in the future? These cultivation resources must be employed to aid Ning Xiaoyu in rapidly augmenting her strength. Meanwhile, I shall rely on Ning Xiaoyu to bolster my own power. Thus, it is still acceptable. After all, as long as I do not incur any losses, that is sufficient. Upon clarifying everything, Li Rufeng nodded in satisfaction. Well, having spoken at length, I have finally unraveled all matters. System, what must I do to transfer the shackles of the Great Dao from Ning Xiaoyu to myself? This is simple. There is no need for you, esteemed host, to intervene. The system can handle everything for you. You merely need to contemplate how to earn Ning Xiaoyu's complete trust. Oh, very well. Then I shall leave everything to you. Please await my instructions. Hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng replied contentedly. As long as the issues can be resolved by the system, he was disinclined to inquire further. Soon after, Li Rufeng's consciousness returned to the real world. As he raised his head, he caught a glimpse of Ning Ying anxiously staring at him. I have investigated. Your sister's situation is quite complex and somewhat difficult to manage. However, I have devised a commendable solution, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. I will need to take your sister to a particular location. Only there can I save her. Understanding the thoughts swirling in Ning Ying's mind, Li Rufeng did not hesitate and promptly disclosed everything to her. So, Senior, you truly have a method to save my sister? Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, a look of joy and excitement blossomed on Ning Ying's previously anxious face. Indeed, Li Rufeng nodded and replied nonchalantly. Splendid. Xiaoyu, you shall no longer have to lie here. As long as my sister can be saved, I will heed your every command, Senior. What is it that you require of me? Ning Ying immediately inquired. No need. Just wait. I cannot ascertain precisely how long it will take to awaken your sister, but I assure you, she will be fine. If you have no objections, I shall proceed. Li Rufeng replied calmly. Very well, then I entrust my sister to you, Senior. Ning Ying did not hesitate, choosing to place her unwavering trust in Li Rufeng. Indeed, Li Rufeng nodded. In the next moment, he ceased his deliberations and, with a wave of his hand, enveloped the ice coffin and Ning Xiaoyu within it into the primordial small world. Shortly thereafter, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the secret chamber. Observing the disappearing ice coffin and Li Rufeng, Ning Ying did not exhibit a strong reaction, but instead began to wait quietly. In the Cycle Secret Realm. Cycle Hall. After spending some time within the Cycle Hall, Zhu Jusi followed the pull in his heart and arrived at a grand and magnificent hall. Alongside Zhu Jusi, several other cultivators had also entered this hall ahead of him. At the front of the hall lay a set of steps. Upon the steps rests a throne, and upon that throne sits a figure. However, the figure has decayed into mere remnants, leaving only a chilling array of bones and tattered robes. The sight of these bones upon the throne has captivated the attention of many within the grand hall, including Zhu Jusi. Ever since he entered this majestic space, he has been drawn to the skeletal remains atop the throne, for they emanate a potent aura of reincarnation. Such formidable power of reincarnation raises the possibility that these bones belonged to the reincarnation immortal emperor. It is astonishing that such a powerful being ultimately succumbed to fate, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Gazing quietly at the remains upon the throne, Zhu Jusi cannot help but feel a twinge of melancholy. At that moment, several figures with formidable auras suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall, stirring Zhu Jusi's heightened vigilance. These individuals were none other than Shangwan Yulei and Wu Hanshan from Kunlun Hall, along with Han Bo and Situ Rin from Taishu Hall, and Kong Qin and Dong Xian from the 10,000 Methods Hall. Upon entering the Reincarnation Hall, these three factions had inevitably converged, as each faction boasted formidable immortal emperors. They had thus far avoided significant conflict, though this was merely due to the absence of substantial interests at stake. The auras of the three individuals were indeed terrifying. Zhu Jusi realized he was no match for them at present. It appeared that he would have to bide his time. Casting a glance at the powerful immortal emperors, Zhu Jusi calmly pondered his next move. Meanwhile, Wu Hanshan, Situ Run, and Dong Xian had already sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the skeletal remains upon the throne. What could this mean? In previous instances of the Reincarnation Secret Realm, there had been no mention of such a grand hall within the Reincarnation Palace. Moreover, the existence of these bones had never been previously acknowledged. Could it be that this hall and its skeletal occupant were making their debut? Gazing at the remains, Wu Hanshan was engulfed in confusion. The various great powers had meticulously recorded details concerning the Reincarnation Secret Realm, yet there was no record of this hall. This led Wu Hanshan to speculate that this hall was appearing before them for the very first time. Like Wu Hanshan, Situ Ren and Dong Xian harbored similar thoughts, and in an instant, the three pairs of eyes met, intertwining their contemplations. Chapter 0. The Struggle for Legacy. 1 against 2. This place is likely making its first appearance. The aura emanating from that skeletal remains has surely reached your senses. Even the lingering essence surpasses the combined presence of the three of us. Thus, the identity of this skeleton can only be one. It is none other than the ancient reincarnation celestial emperor. Wu Hanshan spoke first. We need not your words to grasp these matters. So, what do you propose we do next? At this moment, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Palace, Dong Xian, spoke coldly. Since we are all aware of the situation, there is no need for pretense. Given that this skeleton is indeed the Celestial Emperor, the legacy must reside within it. I believe none among us would willingly relinquish the Celestial Emperor's heritage. If that is the case, let strength dictate the outcome. The legacy of the Celestial Emperor shall belong to the strongest. Following this, Situ Ren of the Taishu Palace spoke calmly. Excellent. This aligns with my intentions. Let us rely on our abilities. I shall take the first step. With that, Wu Hanzhan no longer hesitated and leaped towards the skeletal throne. You shall not succeed. Observing this, Situ Ren and Dong Xian also ceased their hesitation, both making a move to obstruct Wu Hanzhan. In an instant, the confined space of the Grand Hall erupted with the clash of 3 Celestial Emperor auras. Damn, I had hoped to navigate through the chaos. But now my life takes precedence. The mere residual waves of the 3 Celestial Emperors' confrontation are beyond what Zhu Jusi can endure at this moment. Without a second thought, Zhu Jusi chose to vacate the Grand Hall immediately. The other cultivators, witnessing this, also turned to flee, eager to escape the impending turmoil. However, due to the slower reactions of some, many were unable to escape the hall in time, before even catching a glimpse of the Celestial Emperor's legacy. Numerous lives were lost, such as the cruelty of the cultivation world. Miss Shangwan, this Celestial Emperor's legacy shall undoubtedly belong to my Taishu Palace. However, you need not worry excessively. Should you agree to be my partner, I can assure you that we shall share this legacy together. Henceforth, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor realm side by side. Outside the hall, Hanbo approached Shangwan Yulei, a smile adorning his face as he spoke. There was no attempt to disguise his words, and thus they were quickly overheard by many nearby, including the saintess of the 10,000 Laws Palace, Kong Qin. And Zhu Jusi, Taishu Palace? Miss Shangwan. The 8th junior sister is named Shangwan Yulei. Could she possibly be? Zhu Jusi pondered inwardly. Hanbo, do not speak too confidently. Let us not forget, this is the territory of my 10,000 Laws Palace. To claim the Celestial Emperor's legacy, you must first consider whether we will allow it. Before Zhu Jusi could contemplate further, the voice of Kong Qin abruptly resonated. As fellow saints, witnessing Hanbo's treatment of Shangwan Yulei stirred a surge of jealousy within Kong Qin. I acknowledge that this is your territory of the 10,000 Methods Palace. However, among the 10 great palaces, your establishment is the least significant. Do you truly believe that the 10,000 Methods Palace can stand against my Taishu Palace? In response to Kong Qin's scathing remarks, Hanbo retorted directly, You. Very well. Let us see if your Taishu Palace possesses the capability to claim the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor today. Having said that, Kong Qin ceased her words and directed her gaze toward the depths of the Grand Hall. Miss Shangwan, may I inquire how you perceive my earlier proposition? Should you acquiesce, the alliance between Taishu Palace and Kunlun Palace shall undoubtedly become the most formidable power in the celestial realm, second only to the Shifeng Celestial Alliance. Hanbo once again turned to Shangwan Yulei, speaking earnestly. Hanbo, you need not continue to indulge in fantasies. I have stated my complete disinterest in you. As for the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor, it remains uncertain whose hands it will ultimately fall into. You are rather overconfident, Shangwan Yulei replied indifferently. It appears that Miss Shangwan is not fully aware of the strength of my Taishu Palace. The inheritance of the Celestial Emperor is undoubtedly destined for us. Since you harbor doubts, let us observe how this unfolds, Hanbo stated with an air of calmness. Meanwhile, within the Great Hall, the battle exhibited a one-sided scenario. Wu Hanzhan, leveraging his formidable strength, not only fought 2 opponents, but also gained the upper hand. How can your power be so formidable? Watching Wu Hanzhan grow stronger with each passing moment, Situ Ren and his companions ceased their attacks, their expressions filled with disbelief. At that moment, both Situ Ren and Dong Xian bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, indicating they had sustained internal injuries. What? Must I provide you a reason for my enhanced strength? I have declared that the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor is mine for the taking. If it weren't for the consideration of the Taishu Palace and the 10,000 Methods Palace, do you think you could still stand here and speak with me? However, my patience is limited. Withdraw now, and I shall spare your lives. Should you attempt to obstruct me further, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At this moment, Wu Han emanated a faint aura of thunderous power, resembling a king of lightning, exuding an intimidating presence. His strength surpasses ours. At this juncture, only by joining forces can we hope to defeat him. Once we have dealt with Wu Han, we can compete for the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor based on our own merits. What do you think? In the face of the allure of the Celestial Emperor's inheritance, Situ Ren did not relent, but rather conveyed his thoughts to Dong Xian in secret. Very well, I concur with your idea. Without addressing the matter of Wu Han and the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor, neither of us can attain it. Without lingering in hesitation for too long, Dong Xian readily accepted Situ Ren's proposal for collaboration. Haha, let us go. In the next moment, Situ Ren bellowed and charged straight at Wu Han. Observing this, Dong Xian also acted without hesitation, raising his hand to launch an attack towards Wu Han. Hehe, you have made the most foolish choice. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. As his words echoed, the aura emanating from Wu Han began to intensify. This time, he would not hold back. It marked the first occasion since his breakthrough that he unleashed his full power. In an instant, the grand hall was enveloped by an endless surge of thunderous energy. Thunder obliterates the world. All of you shall perish. With the chilling proclamation, Wu Han raised his hand to confront Situ Ren and Dong Xian. Together, let us strike. Upon seeing Wu Han charge forward, Situ Ren immediately roared. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the sound of collision reverberated throughout the grand hall, accompanied by billowing clouds of white smoke. Outside the hall, the residual shockwave from the impact forced Zhu Jusi and others to retreat several meters once more. How formidable! Is this the battle of celestial emperors? The might is indeed terrifying. Yet, it pales in comparison to the oppressive aura emanated by my master with but a slight gesture. Thus, it seems my master's power surpasses that of the celestial emperors. As he raised his hand to shield himself from the residual energy in the hall, Zhu Jusi contemplated in his heart. Within the grand hall, as the smoke from the collision gradually dissipated, tranquility returned. Wu Han remained standing within the hall, while Situ Ren and Dong Xian lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their mouths, looking utterly disheveled. Humph, too weak to withstand a blow. Casting a cold glance at the fallen Situ Ren and Dong Xian, Wu Han turned and strode towards the skeletal throne. Soon, he stood before the skeleton. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Han raised his hand to reach for the bones, intending to claim them. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Without any warning, the skeleton suddenly emanated a brilliant white light, launching an assault towards Wu Han. Chapter 0, Sudden Change, Haunting White Bones. Alas, there was no time for contemplation as Wu Han swiftly retreated several meters, raising his hand to assume a defensive posture. Bang! Uft! That eerie white light disregarded Wu Han's defenses and pierced through his body, leaving a gaping wound. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to survive the blow, though he was still gravely injured. This unexpected turn of events caused Situ Ren and the others, lying on the ground, to immediately cast their gaze towards the skeletal figure on the throne. In the next moment, a sight that sent chills down their spines unfolded. The once slumped skeleton on the throne began to rise slowly. After a long slumber, it had finally awaited the arrival of a worthy individual. Suddenly, the skeletal figure emitted a series of raspy sounds. The voice, though faint, instilled a profound sense of dread in Wu Han and his companions. 8th level of the Immortal Emperor. No, it is already approaching the 9th level. A rather domineering practitioner of the Thunder Path. Quite impressive, having just awakened. It seeks to replenish its strength. The skeleton gazed down at Wu Han, issuing that chilling, rasping voice once more. This is perilous. The oppressive aura emanating from this individual is beyond my capacity to confront. I must flee, otherwise I shall perish. Under the gaze of the skeleton's hollow eye sockets, Wu Han made a swift decision. In an instant, taking advantage of the skeleton's momentary pause, he turned and leaped towards the entrance of the grand hall. Seeing Wu Han's movement, Situ Ren and Dong Xian quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, they scrambled to their feet and dashed towards the hall's exit. Fleeing? Do you truly believe you can come and go as you please in my domain? Remain here and become a part of my power. At that moment, witnessing the escape of Wu Han and the others, the skeleton's voice turned cold. Subsequently, an attack materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the Grand Hall's entrance, targeting the fleeing trio. Boom. Moments later, the attack struck, raising a cloud of dust at the hall's entrance. Uft. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the haze and landed on the ground outside the hall. It was none other than Wu Han, the one who had managed to survive that deadly assault. However, Situ Ren and Dong Xian, slower in their retreat, were directly hit by the attack and transformed into a cloud of blood mist. That was the Grand Elder. Outside the hall, upon seeing Wu Han, who had been thrown out, Shangguan Yoli was taken aback, rushing forward. Grand Elder, are you all right? What transpired within? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Approaching Wu Han and witnessing the gaping wound in his chest, Shangguan Yoli gasped in horror. Saintus, quickly leave this place. There are formidable beings inside, immensely powerful. Wu Han, disregarding the pain in his chest, hastened to rise from the ground and urged Shangguan Yuli. Formidable beings? Very well, we shall depart at once. Although uncertain of the strength Wu Han referred to, the sight of him in such a dire state compelled Shangguan Yuli to agree to exit the reincarnation palace without hesitation. She promptly turned to retrace her steps, with Wu Han closely following her. Their actions immediately captured the attention of those around them. What is happening? Could it be that the immortal emperor from Kunlun Palace has been defeated? Is he choosing to leave in disgrace? It seems highly likely. Truly, the prowess of the Taishu Palace is formidable. It appears that the treasures within now belong to them. Yet, if the immortal emperor from Taishu Palace emerged victorious, shouldn't the immortal emperor from Wanful Palace also be present? Why has only the immortal emperor from Kunlun Palace appeared? Could it be that Taishu Palace has formed an alliance with Wanful Palace? In an instant, murmurs of speculation began to circulate among the crowd. Meanwhile, Hanbo abruptly obstructed Shangguan Yulei's path. Hanbo, what are you attempting to do? Step aside immediately. Shangguan Yulei coldly demanded upon seeing Hanbo's sudden intervention. Oh, Miss Shangguan, do not be so hasty to leave. Although your companion has been defeated, there is no need for you to depart. As I previously mentioned, should you be willing to become my Dao partner, I can share the legacy of the immortal emperor with you. It is a legacy of great significance, Miss Shangguan. Have you not considered it? At that moment, Han Bo believed Wu Han had been injured by Situ Run, which fueled his unwarranted confidence. He even presumed that the legacy of the immortal emperor within the hall had already fallen into Situ Ren's possession. Upon hearing Han Bo's words, Shangguan Yulei's expression darkened. Just as she was about to respond, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill through the hearts of all present. It's over. Saintus, you must flee. I will buy you some time. The moment Wu Han sensed the overwhelming aura, his face drained of color. Yet, for the sake of Shangguan Yulei's safe escape, he chose to stand firm. At that instant, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, where a chilling skeleton stood. As the crowd beheld the sight, their breaths grew heavy with trepidation. Depart? Today, none of you shall leave. It is a rare opportunity for me to awaken. I cannot let such a chance to replenish my power slip away. The skeleton spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. The skeleton can speak. Truly, as my master foretold, this place is far from what it seems. From this skeletal remains, I sensed an overwhelming force of reincarnation. It must be the fabled reincarnation immortal emperor. The situation has become quite precarious. In an inconspicuous corner, Zhu Jusi gazed at the skeleton, contemplating gravely. Unbeknownst to him, as he focused on the bones, they too were scrutinizing him. I have found you. Indeed, you are cultivating the path of reincarnation. Your talent is commendable, though your strength leaves much to be desired. However, it matters not. Once I seize this individual's body with my techniques, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle once more in a brief span. No, not merely to the pinnacle. Perhaps I might even transcend into the divine realm. The skeleton pondered. The specifics would unravel once I am reborn through this possession. For now, I must eliminate those who could reveal my existence. Let them all perish. Without further deliberation, the skeleton abruptly raised its hand and unleashed a wave of force upon the surrounding crowd. In an instant, those practitioners of feeble strength were reduced to mere ashes beneath this onslaught. Only a select few, endowed with exceptional talent or possessing life-preserving trump cards, managed to endure. Cursed be it. Wasn't it supposed to be Situ Ren who obtained the immortal emperor's legacy? Why has this formidable skeleton suddenly emerged? relying on his own protective talismans. Han Bo was fortunate enough to escape the skeletoness attack. There is no choice. I must resort to that. If I delay, I fear I shall never have the opportunity again. In the next moment, Han Bo retrieved a jade token from his bosom and, without hesitation, crushed it. Simultaneously, not far away, Kong Qin from the Hall of 10,000 Laws also produced and shattered a similar object. Immediately, two potent auras emanated from Han Bo and Kong Qin. Chapter 0. The Formidable White Bone. Recognition of Senior Siblings. Han Bo, you have indeed employed the trump card I bestowed upon you. What dire predicament have you encountered? At that moment, a spectral figure clad in white materialized before Han Bo, demanding an explanation. Reporting to the master, the disciple discovered the legacy of the immortal emperor within the reincarnation hall of the reincarnation secret realm. However, I also faced formidable adversaries. Due to the significance of the immortal emperor's legacy, I was compelled to utilize the trump card you provided, Master, Han Bo replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Kong Qin's response was nearly identical to Han Bo's. Her trump card was also the summoning of the Master of the 10,000 Laws Hall. Although it was merely a wisp of divine consciousness, its power matched that of an ordinary ninefold immortal emperor. 2 strands of divine consciousness. Intriguing, yet still too weak. It appears the immortal realm has truly fallen into decline. Nevertheless, it matters not. I, the reincarnation immortal emperor, am destined to return. Such trifling divine consciousness can be obliterated with a mere gesture. As those words resounded, the white bone raised its hand and launched an assault against the divine consciousness summoned by Han Bo and Kong Qin. Boom, boom. Before the two could even initiate their defenses, they were utterly annihilated by the white bone's onslaught. Along with Han Bo and Kong Qin, they perished in the wake of that attack. At this moment, the number of survivors present had dwindled to a mere handful. A profound sense of despair enveloped the hearts of nearly all present. Zhu Jiuxi, unbeknownst to him, had stealthily approached the side of Shangguan Yulei and Wu Hanshan. Upon noticing Zhu Jiuxi's approach, Shangguan Yulei immediately turned to gaze at him. Do not act rashly. You are Shangguan Yulei? Seeing the wariness etched on her face, Zhu Jiuxi promptly replied, I am indeed. And who might you be? How is it that you survived that earlier attack? What? Were you hoping for misfortune to befall your senior brother? Upon hearing Shangguan Yulei's words, Zhu Jiuxi's expression darkened. Senior brother? What do you mean by that? Shangguan Yulei furrowed her brow, her mind racing. Enough. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. I am Zhu Jiuxi, your 6th senior brother. Just now, I observed that you seemed quite frightened of that white bone. Not at all. It's merely a skeleton. What is there to fear? Or was your fear perhaps feigned? If so, I must admit, you possess quite the talent for performance, junior sister, Zhu Jiuxi jested. 6th senior brother? Feigned. As Zhu Jiuxi continued his line of questioning, a look of deep confusion spread across Shangguan Yulei's face. Junior sister, what expression is that? Seeing her bewilderment, Zhu Jiuxi too felt puzzled. By the way, are you truly my 6th senior brother? What is the name of our esteemed master? Shangguan Yulei inquired, aware that Li Rufeng had more than one disciple, yet she remained oblivious to their identities. To ascertain that Zhu Jiuxi was not deceiving her, she cleverly posed the question. Is it possible that my junior sister is lacking in mental acuity? Nevertheless, she conceded that since their master had accepted her, there must be a valid reason behind it. Zhu Jiuxi shook her head, dismissing further thoughts. Ahem. Our master is named Li Rufeng. Do you have any other questions? Indeed. You are truly the 6th senior brother. It is a delightful surprise to encounter you here. What a fortunate coincidence. Shangguan Yulei exclaimed. By the way, 6th senior brother, you seem unfazed by this pile of bones. Do you perhaps possess a means to confront it? Upon recalling the nearby skeleton, she promptly inquired. Junior sister, are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? Did master not provide you with a token? Zhu Jiuxi queried as she produced the life-preserving token given to her by Li Rufeng. The token? Oh, that. Master indeed entrusted me with the token previously. However, is it not merely a symbol of our identity? Could it possibly serve another purpose? Shangguan Yulei asked, puzzled. Junior sister, I must inquire, what has master communicated to you since accepting you as a disciple? In that moment, Zhu Jiuxi finally grasped the crux of the issue. What did she say? Shangguan Yulei began to reflect. Anything else? Zhu Jiuxi pressed. It seems there's nothing more, Shangwan Yule replied abruptly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Juxi felt a wave of frustration. As expected of our master, I should have anticipated this. It is no wonder that when master departed, she mentioned your name. She was likely concerned about a potential altercation between us. At that moment, Zhu Juxi comprehended the rationale behind Shangwan Yule's peculiar responses. Meanwhile, after dispatching the two lingering consciousnesses, the skeleton turned its attention to the remaining cultivators. As Zhu Juxi and Shangwan Yule conversed, the others were swiftly dealt with by the skeletal figure. Having absorbed their powers, the skeleton finally focused on the last three individuals, Zhu Juxi, Shangwan Yule, and Wu Han, alongside the little Kuan, who had been sleeping on Shangwan Yule's shoulder since their entrance into the cycle hall. The skeleton's gaze immediately captured Zhu Juxi's attention. Junior sister, this is not the time for further discourse. Let us first eliminate this skeleton. Are you not curious as to why I exhibit not a trace of fear in the face of such formidable bones? This is because the token bestowed upon us by our master is, in fact, a life-preserving talisman. By merely shattering the token, we can summon our master to our side. At that moment, regardless of how powerful the adversary may be, our master will undoubtedly assist us in overcoming them. As I elaborated, I felt my grip tighten around the token. So that is its purpose. Such a significant matter, and yet my master has not divulged this to me. The realization that Li Rufeng had withheld such crucial information from her left Shangwan Yule, feeling somewhat disheartened. In her view, it seemed evident that only if Li Rufeng did not care for her would he choose to keep such matters from her. Cough, my dear junior sister. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Our master has always been like this. Though he may appear indifferent to us on the surface, I assure you, should we find ourselves in peril, he will be the first to come to our aid. Sensing Shangwan Yule's unease, Zhu Juxi promptly provided this reassurance. Is that so? Then that is a relief. I feared our master might. Upon hearing Zhu Juxi's explanation, Shangwan Yule's spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, the skeletal figure was now advancing towards Zhu Juxi and her companions. Saintess, an esteemed senior brother, the skeletal being approaches. Its strength far surpasses my own. I implore you to summon our elder for assistance. Beside them, Wu Han, having observed the skeletal movement, immediately turned to Zhu Juxi and Shangwan Yule. He had overheard their conversation, and the knowledge that Zhu Juxi and her companion could summon Li Rufeng brought him a measure of comfort. Very well, I shall. Upon hearing Wu Hanshan's words, Zhu Juxi prepared to crush the token in her hand. Cough, young one, there is no need for such trouble. A mere skeleton does not warrant the master's intervention. At that moment, a languid voice unexpectedly broke the tension, causing Zhu Juxi to halt her actions. Chapter 0. The Emergence of Kuan and the Sorrow of Reincarnation. Are you the one speaking? Following the source of the voice, Zhu Juxi immediately fixed his gaze upon the small figure perched on Shangwan Yule's shoulder. Initially, Zhu Juxi had assumed this was merely a pet of Shangwan Yule. Thus he paid it little mind. It was only when the small creature spoke that Zhu Juxi regarded it with newfound seriousness. That senior brother, this is Elder Kuan. Elder Kuan is a pet of our master. Were you not aware of this? Shangwan Yule inquired, perplexed by Zhu Juxi's ignorance of Kuan. A pet of our master? Since when did our master acquire a pet? Only a chicken? Upon hearing Shangwan Yule's words, Zhu Juxi found himself bewildered in turn. You little rascal. What do you mean by merely a chicken? Do you look down upon chickens? Furthermore, you should address me as Elder Kuan. Show some respect. The small creature admonished in a tone befitting a senior. Elder Kuan, very well, we shall discuss this later. Just now, what did you mean by saying there's no need to call for our master to intervene? Zhu Juxi asked hastily, noticing the advancing skeleton. Quite simply, it means what it says. That skeleton is merely a remnant soul causing mischief. A mere remnant soul? I, Kuan, could easily extinguish with a flick of my foot. The small creature replied nonchalantly. Oh, are you truly that formidable? Zhu Juxi questioned skeptically. Indeed, I am the emperor among chickens. If I cannot handle a trivial remnant soul, how could I ever be worthy of being your master's pet? Very well, from here on, you may simply observe as I showcase my skills. No, my footwork. With that, the small creature soared towards the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the skeletal figure, causing it to halt in its tracks. A chicken? How amusing. You cannot possibly believe that a mere chicken can save your lives. The skeleton's hollow eyes fixed upon the small creature, suddenly emitting a chilling voice. Humph! How dare you look down upon me, Coin? In that case, I shall personally send you on your way. Taste my foot. With no hesitation, the small creature launched a kick at the skeleton. Humph! Seeking death, the skeleton, unable to tolerate such provocation from a chicken, retaliated with a powerful strike. Bang! In the next moment, the skeleton was left in utter terror as it disintegrated into powder from a single kick. Gradually, a spectral entity began to materialize. This remnant soul belonged to the ancient reincarnation Celestial Emperor. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? How could a mere chicken destroy my Celestial Emperor skeleton? At this moment, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor no longer dared to underestimate the slightest aspect of little Kun. Instead, he displayed an expression akin to facing a formidable adversary. Although it was merely a skeleton, it was still the skeleton of the reincarnation Immortal Emperor. To reduce it to mere powder, one would need to possess strength that surpassed the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor. It was precisely for this reason that the reincarnation Immortal Emperor felt an intensified fear. The ability of little Kun to annihilate his skeleton signified that his remnant soul could likewise be extinguished. If he were at his peak, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor would naturally have no fear of a mere chicken. Yet, at this moment, he was but a wisp of a remnant soul. He had intended to rely on this fragment of his soul to seize another body and be reborn. Should this remnant be lost, the illustrious reincarnation Immortal Emperor would indeed face absolute demise. Humph, is this too difficult? Not only will I destroy your skeleton, but I shall also obliterate this remnant of yours. Observing the fear etched on the reincarnation Immortal Emperor's face, little Kun felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. No, I admit that I previously offended you. How about this? I shall allow you to leave. You may go, and I assure you that I shall not make another move against you. Is that acceptable? The reincarnation Immortal Emperor hastily implored. Are you speaking nonsense? Do you take me for a fool? You wish to let me go? I would rather see you off to your end. Die. Without wasting any further time on the reincarnation Immortal Emperor, little Kun suddenly delivered a kick towards him. No, this is of your own making. Since you wish for my demise, let us embark on this journey together. Reincarnation's secret technique, the sorrow of reincarnation. Realizing he could not evade little Kun's impending attack, the reincarnation Immortal Emperor spiraled into a frenzy. Boom. Upon collision, their attacks erupted into a cacophony of roaring sounds, accompanied by swirling white smoke. I thought it would be a formidable technique. Its power is nothing remarkable, little Kun remarked as the smoke dissipated, revealing him unscathed. In stark contrast, the remnant soul of the reincarnation Immortal Emperor had vanished entirely. Just as everyone assumed the matter had concluded, a transparent beam shot towards Zhu Jusi in the distance. The speed was such that even little Kun momentarily failed to react. Not good. I have been deceived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, little Kun quickly turned to intercept the beam. Yet, it was too late. The beam had already reached Zhu Jusi. Without granting Zhu Jusi any chance to resist, the beam directly penetrated his forehead. Kid, it's over. With a startled cry, little Kun instantly returned to Zhu Jusi's side. In the next moment, Zhu Jusi collapsed to his knees, clutching his head with both hands, his face contorted in excruciating pain. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Observing Zhu Jusi's sudden distress, Shangwan Yoli was instantly struck with alarm, her expression shifting into one of panic. The wretched fellow, I, Lord Kun, have been outsmarted by a remnant soul. Quickly, shatter the token. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Kun urgently instructed Shangwan Yule to break the token and summon Li Rufeng. Oh, right, the token. Upon recollection, Shangwan Yule promptly retrieved the token that Li Rufeng had entrusted to her. Without hesitation, she crushed the token in her grasp. In the next moment, a figure materialized, none other than Li Rufeng himself. Master, quickly, save Six senior brother. I do not know what transpired, but he suddenly appeared in this state. Upon Li Rufeng's arrival, Shangwan Yule hastily spoke. Calm down, there's no need for panic. He is not in immediate danger. Allow me to assess the situation, Li Rufeng replied, moving towards the prostrate figure of Zhu Jusi, whose face was etched with agony. Raising his right hand, Li Rufeng gently pressed his fingers against Zhu Jusi's forehead. In an instant, the pain on Zhu Jusi's face began to ease. Is it a remnant soul invading his body? Soon, Li Rufeng discerned the nature of the affliction plaguing Zhu Jusi. The next moment, Li Rufeng's form vanished, penetrating directly into Zhu Juxi's mind. Simultaneously, within Zhu Juxi's sea of souls, two spirits emerged, one belonging to Zhu Juxi and the other to the remnant soul of the reincarnation immortal emperor. You, young one, to be possessed by me is your fortune. I shall ensure this body ascends to the exalted realm of divinity. Cease your futile struggles. Though I am but a fragment of a soul, I am not something a mere insect like you can resist. Surrender now, and you may spare yourself some suffering. At that moment, under the relentless assault of the reincarnation immortal emperor's remnant soul, Zhu Juxi's spirit began to grow increasingly translucent and ephemeral, as if on the verge of dissipating. Oh, is that so? Just as Zhu Juxi was about to succumb, Li Rufeng's voice resonated with a calm assurance. Chapter 0. The Remnant Soul of the Celestial Emperor, Transferring the Shackles of the Great Path. Who? Who are you? How did you come to be here? Upon hearing the voice, the reincarnation celestial emperor was taken aback, swiftly turning to the direction from whence the sound emanated. Upon catching sight of Li Rufeng, a grave expression crossed the reincarnation celestial emperor's face. When did this individual arrive? I failed to notice. Yet this is my sole opportunity for rebirth. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face annihilation without mercy. The reincarnation celestial emperor scrutinized the suddenly appearing Li Rufeng, silently calculating within. You are not worthy to know my identity. A mere mortal on the brink of death, yet still seeking to provoke my disciple. It seems you are quite eager to be reborn. With a snap of his fingers, Li Rufeng released Zhu Juxi's soul from its bindings, causing it to instantaneously appear beside him. Master. Upon recognizing that Li Rufeng had come to his rescue, Zhu Juxi was overwhelmed with emotion. Enough. I have warned you that this secret realm is perilous. How did you still fall into its traps? Nonetheless, what is done is done. I shall grant you an opportunity. How much you can absorb depends on your own capabilities. With that, Li Rufeng turned his gaze towards the distant remnant soul of the reincarnation celestial emperor. Under Li Rufeng's penetrating stare, an ominous feeling began to fester within the reincarnation celestial emperor. Flee. Without hesitation, the reincarnation celestial emperor turned to escape. Do you still think you can run? Does it not seem rather too late for that? Li Rufeng remarked coolly, observing the fleeing remnant soul of the reincarnation celestial emperor. He then raised his hand and grasped towards the remnant soul. In the blink of an eye, the remnant soul was firmly under Li Rufeng's control. No, I refuse to accept this. I, the emperor, have waited countless days and nights, only to meet this fate. I will not concede. Bang. Ultimately, amidst cries of despair, the remnant soul of the reincarnation celestial emperor erupted completely. Subsequently, a pure essence of soul power coalesced in Li Rufeng's palm. This was the soul power of that remnant, alongside some reincarnation energy. Absorb it. As he spoke, Li Rufeng infused the gathered power into Zhu Juxi's soul body. Thank you, Master. After expressing his gratitude, Zhu Juxi promptly sat down to commence the absorption and refinement of the energy. Li Rufeng nodded slightly in approval before withdrawing from Zhu Juxi's sea of souls. Master, what of Six's senior brother? Outside, upon witnessing Li Rufeng's reappearance, Shangguan Yulei hurried forward to inquire. All is well now. The troubles have been resolved. Once he absorbs that energy, he will awaken. Now, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not linger further. After exchanging a few simple words, the figure of Li Rufeng began to fade away. Farewell, Master. Please take care, my lord. Farewell, Senior. As they watched Li Rufeng depart, Shangguan Yulei, Xiao Kuan, and Wu Hanshan spoke in unison. Subsequently, the two companions and the bird remained in place to guard Zhu Juxi. Meanwhile, in the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng's consciousness returned to his true form. System, let us commence the serious matters. First, transfer all the Great Dao shackles from her to me. Understood, esteemed host. As the system's voice resonated, a mysterious power enveloped both Li Rufeng and Ning Xiaoyu. Suddenly, countless dark chains appeared around Ning Xiaoyu's body, each infused with different primal powers of the Great Dao. Initiating the transfer of the Great Dao shackles, esteemed host, please brace yourself, as some discomfort may arise during the process. The system's alert sounded once more. As the voice faded, the dark chains surrounding Ning Xiaoyu began to tremble violently. In an instant, all the chains seemed to come to life, rushing towards Li Rufeng. In the blink of an eye, one of the dark chains pierced directly into Li Rufeng's heart. Ugh! A sudden, Excruciating pain surged through Li Rufeng's being, striking at the very core of his consciousness. This is unbearable. System, expedite the process. I am not accustomed to enduring such torment. Li Rufeng vowed that if given another chance, he would never wish to experience such agony again. Understood, esteemed host, please endure a little longer. As the system exerted its force, the dark chains densely converged upon Li Rufeng. Damn it! This pain is beyond human endurance. Has she been subjected to such physical torment since birth? At this moment, Li Rufeng's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Within a short span, he even entertained thoughts of retreat. However, recalling the suffering that Ning Xiaoyu had endured since her infancy, Li Rufeng steeled his resolve to persevere. Very well, esteemed host. After what felt like several breaths, the system's notification resounded. At last, it is over. Hearing the system's voice, Li Rufeng trembled as he spoke. Although the physical pain had diminished considerably, he could still distinctly feel the ache emanating from various parts of his body. Yet, this was not the most significant concern. What mattered was that Li Rufeng began to sense his strength and lifespan being gradually siphoned away by the Great Dao shackles, though the pace was not alarmingly swift. Over time, even the mightiest would eventually be completely drained. Thus, disregarding the pain that enveloped him, Li Rufeng swiftly lifted his gaze towards Ning Xiaoyu, who lay within the icy coffin. System, why has she not yet awakened? Could there be an issue? Observing the continued absence of any sign of consciousness from Ning Xiaoyu, Li Rufeng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Dear host, please remain calm. The primary reason is that Ning Xiaoyu has been tormented by the shackles of the Great Dao for so long that her body is momentarily weakened. You need only to infuse her body with celestial energy, and she shall awaken. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng, understanding the situation, did not hesitate and immediately raised his hand to gently channel celestial energy into Ning Xiaoyu's form. At the very moment the energy permeated her being, her consciousness began to gradually revive. After a few breaths, a delicate voice suddenly emanated from the icy coffin. There was a response. Noticing the effectiveness of his efforts, Li Rufeng continued to generously infuse Ning Xiaoyu with celestial energy. Before long, the girl lying within the icy coffin slowly opened her eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the once tightly sealed lid of the icy coffin was effortlessly lifted. Subsequently, Ning Xiaoyu sat up, her expression one of innocent curiosity as she turned to gaze at Li Rufeng. Her small eyes sparkled with wonder. Although she had existed for a considerable time, this was the first occasion Ning Xiaoyu had opened her eyes to observe the world, and indeed, the first time she had ever seen another person. Hence, her eyes brimmed with unbridled curiosity. Chapter 0. Ning Xiaoyu awakens, the mysterious friend you have awakened. By the way, do you recall what transpired? Li Rufeng stepped forward, gazing at Ning Xiaoyu with an expression of calm inquiry. Things. I am uncertain. All I know is that something has persistently hindered my departure from a certain place. No matter how fervently I called out, there was no reply, and no one appeared to liberate me from that confinement. Until just now. So, dear elder brother, was it you who rescued me? Ning Xiaoyu spoke with a delightful innocence. Sort of. To be precise, it was your sister who entrusted me with the task of saving you. Do you have any recollection of her? Li Rufeng asked. Sister? Do I have a sister? I often hear a voice echoing in my ears, but that is the extent of my knowledge. Ning Xiaoyu displayed a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of Ning Yingying's existence. Although you have remained in a dormant state, it appears that you were still able to perceive certain external sounds. Now, we must discuss matters of importance. While I cannot ascertain whether you comprehend this, I sincerely hope you do. To save you, I undertook considerable risks and made numerous sacrifices. I do not extend such generosity solely because of your adorable demeanor. Do you understand? Li Rufeng stated matter-of-factly. Dear elder brother, are you seeking some form of recompense? Alas, I possess nothing at the moment and fear I cannot offer you anything. Ning Xiaoyu tilted her head playfully, responding with a mischievous tone. You grasp these concepts? Li Rufeng was taken aback, surprised that the long-slumbering Ning Xiaoyu could comprehend the implications of his words. Is that so strange? Dear elder brother, you do not regard me as a mere 3-year-old child, do you? I was merely trapped and unable to escape that place. Furthermore, dear elder brother, you are not the first person I have encountered. I had many friends in that realm. Ning Xiaoyu suddenly beamed with joy. You have numerous friends? Friends from your dreams? Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng was filled with confusion and a burgeoning curiosity. I do not know, perhaps they are. However, before you rescued me, they were the ones who kept me company. I learned many things from them. Ning Xiaoyu replied softly. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Since you seem to grasp many concepts, I shall refrain from being indirect. Are you aware of your abilities? As he spoke, Li Rufeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his expression growing grave. My abilities? They told me that my abilities are unique in this world, transcending all existence. Could it be, dear brother, that you wish for me to actively assist you in fulfilling a desire? If that is the case, I am afraid it cannot be done. Ning Xiaoyu spoke with a smile. Why can it not be done? Li Rufeng inquired calmly. Because they informed me that I can only actively help one person realize their wish, and I can only assist that individual. Should I attempt to aid others, unforeseen calamities may ensue, Ning Xiaoyu revealed without reservation. Are they the friends you made while in slumber? At that moment, Li Rufeng suddenly felt that Ning Xiaoyu was far more complex than he had initially perceived. He even began to question whether awakening her was indeed the right decision. Yes, they would not deceive me, hence I trust their words. Ning Xiaoyu nodded in response. Upon hearing Ning Xiaoyu's reply, Li Rufeng's mind began to race. He was uncertain whether the friends she spoke of were real or mere figments of her dreams. By the way, you mentioned that you can only actively assist one person in realizing their wish. Do you know the identity of this individual? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng continued to inquire. I am not sure. However, they seem to have told me this person's name. Ning Xiaoyu replied. A name? What is it? Li Rufeng immediately pressed, his expression growing more serious. Let me think. It seems to be Wong. No, wait. I remember now. It is Li Rufeng. Dear brother, do you know this person? As the words left her lips, Ning Xiaoyu turned to look at Li Rufeng, seemingly awaiting his response. Yet, upon hearing the name she had uttered, Li Rufeng was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with astonishment. Li Rufeng? Is it merely a coincidence, or, if not, who revealed my name to Ning Xiaoyu? At that moment, his mind was filled with a myriad of questions. Dear brother, what are you pondering? You have yet to answer my question. Do you know Li Rufeng? Just as Li Rufeng was lost in thought, Ning Xiaoyu interrupted him. Oh well, if I were to say that I am Li Rufeng, would you believe me? Li Rufeng said, fixing his gaze on Ning Xiaoyu, eager to observe her reaction. However, for a considerable time, the two merely exchanged wide-eyed glances, neither daring to break the silence. All right, I knew you would not believe me. If I were in your position, I certainly would not either. Such coincidences are rare in this world. However, my name is indeed Li Rufeng. Yet, perhaps the Li Rufeng you seek is another individual who shares my name. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere, Li Rufeng finally spoke up. Oh, so your name is also Li Rufeng? That must be it. The person I am searching for is indeed you, big brother. Ning Xiaoyu's words took Li Rufeng by surprise. While I am quite pleased to hear you say that, how can you be so certain that I am the one you seek? In this world, there are no fewer than 800, if not 1,000, who share the name Li Rufeng. Are you not afraid of mistaking me for someone else? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. No. They have told me that the one who would awaken me is Li Rufeng. Since you are named Li Rufeng and are the one who saved me, you must be the person I am looking for, Ning Xiaoyu replied with a sudden smile. Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of exasperation. Could you not articulate everything in one go? You are making me quite uncomfortable, he said, exasperated. Big brother, you did not ask either, Ning Xiaoyu responded with a grin. Well, that's a fair point. Now, I shall inquire, what else did your friends tell you? Particularly anything related to me? Li Rufeng asked. Nothing more. Perhaps there was something else. But I cannot recall it at the moment, Ning Xiaoyu replied. In response to Ning Xiaoyu's answer, Li Rufeng felt both speechless and somewhat helpless. Very well. Since you have stated it so, I shall refrain from pressing further. Let us return to the matter at hand. Given that you assert I am the person you seek, does that mean you can assist me in realizing my wish? Li Rufeng redirected the conversation to the main topic. Chapter 0, The Substitute Puppet, the 10th Disciple indeed. However, in order to grant your elder brother's wish, a different price must be paid. Should the cost exceed my capacity to bear, the wish shall remain unfulfilled, Ning Xiaoyu replied. I am well aware of this. Moreover, the price you must pay is your lifespan. I have already devised a solution to this issue. So you need not worry about insufficient lifespan, Li Rufeng stated. What wish do you require my assistance in fulfilling, elder brother? Ning Xiaoyu inquired. Quite simply, I need you to transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao that bind me onto a substitute. This should not pose too great a challenge for you, I presume? Li Rufeng responded candidly. Indeed, it should be manageable, provided there is sufficient lifespan, Ning Xiaoyu nodded. Splendid. Now, system, it is your turn to take the stage. Assist Ning Xiaoyu in enhancing her cultivation, he commanded. Understood, esteemed host. Before we begin, the system requires confirmation. Esteemed host, you currently possess 600 million years of cultivation rewards. How many years of cultivation would you like to transfer to Ning Xiaoyu? The system inquired. I have a question. If I were to bestow all 600 million years of cultivation upon Ning Xiaoyu, considering the constraints of the celestial realm, would her maximum realm be limited to that of an immortal emperor? In such a case, would her lifespan correspond to that of an immortal emperor's? In response, esteemed host, generally, lifespan is determined by the highest realm attained. If external factors restrict Ning Xiaoyu's realm to that of an immortal emperor, yet her true potential far exceeds this, her lifespan will still be based on her authentic longevity. Ah, I see. In that case, let us grant her all of it. The more lifespan she possesses, the more advantageous it will be for me. I have other cards to play, so I need not concern myself with the issue of insufficient cultivation for now. After considering the system's explanation, Li Rufeng swiftly made his decision. Understood, esteemed host. Upon receiving Li Rufeng's command, the system commenced the transfer of the entire 600 million years of cultivation rewards to Ning Xiaoyu. In the next moment, almost instantaneously, Ning Xiaoyu's realm surged to the pinnacle of an immortal emperor. Were it not for the limitation imposed by the primordial world, which prevented her from exceeding Li Rufeng's realm, she might have already ascended beyond the immortal emperor level. Ding! Cultivation transfer complete. Soon after, the system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's ears. Excellent. Xiaoyu, it is now your turn. With that, Li Rufeng produced the substitute he had meticulously prepared. This puppet was crafted from several drops of his own blood and various rare materials, shaped into a humanoid form. Possessing the blood of Li Rufeng endowed this puppet with a semblance of immortality. Thus, under the influence of the 3,000 paths shackles, this puppet could endure for a considerably extended duration. Xiaoyu, transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from my body to this puppet, Li Rufeng commanded, pointing at the figure. Very well, elder brother. I shall transfer all the shackles of the Great Dao from you to this puppet, Ning Xiaoyu responded without hesitation, immediately making her wish. In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Ning Xiaoyu, and soon after, a marvelous force manifested upon Li Rufeng. As this force emerged, Li Rufeng distinctly felt the shackles of the Great Dao on his body shifting toward the puppet. Within mere breaths, all the shackles from Li Rufeng were successfully transferred to the puppet. The entire process unfolded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Following the successful transfer of the shackles, Li Rufeng promptly extracted Ning Xiaoyu from the ice coffin and subsequently sealed the puppet within it. To ensure the puppet remained intact, Li Rufeng added several additional sealing methods around the ice coffin. Now, everything should be foolproof, he sighed with relief, feeling that the matter had been perfectly resolved. Ahem, Xiaoyu, there is something else I wish to discuss with you, Li Rufeng said, turning his gaze toward Ning Xiaoyu. Oh, what is it? Please, elder brother, go ahead. Ning Xiaoyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiaoyu, I observe that your fate is extraordinary, and your talent is remarkable. I would like to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Li Rufeng declared, his hands clasped behind his back, feigning nonchalance. Take me as your disciple? Ning Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Li Rufeng was determined not to let go of someone with such exceptional abilities. A disciple then? So, does that mean elder brother will become my master? Ning Xiaoyu mused aloud. Indeed, Li Rufeng nodded in affirmation upon hearing her words. But they say that elder brother will become my husband. Ning Xiaoyu suddenly murmured softly. What? Li Rufeng inquired, his curiosity piqued by her abrupt silence. And nothing. Ning Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, offering no further explanation. Master it is, then. After all, they would not deceive me. Perhaps this is a matter for the future. She contemplated inwardly. Yet, you have yet to answer whether you are willing to be my disciple, Li Rufeng prompted once more. I am willing. I gladly accept elder brother as my master. With a radiant smile, Ning Xiaoyu replied, Yes, henceforth you shall be my master's 10th disciple. As for your senior brothers and sisters, I shall introduce them to you when the opportunity arises. For now, we must depart from this place. Your sister awaits you outside. She will be elated to see you awaken. Li Rufeng spoke. My sister? That sounds wonderful, master. Let us hasten our departure. I too am eager to meet her. Ning Xiaoyu responded with anticipation upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Very well, Li Rufeng nodded. In the next moment, with a graceful wave of his hand, he led Ning Xiaoyu away from the Taichu small world. In the Tianyuan Xinyu, within the lofty halls of the Tianyuan sect, for figures stood suspended in midair, 2 men and 2 women. Junior sister, is the person you seek truly here? One of the men inquired. Indeed, the woman replied coolly. In that case, let us descend without delay. The sooner we eliminate that individual for you, the sooner we can return. This realm is unbearable. Each moment spent here is a torment, the man expressed with disdain. Agreed. The woman nodded, and then she glided towards the direction of the Tianyuan sect, followed promptly by the other 3. The woman referred to as junior sister was none other than Li Rufeng, the former fiancée of Su Yang, a person once deceased. She had not only been resurrected, but had also emerged from the mysterious divine realm. In the divine realm, Li Rufeng had joined a sect known as the Xinghe sect. Accompanying Li Rufeng to the mortal realm were her senior brothers, Qi Yuan, her eldest brother, Zhou Jinbiao, her second brother, and Huang Shui, her third sister. Together, they were all esteemed disciples of the sect's leader. Due to Li Rufeng's remarkable talent and her striking beauty, she was highly favored within the sect. This was the reason behind her descent into the mortal realm, accompanied by 3 senior disciples. Meanwhile, as Li Rufeng and her companions approached the Tianyuan sect, Su Yang abruptly opened his eyes within the great hall of the sect. Chapter 0. The Reemergence of Li Rufeng, the Star Sea sect of the divine realm. This aura. Why does it seem somewhat familiar? Su Yang furrowed his brow. It is her. Moments later, Su Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and rushed out of the grand hall. Outside, Li Rufeng had already descended upon the plaza of the Tianyuan sect. The sudden appearance of Li Rufeng and her companions instantly drew the attention and wariness of the Tianyuan sect disciples. Who are you? Soon, Li Rufeng and her companions found themselves surrounded by the disciples of the Tianyuan sect, one of whom stepped forward to question them. Mere ants from the lower realm dare to question us, truly seeking death. In response to the inquiry from the Tianyuan sect disciple, Zhou Jinbiao scoffed. In the next moment, Zhou Jinbiao stepped forward and unleashed a sword strike toward the questioning disciple. In an instant, a fierce sword aura erupted. The Tianyuan sect disciple, caught off guard, succumbed to the effortless blow. What? He is dead just like that? How weak. Ha ha. Observing the bisected corpse, Zhou Jinbiao burst into laughter. You, how dare you kill someone? Today, none of you shall leave the Tianyuan sect alive. Witnessing Zhou Jinbiao's sudden act of violence, the remaining Tianyuan sect disciples were instantly enraged. Just an insignificant insect. If he dies, so be it. Not only will I kill him, but I shall also slay all of you. Zhou Jinbiao replied nonchalantly. In the next instant, Zhou Jinbiao swung his sword, releasing an even more formidable sword aura that wreaked havoc in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy pierced through the bodies of the surrounding Tianyuan sect disciples. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the Tianyuan sect disciples encircling Li Rufeng began to spew blood, subsequently losing their lives. At that moment, Su Yang arrived at the plaza. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of fallen Tianyuan sect disciples. Instantly, Su Yang's expression darkened, and the god-slaying spear quietly appeared in his grasp. It is indeed you, Li Rufeng. Su Yang raised his gaze to Li Rufeng, who stood not far away, his eyes brimming with fury. Su Yang, did you not anticipate this? I am still alive. I had intended to kill you during our last encounter in the Tianyuan Continent, but alas, I could not find your trace after searching for so long. This time, I shall personally send you on your way. Li Rufeng stepped forward, a trace of mockery gracing her lips. Humph, you remain just as insufferable as before. Every word and action of yours disgusts me. I was able to kill you once. I can certainly do so again. I do not understand how you managed to come back to life, but your greatest folly is daring to appear before me once more. Now that you are here, Do not expect to leave unscathed. Su Yang replied coldly. Ha ha ha, young man, you truly have the audacity to speak so boldly. Ru Yin, do not hesitate. What is there to discuss with such a frog at the bottom of the well? Eliminate him, and your inner demons shall be vanquished. Upon our return, you shall ascend to the next realm. At this moment, Qi Yuan, the elder brother, stepped forward to speak. Indeed, sister, a mere insect from the lower realm. Dispose of him swiftly. Our esteemed master advised us to return promptly. Lingering in the lower realm serves us no purpose, echoed the third sister, Huang Shui. I understand, and I appreciate your reminders, brothers and sisters. Su Yang, do not say I do not grant you an opportunity. Strike me with all your might. Should you manage to force me back a single step, I shall grant you a more merciful demise. Lu Ru Yin spoke calmly. Humph, that is precisely why I deem you foolish. Do you take me for a fool? While I harbor a strong desire to end your life, I am not so dim-witted as to overlook the disparity in our strengths. Such reckless bravado is the folly of an imbecile, Su Yang retorted disdainfully. What did you say? You dare to call me foolish? You seek death. Do you think that if you refrain from attacking, I shall spare you today? Since you refuse to acknowledge your place, prepare to die. With Su Yang's scornful words, Lu Ru Yin could no longer maintain her composure, drawing her sword to strike at him. Huh, you call me foolish, yet you are the one who is flustered? I may not be able to defeat you, but that does not mean I shall sit idly by. Come forth, master. Su Yang bellowed, shattering the token he had held tightly in his palm. As the token shattered, in the next moment, Li Rufeng's figure appeared before Su Yang. Upon his arrival, Li Rufeng sensed a powerful attack hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to deflect the assault. This aura, you are not beings of the celestial realm. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Ru Yin and her companions, speaking in a neutral tone. Little Yang, is that not your betrothed? Upon seeing Lu Ru Yin's visage, Li Rufeng was taken aback. Cough, cough, master, she is my former betrothed, Su Yang replied in response. Close enough. You are not of the celestial realm. Could it be you hail from the divine realm? Li Rufeng inquired of Lu Ru Yin and her companions. And who might you be? Where we come from is of no concern to you. Be wise and depart quickly. Zhou Jinbiao interjected coldly in response to Li Rufeng's inquiry. Bang! In the next moment, Zhou Jinbiao's body suddenly erupted. Very well. Now there are no more annoying flies. You shall answer my questions, Li Rufeng said, retracting his right hand and turning to Huang Shui beside Lu Ru Yin. You, what have you done? Huang Shui gazed in disbelief at Zhou Jinbiao, who had suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Bang! Next, you. Li Rufeng retracted his right hand and turned to Qi Yuan, speaking with a casual tone. Yes, we hail from the Sea of Stars in the divine realm. At this moment, Qi Yuan, realizing there was no room for hesitation, promptly responded. Oh, the Sea of Stars in the divine realm? What brings you to the immortal realm? Li Rufeng continued his inquiry. It is concerning junior sister Rian. Our master sent us forward to the mortal realm to resolve her inner demons. Qi Yuan replied. Inner demons? I see. Thank you for your answer. Since you have arrived together, you may depart together as well. Bang! In the next instant, Li Rufeng raised his hand and sent Qi Yuan away. After dealing with these three, Li Rufeng's gaze turned to Lu Rian. You seem unafraid of me. Are you not concerned that I might take your life? Observing Lu Rian's calm demeanor, Li Rufeng inquired nonchalantly. Why should I fear? You cannot kill me. If you doubt it, feel free to try. Lu Rian replied without flinching. Intriguing. If I am not mistaken, you are not Lu Rian. Am I correct? Li Rufeng suddenly chuckled. What? Not Lu Rian? This is impossible. Master, even if she were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize her. She is undoubtedly Lu Rian. Before Lu Rian could speak, Su Yang immediately countered. Master understands your urgency, but please hold your horses for a moment. What I mean is, her soul at this moment is no longer Lu Rian. In other words, someone has taken possession of Lu Rian's body. With this explanation, you should now comprehend the situation, right? As Su Yang's emotions ran high, Li Rufeng quickly clarified. Chapter 0. The manipulator behind the scenes, the barrier shatters occupying a body? This. The true Lu Rian. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's explanation, Su Yang was immediately taken aback. She should be considered dead, right? Although her body remains. Her soul has departed. Alas, my condolences. Li Rufeng suddenly sighed. Master, I would rather she be dead. What do you mean by condolences? Su Yang spoke with exasperation, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Oh, my apologies, it's just a habit. Hee. Li Rufeng chuckled awkwardly. How did you discern that? I believed I had concealed my flaws quite well. Even the beings from the divine realm could not detect that this body has been inhabited by a different soul. Just then, the Lu Ruyan opposite them suddenly spoke. Ah, that's a secret. Well, enough of this chatter. Should you seek trouble again, remember to come in your true form. Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ruyan's body exploded. However, unlike the previous three, she did not dissipate into a mist of blood. Master, has Lu Ruyan perished? Upon seeing her vanish, Su Yang promptly inquired. No, merely a clone. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that her appearance this time is far from simple. Xiaoyang, be more vigilant in the future. This woman has remained utterly composed from the beginning. Moreover, the strike she aimed at you earlier bore no trace of murderous intent. This alone indicates that her visit was not meant to harm you, Li Rufeng said gravely. Not here to kill me, but if not for that, what could she possibly want? Surely at ISNT merely out of boredom? Su Yang pondered. Who can say? She is your fiancée, if you are unaware. Then how could I possibly know? Just be cautious. Perhaps this woman has inherited Lu Ruyan's memories and has taken a liking to you, desiring your body. Li Rufeng jested. Master, your conjecture is quite clever, but please refrain from further guessing. Su Yang felt at a loss for words upon hearing Li Rufeng's remarks. Haha. Very well then. Should you encounter this woman again, remain alert. I shall take my leave now. With that, Li Rufeng's figure dissipated from the spot. Afterward, Su Yang chose not to dwell on the matter further and turned to walk towards the grand hall of the sect. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the divine realm, a figure slowly opened their eyes. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Ruyan. Beside Lu Ruyan sat a man clad in black. How are you? He inquired upon noticing her wakefulness. I have encountered that individual. His power is formidable. Despite his realm being merely at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor, he wields an eerie force. In the face of that power, even my avatar could be extinguished with a mere gesture, Lu Ruyan replied candidly. Oh, this is rather intriguing. I wondered why that piece was gradually slipping from my grasp. It appears a significant figure is backing him, the man in black remarked nonchalantly. What do you intend to do? Lu Ruyan questioned. What to do? No, I do not plan to intervene. You know me. I fear death above all else. To offend an unknown formidable entity for the sake of a mere piece is not worth the risk. Furthermore, sometimes allowing events to unfold naturally is the wisest course. My previous interventions have led to the premature obsolescence of several pieces. Thus, this time, I intend to be a mere observer. At worst, I shall accept the most unfavorable outcome. After all, I have ample time. If this piece becomes useless, I can simply procure another. Yet, I have a hunch that this time, perhaps the outcome I desire will manifest, the man in black responded with calmness. Suit yourself. And what of the promise you made to me? Lu Ruyan inquired. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. This divine pill will enable you to successfully break through to the next realm, the man in black said as he presented a pill to Lu Ruyan. Thank you. I have conveyed all I needed to say. I shall take my leave now. After accepting the pill, Lu Ruyan exchanged a few words before turning away without hesitation. Su Yang, do not disappoint me. I have high hopes for you. And as for that significant figure behind you, should the opportunity arise, I would indeed like to pay a visit in person, the man in black murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation gracing his lips after Lu Ruyan had departed. Meanwhile, near the Tianyuan Continent, two figures stood in the endless void. Their gaze was fixed upon the location of the Tianyuan Continent. Are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? I do not believe individuals of the sort you describe would appear in this place. It would be a waste of time, spoke the woman among them. No, that person is undoubtedly extraordinary. I have investigated him before. Although I found nothing particularly unusual, I have an intuition that he conceals secrets even I cannot fathom, the man replied. Forget it, do as you wish. In any case, I do not believe anyone could pass your test in such a place. I shall go check on my daughter. As her words faded, the woman's figure vanished, transforming into a fleeting light that entered the Tianyuan Continent. Sigh, if only you knew the connection between your daughter and that individual, and how intricate it is, you would likely think differently. Perhaps it is for the best that you remain unaware. I genuinely fear that in a fit of impulse, you might send that little one away. Gazing in the direction where the woman had disappeared, the man mused quietly. Ling Tian. In the next moment, the man suddenly called out softly, "My lord." Instantly, a figure appeared before him, displaying a demeanor of utmost reverence. You shall test that young one shortly. Just do not kill him. I need you to extract all of his hidden cards. The man instructed. Yes, my lord. Shall I seek him out now? Ling Tian inquired. No need. Let him come here. The celestial realm cannot withstand your aura. Do you see that protective barrier? Shatter it, and he will surely come rushing. The man pointed towards the outermost barrier of the Tianyuan Continent. Understood. Ling Tian responded. In that case, off you go. The man commanded. Yes, my lord. After the reply, Ling Tian turned and headed towards the Tianyuan Continent. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian arrived before the outermost barrier of the Tianyuan Continent. With a decisive motion, he raised his finger and gently poked at the barrier. In that very instant of contact, the barrier shattered effortlessly, showcasing Ling Tian's formidable power. Simultaneously, at the moment the barrier broke, Li Rufeng, who was in the celestial realm, abruptly sat up. What is happening? The protective barrier I set up has been breached. Could it be someone from the Time Temple? Li Rufeng murmured to himself. Aside from the Time Temple, he could not fathom who else would venture to the Tianyuan Continent. Never mind. The Tianyuan Continent is not as simple as it appears. Even if someone from the Time Temple were to arrive, they would surely gain nothing. After all, the last aura I sensed was beyond my comprehension. With such a presence, the Tianyuan Continent ought to be safe. With this thought, Li Rufeng settled back down, no longer concerning himself with the matter of the shattered barrier. Chapter 0. The 3 moves that determine victory or defeat. The appearance of the Emperor's banner. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyuan Continent, Ling Tian awaited the arrival of Li Rufeng in silence. However, as time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. What is going on? That young man should have sensed the barrier being breached by now. Why has he not yet appeared? Not far away, a man, eager to witness the unfolding drama, could no longer contain his impatience. After waiting for most of the day without the anticipated appearance of Li Rufeng, his disappointment was palpable. Master, should I go find him? He suggested. I could send a clone into the immortal realm. It shouldn't cause it to shatter. Moments later, Ling Tian returned to the man and spoke. Forget it. Since this young man does not come, I shall summon him myself. If you cannot incapacitate him, make sure to give him a thorough beating. The man, visibly frustrated, replied. Understood, master. Seeing the man in such a fluster for the first time, Ling Tian's expression turned slightly awkward. All right, you go prepare, he instructed. With that, the man raised his hand and grasped at the void before him. In an instant, a rift in space materialized. On the other side, within the immortal realm, Li Rufeng was savoring a cup of tea in leisurely contentment. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared before him. Sensing the abrupt spatial disturbance, Li Rufeng's demeanor shifted to one of utmost caution. However, before he could react, a formidable force enveloped him and thrust him into the rift. When Li Rufeng re-emerged, he found himself suspended in the void beside the Tianyuan Continent. What is happening? Li Rufeng's expression grew grave, his heart filled with astonishment. From the earlier aura, he discerned that his assailant possessed extraordinary strength. He could not fathom who would dare to make a move against him, nor could he grasp the reason behind the attack. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Li Rufeng soon spotted Ling Tian, and his expression turned serious. The system's panel indicated that Ling Tian's level was marked with a dangerous red, and the designation of his realm was something Li Rufeng had never encountered. Instantly, Li Rufeng became alert, unwilling to underestimate this encounter. If you wish to know who I am, it depends on whether you possess the qualification to find out. Come, do not say I am bullying you. I shall give you 3 moves. Use your utmost strength to strike me. If you can compel me to use my defensive measures within those 3 moves, I shall concede your victory. Ling Tian wasted no time in challenging Li Rufeng to attack him. You expect me to attack just because you say so? And who exactly are you? Brought here. Is it merely to provoke me into an attack? At this moment, Li Rufeng felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ling Tian had sought him out. Before discerning the true intentions of his counterpart, Li Rufeng resolved to observe the situation closely. You lack the privilege to refuse. You must surely sense that my prowess far surpasses yours. Allowing you to strike first is not a matter of soliciting your consent. Furthermore, should you choose not to act, you will find no further opportunity to do so. Ling Tian gazed down at Li Rufeng, his tone calm as he spoke. Damn it, for the first time, someone is flaunting their superiority before me. System, with my current strength, could I eliminate him? Having been underestimated for the first time, Li Rufeng could no longer endure it and discreetly inquired of the system. Ding. To the esteemed host, under normal circumstances, you would certainly not be a match for this individual. However, there is no need for excessive concern. With the primordial indestructible body and the eternal soul, this person cannot kill you. At most, you would merely endure a severe beating. I have always been the one delivering the blows. How could I be subjected to such humiliation? If I were to harness the power of the primordial small world, could I contend with him? Given the current strength of the primordial small world, the odds are about 70 to 30. However, the system does not recommend you utilize the power of the primordial small world. Why is that? Li Rufeng pressed for clarification. Firstly, the primordial small world has only just entered its evolutionary stage. Should you overextend its power, it may yield unpredictable consequences for the primordial small world. Secondly, there exists a presence nearby that is far more formidable than the individual before you. Exposing the existence of the primordial small world prematurely would not be a prudent choice. What? There is an even more powerful presence nearby? Damn, I am being targeted. Could it be the Time Temple? Or someone else? Moreover, if their intent is to take my life, why do they not act directly? What could their true purpose be? Upon hearing the system's words, Li Rufeng's expression grew grave, his mind riddled with uncertainty. According to the system's investigation, the other party has not exhibited any murderous intent towards you, esteemed host. As for their objectives, you must seek to uncover them on your own. No murderous intent? Then, it follows that they are not from the Time Temple. Alas, matters seem to have grown considerably more intricate. Very well. I shall proceed one step at a time. After all, I am immortal. If worst comes to worst, I can find an opportunity to escape. Once I have amassed sufficient strength, I shall return to settle the score with them. After pondering for an extended period, Li Rufeng could not fathom why the other party had chosen him. He decided to cease his contemplation. Are you certain you want me to make the first 3 moves? What if, after those 3 moves, I have not compelled you to employ any defensive measures? Li Rufeng collected his thoughts and then lifted his gaze to Ling Tian, inquiring in a calm manner. Nothing much, except you might end up receiving a thorough beating. However, you need not worry excessively. I shall not take your life. If I intended to kill you, you wouldn't even have the chance to lay eyes on me. Ling Tian responded with an unwavering demeanor. Very well. Given that, I hope you remain as composed as you are now, Li Rufeng remarked nonchalantly. As his words faded, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from his original position and reappeared directly opposite Ling Tian. Get ready, this is my first move. The Emperor's banner, arise. With a powerful shout, a banner exuding a profound black aura manifested in Li Rufeng's hand. After a prolonged period of nurturing, the power of the Emperor's banner had reached a terrifying level. Even a peak celestial emperor would be mere fodder before it, had it not been for encountering such a formidable opponent as Ling Tian. Li Rufeng would have never resorted to using the Emperor's banner, for he deemed it beneath him to wield such immense power for trivial matters. Dark energy? Are you a practitioner of demonic arts? Upon witnessing the Emperor's banner, Ling Tian's expression shifted slightly, particularly as he sensed the overwhelming black energy emanating from it. What is the matter? Are you troubled by this? Li Rufeng inquired, his tone indifferent. No, I am merely a bit surprised. However, I must caution you. While dark energy possesses formidable might, it can easily corrupt one's mind. Once you succumb to darkness, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate yourself, Ling Tian stated calmly. Oh, you are quite the good Samaritan. In light of your words, I shall temper my strikes, Li Rufeng admitted, somewhat taken aback by Ling Tian's unexpected words, feeling that perhaps Ling Tian was not as insufferable as he had initially thought. Nonetheless, he would not forget Ling Tian's earlier underestimation of him. No, please. Do not hold back. Come, strike here. Let me witness the extent of your strength that has garnered the Master's attention. Ling Tian suddenly laughed heartily, raising his hand and pointing to his chest, signaling Li Rufeng to direct his attack. Chapter 0. Through the River of Time, Summoning the Future Being Master? It appears that the Master he refers to must be the formidable being concealed nearby, Li Rufeng pondered quietly. Well, since you mention it, if I were to refuse, wouldn't it imply that I am lacking in respect towards you? Human Sovereign Banner, go. With these words, Li Rufeng raised his hand and hurled the human sovereign banner towards Ling Tian. In the next moment, countless souls erupted from the banner, surging directly towards Ling Tian. Instantly, a dense black mist enveloped a vast expanse of the void. "Too weak," Ling Tian remarked, his expression unchanging as he observed the souls, shrouded in swirling black mist, rushing towards him. However, to refine such a powerful treasure in this place is indeed commendable. Given enough time, this object might truly be able to harm me. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the attacks of the human sovereign banner struck Ling Tian, and in an instant, he was completely engulfed by the black mist. Within the mist, the sounds of collision echoed incessantly. This continued for several breaths before the cacophony gradually subsided. Clap. Retract. Seeing the assault conclude, Li Rufeng snapped his fingers, preparing to call back the black mist from the human sovereign banner. Shortly thereafter, as Li Rufeng issued his command, the black mist enveloping Ling Tian began to dissipate. In a short while, the mist was entirely reclaimed by the human sovereign banner, revealing Ling Tian once more. However, what left Li Rufeng with a grave expression was that Ling Tian bore not a single mark of injury. His attire remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Moreover, Li Rufeng did not sense that Ling Tian had employed any defensive measures. This indicated that Ling Tian had withstood the fierce assault of the human sovereign banner solely through his physical strength. "Continue. You still have 2 moves?" Ling Tian's voice resonated once again. No need for you to remind me." In response to Ling Tian's provoking remarks, Li Rufeng replied coolly. The inability to harm him even slightly rendered the situation somewhat troublesome. Ordinary methods would certainly prove insufficient, and the power of the primordial small world could not be easily invoked. Thus, it seemed there was no choice but to resort to that one technique. "I hope it succeeds." After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng quickly formed a plan in his mind. "I shall only execute 1 move from here on. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat. However, it is regrettable that the word defeat does not exist in my vocabulary." Spatial forbidden technique. As the words left his lips, a violent surge of energy erupted from Li Rufeng's body. Simultaneously, streams of temporal power manifested around him. This commotion caused Ling Tian's brow to furrow in concern. This is the power of time. The profound force of time is truly astonishing. One can hardly fathom that at such a tender age, he has comprehended the path of time to such an extent. Even that esteemed individual could not have achieved this at his age, could he? Not far away, a man, covertly observing, was taken aback upon sensing the emanating power of time from Li Rufeng. This revelation only fortified the man's belief that Li Rufeng harbored secrets beyond his understanding. "Well, you are quite remarkable. I am Ling Tian, and I confess I underestimated you. However, if you believe that this level of temporal power can harm me, you might be mistaken." Ling Tian ceased to belittle Li Rufeng, even revealing his name as a gesture of respect. "Haha, Ling Tian, a splendid name indeed. Yet, you are mistaken in one regard. I have never thought that such an attack could inflict harm upon you. The main event is yet to come. Prepare to savor it. Through the river of time, summon forth the embodiment of the future. Appear." With a commanding shout, Li Rufeng triggered a sudden tremor in the surrounding space. In the next moment, a void passage began to materialize directly above him. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted as the void unexpectedly reacted. Above the passage, a tumultuous blend of purple and black lightning manifested. "What is this? The ancestral destruction thunder. How is this possible? What method did this young one employ to summon such ancient lightning?" Nearby, the hidden man gasped in astonishment. Just then, a figure materialized beside him. It was the woman who had previously accompanied him. "What is happening? How did you attract the ancient divine thunder? Do you intend to strike down our daughter?" she queried sharply upon their first meeting. No, it wasn't me. Besides, even if you offered me tenfold courage, I would never dare to harm our daughter," the man replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Not you? Then who could it be, apart from the 2 of us, who possesses the power to summon the ancient divine thunder?" The woman pressed on. "An excellent question. Aside from us, there is indeed one other who can call forth the ancient divine thunder. Look in that direction. It is that young one who has summoned it," the man stated, pointing towards Li Rufeng. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze toward the direction indicated. Upon witnessing the temporal power radiating from Li Rufeng and the void passage above him, she fell silent. What do you think? It seems that the ancient divine thunder is indeed aimed at that void passage. It remains a mystery how that little fellow managed it, the man began. Is he truly the one you speak of? The woman suddenly inquired. Indeed, he is. Now you must trust my judgment, do you not? The moment I laid eyes on that little one, I sensed his extraordinary potential. In hindsight, I was correct, the man said with a hint of pride. So, do you intend to nurture him? The woman asked. Naturally. The ability to attract the ancient divine thunder speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. By the way, we require more powerful allies to deal with those adversaries. I have an intuition. Should this young one reach his full potential, he may surpass us. Perhaps, he might even stand alongside that being, or dare I say, even exceed him. The man nodded thoughtfully. What? Are you placing too much importance on him? Surpassing you and me is one thing, but that entity is not so easily eclipsed, the woman questioned. Who knows? It's merely a hunch. Besides, I sincerely hope my intuition is correct. Gazing at Li Rufeng in the distance, the man suddenly wore a knowing smile. What makes you smile? Even if he were to reach or surpass that being, what does it have to do with you? The woman, puzzled by his sudden amusement, asked. Is it? For now, it has no bearing on me. But who can say what the future holds? Perhaps it might concern you as well, the man replied with a subtle smile. Concern me? What do you mean by that? The woman grew more perplexed by his words. It is not for me to say, not yet. In due time, you shall understand. After all, nothing has transpired yet, so discussing it would be futile. The man shook his head and spoke mysteriously. Meanwhile, on Li Rufeng's side, the void passage had fully formed. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura surged forth from the void passage. Chapter 0, The Ancient Divine Thunder. The Emergence of the Future Self-Boom. At that moment, an endless cascade of the ancient divine thunder descended upon the void passage. This spectacle sent a shiver down Ling Tian's spine. The ancient divine thunder. This young man actually managed to summon the ancient divine thunder. Even I am incapable of such a feat. How could he achieve it? My lord, I beg your forgiveness for not being able to unleash my wrath upon him. This boy's ability to summon the ancient divine thunder foretells that his future strength will undoubtedly surpass mine. To offend him now would be akin to courting death. At this moment, Ling Tian's gaze toward Li Rufeng transformed completely, tinged with an unmistakable hint of trepidation. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, wave after wave of the ancient divine thunder struck the void passage, seemingly intent on utterly obliterating it. Damn it, please do not fail. I have drained my power to perform this technique. Should it fail, I fear I shall be unable to summon it again for quite some time. Gazing at the void passage, continuously assaulted by the ancient divine thunder, Li Rufeng silently prayed. How dare such a minuscule thunder act so brazenly? Begone! Suddenly, an immensely authoritative and intimidating voice resonated from the void passage. Bang! In an instant, the ancient divine thunder that had approached the void passage was dispersed by an inexplicable force. It worked. I never anticipated that the forbidden technique I conjured out of boredom would succeed. This shall become one of my formidable trump cards. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the void passage, a joyous smile graced Li Rufeng's face. Meanwhile, a figure gradually emerged from the void passage, resembling Li Rufeng to an uncanny degree. Only Li Rufeng understood that this figure was his future self. The oppressive aura. I have only felt it from my lord before. Moreover, how could this figure bear such a striking resemblance to him? As he beheld the future self stepping forth from the void passage, Ling Tian was utterly astounded. Boom. Just then, the dispersed ancient divine thunder reassembled and surged toward the future self emerging from the void passage. Do you think I have shown you leniency? If you do not depart, I shall annihilate you. The future self, coldly gazing at the approaching ancient divine thunder, spoke with an impassive tone. You have overstepped your bounds. Depart now, and I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before all. The ancient divine thunder, which had been rushing toward Li Rufeng's future self, abruptly halted, transforming into a figure that then spoke. Nonsense. I did not come here of my own volition. I was summoned, thus it cannot be deemed as overstepping. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to extinguish you again. Future self retorted defiantly in response to the ominous warning of the Zixiao Annihilation Divine Thunder. You. The mere utterance of future self's words sent the Zixiao Annihilation Divine Thunder into a furious tremor. Enough. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I shall merely observe and will not bring any harm to this realm of time and space. Moreover, if I were to take action, do you truly believe you could thwart me? Even your master may not be able to impede my will, future self continued. Very well. I shall depart immediately. I hope you keep your word. Moreover, you must vacate this time and space within the span of an incense stick, lest you cause unnecessary disturbances. The Zixiao Annihilation Divine Thunder conceded, his tone rife with compromise. Had you spoken thus earlier, we would not be in this predicament. Now, be swift, future self replied coolly. It was commendable that he could summon his future self in such a moment. Let it be. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. With that, the Zixiao Annihilation Divine Thunder lowered his gaze towards Li Rufeng and silently lamented. Subsequently, the Zixiao Annihilation Divine Thunder began to dissipate gradually. At last, he is gone. The atmosphere is much more serene now. With a mutter, future self vanished from his original position and reappeared before Li Rufeng in the blink of an eye. You. Li Rufeng found himself at a loss for words upon the sudden appearance of future self. You need not say anything. Everything has unfolded as I anticipated. My time is limited, so you must heed my words closely. Otherwise, one day, you shall come to regret it, future self declared suddenly. What do you mean? Li Rufeng inquired, confusion etched across his face. Firstly, gather the power of belief to accelerate the evolution of the primordial small world. Secondly, the path to the origin chaos lies in comprehending the origin Dao Qi. Thirdly, future self neglected to address Li Rufeng's question and continued speaking to himself. What is the third point? Pray, continue, Li Rufeng urged as future self abruptly halted. Oh, that slipped my mind. Hee, future self chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head with an apologetic smile. You, forget it. To chastise you would be akin to cursing myself. I shall endure. What do you wish me to do with this information? And what is the origin chaos? Li Rufeng pressed further. The time will come when you shall know. Some things, when spoken at length, may yield unforeseen consequences. Well then, I have said all that I needed to. As for how much you can change, that is entirely up to you. I implore you not to repeat the mistakes I have made. This time, do not allow those who matter to you to slip away. Please, for my sake. As the words fell, the manifestation of my future began to gradually dissipate. What do you truly mean? Furthermore, whom will I lose? Before departing, do clarify your words. Observing the fading figure, Li Rufeng quickly pressed for answers. All. In response to Li Rufeng's inquiries, the future self suddenly uttered. All. What does that encompass? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding enveloped Li Rufeng. The literal meaning. Indeed, I have expended considerable energy to come and meet you. It is likely I will be unable to see you again for quite some time. Henceforth, everything rests upon your shoulders. I have faith in you. You shall not let me down. No, you must not let me down. With those final words, the future self completely vanished. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, before its complete dissolution, the future self's consciousness swept across the Tianyuan Continent and the immortal realm. As if sensing something, a smile graced the lips of the future self in its final moments. After its disappearance, Li Rufeng found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Initially, he had merely sought to summon his future self to aid him against Ling Tian, but the unfolding events clearly exceeded his expectations. Particularly the statements made by the future self, laden with implications that left Li Rufeng momentarily bewildered. System. Does the power of belief accelerate the evolution of the primordial small world? After pondering for a while, Li Rufeng suddenly inquired of the system. Chapter 0. The Emergence of the Divine Master and the Two Esteemed Lords. Beep. Affirmative. However, the power of faith must originate from the primordial small world. The power of faith from other realms can only augment your strength and cannot influence the evolution of the primordial small world. The power of faith within the primordial small world? It seems that life has begun to flourish there. It appears I shall need to pay them a visit soon, and simultaneously initiate the establishment of faith. Reflecting on the system's words, Li Rufeng pondered thoughtfully. What about the origin chaos C and the origin Dao Qi? What are these entities? The origin chaos C is an enigmatic expanse. It is said to have existed long before the birth of the world. The 3,000 great avenues emerged from the origin chaos C. The subsequent myriad realms are inextricably linked to it. As for the origin Dao Qi, it is a power contained within the origin Chaos Sea. Moreover, the strength of the 3,000 great avenues is birthed from the origin Dao Qi. To master the origin Dao Qi is to wield the power of the 3,000 great avenues. Time power, space power, causal power, fate power, and so forth. Such formidable strength? If I master the origin Dao Qi, does that not mean I command the power of the 3,000 great avenues? Indeed, esteemed host. However, due to the extraordinary nature of the origin Dao Qi, acquiring it will be an immensely challenging endeavor. Challenging? I fear not the trials of difficulty. Furthermore, system, surely you possess a means to assist me in mastering the origin Dao Qi, do you not? Li Rufeng inquired. Although uncertain as to why the future self spoke of the origin Dao Qi, he understood that regardless of the challenges, he must indeed conquer it. That is a given. Provided that sufficient kill points are amassed, not only can the system facilitate your mastery of the origin Dao Qi, but it can also procure powers even greater. Of course, should fortune smile upon you, the rewards from sign-in or various tasks may very well include the origin Dao Qi. The system responded. Kill points? Such power surely demands a copious amount of kill points. How long might it take to gather enough for the origin Dao Qi? As for the rewards from sign-ins and tasks, that seems even less feasible. After so many sign-ins, I have only encountered the power of the great avenues a few times. Alas, I shall take it one step at a time. I do not even know the location of the origin Chaos Sea. How can I hope to master the origin Dao Qi? Li Rufeng murmured softly. Meanwhile, as Li Rufeng remained engrossed in his conversation with the system, a figure quietly emerged beside the man and woman who had previously gathered to observe. An elderly man, adorned with a crown of white hair and clad in garments of purest white, approached. Your Excellency, the Divine Lord, it is an honor to see you. What brings you here? Upon beholding the elder's visage, both the man and the woman bowed respectfully. Ah, it is you too, the sovereign of the heavenly way and the sovereign of fortune. What brings you to this place? The Divine Lord inquired with a tone of mild curiosity. Esteemed Lord, we have come to visit our daughter, which is why we find ourselves here. May I ask what has drawn you to this location? The man, identified as the sovereign of the heavenly way, stepped forward to speak. I nearly forgot about that young girl. How goes your plan? Do you require my assistance? The Divine Lord responded with a sudden smile upon hearing the sovereign's words. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Everything is proceeding smoothly for the time being. The sovereign of the heavenly way replied. That is reassuring. Your efforts are aimed at dealing with those individuals, I presume. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach me, the Divine Lord assured. Certainly. Should the need arise, we will surely seek your guidance, my lord. The sovereign of the heavenly way replied with utmost respect. Very well. There are no outsiders present, so you need not be overly formal. I have come here due to sensing a power that rivals my own. You should be aware of what transpired here moments ago. Please, share your insights with me. The Divine Lord commanded. A power that rivals yours. This, could it be that figure from before? Upon hearing the Divine Lord's words, both the sovereign of the heavenly way and the sovereign of fortune revealed expressions of astonishment. It seems you truly possess some knowledge. Do enlighten me, the Divine Lord remarked, noticing their exaggerated reactions. Indeed, the matter is as follows. At that time, without hesitation, the sovereign of the heavenly way succinctly recounted the events surrounding Li Rufeng's summoning of his future self. I see. A future self, you say? Quite intriguing. What are your thoughts on this individual? The Divine Lord inquired suddenly after listening to the sovereign's account. My lord, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? The sovereign of the heavenly way cautiously probed in response to the Divine Lord's question. Naturally, I seek the truth. Speak freely, the Divine Lord encouraged. Ahem. Then I shall be candid. To be honest, I believe this young man possesses a talent for the path of time that is not inferior to yours. In fact, he may even surpass you, the sovereign of the heavenly way stated frankly. Haha, well said. I appreciate your forthrightness. You are correct, in terms of the path of time. His talent indeed exceeds mine. No, it should be said that it is vastly superior. At the very least, I find myself unable to summon my future self. It would have been splendid if such an extraordinarily gifted individual had appeared earlier. Now that he has emerged, I cannot help but wonder if it is still timely. As these thoughts unfolded, the Divine Lord suddenly displayed a visage of worry. My lord, how can we know unless we attempt it? Furthermore, if he truly possesses such abilities, We must spare no effort to provide him with the time necessary to develop. The Lord of Heavenly Path interjected. Indeed, your words ring true. Perhaps I have been overthinking matters. Alas, I am growing old, and consequently, my concerns have multiplied. The Divine Lord shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness. My lord, there is no need for such self-reproach. Were it not for you over the years, this world would have likely. The Lord of Heavenly Path began, his tone steeped in reverence. Haha, enough. It is not solely my endeavor. You too have contributed significantly. For the sake of this world, you even sacrificed your own daughter. Sigh, look at me, rambling once more. Since you all have faith in this person, I shall grant him an opportunity. If he fails to seize it, then it can only be said to be fate. The Divine Lord sighed, seemingly having reached a momentous decision. My lord, are you referring to that? The opportunity we have labored so hard to secure, and you would so readily offer it? While this young man is undoubtedly talented. Upon hearing the Divine Lord's words, the Lord of Heavenly Path expressed his astonishment. Enough. My mind is made up. I am aware of your concerns. However, I have visited that place twice, each time returning in disappointment. Even if I were to venture there once more, I would likely find nothing of value. Given this, why not take a gamble? You hold him in high regard, do you not? Must it be that only you are permitted to hold such esteem for him, while I am not? Before the Lord of Heavenly Path could finish, the Divine Lord interjected. I would not presume to do so. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discussion. Whatever choice you make, my lord, I shall support it. The Lord of Heavenly Path replied respectfully. Ah, now that is the spirit. Very well, let us go together to meet this young man. The Divine Lord nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The Lord of Heavenly Path and the Lord of Fate followed suit, their forms also disappearing from sight. Soon, the three figures materialized before Li Rufeng. Chapter 0. The Purple Token and Two Personalities. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the three divine sovereigns, Li Rufeng's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Tian, I pay my respects to the divine sovereign. My lord, my lady. Seeing the divine sovereigns, Lin Tian hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, especially upon catching sight of the divine sovereign. Divine sovereign? Are they the formidable beings lurking in the shadows? I was led to believe there was only one. Yet here stand three. As Li Rufeng contemplated the trio before him, he was lost in thought. Ah, young one, what is your name? The divine sovereign inquired gently after a brief acknowledgement. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about others? Li Rufeng retorted, his voice steady. His response left the celestial sovereigns momentarily speechless. It was their first encounter with someone addressing the divine sovereign in such a manner. Haha, indeed. You are correct. They all refer to me as divine sovereign, and you may do the same. The divine sovereign replied with a warm smile, showing no sign of reproach towards Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng, you haven't come here merely to inquire about my name, have you? Li Rufeng stated calmly. Li Rufeng, a fine name. Since you have asked, I shall speak candidly. I possess an opportunity that could enhance your strength. I wonder if you might be interested? The divine sovereign proposed. Enhance my strength? Such an opportunity exists? Pray, tell me what I must offer in return, Li Rufeng asked, his demeanor unruffled. Nothing is required. If I must stipulate a condition, it would be this. When our world faces an external invasion, I hope you would lend your assistance. Of course, this is contingent upon your capability. Should your strength be insufficient for self-preservation, there is no obligation to intervene, the divine sovereign explained softly. External invasion? First, tell me how you intend to enhance my strength, and then I shall consider your proposition, Li Rufeng replied, furrowing his brow as he pondered the situation. Very well. I can transport you to a location where you may comprehend and cultivate various paths of power. However, the extent of your understanding will vary from individual to individual. I have visited this place twice and managed to grasp merely 6 paths of power. With your talent, you may well surpass my achievements. As the divine sovereign spoke, he raised his hand to unleash his own power. In the next moment, 6 orbs of differing attributes materialized in the palm of the divine sovereign. This is the power of time and the power of space. Gazing at the spheres of power held by the deity, Li Rufeng instantly recognized the 2 formidable forces of time and space. After all, he too wielded these powers. Indeed, aside from these, there existed destruction, thunder, sealing, and slaughter. I can sense that, in addition to the power of time, you possess other strengths. Thus, if you can cultivate in that realm, Your abilities will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, the deity proclaimed. What is the specific location you refer to? Li Rufeng inquired. The particulars remain unclear. All I know is that it lies within an endless void. To enter, one must traverse a special teleportation array. The faction that controls this array is known as the Purple Sky Palace. With this token, you may gain entry to the Purple Sky Palace and subsequently access that enigmatic void through the teleportation array. Originally, this token allowed for 3 uses, but now only one remains. I intend to bestow this opportunity upon you, the deity remarked, producing a token that shimmered in a hue of purple. Purple Sky Palace? Enigmatic void. Li Rufeng pondered deeply, his thoughts swirling. He was uncertain whether the deity's words held truth. However, he felt there was no need for deception from the deity towards him. A realm where one could cultivate various paths of power, akin to the Origin Chaos Sea. The birthplace of the 3,000 Great Paths. Could there be a connection between these 2 realms? At that moment, Li Rufeng was beset with questions, contemplating whether to accept the deity's terms. Are you certain there are no other conditions? After a prolonged silence, he slowly lifted his head and asked earnestly. Naturally, there is no need for me to deceive a junior like you. Moreover, the choice lies with you. If you suspect any ulterior motives on my part, you are free to decline, the deity replied with a smile. Very well, I consent. How shall I reach this Purple Sky Palace? Ultimately, Li Rufeng acquiesced to the deity's proposal. In comparison to merely enhancing his strength, he was far more intrigued by the potential connection between the mysterious void and the Origin Chaos Sea. After all, the future self had spoken of the Origin Chaos Sea before his dissolution. Although he had yet to fully grasp the significance of those words, Li Rufeng possessed an instinct that he must journey to the Origin Chaos Sea. Given the limited clues at hand, he resolved to take a chance. It's simple. Activate this token, and it will guide you to the Purple Sky Palace. Once there, individuals will escort you to the teleportation array, the deity responded. Is that so? Very well, there is no time to lose. I intend to depart immediately. Is that acceptable? Li Rufeng inquired. Now, I certainly have no objections. I wish you the best of luck. As the words left his lips, the deity raised his hand and infused a surge of power into the violet token. In the next moment, the token radiated a brilliant light. Once the brilliance dissipated, a spatial passage appeared before Li Rufeng. Go forth, take this token. Remember, once you reach the Purple Cloud Celestial Palace, do not cause any trouble. Otherwise, if the inhabitants there decide to act against you, I will be unable to rescue you. Additionally, proceed only according to your capabilities. While I hold great expectations for you, it is imperative that you return alive. The deity handed the violet token to Li Rufeng, then continued with his admonitions. Rest assured, no one in this world can bring about my demise. Li Rufeng replied confidently. By the way, may I inquire about the foreign enemies you mentioned earlier? I will disclose that to you once you return alive. For now, I can only tell you that even I am powerless to prevent their invasion. When the time comes, it will be a calamity for our world. All I can do is delay their entry as much as possible. I see a glimmer of hope in you, which is why I entrusted this token to you. Upon your return, should you not disappoint me, I will do everything in my power to facilitate your rapid growth. Conversely, let us act as if we have never met. The deity responded. Your words certainly place immense pressure on me. Given your sincerity, I shall intervene as necessary when those foreign enemies invade. As for your assistance in my growth, I prefer to forge my own path without others' interference. However, I do have several disciples, each possessing commendable talents. You seem quite formidable. Perhaps you could instruct them in their cultivation? In the future, they might aid you in combating those foreign foes. Li Rufeng suggested. Your disciples? Are you implying that you wish for me to teach them without compensation? Very well, since I find myself with nothing but time, I shall assist in their training. However, this means you owe me a favor for each of them. The deity remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Just a favor. In any case, I have nothing to lose. Here is the information about my disciples. Do not withhold your teachings. Impart to them genuine skills. Li Rufeng teased, extending the information of Su Yang and the others to the deity. Haha, rest assured, I am merely imparting knowledge to a few younger generations. As a revered deity, I have no intention of withholding wisdom, the deity chuckled. In that case, it could not be better. I shall entrust my disciples to you. With that, Li Rufeng waved his hand and stepped into a nearby spatial passage. In no time, Li Rufeng's figure vanished without a trace, and the spatial passage similarly dissipated into the ether. Chapter 0. The Celestial Palace of the Purple Sky, the Demon Clan. Alas, I hope his journey is smooth. The Divine Lord sighed lightly as he gazed at the spot where Li Rufeng had vanished. My lord, we have done what we could. The outcome is beyond our control, spoke the Lord of Heavenly Dao, stepping forward. Indeed, it is time for me to take my leave. That young man has taken on several commendable disciples. I shall go and see for myself. With that, the Divine Lord's figure dissipated into thin air. Farewell, esteemed Divine Lord. Upon his departure, both the Lord of Heavenly Dao and the Lord of Destiny promptly expressed their respects. I never expected this young man to earn the Lord's favor. Quite commendable. My admiration for him grows. I sincerely hope he returns safely. After the Divine Lord's exit, the Lord of Heavenly Dao remarked softly, How is it that you seem more concerned for that young man than for your own daughter? Pray tell, is he perhaps your illegitimate son? The Lord of Destiny suddenly interjected with a teasing inquiry. Well, I would not mind such a scenario. With his talents, it would not be inappropriate to consider him my son, replied the Lord of Heavenly Dao. If that were to be overheard by others, you'd be the subject of their laughter for a lifetime, the Lord of Destiny retorted, shaking his head. Now, let us discuss serious matters. When do you plan to lift the seal on your daughter's body? We cannot afford to wait much longer. After a moment of silence, the Lord of Destiny shifted to a more serious tone. Let us wait a while longer. I have my own considerations. Alas, those wretched beings. Were it not for them, we would not have to scheme for so long. When next I encounter them, I shall unleash my wrath. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the Lord of Heavenly Dao. Under this oppressive presence, Ling Tian nearly succumbed to his knees. Enough, do not bring ruin to the Tianyuan Continent. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discussion. I will take my leave now. Your daughter is in your hands. With that, the Lord of Destiny turned and vanished. Ling Tian, you too should return. I have matters to attend to. After the Lord of Destiny departed, the Lord of Heavenly Dao addressed Ling Tian beside him. Yes, my lord. After acknowledging, Ling Tian also turned to disappear from sight. Soon after, the Lord of Heavenly Dao lifted his gaze towards the distant Tianyuan Continent and proceeded in that direction. All returned to a state of tranquility. Upon stepping into the spatial passage, Li Rufeng felt as though the world was spinning around him. In just a few brief moments, he found himself standing in a vast plaza. Surrounding the plaza were towering and magnificent edifices, each exuding an aura even more potent than that of the Divine Lord. Is this indeed the celestial palace of Zixiao? How splendid it is! Observing the surrounding edifices, Li Rufeng could not help but marvel inwardly. At that moment, a figure approached him. Li Rufeng swiftly sensed the presence drawing near and turned to gaze in that direction. In the next instant, a middle-aged man materialized before him. Clad in a robe of purple and black, the man bore a serious expression. Soon, he stood directly in front of Li Rufeng. Who are you? Li Rufeng inquired first. I am an elder of the celestial palace of Zixiao. You may call me Elder Zhao. Given your arrival, I assume you are already aware of this place's significance. Now, I must inspect your token. Once I confirm its authenticity, I shall escort you to the location of the teleportation array, Elder Zhao stated with a grave demeanor. Understood. Li Rufeng nodded and presented the purple token bestowed upon him by the Divine Lord to Elder Zhao. Upon receiving it, Elder Zhao promptly began his examination. After a brief moment, he stowed the token away and lifted his gaze to Li Rufeng. The token is valid. Follow me, he instructed before turning to lead the way. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng followed closely behind. Along the path, he encountered numerous individuals affiliated with the celestial palace of Zixiao, including disciples and elders alike. Without exception, their realms far surpassed his own, igniting within him a deeper curiosity about the nature of this formidable faction. Before long, guided by Elder Zhao, Li Rufeng arrived at the site of the teleportation array. There, dozens of arrays of various sizes were present, with many individuals traversing in and out. This teleportation array can convey you to your intended destination. However, I advise you to forfeit this opportunity. Elder Zhao indicated towards a nearby array, speaking in a measured tone. Elder Zhao, what do you mean by that? Why should I withdraw? Li Rufeng questioned, perplexed by Elder Zhao's words. Was it that old fellow, the Divine Lord? Who sent you here? Elder Zhao countered with a question of his own. Yes. Is there an issue with that? Li Rufeng replied, confused. None at all. I am somewhat acquainted with the Divine Lord. Out of respect for him, I merely suggest you relinquish this chance, Elder Zhao explained. May I inquire as to why? Li Rufeng asked directly. Because the members of the demon clan have also entered that teleportation array. Should you proceed, you will have to confront them. Your strength is far too inadequate. Facing the demon clan would only lead to your demise. If you wish to withdraw, now is still the time. Elder Zhao spoke softly. The celestial demon clan? I confess, I am somewhat perplexed by your statement. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Li Rufeng's expression turned to one of confusion. You are unaware? Did the Divine Lord fail to inform you? Seeing Li Rufeng's bewildered demeanor, Elder Zhao expressed mild surprise. No. Are they truly formidable? And even if they are, why should I fear them? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. If the Divine Lord has chosen to keep you in the dark, then why has he sent you here? Never mind. This matter does not concern me. Since you inquired, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten you on behalf of the Divine Lord. The realm you inhabit, the 9 heavens, is currently under siege by the celestial demon clan. I trust this clarifies your understanding? Elder Zhao continued. Is that so? I see. Well, this is indeed the first I have heard of it. I appreciate your warning, Elder Zhao. However, I have no intention of retreating. The celestial demon clan is insignificant. If they leave me be, that is sufficient. Should they seek their own demise, I would not hesitate to assist them on their journey. Li Rufeng stated indifferently. Oh, your bravado is quite remarkable. Since you are resolute in your stance, I shall refrain from further discourse. You may proceed. I shall inform the Divine Lord of your demise. You reckless fool, Elder Zhao remarked with an impassive expression. Elder Zhao, may your happiness prevail, Li Rufeng replied, and with that, he turned his attention toward the nearby teleportation array, disregarding Elder Zhao completely. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived before the teleportation array indicated by Elder Zhao. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. To lack divine prowess yet speak so boldly, alas, he courts his own demise, and I cannot intervene. Elder Zhao observed the spot where Li Rufeng had vanished, shaking his head slightly before turning to leave. Chapter 0. The Array of Barriers. The son of the Demon King. Upon traversing the teleportation array, Li Rufeng arrived at a vast square, nearly 10 miles in width. This entire expanse was enveloped by a formidable barrier. At the center of the square stood a colossal circular stone platform. Numerous figures were seated upon this platform. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng leaped onto the stone stage. Soon, he noticed several vacant positions on the platform, each intricately etched with a multitude of array symbols. The individuals already seated were surrounded by activated array symbols beneath them, seemingly drawing in an unseen force. Li Rufeng gazed upward at the barrier overhead and swiftly discerned a certain power from beyond it, continuously being attracted to those seated figures by the array symbols. It appeared that the symbols were absorbing a particular force from outside the barrier, which these individuals began to refine and assimilate. This was intriguing. Could it be that beyond this barrier lies the primal chaos sea, and the force being attracted by the symbols is the essence of that very sea? This would elucidate the ability to comprehend various pathways of power here, as the primal chaos sea is the origin of the 3,000 great avenues. Therefore, the power within the primal chaos sea must encompass the essence of those 3,000 avenues. In the short span of time, a bold hypothesis began to form in Li Rufeng's mind. System, am I correct in my conjecture? Beyond this barrier lies the primal chaos sea, does it not? To validate his assumption, Li Rufeng promptly inquired with the system. Indeed, esteemed host, you are correct. This is the primal chaos sea. The array symbols are absorbing the forces contained within the chaos. By comprehending this force, one can grasp the essence of the 3,000 great avenues. It seems my intuition was spot on. Fortune favors me, as I have swiftly discovered the primal chaos sea. Now, the next step is to comprehend the primal Dao Qi. With this thought in mind, Li Rufeng made his way towards an unoccupied position. Before long, he arrived at a vacant spot and settled down. The moment he sat, the array symbols beneath him activated immediately. In the next instant, a mysterious force enveloped Li Rufeng's body. Is this the power of the primal chaos sea? Truly remarkable. Within it lies an abundance of the great avenue's power. As he gently attuned himself to the surroundings, Li Rufeng perceived that the power was intermingled with time, space, and various other avenues. Yet, predominantly, There were forces of the great avenues that Li Rufeng had never encountered before. He felt confident that he could comprehend various pathways through this power. However, this was not Li Rufeng's ultimate pursuit. What he sought was the even mightier primal Dao Qi. However, regarding the origin Dao Qi, Li Rufeng was utterly oblivious. Consequently, he found himself engulfed in profound confusion. Simultaneously, as Li Rufeng pondered how to comprehend the origin Dao Qi, several figures had already set their sights upon him. The aura emanating from him belonged to those of the Nine Heavens world. How intriguing! I never anticipated that individuals from the Nine Heavens world would come knocking at my door. If that is the case, you shall remain here permanently. A man fixed his gaze on Li Rufeng, a sinister expression suddenly crossing his face. This man was named Moe, the son of the Demon King of the Celestial Demon Clan. Within the Celestial Demon Clan, titles vary according to one's strength, with Demon King being one of them. In addition to the title of Demon King, there exist 3 other titles: Demon Lord, Demon Emperor, and Demon Sovereign. The Demon Lord possesses the greatest strength, while the Demon King holds the least. Nevertheless, the power of a Demon King should not be underestimated. It is essential to note that there are only 10 Demon Kings in the entire Celestial Demon world, which attests to the formidable strength of a Demon King. As the son of a Demon King, Moe naturally had numerous followers. At this moment, Moe had already risen to his feet. With his rise, many members of the Celestial Demon Clan ceased their cultivation. Following this, Moe and his companions advanced towards Li Rufeng's position. Kid, are you from the Nine Heavens world? You truly have poor luck. Encountering me today, your life has reached its end. Soon, Moe stood before Li Rufeng and spoke coldly. Moe's voice was loud, quickly drawing the attention of many around them. Are you speaking to me? Li Rufeng slightly lifted his head, responding indifferently. What do you think? I initially thought you were formidable, yet you turn out to be an ant who hasn't even stepped into the divine realm. How utterly dull. Listen, kid. I am granting you a chance to live. Kneel and bow 3 times before me, loudly proclaiming that all those from the Nine Heavens world are worthless. Perhaps, if I am pleased, I might spare your insignificant life. Upon finishing, Moe burst into raucous laughter. Ant from the Nine Heavens world, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and bow to our young master. Our young master is merciful. Do not fail to recognize this opportunity. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Clan members began to shamelessly humiliate Li Rufeng. How amusing. You are the first person to demand my bow. I am quite curious as to who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. With that, Li Rufeng's gaze turned icy, and he instantly stood before Moe. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, Li Rufeng raised his hand and seized Moe by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Your power. This is impossible. In a moment, the young man Moe, gripped by the throat, began to struggle fervently. Simultaneously, an expression of profound terror emerged in his eyes. He could not fathom how Li Rufeng, at the pinnacle of a mortal emperor, could unleash such formidable power. Under this overwhelming force, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to escape. You, boy, what do you intend to do? Release our young master at once. Otherwise, today shall be your demise. After a few moments of stunned silence, the members of the Celestial Demon Clan, having regained their composure, threatened Li Rufeng with fervor. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with shock and fear. They had never anticipated that Li Rufeng could so effortlessly subdue Moe. Are you members of the Celestial Demon Clan, all fools? You dare to threaten me while he is in my grasp. It seems you truly wish for his demise. Li Rufeng remarked, a scornful smile playing on his lips as he listened to their threats. Boy, release the young master, and I can ensure your death is a swift one. Just then, a chilling voice unexpectedly echoed from behind Li Rufeng. Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng's expression hardened, and he swiftly turned to face the source of the voice while still holding Moe. He had not sensed this person's aura. It appeared to be the protector of this young man. Upon discerning the appearance of the speaker, Li Rufeng pondered momentarily in his heart. Chapter 0. The Dark Demon Mo Yuan. The Ancient Demon God. Greetings, Lord Mo Yuan. At that moment, the members of the Dark Demon Clan gathered and knelt before the individual who had just spoken, expressing their respect. Mo Yuan, do not delay. Come swiftly to my aid. I demand the death of this wretch. Upon the appearance of Mo Yuan, a look of joy instantly spread across Mo's face, banishing his previous fears. Silence. With a swift motion, Li Rufeng struck Mo across the face, his voice laced with fury. The force of the slap caused blood to trickle from the corner of Mo's mouth. You, insect, dare you strike me? You seek death. Mo's rage boiled over as he shouted. Mo Yuan, what are you waiting for? Act now. Humiliated before so many witnesses, Mo lost all semblance of reason. In the next moment, Mo Yuan made his move against Li Rufeng without hesitation. His boldness stemmed not from recklessness, but from his awareness of the life-preserving methods Mo possessed. Should Li Rufeng endanger Mo's life, those methods would be activated, allowing Mo Yuan the opportunity to eliminate Li Rufeng. Yet, Li Rufeng would not allow their plans to unfold as they wished. As Mo Yuan approached, Li Rufeng wasted no time in enveloping Mo into the primordial small world. Within that realm, no matter how many life-saving measures Mo had, his demise was assured. Mo's sudden disappearance caused Mo Yuan to halt in his tracks. Curse be you. Where have you taken the young master? I offer you one last chance. Release him, and I shall spare your life. Mo Yuan's icy gaze fixated on Li Rufeng, yet he was internally astonished by the latter's cunning. To conceal Mo before his very eyes without revealing any flaw was beyond Mo Yuan's belief that Li Rufeng was merely an immortal emperor. Oh, you dare to speak so boldly? Since you are so concerned for that fellow, I shall send you to meet him. With those words, Li Rufeng's figure vanished in an instant. This is bad. There is something amiss with this individual. Mo Yuan swiftly turned, launching a powerful fist. Too late. You shall join him now. With a sly smile, Li Rufeng materialized beside Mo Yuan, and with a snap of his fingers, Mo Yuan's form was also whisked away. This scene left those spectating in utter astonishment. The members of the Dark Demon clan began to tremble uncontrollably. Hee. Now, it is your turn. Having dealt with Mo Yuan, Li Rufeng suddenly turned his gaze upon the surrounding members of the Dark Demon clan, revealing a most chilling smile. Not good, attack together. Upon seeing Li Rufeng's demeanor, a quick-thinking member of the Celestial Demon clan shouted loudly and charged towards him. Kill. Soon, the remaining members of the Celestial Demon clan followed suit, launching their assault on Li Rufeng. Faced with the onslaught of over a dozen adversaries, Li Rufeng displayed no fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement graced his lips. Crack. In the next moment, Li Rufeng seized one of the Celestial Demon clan's necks and swiftly twisted it without hesitation. Bang. Crack. Splatter. Without pausing, with each passing breath, another member of the Celestial Demon clan fell victim to Li Rufeng's hands. Some succumbed to broken necks, while others were pierced through the chest by a single punch. In less than 10 breaths, all the Celestial Demon clan members lay lifeless on the ground, utterly devoid of breath. Is that all? How dull, Li Rufeng remarked, shaking the blood from his hands, somewhat dissatisfied. Damn, is this fellow a demon? He has slain so many yet appears unsatisfied. The Celestial Demon clan, known for their arrogance, never anticipated provoking a being of such lethal prowess today. They pondered the name of this grim reaper, desiring to make his acquaintance. However, they quickly dismissed the thought, prioritizing their own lives. After all, nothing is more precious than one's own existence. Li Rufeng observed the reactions of those around him, but he felt no interest in them. After dispatching every member of the Celestial Demon clan, he returned to his original position and sat cross-legged. Soon after, his consciousness entered the primordial small world. Kid, you finally appeared. Where's this place? Hurry, release me. Otherwise, my father will not let this go. Upon seeing Li Rufeng, Mo began to scream frantically. Bang. Before Mo could finish his sentence, Li Rufeng raised his hand and obliterated his body. Young master, you. Witnessing Mo transform into a cloud of blood mist, Mo Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot. Bang. Once again employing the same method, Li Rufeng did not grant Mo Yuan the opportunity to speak and swiftly crushed him as well. Following this, Li Rufeng began to probe into their memories. 1 demon lord, 4 demon emperors, 8 demon kings, 10 demon sovereigns, and 10 ancient demon gods. The seal was loosening, for a maximum of 10,000 years. Soon, Li Rufeng gleaned some pivotal information from the memories of the 2 individuals. The 9 heavens world was, astonishingly, sealing 10 ancient demon gods of the Celestial Demon clan. Moreover, it would take merely 10,000 years for these ancient deities to break free from their confinement. It appears that the concern previously expressed by the God Lord was indeed this matter. One demon lord posed a formidable challenge for the God Lord. Should 10 ancient demon gods, each more powerful than the demon lord, emerge, the 9 heavens world would surely be in peril. Nevertheless, there remains some time, and the outcome is uncertain. Perhaps I should contemplate how to acquire the chi of the primordial Dao. The issue of the ancient demon gods is not an immediate concern. Shaking his head, Li Rufeng chose to dismiss these thoughts. In the next moment, his consciousness departed from the primordial small world, returning to his physical form. Simultaneously, in the celestial demon world, the shattering of the life token of Mo reached the ears of the demon king Mo Yang without delay. The demon king Mo Yang was, in fact, the father of Mo. This array-s absorption of power is insufficient. It seems I must delve deeper into the primordial chaos sea. With my current strength, exposing myself in the depths of the primordial chaos sea would be exceedingly perilous. Yet, in pursuit of comprehending the chi of the primordial Dao, I have no choice but to take this risk. I have an unsettling feeling that failing to grasp the chi of the primordial Dao this time could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, the words from my future self weigh heavily on my mind, preventing me from attaining peace. After nearly half an hour of effort, Li Rufeng had still not discerned how to comprehend the chi of the primordial Dao. Thus, to enhance his chances of understanding it, he made a bold decision. In the next moment, Li Rufeng rose and strode toward the edge of the barrier. This movement swiftly attracted the attention of many around him. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Rufeng halted at the barrier's edge. The one who set up this barrier possessed unfathomable strength. However, they would not be able to stop me. I wonder if breaking the barrier unilaterally will provoke the Zixiao Heavenly Palace to intervene? Although I acted first, it would be wise for you to remain compliant. After all, I do not partake in beef. As soon as he spoke, Li Rufeng raised his right hand and, without hesitation, struck the barrier before him. Empowered by the forces of the primordial small world, Li Rufeng effortlessly pierced a gap in the barrier with a single punch. Immediately afterward, his figure vanished from the spot, entering the primordial chaos sea through the opening. Chapter 0. The Origin of the Chaotic Sea and the Essence of the Origin. Alas, this harbinger of death has shattered the barrier. Is he intent on ensuring our demise here? This is dire. We must flee at once. On the stone platform, as the barrier began to fracture, a wave of panic swept over the crowd. They were oblivious to the concept of the origin chaotic sea, yet any rational individual comprehended the purpose of this barrier. With the barrier breached, their first instinct was to curse Li Rufeng. Their second thought was to escape this place post-haste. Run. That lunatic has lost his mind. He is courting death and dragging us down with him. We must leave immediately. If we tarry, it may be too late. Soon, all ceased their cultivation and hurried towards the exit. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had distanced himself several dozen miles from the barrier. Thank heavens, I possess 2 of the world's most extraordinary physiques. Had I been an ordinary person, I would have been reduced to ashes. Feeling the bizarre force that incessantly gnawed at his body and soul, Li Rufeng sighed inwardly. At this moment, he grasped the true nature of the origin chaotic sea. He also comprehended why the Zixiao Heavenly Palace had established that barrier within the chaotic depths. Ding! Dear host, in the origin chaotic sea, all rules are in disarray and disorder. In other words, here, time and space are devoid of regulatory constraints. Just then, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. System? What do you mean by that? Li Rufeng inquired with some confusion. It means you may not be able to return. What? Goodness. What do you mean by not being able to return? System, don't frighten me. It is quite literal. Due to the chaotic nature of time and space here, what seems like merely a second may have already spanned a year. Similarly, what appears to be within arm's reach may actually be millions of miles away. Thus, it will be exceedingly challenging for you to leave this place. System, if you are aware of this, why didn't you inform me sooner? Is this the end? Am I truly destined to be trapped here? After hearing the system's explanation, Li Rufeng felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. Although he would not perish, being eternally ensnared in the origin chaotic sea was nearly tantamount to death. The thought of this rendered his countenance even graver. Well, dear host, you didn't ask me. Moreover, there are indeed ways to escape this place. As long as you comprehend the essence of the origin, The origin chaotic sea will become as familiar to you as your own home, allowing you to come and go at will. The system replied, "What a seamless exchange. I must extend my gratitude to you, dear system. If I possessed the confidence to comprehend the primordial essence of Dao Qi, would my countenance be so grim? At present, I am utterly oblivious to the nature of Dao Qi. How can you expect me to grasp it?" Li Rufeng murmured. Clear his throat well. "This matter is beyond the system's purview. Host, do persevere. The system shall silently support you." Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "In light of your utter confusion, the system can offer you a clue. The myriad forces within the primordial chaos sea are all transformed from the primordial Dao Qi. This is a complimentary hint from the system. Should you desire further guidance, the host will need to expend killing points." The system's voice reverberated once more. "The myriad forces within the primordial chaos sea are all transformed from the primordial Dao Qi? Is this truly a clue? System, your reliability is rather questionable," Li Rufeng lamented. Yet, in response to Li Rufeng's grievances, the system remained silent. Consequently, Li Rufeng had no choice but to quiet his thoughts for the time being. Although he could not fathom why the system would provide such an apparently futile clue, Li Rufeng continued to ponder the phrase. Thus, a stick of incense's worth of time slipped away unperceived. However, this duration was merely what Li Rufeng believed to be a stick of incense. The true passage of time remained a mystery to all. Transformation. The primordial Dao Qi transforms various forces. The primordial Dao Qi transforms primordial chaos. Wait, I believe I have discerned the method. Before long, an expression of excitement illuminated Li Rufeng's face as he murmured to himself. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng settled into a cross-legged position. In the next instant, the forces from the primordial chaos sea surged towards him from all directions. "This is too slow." Eureka! Seemingly struck by inspiration, Li Rufeng promptly closed his eyes, and his consciousness ventured into the primordial microcosm. In the following moment, under Li Rufeng's command, the primordial microcosm began to exert its power. Externally, at the location of Li Rufeng's dantian, a small vortex gradually materialized. Subsequently, the forces from the primordial chaos sea were continuously drawn into the vortex. The other end of the vortex led directly to the primordial microcosm. As a substantial influx of primordial chaos forces entered the primordial microcosm, a delighted smile spread across Li Rufeng's face. It is indeed effective. By harnessing the primordial microcosm, I can not only accelerate my comprehension of primordial Dao Qi, but also significantly enhance the strength of the primordial microcosm. Thus, it seems that good fortune comes in pairs. Savoring the increasing abundance of various Dao forces within the primordial microcosm, Li Rufeng smiled and spoke to himself with glee. In contemplating the comprehension of the primordial Dao Qi, Li Rufeng conceived a remarkably simple approach. Since the primordial Dao Qi has evolved into various formidable powers, it stands to reason that the reverse could also be true. By amalgamating all the myriad powers of the Dao, one could attain the primordial Dao Qi. Although this method might not necessarily yield success, Li Rufeng harbored considerable confidence in his strategy. As time progressed, the plethora of Dao powers within the Taichu small world continued to proliferate. Thus, he deemed it an auspicious moment to commence. He hoped for a favorable outcome. Noticing that the abundance of Dao powers had reached a sufficient threshold, Li Rufeng promptly initiated the final fusion process. Within the Taichu small world, he effortlessly commanded the various Dao powers at his disposal. Subsequently, he forcefully drew these disparate Dao forces into his palm. After a few breaths, a sphere of energy, interwoven with hundreds of Dao powers, materialized in his grasp. Due to the significant repulsion among the diverse Dao forces, the fusion process proved to be exceedingly arduous. Were it not for the strength of the Taichu small world, Li Rufeng would undoubtedly have found this endeavor insurmountable. "Merge for me," he commanded, observing the violent collisions of the various Dao powers in his hand. With his gaze sharpened, he intensified the force emanating from his palm. Thus, after nearly half an hour of unwavering effort, the multitude of Dao powers within his grasp finally coalesced. At this juncture, the essence of the power he held underwent a profound transformation. The most notable alteration was its hue. Unlike the vibrant spectrum it once displayed, the energy had now distilled into a stark dichotomy of black and white. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this black and white amalgamation was not devoid of nuance, as it subtly contained threads of other colors intertwined within. Chapter 0. The Primordial Human Race and the Invasion of Beasts. Is this the essence of the primordial Dao energy? No, it still falls short. At present, nearly 90% of the Dao's power has been integrated. It appears that to fully manifest the primordial Dao energy, one must amalgamate all aspects of the Dao's power. The surrounding Dao energy has largely been absorbed into the primordial small world, yet there remains a deficit of that last 10%. It is time to seek a new location. With this realization, Li Rufeng promptly withdrew the dual-colored orb of power from his grasp, allowing his consciousness to retreat from the primordial small world. Soon, his awareness returned to his physical form. Rising to his feet, Li Rufeng casually ventured forth in a chosen direction. While the primordial chaotic sea harbors all the Dao's energies, not every area possesses the entirety of these forces. Thus, the forthcoming journey would test Li Rufeng's fortune. Should luck favor him, he might collect the remaining Dao energies at the next site. Conversely, should misfortune befall him, it could take days, months, years, or even a lifetime to gather all the required Dao energies. However, this time, fortune seemed to smile upon Li Rufeng. The process of collecting Dao energies unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. In a mere 2.5 days, he had nearly completed the collection of the final 10% system, which Dao energies are still lacking. As he approached the culmination of his collection, Li Rufeng inquired of the system. 4 remain: destiny, causality, creation, and faith. 4 indeed. All are prominent Dao energies. I recall that the power of faith can accelerate the evolution of the primordial small world. Perhaps that method could assist me in acquiring the energy of faith. As for the other 3, it seems I must continue to rely on chance. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufeng muttered to himself, well, let us focus on obtaining the energy of faith first. After pondering for a moment, he sighed softly. Subsequently, he conjured dozens of avatars to traverse the primordial chaotic sea in search of fortune, while his true self entered the primordial small world. Upon entering the primordial small world, Li Rufeng attuned himself to its vibrations before vanishing and proceeding in a determined direction. The evolution within the primordial small world has spanned several 100,000 years. During this time, it has transformed from a barren void to a realm teeming with diverse forms of life, including the human race. However, due to their relatively recent emergence, the humans in the primordial small world have yet to develop a comprehensive cultivation system. Nestled at the foot of a mountain lies a village, home to several hundred members of the human race. These individuals are the inaugural members of the human race born in the primordial world. Though lacking guidance, the inhabitants of this village have embarked upon the path of cultivation through a series of explorations. Yet, even the mightiest among them possesses merely the strength of the foundation establishment stage. The purpose of Li Rufeng's journey is this very village, or more precisely, its human denizens. Alarm! Quickly, sound the alarm. A beast is invading. Everyone, seize your weapons and prepare for battle. At that moment, amidst the previously tranquil and harmonious village, urgent shouts suddenly pierced the air. Dong! Dong! Soon, the resonant clang of bells echoed throughout the village. Ernyo, what is the situation? What kind of beast is it? How many are there? Shortly, an elderly man with flowing white hair hurried to the village entrance and directly inquired of a burly figure. Village chief, it is the Qingyu wolves, and there are quite a few this time. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 100. Ernyo, the robust man, promptly responded. What? 100 Qingyu wolves? This is dire. If a wolf king leads them, we may face certain doom. Upon hearing Ernyo's reply, the village chief's expression turned grave. Village chief, you should quickly take the elderly, children, and women to safety. The remaining individuals will stand firm against the Qingyu wolves, buying you time for your escape. Ernyo proposed. In this moment, it seems we have little choice. Yet, to leave those behind. The village chief hesitated momentarily. Village chief, we need someone to hold off the Qingyu wolves. As long as you can escape safely, I, Ernyo, would die without regret. I believe those who choose to stay with me share the same sentiment. Ernyo spoke earnestly. This, sigh very well. I will halt the evacuation. This place is entrusted to you. Ultimately, considering the greater good, the village chief acquiesced to Ernyo's suggestion. The village chief then departed from the entrance, promptly gathering the elderly, children, and the women, who possessed little combat capability. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the invasion by over 100 Qingyu wolves, the men of the village resolutely chose to remain. Before long, nearly 70 sturdy men congregated at the village entrance. Fellow villagers, we must secure ample time for the village chief and others to withdraw. This means those who remain will face perilous odds. However, to die for our loved ones is a worthy cause. As the dense throng of Qingyu wolves approached the village entrance, Ernyo began to shout loudly. For our loved ones, we shall die without regret. For the sake of our loved ones, we shall face death without regret. Soon, under the leadership of Ernyo, those who chose to stay all shouted in unison. Meanwhile, at the village chief's call, everyone except those at the village entrance had gathered. Dear villagers, the Qingyu wolves are approaching with great ferocity. We have no choice but to evacuate this place. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Now, everyone, set forth immediately towards the east. No one is to stop without my command. The village chief spoke, his tone laden with gravity. Understood. In a swift response to the chief's orders, the villagers began to leave the village one after another, heading eastward. Who goes there? Step forward. Just as the elderly and women had departed, the village chief suddenly turned his gaze towards a direction and spoke coldly. In the next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the corner of a house. Sang Sang, what are you doing here? Hurry and evacuate with them. Upon seeing the figure, the village chief immediately admonished sternly. Grandfather, I want to stay with you. If you do not leave, I will not depart alone, Sang Sang said softly, her head bowed, appearing hesitant to meet the chief's gaze. Nonsense. Quickly leave. Normally, I might allow it, but today you must heed my words. The chief's voice rose sharply in response to Sang Sang's plea. Then why aren't you leaving? Aren't you an elder too? You should evacuate as well. Sang Sang murmured, feeling somewhat aggrieved in the face of the chief's reprimand. I am indeed an elder, but I am also the chief of this village. The villagers, including Ernyo, are still fending off the beast attacks. As their chief, how can I abandon them to save myself? Sang Sang, I am old, and my time is limited. Whether I leave or not is of little consequence now. But you are still young, your parents entrusted you to me, and I cannot allow you to perish here. This time, please listen to your grandfather. Depart quickly. If you delay, it may be too late. The village chief stepped closer to Sang Sang, his expression softening with affection. But Sang Sang continued to lower her head, tears welling in her eyes. Very well. Grandfather will stay behind to assist Ernyo and the others in resisting the beasts. Once you are far enough away, we will follow after you. Though I am old, in terms of strength, those young ones are no match for me. A few beasts are not enough to harm me. Seeing Sang Sang's reluctance to leave, the village chief continued to reassure her. Really? Grandfather, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? I have heard there are 100 Qingyu wolves. Even if you are strong, Grandpa, you cannot possibly contend with these monstrous beasts. Sang Sang raised her head to gaze at the village chief, subsequently voicing her doubts. Do not worry. We still have Ernyo and the others. Although we may not be able to vanquish so many of the Azure Wolves, we should be able to retreat safely. All right, Sang Sang, you must leave quickly. Only when you are safe can I retreat to pursue you, the village chief urged as he sensed time was running short. Understood, Grandpa. You must remain unharmed. I will wait for you ahead. Sang Sang acquiesced after the village chief's earnest persuasion, finally agreeing to evacuate the village. Alas, Sang Sang, I am truly sorry. Please do not hold it against me for deceiving you. I only wish for your survival. I will watch over you from below. The village chief murmured softly as he watched Sang Sang's figure gradually recede. When her silhouette began to blur, he resolutely turned away and strode towards the village entrance. Chapter 0. The Wolf King's Submission. The Creator God Strikes. Do not let a single Azure Wolf cross the village entrance. At the village's threshold, upon the command of Ernyo, all the villagers charged towards the approaching Azure Wolves. Each face bore the expression of one prepared to embrace death, none retreating an inch out of fear. How? Upon seeing Ernyo and his companions emerge from the village, the leading Azure Wolf, the Wolf King, let out a fierce howl. In the next moment, all the Azure Wolves lunged directly towards the two men and their allies. The battle was imminent. Simultaneously, the village chief had also arrived at the entrance. Upon witnessing the multitude of Azure Wolves, he resolutely joined the fray. In an instant, chaos erupted as humans and wolves clashed. Such a coincidence. Well, under normal circumstances, I should not intervene. After all, survival of the fittest is the natural law of this world. However, I rely on these people for the power of faith. If they all perish, it would pose a significant problem for me. In light of this, my little wolves, today appears to be your unlucky day. High above, Li Rufeng chanced upon the scene of the human-wolf melee and began to murmur to himself. As the master of the primordial small world, Li Rufeng had no intention of meddling in the conflicts among the various species within. Yet, recognizing his urgent need for faith power, he resolved to intervene and save the humans besieged by the azure wolves. With his decision made, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the sky in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before the Wolf King. As Li Rufeng materialized, the chaotic struggle between humans and wolves was abruptly stilled, all immobilized by his overwhelming aura. Soon, Ernyo and the others, along with the azure wolves, turned their gazes towards the inexplicable presence of Li Rufeng. What is happening? Why can't I move? And who is this person? Moreover, his attire is rather peculiar. Not far away, Ernyo stood frozen, his eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing Li Rufeng. Upon noticing the stark difference in attire, curiosity ignited within him. It was not just Ernyo. The rest of the villagers were similarly filled with intrigue regarding Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, upon locking eyes with Li Rufeng, the Wolf King trembled, its eyes reflecting profound terror. This little wolf possesses quite the perceptive nature. No wonder beasts have an innate ability to sense danger. Observing the fearful demeanor of the Wolf King, Li Rufeng remarked with a hint of surprise. Now, let us discuss a matter. You and your kind, well, take your wolves and leave at once. In return, I shall show mercy and spare you this time. What do you say? Given that the races emerging in the primordial small world were few, Li Rufeng chose not to eliminate the azure wolves outright. Certainly, if the Wolf King fails to recognize the situation, that would be a different matter altogether. However, it is evident that the Wolf King would not be foolish enough to provide Li Rufeng with the opportunity to slaughter them. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, the Wolf King nodded in response. In a display of submission, the Wolf King even laid down on the ground, exposing its belly. You are quite perceptive. Very well. Hurry and lead these wolves away, Li Rufeng remarked with a smile at the sight of the Wolf King revealing its most vulnerable side. In the next moment, the Wolf King rose from the ground and tentatively took a few steps forward. Li Rufeng merely chuckled at the Wolf King's comical actions and paid it no further heed. Seemingly reassured that Li Rufeng would not strike, the Wolf King grew bolder. Soon, it turned and dashed off into the distance, while also issuing a retreat command to the other Qingyu wolves. Upon hearing the Wolf King's call to retreat, the remaining Qingyu wolves did not hesitate, swiftly turning to follow in the Wolf King's footsteps. The Wolf King is actually leading the pack in retreat. Who on earth is this person? Merely uttering a few words has driven the Wolf King to flee in disgrace? Nearby, the village chief gazed in astonishment at the retreating Qingyu wolves, his heart filled with disbelief. Particularly, his gaze towards Li Rufeng began to brim with respect. Are you their leader? Just as the village chief remained stunned, Li Rufeng suddenly appeared before him, speaking in a calm tone. Yes, I am their village chief. Without the luxury of contemplation, the chief hurriedly replied. Village chief? That is fine. I've come to discuss certain matters that require your attention. First, lead me into your village for a look, and gather all your people. Li Rufeng instructed. All right, yes. Please, esteemed deity, come inside. The village chief responded respectfully upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Esteemed deity? That is rather amusing. To you, I indeed qualify as a deity. A creator god, nonetheless. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Li Rufeng proceeded toward the village entrance, no longer concerning himself with the village chief and the others. Creator god. This is... Li Rufeng had merely spoken offhandedly. Yet the village chief was so taken aback that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chief, what did that person just say? Just as the village chief remained engulfed in astonishment, Ernyo, having approached his side, inquired. Speak cautiously. That is the creator god. If you wish to live, show some respect. The wrath of the divine is not something we mere mortals can withstand, the village chief admonished, his voice stern in response to Ernyo's disrespectful tone toward Li Rufeng. Creator god? The village chief spoke. I spoke those disrespectful words out of ignorance. I hope I haven't brought trouble upon the village. Upon hearing the chief's words, Ernyo was immediately overwhelmed with panic. I do not know. However, since the creator deity has chosen not to punish you, it seems they do not hold your rudeness against you. Nonetheless, you must take the initiative to apologize to the creator deity later to demonstrate your sincerity, the village chief instructed. Yes, I will go and apologize to the creator deity. Ernyo promptly nodded in agreement. Now, quickly gather the villagers. Additionally, you must inform them of the identity of the creator deity. Make sure to remind them not to display any disrespectful behavior in front of the creator. The village chief continued. Then, you should call back all those who had previously evacuated. Ernyo readily accepted the chief's orders. Understood, chief. Observing his compliance, the village chief said no more and turned to pursue Li Rufeng. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already arrived in the village. Gazing at the primitive architecture surrounding him, he felt a sudden sense of disorientation. My lord, please follow me. I have already sent someone to bring back the villagers who had left. You may rest for a while. I will inform you as soon as they return, the village chief said respectfully, catching up with Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng, hearing the chief's words, offered no further comment, merely nodding slightly. Subsequently, the village chief escorted him to the most opulent room in the entire village for him to rest. On the other side, Ernyo had already begun to pursue the villagers who had previously evacuated. Chapter 0. The Divine Envoy Shen Xinghe. Enlightenment of Power. A quarter of an hour later, the village chief entered the chamber where Li Rufeng was resting and respectfully announced, My lord, the villagers have gathered. Oh, then lead me there, Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly, rising to his feet. Yes, my lord, please follow me, the village chief responded. Under the chief's guidance, Li Rufeng arrived at an open space within the village, where over 200 villagers had assembled. The moment Li Rufeng appeared, all eyes turned towards him, particularly those of the elderly and women who had previously retreated, their faces brimming with curiosity. Ahem, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to the Lord of Creation. The village chief, noticing the villagers' lack of response, promptly urged them with a loud voice. Bow before the Lord of Creation. Instantly, all the villagers knelt upon the ground, speaking in unison with great reverence. Observing the kneeling villagers, Li Rufeng remained composed, beginning to sense their cultivation talents. With a single glance, he discerned the abilities of the 200 individuals clearly. Sigh, they are quite average. Truly, extraordinary talents do not emerge easily. However, that is of little consequence. I only require the power of faith. If their talents are lacking, so be it. As long as they are devout, that suffices. Despite the large number, Li Rufeng found no one among them with exceptional cultivation talent, yet he remained unfazed. Rise, he commanded. The reason I have summoned you here is that there are matters requiring your attention. Moreover, I intend to select one among you to become my divine envoy. The responsibilities of the envoy are straightforward. First, to gather the power of faith for me. Second, to manage and maintain the order of this realm. And third, to disseminate the methods of cultivation. After a brief pause, Li Rufeng continued to speak. My lord, may I inquire whom you intend to select as your divine envoy? The village chief asked curiously from the side. Well, you have indeed posed an interesting question. With such average talents, whom should I choose? Li Rufeng mused aloud, casting another glance over the assembled villagers. Ahem, my lord, if I may be so bold to ask, do you have any specific requirements for this envoy? I am quite familiar with the capabilities of the villagers, and I might assist you in finding a suitable candidate, the village chief said respectfully, sensing Li Rufeng's indecision. Is that so? There are no particular requirements. The individual should not be too old or too young, and must be wholly dedicated to serving me. Other matters are of no concern, Li Rufeng replied calmly. Is this all? If so, I can assist you in selecting a suitable candidate. Perhaps you should return and rest for now. Shortly, I shall bring someone to meet you. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's response, the village chief immediately spoke up. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, do not keep me waiting too long. With that, Li Rufeng turned and walked back in the direction he had come from. Understood, my lord. The village chief responded eagerly as Li Rufeng departed. Subsequently, he began to select individuals that would meet Li Rufeng's approval. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, at the doorway of the room where Li Rufeng was resting, there came a knock. My lord, I have brought the person you requested. The village chief's voice rang out from outside. Enter. A moment later, Li Rufeng's calm voice echoed from within. Creak. With Li Rufeng's permission, the door swung open, and a figure stepped into the room. Immediately, the village chief closed the door behind him with a beaming smile and left. Inside the room, Li Rufeng lifted his gaze to the figure who had entered, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. What is your name? And who permitted you to dress in such a manner? He inquired, observing the young woman before him, her cheeks tinged with crimson and her demeanor shy. Clad in scanty attire. I am called Shen Xinghe. It was my grandfather. Shen Xinghe stammered. Her head bowed in bashfulness as she responded to Li Rufeng's inquiry. Shen Xinghe, your grandfather allowed you to dress this way? Who is he? Li Rufeng continued to question. My grandfather is the village chief. Shen Xinghe replied softly, her small hands trembling slightly from nervousness. I see now. No wonder your grandfather was so eager earlier. He intended to offer you the position of the divine messenger. In that moment, Li Rufeng comprehended the village chief's intentions and understood why Shen Xinghe had come to his room clad only in such revealing garments. Thud, my lord, this matter has nothing to do with my grandfather. It is I who wish to become your divine messenger. If punishment is required, let it fall upon me. But spare my grandfather. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's musings, Shen Xinghe suddenly knelt before him, pleading earnestly. When did I say I would punish your grandfather? Nevertheless, he has done well this time. After all, you are quite pleasing to the eye, and I am satisfied. Li Rufeng spoke with an air of calm composure. Rise. It matters not who takes on the role of the divine messenger. It shall be you. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, a smile of delight suddenly illuminated Shen Xinghe's face as she knelt on the ground. She promptly rose, standing in a posture of utmost reverence. Let us address the matter at hand. You surely remember the 3 duties of a divine envoy that I mentioned previously? I shall now impart to you the methods of cultivation and elevate your prowess. After all, as my divine envoy, you are tasked with overseeing this realm. And it would be unbecoming for you to be too feeble. Li Rufeng spoke gently. Everything shall be as you command, my lord, Shen Xinghe replied. Very well, let us commence. With that, Li Rufeng swiftly appeared before Shen Xinghe. In the next instant, he raised his right hand and placed it upon her forehead. Immediately, an entire system of cultivation knowledge flooded into Shen Xinghe's mind, encompassing everything from qi refinement to the realm of the immortal emperor. This process transpired swiftly, taking only a few breaths, and the cultivation methods were fully engraved in Shen Xinghe's consciousness. Subsequently, Li Rufeng produced several types of celestial materials, integrating them into Shen Xinghe's body. As these ethereal substances merged with her, Shen Xinghe's physique became increasingly refined and enchanting. System. Is there a way to elevate her to the immortal emperor realm? Li Rufeng pondered silently, gazing at Shen Xinghe, whose innate talents had significantly improved. Ding. To the esteemed host, consuming 10 million kill points will allow for a single bestowal of immortal emperor cultivation. 10 million? Very well, proceed with the bestowal. Li Rufeng responded. Consuming 10 million kill points, the bestowal of immortal emperor cultivation commences. In the next moment, a tremendous force materialized above Shen Xinghe's head and surged directly into her being. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, great emperor, immortal sovereign, immortal emperor. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xinghe's cultivation soared from qi refinement to the immortal emperor realm. Throughout this transformation, she exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. Is this truly so powerful? It feels as though this bestowal surpasses my own cultivation rewards. I suppose I must slay more. Ahem. I must accumulate more kill points. Li Rufeng mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe, who had never experienced the tribulations of cultivation, slowly opened her eyes. As she absorbed the cultivation methods in her mind and felt the latent power within her body, she found herself momentarily entranced. Chapter 0. Mastering the Primordial Dao Qi. Returning to the Zixiao Heavenly Palace, my lord, what is happening to me? After a moment of dazed silence, Shen Xinghe spoke somewhat foolishly. It is merely the title of immortal emperor. There is no need for excessive astonishment. The cultivation methods beyond the immortal emperor stage will be imparted to you when the time is ripe. For now, your cultivation is sufficient to assist me in managing the primordial small world. You shall be tasked with gathering the power of belief. Do not let me down. Li Rufeng stated with an indifferent tone. Rest assured, my lord, Shen Xinghe shall exert every effort to collect the power of belief for you. Shen Xinghe replied earnestly upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be the divine envoy of the primordial, and I shall be known as the Lord of Primordial. When collecting the power of belief, you shall use my honorific title. Li Rufeng nodded and added. Understood. Shen Xinghe solemnly acknowledged. Since you have committed this to memory, you may return, Li Rufeng said, having conveyed all that needed to be said. However, upon hearing his words, Shen Xinghe appeared somewhat hesitant. Do you have something else to discuss? Li Rufeng inquired, observing Shen Xinghe's indecisive demeanor. Well, my lord, do you not require my services in that regard? I understand I have little to offer in return, but if you wish, I can. Shen Xinghe murmured, her head lowered, her words barely audible. Her delicate face was already flushed with a rosy hue of shyness. Do you take me for someone of that nature? Do you think I am a person who covets beauty? Li Rufeng stated firmly, his expression serious. No, my lord, you have misunderstood. If you are unwilling, then I shall take my leave, Shen Xinghe, fearing she had angered Li Rufeng, quickly responded. Before Li Rufeng could speak, she turned to leave the room. Wait a moment. At that moment, Li Rufeng suddenly called out to Shen Xinghe. My lord, do you have further instructions? Shen Xinghe swiftly turned around, respectfully inquiring. Ahem. Indeed. There are some matters I forgot to mention, and they are of considerable importance, thus must not be overheard by outsiders. Please come closer, Li Rufeng said calmly, a hint of caution flickering across his face. Understood. Although uncertain as to why Li Rufeng had become suddenly cautious, Shen Xinghe dared not refuse his command. Soon, she approached him. Dear sir, what would you like to say to me? Shen Xinghe inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Li Rufeng leaned down, drawing near to her ear, and whispered a few words. All right, all right. Moments later, Shen Xinghe suddenly exclaimed, her face beginning to flush with shyness. Subsequently, she set about fulfilling the task assigned to her by Li Rufeng. The following day, high above in the skies, Li Rufeng stood poised, his demeanor markedly more vibrant than before. Is this the power of faith? Truly, it is a wondrous force, he mused, sensing a newfound strength coursing through his body. With the power of faith now in his grasp, it was time to depart. He then spoke calmly, casting his gaze downward toward the village below. After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze, and his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the village below, Shen Xinghe stood at the threshold of her home, gazing upward at the spot where Li Rufeng had disappeared. Behind her stood the village chief. Shen Xinghe, the gentleman is a creator deity beyond our mortal reach. Therefore, do not dwell too much on this. Simply cherish it as a beautiful memory, the chief advised solemnly. Yes, I understand. I have known from the very beginning. Grandfather, the gentleman has departed. We must now attend to our own matters. Gather everyone in the village. I will share with them the cultivation methods he entrusted to me. Afterward, I shall leave the village to assist him in collecting the power of faith. Shen Xinghe said in a calm tone. Very well. I shall go at once, the chief replied with a nod, turning to walk a short distance away. Alas, I wonder if my previous decision was right or wrong. After a few steps, he sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Shen Xinghe now seemed like a different person. On the other side, in the primordial chaos sea, after departing from the primordial small world, Li Rufeng summoned back all his incarnations. Excellent. It seems fortune has consistently favored me, he remarked, a joyous smile breaking across his face as he felt 3 new powers surging within him. At last, I have gathered all the powers of the great paths. Next, I shall condense the primordial Dao Qi. With that thought, Li Rufeng raised his hand, summoning the fragment of pseudo-primordial Dao Qi, which was only missing 4 types of great path powers. Without hesitation, he directly infused the remaining 4 types of powers into the pseudo-primordial Dao Qi in his grasp. However, to his surprise, this final step proved more challenging than the previous fusion of the pseudo-primordial Dao Qi. So close to the end, and yet you seek to thwart me? Mere primordial Dao Qi, merge with me. As Li Rufeng's commanding voice resonated, in the next moment, the power of the Taichu small world enveloped him. A tremendous explosion reverberated as the 4 fundamental forces successfully merged into the pseudo-origin Dao energy. Subsequently, the sphere of energy in Li Rufeng's hand split into 2, manifesting as a black and a white orb. Haha, it's done. It's finally done. Haha, I have truly succeeded. Overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the black and white sources of Dao energy, which surpassed the earlier pseudo-origin Dao energy. Li Rufeng could not contain his exuberant laughter. Congratulations. Esteemed host, the system's voice chimed in suddenly. Now that you possess the origin Dao energy, you may depart from the chaotic sea of origin at any time. Finally, I can escape this wretched place. I once feared it would be a daunting task, yet it only took 3 or 4 days for me to achieve this. Indeed, I am a genius, Li Rufeng mused softly. I shall leave this place. I wonder if the Zixiao Heavenly Palace will seek retribution for my breach of the barrier? However, trouble may be welcome, as I am eager to test the might of the origin Dao energy. They would do well to be prudent and provide me with an opportunity to strike. Moreover, this could serve as an excellent chance to accumulate some kill points. Haha, Zixiao Heavenly Palace, do not let me slip through your fingers. Oh, and what of the so-called Tianyuan clan? That individual seemed to have a significant status. You would do well to send more of your people to confront me, Li Rufeng murmured, a flicker of anticipation gracing his features. In the next moment, Li Rufeng vanished from sight. Shortly after, he arrived at the site of the shattered barrier. It has been repaired so swiftly? Such speed is astonishing, he remarked, gazing at the fully restored barrier. Are you compelling me to shatter it once more? Without hesitation, Li Rufeng raised his hand and struck the barrier. Boom. Crack. As his attack landed, a large hole re-emerged in the barrier. Without delay, Li Rufeng stepped through the opening and entered the barrier's interior. However, this time, he found no one within its confines. Could it be that it only opens at certain intervals? Never mind, that is of no concern to me. I shall exit first and ponder later. Without further thought, Li Rufeng leaped towards the nearby exit. Moments later, he returned to the Zixiao Heavenly Palace through the passage. Chapter 0. Time waits for no one. A flick of the finger spans 100,000 years. Who are you? How did you emerge from this teleportation array? Was it not stated that the next activation of this array would be in 3 years? Upon the appearance of Li Rufeng, he swiftly attracted the attention of many disciples nearby. Among them, one disciple approached him directly, demanding answers. What business is it of yours? I have connections above. Is that not sufficient? After replying coolly a few times, Li Rufeng chose to disregard the onlookers from the Zixiao Heavenly Palace and turned to leave. What? Connections above? That cannot be true. This regulation was personally decreed by the Palace Master. Could he be a newly accepted direct disciple of the Palace Master? The disciple who had questioned Li Rufeng muttered in confusion. Nonsense. Even a direct disciple would not possess such privileges. I believe he is likely the Palace Master's son. Another disciple interjected. I beg to differ. He may well be an heir from one of those transcendent powers, or perhaps the young master of a prominent family. Speculated yet another disciple. I still think otherwise. I believe he is. Thus, numerous disciples joined in the gossip and conjecture. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng had already arrived at the square of the Zixiao Heavenly Palace, utterly unaware that his casual remark had sparked such wild speculation among the disciples. How am I to return? It seems I must seek someone from the Zixiao Heavenly Palace for guidance. Upon reaching the square, Li Rufeng suddenly realized he did not know how to return to the celestial realm. Just as he contemplated finding someone from the Zixiao Heavenly Palace for information, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, appearing before him. It's you, Elder Zhao. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Rufeng exclaimed. It's you. You're alive. How can this be? In stark contrast to Li Rufeng's calm demeanor, Elder Zhao appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Elder Zhao? Perhaps you should refrain from making cold jokes. I happen to be unsure how to return. Do you know the way back to the celestial realm? Li Rufeng, undeterred by Elder Zhao's reaction, inquired about the method to return. You. How on earth did you survive? In response to Li Rufeng's question, Elder Zhao remained in shock. His curiosity piqued. It was simply this, then that, and finally like so. Thus, I survived. Do you understand? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by this and that? What do I understand? I understand nothing. Hearing Li Rufeng's dismissive response, Elder Zhao's lips twitched, filled with exasperation. Very well. Since you are unwilling to elaborate, I shall not press further. You may return now. It is quite simple. I can open the portal for your return. After a brief pause, Elder Zhao spoke softly. Oh, then let us hasten to open the portal. Li Rufeng replied promptly upon hearing Elder Zhao's words. By the way, Elder Zhao, I have damaged the barrier there. Are you not prepared to take any action against me? Suddenly recalling something, Li Rufeng inquired with a hint of anticipation on his face. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's inquiry, Elder Zhao's expression turned to one of confusion. Is this lad unwell? I have yet to speak, and he is already asking questions. And what does that eager expression signify? Does he truly fear we shall not trouble him? Observing the expression on Li Rufeng's face, Elder Zhao inwardly lamented. Cough, cough. A mere barrier is inconsequential to my Zixiao Heavenly Palace. If you had emerged sooner, perhaps the Palace Master would have sought an explanation from you. However, at this point, the Palace Master likely no longer remembers the incident. Thus, you are fortunate this time. Moreover, do you truly wish to return now? Surviving from that place indicates you possess unique abilities. If you are willing, you may join my Zixiao Heavenly Palace. I can assure you that you will directly become a true disciple. This way, not only need you not worry about the barrier, but you will also secure your life. I observe your cultivation has yet to advance. Remaining in the Zixiao Heavenly Palace is your best option presently. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhao suddenly spoke. What do you mean? What does it mean to secure my life? Elder Zhao, do you believe the Zixiao Heavenly Palace could take my life? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. What are you speaking of? Why would the Zixiao Heavenly Palace desire your life? Elder Zhao retorted. Well, what did you mean by that statement earlier? Li Rufeng queried. Somewhat perplexed. What I referred to was the people of the Celestial Demon Clan. If you return now, are you not delivering yourself to them? That old fellow, the God Lord, is struggling to protect himself. Do you truly believe he can safeguard your growth? Elder Zhao replied coolly. The Celestial Demon Clan? Is it because I killed those members of their clan? But didn't the God Lord say he could endure for at least another 10,000 years? Why has he suddenly become incapable of protecting himself? Li Rufeng murmured in confusion upon hearing Elder Zhao's words. 10,000 years. Are you genuinely unaware? Or are you merely pretending not to know? At that moment, Elder Zhao suddenly asked with an unusual expression. What? Elder Zhao, please speak your mind. What is it that I should know? Upon being questioned by Elder Zhao, Li Rufeng furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. It appears the passage of time in that realm diverges from our reality. Very well, since you genuinely seem unaware, allow me to enlighten you. Nearly 100,000 years have elapsed since you breached the barrier and entered that place. Your assertion that the Divine Lord could endure for at least 10,000 years is indeed accurate. In truth, to repel the invasion of the Celestial Demon Clan, the Divine Lord persevered for a remarkable 50,000 years. It remains a mystery from whence he summoned such formidable allies to sustain that prolonged struggle. Regrettably, the number of powerful beings in the Nine Heavens world is exceedingly scant. To endure for 50,000 years is nothing short of a miracle. I had also urged the Divine Lord to join my Zixiao Palace. Such an alliance would have deterred the Celestial Demon Clan from making further attempts upon him. Yet, he remained obstinate, lamenting the loss of the Nine Heavens world and questioning the value of his continued existence. At such a high level of cultivation, should one not aspire to attain even greater heights? His mindset eludes my comprehension. Given his prowess and innate talent, had he joined Zixiao Palace, he would have undoubtedly secured a position as an inner elder at the very least. Alas, what a pity it is. I have always regarded him as a friend. Were it not for the Zixiao Palace's policy against intervening in the conflicts between lower realms, I would have eagerly offered my assistance. Elder Zhao spoke slowly, his tone laden with regret. What? 100,000 years. Is that true? Wasn't it merely 3 or 4 days ago? How could it have turned into 100,000 years? What the hell? Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Li Rufeng could no longer maintain his composure. He had considered the possibility that the primordial chaotic sea might have caused a slight delay in the outside world. Even if it were a few years or several decades, Li Rufeng could have accepted that. After all, decades are not particularly lengthy in the realm of immortals. But 100,000 years truly astonished him. This is dire. Elder Zhao, how much do you know about the current state of the immortal realm, or rather, the Nine Heavens world? Suddenly, Li Rufeng's thoughts turned to his disciples, his heart tightening with concern. Especially upon learning that the Divine Lord was struggling for his own survival, the situation for his disciples must surely be even more precarious. He also worried for Su Meng'er on the Tianyuan Continent. Chapter 0. The past has unfolded. The future remains uncertain, although intervention is beyond my reach. I still take heed of the realm of the Nine Heavens. 50,000 years ago, the 10 ancient demon gods of the Celestial Demon Clan, sealed within the realm, broke free from their confines. This event significantly bolstered the power of the Celestial Demon Clan. Even in their diminished state, The ancient demon gods were formidable foes, beyond the capabilities of the nine heavens to withstand. Subsequently, the celestial demon clan, in concert with the ancient demon gods, decisively breached the defenses of the nine heavens. Thereafter, the celestial demon clan embarked on a relentless conquest, seizing control of the entire realm. However, just as the celestial demon clan prepared to annihilate the nine heavens, an enigmatic force abruptly manifested within the realm. In an instant, the 10 ancient demon gods, along with the demon sovereign of the celestial demon clan, found themselves ensnared within the 10 heavens. Accompanying them were the divine sovereign and several of the nine heavens' most formidable beings. This mysterious power eluded even the scrutiny of the palace master. Yet, such matters have become inconsequential. With the absence of the ancient demon gods and the demon sovereign, the nine heavens managed to survive. Nonetheless, the celestial demon clan, in terms of both numbers and the strength of their slightly inferior warriors, far surpassed the inhabitants of the nine heavens. Consequently, only a few small territories remain unclaimed by the celestial demon clan. It is merely a matter of time before they seize control of these last vestiges. This urgency is precisely why I implore you to join the Zhixiao Palace. After all, you were sent by the divine sovereign, and I sincerely wish to avoid your demise. Elder Zhao spoke slowly. Beside him, Li Rufeng's expression grew exceedingly grave upon hearing Elder Zhao's account. Is the situation he described indeed the present reality? Without the foresight of my future self, I would have never conceived of escaping the sea of chaos through the primordial Dao Qi in such a brief span. In that case, would my emergence not span far beyond 100,000 years? If it extended to 1 billion years or longer, the nine heavens would likely have ceased to exist. Would those inhabitants of the nine heavens also? I see now, I understand. This is why my future self warned that I would lose everything. Wait, something feels amiss. If my future self had not informed me of the primordial sea of chaos, I might never have ventured into that place. Thus, I would not have been trapped in the primordial sea of chaos for 100,000 years. Even if I inadvertently entered the primordial sea of chaos, the existence of the system would have enlightened me that the primordial Dao Qi is the means to depart from the primordial sea of chaos. In that case, although 100,000 years may have passed since my exit, it should not have led to the obliteration of the nine heavens. Therefore, my future self should not have claimed that I would lose everything, unless the system. Yes, that must be it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng was suddenly struck with astonishment, his face reflecting his surprise. System, does my future self not possess you? Following this, Li Rufeng inquired within his mind. Ding. As expected of the esteemed host, you are correct. This system is unique and is not bound by the rules of the world. In other words, this system is exclusively linked to your present self and has no connection to any version of you from other timelines. Moreover, your other selves from different timelines will not retain any memories associated with the system. The system responded. Could it truly be so? Is my future self still me? Why am I becoming increasingly perplexed? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Rufeng's confusion deepened. The specifics are rather intricate. You may regard your past self and future self as parallel versions of yourself. Typically, an individual exists within a single timeline. However, due to the system, you possess multiple timelines. Your past self resides in one timeline, your present self in another, and your future self in yet another. These three timelines are entirely distinct worlds, yet they are not completely unrelated. Certain aspects of these three timelines are intertwined. Thus, they can influence one another. For instance, your future self previously informed you about the primordial chaos sea. Had your future self not shared this, you might not have entered the primordial chaos sea so swiftly. As a result, the nine heavens world may not have been invaded by the demon clan at this moment. The system elucidated. 6. If not for my previous experiences with culture, I would certainly have been ensnared by your system's words. Fortunately, I am wise. I never intended to fully comprehend it from the outset. Never mind, what do past and future matter? I shall only trust in the present. Seizing the now is the most pragmatic approach. The past has already transpired, and the future remains uncertain. Why should I burden myself with such thoughts? Is this not merely a source of vexation? Having come to this realization, Li Rufeng ceased his inquiries about the past and future with the system. Elder Zhao, thank you for your guidance. Now, please open the passage. The current state of the nine heavens world is dire, and I must return post-haste. Subsequently, Li Rufeng expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhao and requested the activation of the passage back to the Nine Heavens world. So, after all this, you still wish to return? Elder Zhao seemed somewhat bewildered upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Elder Zhao, did you not just express confusion over why the Divine Lord is reluctant to join the Zixiao Heavenly Palace for self-preservation? Now, I can elucidate the reason why. Li Rufeng did not respond to Elder Zhao's inquiry. Instead, he spoke calmly. Why? Elder Zhao promptly questioned. Because there must be someone or some place that the Divine Lord wishes to protect in the Nine Heavens. Perhaps it is the entirety of the Nine Heavens and its inhabitants that the Divine Lord seeks to safeguard. In comparison to the Divine Lord, I humbly regard myself as far less significant. My desire to return stems solely from the presence of those I hold dear. Were they not in the Nine Heavens, I might not have cared whether the realm was obliterated by the demon clan today. Of course, this is not absolute. After all, should I suddenly perceive the annihilation of the entire demon clan as an intriguing endeavor, I might still venture into the Nine Heavens today. Such is the unpredictability of worldly affairs and human thoughts. What do you think, Elder Zhao? Li Rufeng gently inquired. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Elder Zhao found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Alas, perhaps you are indeed right. However, at this moment, I find it difficult to comprehend and accept. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further discourse. Nevertheless, I must reiterate, should you wish to join the Purple Sky Palace, you are always welcome here. With that, Elder Zhao produced a token and infused it with a fragment of his power. Instantly, a void passage materialized before them. This is the passage to the Nine Heavens. If you are resolute in your choice, you may enter. After unveiling the void passage, Elder Zhao turned to Li Rufeng and said, Thank you. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, I will lend you assistance. As a token of gratitude for the valuable information you have imparted today. Having spoken, Li Rufeng no longer hesitated, stepping directly into the void passage. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight as the void passage gradually closed. Alas, he is returning after all. Young one, I hope you will survive. Elder Zhao lamented, shaking his head in resignation before turning to leave the square. Chapter 0. Return to the Immortal Realm. Where all things have changed in the ethereal expanse of the Nine Heavens, a void passage suddenly materialized. Moments later, a figure emerged from this passage, none other than the returning Li Rufeng. Ah, this repugnant aura. It seems the situation is dire. Li Rufeng stood suspended in the air, immediately perceiving the pervasive presence of the celestial demon clan that filled the surroundings. Wait, the aura of the Tianyuan Continent has vanished? Just as Li Rufeng planned to investigate the Tianyuan Continent, he was struck by the realization that he could sense no trace of its existence. This alarming development prompted a deep furrow to form on his brow. Damn, could the celestial demon clan have obliterated the Tianyuan Continent? What about Xiaoming? The mere thought ignited a fierce intensity in Li Rufeng's gaze, causing his aura to uncontrollably surge forth. Meanwhile, less than 100 miles away, in another realm of void, a group of celestial demons gathered. This aura does not belong to the celestial demon clan. Could it be the remnants of the Nine Heavens hiding nearby? You, come with me to assess the situation. Just when I was feeling bored, the ants of the Nine Heavens have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. The speaker, known as JNSH, was the leader of this band of celestial demons. Upon his command, nearly 30 of his kin advanced toward Li Rufeng. As Li Rufeng prepared to return to the immortal realm, the approaching presence of JNSH and his comrades caught his attention. Oh, celestial demons? Just what I needed for an inquiry. They are practically presenting themselves to me. Upon recognizing the aura of the celestial demon clan, a peculiar smile crept onto Li Rufeng's lips. In the next instant, Li Rufeng vanished from his location. Moments later, he materialized right before JNSH and his companions. Who? The sudden appearance of Li Rufeng startled JNSH and his group. Instinctively, they drew their weapons, ready to confront him. I am your superior. Li Rufeng scoffed disdainfully, then swiftly appeared before JNSH. Before JNSH could react, Li Rufeng seized him by the throat. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Li Rufeng snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the celestial demons, save for the one in his grasp, were reduced to mere ash. This nonchalant display left JNSH wide-eyed, his face betraying sheer terror. Following this, Li Rufeng began to employ a soul-searching technique on him. After a few moments, Li Rufeng extracted some fundamental information from JNSH, gleaning a hint of what had transpired in the Tianyuan Continent. Boom. Once he had gleaned the necessary knowledge, Li Rufeng crushed JNSH into oblivion. The Tianyuan Continent was not annihilated by the Celestial Demon Clan. Rather, it vanished unexpectedly before the clan could make its move. It appears that Xiaoming has not encountered any misfortune for the time being. With this in mind, I shall first return to the Celestial Realm to assess the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rufeng's figure dissipated from its original location, and he proceeded directly towards the Celestial Realm. Before long, he found himself in the outer void of the Celestial Realm. Without hesitation, Li Rufeng entered the realm. His initial destination was the Kunlun Celestial Domain. Li Rufeng intended to visit the Kunlun Hall first. Should he encounter familiar faces, he could inquire about the current state of affairs in the Celestial Realm. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun Hall, the place had long since transformed from its former glory. The surroundings were littered with dilapidated structures and lifeless corpses strewn across the ground, all devoid of vitality. Even the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. Inside the Grand Hall, numerous figures had gathered. These individuals were among the last remnants of the Celestial Realm, those who had yet to submit to the Celestial Demon Clan. A glance around revealed that they were all stained with blood, a testament to their fierce resistance. "Your Excellency, we are now but a handful." One man spoke with a tone tinged with sorrow and indignation. "Rather than passively await our demise, why not let us take the initiative and fight back in one final frenzy? I have grown numb to the fear of being attacked by the Celestial Demon Clan, even in my sleep. Ultimately, we all face death, so why not strike first? Having survived until now, I have already paid my dues. If I can take a few celestial demons with me in my last moments, my life will not have been in vain." Within the hall, another voice chimed in. "Indeed, Your Excellency, instead of waiting for the Celestial Demon Clan to come for us, we should seek them out. I will be the first to charge into their stronghold and self-detonate. At the very least, we could take down more of their kind in our final act. I share your sentiments. If death is inevitable, then let us take a few of those wretched creatures with us." Soon, several others echoed their fervent declarations, as if the notion of self-detonation held no fear for them. From his elevated seat, the man referred to as the Celestial Sovereign gazed calmly at the fervent crowd below. Listening to their impassioned words, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Alas, has it truly come to this? After enduring for so long, have we ultimately met our defeat? Senior, if it were you, what would you do? Surely, you would handle the Celestial Demon Clan with ease, the man lamented inwardly. I remain woefully inadequate. He is none other than the original Grand Elder of Kunlun Hall, Wu Han. With the aid of the elixir bestowed upon him by Li Rufeng, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. This enabled him to claim the position of Immortal Sovereign, even in the absence of Li Rufeng. In the current celestial realm, the powerful have perished and the submissive have yielded. Only Wu Han has consistently organized efforts to resist the invasion of the Celestial Demon Clan. However, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Despite Wu Han exerting every ounce of his power, he remains unable to contend with the current might of the Celestial Demon Clan. Had the invaders possessed anything beyond the peak of the Immortal Emperor, Wu Han would not have lasted to this day. Well, since you all insist, if I were to refuse, wouldn't it suggest that I fear death more than you? Self-detonation, you think only you can do that? With your meager strength, you should step back. I shall take the lead. You have likely never witnessed the self-detonation of a peak Immortal Emperor, have you? To be honest, I have yet to see it myself. Ha ha. Suddenly, Wu Han rose and declared, concluding with a hearty laugh. Though it appeared jovial, his laughter was devoid of any true joy, instead imbued with boundless sorrow and desolation. Below, the onlookers gazed up at the laughing Wu Han, their eyes suddenly moist, their hearts heavy with unspoken emotions. They remained silent, unsure of what to say. They understood that had it not been for Wu Han, they would never have survived to this moment. They did not fear death. Yet witnessing Wu Han's potential demise instilled a sense of dread within them. Immortal Sovereign, you need not accompany us to death. With your strength, escaping from the Celestial Demon Clan would be a challenging feat for them. Perhaps in the future, once your power has surged, you might return to exact vengeance on our behalf. Allow us to bear the burden of this self-detonation feast. As the crowd fell into silence, a figure gradually emerged. The speaker was none other than Shen Xinghe's father, Shen Wanshan. However, at this moment, Shen Wanshan bore the absence of his left arm. The once grand Wanbao Pavilion now stood with only Shen Wanshan remaining. Indeed, immortal sovereign, you cannot perish. We still rely on you for our vengeance. The scoundrels of the Celestial Demon Clan are hardly worthy of your intervention. We are sufficient to handle them. Soon, one person after another began to echo his sentiments. It was evident that these individuals had long since acknowledged Wu Hanshan in their hearts. Enough. My decision is made. If you wish to die, I shall not hinder you. What? Do you have objections when it comes to me? Furthermore, if my sole intention were to survive, what have I persevered through all this for? If it were merely for my life, I could have simply submitted to the Celestial Demon Clan. Wu Hanshan countered with a series of questions. At this, the crowd fell once more into silence. All right, let it be. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to the stronghold of the Celestial Demon Clan. If there are any matters you wish to attend to or affairs that require your attention, now is the time to address them. Brother Shen, please remain. Observing the silence among the crowd, Wu Hanshan then spoke calmly. Understood. Soon, one by one, the others departed from the grand hall, leaving only Wu Hanshan and Shen Wanshan behind. Chapter 0. In the Kunlun Hall, reuniting with old friends. Master Xian, why must you persist in this manner? Here, you are the mightiest among us. As the crowd departed, Shen Wanshan stepped forward with a sigh. Enough, Brother Shen. I may perish, but I shall never flee. Nor shall I submit to the Celestial Demon Clan in a desperate bid for survival. We are beings of the immortal realm, whose life is not precious. The Kunlun Hall, along with your Wanbao Pavilion. How many of us remain? We must not betray their memory. Moreover, I firmly believe that one day, the Saintess shall return. When that time comes, the Celestial Demon Clan will be driven from the immortal realm. In such a scenario, I would welcome death. Before Shen Wanshan could finish, Wu Hanshan interjected. Indeed, none from Wanbao Pavilion chose to flee or kneel in supplication until their last breath. As the pavilion master, I must not falter in comparison to them. Furthermore, I have faith that my son will return in due time. At that moment, our grievances shall no longer be left unavenged. It is merely unfortunate that, in the end, we may not have the opportunity to meet once more. I wonder if that troublesome lad is faring well these days. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Shen Wanshan's face. Rest assured, whether it be the Saintess or your son, they are both disciples of that esteemed elder. Though we are unaware of the elder's sudden disappearance, given his character, he would certainly ensure the safety of his disciples. Everything I possess today is a gift from the elder. It seems I shall never have the chance to express my gratitude, Wu Hanshan remarked softly. Haha, your words ring true. Even I did not anticipate you ascending to the position of Master Xian. Just think, if I had requested a pill from the elder back then, would it not be you calling me Master Xian now? Shen Wanshan suddenly laughed, alleviating the previously heavy atmosphere. You rascal, even at this moment, you still covet my position? Very well, tomorrow, I shall grant you that indulgence. However, do not expect me to call you Master Xian. That is utterly impossible. Wu Hanshan jested in return. Thus, laughter echoed throughout the hall, a sound that had long been absent. Meanwhile, above the Kunlun Hall, Li Rufeng's figure materialized. Observing the grim scene below, he furrowed his brow slightly. This is the aura of Wu Hanshan. Oh, is that not Shen Fei's father's presence? At that moment, Li Rufeng sensed two familiar auras within the hall, and his furrowed brow began to relax. They have not perished. This is indeed encouraging news. Perhaps I can glean some information from them. After a few murmured words, Li Rufeng's figure vanished into the high sky. Moments later, he materialized in the grand hall of Kunlun Palace. Brother Shen, you must still have a few bottles of fine wine hidden away, right? Since we have come this far, why not bring them all out? I find myself quite tempted by your wine. Just as Wu Hanshan was about to continue, he suddenly froze. He even raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously, fearing he was imagining things. Brother Wu, what are you doing? It's merely fine wine, after all. Rest assured, this time I shall certainly not hold back. After all, if we don't drink now, we may never have the chance again. So, let's make this a night of revelry without return. Observing Wu Hanshan fall silent and exhibit peculiar behavior, Shen Wanshan immediately interjected. F4, forbear. Meanwhile, Wu Hanshan was entirely oblivious to Shen Wanshan's words, His gaze fixated on the suddenly appeared Li Rufeng. He feared that if he blinked, Li Rufeng would vanish from the hall. Forebear? Yes, indeed, it is you. Fear not. I shall save a few bottles of fine wine for you. Though I cannot be certain whether you will find these delightful wines in the future, at least our intentions are sincere, Shen Wanshan remarked. It was evident that Shen Wanshan had completely misconstrued Wu Hanshan's meaning. Oh, there is good wine. That is splendid. To be honest, I have yet to experience the taste of fine wine from the celestial realm. You must not attempt to deceive me with inferior offerings. Li Rufeng jested lightly at that moment. Rest assured, as the master of the Wanbao Pavilion, the wines I cherish are certainly not of inferior quality. I guarantee that once you taste my wine, you shall never. As he spoke, Shen Wanshan suddenly sensed something amiss. Never what? Why do you not continue? At that moment, Li Rufeng's voice resonated once more. Shen Wanshan abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Rufeng. Forebear. The next instant, Shen Wanshan exclaimed in disbelief. In that moment, he finally understood why Wu Hanshan had exhibited such unusual expressions and behavior earlier. Forebear, is it truly you? I did not missee. Did I? Brother Shen, did you see the forebear? Am I imagining things? Like Wu Hanshan. Shen Wanshan was also apprehensive that the Li Rufeng he beheld was merely an illusion. Thus, he excitedly posed consecutive questions to Wu Hanshan nearby. I saw him. It is real. Ha ha. We don't have to die. We don't have to die. Ha ha. This time, as Wu Hanshan laughed, his eyes began to glisten with tears. Is that so? We do not have to die? As laughter erupted, Shen Wanshan joined in, his excitement palpable. In that moment, both men seemed to glimpse a beacon of hope. Their suppressed emotions, which had lingered for millennia, were released in an instant. They were unaware that it had been ages since they had laughed so wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng observed the weeping and laughing duo, feeling a tinge of helplessness in his heart. Ahem. Is such exuberance truly necessary? Please, gather yourselves. I have matters to discuss with you, he said, clearing his throat before striding towards the elevated seat. Yes. We got carried away. Please pardon us, esteemed elder. Wu Hanshan and Shen Wanshan quickly wiped away the tears from their eyes, laughing in agreement. What happened to your arm? Li Rufeng inquired as he settled into the main seat, casting a glance at Shen Wanshan. Oh, this? It's nothing, just a trivial matter. During a skirmish with the celestial demons, I was careless and lost my left arm. Merely a limb. It's of no consequence, Shen Wanshan responded, stepping forward. The celestial demons. Indeed, a single arm is of little significance. Just remember not to be so reckless next time. As his words echoed, Li Rufeng directed a surge of energy towards Shen Wanshan's severed arm. In the blink of an eye, a miraculous scene unfolded. Shen Wanshan's left arm regenerated entirely. This astonishing sight left both Shen Wanshan and Wu Hanshan momentarily speechless. It is well known that the stronger one is, the more challenging it becomes to restore a lost limb. Particularly given that Shen Wanshan's severed arm had been obliterated in battle, the likelihood of regaining it seemed almost impossible. Yet now, with a mere flick of his hand, Li Rufeng had restored Shen Wanshan's arm to its former glory. How could this not astonish them? It's restored, Shen Wanshan exclaimed, raising and waving his left arm, his voice filled with excitement. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your immense kindness. In the next moment, he knelt before Li Rufeng in gratitude. Enough, rise. It is merely a limb, not a daunting feat moreover. You are the father of Xin Fei, so there is no need for such formality. Now, tell me what has transpired in the celestial realm over the years and the current state of affairs. Li Rufeng replied calmly. Yes, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's request, Shen Wanshan rose from the ground. Subsequently, both he and Wu Hanshan began recounting the significant events that had unfolded in the celestial realm over the past 100,000 years. This narrative unfolded over several hours, continuing until darkness enveloped the sky. Only then did Wu Hanshan and his companion manage to convey the essence of their significant matters. Upon concluding their account, Li Rufeng bowed his head slightly, his mind commencing a deep contemplation.